Blue Star, Dragon Country, Jiangnan Province, Qingchuan City. On the sports field, today was the day when all 18-year-old students awakened their talents. As long as one turned 18, they would undergo a unified talent awakening on this day. In this era of universal awakening, everyone had the chance to awaken their own talent. Talent levels were divided into 9 grades from low to high: F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the stronger the talent, and the level of talent directly influenced the speed of cultivation and the improvement of martial skills. Talents came in a wide variety, each with unique characteristics, dazzling to behold. Some people awakened a peculiar talent called Love Kuan, which allowed them to increase their cultivation speed simply by wearing overalls every day. Overall, these abilities could be categorized into combat, life, special, and other strange and unusual types. Although those with lower-level talents could also cultivate, their cultivation speed might take years to become a martial artist. Before long, all the students in the grade had gathered, and the awakening ceremony officially began. Dear students, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please remain quiet. Principal Li Jiang, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, said with a serious expression on his face. Now, let's invite the first student, Lu Chushue, to come forward for the awakening. As the words fell, a bespectacled male student walked toward the awakening platform. Lu Chushue placed his hand on the awakening device, and a surge of energy began to flow within him. Shortly after, a line of text appeared on the device: E-level limb enhancement. Congratulations to Lu Chushue for awakening the E-level limb enhancement talent, the principal politely encouraged before continuing to call the next name. Next, let's invite Dub1 to come forward. As the voice fell, another boy stepped onto the awakening platform. Time passed bit by bit, and one after another, many students went up to awaken, with a wide variety of talents emerging. E.g.e., when do you think it'll be our turn to awaken? There are thousands of people here. It'll take forever, Wang Shua complained, staring discontentedly at the awakening platform. Yui shook his head. Don't worry, our turn will definitely come. Think about it, the main characters always make their grand entrance at the end, right? When it's finally our turn, maybe we'll awaken the most awesome SSS level talent. Wang Shua, inspired by Yuyi's words, said excitedly, how could an SSS level talent be so easy to awaken? Wang Shua continued to argue. Last year, there were fewer than 10 people in the Dragon Country who awakened SSS level talents. Do you know that there were about 20 million awakeners in the Dragon Country last year? It goes without saying how rare it is to awaken an SSS level talent. Every person who awakens an SSS level talent becomes the target of competition among prestigious schools after the martial arts exam. After Wang Shua finished speaking, Yui remained silent, quietly waiting for the principal to call his name. That's right, he was actually a transmigrator, because he had spent 3 days and nights in the dormitory binge reading Tomatoes novels without sleep or rest. He woke up to find himself in this world. The bad news was that he had been an orphan on Earth, and in this world he was still an orphan. It had been 3 years since his transmigration, and the original body's parents had tragically died in the line of duty when he was 12, leaving behind 600,000 in compensation. At the age of 15, the original body had been in a car accident, coinciding with Yuyi's arrival from Earth. Over these 3 years, Yui gradually came to understand the harshness of this world. It was a world of strict hierarchies, where the strong preyed on the weak, and power was everything. Only by awakening high-level talents could one shine and thrive in this world. This world was completely different from his original Earth. About 200 years ago, a strange energy invaded Blue Star, followed by alien invasions and rampant beasts, which also caused Blue Star's landmass to expand. Humans had once been reduced to food for these creatures, and their lands were occupied by beasts. Just as humanity was on the brink of despair, they discovered the strange energy within their bodies, awakened talents, and began cultivating to resist the alien races and beasts. Today, Yui has also turned 18 and is eagerly awaiting his awakening. As the principal announced the name Li Hai, the noise among the crowd gradually grew louder. Oh, isn't that the son of Li Yuanli from the second-tier family of Qingchuan City? I'm really curious about what kind of talent he'll awaken. Who knows? We commoners can't compare to those noble families. Exactly. These noble family children have been using pills, spiritual liquids, and all kinds of treasures from heaven and earth to enhance their physical qualities since childhood, all to ensure they awaken a powerful talent today. Hopefully, he'll awaken a good talent. After all, Li Hai, as a noble family descendant, is quite a decent person. Everyone discussed fervently, their gazes all fixed on Li Hai on the stage. At that moment, a handsome young man in white attire, Li Hai, stepped up to the awakening device, and the entire field instantly fell silent. As Li Hai placed his hand on the device, a powerful energy immediately surged through his body. At the same time, the detection device displayed the result, S-metal element. With the emergence of an S-level talent, the principal revealed a satisfied smile. Congratulations to Li Hai for awakening an S-level talent. I hope you can remain humble and diligent diligent and excel in the martial arts exam 100 days from now, gaining admission to a top-tier academy and bringing glory to our school. Li Hai nodded slightly to show his understanding, then slowly stepped off the stage. Next, Wu Erfan. Immediately after, a handsome young man stepped forward and placed his hand on the device. Wu Erfan awakened the D Fleetfoot talent. The awakening ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, with students stepping forward one by one to awaken their talents. Some faces were filled with excitement and joy, while others appeared somewhat dejected and disappointed. But regardless of the outcome, they all understood that this was merely the starting point of their lives, and the road ahead was still long. However, it was also the starting point that would determine their destiny. Next, Wang Shuo. EGE, it's almost my turn. Watch me awaken an S-level talent. Wang Shuo exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the principal call his name. He patted his shoulder. Alright, I believe you. Hurry up and go. I bet you're definitely an S-level talent, no doubt about it. Then I'll take Brother Yi's good wishes. How about we see whose awakened talent level is higher? No problem, Yui replied. After all, he was a transmigrator, he couldn't lose face as one. Hearing this, Wang Shuo chuckled, nodded, and quickly ran to the awakening platform to begin his awakening. He placed his hand on the platform. SS Dark Element. The principal burst into laughter upon seeing this. Wonderful, SS level. Last year, our school produced an SS level talent who got into a top martial arts university. This year, another SS level talent has emerged. It seems our school can cultivate another top martial arts university student this year, and the benefits will improve accordingly. Perhaps we can surpass the 8th martial arts school. SS level. It's actually SS level. Who is it? Could it be someone from a prominent family? No way. I remember he's from class 15 and doesn't seem to have any background. Awakening an SS level talent without any background, this guy is really lucky. If only I could be that fortunate. The audience erupted into discussions due to the appearance of an SS level talent. Yui looked at the awakening platform, his fists slightly clenched. If Wang Shuo could awaken an SS level talent, then as a transmigrator, shouldn't he be able to awaken an SSS level talent? Wang Shuo excitedly ran over, grinning as he said, "E.g., what do you think? I awakened an SS level talent, all thanks to your good words. Don't celebrate too early. Maybe I'll awaken an SSS level talent." Wang Shuo scratched his head and chuckled. Alright, then I wish E.g. awakens an SSS level talent. Maybe it'll be your turn soon, and you'll definitely be the brightest star. Yui merely smiled faintly, though he felt a bit nervous inside. Over the past 3 years, he had called out to the system countless times, but there was no sign of its existence. It seemed everything depended on today. Just as he was pondering, the principal shouted, "Luo Yushi, SS Ice Element." There was an immediate eruption of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Oh my, another SS rank. It seems our 9th Martial Arts Academy is going to soar this year. And this Luo Yushi is so beautiful too. Yeah, I heard her background isn't simple either. It seems she has some connection to the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. If someone could be Luo Yushi's boyfriend, living in a mansion and driving sports cars wouldn't be bad at all. Bah, with your looks, you still dream of being Luo Yushi's boyfriend? How naive. Wang Shuo stared intently at Luo Yushi and said, "E.g., this girl is really beautiful, and she even has an SS level talent." Yui shook his head and patted Wang Shuo on the shoulder. "No matter how beautiful she is, it's useless. Focus on your cultivation. Your SS level dark talent is no worse than hers." Then, his gaze shifted to Luo Yushi. Her jet black hair flowed like a smooth, dark waterfall, her skin was as fair as snow, and her face, as if carved from jade, exuded a sharp aura. Her eyes were as cold and distant as icy stars, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Yui murmured to himself, she is indeed beautiful, but it has nothing to do with me. The awakening ceremony continued, and it was soon nearing its end. Yui looked around and realized he was the only one left who hadn't awakened, feeling a bit helpless. So, am I really supposed to be the one to bring up the rear? Could it be that I'll make my grand entrance last, awaken an SSS level talent, and then ascend to the pinnacle of life? Yui thought to himself, gradually feeling a bit of anticipation. The principal loudly announced, "The final participant in today's awakening ceremony, Yui. Brother E, hurry up, it's your turn." Wang Suo quickly reminded him, "Alright, I'm going. Just wait for the protagonist to take the stage and awaken an SSS level talent." After saying this, Yui walked onto the stage, took a deep breath, and slowly placed his hand on the awakening platform. He immediately felt 2 streams of energy converging within his body. He froze, startled. Why are there 2 streams of energy converging? Could this mean the awakening failed? Isn't there supposed to be only 1 stream of energy? As one of the streams of energy gathered in his hand, the instrument displayed the result. F space, the level will soon rise. Space. It's actually the space element, the one that reigns supreme when time is absent. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but also a tinge of disappointment. What use is this? It's just an F level. I've been awakened for so long, and I thought it would be something impressive. After all, the space element only becomes powerful at S level or above, he muttered to himself. Yeah, what a pity. Even though it's space, the level is too low, and he can't even use the basic space element skills, the surrounding voices murmured incessantly. As Yui's awakening concluded, the awakening ceremony officially came to an end. At this moment, his mind was in a daze, feeling both disheartened by his F-level talent and puzzled by the fact that he clearly sensed two energies within him, yet only one was revealed. Yui, although you've awakened an F-level talent, don't give up. Spatial talents are still very rare, the principal said with concern. Thank you, principal, Yui replied softly, expressing his gratitude before stepping down from the awakening platform and walking over to Wang Shuo. EGE, are you okay? Wang Shuo asked with concern, then added, even though you're F-level, I'm SS level. From now on, I've got your back. With our bond, as long as I have food, you'll never go hungry. Hearing Wang Shuo's words, Yui's mood improved slightly, but deep down, he couldn't suppress his sense of disappointment. After the awakening ceremony ended, the principal delivered yet another cliched motivational speech from the podium, encouraging the students to work hard in their cultivation. However, at this moment, Yui had no interest in listening to his words. Was this really all there was? Even after crossing into this world, was he still unable to control his own destiny? At this moment, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Immediately after, an electronic synthesized voice sounded. Host awakening successfully detected. System successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift pack. This system is the universal system. Completing system tasks will reward talent points, which can be used to enhance talent levels, martial arts proficiency, and more. Yui gasped in astonishment. Was it really this powerful, the universal system? This was practically taking off. He couldn't wait to check the system panel. Character, Yui. Realm, none. Vitality, 10. Normal adult value is 10. Mental strength, 16. Normal adult value is 10. Talent, F-space SSS lightning. Shop, not unlocked. Inventory, beginner's gift pack. Looking at the SSS level lightning talent, Yui was astonished to find that there was yet another talent. No wonder he felt another surge of energy within his body during the awakening just now. System, this SSS level lightning talent was awakened by me, right? Ding. Yes, host. Receiving the system's response, Yui became even more certain. It seems it really is a dual talent. No wonder he felt two streams of energy within his body during the awakening. Could it be that his transmigration to this world caused the awakening of dual talents? System, open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining space talent upgraded to S level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body training technique King level technique Thunder body refining art first 3 chapters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spirit refining technique King level technique Thunder meditation method first 3 chapters. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skill Earth grade supreme Thunderclap 9 blades. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 talent points. Damn, this system's grand gift package is amazing. Martial arts are divided into 9 levels: human, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, saint, emperor, and god. The weakest is the human level, and the strongest is the god level. This system starts off by giving 2 king level techniques? That's incredible. It's practically setting me up to soar right away. And what's more, these techniques are even divided into chapters. The first 3 chapters are already considered king level. If it were the complete version, it might even surpass the emperor level. You must know, a single heaven level technique is enough to spark a mad scramble among major powers. Even in the imperial capital, the most elite families only possess king level techniques, which they treat as priceless treasures, passing them down only to family members with awakened talents and high levels, strictly forbidding any external dissemination. This shows just how immense the allure of king level techniques is. It can be said that they have become the coveted treasures of countless martial artists. As for saint level techniques, they are nothing short of legendary. At that moment, a crisp notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Would you like to learn the technique now? Without hesitation, Yui replied, learn. Then, he gradually comprehended the technique in his mind. The Thunder body refining technique is a method for cultivating vitality, divided into 9 levels corresponding to 9 chapters. For those with a lightning attribute talent, practicing it yields twice the results with half the effort. While cultivating this technique, one can integrate thunder into it, rapidly enhancing vitality and refining the body. Reaching the first level can enhance the physical body's strength by 1 tier, and subsequent levels bring qualitative changes. Once the second level is achieved, one can even integrate thunder into their blood. Meanwhile, the thunder meditation technique is specifically designed for those with lightning attribute talent. Those without this talent cannot practice it. This technique is also divided into 9 levels and 9 chapters. By practicing the thunder meditation technique, the higher one's lightning attribute talent, the faster their spiritual cultivation progresses. Reaching the first level can increase the spiritual energy within the body. Moreover, if practiced in a lightning-rich environment, the cultivation speed will increase by 20 times. Lastly, there is the thunderclap 9 blades. When cultivated to the peak level, every slash is like a flash of lightning, with astonishing power, and each strike is stronger than the last. Ding! Mission issued. Main quest: achieve the top score in Jiangnan Province's martial exam in 100 days. Reward: unknown. Ding! How can you be invincible without a powerful body? Cultivate the thunder body refining technique to the second level to earn 2000 talent points. The system: why is it issuing tasks so quickly? And these tasks are so difficult, it's impossible to complete them in the short term. I need to improve my strength. Looking at the 2 tasks issued by the system, Yui was a bit puzzled. System, can't you give me some simpler tasks? Ding! Host, please rest assured. Starting tomorrow, daily tasks will be issued, and as long as the host completes them, corresponding rewards will be given. Only then did Yui feel relieved. This seemed pretty good, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to improve his strength in the short term without completing tasks. Then, he looked at the system shop and asked, so, what kind of items are available in the system shop? Ding! As long as you have talent points, you can buy whatever you want. Additionally, 5 items at a 90% discount will be refreshed daily. Yui felt a bit excited. He currently only had 800 talent points, so he decided to wait until he had saved enough to unlock them later. EGE, why are you standing still? Has the blow been too much for you? Wang Shua asked with a worried expression. Yui closed the panel and smiled calmly. It's nothing, skinny monkey. From now on, your EGE will take you to soar. Just wait and see. With this all-purpose system, he finally felt confident. Wang Shua looked at Yui in disbelief. EGE, are you sure you're not muddled because of your low awakening talent? In his view, how could Yui, with an F-level talent, possibly take him to soar? He continued, don't worry, EGE. If it weren't for your help back then, I might have already been beaten black and blue by those awful guys, maybe even forced to drop out of school. Awakening talent would have been out of the question. From that moment, I already regarded you as my own brother. Even though your awakened talent level isn't high now, as long as I'm here, I'll do my best to protect you. After saying this, he patted his chest. Hearing Wang Shua's heartfelt words, Yui couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Even though he was just an F-level talent holder, Wang Shua still showed no prejudice against him. Thinking back to 2 years ago, when he saw Wang Shua being bullied, he simply couldn't stand those who preyed on the weak, so he stepped in to help. Unexpectedly, from that moment on, Wang Shua became his little follower. Moreover, he turned out to be such a loyal and righteous good brother. Yui patted Wang Shua's shoulder and smiled. It's okay, skinny monkey. Having a good brother like you makes me truly happy. Wang Shua touched his nose. Hee, brothery, me too. Alright, let's go. Let's head back to the classroom first. As they spoke, the two were about to return to the classroom when 3 people suddenly appeared in front of them. Yo, isn't this Yui? How come you awakened an F-level talent? Ha. That's right, our boss has awakened a B-level talent, Beast Transformation. Yui looked at the 3 of them, his expression still calm. These 3 were the ones who used to bully Wang Shua. They usually enjoyed picking on classmates and were quite cunning. It seemed that, in their view, even though Wang Shua had an SS-level high talent, as long as they avoided that SS-level brother, bullying an F-level Yui wouldn't be a problem. Or perhaps they thought Wang Shua would despise him, so they came over to provoke him? Faced with such mockery, Yui sneered disdainfully and said coldly, what talent I awaken is none of your concern. After all, dogs and humans can't be compared, you 3 idiots. The smallest of the 3 immediately became furious upon hearing this and shouted, you're really arrogant, huh? If it weren't for that SS-level talent guy by your side, we would have taught you a lesson long ago. He definitely despises you too. Wang Shua heard this, his gaze locked onto the 3 who had bullied him before, his heart burning with rage. This was intolerable. Damn it, EGE, I've got your back. If you dare touch him, just wait and see. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're coming to me. The leader of the group ignored Wang Shua's warning and instead looked at Yui, saying, humph, kid, you'd better watch yourself from now on. If it weren't for the guy next to you awakening an SS talent, you'd already be lying in a hospital bed. Let's go. He was a bit surprised in his heart. Wang Shua actually didn't look down on Yui. Was this really brotherly loyalty? Coming here to cause trouble might have been a bit reckless. After saying this, the leader left with his 2 lackeys. Damn it, don't you walk away. Looks like you guys are asking for a beating. Wang Shua shouted angrily. It's fine, I'm actually looking forward to seeing when they'll come to trouble me. Yui wasn't afraid deep down. After all, most protagonists in novels have this kind of plot, showing off and face-slapping moments. He silently thought to himself, dare to trouble me? Better ask my fists if they agree. Brothery, don't be angry, Wang Shua said worriedly. I'm not angry, just focus on your cultivation. There's no need to pay too much attention to these petty people, Yui responded calmly. Wang Shua nodded. Brothery, then let's head back to the classroom to receive the cultivation techniques. After awakening, the school will uniformly evenly distribute the basic body training method and the basic meditation method. Only with these two techniques can one begin cultivation. Before awakening their talents, everyone only engages in cultural studies. Yui responded softly with a hum, and the two headed toward the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, the other students were already present. When the homeroom teacher walked into the room, the class instantly quieted down. The teacher's gaze beneath his glasses was gentle as he began his speech. Students, today you have successfully awakened, and our class even has an SS level talent. What a cause for celebration. Next, I will pass on the techniques to everyone, the basic body refinement technique and the basic meditation technique. He took out two manuals. These are the basic techniques of the Dragon Nation, classified as human-grade techniques. They can only be practiced after awakening in adulthood. If your family has higher quality techniques, you can choose not to use these basic ones. If not, you must learn them. Of course, if you acquire better body refinement and meditation techniques in the future, you can replace the original ones. Let me tell you one thing first, both vitality and spirit are extremely important. As for whether you excel in both or focus on one, that will be entirely up to you. Vital energy and blood are related to the endurance of combat and the use of martial techniques, while talent can be combined with weapons and martial techniques to exert greater effects. Spirit, on the other hand, is connected to the number of times talents and skills can be used, as well as their power. The higher the spirit, the greater the skill's power. When vital energy or spirit reaches 100, one can become a martial artist or a spiritual master. Martial artists and spiritual masters are divided into 10 ranks, with each rank further divided into 10 levels. That's all for now. Students learning the basic method can choose a human-level martial technique to practice at school next Monday, the homeroom teacher said with a serious expression. Upon hearing that martial techniques could be chosen, Wang Shuo turned to Yui and said, "We can choose martial techniques, e.g. What martial technique do you want to learn?" Yui frowned. "Me? I don't know. I'll decide when I get there. Just choose a technique related to your talent. You should pick those from the dark element. Choose techniques that suit yourself as much as possible," Yui thought to himself. Hearing this, Wang Shuo felt it made a lot of sense. "Alright, watch me beat up those who threaten us after I master it." Yui pointed at Wang Shuo and joked, "I think you have the potential to become an emperor." "Ah, ege, stop teasing me." After a burst of noise, the homeroom teacher continued, "I've said everything that needs to be said. This Saturday, study these basic techniques well at home. Next Monday, we'll start learning martial skills. There will be a ranking competition in half a month. The higher the rank, the more resources you'll get. I hope you all achieve great results. Alright, class dismissed." As the homeroom teacher's words ended, everyone left the classroom one after another, starting lively discussions. "Ha, I awakened a C-level ability. I must show off when I get back. Sigh, I only awakened an E-level glutton talent. Looks like I'm destined to be a food streamer. Some people have it worse, don't they? Isn't there someone with a spatial ability in our class? One of the few F levels we have. Martial skill, none. Ha, now that you mention it, I feel much better. Brother E, you won't mind them saying that, will you?" Skinny Monkey asked with a displeased expression. "No problem. The more they look down on me now, the more shocked they'll be during the ranking matches. They're nothing but clowns." After speaking, Yui secretly looked forward to it. Just now, the system had issued 2 more tasks. Host, please defeat the threatening trio within half a month. Reward, 300 talent points. Host, please rank within the top 10 in the placement competition in half a month. Reward, Raid D superior weapon, Thunderblade, 800 talent points. Looking at these 2 tasks, Yui's mood grew increasingly cheerful. 800 talent points meant endless possibilities for improving his cultivation after returning home. "Skinny Monkey, I'm heading back first. You should go home early too. Your parents will definitely be overjoyed when they find out you've awakened an SS talent." "Alright, Brother E, see you next week." After saying that, Wang Shuo jogged out of the classroom. Looking at Wang Shuo's departing figure, Yui shook his head. It seemed he couldn't wait to let his family know that he had awakened a powerful talent. As for himself, it was time to head back. He was truly looking forward to seeing how much improvement the system's attribute points could bring him. Yui left the school and soon arrived near the place where he lived. The original body had lived until the age of 15 after his parents sacrificed themselves, but, unfortunately, he died in a car accident. Coincidentally, Yui transmigrated into the original body, awakening all its memories and gaining an understanding of this world. After his parents passed away, the original body rarely interacted with others, except for an older sister from a neighboring family who often took care of him. Her companionship was his only solace. On his way home, he couldn't help but think of that neighbor's older sister. When he transmigrated and merged with the memories of that older sister were particularly vivid, filling him with gratitude. Ever since the original body's parents passed away, it was this older sister who had been taking care of him. She treated him very well, caring for him as attentively as a mother would. The elder sister's name is Li Qingyue, who awakened a D-level talent, plant affinity, enabling her to sense the emotions of plants and observe the state state of spiritual plants. After graduating, she worked at a spiritual plant company. Since the original body's parents passed away, Lee Qingyue had been taking care of the original body until the car accident occurred, after which he transmigrated here. After the car accident, Lee Qingyue's care for him became even more meticulous, making him deeply feel how fortunate it was to have a sister's care. Lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived downstairs. This was an old residential area, mostly inhabited by ordinary citizens. The housing prices here were relatively cheap, but the buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated, and the streets were rather messy. Xiaoyi, you're back? What talent did you awaken? At this moment, a familiar voice came through. The speaker was an elderly lady selling snacks. Although everyone has the potential to awaken a talent, the level of the talent and combat-related talents are the true keys to achieving greatness. There are many types of talents. Some people might awaken talents like culinary mastery, which can make their dishes more delicious but are not particularly useful in a broader sense. This elderly lady happened to awaken an F-level talent related to food, so she could only make a living by selling snacks. On regular days, Yui often came here to solve his meal problems because the prices were affordable and the taste was quite good. Yui looked at the elderly lady and replied with a smile, "Hello, Grandma. I awakened an F-level spatial talent, but I will work hard." "Grandma." The elderly lady smiled kindly. Alright, even though it's F-level, you still have to work hard. Qingyue should be upstairs, having prepared a meal for you. Go on up. Thank you, Grandma. I'll head up then. Goodbye, Grandma. After saying this, Yui prepared to go upstairs. Watching Yui's departing figure, the elderly lady nodded. This child has really changed a lot. You used to be so quiet and reserved, but now you've become so cheerful. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Arriving upstairs, Yui took out his key to unlock the door and walked slowly toward the kitchen, where he saw Lee Qingyue busy cooking. She was wearing a spotless white apron and simple clothes, but they couldn't hide her stunning face. Her tall figure, slender waist like a willow, and long, jet black, shiny hair cascading down like a waterfall were truly captivating. Her face was as delicate as a melon seed, and her curved willow leaf eyebrows added an extra touch of charm and allure. "Sister Qingyue, I'm back," Yui exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, Xiaoyi, you're back. How was the awakening ceremony today? Did you awaken any special talents?" Lee Qingyue turned around, a warm smile on her face. Hearing her concern, Yui thought to himself that his lightning attribute talent would eventually be revealed. Besides, Sister Qingyue was the only person in this world who cared so much about him, so there was no harm in telling her. "Sister Qingyue, I awakened an SSS level lightning talent and an S level spatial talent, dual talents." Lee Qingyue was stunned with shock. "Really?" Seeing Sister Qingyue's expression, Yui smiled and said, "How could I lie to you? You're my only family, after all." Lee Qingyue still found it hard to believe, as she had never heard of anyone awakening dual talents. "Xiaoyi, is everything you said true?" Yui nodded. "Of course it's true. Once I start earning money by hunting demon beasts, I'll get you a new house, Qingyue Jia, and help you improve your cultivation level." Lee Qingyue's eyes slightly reddened. "Your thoughtfulness is more than enough. Qingyue Jia doesn't need." Whether what Yui said was true or not, as long as he could live well, that was all that mattered. At this moment, Yui, already an adult and over 1.8 meters tall, was half a head taller than Qingyue Jia. Looking at Lee Qingyue's slightly reddened eyes, he silently vowed in his heart to earn more money, become stronger, and protect the people he wanted to protect. "Qingyue Jia, don't worry, I will keep my word." Lee Qingyue smiled faintly and then asked, "Xiaoyi, you're already a martial artist now, and the resources needed for cultivation all cost money. You still have the 200,000 yuan you've saved from working these past few years. Use it to buy elixirs." Hearing these words, Yui felt touched but still shook his head. "No need. After my parents sacrificed themselves, there's still some compensation money left. If it's really not enough, I'll borrow from you then." Then Yui asked, "Sister Qingyue, why are you so good to me?" Lee Qingyue thought for a moment and said, "Because when your parents sacrificed themselves, I saw that you were still young and had no one to take care of you. Your parents used to have a good relationship with my family, so I decided to take care of you. Over time, I've long regarded you as my own younger brother. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" Hearing these words, Yui's eyes grew slightly warm. He stepped forward and said firmly, "Sister Qingyue, thank you. From now on, let me take care of you." Lee Qingyue gently sniffled, her heart filled with emotion. The young boy before her had finally grown up. She slowly said, "Xiaoyi, today you awakened your talent, so I prepared a few dishes for you. Today, we can drink. Come on, Xiaoyi, let's eat." As she spoke, Lee Qingyue placed the dishes on the dining table and opened a bottle of wine. Watching her cheerful demeanor, especially how captivating she looked when she smiled, Yui couldn't help but say, "Qingyue Jia, your smile is really beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jia's face flushed slightly, clearly moved by Yu Yi's compliment. You really know how to say sweet things. You used to be so shy, but it seems you've grown up, Xiaoyi. Yui shook his head with a smile. Not at all. I'm still Jia's little brother, still just a kid. He. Li Qingyue rolled her eyes at him helplessly. Alright, come eat. Alright, Sister Qingyue. Before long, dinner was finished, and both Yui and Li Qingyue had a bit of wine. After drinking, Li Qingyue's rosy cheeks made her even more enchanting. Admiring her appearance, Yui spoke up. Sister Qingyue, I'll head back to my room to cultivate now. I'll work hard to become stronger. With that, he returned to his room. So motivated, huh? Alright then, Xiaoyi, but don't overwork yourself. Looking at Yui's back, Li Qingyue silently sighed. This child has grown up and is getting more and more handsome. After returning to his room, Yui began to study the system. Allocate points to raise my vital energy to Tier 1 Level 1. Would you like to spend 100 talent points to upgrade to vital energy Tier 1 Level 1? As his vital energy increased, Yui clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Raise my spirit to Tier 1 Level 1. Ding! Consumed 100 talent points, upgraded to Spirit Master Level 1. The enhancement in his spiritual realm made him clearly feel the improvement in his mental and spiritual reaction speed. Immediately, he raised his left hand, and thunder could already be seen faintly manifesting in his palm. How many talent points are needed to upgrade to Warrior Level 1, Stage 2? Ding! 200 talent points are required. Yui pondered for a moment. The beginner's gift pack had provided a total of 800 talent points, and now 600 points remained. Then let's focus on upgrading the spirit first. Upgrade the spirit to Level 1, Stage 2. As the spirit improved, the value increased from 100 to 300, and the lightning summoned in his palm became more clearly visible. Not bad, there are still 400 talent points left. I'll save them to enhance martial techniques. The proficiency of martial techniques is divided into 5 realms: beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and true intent. How many points are needed to upgrade the Thunder Body refining technique to the first level? Ding! 800 talent points are required. So many? As expected of a king level technique, the cost for just entering the beginner level is so high. How much is needed to upgrade Thunder 9 Blades to the beginner level? Ding! 300 points are required. 300 points is quite a number. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Upgrade. The image of performing Thunder 9 Blades immediately appeared in his mind, giving him further insight into this martial skill. So that's how it is. Earth level techniques are indeed formidable. Looking at the remaining 100 points, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed there was nothing he could do but wait for tomorrow to release the task. Then, he spoke and opened the panel system. Character, Yui. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1, Level 1, Spiritual Mind Master Stage 1, Level 2. Vitality, 100. Spirit, 300. Talent, S-Space SSS Lightning. Shop, locked, unlock with 1000 talent points. Techniques, Thunder Body Refining Technique, Thunder Meditation Method. Martial Skill, Thunderous 9 Blades, Beginner. Backpack, 100 talent points. Yui looked at his panel and nodded with satisfaction. At this stage, no one could be faster than him, right? In the ranking competition 15 days later, he would strive for first place no matter what. With that thought, he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The night quietly passed, and the bright sunlight bathed the earth. Yui gazed up at the towering skyscraper, feeling a surge of emotion. How magnificent! This was the martial artist building, the place where martial artists in Qingchuan City were certified. After reaching Tier 1 Level 1, one could come here for certification. Besides certification, it also offered training, sparring, and missions. What's even more surprising is that the warrior building also houses aristocratic families, offering people various services such as martial arts, skills, spiritual liquids, elixirs, accommodation, and entertainment. It's practically a super complex. Yui walked inside and immediately saw a guide map in the lobby, which detailed the facilities and directions for each floor. The certification for warriors and spiritual mind masters was on the first floor. He approached a staff member and said, "Hello, I'm here for certification." The person attending to him was a cute young lady. Although her uniform made her look a bit naive, certain aspects of her were quite extraordinary. "Are you here to certify as a warrior? You've only awakened for a day and already become a warrior?" The young lady seemed a bit surprised. Under normal circumstances, those who can become warriors or spiritual masters on the first day are often children of noble families. The wealthy and powerful usually prepare elixirs and spiritual liquids before awakening, allowing them to quickly begin cultivation after awakening. Seeing that Yui did not respond immediately, the young lady continued to ask, "May I ask if you are here to certify as a warrior or a spiritual master?" "I want to certify for both." With these words, the young lady became even more puzzled. To have cultivated both vitality and spirit to the first level on the first day, he must surely be a child of a noble family. She then smiled and said, "Please tell tell me your name and martial arts school. UE, 9th Martial Arts Academy. Alright, please place your hand on the device. We will proceed with verification. UE nodded and slowly placed his hand on the testing device, which displayed Vital Energy 100 calories first stage, level 1. Spirit 300 Hz, first tier, second level. The young lady saw the test result and was so shocked that her small mouth opened wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Spirit has actually reached the first tier, second level. Has it really been less than a day since awakening, and the spirit has already been cultivated to the first tier, second level? My goodness, congratulations on becoming a warrior and a spiritual mind master. If others found out that his spiritual power had reached the second level of the first tier on the very first day, it would definitely become sensational news. Then, she took out a badge and handed it to UE. This is your first tier badge for both warrior and spiritual mind master. According to the regulations, newly certified warriors can receive 2 pills and 2 portions of spiritual liquid each from the pill hall and the spiritual liquid hall. The young lady skillfully recited the business terms. UE calmly nodded. Thank you. After UE left, the young lady eagerly dialed the internal phone of the warrior building. Meanwhile, in the leadership office of the warrior building, an elderly man with white hair answered the call. What's the matter, girl? Zhao Guanshan asked kindly. Grandpa, the warrior certification you asked me to keep an eye on, someone came for it today. Oh, someone has already become a warrior? It seems their cultivation speed isn't slow, the old man said leisurely, as if such progress was not unexpected. Grandpa, he's certified in both vitality and spirit, and his spirit has already reached the second level of the first stage. No wonder you were so eager to report to me. Turns out his mental certification was successful too. Wait, did you say his mental strength reached the first stage, second level? The elder appeared slightly surprised. Achieving the first stage, second level on the very first day was quite uncommon. Yes, Grandpa, I certified him myself, so I saw it very clearly. The elder pondered for a moment. To awaken for just one day and already cultivate mental strength to the first stage, second level, this was rare. Even in the entire Jiangnan province, he must be a descendant of a prominent family. Then, he asked, which family does he belong to, girl? I don't know, I just saw that he dressed simply, not like a disciple of an aristocratic family, and he didn't have any attendants. Hearing this, the old man became somewhat excited. What? Not a disciple of an aristocratic family? What's his name, and which academy is he from? The voice on the other end of the phone replied, his name is UE, and he's from the 9th Martial Arts Academy. The old man furrowed his brows, falling into thought. UE? There isn't any prominent Yu family in Qingchuan City, and the 9th Martial Arts Academy strength can only be considered average. Even so, he still trusted his granddaughter's words and continued, girl, you've really brought me a big surprise. I'll go look into the students' information right away. Grandpa, then you go ahead. I'll continue working. If there's an outstanding certifier, I'll let you know. After saying that, she hung up the phone. At this moment, Yui had already arrived at the pill hall and approached the staff. Hello, I'm here to collect the pills and spiritual liquid. The staff member looked up, somewhat surprised. Young man, you've already certified as a warrior so quickly? Yes, I've already reached the first stage, first level. The staff member praised, young man, your future is limitless. The younger generation is truly formidable. Then, he took out the pill and spiritual liquid and handed them to Yui. These are your vitality pills and spiritual liquid. First stage mid-grade vitality pill. When consumed, it can enhance vitality when combined with cultivation techniques. First grade medium spirit liquid. After consumption, it can enhance mental strength when combined with meditation techniques. Pills and spirit liquids are classified from first grade to 9th grade. The more pills and spirit liquids of the same grade are consumed, the less effective they become. Yui took the pill, planning to try it out later to see how much it could increase. Then, he walked out the door. When he got home, he didn't see Li Qingyue. She was probably at work. Yui picked up the vitality pill and consumed it. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed a vitality pill. Vitality increased by 30. Yui was somewhat surprised, and his heart was filled with joy. Wasn't it said that one must cooperate with the cultivation method to absorb and increase vitality? It seems this time there is system support. This system is truly amazing. However, he still felt a bit worried. Will the system directly increasing vitality cause any harm? Ding! Completely natural and pollution-free, maximum absorption for the host. Ding! Originally, the host could only absorb 1/3 of the vitality from this vitality pill by slowly absorbing it with the cultivation method. Not only would the absorption be insufficient, but it would also waste time. The system's direct absorption achieves a 100% absorption rate, and there are no harmful impurities. After listening to the system's explanation, Yui felt relieved. I see, it seems brother's system is truly omnipotent. Ding! Task released. Daily task. Practice the body refining technique for 3 hours. Practice the meditation method for 3 hours. Reward, 100 talent points. So little, just 100 points for this daily task. Yui complained as he looked at the reward. This is a daily task. The host can choose whether to do it or not, grow gradually, and accumulate experience. Ding! Ding. Cultivate vital energy and spirit to stage 1, level 5. Reward, 500 talent points. This task is way too hard. My goodness. Only the daily tasks are somewhat easier. The others either aren't due yet or my strength isn't enough. I can only take it slow. After saying this, he consumed all the pills and spiritual liquid in one go. System, activate the spiritual liquid and vital energy pills. Ding. Vitality increased by 30 calories. Ding. Spirit increased by 30 hertz. Ding. Spirit increased by 30 hertz. Open the panel. Chi and blood, 160 calories, 300 calories for first tier, second level. Spirit, 360 calories, 500 points for first tier, third level. Looking at his significant improvement, Yui nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Probably no one in the entire Qingchuan city could surpass him. The sun was shining brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it was Monday again. Today was the day to return to school for martial arts training. As Yui walked into the campus, he could hear the scattered discussions around him. I heard that our school's beauty, Luo Yushi, has already become a first-tier martial artist and a spiritual mind master. Wow, how fast is her cultivation? She actually reached the first-tier first level in no time. Sigh, there's no comparison. I heard she has connections in the imperial capital, with an endless supply of elixirs and spiritual liquids. Yeah, even if it's just through piling resources, she can still reach the first-tier first level. Sigh, some people are born in Rome, while others can only be oxen and horses. Most of the children from the top aristocratic families in our city seem to have reached this stage and level. Looks like those geniuses aren't as fast as me. Yui listened to the surrounding discussions and pondered silently. Brother E, wait for me. Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw Wang Shuo running over. EGE, you didn't wait for me. No love anymore, huh? Wang Shuo said with a face full of grievance. Yui gave him a sidelong glance. I stopped as soon as I heard you calling me. Stop with this nonsense. Wang Shuo chuckled and excitedly shared. E.g., I'm already a first tier, first level spiritual mind master, but my vitality hasn't reached the first tier yet. After hearing this, Yui praised, not bad, your speed is impressive, almost catching up with some disciples from noble families. Wang Shuo said proudly, that's because I have an SS level talent, so I cultivate very quickly. If I had the resources of a noble family disciple, I could definitely guarantee a double first tier breakthrough. Ding! My family, upon learning that I awakened an SS level talent, actually spent all their savings to buy me spiritual liquid and pills. That's why I've been able to cultivate so quickly. Since my family believes in me so much, I will absolutely not let them down. His eyes sparkled with determination. Yes. Then, he looked at Yui and asked, by the way, Brother E, have you become a warrior or a spiritual mind master? Yui patted Wang Shuo's back. Of course, your Brother E has reached the first tier, and I'm even at the second level of the first tier. How about that? Impressive, right? Wang Shuo exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, aren't you an F talent? How did you reach the second level of the first tier? How could an F talent possibly cultivate so quickly? Yui had anticipated his reaction and was ready to reveal his dual talent to him. After all, in this world, aside from Li Qingyue, Wang Shuo was his closest brother, and the dual talent would inevitably be discovered sooner or later. I'll tell you, actually I have dual talents, and the other one is an SSS level lightning talent. Impressive, right? As he spoke, Yui raised his eyebrows smugly. Wang Shuo's face was full of shock and confusion. Dual talents? I've only heard about it on the news. There's a 10th level powerhouse in our country who has dual talents. It seems they went to an SSS level secret realm and obtained a kind of talent fruit from there, which is how they got dual talents. He then asked, so, Brother E, how did you acquire dual talents? I said I awakened. Do you believe it? That's not right, is it? I've never heard of anyone being able to awaken dual talents. He scratched his head, still feeling puzzled, but when he thought about it being his brother's dual talents, he immediately stopped doubting. Forget it, whatever. I was worried you'd give up on yourself because you awakened an F-level talent, but I didn't expect it to be dual talents. Huh? Brother E, from now on, you take care of me. I'll honestly be your little brother and follow your lead. Yui nodded. You've just made the wisest decision of your life. Then, Yui seemed to think of something and reminded, by the way, try not to spread the word about the dual talent. I'll find an appropriate time to reveal it. Wang Shuo patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother E, I absolutely won't say a word, not even if it kills me. He then asked, so, Brother E, which university do you want to apply to? Yui frowned slightly. University? The Imperial Capital Academy. If I'm going, I'll go to the best. The Imperial Capital Academy is the top university in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are 10 elite academies, as well as 31st tier universities, 62nd tier universities, and numerous 3rd tier universities. Among them, the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy are far ahead of the other 8 elite academies, with students from these two institutions possessing at least an A-level talent. Brother E, are you really planning to go to the Imperial Capital Academy? Yui casually said, not necessarily, let's see which university offers better rewards after the martial arts exam and then decide. Alright, I'll apply to the same university as you then. As soon as they finished speaking, they arrived at the classroom, where people were engaged in lively discussions. With the arrival of the homeroom teacher, the chatter immediately quieted down significantly. Quiet. Homeroom teacher Don Lei stepped onto the podium and announced, "We will now begin counting the number of people who have reached the level of martial artist or spiritual mind master. Everyone, please proceed to measure your vitality and spirit in order. First, Wang Debai. Place your hand on it." Wang Debai quickly walked to the podium, placed his hand on the device, and the device immediately displayed vitality 85 cal, spirit 50 Hz. Monitor, take note. Keep up the effort, and you'll soon become a first-tier warrior. Next, Li Xiaohong. As the teacher called the names, Wang Shuo was quickly called up as well. Vitality 90 points, spirit 116 Hz. The homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction. "Wang Shuo, you're excellent, truly worthy of an SS talent." The data displayed by the instrument sparked a wave of discussion below. This Wang Shuo cultivates really fast. He's already a first-tier, first-level spiritual mind master. Yeah, even though he doesn't have any background, he has an SS talent. Reaching first-tier, first level in just 2 days is already very impressive. Next up, Yu. As Wang Shuo stepped down from the podium, he encouraged him, "Brother Yi, it's your turn. Good luck." Yui smiled faintly, walked up to the podium, and placed his hand on the testing platform. The instrument quickly displayed Qi and blood 346 calories, first stage, level 2. 500 calories is first stage, level 3. Mental strength 398 Hz, first stage, level 2. 500 Hz is first stage, level 3. Yesterday morning, he went to the Warrior Hall again and used the more than 200,000 savings left by his original self to buy 7 first-stage medium-grade Qi and blood pills, each priced at 30,000. The quality of the elixir's liquid is divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The higher the quality, the more expensive it is, the more effective it is in increasing Qi and blood, and the fewer impurities it contains. Coupled with his practice of the body refining technique and meditation method, both his Qi and blood and mental strength improved. Additionally, he completed the system's 2-day daily tasks, earning 200 talent points. As the instrument displayed the results, the homeroom teacher's expression was one of disbelief. Both your vitality and spirit are at the second level of the first rank. Across the entire Jiangnan province, there are very few who can reach this level within 2 days. Moreover, I remember your talent was rated as F level, wasn't it? How did you cultivate so quickly? Talent level is closely related to cultivation speed. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation, while lower levels result in slower progress. The same applies to absorbing elixirs and spiritual liquids. However, Yui is an exception. Don Lei then asked Yui, "How did you manage this, Yui? Aren't you an F-level talent? Even though your space is formidable, it's still F-level after all." Yui had a sudden idea. "Because I ate the egg laid by my brother at home, my cultivation speed increased." "What the heck? Your brother at home laid an egg? Can humans even lay eggs?" Don Lei looked utterly confused, only knowing that hens could lay eggs, but he'd never heard of humans laying eggs. Yui rubbed his nose. Homeroom teacher, I was talking about a chicken, not a person." The homeroom teacher's expression turned serious upon hearing it was a chicken. "What kind of chicken is it? What kind of eggs does it lay that allow you to cultivate so quickly?" Yui chuckled. "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Don Lei shook his head and smiled at the response. "You rascal, never mind. Every strong person has their secrets to some extent." Then, he earnestly advised, "Remember, you must continue to cultivate diligently and strive to rank high in the placement competition 15 days from now to gain better resources. I know you're an orphan. Come to the office after class, and I'll provide you with some resources." Hearing that there were resources to claim, Yui was naturally delighted. Thank you, homeroom teacher. I promise I'll get into a top academy to repay you. If I don't, I'll have my brother come and dance for you." All right, you've got real ambition, kid," Don Lei said, patting Yui on the shoulder. Meanwhile, the classmates below the stage were all stunned. "Whoa, isn't Yui an F-level talent? How is he able to cultivate so quickly? This is much faster than the scions of noble families in our city. Truly extraordinary. Luckily, I didn't mock him when he awakened his F-level talent, or I would have been ruthlessly used as a stepping stone." Don Lei looked at the noisy crowd below the stage and said loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. Although classmate Yui's family is not wealthy, he has achieved this much. You all need to work hard in your cultivation too." The homeroom teacher used Yui as an example to motivate the class, but such encouragement was meaningless to them, as they didn't have Yui's cheat-like advantage. As the statistics concluded, the homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This year's students are generally cultivating much faster than last year's." Then, he looked at the group of young boys and girls below the podium. "After the testing is over, head to the martial arts room to learn martial techniques. Try to choose techniques that you like and that suit you. Class dismissed." He turned his head and looked at Wang Shuo and Yui. "Yui and Wang Shuo, come to my office for a moment." Wang Shuo and Yui Yui followed the homeroom teacher to the office. Yui, I know that both you and Wang Shua are outstanding. Although your family conditions are a bit lacking, your cultivation levels have already far surpassed many others. Students, I will do my best to help you, and I hope you can go further and further, Don Lei said as he took out a few qi and blood pills and spirit liquids. These are 3 first-tier intermediate qi and blood pills and 3 first-tier intermediate spirit liquids for you, Yui. He handed them to Yui. These 2 qi and blood pills and spirit liquids are also first-tier intermediate for you, Wang Shua. After saying this, he handed them to Wang Shua. He advised Wang Shua, you have an SS-level talent. Believe in yourself. If you cultivate diligently, you will definitely get into a top university. Then he looked at Yui. As for you, I can't see through your secret, but try not to let others know. I hope you can keep it up and work hard to get into a top university. Subsequently, he said solemnly, you all need to achieve good results in the ranking competition, show the principal your shining points, and strive to secure more resources. Yui and Wang Shua nodded earnestly. We will, teacher. The homeroom teacher, hearing this, revealed a satisfied smile. You should also go and select martial techniques. Although they are human-level techniques, you must still train diligently. The two then left the office. Yui silently sighed. The homeroom teacher is truly a good person. Having crossed over for 3 years, the homeroom teacher knew he was an orphan but never showed any prejudice against him. Instead, he often cared for and looked after him, a truly kind and loving teacher. Such good teachers are rare indeed. Yui looked at the pills in his hand and then took out 2 vitality pills, handing them to Wang Shua. Take these 2 vitality pills. You haven't reached the first stage of martial artist yet, so these pills are very important for you, whereas I don't need them right now. These 2 pills wouldn't significantly improve him. Wang Shua shook his head. No need, brothery. You should use these resources to train well. If you become stronger, wouldn't I be safer? Yui didn't say anything, simply placing the vitality pills into his hand. Take them. Vitality and spirit are both important. You can't neglect either. If you feel bad about it, you can repay me in the future. Wang Shua was still a bit hesitant, but unable to resist Yui's insistence, he finally said, alright then, thank you, brothery. I will definitely repay you 100-fold in the future. Seeing him accept the vitality pills and say such words, Yui smiled calmly. Why bother with thanks between us? I'll be waiting for your 100-fold repayment then. Afterward, he thought about going to select martial techniques and suddenly felt a bit excited. Wow, there's actually a martial skill called chicken claw hand. That's the martial skill my brother is learning. Hey, who touched my butt? Stop pushing. Don't crowd when learning martial skills, guys. Yui arrived at the martial skill room and saw a chaotic crowd selecting martial skills. Quiet. As the principal's voice fell, a powerful pressure followed. Instantly, the noisy martial skill room quieted down. The principal must already be a 4th-tier spiritual mind master. Luckily, he only released a bit of pressure. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have suffered, Wang Shua said in astonishment. Yui felt the pressure and immediately felt as if gravity was weighing down on him. This principal is truly powerful. Moreover, he's said to be very mysterious, but he's a righteous person. He treats students well too. There was once a wealthy male student who bullied a female student, and the principal sent him to jail without hesitation, expelled him, and strictly prohibited such incidents in the school the very next day. When will this selection be over? Start lining up now. If you want any human-level martial skill, go to the corresponding area to learn it. The principal sternly addressed the students present. After he finished speaking, the chaotic students obediently began lining up one by one. Soon, the students at the front of the line received their martial skills and left one after another. When it was Yui's turn to stand before the elder asked with a cheerful smile, young man, what martial skill would you like? Martial arts? I haven't bought a blade yet, so why not start with a fist technique? He spoke up, teacher, I would like to learn a fist technique. A fist technique? It seems the little guy is quite interested in becoming a boxing champion, the old man said half-jokingly, then took out a martial arts manual. Here, take this one. It's a mid-grade human-level technique, heavy fist. Yui took the martial arts manual, feeling grateful in his heart. Thank you, teacher. After saying this, he walked out with the manual. Ding! Detected martial art heavy fist. Would you like to learn it? Learn! In an instant, the method of using heavy punch appeared in his mind. With the successful learning of heavy punch, the martial skill also disappeared. System, can heavy punch be upgraded? Ding! Yes, host, heavy punch can be upgraded to the profound level high-grade technique Gale Punch. Ding! Directly upgraded to a profound level high-grade technique. This system is truly astonishing. Ding! Would you like to consume 200 talent points to upgrade? Yes. As soon as the words were spoken, the change in martial arts could be felt. Swift Wind Fist achieves great mastery with punching speed as swift as the wind, and when perfected, it becomes astonishingly fast. Not bad, not bad. Heavy Fist, successfully upgraded to Swift Wind Fist. System. How many points are needed to advance Swift Wind Fist to the beginner level? Ding! 150 points are required. 150 points? points? Completing the daily tasks today is just enough to get started. Sigh, still lacking talent points. Looking at the few talent points in his hand, Yui couldn't help but sigh. Then, he said, System, use the spiritual liquid in pills. With the use of the spiritual liquid in pills, his vitality reached 376 calories, and his spirit reached 488 hertz. Not bad, not bad. His spirit is about to break through to the first stage, 3rd level, and his strength has increased again. Brother E, what martial skill did you choose? Wang Shua asked excitedly. I chose a boxing technique. What about you, skinny monkey? I learned stealth technique, a martial skill that can increase movement speed and reduce presence. It's even a top-tier human-level martial skill. Looks like you made a good choice. Let's go back to the classroom. I'll treat you to lunch at noon, skinny monkey. Alright, EGE, then I have to treat you to a good meal. Hee. Class 26. Boss, we've picked out the martial techniques. When are you taking us to teach the Yui from class 15 a lesson? Asked the smallest man among the three. The boss shook his head. No rush. His brother awakened an SS level talent, so we definitely can't make a move now. Wait for an opportunity on his way home. Of course, Yui was completely unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. A bunch of small fry weren't worth mentioning. Time quickly flew by, and it was soon the end of the school day in the afternoon. After school in the evening, while walking home, Yui found the dim environment of the old town amusing. So eager to get beaten up already? He used his spiritual sense to check behind him and sensed someone following. With a faint smile, he said, still not coming out, Jiangwu? Whoa, we've been discovered? What do we do, boss? The scrawny man seemed a bit panicked. The man who was the leader, however, remained very calm. No problem, let's go meet him. Then, he swaggered out openly. Wow, impressive, Yui. You could tell it was me from so far away. Yui put his hands in his pockets and smiled faintly. Jiangwu, you three troublemakers, besides you, who else have I provoked? Of course, I know it's you guys. So, just the three of you dare to mess with me? Yui said with a light laugh, completely unconcerned. Heh, our boss has a B-level talent. Do you think we'd be afraid of you? Another lackey beside Jiang Wu raised his head proudly. Then all of you come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Wu felt a bit annoyed seeing Yui act so cocky, so pretentious. I haven't even started yet. Brothers, go. As soon as the words fell, the three rushed toward Yui. Yui raised his hand and threw a punch, directly sending one of Jiang Wu's underlings flying to the wall, which instantly caved in, forming a deep pit. Seeing their boss knocked out with a single punch, the skinny underling was dumbfounded. What the heck are we supposed to do now? Our boss got sent flying with one punch. Could he already be a martial artist? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Then, he looked at another underling and asked, what do we do now, second brother? The boss is down with just one punch. The other underling reacted quickly. Of course, we beg for mercy. As the words fell, the two underlings immediately knelt down, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. I was wrong, brother E, we shouldn't have provoked you. Yui looked at their appearance and couldn't help but find it amusing. Didn't you act so arrogant just now? Why are you so spineless now? A bunch of useless trash. You threatened me. If it weren't for the fact that killing you in the city is forbidden, you'd already be corpses. But you won't escape punishment. Speaking, Yui heavily beat up the two underlings and the pretending to be dead Jiang Wu. Ah, big brother, don't hit the face. I was wrong. The three were beaten by Yui until some had broken bones, bruised faces, and swollen eyes, lying on the ground like dead dogs. Looking at their miserable state, Yui felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Remember, if you dare to provoke me again, you'll become three cold corpses, useless trash. Ding! Task completed, reward 500 talent points. Seeing the system task completed, Yui nodded in satisfaction and continued walking home. Big brother, what should we do now? The skinny underling asked Jiang Wu. What else can we do? He's so strong now. Do you want to go up there and die? From now on, show him respect when you see him, got it? Jiang Wu said sternly. Then, Jiang Wu began to analyze. To become a martial artist so quickly, his talent must not be high. He must have relied on drugs to achieve it. Anyone who can rely on drugs to get there must have some kind of backing. We don't have any backing, so how can we fight him? From now on, call him big brother when you see him, understand? The two lackeys thought for a moment. Got it, big brother. As expected of you, you're so smart. According to the plot in the novel, they should retaliate after being beaten, right? If they dare to come again, just make them disappear next time. Task. Reward 500 talent points. Adding today's daily task, there are a total of 700 talent points in hand. System. Upgrade Gale Fist to beginner level. Ding. 150 points consumed. Gale Fist successfully upgraded to beginner level. In an instant, he gained a new understanding of Gale Fist in his mind. There are still 550 points left. I'll save them for later. Thinking about this, Yui walked to the door of his house. Sister Qingyue, I'm back. Good to have you back. You must be hungry. Come and eat. Li Qingyue said gently. Alright, Qingyue sis. The two sat down and chatted while eating. Qingyue sis, let me tell you, my spirit is about to reach tier 1 level 3. How about that? Impressive, right? Yui Yui said with a face eager for praise. What? You just told me yesterday that you were at Tier 1 Level 2, and now you're about to reach Tier 1 Level 3? Your progress is way too fast, Li Qingyue said in surprise, secretly thinking, my little brother is truly a prodigy, advancing so quickly in such a short time. Of course, how can you make money without getting stronger, right, Sister Qingyue? Yui clenched his fist, full of confidence. Although Li Qingyue didn't know how Yui was cultivating, as long as he was happy, that was enough. She gently patted Yui's head. As long as you're happy, Shoei. Whether life is good or not doesn't matter, as long as you're happy and safe. Yui nodded and picked up a dish made by Li Qingyue. I love eating the food Sister Qingyue makes the most. Li Qingyue heard this and laughed happily. As long as you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Remember to eat more. Saying this, she added a few more pieces of meat to Yui's bowl. The day before the ranking competition. My heart skipped a beat. Tomorrow the ranking competition begins. But I think it won't be a big problem. My only goal is first place. These past days have been peaceful, with no one causing trouble, and Yui has been training normally every day. Going out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts requires either a 5th level first-tier martial artist or a spiritual master, or a team of more than 10 people. Going out alone is too dangerous, it's practically asking for trouble. So, I've spent these past 10 days at school and home. Once I level up now and finish the ranking competition to get resources, I'll advance to 5th level first tier and be able to take on missions to go out of the city and hunt ferocious beasts. Whenever he thought of this, Yui felt a little excited. Currently, the only money left at home was the portion from Sister Qingyue that hadn't been spent yet. The savings left by the original owner had already been used up, so he could only wait until he reached the 5th level of the first stage to go out hunting. After more than 10 days of blood and energy meditation training, both his vitality and spirit had improved significantly. Although the progress wasn't as fast as using pills and spiritual liquid, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Vitality, 658 calories first stage, 3rd level. Spirit, 756 Hz first stage, 3rd level, 800 to reach the 4th level of the first stage. In addition to completing daily tasks over the past 10 days, talent points have accumulated to 1850. These points have been saved up all this time just for a unified allocation now. System, allocate both spirit and vitality to 800 points. Ding! A total of 200 talent points will be consumed. 200 points? Not much, allocate them directly. Feeling the enhancement in vitality and spirit, Yui only felt a wave of comfort. Chi and blood, as well as spirit, have both been raised to the first stage, 4th level. Next, I should enhance my martial skills. System, upgrade Gale Fist to minor accomplishment. Ding! Requires 250 points. With the Gale Fist reaching minor accomplishment, my understanding of this martial skill has deepened significantly. System, upgrade Thunderclap 9 blades to minor accomplishment. Ding! Requires 600 talent points. Proceed with the upgrade? Once the Thunderous 9 blades reaches minor success, the power of the first 4 blades is already enhanced, becoming increasingly sharp. System, upgrade the first level of the Thunder Body Refining Technique. Ding! Spend 800 talent points. The Thunder Body Refining Technique has been upgraded to the first level. Immediately, Yui's body felt a sharp pain, and thunder exploded around him. Soon, the sensation subsided. Is this the first level of the Thunder Body Refining Technique? I feel that my physique has been significantly strengthened. As the Thunder Body Refining Technique improves, the physical strength also increases by 1 level. Chi and blood 1080 calories, 1200 calories for stage 1, level 5. Not only has my vitality improved, but my physical strength has also been enhanced, comparable to the 5th level of the first tier. My skin has become fairer, my muscles more defined, and the already handsome Yui now exudes even more charm. Moreover, the talent points have been completely used up. System, open the panel. Character, Yui. Realm, first tier martial artist, 4th level. First tier spiritual mind master, 4th level. Vitality, 1080 calories 1200 is the threshold for the 5th level of the first tier. Spirit, 800 Hz. Talent, S-Space, SSS Lightning. Shop, locked, unlock with 1000 talent points. Techniques, Thunder Body Refining Art, level 1, Thunder Meditation Method. Martial skills, Thunderous 9 blades, minor achievement, Gale Fist, minor achievement. Backpack, none. Everything is upgraded, and I'm ready to sleep. Early to bed and early to rise makes for a healthy body. Night quietly falls. At 8 o'clock the next morning, as soon as I stepped into the campus, I heard a group of people engaged in a heated discussion. Who do you think will take first place in this qualifying match? Not sure, probably Luo Yushi or Huang Heng. After all, they both have SS level talent and strong backgrounds. The other SS level Dark Element civilian probably won't be too strong, but they should still achieve a decent ranking. I think what you said makes sense. This year, our batch has produced 3 SS level talents, while last year there was only 1. At this moment, Yui's classmate retorted, TCH, I think it must be Yui from our class. On the very first day he came to school to learn martial arts, he was already at the 2nd level of the first stage. He must be even stronger now. What? Is Isn't Yui that useless guy who awakened an F-level talent? Yeah, buddy, don't bring so much hatred to your class. Suddenly, everyone burst into laughter upon hearing those words. You'll find out when the time comes. After saying that, the person hurriedly left. Facing the crowd's ridicule, Yui merely smiled faintly. These ants really can't see people clearly. With that, he walked toward the classroom. This guy is really arrogant. It seems like he is that Yui. Yes, that's him, and he's quite handsome. A girl blushed slightly. What's the use of being handsome? Strength is the real deal. Just wait for today's match to see him make a fool of himself. After entering the classroom, Yui saw Skinny Monkey waiting for him and went up to ask, Skinny Monkey, how's the improvement going? Brothery, my vitality has now reached 306 calories, and my mental strength is at 415 hertz. I'm already at the second level of the first rank. How about that? Yui nodded, not bad. Skinny Monkey, today we'll team up for mixed doubles in the ranking competition with other classes. With a cough, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom. Now, let me explain the rules of the ranking competition. First, students who wish to participate need to register. The matchups will be determined randomly. The randomly matched opponents will compete to determine the top 200, who will be divided into 4 elite classes. If your strength places you within the top 200, don't give up even if luck isn't on your side. After the top 200 are decided, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge those ranked between 150 and 200. If you win, you can continue challenging those ranked between 100 and 150, and so on. Does everyone understand? However, I advise those with low talent, life-related talents, or who haven't reached the first level of the first rank not to register. Among 3,000 to 4,000 people, the top 200 are not positions that low-level talent holders or life-type talent holders can achieve. Unless there are some pay-to-win players with wealthy families, even low-talent individuals can reach high levels through resource accumulation and register for the competition, but they still won't achieve good rankings. The gap between non-combat talent holders and combat-type talent holders in duels is simply worlds apart. Non-combat talent holders can only rely on martial techniques and their own cultivation level to confront opponents, but compared to combat-type talent holders, the difference is obvious. Combat-type talent holders can integrate their talents into combat. For example, those with lightning talents can fuse the power of lightning into their martial techniques and weapons, launching lightning attacks with significantly enhanced power compared to when the lightning power is not fused. Students who want to participate, hurry up and register now. The battles will take place in the school arena 2 hours later. As the last student in the class finished registering, only 16 out of more than 60 students in class 15 sign up, not even a third of them. Most of the remaining students who didn't register either won't participate in the martial arts exam and will graduate directly, or they'll choose to take the liberal arts exam, enter a liberal arts school, and seek suitable jobs. Skinny Monkey looked at Yui and said, Brother E, so few people signed up. Yui nodded, indeed, very few. This year, over 4,000 people awakened upon reaching adulthood, yet only this small number registered. Since the invasion of strange energy more than 100 years ago, the area of Blue Star has expanded, becoming roughly 10 times the size of Earth. In the process of fiercely resisting alien races and beasts, the Dragon Nation divided into 16 provinces, with Jiangnan province being one of them, considered mid to upper level among all the provinces. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The arena, capable of accommodating 10,000 people, showcased the vastness of the school. Students who were not participating in the competition also flocked here, and the venue instantly became a hubbub of voices. Everyone was discussing who might achieve what results, who was stronger, and so on. As the principal stepped onto the highest podium, the crowd below immediately quieted down significantly. Students, today marks the beginning of the ranking competition. I hope those watching will observe attentively and refrain from causing any disturbances. First of all, it is worth celebrating that the quality of awakenings at our school this year has generally improved compared to last year. This is where applause is due. Clap, 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 clap. Next, a total of 960 people have signed up for today's qualifying competition, and the matchups will be determined through a big screen lottery. These 960 participants will compete to determine the top 200, who will enter the elite class and receive resources allocated based on rankings every half month. The top 10 will also receive additional rewards. First place, 2 million in cash and the ability to choose a Xian-grade cultivation technique. Second place, 1.4 million in cash and a choice of Huang-grade cultivation techniques. Third place, 800,000 in cash and a choice of Ren-grade cultivation techniques. Fourth to 10th place, a unified reward of 300,000 in cash and 5 first-tier vitality pills. The announcement of the rewards sparked heated discussions among the audience below. These rewards are truly generous. Over 2 million for first place, enough to buy pills or spiritual liquid and sustain training for a long time. Yeah, this school is really generous, even offering advanced techniques. Silence. The competition officially begins now. As the principal's voice fell, the big screen began randomly selecting participants. Zhang Kai, D speak. Speed versus Li Jia, C-Clone. Marco, B-Fire versus Zhang Xiaolong, D-Enhancement. There are 2 arenas for the matches to save time. Seeing the names appear on the big screen, Yui grew even more eager to see others' reactions when it was his turn to compete. The 2 contestants selected by the big screen quickly stepped onto the arena to compete. The gap between the strong and the weak was evident. Some matches ended in just a few rounds, while others were evenly matched and fiercely contested. In the first row of the audience stands, the seats were mostly occupied by school teachers. As the matches began, the class teachers started engaging in lively discussions. Director Lee, your class 1 has Luo Yushi, an SS-level talent this time. Not to mention how quickly he has been progressing in his training. It seems he's the favorite to win the championship this time. The speaker was the homeroom teacher of class 5, Zhang Lifeng. Director Li chuckled cheerfully upon hearing this but still modestly said, "Old Zhang, don't flatter me. Isn't there still that SS-level talent in class 2 and the SS-level talent in class 15? Besides, there are quite a few S-level talents too. We can't underestimate them. The quality of this year's batch is much higher than any previous year. Everyone can look forward to it," another homeroom teacher remarked with emotion. The competition was still fiercely ongoing. As Luo Yushi's name appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted in excitement. The school beauty is on stage. My goddess is truly unbeatable. He's really so beautiful, and so strong too. Ugh, it's just not fair. The school beauty is so aloof. I've never seen her interact with that guy before. As Luo Yushi slowly walked toward the arena and picked up a sword, it signaled the official start of the match. The competition weapons were standardized as F-grade equipment by the school to ensure fairness. Her opponent was Zhang Wenba, C Rapid Recovery, who could quickly restore his energy and vitality. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. An opponent with an SS-grade talent. How am I supposed to fight this? I'm really unlucky. Standing opposite Luo Yushi, Zhang Wenba said with a bitter smile. Luo Yushi raised her hand and swung her sword. The flash of sword light accompanied by an icy sword aura instantly knocked Zhang Wenba off the arena. The audience fell silent. Hiss. Instant kill. As expected of SS-grade talent. Director Lee, this girl Luo's mental strength should have reached around the first stage, level 5. Sure enough, she's one of your students, Old Lee. It seems the championship this time will undoubtedly belong to your class. Listening to the praise from other class directors, Director Lee felt secretly proud. Not at all, not at all. This girl worked hard in her cultivation. It has nothing to do with me. Her class director then stepped forward to offer congratulations. Then let us congratulate you in advance. Luo Yushi left the stage, and the competition continued. Skinny Monkey also went up for his first match, facing an opponent with a D-level talent, which he easily won. More than half of the matches had been completed, and as the match on stage concluded, the big screen began another draw. Yui, F-Space, versus Zhang Ti, B-Tiger Transformation. After the draw, the audience below started buzzing with discussion. What's the point of even fighting? Just surrender. Space abilities may be strong, but F-level talent is just too weak. Plus, space skills are rare and hard to acquire. This must be the first F-level talent participant in this competition, right? This guy is really stubborn, totally wasting everyone's time. The opponent is still a B-level talent. I don't think he'll last more than 10 seconds before being eliminated. I say, Old Dong, why did you let an F-level talent sign up? Aren't you afraid of hurting his self-esteem? The homeroom teacher of class 14 said with a face full of schadenfreude. Dong Lei calmly replied, you don't need to worry about that. You'll see during the competition. As for Yui, he was still quite confident in him and believed he could achieve a good ranking. It seems you have a lot of confidence in this classmate of yours. I'd like to see what kind of strength an F-level talent possesses, the homeroom teacher of class 14 said mockingly. Finally, it was his turn to take the stage. Yui thought to himself as he stepped onto the arena. His opponent, Zhang Ti, had expected to face someone with at least an A-level talent, but unexpectedly, it was him. Hey, kid, you still have time to admit defeat now. I won't be holding back later. Yui shook his head. No need, I can defeat you in one move. Wow, you're quite arrogant, huh? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're asking for death. As he spoke, he activated his talent, Tiger Transformation, and charged at Yui. After transforming, his speed, vitality, and physical strength would be greatly enhanced, with the degree of enhancement increasing with the talent level. Bang! His fist landed on Yui, and Zhang Ti was instantly stunned. As a first-tier, second-stage vitality practitioner, his attack power after activating Tiger Transformation was equivalent to that of a first-tier, third-stage martial artist, yet he couldn't even break through the defense? Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Yui looked at the fist that landed on him without causing any sensation and mocked. Too weak. Is this all you've got? Hitting me feels like scratching an itch. Then let me show you the power of my fist. After speaking, Yui punched Zhang Ti's chest, instantly sending Zhang Ti flying out of the ring. The audience below the stage fell silent. Wasn't it said that Yui has an F-level talent? How did he manage to knock someone off the ring with just one punch? I thought Zhang Ti would knock out Yui with one punch, but unexpectedly, it was was Yui who knocked out Zhang Ti with one punch. Could this be a fixed match? Damn it, give me my money back. What kind of fake match is this? Didn't you see that he was beaten until he vomited blood? The 14th class homeroom teacher, who had been mocking Yui earlier, also looked grim and quietly changed his position. Old Dong, your classmate is really hiding his strength. At least 4th level of first stage vitality. Another homeroom teacher said, that's right, Old Dong. How did he cultivate so quickly? Isn't he supposed to have the lowest F grade talent? Could the talent assessment have been wrong? Yet another homeroom teacher chimed in. Dong Lei shook his head. I don't know either. This kid has always been quite strange. But he felt gratified by Yui's performance, thinking to himself, everyone underestimated you, yet you turned out to be the most impressive. The principal looked at Yui and became intrigued. This kid is interesting. How about conducting another talent level reassessment later? Teacher Dong, what do you think? Dong Lei hesitated slightly, then after this round ends, I'll ask him if he's willing to undergo the reassessment. Watching as he sent someone flying with a single punch, Yui felt secretly pleased. This B-level talent is practically useless. Perhaps my system is just too powerful. After stepping off the stage, the classmates who had previously mocked him and were ready to watch him fail all had their expressions change. Some showed fear, while others displayed curiosity. Even the usually emotionless school beauty, Luo Yushi, had a hint of curiosity flash across her face, though it quickly faded away. Brother E, you're amazing. You knocked your opponent off the stage with just one punch. Skinny Monkey ran over excitedly and said. Yui responded calmly, I haven't encountered a truly strong opponent yet. Soon, the first round of the competition ended, leaving 480 people to advance to the second round. At that moment, the phone rang, and Yui saw it was a call from the homeroom teacher, filling his heart with doubt. Why is the homeroom teacher looking for me? Hello, homeroom teacher, why did you call me? He asked. Yui, the principal and others think that your talent level during the competition might not have been accurately assessed. They want you to retake the test. What do you think? The homeroom teacher's voice came through. Yui frowned slightly. Let me think about it. Can the system avoid exposing the dual talents? He pondered in his heart. Ding! The host can choose to display only one talent. Now Yui was finally at ease. He decided to wait until the martial arts exam day to reveal his dual talents. If the principal and others found out about his dual talents and the news accidentally leaked, he might be treated as a test subject by some people. He replied, alright, homeroom teacher, I agree to retest. Then come to the principal's office. The principal has already prepared the equipment for your test, the homeroom teacher said. Yui arrived at the principal's office, where, in addition to the principal and the homeroom teacher, there were several other teachers present, evidently there to observe. The principal smiled at Yui and said, Yui, you're here. You truly are a remarkable young man. Now, place your hand on the device, and you can retest your talent level. Yui nodded, walked up to the device, placed his hand on it, and the talent level was retested, S-space. The observing teachers were astonished upon seeing the result. It's actually S-level space. You know, there are fewer than 20 individuals in the entire Dragon Nation with S-level or higher space talent. Rarity increases value. The rarer something is, the more precious it becomes. The principal, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction and said, very good. I assume your blood energy level is already at stage 1, level 4 now, Yui? Yes, principal, I am already at the first tier, 4th level. Yui replied. The principal advised, not bad. Although I don't know how a commoner like you is cultivated so quickly. Everyone has their own secrets. But don't get arrogant. Strive to get into a top university through the martial arts exam to gain more resources. Yui nodded slightly. I will, principal. My goal is the Imperial Capital Academy. Good, good. You really have ambition, kid. If you can make it into the top 3 in this ranking competition, I will give you a big reward, the principal said. Then thank you very much, principal. After saying this, Yui turned and left. Soon, the second round of the competition began, and the battles were still intense. When it was Yui's turn to take the stage, his talent level once again showed a change. Yui, S-space, versus Zhang Lu, see what element. Ha! How did Yui's talent level suddenly become S-level? An S-level space talent and an F-level space talent are worlds apart. People nearby started discussing. Exactly, S-level space talent is extremely rare in the entire Dragon Nation. Seeing the change in talent level, everyone began to discuss it heatedly. The principal, noticing the chatter, picked up the microphone and said on stage, due to an unexpected result. In the display of Yui's awakened talent level, a re-evaluation was conducted. It has been confirmed that his talent is S-level, and his records have been updated accordingly. The crowd below immediately understood upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in a certain corner, 3 people were completely wrapped in white cloth. Big brother, as expected, you're still the sharpest. This Yui actually has an S-level spatial talent. Luckily, we didn't seek revenge after being beaten back then, or who knows what would have happened, the younger one said. Zhang Wu responded smugly, humph, that's right. Listening to me is never wrong. When we meet in the future, we should be even more polite. If we can cling to a powerful figure figure, even better. The younger brother grinned and said, as expected of the big brother, truly brilliant. The focus returned to the arena. Yui and his opponent were ready to fight, and as expected, it was another one-punch knockout. Immediately after, Skinny Monkey took the stage. His opponent was a B-level talent, but he won effortlessly. The second round of the competition quickly concluded, ultimately determining 240 advancing contestants. Following that, the principal stepped onto the podium and announced, "Congratulations to these 240 contestants for successfully advancing. The third round of the competition will take place this afternoon. The 120 winners will directly enter the elite class, while the 120 eliminated contestants will compete for the remaining 80 spots. In the end, the top 200 will be determined. If anyone feels they have the strength but were unlucky enough to face strong opponents in the first 2 rounds and got eliminated, they can challenge the top 200 after the rankings are finalized. The winner will replace someone in the top 200. I believe your homeroom teacher has already explained the rules to you, so let's look forward to this afternoon's showdown." Dismissed. The battles will continue at 2 p.m. in this same location. As soon as the principal finished speaking, many students began to leave one after another. "Let's go, e.g., let's eat first, and we'll compete again this afternoon," Skinny Monkey said to Yui. "Alright, Skinny Monkey, what do you want to eat for lunch?" "It's on me," Yui said, patting Skinny Monkey on the shoulder as he stood up. Skinny Monkey said with a look of surprise, "Anything is fine, I can't let you spend too much. It's fine, I can afford the meal. Let's go, eat well and drink up. We still have to compete this afternoon." The March spring breeze is warm and comfortable. After lunch, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the blink of an eye, and the third round of the competition was about to begin. Yui quickly walked into the arena and found it already packed with people, bustling with excitement. After all, for those students who had not yet awakened their talents, they could only focus on studying cultural subjects, which inevitably seemed a bit dull and tedious. In comparison, a fierce competition was undoubtedly much more interesting than pure academic study. Soon, everyone saw the principal walking steadily onto the high platform. "Yes." In his resonant voice, he said, "Students, this afternoon we will continue with 2 intense matches. The third round will select 120 qualifiers from 240 contestants. The upcoming fourth round will further narrow these 120 elites down to 60 winners. And tomorrow, we will witness the pinnacle of this ranking competition, the grand finals. Not only am I looking forward to it, but I believe all of you are filled with anticipation as well." The principal's words were like the rousing beat of war drums, resonating in everyone's hearts. The contestants were eager, ready to showcase their skills as if they couldn't wait to step into the arena. The audience was equally excited, fervently discussing who might stand out in the upcoming competition and become the ultimate champion tomorrow. The entire scene was tense yet vibrant, with a fierce battle about to unfold. "Alright, without further ado, let the competition officially begin." Names flickered continuously on the big screen, and the first match quickly commenced. These 240 students were elite contestants who had emerged victorious after multiple rounds of rigorous selection and 2 intense battles. Unlike the previous rounds, this competition was no longer a one-sided domination but a thrilling back and forth where every moment could determine the outcome. Both contestants were fully focused, not daring to relax for even a second. The audience, too, was swept up in the tense atmosphere, sometimes holding their breath, sometimes cheering enthusiastically, thoroughly enjoying this visual feast. As the names flashed on the big screen, the emotions of the live audience were instantly ignited, especially when the 2 S-level talents were about to take the stage. It sparked a wave of heated discussions. "Look, it's Li Hai versus Zhang Han. These two are S-level talent holders. This match is bound to be spectacular. Li Hai possesses S-level talent in the metal element, while Zhang Han has S-level talent in the clone element. Both have their own advantages. That's right, this match is going to be worth watching. One wields the indestructible power of metal, while the other masters the unpredictable art of cloning. Who will come out on top?" The audience excitedly exchanged their opinions, filled with anticipation for the upcoming showdown. They knew that such a high-level contest would surely deliver a thrilling visual feast. At this moment, Li Hai and Zhang Han on the stage could also feel the crowd's enthusiasm and attention. They silently resolved to use their strength to present an unforgettable battle for the spectators. In the ring, before the referee could even announce the start of the match, both sides could no longer suppress their inner impulses and instantly entered combat mode. One side displayed a powerful S-level metal talent, their entire body radiating golden light, resembling a metallic war god. The other side, however, showcased an astonishing S-level cloning talent, with multiple identical figures appearing simultaneously, dazzling the audience. Who will emerge victorious in this fierce battle? Who will ultimately prevail? All the spectators held their breath, intently watching this thrilling moment. The two quickly clashed, unleashing their martial skills, and fully demonstrating their strength. However, Li Hai's S-level metal talent was absolutely formidable, and with the application of the martial skill, body body of diamond, his defensive power was significantly enhanced. On the other hand, although Li Han could use his cloning technique to create a 2-against-1 situation, his attacks were still unable to break through Li Hai's defense. Even with the clones attacking together, they still couldn't inflict substantial damage on Li Hai. After a prolonged struggle, Li Hai ultimately emerged victorious. As the result was announced, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and discussions. The third round of the competition quickly concluded, leaving only 120 contestants, most of whom possessed B-level or higher talents, with a few lucky C-level talent contestants mixed in. In this round, Skinny Monkey won effortlessly, while Yui defeated his opponent with a single punch. If not for the instruments detecting his S-level spatial talent, others might have thought he had an S-level enhancement talent instead. The principal took the stage and said, "Next, we will proceed with the fourth and final round of today's competition. This will determine the top 60 contestants. Let us wait and see in 2 hours." Skinny Monkey, holding his phone, said to Yui, Ebro, have you checked the school's official website?" Yui shook his head. "Why look at the official website?" The Skinny Monkey explained, "They're holding a champion candidate voting event on the school's official website. You can vote for the champion in your heart. There's even an event like this?" Yui frowned slightly, then said, "Let me guess, that Luo Yushi must be in first place, right?" The Skinny Monkey chuckled. "EGE, you're absolutely right. Luo Yushi's votes are in first place, more than double the second place." Yui smiled. "That's quite normal. No matter which world you're in, there are always some bootlickers. Then what rank am I?" Yui's heart stirred, and he opened his phone to check the school's official website, looking at the results of the champion candidate voting activity. The first place was undoubtedly Luo Yushi, who received over 900 votes. The second place was another SS-level talent, seemingly from a prestigious family, Huang Heng, with 389 votes. The contestants behind were mostly S-level or A-level talents with impressive abilities. What the heck? Why am I only ranked 28th? Yui stared at the vote count on his phone in confusion. As an S-level talent, I'm ranked behind some A-level talents? That's just ridiculous, especially since I defeated my opponents in one punch in all 3 rounds. The Skinny Monkey next to him thought for a moment and said, "Maybe those people think you're purely relying on your superior level to crush them. And there are also some people buying votes. This kind of thing isn't very reliable either." Hearing Skinny Monkey's words, Yui nodded, though he actually didn't care much in his heart. "Makes sense, but this voting doesn't matter anyway. The first place is definitely mine." On the official website, there was not only voting but also a forum where many people were eagerly posting. "Chicken Mud Media, everyone, vote for Luo Yushi, the most awesome and beautiful campus belle. Fa Kai Fugue, upstairs is definitely a bootlicker. Bootlickers are not allowed to eat the eggs my brother laid. Deny Loli, everyone vote for Li Xiaobao. Our Aibao fans believe beauty is justice. 26 centimeters, please support Ji Boda. Every Koan who votes grows 10 centimeters. Xiang Tian Xiao Shui, upstairs doesn't even have a quarter of a decent username. I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog, Genshin Impact, launch." Seeing the messy comments in the comments section, Yui couldn't help but rub his forehead. This forum is such a mess. Forget it, I won't look anymore. I'll just wait for the competition to start. Ahem. Before long, the fourth round of the competition officially began. The names on the big screen kept flashing, and the first match of the fourth round started. Yui S-Space versus the third place winner, a Vitality Burst. "Oh wow, I'm up in the first round. Guess I'll take the lead then." With that, he slowly walked toward the arena, while his opponent was already prepared, showing a look of intense focus. "I heard you ended the first 3 rounds with a single punch, and they even gave you the nickname One Punch Man. I'm really looking forward to facing you and seeing whose vitality is stronger," the third place winner said, shaking his head. "Is that so? Then I'll grant your wish," Yui responded nonchalantly. As the referee announced the start, Ji Jun charged forward in an instant, while Yui merely curled his lips slightly and remained motionless. Bang! The fist landed on Yui, and Ji Jun felt as if he had struck a solid boulder, completely unmoving, which left him utterly astonished. "Your physical body is truly terrifying," he began to say, but before finishing, he activated his talent, Blood Chi Burst, and executed the martial technique, Stone-Splitting Fist. "Let's see how you handle this." Another punch landed on Yui, yet it still felt like hitting a rock. Not even a scratch on his defense. After delivering this punch, Ji Jun's face was filled with shock as he thought to himself, "Is this guy made of stone?" It's worth noting that his own Blood Chi was already at the second level of the first stage. With the talent, Blood Chi Burst, Yui's next attack power would be significantly enhanced, and combined with the martial technique Stone-Splitting Fist, the power of this punch was roughly equivalent to the fourth level of the first stage. However, Yui remained firmly standing there, without employing any martial techniques. What Ji Jun didn't know was that after cultivating the Thunder Body Refinement technique to the first level, Yui's physical body had already become impervious to attacks from martial artists at the 6th level of the first stage. Seeing that his strongest strike failed to break Yui's defense, Ji Jun smiled bitterly and said, "I lost. Come on, One One Punch Man. Then I shall accept graciously. Immediately, Yui threw a punch, sending the third-place contestant flying off the stage. After the contestant unleashed his strongest strike, the audience fell silent. His strongest strike couldn't even break through the defense. What level is his vitality? Could it be vitality level 1, tier 4? That's incredible. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Yui remained indifferent and calmly stepped down from the ring. Skinny Monkey, it's your turn. Don't mess it up, okay? This is the round of 120 into 60. Don't worry, Brother E. As long as I don't run into those disciples from the noble families, I can handle it easily. The competition continued, and soon it was Skinny Monkey's turn. Unsurprisingly, he smoothly advanced to the top 60. After the final match ended, the top 60 spots were confirmed. The principal slowly stepped onto the stage and announced that today's competition was officially over and would resume at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Time to go back and train. I haven't completed today's daily tasks yet, Yui thought to himself, then waved to Skinny Monkey. Let's head home first. We'll come back tomorrow morning, Skinny Monkey. The next morning, after returning home last night, Yui completed the system tasks on time, earning 100 talent points. His cultivation of vitality and spirit also saw slight improvements. Vitality 1,106 points, spirit 824 hertz. Now with talent points in hand, he could raise his vitality to the first tier, 5th level at any time, adding another card up his sleeve. Feeling cheerful, he headed toward the school after finishing breakfast. On a spring morning, the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patterns on the ground. As he entered the campus, Yui saw classmates gathered in small groups, discussing various topics. Smiling, he greeted Skinny Monkey and walked with him toward the school's arena hall. Before long, they arrived at the arena hall. By now, many people were already seated below the arena, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. As time passed, it was nearing 8:30, and the competition was about to begin. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Whoa, isn't that Lee Hai's father, Lee Yuanli? I heard he's already a 5th-tier vitality expert. What is he here for? He must be here to watch his son's match." That should be the case. After all, his son has a chance to compete for the championship. Look quickly, isn't that the head of the Huang family, Huang Tianba, one of the top families in our city? He's here too. Amid the continuous exclamations, everyone turned their gaze toward the two family heads at the entrance. Li Yuanli walked over to Huang Tianba with a flattering smile, clasped his fists, and said, "Brother Huang, a pleasure to meet you. Are you also here by invitation to watch your son's match?" Huang Tianba did not clasp his hands in greeting. "Oh, long time no see, Brother Li. My son is at this school, and today is the finals of the ranking competition. I came here to watch." Li Yuanli continued to flatter. "What a coincidence. I was also invited to observe my son's match. I heard that Brother Huang's son awakened an SS-level talent, pseudo-demonization. His future is boundless." "Not at all. Your son's S-level metal talent is quite impressive too," Huang Tianba responded with a smile. "Then please take a seat, Brother Huang," Li Yuanli said, and the two walked together toward the spectator stands. They sat near the principal's seat at the front of the stands. As the competition time approached, the principal stepped onto the podium. "Today, our school has specially invited Huang Tianba, the head of a first-class family in our city, as well as Li Yuanli, the head of a second-class family, to the event. The sons of these two family heads are also on the list of the top 60 contestants. They are not here merely to watch the competition but to select talents among you. If you perform outstandingly, these two family heads will provide you with better cultivation resources and opportunities, and contracts will be signed." The principal's words caused a stir among the students below the stage. For some highly talented commoners, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity not only to gain resources but also to secure protection. However, it was also a double-edged sword. Once the contract was signed, they would become subordinates of the family, bound to obey orders at any time, and might even be sacrificed as cannon fodder in family conflicts. In addition, there is one more thing: to help students better understand the realms of the participants. Today, the top 60 contestants will undergo tests for their blood energy and spiritual realms before the competition. These data will be displayed on the big screen, allowing everyone to more intuitively feel the intensity of the matches. Now, the first 60 contestants, please proceed with the equipment testing. This testing equipment is directly connected to the school system, and the results will only be made public when displayed on the big screen. Shortly after, the 60 students completed the testing one after another. Once the last student finished, the principal announced, "The competition officially begins." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the big screen in the arena displayed the list of contestants for the first round. Zhou Yan, A. Abundant Spiritual Power, Vitality Stage 1, Level 1, Spirit Stage 1, Level 2. V.S. Shangji, B. Fossil Body, Vitality Stage 1, Level 2, Spirit Stage 1, Level 1. The first round of battles officially commenced. Each contestant's realm was also displayed one by one. Yui looked at the big screen and thought to himself, directly displaying the realms? I wonder what reaction reactions everyone will have when they see mine. As the random selection continued, Yui was matched against this year's championship favorite, Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi, SS Ice Element, Vitality Stage 1, Level 3, Spirit Stage 1, Level 5. VS Wei Chen, S Fire Element, Vitality Stage 1, Level 2, Spirit Stage 1, Level 3. As Luo Yushi's realm was revealed, the audience began to buzz with discussion. This Luo Yushi's cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Her spirit has already reached Level 5. Moreover, her vitality isn't bad either, having reached Level 3. She's strong on both fronts. It seems the championship of this competition is undoubtedly hers. Even the principal nodded in satisfaction, expressing agreement. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli exchanged a glance and silently nodded, clearly realizing that she was a formidable opponent not to be underestimated, and their thoughts no longer lingered on her. The outcome of the match was no surprise. Luo Yushi won effortlessly. E.g., this Luo Yushi is really strong. Her spirit has actually reached Level 5. Yui nodded in response, a worthy opponent. It's just a pity that I'm too poor. If I had enough resources, I would have soared long ago. Yui thought silently to himself. The skinny monkey scratched his head and asked, then EGE, can you beat her? Yui thought for a moment and replied, there shouldn't be any problem. You'll know in the finals this afternoon. As the competition continued, Skinny Monkey soon took the stage. Facing an opponent with a B-level talent, he also won effortlessly. Then, the big screen continued to scroll, displaying the next group of contestants. Yui, S-Space, Vital Energy Stage 1, Level 4, Mental Energy Stage 1, Level 4 vs Qinling, a Bloodhand, Vital Energy Stage 1, Level 3, Mental Energy Stage 1, Level 2. As the levels were announced, the audience's discussions grew even more intense compared to when Luo Yushi was on stage. Whose subordinate is this? So ferocious. This vitality and blood are even higher than Luo Yushi's, and his spirit has reached Level 4 of the first tier. Damn, I can understand Luo Yushi having a higher realm, but how did Yui, a commoner, cultivate so quickly? Could it be that he awakened a system? Awaken your damn system, what a disappointment. Even the principal was shocked and exclaimed with delight, Teacher Dong, Yui's performance has exceeded our expectations. Dong Lei answered with a face full of surprise, I just found out this kid is so amazing. Principal, please don't joke about it. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli also nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement. Luo Yushi, sitting in the spectator seats, also raised her head, watching Yui as he slowly walked toward the arena, and softly murmured, Yui, is it? In the end, the result was obvious, Yui won. Soon, the list of the top 30 was announced, and the competition to narrow it down to the top 15 would take place in an hour. Just as Yui stepped off the stage, his phone rang. Ji-and-I Taimei, oh baby. Yui picked up his phone, saw it was a call from the homeroom teacher, and asked, homeroom teacher, what's up? Nothing much, just wanted to tell you that among the top 30, only you and Wang Shua are left. The other students in our class have all been eliminated. You need to work hard to aim for the top 5, and that skinny monkey just needs to make it into the top 10. Yui chuckled, no problem, no big deal. Homeroom teacher, if I get first place, is there a reward? You really know how to joke. If you take first place, there will definitely be a reward. And for you and skinny monkey, there will be extra rewards if you make it into the top 10. Yui felt satisfied. Alright, I'll let him know. Just wait for our good news. Time flew by like flowing water, and an hour quickly passed. The 5th round of the competition officially began. The screen started selecting the contestants. For the first group of the 5th round, while the audience below the stage was filled with fiery enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the start of the match. One match after another unfolded rapidly, and Yui's matchup information soon appeared on the big screen. Yui, S-Space, Vital Energy Stage 1, Level 4, Mental Energy Stage 1, Level 4 vs Huang Hong, SS Pseudo-Demonization, Vital Energy Stage 1, Level 4, Mental Energy Stage 1, Level 3. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Yui's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew Huang Hong, who often took pleasure in bullying the weak and committing all sorts of misdeeds. Today, it's my turn to teach you a lesson, he thought. Huang Heng's reputation at the 9th Martial Arts Academy was infamous. Relying on his family's influence, he often acted as he pleased, with most of his wrongdoings occurring outside the school. Even the principal was helpless against him, and no one dared to provoke him. In the audience, Li Yuanli chuckled as he said to Huang Tianba, it seems your son has met his match this time. Huang Tianba sneered coldly, humph, just someone with a slightly higher level, nothing to fear. He firmly believed that his son could easily win with his martial arts skills. Li Yuanli, on the other hand, smirked disdainfully, it seems brother Huang has great confidence in his son. Well, I look forward to seeing his performance. At this moment, Huang Hong stood on the stage in front of Yui, mocking him sarcastically, although you've cultivated quickly, you're a space-type talent. Without space-type skills, your talent is utterly useless. Meanwhile, I possess the pseudo-demonization talent, which allows me to enhance my strength through demonization. You can't possibly defeat me. Your ranking match ends here. Yui pretended to be scared and deliberately said, "Oh, so scary. Do you know an old saying?" What old saying? Huang Hong asked, puzzled. Yui responded leisurely, "Do you know why villains always die from talking too much? Because it's nothing more than their final struggle." You're underestimating me too much. In that case, let's see who's stronger. Huang Hong thought to himself, why does this line sound so similar to the hero games I used to play on Earth? As the match began, Huang Hong quickly activated his pseudo-demonic state, his height suddenly increasing to 2 meters, surrounded by demonic energy, and rushed toward Yui at high speed, aiming to land a heavy punch. However, the result was not as he had hoped. Yui reacted with lightning speed, delivering a sudden punch bang that sent Huang Hong retreating several meters. Huang Hong exclaimed in shock, "We're both at the 4th level of Qi and blood, and I've even activated my pseudo-demonic state. How could you possibly hurt me?" Yui responded with a silly grin, "Because you're too weak. You think you're the only one with martial techniques? Ha, you're not the only one. Let's see how many of my heavy punches you can take." With that, Huang Hong unleashed the martial technique, Overlord Body, quickly closing in on Yui and striking with the martial technique, Overlord Fist. From the audience, Li Yuanli raised an eyebrow in approval, commenting, "No wonder Brother Tianba is so confident. It turns out he has already passed down these two supreme martial techniques to his son. It seems your son has already mastered them." Huang Tianba still scoffed, saying, I've said it before, he's just a commoner, nowhere near my son's level." "Is that so? Then let me congratulate your son on his victory in advance." Li Yuanli feigned flattery, his face full of mockery. The match continued, and as Huang Hong kept throwing punches, he grew increasingly incredulous at Yui's effortless responses. "How can you be unharmed?" he demanded. Yui smirked disdainfully, "Enjoying yourself? Now it's my turn. So fast." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yui landed a heavy punch on Huang Heng's chest, forcing the latter to retreat several steps. Seeing Huang Hong only retreat a few steps, Yui was slightly surprised. "No wonder you're an SS talent. Let's see how many punches you can take." He then charged forward, appearing at Huang Heng's side, and unleashed his Gale Fist. The power of this technique, once mastered, was greatly enhanced, and with the final punch, Huang Hong was sent flying heavily. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Wow, Yui actually won. His strength is incredible. Huang Hong deserved to lose, he bullies his classmates all the time." This was long overdue. In the audience, Huang Tianba's face grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected his son to only make it into the top 30. "Brother Huang, it seems this Yui is more outstanding. He actually managed to cultivate the Gale Fist to a minor mastery. Truly impressive." Li Yuanli mocked with a smile. Huang Tianba remained silent, his expression growing darker. The competition continued, and soon the top 15 spots were determined, with Skinny Monkey successfully advancing. The top 15 to top 8 matches were scheduled to begin in the afternoon. The eliminated Huang Hong approached Huang Tianba, lowered his head, and said through gritted teeth, "Dad, I let you down. I was careless." "No matter, it's just that this kid got lucky. He's just a commoner, not worth worrying about. After the afternoon matches are over, go find him directly and have him join the Huang family by signing a contract." "What if he refuses to sign?" Huang Hong asked, looking up. "Then offer him enticing terms to make him sign. Once the contract is signed, it won't be up to him anymore," Huang Tianba said with a sinister smile. Hearing this, Huang Hong suddenly felt enlightened. "Right, once the contract is signed, he'll be nothing more than a dog of the Huang family." Huang Tianba suddenly thought of something. "By the way, how's your interaction with that Luo Yushi going?" Huang Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "That Luo Yushi is too cold. No matter how I approach her, she's always indifferent." "Dad, why do you keep insisting I interact with her?" She's no ordinary person. She's a young lady from the imperial capital. I heard she came here to escape an arranged marriage by her family." Hearing this, Huang Hong was startled. "So that's the reason. You must continue to interact with her. If you can make her your girlfriend, our Huang family will truly rise to prominence." After hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Hong couldn't help but picture Luo Yushi's beauty in background, and a trace of greed surfaced in his heart. "I will, Dad. I'll do my best to win her over." Huang Tianba nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that's my son. Let's go back and return in the afternoon to watch." As the morning matches concluded, people began leaving the arena, and Yui also prepared to leave for lunch. Thinking about completing the system task in the afternoon, along with the rewards from the ranking matches, his mood instantly brightened. He decided to treat himself to 2 extra bowls of rice at lunch. It was soon time for the afternoon matches, and nearly 10,000 people from the entire school gathered at the martial arts arena. Since the final round of the top 15 to top 8 in the championship match would take place this afternoon, almost everyone who didn't have pressing matters came to watch. This phenomenon was common in every martial arts academy in Qingchuan City, as the ranking tournaments only began half a month after the Unified Awakening. As the principal walked up to the podium, he adjusted the microphone and said, "This afternoon, we will determine the final champion. Let's wait and see. Now, let the matches officially officially begin. As his words fell, the big screen began randomly selecting participants for the matches. Skinny Monkey, standing nearby, was a bit nervous. "EGE, I'm so excited. I hope you don't get matched against that Luo Yushi. Anyone else would be fine." Yui smiled. "Maybe you'll be the one who gets a direct bye to the next round." Skinny Monkey, hearing this, replied happily, "Then I'll take your good wishes, EGE." He then remembered the voting activity he had mentioned to Yui earlier that morning. "EGE, let me tell you, after you defeated Huang Hong at noon, you've already climbed to second place on the championship candidate list. Huang Hong, who was originally second, is no longer ranked since he's been eliminated." Yui was a bit surprised. "Really? It doesn't matter, there's no reward for that anyway. The ranking, tournament rewards are what really count." A burst of cheers erupted around them as Luo Yushi took the stage. Her opponent was a contestant with an S-level talent, but in the end, Luo Yushi still emerged victorious. Watching Luo Yushi's figure, Yui thought to himself, "It seems the final match will be between you and me." Shortly after, he saw his name randomly drawn on the big screen and easily secured a victory. Finally, Skinny Monkey also got a bye and successfully advanced to the top 8. As the top 8 contestants were announced, the audience's enthusiasm instantly ignited. The crowd roared, their voices surging like waves, shouting the names of their favorite contestants with deafening intensity. At this moment, the big screen began drawing the names for the next round of matches. The first match featured Skinny Monkey, whose opponent was Li Hai, a contestant with a gold element talent. Despite giving it his all, Skinny Monkey ultimately lost the match due to the gap in their levels. However, having made it to the top 10, he would still receive additional rewards. Next, it was Luo Yushi's turn, and she easily secured another victory. Then came Yui's match, which he also won without any suspense. The final contestant to advance to the top 4 was an S-level talent holder whose ability was the highly unpredictable S-Charm. This talent forced any opponent with lower mental strength who hadn't trained in mental martial techniques to helplessly accept defeat. With this S-level talent holder's victory, the top 4 contestants were revealed: Luo Yushi with SS-level Ice talent, Li Hai with S-level Gold talent, Yui with S-level Spatial talent, and Li Xiaotao with S-level Charm talent. After the top 4 were decided, the school prepared recovery potions in advance, considering that some contestants might have overexerted their talents or physical energy, which could affect their performance. Only after all contestants had fully recovered to their optimal state would the next intense round of matches proceed. Before long, with the powerful effects of the recovery potions, the 4 contestants quickly made full preparations, ready to give their all in the crucial semifinals and the championship match. The third-place winner would be determined between the 2 losing contestants. Once the referee confirmed that all 4 contestants had fully recovered, the big screen began the tense and exciting draw for the matchups. Finally, the semi-final matchups were revealed. Yui would face Li Hai, while Luo Yushi would battle Li Xiaotao. As the finals approached, Yui couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Thinking about the task he was about to complete and the enticing championship rewards, a wave of excitement welled up within him. The official start of the semifinals saw the first match between Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi. Although Li Xiaotao's charm talent was quite troublesome, her strength was only at the 3rd level of the first spiritual stage. In contrast, Luo Yushi had already reached the 5th level of the first spiritual stage. Such a significant gap in strength rendered the charm talent largely ineffective, leaving the outcome of the match without suspense. In the end, Luo Yushi easily won and successfully advanced to the finals. The second match followed immediately, with Yui facing Li Hai. As expected, Yui easily defeated his opponent and claimed victory. With this, the final match lineup was confirmed. Yui would face Luo Yushi in the ultimate showdown. As the final match lineup was announced, the audience buzzed with discussion. "I really didn't expect it to come down to Yui versus Luo Yushi. Yeah, who do you think will win?" "I think it will be Luo Yushi. After all, she has seemed very relaxed so far." "Well, I also think it's Luo Yushi. Although Yui is very strong, spatial skills don't have an advantage at this stage." "That's right, Yui making it to the finals is already impressive. The runner-up can still win quite a bit of cash." "Brother Huang, who do you think will win the championship?" Li Yuanli asked with a cheerful smile. "Is that even a question? It has to be Luo Yushi. How could a mere first-tier commoner compare to a girl from the imperial capital?" Huang Tianba said disdainfully. "Can't compare? But I always feel this young man is somewhat special. Maybe he will create a miracle," Li Yuanli thought silently in his heart. Meanwhile, sitting in the audience, Luo Yushi whispered, "It really is you. I'm looking forward to seeing your true strength. EGE, you're amazing. You actually made it straight to the finals." "Too bad I got eliminated," Skinny Monkey said, inevitably feeling a bit dejected. "It's okay, Skinny Monkey, you've done great. If it weren't for your lower level, this 3rd place should have been yours." Yui patted Skinny Monkey's shoulder, comforting him. Hearing this, Skinny Monkey felt slightly better, but still couldn't help feeling a bit unwilling. He secretly resolved to work hard on his cultivation and improve his strength. The final finals were about to begin, and the arena was bustling with excitement as everyone discussed who would win the championship. As the principal took the stage to announce the official start of the finals, the two contestants walked toward the arena. It was none other than Yui and Luo Yushi. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, shouting the names of their favored contestants. At the weapon selection area, Yui picked up a knife, thinking to himself, "This knife is good, feels just right. To fight Luo Yushi, I'll have to show my true skills, but for now, I still can't reveal my lightning attribute talent." Seeing Yui pick up the knife, the audience immediately started buzzing with discussion. "Why did Yui pick up a knife? Doesn't he always use his fists?" someone in the audience asked. "Could it be that he knows how to use a knife too?" Even Luo Yushi's face showed a puzzled expression. As the two stood on the competition stage, neither said much. Shortly after, the referee announced the official start of the match. Luo Yushi raised her hand and swung her sword, sending an ice attribute sword aura toward Yui. Yui smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Testing me, huh?" He quickly dodged, and Luo Yushi immediately followed up with several more slashes, which Yui easily evaded. Seeing that her ranged attacks were ineffective, Luo Yushi frowned slightly and charged forward with her sword. Noticing this, Yui also rushed toward her, and the two quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Since Luo Yushi's blood energy was only at the first tier, 3rd level, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Feeling the unfavorable situation, Luo Yushi said, "If my blood energy can't match yours, let's see how my martial skills fare." She then unleashed the 9 ice swords, each strike stronger than the last, slashing 4 times in succession, with each strike imbued with icy power. As Luo Yushi's martial skill unfolded, Yui was visibly pushed onto the defensive. The principal and the family head, watching from the sidelines, also noticed that Luo Yushi had actually cultivated this martial skill to the minor achievement level. Yui noticed as well and thought, "I didn't expect her martial skill to have reached minor achievement. Luckily, your blood energy isn't high, otherwise, I would really have to put in some effort. Now, let me show you the power of my martial skill." Before his words had even faded, Yui unleashed the thunderclap 9 blades, slashing toward Luo Yushi, who could only struggle to block with her sword. By the 4th strike, Luo Yushi was forced to retreat a few steps, her heart filled with surprise. "You've also cultivated your martial skill to minor achievement? It seems you've truly been hiding your strength." Hey, you're way too arrogant." Yui responded with a face full of disdain, "But you're not bad yourself." "Sorry, but I'm not someone who primarily focuses on blood energy. Now let me show you my true strength." Luo Yushi let out a soft cry and then activated her skill Ice Amplification. As Ice Amplification was activated, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze into ice. The sword aura she unleashed carried immense icy power, as if it could freeze everything. Using a skill like this? You really are a pay-to-win player. Facing such a fierce offensive, Yui dared not show the slightest negligence and immediately swung his blade energy to defend. However, without the support of lightning-based talent and given the opponent's skill amplification effect, his blade energy was quickly suppressed by the sword energy, and he took several hits. Feeling the pain from his injuries, although his physical body below tier 6 could not be easily breached, he couldn't just keep taking hits like this. He hadn't expected his opponent's strength to be so formidable, with just one skill amplification putting him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. Soon, he noticed visible wounds appearing on Yui's body, with icy power continuously emanating from within him. "Is this your strongest form?" Luo Yushi sneered. "Then this ends here. My next strike will be my strongest, and you absolutely won't be able to withstand it. I advise you to surrender." "Surrender?" Yui's lips curled into a disdainful smile. It's just a few minor wounds, nothing to worry about." "You, utterly unreasonable." Luo Yushi shouted angrily, then closed his eyes and softly chanted, "Ice Slash." A massive icy sword energy, like a ferocious beast, charged fiercely toward Yui. Staring at the colossal icy sword energy, Yui felt a strong sense of crisis surge within him. "Is this really the end for me? No, I refuse to accept it." He clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face this powerful attack. System. Ding. I'm here. Allocate all talent points to vitality. Ding. Received. Facing Luo Yushi's strongest strike, Yui dared not be careless. With the use of his talent points, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the first stage of vital energy. First stage, 5th level of vital energy, 1216 calories, with 2000 calories required for the 6th level. Feeling the surge of vital energy, Yui felt as if he possessed boundless strength, his blood boiling within, and every cell brimming with vitality. Thus, he once again unleashed his martial skill, Thunderclap 9 blades, attempting to counter the massive icy sword energy. Swinging his blade, he slashed 4 consecutive times, yet the massive icy sword energy remained undiminished. As the sword energy drew closer, Yui unhesitatingly placed his blade vertically in front of him, intending to use it to block the attack. A crisp crack sound echoed as the blade shattered instantly, and the sword energy struck Yui's chest. The powerful force pushed him back several steps, and he secretly felt fortunate if he hadn't just broken win. Through his vital energy, he might have failed this time. At this moment, he deeply realized the strength of his opponent could not be underestimated. Not only did the opponent have skill amplification and ice element talent, but they could also unleash such a powerful ice/skill, truly a pay-to-win player. However, Yui was no pushover either. After breaking through to the 5th level of the first stage of vital energy, combined with the first level of the thunder body refinement technique, even attacks from the 7th level of the first stage would typically fail to break his defense. Sigh, if only I could master spatial skills, this match would be a breeze to win. However, he understood that thinking about this now was meaningless. The match was not yet over, and he had to focus entirely on the challenges ahead. He couldn't let his mind wander anymore. He needed to finish the match first. Yui silently reminded himself, regaining his composure and preparing to face the next round of attacks. He would respond seriously. TSK. Miss Luo's strongest strike is truly extraordinary. Seeing that Yui had managed to withstand her ultimate move unscathed, Luo Yushi's face revealed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually unharmed, and you can still use martial skills. Her eyes widened, her voice filled with astonishment and confusion. You should clearly be drained of vital energy by now. Facing Luo Yushi's doubts, Yui's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile. Miss Luo, you'd better worry about your own situation first. I suppose your spiritual power has already been completely depleted, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi's expression turned extremely grim. She knew in her heart that her spiritual power was nearly exhausted, and her vitality was no match for her opponent. If the fight continued, the result would undoubtedly be defeat. Despite the unwillingness in her heart, Luo Yushi understood that she had no chance of winning at this moment. She gritted her teeth and finally said helplessly, I admit defeat. Hearing this answer, Yui nodded in satisfaction, the mischievous grin on his face growing even more pronounced. That's more like it. I couldn't bear to hurt such a beautiful lady like you. A faint blush appeared on Luo Yushi's face. She spoke softly yet firmly, I will catch up to you. Next time, I will defeat you. As her voice faded, she slowly stepped down from the stage. With the end of the competition, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. At this moment, the judge loudly announced the champion of the competition. The champion, Yui. Wow, I can't believe Yui won first place. This is so unexpected. Oh my god, I thought Luo Yushi's strongest move was terrifying. How did he even withstand it? That's right, that sword technique looked incredibly skilled. I heard it's called Thunderclap 9 Blades. It seems to have appeared at the auction in Qingchuan City, and it's even an Earth-grade martial technique. Moreover, he has already cultivated it to the minor accomplishment stage, TSK. To be able to cultivate an Earth-grade martial technique to this level in such a short time, it goes without saying that the higher the grade of a martial technique, the greater the difficulty and time required for cultivation. An Earth-grade supreme martial technique? It really is Thunderclap 9 Blades. This kid is truly incredible, to not only possess an Earth-grade martial technique but also cultivate it to the minor accomplishment stage. Dong Lei pondered silently in his heart. Old Dong, you really deserve congratulations. Your class won the championship in this ranking competition. Some might even believe it if you said he had SSS level talent. Especially at the critical moment, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the first stage, achieving a miraculous comeback. It seems your class has truly produced a dragon. The principal said with a beaming smile and instructed, have him come to my office later. I promised him before, and I must give him a big gift. Then thank you very much, principal. To be honest, this kid is indeed quite mysterious. Even I can't quite figure him out, Dong Lei responded. However, Huang Tianba, who was sitting next to the principal, didn't look too pleased. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? He even managed to defeat Luo Yushi and break through to the 5th level of the first stage of Qi and Blood. At this moment, another person spoke to Huang Tianba with a hint of mockery. Brother Huang, your prediction this time seems to have been a bit off. If you ask me, Yui didn't even go all out when he faced your esteemed son. His words were full of insincerity and sarcasm. No matter, just a mere commoner, I naturally have my ways. Huang Tianba thought to himself, planning to have his son discuss the matter of joining the Huang family with him later. At the same time, Li Yuanli was also calculating in his mind, thinking that he should have his son befriend this champion. Both harbored their own ulterior motives as they pondered. The competition finally came to an end. The principal took the stage to announce the conclusion of the event and informed everyone of a 4-day break, with classes resuming on Monday. The rewards would be automatically credited to the respective students' cards, while martial techniques would require the participants to visit the school's martial arts library to make their selections. At this moment, Yui slowly stepped down from the podium, his expression completely different from that of the first round of the competition. They not only shouted Yui's name loudly but also showed immense admiration in their eyes. Brother E, you are incredible. When I saw Luo Yushi unleash his strongest attack, I really thought you were going to lose this battle. I never expected you to turn the tables. This is simply a miracle. Yui smiled faintly and humbly replied, it was just luck. I managed to break through to the 5th level of the first stage of Chi and Blood at the critical moment, which barely allowed me to defeat him. If not for that, I probably would have lost. Hearing that Yui had broken through to the 5th level of the first stage, Skinny Monkey showed a surprised expression. Brothery, your cultivation level is improving so quickly. Yui, however, remained calm and answered indifferently. It's probably due to my talent level, but there's still a lot I need to work on. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the system task and asked, System, this task should be considered complete, right? Where are you? A moment later, a mechanical voice sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Grade D Superior Thunderslaying Blade, 800 talent points. Yui nodded and couldn't help but complain in his heart, System, why don't you take the initiative to remind me that the task is completed? Do I have to ask you before you say anything? However, he quickly became happy again. After all, he now had 2 million in cash, which could be used to purchase many precious elixirs to help him break through to a higher realm, ensuring greater safety after leaving the city. Moreover, he could also learn a powerful profound level martial technique to make up for his shortcomings. Thinking of these things, Yui was filled with excitement. Alright, there's still some wool to be sheared from the principal and the homeroom teacher. It's about time to do that. He then said to Skinny Monkey, let's go. First, let's shear some wool from the homeroom teacher. The Skinny Monkey nodded cheerfully. Alright, then after we claim the reward, come to my house for dinner tonight, brothery. My parents have been saying they wanted to meet you for days. Hearing what the Skinny Monkey said, Yui agreed. No problem, after we claim the reward, we'll go. For now, let's go fleece the homeroom teacher first, and then the principal. A quick note here, just like with ice-type talents, the higher the level, the stronger the power. The higher the spirit, the more spiritual energy there is. The higher the spirit, the stronger the skills. Skills and martial techniques are different, and this will be elaborated on later. On their way to the homeroom teacher's office, they ran into Huang Hong and his lackeys coming from the opposite direction. Well, isn't this our champion from the commoners? Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? What does it have to do with you? Just a defeated opponent. Of course it has something to do with me. If you join our Huang family, we'll give you 8 million a year, plus martial arts techniques. How about it? Huang Hong revealed a mischievous smile. You're just a commoner without any background, so it's hard to go far. Although I don't know why your cultivation speed is so fast. The further you go, the harder cultivation becomes. Without resources to support you, your cultivation speed will slow down significantly. As long as you join our Huang family, you'll have money, resources, and beauties all at your disposal. How about it? Tempted yet? Huang Hong said insidiously. Is that all? If you really want me to join, then come up with conditions that show more sincerity. Yui said playfully. You brat, don't be ungrateful. Young Master Huang inviting you to join is already giving you enough face, shouted the lackey standing beside Huang Hong. Huang Hang's face instantly darkened. He furrowed his brows, and his tone became stiff. Fine, then name your price. How much do you want? Yui slowly extended one finger, his gaze calmly fixed on Huang Hong. Huang Hong noticed Yui's gesture but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He secretly thought to himself that Yui must ultimately be unable to resist the temptation of money. With that, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and he confidently said, 10 million, right? No problem, I can send you the contract right away. However, Yui shook his head with a smile and softly said, Who said 10 million? What I meant was 10 billion. Huang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of shock as his voice rose by 8 octaves. He roared angrily, What? 10 billion? How dare you mess with me? Old Zhang, teach him a lesson and show him the power of the Huang family. Before the words had even faded, an elder standing beside Huang Heng suddenly made a move, launching an attack toward Yui. At that moment, an angry shout rang out, Stop! Everyone turned toward the voice, only to see the principal releasing a faint pressure, forcing the elder who had made the move to halt his actions. Huang Hong, this is not the Huang family's territory. How dare you make a move on school grounds? Aren't you afraid of being taken away by the Martial Arts Administration Bureau? The principal spoke sternly, his tone righteous. Huang Heng's expression darkened as he defended himself. Principal, you've misunderstood. This is a consecrated elder of the Huang family, Elder Zhang. He merely wanted to test the strength of our school's top student and meant no harm. His words carried a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness, as the principal was, after all, a 5th-rank martial artist and a 4th-rank spiritual psychic. Oh, Elder Zhang? A 3rd-rank martial artist bullying someone younger and weaker? That's a bit excessive, isn't it? The principal sneered coldly. Principal, you're joking. I just wanted to test the strength of the first-place winner in the ranking competition, that's all, Elder Zhang replied. If I catch you causing trouble again, don't blame me for being unkind. The principal said harshly before turning to Yui and Skinny Monkey. You two, come with me to the office. After Yui and the principal left, Huang Heng's face instantly darkened, and anger surged in his heart. How dare he threaten me? This principal truly doesn't know his place. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Huang Tianba's number. Hello? A gentle and familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Huang Hong angrily said to his father, "Dad, I just went to see Yue and invited him to join our Huang family, but he flatly refused without hesitation." As if he had expected this, the person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment before slowly speaking to comfort him. "It's okay. I figured he wouldn't agree. You should come back soon, and remember, don't provoke him again. If you accidentally offend him, you'll have to find a way to handle it yourself." As soon as the words were spoken, the other party directly hung up the phone. Listening to his father Huang Tianba's words, Huang Hong felt somewhat dissatisfied but said nothing more. He thought to himself, "This guy really doesn't know his place. A mere commoner dares to reject my invitation. I must teach him a lesson and let him understand the consequences of offending me." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Huang Hong turned to look at Elder Zhang beside him and ordered viciously, "Elder Zhang, arrange some men and get rid of Yue for me. We've already angered him, so we absolutely cannot let him continue to grow. Otherwise, if he comes back to seek revenge after gaining power in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable." Elder Zhang nodded respectfully and replied, "Understood, young master. I will make the arrangements as soon as possible." After receiving a definite response, Huang Hong felt slightly better and nodded. After experiencing what just happened, Yue felt even more deeply the extent of his weakness. Moreover, it seemed that Huang Hong did not intend to let him go and might send someone to take action. Yue thought to himself about preparing in advance. Huang Hong and Elder Zhang had already been added to his must-eliminate list. "By the way, Principal, how did you know where I was just now?" "Luckily, you acted in time, or my life would have been over," Yue said jokingly. "Wasn't it because of the big gift I promised you? Initially, I went to your homeroom teacher's office but didn't see you there. Then, I came out and saw Huang Hong inviting you to join his Huang family, so I wanted to see how you'd respond. I didn't expect Huang Hong to be so arrogant, even having the elder beside him attack you. But don't worry, as long as you're in this school, I guarantee they won't do anything to you," the principal said. Yue gratefully said, "Thank you very much, Principal. By the way, the person next to you is Wang Shua, right? He's also quite good. I'll reward you both. Come, let's go to my office and talk." Yue and the skinny monkey followed the principal to the office. After closing the door, the principal sat down and looked at Yue. "Yue, do you understand what it means to refuse the Huang family's invitation?" the principal asked seriously. "I understand, Principal, but I don't want to rely on others. I want to become strong through my own efforts," Yue replied firmly. Since he already had a system, joining other forces wouldn't be ideal. The principal nodded slightly, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. "It's good that you have this determination, but you must understand that in this world, power and wealth often bring more opportunities and resources. However, you made the right decision. Because once you join the Huang family, you become nothing more than a dog of the Huang family. Unless you are stronger than the Huang family, you will never have a chance to rise." The principal spoke with a serious expression. Yue nodded. He was already well aware of this. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself, and besides, he had the system. "I suppose Huang Hong won't let you off easily either." The principal slowly took out a jade stone and handed it to Yue. "This contains a strand of my spiritual power. As long as you crush it when you're in danger, I will quickly come to your side. Originally, the reward for your competition was meant to be pills and spiritual liquid, but I think this is more suitable for you now. By the way, there's also this." The principal took out a demon core. This demon core comes from a second-tier, 5th-level spatial-type demonic beast. It was a gift from an old friend of mine. I think you really need these two items at this stage, so I'm giving them to you as rewards for this competition. You already know the function of a demon core. Absorbing a demon core can significantly increase vitality and mental strength, with the enhancement becoming more pronounced the higher the level of the core. Additionally, there is a very small chance that a demon core may contain a skill. The higher the level of the core, the greater the likelihood of a skill appearing, and the stronger the skill will be. Demon cores are very difficult to obtain. Sometimes, thousands of demonic beasts may not yield a single core. The higher the level of the beast, the slightly higher the chance of a core dropping. If a beast has a demon core, it will drop immediately upon its death, and the beast's body will disappear. If the beast does not have a core, its body will remain after death. If you are lucky enough to discover a skill within this demon core during absorption, you can choose not to learn it and instead sell it. The attributes of the demon core correspond to the potential skills it may contain. For example, this is a spatial-type demon core, so it will only contain spatial-type skills. Those without spatial-type talents cannot learn the skills and can only absorb the core to increase vitality and mental strength. If the core contains a skill but you lack the corresponding attribute talent, the skill will disappear after the core is absorbed. However, no one would be foolish enough to do that, as demon cores with skills are extremely valuable and are guaranteed to contain a skill. Although this is just a spatial-type demon core, I think it should be very helpful to you. I'm quite curious. I can't see through you. It's not just your level. Even the speed at which your martial techniques improve doesn't seem like that of an S rank. week, the principal said meaningfully. After listening to the principal's words, Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been worried about whether he would encounter trouble from Huang Hong after leaving the school, but with the appearance of this jade stone, all problems were instantly resolved. As long as he crushed it, the principal would arrive immediately, providing him with a sense of security. After all, no matter how powerful the other side was, it was unlikely they would send a 6th-tier expert to deal with him, a 1st-tier talent. With this assurance, Yui could confidently leave the city to hunt. However, he still reminded himself to remain cautious. He then took another look at the spatial-type demon core. Its value was undoubtedly significant, as spatial-type demon beasts were extremely rare and difficult to capture. He just didn't know if this demon core contained any skills, though he couldn't discern that himself. After all, he had the system. Yui thought to himself, wondering if the demon core absorption system could help. After reviewing the reward, Yui quickly expressed his gratitude to the principal. "Thank you so much, principal. This gift is truly too generous. I don't even know how I can repay you." "Ha, then repay me when you've grown stronger in the future," the principal said with a hearty laugh. Yui knew very well that with his current abilities, he couldn't do much to repay the principal, but who could predict what the future held? Thus, Yui said to the principal with determination, "I will always remember your kindness." The principal nodded and turned his gaze to Skinny Monkey. "I got so caught up talking to you that I almost forgot about the person next to you. Here are 3 1st-tier, 5-layer dark-type demon cores. They can help you speed up your cultivation. As for whether they contain any skills, that's uncertain." The Skinny Monkey hurriedly took the demon core and said gratefully, "Thank you, principal. I've already decided how to repay you. I will definitely get into a top martial arts university and bring honor to our school." The principal showed a satisfied smile, nodded, and encouraged, "Good boy, I believe you can do it. Alright, you two go ahead and get busy. The elite classes have already been assigned, and next Monday, the two of you will report to Class 1. The elite classes are based on rankings, with ranks 1 to 50 in Elite Class 1, and so on. The rankings depend on the amount of resources one can obtain. By the way, principal, could you help transfer our homeroom teacher, Mr. Dong Lei, to teach the Elite Class 1? Our homeroom teacher is not only responsible but also very kind to the students," Yui said expectantly. "Let me see about transferring your homeroom teacher to the Elite Class 1. If it's possible, I'll help you." "Thank you so much, principal," Yui said with a big smile. "If you encounter any difficulties, both of you can come to me. I will do my best to help you solve the problems. After all, you don't have much of a background, so I will be your support and protect you until the martial arts exam is over." The principal spoke earnestly. After listening to the principal's words, Yui and Skinny Monkey nodded heavily, then walked out of the office. As soon as they left, their hearts were filled with joy and motivation. "Brother E, now that we have such precious resources, we must work even harder to cultivate," Skinny Monkey said excitedly. "That's right, we can't let the principal's expectations down." Yui tightly gripped the item in his hand, his gaze resolute. "Let's go, we should ask the homeroom teacher for our reward and see what surprise she has for us." Yui and Skinny Monkey slowly walked to the homeroom teacher's office door and gently knocked. A warm voice came from inside. "Come in." The two pushed the door open and walked in. The homeroom teacher looked up, saw them, and a trace of concern appeared on his face. "Why are you so late? With your personality, shouldn't you have come early to take advantage of me?" Yui scratched his head, smiled a little sheepishly, and explained, "Teacher, we were delayed a bit on the way here because of something that happened." Later, the principal took us directly to his office, and we had a conversation with him, which is why we arrived late. The homeroom teacher nodded after hearing this and then said cheerfully, "Ah, so that's what happened." Then he looked at Wang Shua, "And you've done very well too, managing to get into the top 10. You've really brought honor to our class." Originally, he had planned to reward Yui with some spiritual liquid or pills, but he felt these were a bit too petty for someone like Yui. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "You've been my student for 3 years, and your character is excellent. The Dong family in the neighboring city is about to open an E-level secret realm, specifically arranged to provide resources for this generation of awakened individuals. I heard the Dong family has produced an SSS-level talent. Normally, only members of the Dong family can enter, but there are still spots allocated to individuals from forces that have been helpful to the Dong family." Speaking of this, the homeroom teacher paused briefly. "I am considered a branch of the Dong family, and I have only a 17-year-old daughter who has not yet awakened, so she missed this opportunity. The highest level allowed in this secret realm is no more than Tier 3 Level 1, so this spot is yours. You must cherish this opportunity. In this world, there are various secret realms, which are naturally formed independent small worlds. However, many secret realms are controlled by families, the military, schools, and other forces. The levels of secret realms range from F to SSS, with higher levels corresponding to stronger beasts and richer resources." Hearing that the homeroom teacher had actually given this secret realm spot to him, Yui felt a bit surprised. After all, the resources in secret realms are far richer than those in the wild, and there's even a chance to obtain treasures. What's more, this is not a public secret realm. Public secret realms have been explored extensively, leading to a decrease in resources and beasts. Thank you, homeroom teacher. Thank you for your dedicated guidance. Wishing you safety, good health, endless joy, and boundless energy, Yui said in one breath, his heart full of gratitude. Homeroom teacher Dong Lei couldn't help but laugh and responded with a smile. You cheeky boy, always so glib. If you're truly grateful, then get into the Imperial Capital Academy first. Once you've become strong, you can repay me then. Yui nodded solemnly, saying earnestly, I will, homeroom teacher. I will never let you down. He clenched his fist, silently vowing in his heart to grow stronger in the future and find out what they needed to repay their kindness. Dong Lei nodded and then turned his gaze to Wang Shua, smiling as he said, Wang Shua, you've performed exceptionally well too. An SS talent, making it into the top 10 without any background, truly a prodigy. After speaking, the homeroom teacher took out a martial arts manual from his chest. This martial arts technique is a top-grade yellow-level movement skill, Phantom Step, which is very suitable for your SS-level dark attribute talent. Wang Shua hurriedly bowed and accepted the manual, gratefully saying, Thank you so much for your dedicated guidance, homeroom teacher. I will work twice as hard to get into the Imperial Capital Academy. The homeroom teacher waved his hand and smiled, Alright, the rewards have been distributed to you. You can go home now. Come back next Monday, and by then, you will officially be students of the Elite Class 1. I may no longer be the one leading you in the future. Yui keenly noticed the change in the homeroom teacher's mood and comforted him. Perhaps it would still be better if you continue to lead us. After all, our class has a first-place student and another in the top 10. This is uncertain. It still depends on the principal's decision. Dong Lei replied somewhat dejectedly. Homeroom teacher, you have to believe in yourself. I dare say the one who can lead us must be you. Please rest assured. Yui promised, patting his chest. Dong Lei smiled faintly, shook his head, and responded, Alright, I'll trust you this time. That's more like it. Yui said cheerfully, then we'll take our leave for now. After speaking, Yui waved to Skinny Monkey and left the classroom together. After leaving the office, Yui and Wang Shua chatted as they walked. Brother E, what are you planning to do next? Skinny Monkey asked curiously. Yui replied with a determined look and a steady tone, Get stronger. The principal and the homeroom teacher have high hopes for us, and we absolutely cannot let them down. Wang Shua's expression became serious after hearing this, and he nodded heavily, saying, That's right, we absolutely cannot let them down. Yui wholeheartedly agreed, understanding deep down that this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Only by becoming strong can one have a voice. His eyes revealed an unwavering determination. At this moment, Skinny Monkey smiled and invited, Brother E, let's go to my house first. Tonight, have dinner at my place. My parents have been wanting to meet you for a long time. Yui readily agreed. Alright, then I'll go to your house to meet your uncle and aunt. By the way, should I bring any gifts to meet your parents? Wang Shua quickly waved his hand and said earnestly, No need, Brother E. It's already great that you came. Bringing a gift would make it feel too formal. Alright then, let's head to your house now. It's getting late, and I can help your parents with some work when we get there, Yui suggested. Okay, Brother E. Wang Shua scratched his head and then followed Yui toward the school gate. As they walked, Yui suddenly stopped in his tracks, his heart jolting. He had completely forgotten about the important matter of choosing a martial skill. Turning to Wang Shua, he said, I still need to pick one more martial skill. I'll go to your house after I finish that. Wang Shua quickly nodded and replied, Brother E, hurry up and choose a martial skill. Once you've picked one, come to my house. By the way, Brother E, what type of martial skill are you planning to choose? Yui thought for a moment and responded, I want to choose a movement-based martial skill to make up for my shortcomings in agility. After speaking, he and Skinny Monkey headed toward the school's martial arts hall. Shortly after, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering the hall, Yui walked straight to the front desk and said to the elderly man there, Hello, teacher. I'm here to claim the martial skill reward for winning first place in the ranking competition. The teacher looked up and smiled. Oh, it's Yui. I've been waiting for you. Tell me what type of martial skill you need, and I'll check if the school has a relevant collection. If possible, I hope to find a movement technique related to the lightning attribute. The old man frowned slightly, his tone filled with doubt. You're not someone with a lightning attribute talent, so why do you want a movement technique related to lightning? Oh well, it's none of my business. Let me check for you. With that, he began searching on the computer. Yui waited quietly on the side. Before long, the old man found the results and said, There are only 3 in total. After all, this is just a school, so we don't have many powerful techniques. Then, he introduced them one by one. The first one is called Thunderbolt Step, a lower-grade Shen level technique. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to move as swiftly as lightning. The second one is named Thunder Shadow Flash, also a lower-grade Shen level technique. Its unique feature is the ability to leave behind lightning afterimages while moving, confusing the enemy's vision. The last one is Thunder Instant Step, which is an upper-grade Shen level technique. When mastered to perfection, it enables the practitioner to move as fast as lightning and appear beside the opponent at extreme speed. However, its training difficulty is quite high. After pondering for a moment, Yui decisively chose Thunder Instant Step. With the system's assistance, he naturally opted for the one with greater difficulty and higher potential. The elder glanced at Yui's choice and merely frowned slightly without saying much, then began arranging for other staff to deliver the martial technique. Soon, a staff member walked over holding an ancient-looking book and handed it to Yui. Detected martial skill Thunder Flash Step. Learn it? Learn! As these words fell, a profound understanding and knowledge of Thunder Flash Step instantly emerged in Yui's mind. Ding! The martial skill Thunder Flash Step can be upgraded to Earth Grade Superior Level Thunder Instant Flash. Would you like to spend 500 talent points to upgrade? Oh, Yui pondered briefly and decided to click the upgrade button. After all, he still had enough of the 800 points available. In an instant, Thunder Flash left a preliminary impression and understanding in his mind. Not bad. With this, if he could master a defensive martial skill as well, it would be even more perfect. He silently contemplated in his heart. Thank you, teacher. We'll take our leave now. Yui bid farewell to the elder in front of him. The elder nodded slightly in response but did not say much. After Yui left, the elder gazed at his departing figure and murmured softly, "What an interesting little fellow. Let's go, Skinny Monkey. We can head to your house now." Yui turned to Skinny Monkey beside him and said. Skinny Monkey nodded. "Brother E, my family will definitely be happy to see you." Just as they were about to step out of the school gate, Yui suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure at the entrance. It was the school beauty, Luo Yushi. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. Who was she waiting for here? However, since it had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to dwell on it and walked past her. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, Yui heard someone behind him call out, "Yui, hello, could you share your contact information so I can reach out to you for sparring later?" The school beauty said calmly. Hearing Luo Yushi say this, Yui was indeed a bit surprised. The aloof school beauty actually took the initiative to ask him for his contact information. This was truly unexpected. He stared at the still icy cold Luo Yushi in front of him, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He casually asked, "When you ask someone for their WeChat, do you always put on such a cold and aloof demeanor?" Luo Yushi heard this and responded expressionlessly, "Then what do you think I should do?" Yui thought for a moment, then revealed a mischievous smile and teased, "I think you should kiss me first, then ask for my contact information. That's the most proper way to go about it." Shameless, Luo Yushi snapped angrily, pretending to make a move. However, she reconsidered and realized she wasn't a match for Yui at the moment, so she had no choice but to turn away in frustration. As her footsteps grew farther away, the anger in her heart intensified. She couldn't understand, this was her first time actively asking someone for their contact information, yet she was met with such a merciless rejection. In the past, people had always scrambled to ask for her contact information. Could it be that her charm had diminished? Luo Yushi was puzzled, and the thought of not being able to defeat Yui made her even angrier. So, she took out her phone and dialed a number labeled Luo Tianha. Soon, a gentle voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, sweetheart, what made you think of calling your dad?" "Dad, I want more cultivation resources," Luo Yushi said bluntly. Her father on the other end of the line was clearly surprised. "What happened? Did you use up the resources I gave you half a month ago? Why are you suddenly asking for more? Did you encounter some difficulties?" "No, I just want to double my training and quickly improve my strength." Luo Yushi gritted her teeth. She didn't want to lose to Yui. Alright, I'll have your Aunt Luo send you another batch. But while cultivation is important, you shouldn't rush it too much," the voice on the other end said earnestly. "Okay, I will, Dad," Luo Yushi responded calmly. Luo Tianha thought for a moment and then said, "Daughter, when are you coming back? Even though you don't like your arranged marriage partner, you still need to meet him at least once. He's from a top-tier family, and I can't refuse outright. Let's just say you'll meet him after your martial exam training in Qingchuan City." Hearing her father's words, Luo Yushi's expression grew even colder. She replied firmly, "I will never meet him. This was something you decided on your own and has nothing to do with me. If you want a marriage alliance, you can do it yourselves." With that, she hung up the phone without hesitation. Luo Tianha sighed helplessly. "Ah, girl, you don't understand the reasons behind this. I don't want you to marry that second young master of the Li family either. After all, he's a notorious playboy. However, I have no choice. Your mother was bitten by a jade venom black snake in the secret realm, and its venom is extremely potent. Only a special spiritual medicine can cure her, and that medicine is only available from the Li family. When I initially went to the Li family to purchase this spiritual medicine, they took the opportunity to raise the price, fixated on my wife's beauty, and proposed that they would only sell some if I agreed to marry her off. Considering my wife's illness, I had no choice but to grit my teeth and agree. Unexpectedly, the medicine I obtained could only suppress the condition and couldn't fundamentally solve the problem. Over the years, I have been searching for a way to resolve the hidden danger to my wife, but I have never succeeded. As a result, the marriage alliance has never been annulled. Thinking of this, I clenched my fists requests, my heart filled with guilt and helplessness. Sigh, I hope you can understand your father's difficulties. I truly haven't been a competent father. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yushi felt increasingly irritable, partly because Yui had mercilessly refused her, and partly because of her aversion to the arranged marriage. Every time she thought of that philandering marriage partner, Luo Yushi felt a wave of nausea. Forget it, it's better not to dwell on these annoying matters. Focusing on improving herself was the most important thing. Brother E, you're amazing. You actually dared to tease that cold as ice campus belle. Skinny Monkey said with a face full of admiration. It's nothing, it was just a joke anyway. Let's go, it's time to head to your place, Yui replied calmly. So, Yui and Skinny Monkey walked out of the school gate together, heading in the direction of Skinny Monkey's home. Skinny Monkey's house was also located in the civilian district, but it was not in the same area as Yui's. Before long, they arrived at Skinny Monkey's doorstep. Skinny Monkey gently knocked on the door, and a soft voice came from inside. Who is it? Mom, it's me, Wang Shua. Upon hearing Wang Shua's voice, Skinny Monkey's mother hurriedly opened the door. When she saw a male classmate standing next to Wang Shua, a hint of confusion appeared on her face, and she asked, Wang Shua, who is this? Mom, this is Yui, the guy I always talk to you about. My best buddy from school. When Skinny Monkey's mom heard it was Yui, she immediately beamed with joy. Oh, it's Yui. Come in and have a seat. Auntie, you look so beautiful. Oh my, what a sweet talker. I'm old. What's beautiful about me? Come in, come in. Yui followed Skinny Monkey into the house. Although the house wasn't big, it was very tidy. Skinny Monkey's mom brought out some tea and warmly entertained Yui. Yui, thank you for taking care of our Wang Shua all the time. Auntie, Skinny Monkey is my brother. Taking care of him is the right thing to do. Then I'll call you Shaoi. How about that? Yui nodded. That's fine, Auntie. So, Shaoi, what talent did you awaken? Yui replied, I awakened an S-level spatial talent. An S-level spatial talent, that's really impressive. Unlike me, I only awakened an F-level talent. Skinny Monkey's mother, named Hiyu, awakened an F-level talent called Affinity, which only makes her slightly more approachable when communicating with others. Skinny Monkey's father, named Wang Shan, awakened an E-level talent called Speed Boost, which makes him slightly faster than others and allows him to work for a food delivery company. Although everyone can awaken a talent, E-level and F-level talents have very low absorption rates for elixirs and slow cultivation speeds. Some people may never reach the warrior realm in their lifetime and can only choose to find a stable job in society to live a peaceful life. It's okay, Auntie, you gave birth to a great child. Look, Skinny Monkey awakened an SS level talent. After listening to Yui's words, he laughed. Yes, I have a good son. Saying this, she hugged Wang Shua. Watching the mother and son rely on each other, I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After all, I've been alone for 2 lifetimes. However, thinking about Li Qingyue, who, though not my biological sister, treats me better than one, I couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in my heart. After all, there is still someone who loves me. After hugging Wang Shua, Hiyu smiled and said, stay at our house for dinner tonight, no refusals. Yui nodded, then I'll have a taste of Auntie's cooking. Auntie said cheerfully, then I'll show you what I can do. You and Wang Shua sit down first, I'll go make dinner. Auntie, let me help you. You are a guest, how can I let you help me? Wang Shua, go and keep your brother company. The Skinny Monkey responded, got it. Then he said to Yui, just enjoy being a guest. Yui nodded helplessly, then I shall accept graciously. As the last dish was served, Wang Shua's father also returned. Seeing his father come back, Wang Shua quickly stepped forward and said, Dad, you're back. Let me introduce you, this is Yui, the friend I often talk about, my close buddy. After hearing his son's introduction, Wang Shan carefully sized up the young man in front of him. Yui was tall and slender, with handsome features and a heroic spirit in his demeanor. Wang Shan couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and said with a smile, so you're Yui. You truly are a fine young man, quite reminiscent of how I used to be back in the day. It had to be said, his son's friend was indeed good-looking. Standing to the side, Wang Shua's mother couldn't help but roll her eyes at Wang Shan upon hearing this, and playfully scolded, you old fool, how old are you now? Still talking about your younger days. What were you like back then? Haven't you always been the same? Wang Shan, upon hearing his wife's words, didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and explained, I'm just trying to get closer to the young man, to build some rapport. Seeing the conversation veering further off track, Wang Shua quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, let's eat first, and chat while we eat. Saying this, he pulled Yui toward the dining table. Yes, come sit down and eat. Try your auntie's cooking. Wang Shan warmly invited him, and Yui politely responded, alright, uncle. Then he took a seat at the dining table. Wang Shan nodded silently as he looked at Yui, who smiled and said, Uncle, you should sit down too. You've been working hard all day and need to rest more. Hearing this, Wang Shan felt very gratified and replied with a beaming smile, good lad, you really know how to care for others. Your future girlfriend's parents will be lucky. It seems our Shuashuo has truly made a good friend this time. Aya, what tiredness. As long as Wang Shua can focus on his cultivation, I'm happy. Besides, our Shuashua's SS SS-level talent is my pride, haha, Wang Shan said with a face full of pride. We must celebrate properly today, and we have to drink until we're satisfied. Who allowed you to drink? No drinking, He sternly stopped him. Alright, no drinking then, listening to the wife is never wrong. Wang Shan smiled and compromised, but he was still unwilling to give up. Oh come on, brother Yue is here today, let's have a little drink to celebrate. He didn't say a word, just gave him a knowing look. Seeing that look, Wang Shan became obedient. Fine, no drinking then, let's eat. Yue watched the family scene, the smile on his lips never fading, and thought to himself how fortunate it is to have good parents. Then, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began enjoying the delicious dishes. It must be said, Wang Shua's mom's cooking skills were truly remarkable. Every dish was a feast for the senses, making people want to eat several more bowls of rice. At this moment, Wang Shan asked expectantly, by the way, how did the ranking competition at your school go today? Wang Shua replied with a smile, I made it into the top 10. Whoa, my boy actually made it into the top 10. Truly worthy of being my son, Wang Shan. Now I can brag to my colleagues properly. Wang Shan said excitedly, patting Wang Shua's head. 10th place, this result is quite remarkable. After all, the 9th high school is not bad either. Wang Shua's eyes slightly reddened, and he said gratefully, if it weren't for you giving everything to buy me cultivation resources, I might not have even made it into the top 10. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Without the support of his parents, where would the resources come from? How could he possibly improve his strength to defeat his opponents? Therefore, he must work even harder and become stronger. Ah, silly child, I earn money just for you to spend. When you become strong in the future, just come and protect me, Wang Shan said with a hearty laugh. At this moment, his heart was full of comfort. What a good son he had. Wang Shua patted his chest. I will definitely protect you both. Awakening a good talent is all about becoming stronger, isn't it? Now, he must become even more powerful. How did Xiaoyi rank? He asked gently. Yue replied, I was lucky to get first place. Oh wow. First place, you really are full of surprises. I heard from you that you even have an S-level talent, and you're actually stronger than those with SS-level talents. It seems you're truly remarkable, Wang Shan said in astonishment. After all, being first place is no small feat. Yue smiled faintly and said modestly, just a stroke of luck. Is it luck? Not at all. It's all thanks to his hard work in cultivation. Putting in effort to improve can also be considered diligent cultivation, right? The difference is clear. Wang Shan added, you two shouldn't be arrogant. There's always someone better, and there's always a higher sky. This statement is absolutely true. Xinchuan City is just a small town. Compared to a real provincial capital, like the imperial city, it's far inferior. Yue understood this well and quickly nodded in response, of course, uncle. After all, pride makes one fall behind, while humility leads to progress. Not bad. What you said makes a lot of sense. Alright, let's continue eating. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Before long, Yue finished his meal, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said, thank you, uncle and aunt, for your hospitality. I need to head back now. My sister is still waiting for me at home. Alright, then hurry back so your elder sister doesn't have to wait too long, he said warmly to him. Beside her, Wang Shua stood up voluntarily, ready to see Yue out. Alright, thank you, uncle and aunt, for your hospitality. I'll definitely visit again next time if I get the chance, Yue replied with a smile. Wang Shan laughed heartily. Haha, you're really my kind of guy. Come and visit often when you have time. After saying goodbye, Skinny Monkey accompanied Yue downstairs. Watching the backs of the two kids as they left, Yue and his wife were filled with emotion. This young man has a good character, strong abilities, and is handsome. If we had a daughter, we could consider marrying her. To him, Yue said with delight. But we only have a son. Being good brothers with him is also a great thing. Wang Shan nodded in agreement. Indeed, such outstanding young people are rare. Whether through marriage or friendship, forming a connection with him would be a good choice. Downstairs. Brother E, do you need me to give you a ride? Yue waved his hand. Go back and rest early. No need to see me off. Wang Shua chuckled. Alright then, Brother E, see you next time. Bye-bye. After seeing Yue off, Skinny Monkey returned upstairs alone. Yue walked home by himself, feeling particularly cheerful. Before long, he arrived downstairs. At his home. Looking up, he saw the bright light shining from his family's window, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Amidst the countless lights of the city, there was finally one that belonged to his own warm haven. Thinking of this, Yue quickened his pace, eager to return home and share today's experiences and feelings with his family. After all, no matter how bustling and glamorous the outside world is, home is always the coziest and most reassuring harbor. As soon as he entered the house, Yue saw Sister Qingyue quietly lying on the sofa, seemingly asleep. Her head rested on her left arm as she lay on her side, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes closed, and her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. She was wearing a loose nightgown. Yue couldn't help but smile. TSK, Sister Qingyue looked so beautiful under the moonlight. Usually, Li Qingyue wore an apron and casual clothes, which already highlighted her good figure, but Yue Yui hadn't expected her to be so stunning. Noticing that the weather was a bit chilly, Yui went back inside to grab a blanket, intending to cover Li Qingyue with it. Just as he was doing so, Qingyue's eyes slightly opened. Seeing it was Yui, she said, "Xiaoyi, why did you come back so late? I called you, but you didn't answer. It's already 10 o'clock. Yui took out his phone and saw that it had run out of battery and shut off. He explained to Qingyue, "My classmate invited me to his house for dinner. After I got back, I played on my phone for a while, and it ran out of battery. Sorry for worrying you, Qingyue." Hearing this, Li Qingyue finally felt reassured and nodded. "Next time, just let your sister know in advance, Xiaoyi." "I will, Qingyue. I'll definitely inform you next time. By the way, Qingyue, why did you fall asleep on the sofa?" "Because you didn't answer my calls, I was a bit worried about you, so I waited for you on the sofa. I must have dozed off without realizing it," Li Qingyue said sincerely. She had waited for Yui for a long time, constantly worried that something might have happened to him. "Thank you, Qingyue," Yui said as he stepped forward. Then he added, "Oh, by the way, Qingyue, today I ranked first in the school in the placement competition and won a 2 million prize. How about I take you shopping at the mall this Saturday? With a bit of money, spending a little is, of course, no problem." Li Qingyue was full of surprise when she heard that Yui had actually achieved first place in the entire school. "Xiaoyi, you're really amazing to have gotten first place in the whole school, but there's no need to buy anything for me. You should save it to buy cultivation supplies." First place in the entire school. She hadn't expected her younger brother to be so outstanding. However, thinking about it, it made sense after all. Yui was a child with dual talents. As for why he had dual talents, Li Qingyue didn't want to ask too much. After all, everyone has their own secrets. A secret ceases to be a secret once it's revealed. "Sister Qingyue, you've taken care of me for so long. What's wrong with me buying something for you? One must know how to be grateful." Li Qingyue had taken care of him for 3 years, so buying her something was naturally the right thing to do. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyue nodded and said, "Xiaoyi, I'll go with you on Saturday when I have a day off." Seeing Li Qingyue agree, Yui said, "Sister Qingyue, then hurry up and go to sleep now. I just saw you dozing off on the sofa." Li Qingyue yawned. "Xiaoyi, then I'll head back first." She was indeed a bit tired. After a busy day and waiting for Yui for so long, she was now utterly exhausted. Yui gazed out the window, his mind recalling Li Qingyue, who had just fallen into a deep sleep on the sofa. A faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. In this world, at least he had a wonderful elder sister. In his previous life, he had never experienced even a shred of care. As an orphan, he had relied solely on his own efforts to achieve anything. Pulling his thoughts back, Yui decided to take a shower first to calm himself down and have a proper day of rest. Tomorrow, he would check the rewards and head to the martial artist tower for shopping. After a quick shower, he worked hard to suppress the restlessness in his heart, lay down on the bed, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto his face, and Yui was awakened by the crisp sound of an alarm clock. Groggily, he stretched, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at his phone. It was already 8 in the morning. "Why are you still sleeping at this hour?" the alarm on his phone questioned. Yui reached out to turn off the alarm and, thinking about yesterday's task rewards, still felt a bit excited. The talent points from the rewards totaled 800, along with a D-grade weapon. He had used 500 points yesterday to upgrade his martial skills, leaving 300 points remaining. Adding the 100 points from the daily task for the final day of the competition, he now had a total of 400 talent points. Sigh, it still feels like the talent points aren't enough. If only the daily tasks could grant a bit more, he thought. Thinking about this, Yui turned over and got out of bed, starting to prepare for a new day. The principal had rewarded him with a second-tier, 5-layer spatial type demon core. He wondered if it contained any skills. "System, can I directly absorb this demon core?" Ding! Normally, a first-tier individual cannot absorb a second-tier demon core, but with the system, you can directly absorb this demon core. This not only saves absorption time but also allows cross-tier absorption. Ding! Detected that the host is using a demon core for the first time, rewarding the spatial type skill teleportation. Ding! From now on, every 100 spatial type demon cores absorbed will reward a spatial type skill. This is amazing. Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart. System, absorb this demon core. Soon, the demon core was completely absorbed, and the radiance it emitted disappeared along with it. Vitality, 1880 calories, spirit, 1688 Hz. Feeling the enhancement in vitality and spirit, Yui immediately felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Having the system was truly incredible. Not only did it save time on absorbing pills and demon cores, but it also put him far ahead of others. Moreover, he had acquired the teleportation skill. Just imagine, if he encountered someone annoying in the future, he could instantly appear beside them and give them a slap. How satisfying would that be? The teleportation distance would increase as his spirit grew stronger. For now, he could teleport about 30 meters, though excessive use would deplete his spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of reaching the first tier 5th level in spirit and vitality. Reward 500 talent points. Ding. Daily task updated. Meditate and practice the body strengthening technique for 1 hour daily to earn 200 talent points. Ding. Task released. Achieve 2nd tier 1st level in vital energy and spirit. Reward 1500 talent points. Oh wow. The system has released another task, and the daily tasks have become simpler with better rewards. Yui felt delighted. Since that's the case, he decided to head to the martial artist building to buy some items he needed. After quickly freshening up, he ate a few buns at a street stall and hurried toward the martial artist building. The warrior building, once again arriving here, remains bustling with activity, with people coming and going. After all, the warrior building encompasses a variety of services, not only allowing the purchase of items but also the sale of goods, acceptance of tasks, and various entertainment activities. Entering the warrior hall, Yui discovered that it had a total of 18 floors. The first floor primarily provides basic services and answers questions for warriors. So, Yui walked to the window where the young lady had certified him as a warrior last time and quickly joined the queue. It wasn't long before it was his turn. Yui smiled and said to her, "Hello, I've come to update the level of my warrior spiritual mind master." The young lady glanced at Yui and exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually you." Yui was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the young lady to still remember him. "Do you remember me?" "Of course I do. You were the first one to come for certification after awakening," the young lady said with a wink. "So, what are you here to update this time?" Generally speaking, martial artist levels can be registered once every 5 tiers. First tier, 5th level, just enough to meet the requirements for hunting outside the city. "What do you think?" the young lady asked in confusion. "You're not going to tell me that you've already reached the 5th level of the first stage, are you?" Yui nodded calmly. "I was lucky to achieve it." When the young lady heard Yui say he had reached the 5th level of the first stage, her face was full of disbelief. "How could you progress so quickly? Are you a descendant of some noble family here in Qingchuan City for training?" she said excitedly. It's just normal cultivation, that's all," I said calmly. "Are you lying to me?" Forget it. It's okay if you don't want to say." "Well, can we exchange contact information?" the young lady asked eagerly. Yui thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. Great. By the way, my name is Xiao Xiao, and you're Yui, so no need for further introductions. Yui touched his nose and thought to himself, her name is Xiao, but certain parts aren't small at all. So, they exchanged contact information. "Alright, brother Yui, now I'll conduct a blood energy and mental strength test for you. You need to pass to get certified successfully," Xiao said seriously. Yui nodded and placed his hand on the device. Soon, the instrument displayed the data: blood energy, 1880 calories, mental strength, 1688 Hz. Seeing the blood energy and mental strength data, Xiao's mouth opened wide in shock, enough to fit several sausages. "I'm now certain that you must be from some prominent family, training in Qingchuan City, achieving both first tier level 5 and mental strength and blood energy at this stage. How is that even possible? Only some top tier families could manage that." Her eyes widened as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Yui remained silent, not wanting outsiders to know too much about him, to avoid arousing jealousy or unnecessary attention. After a moment of silence, Yui smiled and said, "Well then, just think of me as a young master from a distant noble family." After speaking, Yui turned to look at her and continued to ask, "Now, can you help me update the badge?" "Of course," she replied with a smile, extending her hand to indicate that he should hand over the badge to her. Without hesitation, Yui handed over the badge. Before long, the badge update was successfully completed. Xiao looked at the updated badge in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. She seemed to recall something important, looked up, and said to Yui, "Oh, once you reach the 5th level of the first rank, you'll also receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Then, she explained in detail how to claim this subsidy. You just need to download an app called Warrior Hall, log in using the number on your badge, and finally link your personal bank account to receive the money on time." Yui listened attentively to her explanation and nodded to show he understood. He took out his phone and followed her instructions. In no time, he successfully downloaded and logged into Warrior Hall and quickly linked his bank account. "Thank you, big sister." As expected, the big sisters from Xiongda are all kind-hearted, Yui joked. Hearing Yui's compliment, Xiao's face flushed slightly, seemingly a bit shy. "I have another question to ask. Where can I buy pills and spiritual liquid?" Xiao pointed upstairs. "Pills and spiritual liquid are on the 2nd floor." Yui nodded and said with a smile, "Then I'll go buy the pills first." Upon hearing this, Xiao didn't say anything further, as she still had work to do. Watching Yui's departing figure, she murmured to herself, "What a strange young man." After entering the pill hall, Yui directly asked, "Hello, what are the prices for first-grade top-quality qi and blood pills and first-grade top-quality spiritual liquid?" The staff member glanced up to size up the plainly dressed young man in front of them but showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, they politely replied, "The price for a first-grade top-quality qi and blood pill is approximately 65,000 each, and the price for spiritual liquid is the same. Would you like to make a purchase? 65,000 each? Then I'll take 10 of each for now, Yui said calmly. The staff member was stunned upon hearing 10 of each. They never expected this seemingly ordinary young man to be so wealthy. The total comes to 1.3 million blue star coins. The staff member smiled and said. Yui nodded, then took out his bank card and handed it to the other party. Swiped the card. The staff member took the bank card and skillfully completed the transaction. Here are your pills and spiritual liquid. Wishing you a smooth life and enjoyable cultivation. We look forward to your next visit, the staff member said enthusiastically. Yui nodded slightly to express his gratitude. At this moment, he began to ponder what he was still lacking. After some thought, he realized that he seemed to lack everything. Not only martial techniques but also lightning and spatial skills, even battle armor. Most importantly, he lacked money. Still lacking money. But it's okay, once he can go out of the city to hunt, he'll be able to earn money. Thinking of this, Yui suddenly felt a surge of confidence. First, he decided to buy some battle armor to ensure his safety outside. So, he headed to the weapons and armor section. Excuse me, what's the price of F-grade battle armor? The receptionist was a chubby staff member. The classifications for F-grade battle armor are all here. Take a look yourself. As he spoke, he handed a list to Yui. Yui carefully examined it and found that F-grade low and mid-tier battle armor ranged from 200,000 to 300,000, while high-tier and top-tier ranged from 300,000 to 500,000. After some comparison, he ultimately chose a piece of soft armor called Fiber Soft Armor. Made of special fibers, it offered a certain level of defense. It was an F-grade mid-tier item priced at 280,000 blue star coins. After purchasing the soft armor, Yui also bought a map of the area outside the city, planning to go home first to enhance his strength before heading out to hunt beasts. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed an elderly man waiting for him ahead. Excuse me, sir, who might you be? Yui asked in confusion. I'm a senior official in the martial artist building, named Zhao Guanshan. Zhao Guanshan? I don't think I know you. Yui shook his head and replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his smile. No problem, at least now we've gotten acquainted. Young friend, I see that your bone structure is extraordinary. You are definitely a great candidate for martial arts training. Would you be willing to take me as your master? What the heck? Asking me to become his disciple right off the bat? Could this guy be a con artist from the martial world? Yui secretly muttered to himself while keeping a wary eye on the elderly man in front of him. Sir, I'm sorry, but I don't want to take a master. Please look for someone else. After saying this, he turned around, ready to leave. No need to rush, young friend. I was just joking with you earlier. Zhao Guanshan continued to smile as he spoke slowly. Here's the situation, since you were the first warrior certified by my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao on the second day of her awakening, and her mental strength has already reached level 1, tier 2. I had previously instructed her to report to me if she encountered promising talent. Subsequently, the relevant information naturally reached Zhao Guanshan. Afterward, Zhao Guanshan specifically looked into Yui's detailed records, and the results left him astonished. Yui clearly only had an F-level spatial talent, which, under normal circumstances, would require several years of cultivation even with ample assistance from pills and spiritual liquids to reach level 1, tier 2. However, Yui managed to achieve this in just one day. This truly piqued his curiosity. Today, my granddaughter told me that you came again to update your warrior and mental force master levels, so I specifically came to wait for you, young friend. After hearing Zhao Guanshan's explanation, Yui finally let down his guard and said calmly, actually, I have an S-level spatial talent. The school just made a mistake, but the records have now been updated. Besides, how could someone with an F-level talent cultivate so quickly? The old man nodded after hearing this and said nothing more. After all, many people have their own secrets, and excessively probing into others' secrets is not good. Young friend, are you here to buy something? Zhao Guanshan asked kindly. I'm here to buy some elixirs and spiritual liquids to enhance my vitality and spirit, Yui replied calmly. Zhao Guanshan nodded. Young friend, you are quite remarkable. You've already reached the 5th level of the first stage and are still working so hard to cultivate. You're impressive. I came here this time to discuss something with you. My granddaughter needs some water spirit grass to enhance her water attribute. If you happen to leave the city, could you help me gather some? No matter how much you collect, I will give you 500,000 as a reward. How about it? The old man smiled warmly as he spoke. Yui listened to Zhao Guanshan's words and felt a bit puzzled. Why ask him? Water spirit grass is a very common item, and even a single stalk isn't expensive. For someone of such high status, it shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, the 500,000 offered is enough to buy a lot of it. Why would he need Yui to gather it? Yui stroked his chin, thinking to himself that he had great potential and had reached the 5th level of the stage in a short time. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to build a connection with Zhao Guanshan. After all, businessmen need to cultivate relationships while also discerning whether the person in front of them has potential. Investing in someone before they fully slowly grow might bring unexpected rewards in the future. It seems Zhao Guanshan is indeed a shrewd and perceptive businessman. Yui thought about it and realized he was planning to go out today anyway, so he might as well handle this matter along the way. Besides, the 500,000 reward would be helpful, as he was in urgent need of money. Thus, he readily agreed, alright, if I leave the city, I'll keep an eye out for it. Zhao Guanshan looked at Yui agreeing, nodded with satisfaction, and said, well, young friend, let's exchange contact information so we can stay in touch more easily in the future. Yui nodded and exchanged contact information with Zhao Guanshan. Alright, young friend, if you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I still have some authority here in the martial artists building. Yui expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Then I will take my leave for now. After Yui left, Zhao Guanshan gazed at his departing figure and said softly, neither arrogant nor impatient, meticulous in thought, and without the airs of a noble family scion, truly a promising talent. With that, Zhao Guanshan nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the martial artist building, Yui headed home, planning to improve himself after returning. When he got home, it was around 10 o'clock. Normally, Sister Qingyue finishes work at 7 in the evening and works 5 days a week, so he didn't see her. He then began taking qi and blood pills and spiritual liquid. Ding! Detected that the host used a first-tier top-grade pill. Qi and blood increased by 70 points times 10. Ding! Detected that the host used a first-tier top-grade spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 70 points times 10. Qi and blood 2580 cal spirit 2388 Hz. Both vitality and spirit have been elevated to the 6th level. Then, after another hour of practice, the daily tasks were completed, earning 200 talent points. Now, there are a total of 1,100 talent points. For the movement technique skill, Thunder Flash, there's no rush to allocate points for now, especially since there's still the teleport skill. Let's focus on mastering Thunderous 9 Blades first. System. Upgrade Thunderous 9 Blades to mastery. Ding. Consumed 1,000 points. Thunderous 9 Blades successfully mastered. In an instant, countless scenes of using Thunderous 9 Blades flashed through my mind. Not bad. After mastering it, I can now execute up to the 6th blade. My strength has increased once again. I'll head to the martial arts hall this afternoon to test my skills. Ding. Publish a task. Perfectly master a martial skill to earn 500 talent points. Unlimited martial skill attempts. System check-in panel. Character, UE. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1 Level 6. Spiritual Mind Master Stage 1 Level 6. Vitality, 2,580 cal 3400 points for first tier, 7th level. Spirit, 2,388 Hz 3400 points for first tier, 7th level. Cultivation Method, King Level Supreme Thunder Body Refining Technique, 1st level. King Level Supreme Thunder Meditation Method. Martial Skills, Earth Level Supreme Thunderclap 9 Blades, Mastery, Profound Level High Grade Gale Fist, Minor Accomplishment, Earth Level High Grade Thunder Flash, not initiated. Skill, Teleportation. Backpack, Grade D Superior Thunder Slash Blade, 420,000 Blue Star Coins, Grade F Medium Fiber Soft Armor, Map of Qingchuan City Surroundings, Talent Points 100. After quickly finishing a simple lunch, Yui eagerly headed to the nearest Vajra Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, before stepping inside, he could see from afar many people training enthusiastically, each fully focused as if oblivious to everything around them. Yui walked straight to the front desk and said to the beautiful young lady, "Please help me book a virtual beast simulation testing room for 1 hour." The receptionist responded with a smile, "Alright, sir. May I ask which level range you would like to choose?" Yui thought for a moment and replied, "Below Tier 2, Level 1. Hearing his response, the receptionist showed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting someone as young as him to have already reached Tier 2 strength. After all, in her eyes, Tier 2, Level 1 beasts were not something that could be dealt with easily. It seemed that Yui must have reached the Tier 2, Level 1 realm. The receptionist smiled and said, "Alright, the cost for 1 hour is a total of 30,000 blue star coins. Your virtual beast simulation training room is on the 2nd floor, room 203. Here is your access card. Please keep it safe. You can enter by swiping the card." Yui promptly paid the fee and quickly entered room 203. Inside, there was a sleep pod placed in the room. He slowly opened the pod door, lay inside, and moments later, a sensation of spinning and dizziness overwhelmed him. After a short while, the scene before his eyes gradually became clear. Yui found himself in a futuristic virtual space. "Hello, esteemed guest. I am Xiaoyi. May I ask which level of beast you would like to challenge?" The voice of the intelligent AI sounded, and Yui couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing level of technology in this virtual space. He pondered for a moment and decided to start with an easier difficulty. He then said, "Let's go with a first tier, 6th level beast. The strength of the beasts is not divided by vitality or spirit, only by realm, such as the first tier, 6th level Thunder Snake Beast. Do you have any other requirements? For example, attributes or other aspects?" the AI asked softly. "Then let's go with a Thunder Attribute Beast, first tier, 6th level," Yui replied. "Please wait a moment, I am selecting a suitable beast for you." Shortly after, a first-tier, 6th level Thunder Serpent Beast appeared before Yui. Its body was covered in hard scales, shimmering with an electric blue glow. It was massive and imposing, about 5 meters long, staring intently at the human in front of it. Not bad. Let me test my current strength, Yui said, donning the fiber-soft armor and gripping the Thunder Slash blade as he swung it at the Thunder Serpent Beast. A blade, aura infused with lightning, instantly struck the Thunder Serpent Beast, splitting it in two. Yui thought to himself, this is too easy. I need to try something else. Shall we raise the Thunder Serpent Beast's level to first tier, 7th level, he instructed. Understood, esteemed guest. Immediately, he swung his blade twice more, and the blade aura directly severed the Thunder Serpent Beast. After all, it was a D-grade weapon, enhanced by an SSS-grade lightning attribute talent, so the outcome was expected. After a challenging defeat of a first-tier, 10th level beast, the test results left Yui satisfied. His maximum combat strength could likely kill an ordinary first-tier, 10th level beast. However, to slay a first-tier, 10th level Thunder Serpent Beast, he would need to exert his full power, utilizing the perfected Thunder 9 Blades technique and Thunder Bombardment, along with a hard-fought battle to achieve victory. Next, he tested his defensive capabilities, which could roughly withstand attacks from a first-tier, 8th level beast without much trouble. After completing the tests, Yui nodded in satisfaction, though he understood that the wilderness was ultimately different from the virtual world. Outside, there were far too many unpredictable factors. If he encountered a first-tier, 10th level beast, he would still need to proceed with caution. After all, at his current stage, to kill a first-tier, 10th level beast, he would have to exhaust both his vitality and spiritual energy. The higher the mental strength, the more spiritual energy one has. Spiritual energy is consumed when using skills, such as spatial jumps or lightning attacks on beasts. However, if both vitality and spiritual energy were depleted, he would lose his means of self-preservation. If he encountered someone with malicious intent or a ferocious beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yui pondered silently. After completing the tests, he exited the virtual space and got up from the sleep pod to leave. Soon, he arrived on the first floor and handed his room card to the staff at the front desk. Turning his head, he noticed a group of people gathered together, watching a match. Do you think this young man can defeat the Master's Son? Hard to say. The Master's Son is at the 4th level of the first stage of vital energy, and he even has an S-level talent. This kid seems to only have a B-level talent, but his exact realm is unknown. At this moment, an elder at the 3rd stage interjected. He is at the 3rd level of the first stage of vital energy and the 2nd level of the first stage of spiritual realm. Then I'm afraid there's little chance of success. Obtaining the defensive martial technique from the Vajra Martial Hall won't be easy. Not long after, Yui saw the B-level talent being knocked out of the ring. Defensive martial technique? Huh? Listening to the discussions of the surrounding crowd, Yui speculated silently, piecing together the general situation from their words. Then, Yui turned to the staff at the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, is it true that defeating the Master's Son will grant access to the defensive martial technique of the Vajra Martial Hall?" The staff member nodded and explained, "This year, the Master's Son awakened an S-level talent. To bring more benefits to the Martial Hall, anyone who awakened this year has the opportunity to challenge the Master's Son. If they win, they can obtain our Vajra Martial Hall's most powerful defensive martial technique, the Vajra Body." Yui listened attentively to the staff member's explanation and nodded in understanding. After all, those who awakened SS level or S-level talents mostly had strong backgrounds and wouldn't need to challenge for a martial technique. As for those from humble origins who awakened S-level or SS-level talents, their current cultivation speed couldn't compare to the Master's Son, so they naturally wouldn't attempt it lightly. Of course, there might still be an exception or two among them. I just happen to be lacking a defensive martial technique. This is like a pillow arriving just when I need a nap. So, Yui slowly walked forward from the crowd. On the stage ahead stood a burly man, and Yui couldn't help but exclaim, "So strong." The man on the stage asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" The crowd below murmured among themselves, but no one stepped up to challenge. The man said helplessly, "Since no one wants to challenge, today's competition will end here." At that moment, a challenger spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze to Yui. Who is this? Does he want to challenge? Don't know him, a new face. He must be another young man who doesn't know his limits. The burly man on the stage heard this and asked, "Is this brother here to challenge?" Yui nodded, stepped onto the stage, and showed his 9th Martial Arts Academy student ID. The sturdy young man took the ID, glanced at it, and smiled. "Brother Yui, a pleasure to meet you." "Brother Yu, please guide me. I am Sun Chang, with an S-level talent for physical enhancement." "Yui, S-class spatial type," Yui said calmly. Upon hearing that Yui was an S-class spatial type, Sun Chang frowned slightly, and the murmurs from the audience followed. An extremely rare S-class spatial type. Looks like Sun Chang has encountered a true formidable opponent this time, but not necessarily. At this stage, the spatial type probably hasn't mastered any powerful skills yet. Besides, Sun Chang is a physical enhancer, with great greatly enhanced physical strength. At this stage, he definitely has the advantage. That's right, there isn't a prominent Yu family in Qingchuan City either, so his cultivation level shouldn't be too high. The competition officially began. Before the words had even faded, Yui raised his blade and struck fiercely at Sun Chang. A sharp and unstoppable blade aura shot toward Sun Chang like a bolt of lightning. The blade aura came with overwhelming force and incredible speed, leaving Sun Chang no room to dodge. He had no choice but to hastily activate his Vajra body, an innate physical enhancement, while positioning his spear horizontally in front of his chest to defend. With a resounding clang, the blade aura struck the spear, instantly unleashing a massive impact that forcefully knocked Sun Chang off the stage. If not for the spear blocking the blow, this strike might have landed directly on his body. Who dares to hurt my son? As the words fell, Yui saw a burly, muscular man striding quickly toward Sun Chang. This man was none other than Sun Chang's father, Sun Ba, the owner of this martial arts school. He had just arrived at the school and saw his precious son being knocked off the stage. Instantly, he was filled with rage, glaring at Yui and loudly demanding, "Was it you who injured my son?" Yui felt slightly helpless and thought to himself, "Isn't this a challenge match? Why does the elder come seeking revenge when the younger loses?" He explained, "I just issued a challenge to this brother earlier. It was merely a sparring match on the stage, and I had no intention of harming your son." Sun Ba turned to look at his son and asked with concern, "Is the injury serious? Is it really as he said?" Sun Chang nodded and replied, "It's nothing serious, Dad. Didn't you say that whoever can defeat me will earn the Vajra body? That's why he challenged me fairly and didn't intentionally harm me. It's just that my skills weren't as good as his. Dad, now that he has succeeded in the challenge, please hand over the Vajra body technique to him," Sun Chang continued. Hearing this, Yui secretly praised in his heart, "This Sun Chang has quite a good character." Sun Ba seemed to realize he had misunderstood Yui, nodded, and said, "I see, it was my mistake to blame you, young friend. Someone, bring over that martial technique book, Diamond Body." He then smiled warmly at Yui and said, "Young friend, I truly apologize for earlier. It was my fault. I had just entered and saw my son being knocked off the stage, which made me quite upset." Talent, S/SSS Lightning. Shop, locked, unlock with 1000 talent points. But I have a rather impatient temperament, so I hope you won't take offense, young friend. Yui smiled faintly and replied, "No problem, no problem. Senior son, there's no need to take it to heart. Anyone who sees their own child being bullied would probably feel a bit angry." Sun Ba laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha, young friend, you truly are a magnanimous person. May I ask which family you hail from?" Yui replied calmly, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. After all, when traveling outside, if one easily exposes their own strength without a strong background to support them, it's easy to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals." To be more cautious, Yui decided to create the impression that he was backed by a powerful force. Sun Ba pondered for a moment before saying, "Since it's inconvenient for you to disclose, then so be it." Not long after, the staff delivered the martial technique to Yui's hands. Ding! Successfully learned Vajra body. Yui nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the martial arts hall owner and his son were quite decent, neither shirking their debts nor bullying the weak. "Then I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Yui turned and walked toward the door. "Wait!" Sun Chang hurriedly called out to him. Yui turned back to look at Sun Chang, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "What exactly does this Sun Chang want?" "May I ask how you train?" Sun Chang asked. "We both have S-level talents, so logically, our cultivation speed shouldn't differ much. But why is your level far beyond mine? Do you have some kind of secret to becoming stronger?" "A secret to becoming stronger?" Hearing this question, Yui couldn't help but laugh inwardly. There was indeed a secret, the system, but that was something he obviously couldn't reveal. So, Yui pretended to be calm and replied, "There's no secret to becoming stronger. I've simply put in more effort than others, that's all." "More effort?" Sun Chang murmured, seemingly pondering Yui's words. Immediately after, a resolute light flashed in his eyes. "I understand. Starting today, I will train even harder. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. One day, I will definitely surpass you." "Ah." Seeing Sun Chang so serious, the corner of Yui's mouth twitched slightly. He had just said it casually. No matter how hard this kid tries, it will be in vain. After all, he could never possess a system like his own. Yui thought to himself, then said aloud, "Well, let's both work hard, until we meet again." At this moment, Sun Chang hurriedly called out to Yui, "Brothery, please wait. Could I get your contact information? This is my family's martial arts school. If you have free time, you can come by to train. We can also spar regularly. Although I'm not as good as you now, I will definitely work even harder in the future." Yui thought for a moment and felt that, although this person was a bit simple-minded, his character was quite decent. After exchanging contact information, Yui stepped out of the martial arts school. At this moment, those who had previously predicted Yui would lose the match were all stunned, their mouths agape. With just one strike earlier, Yui instantly defeated Sun Chang. His strength is truly astonishing. Perhaps I am too ignorant and inexperienced. This person is very likely a prodigy from some powerful faction here in Qingchuan City. For training. Yes, if only I had clung tightly to this golden opportunity just now. Someone couldn't help but feel regretful. Son, why are you so focused on him? Sun Ba asked with a face full of confusion. Because he is incredibly strong. Sun Chang answered without hesitation. Incredibly strong? How strong exactly? How many moves did you exchange just now? Sun Ba continued to ask. Sun Chang extended one finger and Sun Ba guessed. 100 moves? That would indeed be impressive. After all, your strength is not weak either, and for someone to defeat you, that's already remarkable. However, Sun Chang shook his head and softly said, just one move. What? One move? Sun Ba widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. That's just too outrageous. My son, Sun Chang, possesses an S-level talent and has already reached the 4th level of the first stage in the Qi and Blood realm, yet he was defeated in a single move by the other party? His face was filled with shock and incredulity. What level is that kid at? Did anyone just now see clearly what that kid's true level is? Sun Ba turned to ask the surrounding onlookers. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair slowly spoke. His Qi and Blood should be at the 6th level of the first stage, and judging by the looks of it, he's about to break through to the 7th level of the first stage soon. However, as for his spiritual level, that remains unknown. What? He's only been cultivating for just over half a month, and someone has already managed to break through to the 6th level of the first stage. Is this person really just newly an adult? This person is probably a disciple from some powerful faction, deliberately sent out to gain experience. Ah, why didn't I take the opportunity to make a good connection with him earlier? What a loss. Oh, right, my son seems to have added him as a friend. I can use this chance to develop a relationship. Son, you did well. You're better than your old man, Sun Ba said with a cheerful smile. Sun Chang replied calmly, I just simply want to become stronger. Alright, it's all the same. I'm in a good mood today. Come on, let me take you out for a drink. Sun Chang refused, saying, no, I still want to keep working hard on my cultivation. After speaking, he turned and left. Sigh, if hard work alone could lead to success, then what would be the point of talent? Sun Ba watched his son's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. After leaving the martial arts hall, I walked briskly toward the city gate. It was around 2 in the afternoon. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was pleasant. I planned to take advantage of this moment to go hunting and return home later in the evening. Before long, I arrived at the city gate. The area was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. Some walked alone, but most formed teams to leave the city together. According to the rules, if a team had more than 5 members who had reached the 5th level of the first stage, even if the others hadn't reached this level, they were still allowed to leave the city. Just as I was about to leave the city, a middle-aged man guarding the gate suddenly asked, Hey, young man, are you alone? His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an air of authority. I nodded and replied, yes, I'm alone. Oh, don't you know the rules? Without reaching the strength of Tier 1 Level 5, you can't leave the city. He looked me up and down, seemingly a bit surprised that I was traveling alone. Of course, I knew the rules, so I took out a badge from my pocket and handed it to him. The middle-aged man took the badge, examined it carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Tier 1 Level 6 warrior? You indeed meet the standard. You can leave the city. However, the outside isn't as safe as it is in the city. Traveling alone is very dangerous. Are you really sure you want to go out? He asked with concern. I nodded without hesitation, having already prepared myself thoroughly. Although I knew the outside was full of unknown risks and challenges, I was eager to improve my strength through real combat. The middle-aged man sighed, shook his head, and said, Alright, since you're so determined, I won't say more. I respect your decision, but you must be extremely careful. Watching me leave, the gatekeeper shook his head slightly. Another brave but reckless youngster, just barely meeting the standard to leave the city, yet daring to venture into the wild alone. And he looks quite young too, what a pity. I hope he returns safely. After leaving the city, I took out the map and began studying it carefully. This map detailed the terrain outside the city, the distribution of beasts, and some important landmarks. I needed to use this information to plan my route and avoid dangerous situations as much as possible. After thorough consideration, I ultimately chose a low-level beast area 20 kilometers away as my hunting location. This place was originally a peaceful and tranquil small town, but now it has been occupied by beasts and turned into their habitat. As I stepped onto the rugged, pothole-filled road, all I could see was endless desolation and decay. The sides of the road were overgrown with weeds, and occasionally, I could spot some enormous beast skeletons, as if silently narrating the fierce battles that had once taken place here. Before long, I arrived at my destination. As soon as I got there, I saw 2 massive corrupted rats frantically gnawing on a long-decayed corpse. Ding! System has issued a task. Kill 1 beast to receive the investigation function, which allows you to view item and beast levels, among other information. Ding! System has issued a task. Kill 10 beasts to receive 300 talent points. Unexpectedly, a task was issued, especially the detection feature, which I find extremely practical. Slaying hunting demonic beasts was already my current goal. I quickly donned the fiber-soft armor, drew the sharp thunder-slaying blade, and without hesitation, swung it twice forcefully at the corrupted rats ahead. In an instant, the two corrupted rats fell to the ground, dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Reward, detection feature. As the system notification sounded, my mood instantly brightened. Then, I turned my gaze to the corrupted rats ahead. Corrupted rat, realm tier 1, level 3, prefers eating decayed food. Demonic beasts do not differentiate between vitality and spirit. They only have realms, just like this corrupted rat. This feature is indeed very practical. In the future, if I encounter a strong opponent, I can easily discern their realm. I nodded in satisfaction. However, I was a bit disappointed to find that the corrupted rat's corpse did not disappear, which meant it hadn't produced a demon core. As expected, the drop rate for demon cores is still very low. But that's okay, quantity leads to quality, so I might as well kill more. Afterward, I stored the corrupted rat's corpse in the system backpack. After all, my main purpose for hunting demonic beasts is to sell them for money. Then, I continued my hunt. Kill him. The Huang family, inside the Huang mansion. Young master, Yui has left the city. I've already sent 2 first-tier, 9th level blood energy warriors to kill him. It's inconvenient to act within the city, but outside the city, it's a completely different story. Deaths are quite common out there, an elderly man said respectfully. You've done well, Elder Zhang. That brat dared to reject me and even tried to humiliate me, making me lose so miserably. Huang Hong sneered maliciously. So what if he's a genius? A genius who hasn't grown up is no true genius. This is the price for opposing me, Huang Hong. After all, he doesn't have an extraordinary father like mine. Oh, and make sure those 2 take pictures of Yuyi's gruesome death. I want to witness his demise. Personally. After speaking, Huang Hong waved his hand, signaling Elder Zhang to leave. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips as he called out, "Someone, bring me 2 beautiful girls to keep me company." Soon, 2 young and beautiful girls climbed forward, humbly trying to please Huang Hong. They were well aware of the status and position of the man before them, both hoping to win his favor. Huang Hong, on the other hand, was immersed in the feeling of being flattered, secretly feeling proud of himself. At this moment, Yui, who was hunting outside the city, was completely unaware of this. Holding the thunder blade in his hand, he moved swiftly through the dense grass, his sharp eyes searching for traces of demonic beasts. Before long, he successfully hunted down 10 demonic beasts, and the system immediately rewarded him with 300 talent points. At this point, his total talent points had reached 400. Shortly after, the system issued a new task: kill 100 demonic beasts to earn 600 talent points. Yui was secretly delighted, thinking this task was quite good, a growth-oriented mission. Not bad, not bad. System, could you issue more tasks like this? The system store hasn't even been unlocked yet. The system seemed to understand his request and responded, understood. Tasks will be issued based on different system conditions. Hearing the system's response, Yui was very satisfied and continued, "System, you're such an obedient and good system. So, could you sponsor me a few more talent points? Not too many, just a few million will do." However, the system remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Ding. Please, host, stay grounded and do not dream of shortcuts. Yui pursed his lips and sighed helplessly. Forget it. I still have to rely on myself to accumulate slowly. With that, he adjusted his mood and threw himself back into hunting, determined to earn more talent points through his own efforts. Soon, he encountered a tier 1 level 6 ironclad rhino, which he swiftly killed with a single slash and stored in his system backpack. At this moment, less than 10 kilometers away from Yui, 2 individuals were conspiring about something. Xiao Hei, have you sensed his location? I have. He's less than 10 kilometers away. Xiao Hei's talent was D-level tracking. By silently reciting the name of the person he needed to track in his mind, he could sense their presence. The closer he got, the stronger the sensation. Alright, let's go. Let's hurry back to complete the mission and claim the reward. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and began moving, with the other person following closely behind. Yui was fully focused on hunting ferocious beasts, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Not bad, he thought to himself. He had already hunted over 30 beasts, which should fetch a good price. Once I hunt 100 today, I can call it a day and head home. With this thought, he continued moving forward. Suddenly, a massive scorpion beast appeared ahead, its body as solid as steel, and exuding a cold, eerie glow. This was the ironclad giant scorpion. Yui's heart skipped a beat. A tier 1 level 8 beast, its shell was notoriously difficult to cut through. However, instead of fear, Yui felt a surge of excitement. Oh ho, finally, a high-level opponent. Let's see how I take you down. With that, Yui drew his blade, his figure flashing as he charged toward the ironclad giant scorpion. The long blade in his hand crackled with lightning, emitting a fierce blade aura as it slashed down hard on the scorpion's shell. In an instant, 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 deep gashes appeared on the Scorpion's shell. The injured ironclad giant scorpion writhed in agony, raising its tail high like a sharp spear and thrusting it fiercely at Yui. Watching the scorpion, Yui couldn't help but think, the martial arts hall's tests are really inaccurate. This scorpion's shell seems much tougher than that thunder serpent beast. Not daring to be careless, he quickly used his spatial jump skill, his figure flashing to evade the scorpion's deadly strike. Without hesitation, he raised his blade again and struck. After several attacks, the ironclad giant scorpion finally collapsed with a resounding crash. Yui gazed at the fallen ironclad giant scorpion before him, feeling secretly pleased. Not bad, not bad. With a shell this tough, it should sell for a great price. Overjoyed, he stored the giant scorpion in his bag. Then, with a determined look in his eyes, he gazed into the distance and muttered to himself, keep pushing forward. Hopefully, I can complete the 100-beast slay today. Taking a deep breath, Yui adjusted his state and once again threw himself into the action of hunting demonic beasts. He moved nimbly through the weeds, like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable. Meanwhile, on a large tree not far away, two black figures were observing Yui's every move. One of them whispered, Xiao Hei, the one hunting demonic beasts ahead, that's Yui, right? With that, he took out a photo and examined it carefully. After confirming it, he nodded and said, yes, that's him. Alright, we've finally found him. Then, the shadow figure pondered briefly before making a decision. Let's move. I'll first transform into a shadow and sneak in for a surprise attack. If I fail, you come out to support me. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow figure instantly merged into the shadows, silently approaching Yui. In an instant, the shadow transformed into its own silhouette, rushing rapidly like a phantom toward Yui, who was hunting a 5th tier, first-level demonic beast. Die. Suddenly, a man in black wielding a dagger launched a fierce attack. Sensing the sudden presence behind him, Yui's heart tightened, and he quickly used teleportation to narrowly evade the strike. Realizing that this man in black had come to kill him, Yui immediately understood it must have been someone sent by Huang Heng. Without hesitation, he began to investigate. After careful observation, Yui discovered that the man in black possessed a C-level shadow transformation talent, with a cultivation level of Blood Energy Stage 1, 9th layer, and Mental Energy Stage 1, 8th layer. After confirming the strength of the intruder, Yui felt slightly relieved, thankful that he didn't need to crush the jade stone given by the principal for now. Then, his gaze shifted to the man in black before him, and he sneered, I suppose you didn't come here alone to cause me trouble, did you? I assume you have other accomplices acting together with you. After all, Yui had already used his divine sense to carefully probe the rear on his way here and hadn't detected any signs of being followed. I've been hunting beasts here for over an hour, and you've only just arrived. I assume your companions must have gone to track down some special type of talent user. You're right, you're quite clever, Yui. Alright, Xiao Hei, come over directly. A masked man in black then walked over. Through probing, Yui discovered that this person possessed a D-level tracking talent, with a cultivation level of Blood Energy Stage 1, 9th layer, and Mental Energy Stage 1, 7th layer. Looking at the newcomer, Yui confirmed his suspicions but showed no trace of panic on his face. You actually possess a spatial skill, teleportation. That's truly incredible. If it weren't for that move just now, I would have already killed you with a single strike. But now, you still have to die. Kid, you've messed with the wrong person. In your next life, make sure to be born into a good family. With that, he transformed into a shadow and lunged at Yui. Yui silently pondered. In his heart, the ability to transform into one's own shadow was indeed highly suited for assassination activities. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Task issued, revenge without mercy. Huang Heng intends to harm the host. The host is tasked with destroying the Huang family. This task is divided into 3 stages. Now releasing the first phase of the mission, eliminate these 2 assassins. Reward 800 talent points. The second phase will be unlocked after completing the mission. Not bad, not bad. The system has issued a new mission. Moreover, the reward for the first phase is quite generous, making one look forward to the second and third phases. Yui tightly gripped the thunder blade in his hand, continuously channeling the boundless power of lightning into the blade. In an instant, the blade emitted a dazzling lightning glow. Without hesitation, he swung the blade twice toward the eerie shadow. Instantly, 2 arcs of blade energy imbued with endless lightning power tore through the air, speeding forward like bolts of lightning. With a crisp sizzle, the previously invisible shadow was forcibly revealed. How is this possible? The shadow exclaimed, its face full of disbelief. Your blade energy can actually harm me? And I'm already a 1st tier, 9th level blood energy expert. And you are merely at the 5th level of the 1st rank. How could you possibly possess such immense power? Moreover, you actually have a lightning element talent. How is this possible? However, what he didn't know was that Yui had already broken through to the 6th level of the 1st rank. And he even possessed the extremely rare SSS level lightning element talent. Sensing the dire situation, the shadow element talent user urgently shouted, Xiao Hei, attack with me quickly. Want to make a move? Too bad, it's already too late. Yui's figure flickered as he used his teleportation ability, instantly appearing in front of Xiaohei. After all, the opponent was a 9th level first-rank expert in vitality, and without going all out, it would be difficult to kill him in a single strike. Without hesitation, Yui unleashed his martial skill, Thunderclap 9 Blades. Before Xiaohei could even activate his martial skill, he was directly slain by the 4th strike of Thunderclap 9 Blades. The Shadow Element talent user was instantly struck with terror. Little Black, he cried out in anguish. You actually killed Little Black, I want you dead. With that, he turned into a shadow and charged forward. Sigh, so stubborn. Fine, I'll send you on your way. Yui shouted angrily, Thunderous 9 Blades. As the 6th slash was unleashed, 6 massive blade auras accompanied by intense thunderous roars were sent forth. The Shadow Transformation talent user successfully evaded the first 4 slashes, but the 5th forced him out of his shadow form. Watching the enormous thunder blade hurtling toward him, his face changed drastically. The Shadow Transformation state could reduce some of the damage, which was how he managed to withstand the 5th slash of the thunderous 9 blades. However, at this moment, having just been forced out of his shadow form, he was unable to transform again. At this critical juncture, his heart was filled with fear and despair. He realized he was in extreme danger, and if he couldn't dodge this strike in time, he would likely lose his life here. However, at the life and death moment, the Shadow Transformation talent user activated his skill, Shadow Body. This skill allowed his body to merge with his shadow, enhancing his defense. Without hesitation, he used the Shadow Body skill. His form alternated between shadow and physical body. Yet, the power of the 6th slash of the thunderous 9 blades was simply too overwhelming. Even with the Shadow Body skill, he couldn't fully withstand it. When the massive thunder blade slashed through his position, a powerful force still struck him, sending him flying violently. Ugh! The Shadow Transformation talent user was flung heavily through the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with a shocking blade wound left on his body. Yui walked up to him and said slowly, Huang Heng sent you, didn't he? Never mind, I suppose there's no value in asking further. Why don't you just go to hell? As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at the Shadow talent user, who ultimately died on the spot. How infuriating, not even a storage ring. Looting the belongings of these 2 assassins, they were so poor it was outrageous. In the end, he took the Shadow talent user's dagger, which turned out to be of E-grade quality and should fetch a good price. Outside the city, death was the most normal thing, so these corpses required no special handling. Sometimes, some demonic beasts would follow the scent of blood and treat these bodies as food. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 800 talent points. Ding! Second phase activated. Eliminate Huang Hong and the Elder Zhang by his side. Reward, spatial cutting and 1000 talent points. Hearing the system notification, Yui couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Spatial skills? And an offensive spatial skill at that. This was truly amazing. Such a skill could catch enemies off guard and deliver a fatal blow unexpectedly. At this moment, Yui felt that the intense confrontation earlier had drained much of his vitality and mental energy. For safety's sake, he decided to return to the city first. After all, the greatest danger in the wilderness wasn't necessarily the ferocious demonic beasts. Those with malicious intent were just as terrifying. If he were unfortunate enough to encounter them, the consequences could be unimaginable. Looking back on today's experiences, overall, it was quite rewarding. Although the sudden assassination disrupted his plans, at least he obtained an E-grade dagger, which could be considered some form of compensation. In addition, there was also a tier 1 level 8 iron armored scorpion, which would likely fetch a good price. Coupled with those miscellaneous low tier level 1 beasts, this trip wasn't bad at all. Moreover, his talent points increased from 400 to 1200. After all, the 100 beast slash was still incomplete. After going through this thrilling assassination attempt, he was convinced that Huang Hong would soon receive news of the assassin's failure. By then, it was highly likely that he would send even stronger assassins to attack. Whether he could withstand them, however, was hard to predict. But it didn't matter, he still had the jade stone given by the principal. If he really couldn't handle it, no problem, he could just call the principal for backup. Considering the principal's strength, resolving these troubles should be a piece of cake. Now it was time to head home. It was almost 6 o'clock, and Sister Chinua was probably about to return as well. Thinking of this, Yui couldn't help but quicken his pace on the way home. He soon arrived at the city gate. The guards, seeing him safe and sound without any signs of battle on him, looked quite curious. Young man, you're back, huh? Judging by your appearance, it seems like you didn't encounter any fighting? Yui didn't want to say much, so he nodded slightly. Yes, I'm just going to take a look at the beasts. Young man, you'd better head back. It's not that safe out there. Yui nodded slightly and walked briskly toward the warrior building. Before long, he arrived at the warrior building and, following the directions, reached the 4th floor's treasure pavilion. Hello, do you purchase beast corpses here? Yui asked softly. Of course, young man. Our shop is the most fair one around. The elderly man replied with a big smile. However, I might have brought quite a lot. I feel like this place might not be able to hold them all, Yui said. said. Oh, then, young friend, come with me to the room in the back, the elderly man warmly invited. Immediately after, Yui followed the elderly man to the room in the back. Then, he opened his system backpack and took out all the beast corpses. Young friend, you are truly talented at such a young age, to be able to hunt so many beasts. Looking at the ground covered with beast corpses, the elder couldn't help but praise. After a thorough count, these more than 30 beasts were worth approximately 120,000 blue star coins, while the market value of the Tier 1 Level 8 Iron Armored Giant Scorpion was about 20,000 blue star coins, a total of 140,000. What do you think? Yui nodded, as nearly half of the 30-plus beasts were corrupted rats. That's fine. May I ask if you accept weapons? Of course, young friend. Take it out and let me have a look. Yui then took out the E-grade dagger. This is an E-grade intermediate dagger, though it seems a bit worn, the elder said. I'll offer you about 450,000, young friend. Yui nodded. A mid-grade E-level dagger is priced at around 700,000, and this one is already somewhat worn. A second-hand item being cheaper is fine. After all, second-hand goods aren't worth much. The old man then transferred 590,000 blue star coins to Yui's card and left. Yui spent another 650,000 to buy 10 top-grade first-tier vitality pills, planning to boost his vitality first. On his way home, he began taking the pills. Ding! Use top-grade first-tier vitality pill. Vitality increased by 70 times 10. Vitality 3280 cal. Not bad. I'm about to break through to the first stage, 7th level. After returning home, Li Qingyue was already busy cooking. Watching her bustling figure, Yui couldn't help but recall the scene from last night, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. Sister Qingyue, I'm back! Yui shouted. Li Qingyue, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the voice and quickly came out. She looked at Yui with a puzzled expression and asked, Xiaoyi, didn't you say the school is on holiday today? Why did you go out again? Yui scratched his head and replied with a smile, Hehe, I went to the martial arts school today and even went hunting outside the city. Li Qingyue's face instantly turned very tense, and she asked anxiously, What? You went hunting outside the city? Were you hurt? That place is really dangerous. To her, the area outside the city had always been a dangerous and mysterious existence. Yui quickly waved his hand and reassured her, No, Sister Qingyue, I only went to areas where low-level monsters are active and didn't venture into dangerous places. Li Qingyue was still uneasy, furrowing her brows as she continued to warn him, That's still not okay. You absolutely must not take risks. Your parents sacrificed themselves fighting monsters. Even though you have good talent, you're still too weak right now. Yui felt Qingyue's concern, patted his chest, and said confidently, Sister Qingyue, don't worry, I'm already at Tier 1, Level 6. Li Qingyue's eyes widened as she looked at Yui in disbelief. What? Tier 1, Level 6? You've reached Tier 1, Level 6 so quickly? Her face was full of astonishment. Seeing Li Qingyue so surprised, Yui couldn't help but show a gentle smile. He said softly, And don't worry, if I encounter a beast I can't defeat, I'll run away immediately. I won't put myself in danger. He knew that Li Qingyue had always been very concerned about his safety, so he tried his best to reassure her. Alright then, there's nothing your sister can do to help you. Anyway, she said, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. Seeing Li Qingyue's dejected expression, Yui understood that her unease stemmed from his innate talent. Yui thought to himself whether there might be some kind of heaven and earth treasure that could enhance talent levels. When he became stronger in the future, he would prepare one for Sister Qingyue. His eyes were full of sincerity as he earnestly said to her, Sister Qingyue, don't worry. When I become stronger, I will definitely find a treasure that can enhance talent for you. By then, you'll also have SSS level talent. How does that sound? Yui silently thought to himself that such things must exist, especially since he had the system. No matter what, the system would surely produce some good things for her. Li Qingyue was deeply moved. It seemed her years of care had not been in vain. Yui's actions warmed her heart. She nodded, paused for a moment, and said, Alright, let's talk about it later. Xiaoyi, you've worked hard all day. Let's go eat first. Yui looked at Sister Qingyue's expression and found her somewhat adorable. He said, Alright, Sister Qingyue, let's go eat first then. After dinner, he practiced for a while and completed his daily tasks, bringing his talent points to 1400. System, unlock the system store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the system store. The system is updating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the system store, rewarded with one free purchase in the system store. Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. He immediately opened the system store with excitement, eager to see what treasures it held. Upon entering the store, he was dazzled by the array of items. From the most ordinary daily necessities, pills, and weapons, to rare martial techniques, cultivation methods, and even some unheard-of exotic treasures. His gaze first fell on the first-grade top-tier vitality blood pill. Seeing that it could be purchased for only 30 talent points per pill, his eyes widened instantly. This vitality blood pill is so cheap. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have directly used talent talent points to enhance my cultivation. What a huge loss. He secretly lamented, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. Yui grew more and more excited as he kept flipping through the pages of the system store, eager to find the most expensive item. Finally, when he reached the last page, he saw there was only one item. Chaos Divine Thunder, a punishment descended by the Great Tao, capable of destroying everything, containing infinite destructive power. Quality, unknown. Chaos Divine Thunder? Is this some kind of talent? Yui was a bit puzzled. System, what is the use of this Chaos Divine Thunder? Can it be fused? Ding. It can be fused, replacing the original ordinary lightning element and transforming into Chaos Divine Thunder. Yui felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Truly impressive. So, system, does this quality refer to strength? Ding. Some elemental talent users can fuse with spirit seeds. The quality of spirit seeds is divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine. Yui's eyes widened. He had never seen this information in textbooks before. It had been 3 years since he crossed into this world, and it seemed there were still many things he didn't understand. Chaos Divine Thunder, back on Earth, when reading novels, it was the most powerful existence among lightning. Isn't this supposed to be a high martial world? But it seems to be more than just a high martial world. It must be because the system is too powerful. Moreover, the quality of Chaos Divine Thunder is still unknown. According to typical novels, it must be higher than divine level. Without hesitation, he said to the system, by Chaos Divine Thunder. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Chaos Divine Thunder. Would you like to fuse it? Fusion will trigger a celestial phenomenon. Hearing the system's prompt, Yui's initial excitement about fusing the Chaos Divine Thunder instantly cooled down. Forget it. Fusing it inside the city is too dangerous, as it would trigger a celestial phenomenon. If those people take notice, it would be disastrous, and there would be no one to protect him. Better to wait until tomorrow to leave the city and then fuse it. He still had 5 discounted items in hand, with 400 talent points remaining, and wanted to see if he could find something good. Tier 1 Supreme Spirit Liquid times 1030 talent points. 300 Tang Poems 1 talent point. Teleportation Rune 40 talent points. 300 Children's Songs 1 talent point. First tier 5-layer Demon Core times 230 talent points. Looking at these 5 items, only 3 were usable, so he bought the Spiritual Liquid, Demon Core, and Teleportation Talisman. Then, he drank 10 portions of the Spiritual Liquid. Ding! Detected that the host used a first tier top grade Spiritual Liquid. Spirit increased by 70. Ding! Spirit 3088. Next, he used a first tier 5-fold Demon Core for absorption. Each Demon Core roughly increased 160 Vitality and Spirit. Vitality 4880. Spirit 4680. Now his cultivation level had broken through to the first tier 7th fold, while the first tier 8th fold required 5500. He wasn't far from the first tier 8th fold. However, it was uncertain whether he could kill a second tier 1st fold demon beast, as cross-tier kills were particularly challenging. Only 300 talent points are left, and I really don't know where to start. Sigh, there are just too few tasks. Tomorrow, I can merge the Chaos Divine Thunder, and just thinking about it makes me excited. Earlier, I also saw some items in the system store that can enhance talent levels. I'll buy them later when I have more talent points. Right now, I still have the Vajra body skill that hasn't been upgraded, and my martial techniques haven't been allocated points either. I'm really short on talent points. It seems I need to trigger more storylines to get tasks. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. So, I picked up my phone, opened the class group chat on WeChat, and saw a bunch of people at me, praising me for being the top student in the school and so on. I really couldn't be bothered to look at those messages. They were just too hypocritical. Everyone knows I have the F-space talent, and they used to mock me sarcastically. Now that I'm the top student, they're trying to curry favor. It's just too fake. The class group chat had more messages, including ones from Skinny Monkey and Sunchang. After replying to their messages, I went to bed. Anyway, with the system's point allocation, there's no need to cultivate. I can just allocate points directly. Old Zhang, any news about those 2 assassins returning? Reporting to the young master, they have not returned yet. Old Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Still not back? Assassinating a first tier 5th level target, does it really take that long? Didn't they set out this afternoon? This shouldn't take that long. I don't know the reason either. They haven't returned yet. Elder Zhang answered somewhat fearfully. But I sent a C-level shadow transformation talent to assassinate a first tier level 5 individual who hasn't mastered spatial skills. It should be fine. Please rest assured, young master. Alright, I trust you. If they return, have them come to me immediately. Understood, young master, the old servant replied. At this moment, Huang Tianba walked over and asked, did you send someone to kill Yui? What's wrong, father? Didn't you say to handle things yourself if trouble arises? Is there a problem? You did the right thing, but you shouldn't have sent someone at the first stage of the 9th level. Those 2 are probably already dead, Huang Tianba said, frowning. What? Dead? The young master asked in surprise. It's That's precisely because of your recklessness. You should have sent Elder Zhang directly. Father, I thought sending Elder Zhang would be overkill, so I had him dispatch 2 first-tier 9th-level experts to kill Yue. Unexpectedly, even those 2 first-tier 9th-level experts failed to kill Yue. When he goes out again, I'll send Elder Zhang then. No need, you don't have to concern yourself with Yue anymore, Huang Tianba said with his hands behind his back. The Dong family in the neighboring city has a secret realm about to open, and since they are our business partners, they've given me a spot. This secret realm has restrictions, only those below tier 3 level 1 can enter. You need to focus on your cultivation recently. Fortunately, Elder Zhang's vitality has reached tier 3 level 1, but his mental strength hasn't reached tier 3 yet. He can accompany you into that secret realm. Although it's just an E-level secret realm, I've heard there are grade 2 enlightenment fruits inside. What? Enlightenment fruits? Huang Hong was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Enlightenment fruits can enhance one's comprehension of martial techniques, cultivation methods, and certain secret skills. That's right, so I asked you to prepare well. Are you confident in obtaining the enlightenment fruit? Huang Tianba asked with a serious expression. Father, I promise to complete the task. What about Yue? After speaking, Huang Hong glanced at Huang Tianba. No worries, let him jump around for a couple more days. You focus on your cultivation first. As long as you deal with him before the martial exam, it'll be fine. It'll be harder to act after the martial exam. No rush for now, leave this matter alone for the time being. Alright, Father, I will definitely obtain the enlightenment fruit. Okay, that's enough. I'm leaving now. You focus on your cultivation. Meanwhile, Yue, who was sleeping, was completely unaware of Huang Hong and his father's plans. The next morning, as the sun had just risen and the clock pointed to 8 o'clock sharp, it was a Friday morning. Yue looked at the sunlight outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. I really envy those who don't need to sleep every day and still persist in cultivation. I wish I could calm my mind and cultivate properly for a while too. System. At this moment, Li Qingyue had already left for work. Thinking about how Li Qingyue wouldn't need to work tomorrow and they could go shopping together, Yuyi's mood instantly brightened. Shopping girls love it, and this would make Li Qingyue happy too. Recalling the teleportation talisman he bought yesterday, it could teleport a distance of about 200 li. Yue planned to leave the city today, find a relatively secluded spot, and then fuse the Chaos Divine Thunder. Finally, he would use the teleportation talisman to return to the city. Additionally, his current teleportation ability was approximately 50 meters. For some powerful beings, this was merely a blink of an eye, so he had to be extra cautious. Afterward, he got up, washed up, had a simple breakfast by the roadside, and headed toward the city gate. Hey, heading out to explore again today? The speaker was the same guard who had been on duty at the city gate yesterday. Yue nodded slightly to confirm. Yes, that's right. I'm too timid, so I need to train myself more. Ha ha ha, you little guy are really amusing. But be careful, it's dangerous out there. Alright, off you go, the guard kindly reminded him. After leaving the city, he immediately unfolded the map in his hand, his gaze locking onto an extremely secluded location, and without hesitation, he sped off in that direction. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, he finally arrived at a forest over 200 kilometers away from Qingchuan City. This was a place where tier 3 demonic beasts frequently appeared, so it was rarely visited. After all, there weren't many tier 3 or tier 4 experts in the entire Qingchuan City. Stepping into this forest, Yue became exceptionally cautious. Given his current strength, facing these demonic beasts would only result in instant death. After searching for a long time, he finally found a relatively flat area and decided to fuse with the mysterious Chaos Divine Thunder there. System. Fuse with the Chaos Divine Thunder, Yue silently commanded in his heart. Ding. Received. With the system's response, the sky instantly turned turbulent, dark clouds rolling in, and grayish lightning streaking erratically through the clouds, flickering unpredictably. In the blink of an eye, the area within hundreds of miles was enveloped by this strange phenomenon, and the demonic beasts that originally inhabited the area fled in terror. Yui's body gradually became enveloped by the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder, and the immense force brought him an unprecedented level of pain. The agony was like thousands of steel needles piercing his body simultaneously, making it almost unbearable. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to endure the pain. The energy of the Chaos Divine Thunder rampaged through his body, as if trying to tear apart his meridians and bones. Each surge of energy left him in excruciating pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Damn, it hurts. Yue gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with pain. At this moment, a powerful chaotic divine thunder had already gathered above his head. This thunder, like a giant dragon coiling in the sky, emitted a chilling aura. Yue looked up at the massive thunder above him, and a trace of fear involuntarily surged in his heart. Is this trying to kill me? He said, through clenched teeth. Has the system successfully fused? However, the system did not respond to his question. Yue felt a wave of anger in his heart. Seriously, system, are you messing with me? Despite his dissatisfaction, he did not give up. He took a deep breath and secretly secretly made up his mind. Even without the system's help, I will fuse this chaotic divine thunder. City Lord's mansion of Qingchuan City. What terrifying thunder! Even though Qingchuan City is 200 miles away from the thunder center, it has still spread here. What on earth is this? Could it be that some extraordinary treasure is descending upon the world? Or is someone fusing a spirit seed? No one could possibly withstand the baptism of thunder at such a level. Forcibly merging would only result in being shattered to pieces, and the fusion of spirit seeds has never caused such a grand phenomenon before. It must be that only the descent of a rare treasure could trigger such an anomaly. It seems this might be a blessing from the heavens, a great opportunity for our Qingchuan City. However, at this very moment, no one dared to approach the thunderclouds lightly. The terrifying aura of lightning seemed as though even the slightest touch would reduce one to ashes. The residents of Qingchuan City gazed up at the grayish clouds above, their hearts filled with fear and unease. What on earth is this? Could it really be the end of the world? No way, I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. I don't want to die so soon, boo-hoo. Hey, which pervert dares to touch my butt? Meanwhile, in the distant Dragon Empire's capital, watching the terrifying thunderstorm over Jiangnan province, an elderly man leisurely watering his flowers couldn't help but mutter to himself upon witnessing the scene, what a frightening thunderstorm. To appear in the direction of Jiangnan, even I feel an inexplicable sense of unease. In a mysterious and perilous land of beasts, the creatures stared at the terrifying thunderstorm in the sky, a mix of shock and fear in their eyes. What is that? One beast exclaimed, its eyes filled with astonishment. What level of spiritual entity is that? It's unbelievably powerful. Immediately, orders were issued. Someone quickly determined the direction of this celestial anomaly and dispatched personnel to investigate that location at once. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield of the alien race, the aliens also felt this powerful surge of energy. How could this planet possibly produce a spirit seed above the intermediate level? They exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible, and this power actually makes me feel fear even from such a distance. What level of spirit seed is this? A tense atmosphere spread as the aliens continued to issue orders to launch an attack on the Dragon Nation. At that moment, a chaotic divine thunder descended from the sky, striking directly at Yui. Gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, Yui fully absorbed this terrifying power. Before long, the chaotic divine thunder coursed through his body, and he struggled to gain control over it. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging with the chaotic divine thunder. However, due to the host's current insignificant strength, the chaotic divine thunder can only remain at a beginner-level quality for now, but it will continue to grow as the host's strength increases, a voice echoed in his mind. Even at the beginner level, it surpasses SSS, equivalent to SSSS. Yui let out a long breath, secretly relieved in his heart. I finally succeeded in merging with it. I felt like my body was about to disintegrate into ashes. He looked around and was shocked to find that the once dense forest had completely disappeared, leaving only a barren wasteland before his eyes. However, Yui had no time to dwell on it. Without hesitation, he tore open the teleportation talisman, and his figure instantly vanished, reappearing next to Qingchuan City. Phew, that was close. Finally, the fusion was successful. Yui panted heavily, his emotions gradually calming down. He looked at his right hand, where gray arcs of lightning danced continuously in his palm. So this is the Chaos Divine Thunder? Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm about to be destroyed. Truly terrifying. However, the Chaos Divine Thunder that had now fused with him seemed to bring a faint sense of familiarity. After enduring so much pain to fuse with you, it was worth it. When I have time, I'll test your combat power. The system just mentioned that you're still at the beginner level of strength. It seems I'm too weak to withstand your full power. Even at the beginner level, Chaos Divine Thunder is an incredibly powerful and terrifying existence. Yui dared not delay for a moment. He quickly changed into another set of clothes and immediately prepared to enter the city. Just then, he suddenly sensed several extraordinarily powerful auras rushing rapidly toward the center of the thunderstorm. Yui secretly felt fortunate that he had escaped quickly, otherwise, if those strong individuals had discovered him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. System, why didn't you show up earlier? Yui asked in his mind. Ding! I was busy helping you resist the Chaos Divine Thunder just now. Host, with your meager skills, you dared to dream of fusing with the Chaos Divine Thunder? That's nothing short of delusional. The system's response left Yui speechless. Yui, alright, thank you, system bro, Yui said gratefully. Ding! No need to thank me, just focus on becoming stronger, the system responded. Got it, system bro, Yui replied. After entering Qingchuan City, the people around were all discussing the strange phenomenon from earlier. Good thing it's over. I thought the end of the world had come. Yeah, I was almost scared out of my wits. Who just touched my butt? Step forward right now, said a 200-pound young lady. Yui listened to the discussions around him, silently pondering. He hadn't expected that merging with a Chaos Divine Thunder would cause such a commotion, affecting even those so far away. Ding! This is merely the phenomenon caused by the fusion of a primary chaos divine thunder. Currently, the host can only withstand this level of intensity. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that this small planet hasn't completed its initial evolution of 200 years and some restrictions remain in place, merging with the chaos divine thunder would have attracted the attention of other cosmic planets. So that's how it is? There are other cosmic planets? It seems my understanding of this world is still too limited. I can only say that I'm too weak. Forget it, I won't dwell on this anymore. I'll go home and rest well today, then take Li Qingyue shopping tomorrow. The day after, I'll head to the wilderness. I'll lay low for these 2 days. City Lord, is this the place where the heaven and earth treasure descended just now? Why is it so empty here? Not even a blade of grass in sight? The City Lord also looked puzzled. It is indeed strange. Could it be that someone merged with a spirit seed here? Another person immediately shook his head and said, absolutely impossible. With the power of that thunder, not just us, but even stronger experts would be instantly reduced to ashes upon encountering it. Everyone nodded in agreement. The power of this thunder is truly terrifying. If someone can withstand it, they must be extraordinarily strong. But this is really strange. There's clearly nothing within a dozen miles around, someone said, glancing around with a furrowed brow. We saw the thunder strike with our own eyes. There should have been some extraordinary treasure descending. As everyone was deep in discussion, the City Lord spoke up and invited, ladies and gentlemen, since you've come to Qingchuan City, why not rest in the city for a while and allow me to fulfill my duties as host? Then thank you, City Lord, everyone responded in unison. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the imperial capital, several solemn-faced individuals were seated together. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, Long Tianhua, was the first to speak. A massive and terrifying thundercloud has appeared in the skies over Jiangnan province. What are your thoughts on this? It must be the descent of a rare treasure, an elder said. That's right. We can feel the terror of those thunderclouds even here in the imperial capital. It must be the arrival of a spirit seed or a rare treasure, and it's an extremely powerful one at that. According to the news from Qingchuan City, the center of the thunderclouds is completely barren. It seems unlikely that any extraordinary treasure would appear there. Then, could it be that someone is attempting to fuse a spirit seed? But this possibility seems extremely slim, as none of us here could withstand such a level of thunderous power. Long Tianhua pondered for a moment before saying, it seems that the person trying to fuse the spirit seed has likely been struck dead by the thunderclouds. His tone carried a hint of regret. If the fusion had succeeded, the Dragon Nation might have gained another powerful figure. Long Tianhua continued, this year, the number of SSS-level talent individuals emerging across various provinces is higher than ever before, even in our capital city. This is undoubtedly a signal of an era of prosperity and flourishing, but at the same time, it also foretells the arrival of immense challenges. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, we are approaching the 300th year of evolution for our planet, and this year marks the 295th year. According to the other races, in 300 years, Blue Star will complete its initial evolution. By then, Blue Star will become an unclaimed planet, its restrictions lifted, and it will be exposed to the view of other races in the universe. As a newly evolved planet, it will see an abundance of resources, secret realms, and heavenly treasures, making it inevitable that the unclaimed planet will be contested by various factions. If the human race cannot discover and claim this planet first, it will be over. To prevent invasion by other races, and avoid the tragic fate of humanity's extinction, we must plan ahead, take action in advance, and seek out human forces in the universe to request their protection. Only by doing so can we prevent occupation by other races in 5 years and ensure the continuation of our civilization. However, easier said than done, there are currently no leads, and we can't even establish contact with the outside world. It seems the outside world also cannot locate Blue Star, likely due to some restriction that will only be lifted after the initial evolution is completed in 200 years. However, there is another option. That is to eliminate all the other races on Blue Star. In this way, 5 years later, although we will be exposed to the forces of other races, as long as we are not discovered immediately, we can more quickly seek the protection of human forces in the universe. If we do not eliminate these other races, they will undoubtedly contact their own kind, and by then, this planet will fall into the hands of other races, and it will be over. An elder slowly nodded. That is indeed the case, but eliminating the other races is no easy task, and we also have to defend against the lands of the beasts. Without enough strong individuals and forces, we cannot eradicate the other races. Long Tianhua furrowed his brows. There are still 5 years. Let's hope these 5 years can turn the tide. This is truly the worst luck. 5 items at a 90% discount, and all of them turned out to be useless? Yui muttered to himself, staring helplessly at the newly refreshed discount section of the system store. These so-called discounted items were nothing but dead weight to him, completely failing to pique his interest. Returning home, Yui had hoped to find some practical treasures in the discount section, but reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Left with no choice, he could only sigh inwardly at his terrible luck. Oh well, he thought, it's better to keep a low profile for the next couple of days and lay low. Today, I'll just focus on cultivating and enjoy the process. Tomorrow, I'll take Sister Chingyue to the mall for a stroll. It'll be a good chance to strengthen our bond. Yes, that's the plan. As Yui silently mapped out his next steps, a hint of anticipation arose in his heart for the secret realm of the Dong family in the neighboring city. When exactly would that Dong family secret realm open? He really hoped to explore it sooner rather than later. But thinking about it now was pointless. For now, it was better to focus on cultivation. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 7 p.m., the time when Li Qingyue got off work. Yui let out a long breath. After a full day of cultivation, he felt that both his vitality and mental strength had improved. He glanced down at his data panel, which clearly displayed vitality 4,976, mental strength 4,799. Seeing these numbers, Yui couldn't help but frown. Sigh, after an entire day of cultivation, this was all the progress he had made. It seemed that to quickly enhance his strength, he would still have to rely on elixirs and demon cores, and with only 500 talent points, it was far too little. Yui shook his head helplessly, fully aware that relying solely on cultivation to improve strength was a slow process. However, he wasn't discouraged by this. After all, the path of cultivation was a long one, and going further required enough patience and perseverance. Feeling bored, Yui casually pulled out his phone and began aimlessly browsing through various news. However, today's trending topic left him utterly shocked. The #1 headline was about the persistent black cloud that had hovered over Jiangnan province's sky for several minutes. People were speculating wildly, was it the descent of a rare treasure, or someone transcending tribulation to become immortal? A user named Weakened Little Dragon commented, "Damn, I live right next to Jiangnan province, and I could see that terrifying thundercloud too. I thought Jiangnan province was about to be destroyed." Another young girl, who claimed to be from Guangqing in Jiangnan province, near Qingchuan city, said, "I saw that thunderbolt with my own eyes. Just one glance made me feel like I was going to be obliterated." Another person, with the online nickname Black Whirlwind Girl, firmly believed it must be some extraordinary treasure descending to the world. Judging by this phenomenon, it must be incredibly powerful. The people of Jiangnan province are truly blessed. Yui looked at the trending topic in front of him, pondering silently. He never expected that the celestial phenomenon he caused would create such a huge stir. Thinking back to the recently fused Chaos Divine Thunder, he was filled with anticipation for its power. At present, with the strength of his body, he could only withstand the initial level of Chaos Divine Thunder's power. However, as his strength increased, the intensity of the Chaos Divine Thunder would gradually be unleashed. As he was lost in thought, Li Qingyue arrived at his home. Usually, after work, Li Qingyue would come over to cook for him. Seeing her arrival, Yui greeted her. "Qingyue, you're off work? Are you tired?" Seeing Yui safe and sound at home, the worried expression on Li Qingyue's face gradually faded. "Xiaoyi, it's such a relief that you're fine and home." The dark clouds outside the city today, along with the lightning within them, looked really terrifying. "Knowing you were out hunting beasts, I was so worried about you." "It's okay, Sister Qingyue. I didn't go out today. I happened to see the dark clouds, so I stayed home all day." Li Qingyue was still a bit worried and reminded him, "Xiaoyi, you must be very careful. I don't want to lose you as my little brother." Yui patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Sister Qingyue. I'll definitely be careful." Wanting Sister Qingyue to take a break, Yui suggested, "Sister Qingyue, let's not cook today. How about we order takeout?" Li Qingyue teased, "What, do you think the food your sister makes isn't tasty?" Yui quickly explained, No, Qingyue's cooking is the best. It's just that you've already worked so hard today. Ordering takeout is more convenient. Besides, I can now earn money by hunting demon beasts." Li Qingyue listened and said with a smile, "All right then, Xiaoyi." Not long after, the takeout was delivered to the door. Yui called out, "Qingyue jia, time to eat." Then, he continued, "Sister Qingyue, you're off tomorrow, so as promised, I'll take you shopping at the mall. But, Xiaoyi, I'm really sorry. My parents are coming tomorrow morning, and they said they want me to go on a blind date." Li Qingyue replied somewhat helplessly. "What? A blind date?" Yui asked in surprise. "Yes, they keep saying I'm not getting any younger and that I should find someone to marry, so they arranged this blind date for me." Li Qingyue sighed. "Is she bigger there?" "I understand, Sister Qingyue. How about this, when your parents come tomorrow, I'll talk to them. I promise I can handle this matter properly," Yui assured confidently, patting his chest. Li Qingyue looked at Yui, a trace of gratitude flashing in her eyes. "Xiaoyi, you don't want me to go on a blind date, right?" Yui nodded and said earnestly, "Sister Qingyue, I know you don't want to go on a blind date, but you can't go against your parents' wishes. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. I'm confident I can convince them not to force you into blind dates anymore." "Really, Xiaoyi?" Li Qingyue looked at Yui with a face full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Of course it's true. When your parents come tomorrow, just watch how I perform," Yui said with a confident smile. Li Qingyue gently hugged Yui. "Then I'll leave it to you, Xiaoyi." After finishing the meal, Li Qingyue hurried back to her home. At this moment, Yui fell into deep thought, unsure of how to face Li Qingyue's parents. Although they had met before, this time was different, and it was inevitable to feel a bit nervous and worried. Yui understood that Li Qingyue's parents had always been very kind to him. Let's wait until Qingyue's parents arrive tomorrow and see how to handle it, he thought. In the blink of an eye, Saturday morning had arrived. The clock pointed to 8 o'clock, and Yui couldn't wait to ask, Qingyue, when are your parents coming over? They'll be here soon, Li Qingyue replied softly. Sigh, it's been so long since I last saw uncle and aunt. I really wonder how they're doing now, Yui said with great anticipation. Not long after, a crisp knocking sound suddenly came from outside the door. Qingyue, go open the door. Coming, Li Qingyue quickly responded. The door was gently pushed open, and Qingyue's parents appeared before them. Mom, Dad, you're here. Qingyue greeted them with a smile. Oh, Xiaoyi is here too. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yui greeted politely. Li Qingyue's mother, Zheng Feng, nodded and then said to Li Qingyue, I'll get straight to the point. The child from your Aunt Wan's family is about the same age as you this year, has a C-level intelligence talent, and is currently working at a tech company. So we want you to meet him and see if you two are a good match. Li Qingyue immediately objected. Mom, I don't want to go. You silly girl. How old are you now? Old Li from next door is already holding his grandchild, and I still don't have one. Now that Xiaoyi is an adult and doesn't need your care, it's time for you to think about yourself, said Li Qingyue's father, Li Lei. Qingyue, your mom and I haven't awakened any useful talents. We just hope you can have a better life in the future. We really don't have too many other expectations, Li Lei said earnestly. Uncle, aunt, could I have a chat with you? Yui suddenly spoke up. Xiaoyi, are you also here to persuade us? Not exactly to persuade, uncle, aunt. Let me be honest with you, can you wait until my martial arts exam is over before discussing this matter? The two exchanged a glance. Xiaoyi, you? Yui smiled faintly. Uncle, aunt, don't worry about sister Qingyue for now. Let's talk about this after the martial arts exam, okay? The two exchanged a puzzled glance and eventually nodded in agreement. Alright then, we'll worry about it after the martial arts exam. Li Qingyue saw them agree and let out a sigh of relief. Mom, Dad, why don't you stay for a meal? The two shook their heads. We'll head back first. After speaking, they left directly. Li Qingyue watched the two leave, then turned to Yui and said, Thank you, Xiaoyi. Yui shrugged. Sister Qingyue, there's nothing to thank me for. Li Qingyue just nodded. Then let's go to the mall now. Let's just buy a few things and not spend too much money. Yui nodded. Okay, let's go, Sister Qingyue. Soon, the two arrived at the largest mall in Qingchuan City. The level of technology here was far more advanced than on Earth, but the culture and customs still had many similarities. Yui said, Sister Qingyue, let's buy some clothes first. Alright, but you also need to get some clothes for formal occasions. I've noticed you always wear casual clothes and don't seem to have anything suitable for formal events. She had noticed that Yui's usual attire was very casual, but that wouldn't do. Sure, but I think comfort is the most important. Sister Qingyue, you must pick out some beautiful clothes. Looking good can really lift your mood, hee, Yui said playfully. His clothes weren't a big deal, just a few would suffice, since that's how guys usually were. Li Qingyue rolled her eyes at him. No way, you have to buy some too. Yui finally gave in obediently. Alright, Sister Qingyue. The two strolled around, browsing several shops. Sister Qingyue, how about this dress? He asked. This one looks pretty good. I'll go try it on, Li Qingyue replied. Not long after, Li Qingyue walked out of the fitting room wearing a white dress. The hem of the dress fluttered in the breeze, making her look stunningly beautiful. Sister Qingyue, you look amazing in this dress. You're like a fairy, descending to the mortal world. Yui praised sincerely. Listening to his compliment, Li Qingyue felt a surge of joy in her heart and playfully retorted, Stop talking nonsense. Then, she began carefully selecting other styles of clothing. Before long, she had picked out several more items. Sir, your sister is truly beautiful. She looks good in anything, the salesperson exclaimed. Yui responded without hesitation, Of course. If my sister isn't beautiful, then who is? I'll take all these clothes. How much? Alright, sir, the total is 60,000 blue star coins. Will you be paying by card? The salesperson asked with a smile. At this moment, Li Qingyue spoke up. Xiaoyi, let me pay for it instead. Yui quickly waved his hand. Interrupting her, we agreed that I'd bring you shopping today, so how could I let you pay? With that, he directly handed his credit card to the salesperson. Swipe the card, Yui said decisively. Alright, please wait a moment. The salesperson took the card, completed the transaction, packed the clothes, and handed them over with a smile, saying, We look forward to your next visit. Let's go, time for lunch, Yui said. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant and chose a window seat. Sister Qingyue, is your job tiring now? Have you considered quitting? Yui asked. It's fine, not very tiring, actually quite relaxing, Li Qingyue replied. Yui looked at her and suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, Sister Qingyue, if you don't want to work in the future, that's totally fine. Li Qingyue was slightly startled and softly said, Xiaoyi, don't say that. I'm perfectly capable of supporting myself. Yui chuckled, showing his bright white teeth, and said confidently, Alright, alright, Sister Qingyue is my idol after all. After speaking, he looked at Li Qingyue with anticipation. Li Qingyue felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat first. Being teased by Yui like this, an unusual feeling arose in her heart. Yui nodded in agreement and then continued, however, I plan to apply to the Imperial Capital Academy after the martial arts exam, and I will most likely stay there for future development. After the martial arts exam, I want to bring you and uncle and aunt to the Imperial Capital. After all, you've taken care of me for 3 years. By then, I'll buy a house there, and as for work, I'll decide based on the situation. So, Sister Qingyue, you should start preparing to resign in advance. Hearing this, Li Qingyue shook her head slightly and said, Xiaoyi, there's no need for that. If you want to develop in the Imperial Capital, go ahead. My parents and I will be fine here. You don't have to do this. No way. Even if it's to repay the kindness you've shown us over the years, I must take you to the Imperial Capital. Li Qingyue didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Time passed quickly, and the sumptuous lunch came to an end. In the afternoon, they went to watch a movie together, strengthening their bond. As night fell, they returned home. See you tomorrow, Sister Qingyue, Yui said with a smile, then turned and went back to his own house. Li Qingyue, on the other hand, returned to the residence next door. Yui let out a long sigh, recalling the day's events. Oh no, he almost forgot he hadn't completed today's daily task yet. He couldn't slack off, so he quickly decided to spend some time training. After 2 hours of effort, he finally completed the day's task successfully. Not only that, but he felt his vitality and spirit had improved. Sigh, I only have a mere 700 talent points right now. I should hurry up and refresh the daily discount store to see what's available. With that, his fingers trembled slightly as he clicked the refresh button. Thank goodness, this time he wasn't as unlucky as yesterday. Although the 4 items in the store were all household goods, one of them seemed quite useful. Misfortune Talisman, 10 talent points, using it would bring continuous bad luck for the next 12 hours. This item seemed like it could come in handy, so he decided to buy it first and use the remaining resources to upgrade his martial skills. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface, clicked on the diamond body skill icon, and prepared to allocate points. With a crisp notification sound, the system popped up a dialog box displaying that diamond body could evolve into thunder armor. Yui's heart leaped with joy, as thunder armor sounded incredibly powerful and perfectly complemented his thunder skills. Upon further inspection of the details, he was astonished to discover that thunder armor could transform the power of thunder into a solid armor that adhered to the surface of his body, greatly enhancing his defense. This was simply like adding wings to a tiger. However, when Yui saw the required talent points listed below, he couldn't help but gasp. 690 talent points were needed to complete the upgrade. He cursed inwardly, thinking, isn't this going to drain all my resources? But when he considered the immense power that thunder armor would bring, he gritted his teeth and decided to go all in. After all, only by continuously improving his strength could he survive in this perilous world. Resolutely, Yui clicked the upgrade button. Accompanied by another pleasant notification sound, the system informed him that he had successfully learned the heaven-grade mid-tier thunder armor martial skill. The system panel opened. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1, Level 7 is Spiritual Mind Master Stage 1, Level 7. Vitality, 49763400 points for first tier, 7th level. Spirit, 4799 Hz 5500 for first tier, 8th level. Shop. Techniques, King Level Supreme Thunder Body Refining Technique, 1st level. King Level Supreme Thunder Meditation Method. Martial Arts, Earth Grade Supreme Thunderous 9 Blades, Mastery, Profound Grade High Gale Fist, Minor Achievement, Earth Grade High Thunder Flash, Uninitiated, Heaven Grade Medium Thunder Armor, Uninitiated. Skill, Teleportation. Backpack, Grade D High Thunder Slash Blade, Grade F Medium Fiber Soft Armor, Map of Qingchuan City Surroundings, etc. Still lacking talent points, but there are too few tasks. What should I do? There are still 2 martial arts I haven't started learning. Tomorrow, I plan to go hunting in the wild, and then on Monday, I have to return to school for classes. On Monday, I'll ask the principal for leave and skip school to focus on hunting beasts to earn money for buying pills and beast cores. Time to sleep. Thankfully, with the system, I don't need to cultivate, it's truly relaxing. System. Early in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Yui's face as he woke from his slumber. After washing up, he first went to Sister Qingyue's house to report about his plan to leave the city today. Then, he prepared to set off beyond the city walls to begin his hunting journey. Yui gently closed his eyes, focused his mind, and cast a teleportation spell. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared downstairs. With first tier, 7th level spiritual power, he could teleport a distance of about 60 meters. Although this was already quite impressive, it was still far from those who could teleport several kilometers or even tens of kilometers. Yui quickly headed toward the city gate. When he arrived, he noticed that the guards had changed. The new guard looked at Yui and said, "Young man, it's been very dangerous outside lately. quickly. Didn't you see the strange phenomenon 2 days ago? Why are you still planning to leave the city today? Yui smiled and replied, I just want to go out and hunt some low-level demonic beasts to earn some money to support my family. Hearing Yui's words, the guard showed an expression of admiration. You're quite remarkable, young man, but still, be careful out there. Yui nodded in thanks and then walked out of the city gate. Today, he planned to head to a higher-level demonic beast area. After careful consideration, he finally chose a demonic beast zone about 60 kilometers from the city. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the area. It was a dense forest where, since the invasion of strange energy, the flora and fauna had undergone mutations. The trees had not only grown abnormally large, but some had even transformed into demons. The occasional roars of demonic beasts echoed through the air, which was thick with the scent of blood, making one instinctively wary. This was a region where second-tier demonic beasts roamed, exuding an eerie and dangerous aura. But for Yui, it was an excellent opportunity for a trial. This is the perfect place to test the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder and see just how strong it really is. As he cautiously moved forward, a crimson flame wolf suddenly appeared ahead, gnawing on a corpse. This crimson flame wolf was massive, its entire body radiating a fiery aura, clearly a second-tier, first-level demonic beast with fire attribute powers. It chewed on the blood-soaked flesh, its fierce gaze fixed on Yui, the uninvited guest. Crimson flame wolf, second-tier, first level, a fire-attributed wolf capable of controlling flames. Second-tier, first level? Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of this Chaos Divine Thunder. Yui thought to himself, quickly donning his fiber-soft armor and drawing the Thunder Blade. He focused his mind, channeling the power of Chaos Divine Thunder into the Thunder Blade, with gray arcs of electricity coiling around the blade like serpents. The crimson flame wolf sensed his presence, a glint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. It immediately opened its blood-red maw, spewing out a massive fireball that hurtled toward him. Faced with this sudden attack, Yui's figure flickered as he instantly used teleportation, vanishing from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared beside the crimson flame wolf, raising the Thunder Blade high and slashing down fiercely. A deep wound appeared on the wolf's body, with the residual power of Chaos Divine Thunder continuously wreaking havoc on its form. Not bad. The difference between second-tier and first-tier is worlds apart. Being able to kill a second-tier beast across levels is definitely the mark of a genius. Feeling the pain, the crimson flame wolf hurriedly fled, letting out a mournful howl. Think you can escape? Yui sneered inwardly, immediately slashing out several blade arcs imbued with Chaos Divine Thunder. The crimson flame wolf collapsed heavily to the ground. Not bad. I should now be able to handle second-tier, second-level, or even third-level beasts. Chaos Divine Thunder can directly reduce slain beasts to ashes, but to keep the beasts for profit, he had the system disable this function, ready to activate it when needed. Excellent. This crimson flame wolf's corpse should fetch a considerable price. After storing the wolf's body in the system space, Yui resolutely continued deeper into the forest. It didn't take long before he noticed a pack of wolves racing toward him. Was that wolf's howl just now a call to summon its companions? Without any hesitation, Yui immediately used teleportation to swiftly escape from this dangerous place. After all, dealing with a pack of wolves was no easy task. Wolves are social animals, and it's perfectly normal for them to summon their companions for assistance when facing danger or an opponent they can't defeat. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he suddenly noticed a group of people ahead hunting a demonic beast. Come on, brothers, put in more effort. This wind demon tiger won't last much longer. With a middle-aged man unleashing his B-grade talent, Heavy Strike, the demonic beast finally collapsed in a pool of blood. The group let out a sigh of relief, and one of them remarked, "Phew, that was tough. We finally took down this second-tier, sixth-level, wind demon tiger." Another chimed in, "Yeah, we were so close to failing." Yui quietly observed the group of people working together to hunt the demonic beast, thinking to himself that they might be members of some organization or team. He had no intention of approaching them for a conversation, as he was long accustomed to acting alone. Then, Yui turned and started walking in another direction. "Hey, young man!" Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Yui turned to see that it was the bearded middle-aged man from earlier walking toward him. The man looked at Yui and asked, "Why are you here all alone? You look so young, your strength probably isn't that great, right? Did you accidentally wander into the wrong place?" Yui replied with a calm expression and a steady tone, "I'm here to hunt demonic beasts. I didn't take a wrong turn." Hearing Yui's response, the middle-aged man showed a hint of doubt on his face and continued to ask, "Oh, young man, you look so young. Have you already reached a second-tier level or higher?" Yui nodded. In this desolate wilderness, one must never trust others easily, nor reveal their true strength casually. Slightly exaggerating his abilities was undoubtedly the wisest choice. It seems this young man must be from a prestigious family. His cultivation speed is astonishingly fast, the middle-aged man thought to himself. "Wei Guiyan, what are you talking about with that young man over there?" A woman who looked like an an ant shouted loudly. Oh, I was just asking this young man some questions, just chatting, Wei Guan replied. Alright, hurry back to the team. We still need to continue searching for the next suitable beast, the ant urged. Coming. Young man, in that case, you must be careful on your own. Our team specializes in hunting beasts. We originally thought of taking you along for a while, but it turns out you've already reached a second-tier level of strength. Then keep an eye on your surroundings. I'll head over first, Wei Guan said. Yui nodded and responded. Thank you, uncle. I'll be careful. This uncle seems like a decent person. Yui didn't sense any malice, but knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. It's still safer to act alone, he thought silently to himself. Continuing deeper into the forest, Yui encountered quite a few people hunting demonic beasts along the way. Occasionally, he overheard them discussing the strange phenomenon that occurred a few days ago. Some had come specifically to investigate, hoping to stumble upon a treasure of heaven and earth. Thinking about the massive impact caused by his fusion with the Chaos Divine Thunder, Yui couldn't help but ponder silently. Before long, he spotted a small lake ahead. Staring at the bottomless water, Yui thought to himself that there must be powerful demonic beasts hidden within. Oh, right, I still need to collect water spirit grass for Zhao Guanshan. This is a good opportunity to see if there's any here. Although water spirit grass is considered a common spiritual herb, it mostly grows in secret realms, with only a small portion found in the wild. Typically, the higher the rank of demonic beasts frequenting a lake, the more abundant the water spirit grass. Walking along the edge of the lake, Yui suddenly noticed a Tier 2 Level 2 rockwater crocodile ahead. Known for its love of sleeping, this was a perfect chance to test whether he could slay this Tier 2 Level 2 demonic beast. Thus, he infused the Chaos Divine Thunder into the Thunder Blade and swung 2 strikes imbued with chaotic power toward the rockwater giant crocodile. These 2 strikes streaked across the sky like meteors, slashing fiercely against the creature's hardened shell. Although they failed to break through, they left noticeable marks. More critically, the Chaos Divine Thunder clung to the surface of the shell like a malignant curse, continuously corroding and weakening the rockwater giant crocodile's tough defenses. Indeed, beasts like this with thick skin and tough flesh are extremely hard to injure. It seems my vitality isn't strong enough yet. Yui sighed inwardly. Fortunately, with the Chaos Divine Thunder's enhancement, he could continuously damage the shell of the rockwater giant crocodile. Sensing the threat, the creature opened its massive jaws and charged ferociously. Then let's try some martial techniques, he thought to himself. In a flash, his figure disappeared and reappeared above the rockwater giant crocodile. With a swift motion, he swung his blade twice in succession. Under the boost of his martial technique, the creature's shell finally gave way and shattered with a resounding crack. Thunder roar. 9 strikes. As the 6th strike landed, a massive wound appeared on the rockwater giant crocodile's enormous body, from which blood gushed out. The excruciating pain drove the creature into a frenzy, and it raised its thick tail, whipping it fiercely with a sharp gust of wind. With another teleportation, Yui appeared atop the rockwater giant crocodile's head and unleashed the thunder roar 9 strikes once more, ultimately slaying the beast with his blade. Phew, it seems surpassing 1 tier to defeat a second-tier opponent is truly challenging, he thought to himself. As his cultivation level advanced, it became increasingly difficult to kill beasts of higher tiers. After all, the growth in vitality and mental strength at higher levels would become exponentially greater. Second-tier triple-layered beasts are probably not easy to deal with. If he were to challenge a second-tier single-layered beast with his current level, it would likely be very difficult to kill. However, ever since merging with the Chaos Divine Thunder, Yui's attack power has significantly increased. Moreover, he has not yet learned any lightning-based skills. If he could master such skills and combine them with the Chaos Divine Thunder, the power would undoubtedly see a tremendous boost. After tidying up the beast's corpse, Yui continued moving forward. However, there was no sign of water spirit grass here. They were probably growing underwater. Should he just dive in and take a look? But the uncertainties underwater were too many, and encountering danger would be troublesome. Forget it, better not to take the risk of going underwater. Perhaps after his strength improves further, he could explore those public secret realms beyond the second tier. In the Dragon Nation, there is a clear regulation. Only when either blood energy or mental power reaches at least the first layer of the second tier can one enter certain publicly accessible secret realms. Otherwise, if everyone could enter a secret realm, resources would quickly be depleted, and the beasts would go extinct. Yui was not in a hurry, as Zhao Guanshan had not set a deadline for delivering the water spirit grass. Even if he bought a few stalks himself to hand over, Zhao Guanshan wouldn't mind, as this was, after all, an investment on his part. Thus, Yui decided to continue hunting beasts. He quickly left the place, as he was well aware that the unknown often harbored the greatest dangers. Next, he encountered several more beasts and successfully slew them. As time passed, Yui grew closer to completing the task of slaying 100 beasts. Whoosh! When the last beast fell, he realized he had reached his goal of 100. By this time, the sky was growing dark, nearing 7 in the evening, and the atmosphere was becoming becoming dim. It was time to head back. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slaying 100 beasts. Reward, 600 talent points. Immediately after, a new task was issued. Upon completing the task of slaying 1,000 beasts, you will receive 2,000 talent points as a reward. Yui checked his talent points and found that, including the points earned from today's training task, he had a total of 800 talent points available. Without hesitation, he chose to allocate the points to the thunder armor. However, the system indicated that entry-level activation required 500 points. Yui decisively clicked to allocate the points. At that moment, he felt his strength had risen another level, and he was just a few lightning-based skills away from achieving a perfect combination. After calming his emotions, Yui prepared to head home first. Additionally, he needed to make a trip to the treasure pavilion to sell these beasts and exchange them for some money. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. The guard was no longer the uncle from the morning. After smoothly returning, he headed straight toward the warrior building without delay. Hello, are you still buying beasts? Oh, young man, it's you again. You're here to sell beasts again? Huh? Of course, we're buying. Did you bring a lot this time too? Come on, let's go to the same place as last time and take out the beast corpses. Subsequently, he responded while taking all the beasts out of the system space. Oh, young man, this time you even have second-tier, second-level beasts. Impressive. These were actually hunted by someone else. I'm just here to help sell them, Yui said, not wanting to reveal his strength, so he came up with an excuse. I see. There are about 60 or so first-tier and second-tier beasts here. Let me calculate the total for you. After some calculations, these beasts were sold for a high price of 1.45 million. Phew. Hunting beasts really is a quick way to make money, and the price of second-tier beasts is much higher than that of first-tier ones, Yui thought to himself. Afterward, he purchased some top-grade first-tier vitality pills and top-grade first-tier spirit liquid, then hurriedly rushed home. Returning home, he saw Li Qingyue cooking, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. After greeting Li Qingyue, he returned to his room and began taking pills and spiritual liquid. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier supreme grade vitality pill. Vitality increased by 60. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier supreme grade vitality pill. Vitality increased by 60. The system notification sounded 10 times in succession. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier supreme grade spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 60. Ding! The host has consumed a first-tier supreme grade spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 60 again. The system notification sounded 10 times in succession. Looking at the data on the system panel, Yui muttered to himself, it seems that continuously absorbing vitality and spirit using first-tier supreme grade vitality pills and spiritual liquid will have diminishing effects. He checked his current vitality value 5576 and spirit value 5299. His vitality had already reached the 8th level of the first tier, but his spirit value was still slightly lacking. It seemed he would need to make up for it later, especially with the test of the Chaos Divine Thunder awaiting him. Just then, Li Qingyue's voice came from outside the door. Shall we come out and eat? Soon, he and Sister Qingyue happily enjoyed dinner together, and then he returned to his room. School starts tomorrow. Time really flies, Yui sighed. Oh well, time to sleep. I have to go to school tomorrow. With that, he drifted off into a deep sleep. Monday morning, 7:30 a.m. Ah, not having to cultivate is such a relief. He stretched lazily, feeling satisfied as he climbed out of bed. After a quick wash, he began packing his things, preparing to eat breakfast, and head to school. As soon as he stepped onto campus, he heard many people discussing. The top student in Elite Class 1 is actually Yui. I saw him during the last competition. He even defeated Luo Yushi. Yeah, I wonder if he can continue to maintain this performance? Hearing these discussions, Yui didn't think much about it. After all, for him right now, this stage was still too small to mean anything. When he arrived at Class 15's classroom, he found many classmates already seated inside. Wow, Yui the legend is here. Suddenly, a boy exclaimed excitedly. Following his shout, the classmates immediately focused their attention on Yui, and the chatter grew louder. Some wanted to get closer to him, some tried to flatter him, and of course, some were genuinely congratulating him. Faced with these enthusiastic classmates, Yui didn't respond and simply returned to his seat quietly. Just then, Skinny Monkey also walked into the classroom. EGE, you're practically a celebrity at our school now, Skinny Monkey said with a smile, rubbing his head. Yui smiled faintly and replied, being a celebrity at this school doesn't mean much. When I get into a top academy or become a household name in Long Country, then it'll matter. Skinny Monkey teased. Huh, EGE, you really think far ahead. Yui smiled and said, well, people should naturally look to the future. Shortly after, the teacher entered the classroom. Hello, everyone, the teacher said with a smile. First, I want to congratulate our Class 15 Yui for successfully taking first place in the ranking competition. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Everyone should learn from you. The teacher continued, and I also have good news to share. Our class has a total of 3 students who made it into the top top 200. They will be transferred to the elite class. I believe everyone knows these 3 students, so let's congratulate them together." Then, another round of enthusiastic applause followed. The teacher encouraged, "Alright, Yui, Wang Shua, and Li Liang, you 3 should report to the elite class, according to your rankings. I wish you all the best in working even harder in your new class." At that moment, Dong Lei's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at his phone in confusion and saw it was a call from the principal. He couldn't help but wonder, why is the principal calling me at this time? After answering the call, Dong Lei politely asked, "Hello, principal. Is there something you need from me?" The principal's voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Dong, I think you have done an excellent job teaching your students, especially in this recent exam. Not only did your class produce a first-place student, but another one also made it into the top 10. So, I would like to invite you to become the homeroom teacher for Elite Class 1. What do you think?" Dong Lei was so shocked that he almost exclaimed aloud. He asked in disbelief, "What? You want me to be the homeroom teacher for Elite Class 1? You must understand, Elite Class 1 is the school's key focus class, and the students who make it into this class are all highly talented and deeply skilled." The principal seemed to sense Dong Lei's reaction and said with a smile, "That's right. I believe you are capable of taking on this position. Moreover, leading Elite Class 1 will also be beneficial for your personal development." "Alright, it's decided then. I'll hang up now." Dong Lei felt a bit puzzled. Why am I suddenly being sent there? This is truly unexpected. After all, if he went to Elite Class 1, his treatment would undoubtedly improve significantly. He understood in his heart that it must be because of Yui. That kid had confidently said last week that he wanted Dong Lei to become the homeroom teacher for the elite class. At the time, Dong Lei thought it was just a joke, but he hadn't expected it to actually come true. He muttered to himself and gave Yui a meaningful glance. After hanging up the phone, the classroom was already bustling with excitement. The students were discussing, "Wow, our teacher Dong is going to be the homeroom teacher for Elite Class 1? Is that true? Wasn't the original plan for the current homeroom teacher of Class 1 to take over? Could it be because our class produced a first-place student, so they decided to let teacher Dong go?" Yui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The principal really came through and made it happen, and now he owed the principal a favor. At this moment, Dong Lei clapped his hands to signal everyone to quiet down. Clearing his throat, he said, "Students, I don't know the specific reasons behind this matter either. However, although I won't be able to continue leading you after the martial arts exam, and another teacher will take over, you must still train diligently and not slack off. Alright, the 3 of you, come with me to Elite Class 1. With that, the group of 4 headed toward the classroom of Elite Class 1. As soon as they stepped out of the classroom, Dong Lei spoke up. "Yui, was this your doing?" Yui replied with a cheeky grin. "What do you think? I always keep my word. Thank you so much. This time, the teacher owes you a favor." Yui teased. "No problem, teacher. The Demon Core and Secret Realm slot you gave me are far more valuable than this." Dong Lei nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Good kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. When the Secret Realm opens, you'll be the first to know." Not long after, Yui and Skinny Monkey arrived at the classroom of Elite Class 1. Both Yui and Skinny Monkey were students of this class, while the other student was assigned to Elite Class 3, as the classes were arranged based on the results of the ranking competition. Upon entering the classroom, they saw that many students were already seated. The room was noisy with chatter, and Yui immediately spotted the school beauty, Luo Yushi. After all, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor was also exceptionally aloof. She sat quietly in her seat, seemingly meditating with her eyes closed. Huang Heng stood behind Luo Yushi's seat, fawning over her with a sycophantic smile, but Luo Yushi didn't even lift her head, completely ignoring him. With Yui's arrival, the discussions in the classroom grew even livelier. When the school beauty noticed his presence, she slightly raised her head, and a hint of anger seemed to flash in her eyes. Before long, the principal arrived in the classroom. "Students, your homeroom teacher is Mr. Dong Lei. You all probably know who took first place in this ranking competition, right?" "That's right, it's Mr. Dong's student." The principal looked at the students below the stage with great anticipation and continued, "I hope that under Mr. Dong Lei's guidance, you can all reach new heights." "Alright, I'll let Mr. Dong Lei say a few words next. I still need to visit the other elite classes." After speaking, he glanced at Yui before turning to leave. Yui noticed the principal's gaze and took the initiative to thank him. "Thank you, principal." The principal smiled faintly and replied, "Train hard. That will be the best way to repay me." Yui nodded in understanding, and the principal then walked out of the classroom. Mr. Dong stepped onto the podium and began his self-introduction and speech. "Hong Xiao, do you think that Yui has some kind of connection with the principal? Look at how close they seem." Huang Heng snorted disdainfully and replied indifferently, "So what if he does? He's just a 5th-tier martial artist who hasn't even reached the 5th tier in mental strength. He poses no threat to the Huang family." "Huang Xiao, you're so powerful and domineering." A man sitting next to Huang Heng flattered him obsequiously. Hearing this, Huang Heng felt secretly secretly pleased. But he also realized that while Yui's current strength wasn't formidable, he still needed to be cautious to prevent him from becoming a stumbling block for the Huang family in the future. Yui and Skinny Monkey found a spot against the wall to sit down. Teacher Dong was still passionately lecturing. Rankings represent resources. Our elite class 1 is the best class in the school. His voice rose. Did you hear that? Soon, you'll be able to claim the resources for the past half month. First place can claim 8 portions each of top grade Tier 1 Vitality Pills and Tier 1 Spirit Liquid every half month. Second place, third place, 4th to 10th place. Then, Teacher Dong continued, if anyone feels their strength is exceptional, they can challenge higher-ranked classmates through duels to replace their ranking. After finishing, Teacher Dong let the students familiarize themselves with the environment, as training would begin shortly. At this moment, Skinny Monkey leaned over and whispered, "EGE, what's your current level?" "I'm alright, improved a little bit," Yui replied casually. "What about you, Skinny Monkey? What's your level?" Yui asked in return. "Hee, EGE, I've made significant progress recently. These past few days, I've had cultivation, resources and even monster cores. My vitality and spirit are both at Tier 1 level 3, and my spirit will soon reach Tier 1 level 4 in a couple of days," Skinny Monkey said with some pride. Yui nodded in approval, though he had already used his probing skill to understand Skinny Monkey's level, even though he himself wasn't aware of possessing this ability. "Alright, now we'll set up the class group chat. At the same time, we need to elect a class monitor," Teacher Dong announced. "Everyone needs to scan the code face-to-face to join the group." Before long, the group chat for Elite Class 1 of the 9th Martial Academy was established, with both students and teachers already in the group. "Now, after careful consideration, I've decided that the important role of class monitor will be assigned to Yui," Dong Lei announced, without hesitation. Hearing this news, Yui was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he didn't want to be the class monitor, but the thought of managing various affairs felt incredibly troublesome. He wanted to explain this to Teacher Dong, but Dong Lei had already turned away. Judging by the situation, it seemed he had no choice but to accept the role. "Sigh, fine, I'll take it. At worst, I'll just be a laid-back, hands-off monitor. It's not a big deal anyway." Next, everyone headed to the training grounds to begin their training. Shortly after, all members of Elite Class 1 arrived at the school's training facility. Dong Lei was explaining the methods of using martial techniques and how to hunt monsters. Yui silently thought to himself, so boring, it'd be better to go hunt monsters. Right, I'll ask Teacher Dong for a month's leave later. He was planning to go outside the city to hunt monsters and quickly improve his cultivation. With this in mind, he approached Teacher Dong and said, "Teacher, can I take a month off? I feel like I'm not learning much at school, and it's actually delaying my cultivation." Dong Lei looked at him and said with a hint of teasing, "You brat, don't be so arrogant. What's the leave for?" Yui replied, "Cultivation, of course. I want to cultivate nonstop for 24 hours. Staying at school is simply a waste of time. Although I don't know what exactly you're aiming for, take half a month off. After half a month, come back to school. If your class ranking is still first, then you can participate in the Qingchuan City Martial Arts Academy competition," Teacher Dong said slowly. Yui asked in confusion, "Martial Arts Academy competition? What's that?" Dong Lei explained, "Every year, Qingchuan City holds a competition for students who awaken upon reaching adulthood. The ranking matches are preparation for this competition. Each Martial Arts Academy will send 5 elite contestants to compete with other academies for first place, and the rankings will also affect the resource allocation for the following year." Just as Yui was pondering, the system notification sounded. "Ding! Seize the first place in the martial arts competition. Reward, 1,000 talent points, spatial ability upgraded to SS. Upgrade to SS spatial talent? I must participate in this competition." Yui thought to himself and immediately said, "Alright, teacher, I will definitely participate. Then I'll take a half-month leave." "Alright, then go claim your resources, and come back to school in half a month." Yui quickly left the training ground and claimed the resources belonging to the first place in Elite Class 1. After absorbing 8 pills and spiritual liquid, his cultivation level also improved. Vitality, 6,056, Spirit, 5,779. It seems that his spirit has also broken through, which is great. Perhaps he could try purchasing second-tier pills or spiritual liquid. Walking on the way home, Yui pondered silently in his heart. He soon returned home and found that Sister Chingyue was not there, as she was busy with company affairs. "Sigh, I'll go buy some things the house needs today. The real hunting starts tomorrow," Yui muttered to himself. Time flew by, and just like that, a day passed. Tuesday morning. Phew, counting yesterday's and today's tasks, I've accumulated 700 talent points. Just 100 more, and I can cultivate the first level of the Thunder Meditation technique. Today, it's time to hunt beasts. Only by becoming stronger can I feel at ease. Meanwhile, in the classroom of the 9th Martial Arts Academy. "Teacher, may I ask why Yui hasn't come?" Luo Yushi asked. "Oh, you're asking about Yui? He took a half-month leave, saying he wanted to focus on his training." After hearing Hearing this, Luo Yushi sat down. Leave? So diligent? It seems I need to work harder too. Teacher, I also want to take a half-month leave to go back and train properly. What? You want to as well? Dong Lei frowned and looked at Luo Yushi. Alright then, just remember to come to school in half a month. Thank you, teacher. After speaking, Luo Yushi turned and left the classroom. Damn it, this Luo Yushi actually cares so much about Yui. Huang Hong gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, his heart filled with anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Unable to hold back, he stood up and said to Dong Lei, Teacher, I want to take leave too, and come back in half a month. Dong Lei looked at Huang Hong in surprise and asked, You too? No way. Why? Why can they do it, but I can't? Huang Hong questioned indignantly. Dong Lei said sternly, once, twice, but not thrice, and you're not first or second place either. Fine, fine. Huang Hong cursed angrily in his heart. Damn it, with Luo Yushi not at school, what's the point of coming here? Huang Hong ignored the teacher's attempts to stop him and stormed out of the classroom in anger. As for teacher Dong, he didn't bother to intervene, knowing that Huang Heng's background was unusual and the school dared not interfere too much. Walking on the road, Luo Yushi hesitated, wondering whether to add Yui. Yui, I will definitely defeat you. Thinking this, she added Yui in the class group, leaving a note. Hello Yui, I will defeat you. Please accept my challenge when we return to school in half a month. After sending the friend request, Luo Yushi continued heading home. At this moment, Yui, who was on his way to the martial artist building, saw the friend request notification on his phone and couldn't help but find it amusing. This woman is quite competitive, but she will never surpass me. Thinking this, he accepted the friend request and continued on his way. Arriving at the front desk, hello, I'd like to buy some blood recovery potions and mental recovery potions. Alright, here is a low-grade recovery potion priced at 10,000 per bottle. It is suitable for minor recovery of vitality and spirit. No problem, I'll take 10 bottles then. The recovery potions were quickly purchased, and he then officially set out into the wild to begin hunting demonic beasts. Arriving in the wild, it was still the same area where second-tier demonic beasts frequently appeared last time. The goal of the 1,000 demons still seemed far out of reach. At the current pace, it would take about half a month to complete. However, once completed, his strength would surely improve. He silently calculated in his mind and, without hesitation, continued walking deeper into the forest, searching for traces of demonic beasts. Along the way, he encountered quite a few people hunting demonic beasts. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to act cautiously. Thus, he took a mask out of the system backpack and put it on. Well, there are a few first-tier 9th level beasts ahead, perfect for some practice. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he immediately charged forward with his blade. Before long, he successfully slew those beasts. Time passed unnoticed, and Yui discovered a colossal rock rhinoceros ahead. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is way too big, and its entire body is covered in hard rock. Checking the system prompt, he learned that this rock rhinoceros was actually a second-tier 3rd level entity, possessing an extremely hard rock shell with exceptionally high defense. Second-tier 3rd level? He had never attempted a challenge of this level before and wasn't sure if he could defeat it. Only by trying could he find out his limits. Yui took a deep breath, gripped the thunder blade tightly, donned his fiber-soft armor, and prepared for battle. With a furious roar, a sharp blade aura infused with chaotic divine lightning shot toward the rock rhinoceros like a bolt of lightning. However, the strike did not inflict fatal damage, leaving only a few shallow marks on its shell. Yet, the chaotic divine lightning remained on its shell, continuously unleashing powerful destructive energy. As expected, it was incredibly sturdy. It seemed that with his current first-tier 8th level blood strength, he still couldn't easily defeat it. Gazing at the rock rhinoceros's impenetrable shell, Yui couldn't help but sigh. The rock giant rhinoceros, which had been attacked, was instantly enraged, letting out a deafening roar before its massive forelimbs stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, countless sharp rock spikes emerged from the earth, shooting toward Yui like a dense rain of arrows. Faced with the sudden assault, Yui showed no fear, his figure flickering as he used his teleportation skill to effortlessly dodge the sharp rock spikes. Oh, it even possesses rock-based powers. How interesting. Yui's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Thunderous 9 blades. He teleported above the rock giant rhinoceros, uttering a soft command before swinging his thunderblade, unleashing 6 ferocious blade beams in succession. Amid the crisscrossing flashes of the blade, a deep wound instantly appeared on the massive body of the rock giant rhinoceros, from which blood began to flow. Phew, as long as I can break through its defense. Luckily, my vitality has already reached the 8th level of the first tier, otherwise, this battle would have been impossible to fight. Yui took a light breath, secretly feeling fortunate. The rock giant rhinoceros, feeling the pain, immediately became furious and then wrapped itself in layers of rock. It could actually do that? This rock giant rhinoceros could not only use rocks to launch attacks but also to defend itself. It seems that the higher the level of the beast, the greater its intelligence. Yui dared not delay for even a moment and quickly activated the teleportation skill. In an instant, he performed another spatial jump, moving far away from the rock giant rhinoceros. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and softly shouted, "Chaos Divine Thunder." As his voice fell, a grayish mass of divine thunder rapidly condensed in the palm of his hand. He fixed his gaze on the Chaos Divine Thunder in his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination and resolve, and then, without hesitation, hurled it toward the rock giant rhinoceros. Due to the massive size of the rock giant rhinoceros, its movements were relatively slow, making it difficult to evade the attack. After a series of continuous bombardments, the Chaos Divine Thunder surged like a raging tide, enveloping the entire body of the rock giant rhinoceros, relentlessly breaking down and destroying its defenses in physical form. Since I can't break through your defense, I'll use the Chaos Divine Thunder to completely erase it, Yui thought to himself. At this moment, the rock giant rhinoceros, surrounded and ravaged by thunder, was instantly enraged and let out a deafening roar, charging furiously at Yui. At the same time, it activated its abilities, manipulating the surrounding rocks to trap Yui firmly within them. This is way too unexpected, he thought to himself, surprised that the giant rhinoceros possessed such a skill, capable of encasing him in rock. Having already used teleportation twice in succession, attempting it again would require some time, so it seemed he had no choice but to endure. For now, Yui pondered. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed a heaven-tier martial skill, Thunder Armor. Chaos Divine Thunder quickly converged, transforming into an indestructible suit of armor that tightly adhered to his body. So this is Thunder Armor? It truly exudes an unparalleled sense of power. Feeling the energy fluctuations on the surface of his body, Yui couldn't help but marvel. However, the giant rhinoceros had already raised its thick hoof, stomping fiercely toward Yui. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Yui knew he couldn't afford to take it head-on. He decisively swung his blade, cutting through the rocks that trapped him. With a loud crash, the giant rhinoceros's immensely heavy hoof slammed down. Phew, that was close. I barely managed to escape the attack range, but even so, the shockwave from the impact is no joke, Yui thought with lingering fear, taking a deep breath. He then continued to unleash the power of Chaos Divine Thunder to counterattack. Before long, the rock giant rhinoceros's tough shell began to crumble, and its aura weakened significantly. Now it's my turn to strike back, Thunder 9 Blades. He slashed out 6 blade energies infused with Chaos Divine Thunder, leaving deep wounds on the defenseless rock giant rhinoceros. Without its defense, you're just an ordinary beast. As Chaos Divine Thunder rampaged within the rhinoceros's body, it soon collapsed. Phew, this beast is even harder to deal with than some second-tier, 4th level ones. No wonder there's only this one beast around here, Yui thought to himself. But upon closer inspection, the beast's corpse had vanished without a trace, and the system hadn't activated Chaos Divine Thunder's execution. Instead, a beast core appeared underground. A beast core. It actually dropped a beast core. Killing you wasn't in vain after all. He picked up the beast core with delight. So it was a beast core, no wonder. Yui murmured to himself, system, absorb this beast core directly. Vitality, 6666, Spirit, 6176. Although this beast core provided slightly less improvement than a second-tier, 5th level, spatial beast core, its vitality boost was significantly higher. Not bad, such a rich harvest right after arriving. He thought happily to himself, but I still need to be cautious. I was a bit careless while hunting this beast earlier. I really wonder if the system has anything related to combat awareness and experience that I can purchase, Yui thought to himself as he left the area. Not long after Yui left, a small team appeared in the area. They were surprised to find that the rock giant rhinoceros, which should have been there, was nowhere to be seen. Strange, where did the rock giant rhinoceros go? The captain asked with a frown, puzzled. The team members looked around, trying to find clues. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Captain, it looks like there are traces of a battle here. Could it be that another team came earlier and hunted the rock giant rhinoceros?" The captain stepped forward to inspect and indeed found some signs of a fight. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "Possibly, but that rock giant rhinoceros had consumed a lot of rock spirit grass, so its mastery of rock power must have been strong, and its defense extremely high. How could it have been taken down so easily?" Another team member speculated, "Captain, could it have been a powerful team above the second-tier, 5th level, that came here to hunt it?" The captain shook his head, expressing uncertainty. He sighed regretfully, what a pity about this beast. He continued, "It had eaten so much rock spirit grass, so the chances of it forming a demon core were high. I was hoping to make a profit from it, but now it seems there's no hope." The captain gave the order, "Let's go. Check the next marked location." Meanwhile, Yui was completely unaware that he had taken a beast someone else had their eyes on. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, in this dangerous continent, the law of the jungle was eternal. At this moment, what he needed most was to quickly recover his vitality and spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he drank a recovery potion. The recovery speed of this potion isn't bad. I should be fully recovered after a little while, Yui thought to himself. Not long after, he felt felt that his vitality and spiritual energy had been fully replenished. Standing up, he stretched his muscles and bones before continuing on his journey to hunt for beasts. "Heh, kid, meeting me is the worst luck you've had in 8 lifetimes. Bah! You scum from the heretical church deserve a miserable death," he shouted angrily, his eyes wide with fury. Ha, we deserve a miserable death? I'm afraid you'll be the one to go first." The man laughed sinisterly and cunningly. The man lying on the ground was utterly hopeless. He shut his eyes tightly, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Yui appeared like a phantom, and with a swift motion of his blade, several sharp slashes of energy whistled through the air, forcing the heretical church members back a few steps. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans?" the heretical church member roared. "The one who will kill you," Yui responded coldly. "Humph, an ignorant brat who doesn't know his limits. Since you've come to me on your own, don't blame me for being ruthless. Run, young man. He's a member of the heretical church. Leave here quickly." The man lying on the ground struggled to lift his head, his face full of terror as he shouted. Yui did not respond to him but calmly fixed his gaze on the enemy in front of him. The first time he saw that person from the heretical church, Yui had used his special ability to detect the man's talent level, immediately gaining confidence and rushing over without hesitation to rescue him. Upon investigation, he discovered that the man named Li Chang was merely an ordinary member of the heretical church, but his strength was not to be underestimated. According to the probe, Li Chang was currently at the second stage, 3rd level of Qi and blood, with his mental power reaching the first stage, 9th level, classified as C-level strength. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! Killing Li Chang will grant a reward. Skill: Thunder Punishment Spear. Upon hearing this voice, Yui's heart skipped a beat. The skill Thunder Punishment Spear? This is a lightning-based skill. If he could obtain it, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Faced with such an enticing task reward, saving the man lying on the ground became his top priority. Yui took a deep breath, focused his energy, and activated his teleportation skill, instantly appearing beside Li Chang. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his full power, executing the thunderous 9 blades, each strike carrying a fierce momentum, slashing mercilessly at Li Chang. Li Chang clearly hadn't anticipated that Yui would be so powerful, even possessing a spatial skill. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yui, exclaiming, "Ah, how could you possibly?" Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a miserable scream and collapsed, dying on the spot. Fortunately, Li Chang's overconfidence allowed Yui to kill him with ease. After all, he was a formidable opponent. However, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that Yui had successfully completed the task and obtained the Thunder Spear skill. He secretly felt relieved, thinking that if Li Chang had been more cautious, this battle would have been far more challenging. The heretical church is an evil organization composed of deranged, inhumane individuals who frequently wreak havoc in human settlements, earning the same hatred as traitors. Members of the heretical church must consume a mysterious potion, and once ingested, their bodies gradually exhibit certain beast-like traits. However, these changes only manifest when they activate their half-human, half-beast state, during which their physical strength increases dramatically and their combat power skyrockets. Yet the cost is immense. Each time they activate this state, they become increasingly beast-like, both in behavior and lifestyle, ultimately transforming completely into beasts. Because the half-human, half-beast state grants unparalleled power, many people, driven by the desire to grow stronger, join the heretical church, which is how the organization originated. Yui asked, "How did you get targeted by the heretics?" "Thank you for your assistance, sir. I, Xian, am deeply grateful. To be honest, I have no idea why I was harassed by the heretics. I was hunting here when that heretic suddenly attacked me. I really don't know." Yui didn't think much of it and nodded, as the heretics often caused trouble. "My name is Qianwei. May I ask what your name is, young brother?" "When we arrive at Qingchuan City, I must properly thank you, as this is a life-saving favor," Qianwei said. "No need for thanks. Just be careful yourself. I'm leaving." Yui said this and then departed. "Brother, please wait. This second-tier, first-grade fire-type demon core is something I just went through great hardships to hunt down. I suppose that despicable heretic saw me successfully kill the demon and obtain the core, which is why he tried to rob me. Please, brother, you must accept this gift. You're not keeping it for yourself?" Hearing Yui's inquiry, he quickly shook his head and said, No. If it weren't for you stepping in to save me in time, I would have been dead by now. So, please, you must accept this small gift as a token of my gratitude." Looking at his sincere expression and resolute attitude, Yui nodded, reached out, and took the fire element demon core that emitted a faint glow. Then, he retrieved 2 bottles of recovery potions from his backpack and handed them to Qianwei, instructing him to use them promptly to restore his strength and heal his injuries. After completing these actions, Yui turned and left left the place. Watching Yuyi's figure gradually fade into the distance, Xianwei sighed inwardly. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to meet this life-saving benefactor again. With a mix of emotion and gratitude, he slowly departed as well. At that moment, a crisp notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward skill, Thunder Spear. Thunder Spear can condense chaotic divine thunder into a thunder spear for attack. Not bad, now the thunder element has a new skill. System, absorb this second tier first level demon core. Vitality, 7089, Spirit, 6656, first tier 9th level is 9000. The spirit value added by this demon core is quite significant, but it's still a long way from the first tier 9th level. No hunting today, better head home and rest for now. A week later. In the room, Yui exhaled deeply, his vitality and spirit had greatly improved. This was amazing. This week's monster hunting efforts were truly worth it. After a week of hard work, he had hunted down about 500 monsters, nearly halfway to achieving the goal of slaying 1,000 monsters. During this time, by selling the monster corpses, he earned nearly 8 million blue star coins. With this wealth, the first thing he did was to get a new battle armor, the mid-grade D-class Thunder Crystal Armor, which cost over 3 million. Then, he purchased 30 portions of top-tier first-level spiritual liquid and pills to enhance his vitality and spirit. With daily task completion and training, his vitality and spirit also improved. Now, Yuyi's vitality value had reached 9,119, while his spirit value was 8,696. It's worth noting that the standard vitality value for the first tier 9th level is 9,000, and now his vitality had already reached the first tier 9th level. Just now, after consuming these pills and spiritual liquids, the system indicated that the absorption efficiency for first tier top grade pills and spiritual liquids would drop to 40 per pill or liquid the next time they are consumed. Originally, each pill or liquid could provide an effect of 70, but in the future, it would only deliver an effect of 40. It seems that in the later stages, it becomes increasingly difficult to continue improving one's strength. Meanwhile, the talent points had reached the original 700, and with the daily tasks completed over the week, they had increased to 2,100. System, add points to the Thunder Meditation Technique. Ding! Thunder Meditation Technique successfully upgraded to the first level. Yui felt the Thunder Meditation Technique reach the first level, and the spiritual energy within his body expanded, enhancing his mental strength. Mental power, 9,269, both vitality and mental power had broken through, further advancing his first tier 9th level strength. What should I use the remaining 1,300 talent points for? I feel like I'm lacking a single target offensive martial skill, Yui muttered to himself. Over the past week, the discounted shop had only offered useless items. The system explained that on a certain day each week, good items would appear. Today marked the 7th day without anything worthwhile. Let's see if something good shows up. Refresh the 1 discount store. 10 pounds of grade 4 glaze liquid, 50 talent points. Heaven grade superior martial skill void slash, 150 talent points. Yui looked at the 5 items in front of him. 2 were useful, while the other 3 were of little use. System, what is this glaze liquid for? Ding! Once the host reaches the second tier, it can accelerate the bone tempering process. Is that so? Do I still need to temper bones after reaching the second tier? First rank is also known as the foundational realm. After reaching the second rank, sufficient vitality allows for bone tempering. I see, it seems my understanding of cultivation knowledge is still lacking. After pondering for a moment, he directly purchased the glazed liquid in void slash, heaven tier martial skill. At minor mastery, it can briefly sever the void. At perfection, it can directly slice through space. Yui looked at the description and smiled with satisfaction. Truly excellent. Although he felt there was a lack of single target martial skills, now that this has arrived, this system is truly impressive. And it's a heaven tier martial skill. If cultivated to perfection, 1 slash would deal 9,999 damage. System, add points to entry level. Ding! Spent 600 talent points. Void slash successfully mastered at the beginner level. Afterward, Yui felt his understanding of void slash deepen significantly, successfully stepping into the beginner level. Don't be fooled by how easily adding points allowed him to master it. If he had followed the conventional training method, it might have taken over a decade to reach this level. Phew, my strength has taken another step forward. However, when he checked his remaining talent points, he was surprised to find only 500 left. These talent points didn't seem to have much use at the moment. After pondering for a moment, Yui decided to rest for a day. He remembered the water spirit grass he had collected earlier hadn't been delivered to Zhao Guanshan yet, so he planned to send it over later and then pick up Sister Qingyue after work. Not long after, Yui stabilized his cultivation level, got up, and headed toward the warrior building. On the way, he sent Zhao Guanshan a message. I'm on my way to the warrior building now to deliver the water spirit grass as promised. Soon, Zhao Guanshan replied, young friend, you're so quick. Have you already collected the water spirit grass? Then I'll wait for you at the warrior building. Yui simply replied with an okay. Shortly after, he arrived at the warrior building. Upon seeing Zhao Guanshan, Yui immediately said, Mr. Zhao, I brought you the water spirit grass. Zhao Guanshan asked in surprise, Brother Yui, did you collect it so quickly? Yui nodded and replied, yes, I happened to collect some a few days ago. Very well, in that case, please hand over the water spirit grass to me. Zhao Guanshan smiled with satisfaction. Yui quickly took the water spirit grass out of his system backpack and handed it to Zhao Guanshan. Zhao Guanshan's face showed a look of surprise. Young friend, how did you collect so much? Yui replied calmly, a few days ago, I was lucky enough to come across a place where water spirit grass grows, so I collected it. Zhao Guanshan nodded in approval. Alright then, I'll transfer 500,000 to your card later. Thank you, young friend. Why don't you stay for lunch? It's almost noon. Yui nodded. Since Li Qingyue wouldn't get off work until the evening and there wasn't much to do today, staying for a meal wouldn't hurt. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Zhao Guanshan enthusiastically said, young friend, feel free to order whatever you like, don't hold back. Are you a local of Qingchuan City or from elsewhere? Yui replied, I'm a local. Zhao Guanshan was a bit surprised upon hearing this. Oh, I couldn't tell. I only knew you were a student at the 9th Martial Arts Academy of Qingchuan City. I thought you were like Luo Yushi from your school. Hearing this, Yui curiously shook his head. I'm just an ordinary student. By the way, what's the story with Luo Yushi? Zhao Guanshan stroked his chin and said, you don't know about Luo Yushi? I guess that's normal since you're just a student. Luo Yushi is the second young lady of a top-tier aristocratic family from the imperial capital. It seems she came to Qingchuan City 3 years ago to escape an arranged marriage. After hearing Zhao Guanshan's explanation, Yui gradually understood. So that's how it is. No wonder Huang Heng tries so hard to curry favor with Luo Yushi. Thank you, Elder Zhao, for clarifying, he said. Zhao Guanshan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I really didn't expect someone of common birth like you to cultivate so quickly. Your cultivation speed rivals that of some SSS level talents. It seems, young friend, you have some secrets. Yui did not respond. After all, once a secret is shared, it is no longer a secret. Seeing that he remained silent, Zhao Guanshan did not press further. Alright, young friend, I won't inquire about your secret. I believe you understand that asking you to find the water spirit grass is actually a form of investment in you. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zhao. Yui nodded in agreement. Zhao Guanshan continued, then I'll be straightforward. In the future, if you encounter any problems, feel free to tell me. If I can help, I certainly will. And if you become strong in the future, just remember to look out for me and Zhao Xiao. How does that sound? Yui thought to himself, this old Zhao really is clever, investing widely in building connections for multiple paths of development. No problem, Mr. Zhao. If I can help in the future, I will certainly do my best, he said firmly. Ha ha ha, then it's a deal. Zhao Guanshan laughed. After having lunch with Elder Zhao, Yui returned home. He opened his phone and saw that the Elite Class 1 group was discussing something. I'm Kamisato Ayaka's dog. By the way, isn't the Qingchuan City Grand Competition happening in a week? I'm an A-level talent. That's right. I wonder how our batch will rank. The best talent from the previous batch only ranked 10th. Resurrect, my love. This time, there are 3 SS levels and even a perverted S level. There should be a few more who can reach the 1000-10 mark. 1-8, ha, the first place Yui hasn't been to school for a week. He must be avoiding challenges out of fear. It's still up to Huang Heng, young Master Huang. Positive energy guy, you can't say that. Maybe he's been training hard at home? We'll find out in a week. Yui glanced at these discussions but didn't take them to heart. Those mocking him were undoubtedly Huang Heng's followers, and since Huang Heng was his mortal enemy, it was natural for them to step up and ridicule him. I wonder if Huang Heng can withstand a single strike from me, Yui thought with a faint smile. Although breaking through 1 stage and 10 levels in a week was difficult, it was more than enough to deal with all the students of the same grade in Qingchuan City. Once the 1000 Demon Slash was completed, he would gain a large number of talent points, making himself even stronger. Later, he planned to pick up Li Qingyue from work. Over the past week, not only had he hunted down beasts, but he had also grown closer to Li Qingyue. I wonder if Sister Qingyue has made up her mind yet. 6 p.m. Yui stretched lazily, preparing to pick up Li Qingyue from work. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a lengthy afternoon nap. This week, he had been going out to hunt monsters at 7 a.m. and returning home at 6 p.m., completely exhausting himself. Soon, he arrived at the place where Qingyue worked, the Spirit Plant Cultivation Center. Seeing these words, Yui prepared to go inside and wait in the lobby. Before long, it was time to clock out, and Li Qingyue walked into the lobby, chatting and laughing with another woman. Qingyue, Yui waved his hand and called out. Oh, Qingyue, who's this admirer of yours? He's quite handsome. This is my younger brother, Li Qingyue replied. Oh, a younger brother? Why didn't you introduce him to me earlier? Such a handsome brother, does he have a girlfriend? If not, how about me? Shuri said playfully. You You better not get any ideas about him. Even though he doesn't have a girlfriend, that kid is trouble. Oh, come on, keeping it in the family, huh? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead, I won't be leaving with you today. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked off in another direction. Yui came over and asked, Sister Chingyue, what were you talking about with that colleague just now? Li Chingyue, didn't say much, Shui, are you here to pick me up today? Isn't it exhausting to hunt beasts? Taking a day off, I thought of you working here, so I came. Li Chingyue, Shui, you don't have to push yourself so hard, you're already very strong. Yui understood in his heart that although his current level was invincible, he was nothing in front of true masters. Let's go, Chingyue, I'll take you out for a meal. Li Chingyue nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. Then, the two headed to a cartoon-themed restaurant together. After entering the restaurant, Yui had already reserved a private room in advance and led Chingyue to take a seat. Chingyue, come and enjoy the food. Here, let me feed you. Hee, Yui said softly. Just as he finished speaking, a curse came from the neighboring table. Damn it, who told you to fill the water to the brim? Get your manager over here. Yui turned his head and saw a man angrily scolding the woman in front of him. Yui frowned. Although he didn't know what had happened, he didn't want to meddle. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you not call our manager over? That would result in a pay deduction. The young girl in a service uniform said cautiously. The man nicknamed Ironhead smiled faintly, then slapped the girl across the face. She was sent flying directly to Yui's table, and with a loud crash, the food Yui had just ordered spilled all over the floor. Yui frowned, glanced at Ironhead, and said, that's too much, isn't it? Ironhead chuckled lightly. What? Are you planning to play the hero and save the beauty? Then he looked at Li Chingyue. Tisk tsk, the girl next to you is pretty nice. Yui saw him like this, his heart turned cold, and he stepped forward. You deserve a beating. The man sneered. I guessed right, you're this year's awakener, aren't you? I'm level 1, stage 5 in vital energy. You'd better call me daddy, or I won't let you off. This year's awakeners are at most level 1, stage 3, so beating this kid is no problem. However, in the next second, Yui's fist slammed into Ironhead's face like a sandbag. With a loud bang, Ironhead was sent flying. Then, Yui stepped forward and grabbed his hair. Do you know how stupid you are? In the next second, Yui smashed Ironhead's head heavily onto the ground. Then, as if picking up a chick, he directly threw him out the door. After finishing, Yui patted the dust off his hands, and a round of enthusiastic applause came from the living room. He smiled slightly, walked over to the young girl, and helped her up. Are you okay? The girl lowered her head and stammered. I am fine. Only then did Yui breathe a sigh of relief. Go on, there's no need to be polite to people like that. Thank you, benefactor, the girl said gratefully. Yui waved his hand. Alright. The young girl hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't voice what was on her mind and left. Li Chingyue chuckled softly. Shui, you're so handsome. Hee, she insisted on provoking me, so it's not my fault. Let's keep eating, Chingyue jia. Yui teased. In no time, dinner was finished, and he held Li Chingyue's hand, heading toward the cinema. After watching the movie, the sky outside was uncooperative, as a sudden downpour accompanied by thunder and lightning began. Chingyue jia, let's head back first. It seems the weather isn't great today. Shui, let's go first. We can come out together another day, Li Chingyue said. Soon, they called a car and went home together. Alright, Chingyue jia, are you going back to sleep now? Yui asked. I'm going back to sleep. Shui, you should go to bed early too, Li Chingyue said, lowering her head. Alright then, remember to contact me if anything comes up. Good night, Li Chingyue said, then hurriedly ran out the door and returned to her own home. Yui watched her back, shook his head, and thought to himself, so adorable. Outside the window, lightning flashed and thunder roared, with the wind howling fiercely, but Yui's mood was exceptionally good. He sat quietly by the window, gazing at the lightning that tore through the night sky, his heart filled with joy. At the same time, Li Chingyue, who had returned home, was equally restless. She lay on her bed, her heart pounding, and scenes of her time with Yui today kept replaying in her mind. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smile, and her eyes sparkled with light. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder outside the window startled her, making her shiver. Feeling a bit scared, she tightly wrapped herself in her blanket, as if that could shield her from the terrifying sound of thunder. A childhood experience had left her with a fear of thunderstorms. On that day, heavy rain poured down, thunder rumbled outside the window, and her parents were not at home. Since then, every time it thundered, she would feel an inexplicable fear. Despite this, Li Chingyue slowly took out her phone. In her chat with Yui, she typed and deleted repeatedly before finally sending 6 words. I'm a bit afraid of thunder. Yui, upon receiving the message and seeing those 6 words, was momentarily stunned. Afraid of thunder? Sister Chingyue is actually afraid of thunder? Why has she never mentioned this before? Oh, wait. Yui furrowed his brows, pondering the true meaning of the message. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. No. The meaning of this message is far from simple. With this thought, Yui got up without hesitation, dashed out of his house, and sprinted toward Li Chingyue's home. Thud. Li Chingyue, slightly puzzled, puzzled, wondered who could be visiting so late. She glanced through the peephole and saw Yui quickly opening the door. Xiaoyi, why are you here? Didn't you invite me over, Sister Qingyue? Yui said with a cheeky grin. Where did I invite you? Li Qingyue said softly, not daring to look up. Wasn't that sentence I'm a little afraid of thunder an invitation? Well, I was just saying it casually. I didn't invite you. She was just speaking offhandedly. She really didn't invite. Alright, Sister Qingyue, let's just say I came uninvited, Yui said expectantly. Li Qingyue softly responded with an then headed toward her room. Yui naturally followed her into Sister Qingyue's room, where only a small desk lamp was lit. Suddenly, loud thunder roared outside the window, and Li Qingyue immediately let out an ah, running to the bed and curling up under the covers. Yui asked with concern, Sister Qingyue, don't be afraid, it's just a little thunder and lightning. However, Li Qingyue didn't respond, silently hiding under the covers. After a long while, she finally spoke. Xiaoyi, it's good to have you by my side. I'm really scared of thunder. I've been afraid of it since I was a child. She looked at Yui, inexplicably feeling that he was particularly handsome. Don't worry, Sister Qingyue, don't be afraid. If it really doesn't work, I'll just let the lightning strike me, Yui said with a smile. After all, he had mastered the chaos divine thunder, and being struck by lightning was no big deal for him. Li Qingyue was amused by this remark. Xiaoyi, alright, Sister Qingyue isn't that scared anymore. You should go back and get some rest early. Seeing Li Qingyue say this, Yui felt a bit disappointed in his heart but still replied, alright, I'll listen to you, Sister Qingyue. After Yui finished speaking, he left and returned to his own home. Through the window, he looked at the lightning outside, silently, pondering how he could speed up his cultivation progress. After hesitating for a moment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind, should he really go out and let the lightning strike him? But this idea was quickly dismissed in his mind. There was no guarantee the lightning would strike, so why take such a risk? It would be better to rely on the system and add some cultivation experience points. The next morning, when Yui woke up, he found several messages on his phone. Li Qingyue had sent, I'm off to work first. I made breakfast, remember to eat. Yui casually replied, okay. Just then, his phone chimed again. Luo Yushi asked, what level are you at now? This woman was truly a cultivation fanatic. Yui felt a bit helpless about her enthusiasm, thinking to himself that if Luo Yushi was reaching out, it was definitely to find out about his cultivation progress. Why should I tell you? Yui replied. Luo Yushi refused to back down. Anyway, when you return to school in a week, I'll challenge you. She felt a bit annoyed when Yui didn't respond, so she sent that message. Yui simply replied, indifferently, suit yourself. After sending the message, he went to freshen up and ate the breakfast Li Qingyue had prepared. Sigh, he still needed to get stronger. Only the strong could protect the people they wanted to safeguard. Stepping outside, he prepared to head to the martial artist tower to buy some potions. As soon as he reached downstairs, he encountered two men. Hello, young man. We're from the City Beast Cult Management Bureau. Recently, there have been incidents of beasts injuring people in this area. Are you aware of this? One of the men asked. Yui shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Well, young man, you should be careful. This area hasn't been very safe lately, with beasts appearing. Be vigilant. He nodded, silently thinking that it seemed these two staff members hadn't obtained any useful information, and they left to find the next resident. That young man just now was really calm, not a trace of fear in his eyes, one staff member remarked. Looks like he's a newly awakened freshman this year. Maybe he doesn't fully understand the dangers of beasts yet, the other responded. Yui thought to himself, beasts appearing in the city and still not being discovered, how strange. He decided he needed to be extra cautious and also remind Li Qingyue, as her cultivation level was too low. What level was the beast that had injured people? If he encountered it, he wasn't sure if he could handle it. Oh well, if he couldn't beat it, he'd just run. After all, he had the ability to teleport. With these thoughts in mind, he continued heading toward the martial artist tower. After purchasing some recovery potions, Yui prepared to head outside the city and begin his hunting journey. However, just as he was about to step out of the martial artist building, a familiar voice reached his ears. Long time no see, brothery. Yui looked closely and saw a young girl suddenly appear in front of him, smiling brightly as she gazed at him. Oh, it's you, Zhao Xiaoxiao. Why haven't I seen you at work recently? Yui asked curiously. Zhao Xiaoxiao blinked her lively, expressive eyes and replied, I'm an awakened this year too. Before awakening my talent this year, I was just temporarily helping out to experience life a bit. She continued, after I awakened my talent, my grandfather Zhao Guanshan had me work as a martial artist certification staff member for a while to help him scout for some promising talents. So recently, I haven't been working and have been focusing on training instead. Yui nodded and then asked, I see. How's your training going? Zhao Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, looking a bit helpless. Oh, don't even mention it. I actually don't enjoy training at all. She sighed, but my grandfather, dad, and mom all insist that I do it. It's so annoying. My vitality and spirit are only at stage 1, level 3, progressing very slowly. After After saying this, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Yui understood, as everyone has different attitudes toward training. By the way, you must have a water-type talent, right? Yui asked. Yes, I have an A-grade water-type talent. How did you know? I never mentioned it to you, Zhao Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Because your grandfather asked me to help you find some water spirit grass, I figured it out, Yui explained. Zhao Xiaoxiao nodded silently. I see. I heard from my grandfather that you have an S-level spatial talent, much stronger than me. He also said your cultivation speed is incredibly fast and encouraged me to interact with you more. But unfortunately, you're always so busy. Yui smiled, thinking to himself how straightforward this girl was, saying everything on her mind. After all, I'm just a commoner. I can only rely on myself. Only by becoming stronger can I protect myself and my family, he said firmly. Is that so? Then do you have time this afternoon? I could treat you to lunch, brother Yi, Zhao Xiaoxiao said expectantly. No, I don't. I still have to go outside the city to hunt demon beasts. Maybe another day, Yui replied. That's a pity. You're even going outside the city to hunt demon beasts? I heard from my grandfather that it's very dangerous outside the city, Zhao Xiaoxiao said, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Yui smiled and said, hunting demonic beasts can earn money. With money, you can buy elixirs and spiritual liquids, which help you grow stronger faster. Alright then, see you next time, brother E. I'm off to find my grandpa. After saying this, Zhao Xiaoxiao walked into the martial artist building. Watching her back as she left, Yui couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, time to hunt demonic beasts. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. On his way out of the city, Yui took out his phone to check some tasks posted by others. One caught his attention, old man riding a bicycle. Head to the Withered Forest demonic beast area to find a young man named Li Erden. Reward, 2 million in cash. This task seemed quite lucrative, and the Withered Forest area was known for second-tier, 5th-level demonic beasts, making it a perfect opportunity to hunt beasts while completing the task. With this in mind, Yui accepted the task and headed toward the Withered Forest area marked on the map. Before long, he arrived at the location. Just then, an older man suddenly appeared and called out to Yui, young man, how dare you come to this area alone? It's not safe here. Yui asked with some confusion, uncle, why do you say that? Is there something special about this area? The uncle furrowed his brows and replied with a grave expression, this beast region hides a monster. Although no one has seen its true form, anyone who has encountered this monster has not survived, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Hearing this, Yui immediately felt a chill run through him, and his mind became somewhat muddled. I see. Thank you for the warning, uncle. I will be careful, he said, then clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Seeing this, the uncle shook his head helplessly and sighed. I originally wanted to persuade you to go back and hunt in a safer place, but since you've already decided to go in, just be extra careful. Yui nodded, thinking to himself, I've been tricked. No wonder the mission rewards are so generous. Turns out something has gone wrong in this area. Well, I've already accepted the mission, and it would feel wrong not to check it out. If things get really bad, I can always use teleportation to save myself. The trees here were almost all withered, surrounded by mist, and the entire environment looked extremely dangerous, as if something terrifying could happen at any moment. Yui donned his thunder crystal armor, took out his thunder blade, and cautiously moved forward. Before long, he encountered a beast, the purple lightning mink. Purple lightning mink, a second-tier, second-level beast with some lightning-based powers. It didn't take long for Yui to easily slay it. After some time, Yui continued to kill several more beasts but did not notice anything unusual. Why is the mist getting thicker? Yui thought to himself, deciding to be more cautious as he continued walking carefully. Soon, the mist became so dense that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. This mist is strange. Something must be causing it. Thunder armor. He quickly activated his martial skill, transforming the Chaos Divine Thunder into armor. I'm doomed. I should have known better than to come here. This is just asking for death. At this moment, visibility was too low to possibly find a way out. Just then, an ugly monster suddenly appeared in front of Yui, striking at him fiercely with its wet, slimy tentacles. Yui had been prepared for this. Ever since the dense fog surrounded him, he had been releasing his divine sense to perceive his surroundings. With a flash of his figure, he instantly vanished from where he stood. The tentacle monster, seeing its attack miss, immediately began searching for Yui's figure, retreating into the mist. At the same time, Yui took advantage of the monster's attack interval to investigate and uncover detailed information about this beast. It turned out that this beast, called the Fusion Tentacle Monster, was at the second-tier, third level of cultivation. It was a mutated, special beast capable of fusing the bodies and organs of other creatures, making it extremely powerful and dangerous. Fusion Tentacle Monster? Yui thought to himself. Fortunately, its cultivation level wasn't too high. It seemed the old man he encountered earlier wasn't lying. This monster was indeed the creature he had described. It would first brutally kill its victims, then disassemble their corpses and integrate them into itself to enhance its power. Moreover, this monster appeared to possess the ability ability to manipulate the mist, which was why no one had ever been able to discover its whereabouts. Now the enemy is in the open while I remain hidden. How can I make this cunning tentacle monster reveal itself? Yui fell into brief contemplation. Got it. System. Redeem the invincibility card. Invincibility card grants invincibility for 1 second at the cost of 100 talent points. Can only be purchased once per stage. With the invincibility card in hand, Yui decided to use himself as bait and began swaggering through the mist. The tentacle monster, searching for Yui in the distance, hesitated for a moment upon seeing its prey so brazen, then launched an attack. Here it comes. Use the invincibility card. As the invincibility card was activated, the tentacle monster's appendages instantly struck toward Yui's chest, exposing its form in the process. The tentacle monster was somewhat puzzled. Why was this person glowing with golden light all over, and why couldn't its tentacles even pierce his clothes? Before the tentacle monster could react, Yui unleashed his martial skill, Heaven Tier martial skill Void Slash. As he swung his blade, a massive blade aura, accompanied by chaotic divine lightning, roared toward the tentacle monster like a lion. Faced with the sudden attack, the tentacle monster was instantly cleaved in two, with rotting flesh and eyeballs scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Yui couldn't help but feel a tinge of disgust. Why hasn't the mist dissipated? Something's not right. His expression turned grim as he noticed the tentacle monster's flesh mass and some human legs and eyeballs fusing back together. So even splitting it in two couldn't completely destroy it? System. Activate the chaotic divine lightning beast annihilation mode. The refused tentacle monster didn't flee but instead stared mockingly at its prey. Sorry, but this is chaotic divine lightning. Spear of thunder punishment. Yui condensed the chaotic divine lightning into a thunder spear and hurled it fiercely at the fused monster. Be annihilated. The spear of thunder punishment pierced into the fused tentacle monster's body, and the chaotic divine lightning instantly began reducing its form to ashes. Flaunting your head for sale, you're nothing before chaotic divine lightning. The tentacle monster and all its organs vanished completely, reduced to ashes, and the mist receded, leaving only a faint haze. Phew, good thing the chaotic divine lightning can destroy everything, directly turning this fused monster to dust. He let out a sigh of relief. I wonder if there's a second one here. Better stay cautious and keep searching for the mission target. What a hassle. With that, Yui cautiously continued forward. He would never let those who dared to harm him off lightly. Yui proceeded carefully, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Yet, along the way, he encountered very few beasts, which puzzled him. Could it be because of that mutated fused tentacle monster earlier? As he walked, Yui soon arrived at a massive withered tree. The tree towered into the clouds, its trunk incredibly thick, exuding an ancient aura. To his surprise, Yui discovered a huge hollow in the tree, large enough to accommodate a person. He thought to himself, he hadn't encountered anyone else along the way. Could the child possibly be inside this hollow? Is anyone there? Yui called out toward the hollow. However, after waiting for a moment, there was no response. Just as Yui hesitated, preparing to turn and leave, after all, no one could know if there was some unknown danger lurking inside. Help me. A faint voice suddenly came from within the hollow, as if the speaker had used all their strength to call out. Yui's heart tightened. There's someone inside, but I still need to be cautious. It could be a beast deliberately mimicking a human voice to lure me in. He approached the hollow warily and asked softly, "What's your name?" I'm Lee Erden. The voice grew weaker. Lee Erden? Isn't that the name of the person the employer is looking for? Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart but remained calm, continuing to probe. What's your brother's name then? My brother's name is Lee Taiju. After a series of inquiries and confirmations, Yui finally confirmed that the child in front of him, named Lee Erden, was indeed the target he was searching for. He breathed a sigh of relief and felt a trace of comfort, knowing his efforts had not been in vain. Then, Yui stepped into the tree hollow and used the probing function to verify the identity. Lee Erden, Vitality Stage 1, Level 9, Spirit Stage 1, Level 8, Talent, Grade C False Death. The tree hollow was filled with blood and numerous human corpses. Beneath the corpses, a young boy was softly crying out, "Help me." Yui quickly stepped forward and fed him a recovery potion and a healing potion. Soon, the boy regained some strength and Yui dragged him out of the hollow. "Why are you here alone?" Yui asked softly while carrying the boy on his back. The boy regained some strength and cried as he said, "My brother and I, along with 3 others, came here as a group of 5 to hunt monsters. Unexpectedly, after the dense fog cleared, a monster covered entirely in organs appeared. At that moment, we scattered to escape, and in the end, the other 3 were killed. My brother and I got separated, and I don't know if he met with misfortune. I only survived this ordeal thanks to my talent for feigning death." "Is that so? Then do you know when this tentacle monster appeared?" Yui asked. "I don't know. I only know that this disgusting monster appeared recently," the boy said, crying. "Stop crying. Your brother might still be alive. He issued a commission for me to come and rescue you." Hearing Yui's words, the boy immediately stopped crying. "Is what you said really true? My brother isn't dead? Lee Erden asked excitedly. Yui nodded. You'll know when you get back. The recently appeared monster had already grown to Tier 2, Level 3. Isn't that growth rate a bit too fast? And since today's main task was already completed, Yui decided not to hunt anymore and prepared to head back. Before long, he arrived outside the city. Yui took out his phone and sent a message to the client. I found the person you wanted to save. Where should we meet? On the other end, Lee Taiju was instantly overjoyed. You actually found my brother. Subsequently, he sent over the address, the entrance of An Yuan community. Yui, seeing the meeting location, took the weekly Erden and headed there. Character, Yui. Soon, they saw a burly figure anxiously waiting at the entrance of the community. Lee Taiju, Chi in Blood Stage 2, Level 4, Spirit Stage 2, Level 2, Talent, Grade B Berserk. Seeing his younger brother being supported by a stranger, Lee Taiju immediately knelt before Yui. Benefactor, thank you. Thank you so much for your great kindness in bringing my brother back. As he spoke, he burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, I wouldn't dare call myself a benefactor, especially since who would send their benefactor to a place of no return? Yui said playfully. Talent, S-SSS Lightning. Hearing this, Lee Taeju's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I'm sorry, benefactor, I lied to you. A few days ago, my younger brother, 3 others, and I went hunting in that area and were targeted by a monster. In the end, I was the only one who survived. When I saw that my other teammates and my brother hadn't returned, I was overwhelmed with anxiety. I wanted to go look for them, but I knew I couldn't defeat that monster, so I invited others to go with me. But somehow, news of the monster's presence in that area spread, and no one was willing to go with me, so I had no choice but to issue a commission. I posted many commissions, but no one dared to take them. Even with high rewards, no one was willing. So today, I concealed the information about the appearance of monsters and deceived my benefactor. Thank you, benefactor, for rescuing my younger brother. If it can appease your anger, I, Lee Taiju, am willing to repay with my life. Lee Taiju said. Is that so? Then go ahead and die now, or else I won't be able to calm down. Yui said playfully. Brother Yui, can you not let my brother die? He only hid the information because he wanted to save me. Can my life be exchanged for my brother's life? If it weren't for my brother taking care of me since I was little, I might not have survived until now. I'm already very grateful. Dan, shut up. After your brother dies, you must live well, do you hear me? After saying this, he pulled out a large knife, preparing to strike his own head. Just as the blade was about to touch the top of his head, Yui suddenly appeared in front of Lee Taiju and used his Gale Fist to blast Lee Taiju away. Capital punishment can be avoided, but living punishment is inevitable. Let this punch serve as a lesson for you. Sigh, no one wants to die. Meeting me is your luck, and also because I have a kind heart. Don't harm others again next time. Yui shook his head and said. Lee Taiju, who had been sent flying, spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Hearing Yui's words, he quickly crawled over, nodding repeatedly in gratitude. Lee Erden beside him did the same. Alright, stop kowtowing. A man's knees are as precious as gold. Get up now. Subsequently, the two brothers slowly stood up. Benefactor, from now on, my brother and I are your loyal dogs. Whoever you want us to bite, we'll bite. Even if you want me to die, I'm willing. Lee Taiju said firmly. Lee Erden, standing nearby, echoed his words. Just live your lives properly. This time, I saw that you two have decent character. If you were evildoers, I would have already cut you down. Forget about being dogs, just remember to pay the commission fee. Don't worry, benefactor, I'll transfer the commission money to your account in a bit. By the way, have you encountered that monster? Lee Taiju asked. Of course I encountered it, and I killed it, Yui said. Benefactor is so powerful. This can be considered eliminating harm for the people. Lee Taiju said excitedly. Stop flattering me here, I still have things to do. Remember the commission fee. After saying that, Yui turned around and prepared to leave. Don't rush, benefactor. Without you, I might never have seen my younger brother again. My brother is my life. How about I boldly invite you to a meal? No need, Yui declined. Alright then, could the benefactor exchange contact information with me? If you ever need help, just come to me. Even if it's through fire and water, I won't hesitate. Yui nodded, exchanged contact information with the two brothers, Lee Taiju and his younger brother, and then left. Dan, from now on, our fate is in the hands of this benefactor. Do you understand? Lee Dan said. Brother, you don't need to say it, I understand. This benefactor is really young. Yes, heroes emerge in their youth. Let's go and give some money to the team hunting the beasts, Lee Taiju said, his eyes slightly red. Shortly after they left, Yui also received the commission fee 3 million blue star coins in total. Lee Taiju said, Benefactor, this is all I have right now. I hope you don't mind. I still need to save some for the families of my teammates. Yui nodded at the payment and replied, well done, go ahead. So many things happened today. I need to go back and get a good night's sleep. Back home, Yui had a comfortable sleep. After all, too much had happened today. Yui still felt puzzled about that mutated fused tentacle monster. What exactly was it, and why was its growth rate so fast? In his sleep, Yui vaguely felt someone gently stroking his cheek. Slowly opening his eyes, a familiar face came into view. Xingyue, you're back? Yui said with a smile. Yes, it's almost 8 p.m. now. Of course I'm back. When I got home, I saw you sleeping and didn't want to wake you up. Are you too tired? Li Qingyue said softly, a hint of shyness on her face. Yui then told Li Qingyue about what had happened today. You weren't hurt, were you? And you don't have to push yourself so hard. Even living an ordinary and simple life is very good. If I don't get stronger, what if chaos breaks out? Who will protect you then? Yui shook his head. Then you must be careful. You must stay safe. I just want you to be safe. I will. Okay, Sister Qingyue, I'm hungry. Is the food ready? Yui asked. It's ready. I made your favorite braised pork ribs. You were sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to wake you, Li Qingyue said gently. Yui said, then let's eat quickly, Sister Qingyue. I'm so hungry I can hardly stand it. Soon, the meal was finished, and Li Qingyue returned to the room next door. Ah, it's so wonderful, Yui sighed, marveling at Li Qingyue's charm. In this world, who wouldn't want to live the kind of life Li Qingyue described? But this world is one of survival of the fittest. Without strength, you can't protect anyone. Let's complete the daily tasks first, Yui said. Afterward, he trained for 2 hours, and his talent points reached 600. Initially, he had 500, spent 100 on an invincibility charm, and after training, his total came to 600. Phew, time to sleep. It's a pity there won't be any thunder tonight. Such a shame, Yui said, shaking his head. The next morning, Li Qingyue had already prepared breakfast and brought it over before heading to work. After finishing breakfast, Yui planned to go outside the city to hunt in a different location, as yesterday's spot was too eerie. As he walked downstairs, he saw a beautiful ragdoll cat sleeping on a tree by the roadside. What an adorable cat, so beautiful, Yui's eyes sparkled. And the cat seemed to sense someone watching it, opened its eyes for a glance, and then went back to sleep. Why do I feel like that cat just now looked at me with some disdain? Yui was a bit puzzled. Activate the investigation function. Cat, 2nd tier, 5th level. This cat doesn't seem ordinary? What the heck? This beautiful cat is actually at the 2nd tier, 5th level? That's just too unreasonable, Yui thought to himself. Moreover, the detection function couldn't even fully identify its name, which was highly unusual. Such a situation had never occurred before. System, what's going on here? Ding! The detection function level is too low. The host can complete tasks to upgrade it, or integrate a divine eye to resolve the issue. Is that so? That explains it. Yui then browsed through the system store and indeed found some astonishing divine eyes, but the prices were too high, he couldn't afford them. Ah, forget it. If I can't afford it, I'll talk about it later. So, Yui slowly walked under the tree and said to the cat on the tree, little kitty, I know you're not ordinary. Your level is tier 2, stage 5. I won't hurt you. May I ask if the recent incidents of beasts harming people nearby were caused by you? Yui asked the cat on the tree. The cat on the tree only slightly opened its eyes before closing them again. Well, asking like this makes me seem foolish. Forget it. I don't even know what this cat likes to eat. Maybe I can use food to lure it, Yui thought to himself. Little kitty, I don't know if you can hear what I'm saying, but I have to leave now. If there's anything you'd like to eat, you can tell me, and I'll bring it to you next time you're still in this place, Yui said before leaving. As he departed, the cat slowly opened its eyes and unexpectedly began to speak. This human is quite interesting. Sigh, so boring. The human world doesn't seem to have anything fun, meow. After speaking, it went back to napping. If Yui were here, he would surely be shocked and dumbfounded. A 2nd tier beast capable of speaking was truly unbelievable. Normally, beasts only gain the ability to speak at the 6th tier, and some 7th tier beasts can even transform. Yet this cat could speak at the 2nd tier. Yui continued heading into the wild to hunt beasts. Time flew by, and soon night fell. Yui returned downstairs. He noticed that the cat on the tree was no longer there, feeling a bit disappointed. He went upstairs, returned home, and completed his system tasks as usual after training. The next morning, Yui came to the tree downstairs and saw that the cat was still there. So, he took out a fresh fish and asked, I remember cats usually like eating fish, right? How about this fish? It's still fresh. The cat on the tree merely glanced at him and then continued sleeping. Aha, don't all cats like eating fish? Why does this cat seem uninterested in fish? Yui thought to himself. He then took out some cat food and dried fish, but the cat on the tree didn't even blink. What the? If cats don't eat these, then what do they eat? Could it be cake? So, Yui spent 100 talent points in the system store to buy a piece of cake. According to the system, this cake could even enhance mental strength. Yui took out the cake and asked, little cat, do you want some cake? The little cat on the tree looked a bit puzzled. Staring at the unfamiliar food, it said, you hold that cake properly, I'll eat it myself. What? Could it be that the cat has become a spirit and can actually talk? Yui looked shocked. How can you talk? Yui asked. I seem to have been able to talk since I was born. What's so strange about that? What the heck? Talking since birth? That's incredible. So how long have you been born? Yui pressed on. According to your human way of calculating time, I should be 3 months old. After saying this, it walked over to Yui and began eating the small cake in his hand. Meow meow meow, what is this food? It's so delicious. The little cat made happy sounds as it ate. Wow, a cat that doesn't eat fish but switches to cake, Yui thought to himself. Is it tasty? Yui asked. Meow meow meow, tasty, tasty. Do you have more? After eating it, I feel refreshed all over, and it seems like my cultivation level loosened a bit. Meow. Of course, this is a cake produced by the system, exchanged with talent points. It definitely has the effect of boosting mental energy or vitality. I haven't even tried it myself, Yui thought to himself. Then, Yui spent another 100 talent points to exchange for another flavor of small cake. Oh no, my talent points. 2 cakes and they're gone. This is enough to make me cry. Wow, this flavor is even more delicious than the last one. Meow meow meow, thanks for the treat, said the little kitten. What's your name? Yui asked curiously. My mom usually calls me Little Peach. You can call me that too, Little Peach said while eating the cake. Aren't you afraid I'll catch you? Yui asked. Not at all. Thanks for the treat. You're much more interesting than other humans, the little kitten said while licking its fur. You sure are brave. Why aren't you afraid of me? Yui asked curiously. Let me show you. As soon as it finished speaking, it disappeared instantly. Yui ? Didn't it say it was a cat? How did it vanish in an instant? Could it have spatial abilities? This is just too absurd. Second tier, 5th level in just 3 months, and it even has spatial talents and can talk. This is definitely no ordinary cat. I need to trick it into becoming my pet. Hehe. Yui thought to himself, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. A while passed, but Little Peach still hadn't returned. Sigh, did it trick me out of my cake? Probably not. After all, that little kitten talked to me. He finally decided to go hunt some monsters. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the last day of his leave had arrived. Tomorrow, Yui would return to school. The 1000th one. Phew. Finally completed the 1000 demon slay. Yui let out a long breath, feeling a great weight lifted off his shoulders. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 2000 talent points. The system notification sounded. New task issued. 10,000 demon slay. Reward, unknown. Immediately after, a new task appeared before Yui. Seeing his talent points accumulate to 3,800, Yui calculated silently. Originally, there were 600 talent points, 200 were spent on buying cake, leaving 400. Adding the 1,400 earned from completing daily tasks this week and the 2,000 just obtained from completing the 1000 demon slay, it perfectly totaled 3,800. This was the most talent points he had ever had. As he pondered, he began planning his next steps, thinking, I'll go get some money to buy some elixirs and spirit liquids first, then use up the talent points. However, Yui couldn't help but think about the little kitten that had once eaten 2 pieces of his cake. Sadly, since that day, the kitten hadn't appeared again. He shook his head helplessly, thinking, forget it, no point worrying about that now. I should sell these demon beast corpses. First, he hoped he might have the chance to meet that adorable kitten again someday. Adjusting his mood, Yui prepared to set off on his journey home. Subsequently, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, where he was already a regular visitor. Young man, you're here again today, the elder greeted with a smile. Yes, hunting demonic beasts earns money quickly, Yui replied. Then, young man, take out what you want to sell, and I'll calculate it for you, the elder said. Finally, he successfully sold the beast he hunted today, and the blue star coins in his hand had reached an astonishing 10.48 million. TSK. He had actually become a millionaire. Unfortunately, 10 million was still too little, as some good weapons could easily cost hundreds of millions or even billions. Yui smiled helplessly and thought, I should go buy some chi and blood pills and spirit liquid first. He purchased 50 portions each of top grade tier 1 chi and blood pills and spirit liquid, spending a total of 6.5 million blue star coins. Well, although spending it all on pills and spirit liquid wasn't very cost effective, the absorption effect had already diminished significantly. After buying the pills, he headed home. When he reached downstairs and looked at the big tree, the strange cat was still nowhere to be seen. He shook his head and went upstairs. Ding! Consume top grade tier 1 chi and blood pill. Chi and blood increased by 40 inch times 50. Ding! Consume top grade tier 1 spirit liquid. Spirit increased by 40 inch times 50. Vitality 11780, spirit 12437. This week's training has brought him significant gains, and after taking the elixir, his vitality and spirit each increased by 2000. Now I can upgrade my techniques and martial skills. System. Upgrade Thunder Body Refining Technique to the 2nd level. Ding! Consumed 2100 talent points. Thunder Body Refining Technique upgraded to the 2nd level. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Thunder seemed to merge with his blood, roaring and surging through his veins. The continuous flow of power made him feel endless possibilities. Amazing! Yui couldn't help but shout excitedly. He felt his entire body brimming with strength, as if he could conquer the entire world. Immediately after, a crisp voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of upgrading the Thunder Body Refining Technique to the 2nd level. Reward, 2,000 talent points. Heh, this is practically a free level upgrade. Yui secretly rejoiced in his heart and decisively issued a command to the system, upgrade the Thunder Meditation Technique to the second level. Ding! Consumed 2,100 talent points. Thunder Meditation Technique successfully upgraded to the second level. In an instant, Yui felt the spiritual energy within his body surge like a tide, doubling in volume compared to before. This overwhelming sensation filled him with ecstatic joy. Phew, now that my spiritual energy has doubled, I can finally resolve the issue of being unable to cast skills due to insufficient energy. Yui let out a long breath of relief. Immediately, he commanded the system again, upgrade Skysplitting Slash to the minor achievement level. Ding! 1,700 talent points consumed. As the system notification sounded, Skysplitting Slash was successfully upgraded to the minor achievement level. In Yui's mind, it seemed as if he had already performed this martial skill countless times, each time unleashing astonishing destructive power. System. Open panel. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1 Level 9, Spiritual Mind Master Stage 1 Level 9. Vitality, 11,780 Cal 13000 Stage 1 Level 10. Spirit, 12,437 Hz 13000 Stage 1 Level 10. Talent, S-SSS Chaotic Divine Thunder, Beginner. Character, Yui. Cultivation Method, King Level Supreme, Thunder Body Refining Technique, Second Layer, Fragmented, King Level Supreme, Thunder Meditation Method, Second Layer, Fragmented. Martial Skills, Earth Level Supreme, Thunderous 9 Blades, Mastery, Profound Level High Grade Gale Fist, Minor Mastery, Earth Level. High Grade Thunder Flash, Uninitiated, Heaven Level Mid Grade Thunder Armor, Initiated, Heaven Level High Grade Void Slash, Minor Mastery. The talent points are all used up, and I'm about to break through to Tier 10 of the first stage. Not long after, Li Qingyue returned home from work. Shop. Qingyue, I'm going back to school tomorrow, and I have to participate in a competition, Yui said to Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue's eyes were full of concern. Be careful during the competition, don't get hurt. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, don't force it. Skill, Teleportation. Backpack, Grade D High Thunder Slash Blade, Grade F Medium Fiber Soft Armor, Map of Qingchuan City surroundings, etc. Don't worry, Qingyue. Beating others to death isn't my style. No one of my age who can beat me has been born yet, Yui responded confidently. Don't be too proud. I'll cook for you first. You must be hungry, right? Li Qingyue said as she walked toward the kitchen. I'll help you, Qingyue. Yui followed her. No need, you've been out hunting beasts all day. My work isn't tiring, I can handle it myself. You go rest. Li Qingyue quickly said. Alright then, Qingyue. Having you around saves me a lot of time, thank you so much. This kind of life is really wonderful, Yui said with emotion. Yes, this kind of life is indeed wonderful, but the premise is that you must ensure safety, Li Qingyue replied with a smile. Yui nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will be careful. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Amid laughter and joy, dinner quickly came to an end. That night, meanwhile, in the small stronghold of the heretical church in Qingchuan City. How is the situation with the fused tentacle monster deployed in the withered forest area of Qingchuan City? A steward in blue robes inquired. Reporting to you, steward, it seems to have been eliminated. When I went there, I couldn't find any trace of it, a subordinate replied respectfully. Eliminated? How could that be possible? That area at most sees the presence of second-tier, fifth-level beasts, and theoretically, no third-tier. Experts should appear there. Moreover, anyone who encounters the tentacle monster could never return alive. The steward's face was full of doubt. The blue-clad steward thought for a moment, then shook his head. Perhaps that strong individual just happened to come across it? Then how is its growth rate? The steward continued to ask. Extremely astonishing. When it was released, it was only at the first tier, 9th level, but in less than half a month, when I last checked, it had already surpassed the second tier, 3rd level, the subordinate said excitedly. The blue-clad steward nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you may leave now. He gestured with a wave of his hand. After receiving the order, the reporting member left the room with a sense of relief. However, the steward in blue did not stop. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Your Excellency Bishop. The test results were quite successful. Its growth rate is simply beyond imagination. The steward in blue could hardly contain his excitement as he reported to the bishop on the other end of the line. The cardinal on the other side seemed to have already known. Understood. In that case, if the beasts in that area have been mostly eliminated by it, send it to other low-level beast zones to make the most of its remaining value. Your Excellency, Bishop, that creature has disappeared. It seems to have been killed, the steward in blue said, somewhat flustered. Eliminated? No matter. Remember to submit the list of prodigies from the district you're in charge of. If possible, try to hunt down those prodigies, the cardinal ordered. The blue-robed deacon felt troubled. Cardinal, right now those prodigies have basically not left the city, and the defenses inside the city are also tight, making it very difficult to find an opportunity. By any means necessary. Let me see your contributions, understand? The cardinal said. Understood. Cardinal, by the way, what kind of demonic beast is that blood from? It it can actually cause the tentacle monster to mutate, allowing it to kill humans or demonic beasts and then fuse their body organs, while also rapidly improving its cultivation level. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. Just focus on your own responsibilities. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The steward in blue let out a long sigh of relief, secretly thankful that he hadn't been reprimanded. Then, he summoned his subordinates. Come, here, quickly bring me the list of prodigies. Dispatch some personnel from the strongholds to go out of the city and cause destruction. In a dimly lit room, a massive rectangular table stretched across the center. On 2 rows of seats sat 4 individuals, their expressions solemn, as motionless as statues. At the head of the table sat a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe, with 2 other black-robed individuals standing respectfully beside him. The entire room was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a deep, icy voice came from the front. What are the test results? The mysterious figure in black asked. Reporting to your holiness, the test results this time were extremely successful. The target's growth rate is beyond imagination. The mysterious man in the black robe sitting in front did not speak, only nodded slightly. Immediately afterward, the mysterious man in black continued, since that's the case, I will provide you with more fresh blood in the future. You must find ways to create greater destruction. Let this world witness the terror of our cult. Upon receiving the order, the 8 people sitting on either side of the seats responded in unison, as you command, your holiness. At this moment, the Pope added, many individuals with SSS-level talents have appeared this year. We must do everything possible to hunt them down. Alright, each of you, head to your designated areas to carry out your tasks. As these words fell, the Pope and his 2 attendants vanished like phantoms in an instant. Everyone, since His Holiness has given the order, let us act immediately, said a cardinal. As soon as he finished speaking, he too disappeared quietly, like a breeze. The remaining cardinals exchanged glances, said nothing more, and left one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire room fell silent once again, leaving only the empty long table, as if nothing had ever happened. The next morning, Xingyue, it's so nice to have your breakfast every day, Yui remarked while eating. Shall we? As long as you like it, that's all that matters. It's what I should do, Li Xingyue responded. Hee, it's really great. Alright, shall we? You need to go to school today. Hurry up and finish your meal. I'll head to work now. With that, she prepared to leave. Yui nodded, then went downstairs, habitually glancing at the big tree. Ah, that little kitten still hasn't shown up. Could it really be a cake thief? Yui shook his head and muttered to himself. Soon, he entered the school. He hadn't been to school for half a month. Time really flies. As Yui walked, he thought to himself, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of Elite Class 1. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he saw Huang Heng sitting there, surrounded by a group of lackeys, serving him like stars orbiting the moon. Well, isn't this the school's number 1, Yui? Why are you only coming to class today? One of Huang Heng's lackeys looked at Yui provocatively. Yeah, we thought you were afraid of being defeated and losing your title as the school's number 1, so you took leave and became a coward. Another lackey chimed in. Hearing this, Yui's eyebrows furrowed slightly but quickly returned to calm. One cannot always stay with their birthplace, especially when you are not even as good as your birthplace. Who are you calling born? Huang Heng's underling, hearing Yui speak like that, tried to put on a show and act tough. At that moment, Huang Heng suddenly stood up, walked over to Yui, and showed a disdainful expression on his face. Yui, today they're selecting the top 5 to participate in the competition. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yui glanced at him indifferently and replied calmly, if that's the case, then you and your underlings can come at me together. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng was instantly furious. Damn it, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you think you're so great? He has been diligently training every day to go to the neighboring secret realm. Yui smiled faintly. Isn't it impressive? You'll find out soon enough. Alright. Huang Heng's face turned livid with anger. I can easily deal with you on my own, let alone with so many people helping me. You'll regret it soon. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Yui before turning around and returning to his seat. Yui, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, completely disregarding Huang Heng. One after another, other classmates began entering the classroom. Brother E, long time no see. You haven't been to school for half a month. The skinny monkey shouted excitedly. It's so boring staying at school. Yui responded calmly. You're still the best. By the way, E bro, do you think you can keep the first place today and qualify for the Qingchuan City competition? The skinny monkey asked curiously. Piece of cake, as expected of E bro. Then I'll aim to get into the top 5 so I can witness your glory, the skinny monkey said excitedly. Just then, a young man dressed in light-colored clothes approached Yui. Hello, Yui, I'm Li Hai. Can I get to know you? What do you want from me? Yui did not extend his hand in response but asked calmly. After all, he had no idea why Li Hai had come to find him. Seeing that Yui not only didn't shake hands but also seemed a bit indifferent, Li Hai immediately felt a little awkward. It's nothing particularly important. I just think you're really strong, so I wanted to come over and get to know you. Oh, I thought you were sent by by Huang Heng's side, Yui said expressionlessly. How could that be? To tell you the truth, it's actually my father who wants me to interact with you more, and I also think you're a great person, so I specifically came to get to know you. Li Hai knew that, in front of certain people, being honest often worked better. Is that so? Aren't you afraid that Huang Heng might target your family? Yui asked. Brother Yui, you're joking. I'm just making friends normally. It shouldn't be enough to provoke the Huang family, right? Li Hai responded, feeling slightly relieved. Yui nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, however, Huang Heng's expression turned extremely unpleasant. What a cunningly family. Not long after, Luo Yushi also walked into the classroom. She approached Yui and said calmly, Yui, I challenge you. Yui couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, but he quickly reacted, his lips curling into a slight smile as he said, oh, why are so many people looking for me today? Alright, but you'll have to wait until I finish teaching Huang Heng a lesson before it's your turn. Luo Yushi nodded lightly and then quietly returned to her seat. At that moment, teacher Dong walked into the classroom, and the previously noisy room gradually quieted down. Dong Lei stood at the podium, swept his gaze across the room, and said, if any students want to challenge someone, please sign up on your own. Additionally, students from other elite classes may also challenge you, so everyone should be fully prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, many students began signing up to challenge others, and the classroom was instantly filled with a tense atmosphere. Oh, it seems Yui is quite popular. Even 2 SS-level experts want to challenge him, Teacher Dong Lei said, looking at Yui. Let's head to the arena then. The top 5 challengers will participate in the Qingchuan City competition. After saying this, Dong Lei left the classroom, followed by numerous challengers heading to the school's arena, while others stayed to watch the excitement. Yui, come up, Huang Heng said, tapping his leg. Yui immediately stepped onto the arena. Once both sides are ready, you can start the match, Dong Lei said. Yui said indifferently, let's begin. Yui, you really have a tough life, Huang Heng sneered. Well, I have to thank young master Huang Heng for that, Yui responded with a smile. Today, I'll show you my strength. Huang Heng finished speaking and activated his pseudo-demonized talent, while simultaneously initiating the defensive martial skill, Overlord Body. Yui watched Huang Heng's performance and thought to himself, oh, he's already so afraid of me, activating both his defensive martial skills and talent right from the start. I won't fall for your provocation. Prepare to die. Huang Heng's fingers instantly grew into demonic claws as he charged toward Yui. Sigh, killing isn't allowed in school. After all, the Huang family holds significant influence in Qingchuan City. Killing Huang Heng would make it hard for me to escape unscathed. What a pity, otherwise, today would be your death day. Yui pondered to himself, but since I can't kill you, breaking your lifeline wouldn't be a problem. He immediately broke into a smile. As Huang Heng charged forward, he noticed that Yui showed no trace of fear and was instead smiling so casually. A bad premonition surged in his heart. If we didn't have a grudge, I could just knock you out of the arena casually. But since you're my mortal enemy, I guess I'll have to use a bit of martial skill. Whirlwind Fist. He then teleported instantly, appearing directly in front of Huang Heng. Huang Heng was already drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, Yui actually mastered spatial skills. Bang! The Whirlwind Fist heavily struck Huang Heng's vital spot. Ah! A piercing scream from Huang Heng echoed throughout the arena. My balls! Huang Heng clutched his crotch, writhing in pain on the ground. Yui is way too ruthless, hitting Huang Heng right in his vital spot. Now Yui has to face the wrath of the Huang family. It seems that this kid Yui has some grudge with the Huang family, Dong Lei thought to himself. The match is over. Huang Heng is down and unable to get up. Yui wins. Even before the match began, Yui already knew Huang Heng's level, Blood Chi Stage 1, Level 6, Spirit Stage 1, Level 5, he was simply a small fry. Therefore, Yui's punch seemed ordinary, but with the support of the second level of the Thunder Body refining technique, the lightning fused into his blood, making its power stronger than a normal first stage 9th level blood energy attack. Coupled with the mastery of Gale Fist, he easily shattered Huang Heng's vital area. At this moment, Huang Heng's lower body was already bleeding profusely. Since Elder Zhang was in seclusion today, he hadn't brought any protectors. After all, the Huang family was a top-tier family in Qingchuan City, and almost no one dared to provoke them. Unexpectedly, Yui's punch caused Huang Heng such severe injuries. At this moment, Dong Lei felt a bit troubled. Someone, take Huang Heng to the hospital. Yui hurriedly stepped forward to help carry the stretcher, but some people looked at him with strange expressions. You injured him yourself, and now you're trying to do a good deed? Hee, I'm just trying to make amends, Yui responded with a smile. At the moment he touched Huang Heng, he thought to himself, oh no, my hand is fractured, I can't lift him. You guys better handle it. The others remained silent helplessly. Yui actually had a purpose for doing this. It's already so bad, why not make it a little worse? Just as he touched Huang Heng, he quietly used the misfortune talisman on him. Yui, aren't you afraid the Huang family will cause trouble for you? The homeroom teacher asked with some concern. Not killing him is already considered good enough. Yui immediately became serious. Dong Lei asked, do you two have a grudge? grudge? He sent someone to assassinate me, Yui answered calmly. What? Just because you didn't join the Huang family? Don Lei speculated. Yui nodded. That's why he resorted to such ruthless measures. Then go seek the principal's protection. I can't do anything to help, the teacher said helplessly. Yui shrugged. Homeroom teacher, getting injured during a competition is normal, isn't it? This, sigh, but I'm just worried the Huang family might be unreasonable. Yui shook his head. Don't worry, homeroom teacher, I can still ask the principal for help. The homeroom teacher sighed after hearing this, seemingly frustrated by his own helplessness and resigned to the state of the world. Luo Yushi, do you still want to challenge? Yui looked at Luo Yushi and asked. At this moment, Luo Yushi hesitated, feeling that the gap between himself and Yui was growing larger and larger. I'll say it again, I will definitely surpass you. Luo Yushi stubbornly replied. Don't worry, you'll never surpass me in your lifetime. I'll always be above you. Well, in certain situations, you might end up on top, Yui said nonchalantly. After hearing Yui's words, Luo Yushi seemed a bit puzzled, clearly not understanding his meaning. At this moment, some seasoned spectators in the audience had already started discussing. This Yui dares to tease even the school beauty. He's really bold, especially since it's Luo Yushi. Haha, and it seems that Luo Yushi still hasn't understood. Hee, I just like being underneath, said a handsome young man. Suddenly, some people turned to look at him. At this moment, Luo Yushi, hearing the audience's discussion, also understood Yui's meaning. Bastard! Luo Yushi's face turned red with embarrassment as she gritted her teeth and cursed. However, thinking about being teased and unable to fight back, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Finally, the top 5 were determined. Yui, Luo Yushi, Wang Shua, Li Xiaodao, and Li Hai. They will go on to participate in the Qingchuan City competition. At this moment, Huang Hong was carried into a taxi by several students, ready to head to the hospital. Young man, why is your lower body covered in blood? Did something happen down there? The driver, noticing the blood on Huang Heng's pants, asked in shock. Due to excessive blood loss, Huang Heng's face was pale, his lips were purple, and he no longer had the strength to answer. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his body trembling slightly, seemingly enduring immense pain. Ah, what bad luck. Fine, you look pitiful. I'll take you to the hospital. The driver shook his head helplessly and started the car toward the hospital. However, after the taxi had been driving for a while, an unpleasant stench began to fill the car. What is that smell? The driver frowned, searching for the source of the odor. Damn, you actually defecated in my car. That's outrageous. He then stopped the car and dragged Huang Hong out. Disgusting. You're a grown man, and you still relieve yourself in the car. The driver angrily scolded him, kicked Huang Hong a few times, and drove off. Ah! Huang Hong screamed in pain, his body curling into a ball, his hands clutching his stomach tightly, his face showing unbearable agony. Struggling to get up from the ground, he held his lower body, enduring the intense pain, and took out his phone to call his family for help. But when he looked at his phone, it was out of battery. Ah! Someone help me! Huang Hong cried out in despair. At this moment, a fierce Tibetan mastiff caught the scent and quickly rushed over. Seeing Huang Heng's lower body covered in blood, the mastiff mercilessly tore open his pants and even urinated on his face. Ah! Huang Hong, unable to move due to the unbearable pain, could only watch helplessly as the last shred of his dignity was taken away by the mastiff. Yui, I want you dead, he roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. After a difficult struggle, Huang Hong finally made it to the hospital. However, misfortune followed him all the way. The car either had a flat tire, ran out of fuel, or drove straight into a foul ditch. Eventually, he arrived at the hospital in a sorry state. At this moment, Huang Hong lay on the hospital bed, his eyes weakly closed. Just then, Huang Tianba arrived at the hospital and, upon seeing Huang Hong lying on the bed, immediately showed a worried expression. Son, how did this happen to you? Huang Tianba asked anxiously. Seeing his father, Huang Hong broke down and cried bitterly. Dad, help me kill Yui. It's all Yui's fault. I've lost my dignity, he said tearfully. What? Your manhood is gone? Huang Tianba was furious. Yui dared to harm my son. I was planning to let him live a few more days, but now it seems unnecessary. I'll personally deal with him later. But, Dad, what will I do if my dignity is gone? I won't be able to interact with women anymore. Boo-hoo. Huang Hong cried. Don't worry, Dad will definitely find a spiritual item for you, and it will surely help you recover. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden spluttering sound, and Huang Hong started defecating again, causing the hospital bed to collapse. Huang Tianba looked at the scene helplessly. Alright, son, you focus on recovering. I have to leave now. Someone, take good care of my son. If he suffers any harm, I will hold you accountable. After saying this, he hurriedly left the ward. Dad, don't go. Huang Hong hadn't finished speaking when the overhead light inexplicably fell down on him. Walking out of the ward, Huang Tianba sprayed some cologne and thought to himself, what a useless fool, can't even handle a commoner. If I had known, I would have just spilled it on paper back then. He shook his head, sighing inwardly, but after all, you are my son, Huang Tianba's son. No matter what, you are still my only child. Yui, is it? You sure are audacious, daring to bully my son. Today will be the day you you die? Yui, I heard you shattered Huang Heng's manhood this morning? The principal asked, stroking his chin. Yes, principal, Yui replied. Did he send someone to assassinate you? The principal continued to ask. Yui nodded. He wants me dead, so I won't let him have it easy either. The principal sighed. The Huang family won't let you off, so let me give you a hand. After speaking, he took out his phone and dialed a number labeled Feng Xiaodong. Old classmate, how have you been lately? Principal Li Jiang asked. Ah, old Li, what made you think of calling me? Are you facing some trouble? Feng Xiaodong responded. After all these years, you're still the one who understands me best. I have a student with great potential, but he's provoked the Huang family. I was hoping you could lend a hand, Li Jiang explained. Your school only produced 2 students with SS talent. Nothing particularly special about that, Feng Xiaodong said. But since you put it that way, there must be a reason. I'll head over right now, Feng Xiaodong said. Thanks a lot, old classmate. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Principal Li Jiang responded gratefully. Then, the principal turned to Yui. Alright, if the Huang family comes to trouble you later, don't worry. Just remember not to be so reckless next time. Thank you, principal, but I don't know who you are referring to. Qingchuan City, the city lord. Would you like to hear the story between me and the city lord? I think you must be curious. Li Jiang smiled faintly. Then I shall listen attentively. Yui replied. Actually, it's nothing much. The city lord is an old classmate of mine. We were in the same class at the same university. After graduation, we both came to work in Qingchuan City. Later, he became the city lord, while I was not selected, so I chose to teach at the 9th Academy to avoid suspicion. The principal said nostalgically. I see, no wonder the principal's cultivation is so advanced, Yui remarked in admiration. Kid, stop flattering me. I've helped you so much because there's actually something I need your help with, the principal said. What is it, principal? Yui asked curiously. You haven't reached that level yet. When you do, I will naturally tell you, the principal said. Moreover, you must remember, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. I understand, principal, but I will always remember your kindness, Yui said respectfully. Do you know why I chose you to help me? Li Jiang asked calmly, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Is it because I'm very special? Yui responded tentatively. That's right, you are indeed very special. The awakening talent instrument would never make a mistake, and your leap from F level to S level, combined with your unusual cultivation speed, is truly remarkable. I just watched your match with Huang Hong. You used a teleportation skill, didn't you? Don't tell me you learned it from the spatial type demon core I gave you. Li Jiang stared intently at Yui, wanting to see how he would explain. Principal, you are truly experienced. I don't even know how I managed to cultivate so quickly, and the martial techniques are the same. As for my talent, I have no idea either. Yui replied calmly without changing his expression. Forget it, once a secret is revealed, it's no longer a secret. I don't intend to probe into you, which is why I chose you and why I'm helping you like this, the principal said. Thank you for choosing me, principal. Although I don't know the specific task, I will do my best to complete it. The principal nodded. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Yui, go to hell. Huang Tianba, this is the 9th Martial Arts Academy. Don't cause trouble, Principal Li Jiang said with a serious expression. Huang Tianba sneered. Then what about him injuring my son? Today, he must give me an explanation. After speaking, he unleashed the oppressive aura of a 5th tier, 5th level chi and blood realm without reservation, the powerful energy seemingly freezing the surrounding air. If it weren't for your connection with the city lord, I wouldn't bother talking to you calmly. Don't take kindness for granted, Li Jiang. Huang Tianba glared fiercely at the principal, his eyes flashing with malice. I heard you fell out with the city lord. If you insist on stopping me this year, I doubt he'll intervene, right? Huang Tianba sneered mockingly, his face full of smugness. Li Jiang's expression remained unchanged. Huang Tianba, do you really think I'm a pushover? You can try and see if you can take someone away from me. After speaking, his figure flickered and he immediately appeared in front of Yui, shielding him behind. Huang Tianba, if you have the guts, come at me. What kind of skill is it to pick on a child? Li Jiang glared at Huang Tianba, his gaze firm and sharp. Huang Tianba was secretly surprised at the sight but still refused to show weakness. Alright then, let's see if the Huang family's overlord fist is stronger than you, principal. With that, he let out a loud shout, clenched his fist and swung it forward. The fist wind roared, carrying an astonishing momentum. At this moment, a sudden shout echoed from the sky, stop. Then, a figure descended swiftly like a shooting star. Huang Tianba, bullying the weak isn't the style of the Huang family head, is it? Why are you interfering in matters of the younger generation? Feng Xiaodong asked calmly. Huang Tianba's face showed an awkward expression. Damn it, why is this old guy here? Wasn't it said that he had fallen out with Li Jiang? Huang Tianba cupped his hands and said, Lord City Master, this matter is because a boy named Yui broke my son's manhood, so I'm here to seek justice. Isn't that quite reasonable? Yui quickly spoke up. This did happen, but the match was a legitimate competition to determine rankings. I didn't expect Huang Hong to be so fragile, one punch and it broke. I admit I was also at fault. What? Is there a problem with the competition? I think you did it on purpose. Do you think a simple apology can resolve this? Then what would be the point of having a management department? Today, you must pay the price. Huang Tianba said angrily. Huang Tianba, Yui has already said it was an accidental injury during a normal competition. What exactly are you trying to achieve by continuing to pursue this? Li Jiang said coldly. The city lord interjected. Alright, Master Huang, this student has also stated that it was an accidental injury during the match. Presumably, it was not intentional. Moreover, he has already apologized. You should let it go when possible, the city lord said slowly. Huang Tianba clenched his fists. Damn it, these people are in cahoots. He suppressed his anger and said, since that's the case, let's put this matter to rest. But Yui, you won't get away with this. After speaking, Huang Tianba quickly left the place. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, principal, Yui said respectfully as he watched Huang Tianba leave. The Huang family definitely won't let this go. Kid, you better be careful, Feng Xiaodong said with a smile. The city lord is here, after all. Yui knew clearly in his heart that only the city lord could protect him, so he quickly said, but, well, no rush, the Huang family will be wiped out someday. Hey, don't pin your hopes on me. Although I can protect you temporarily, I absolutely can't guarantee your safety for a lifetime. Besides, it was your principal who asked me to help. Kid, you should thank your good principal, Feng Xiaodong said to Yui. Yui nodded. After all, the city lord alone could hardly contend with the entire Huang family. The city lord had come at the principal's request, but ultimately, it was up to him. If it hadn't been for the principal and the city lord's intervention just now, he would have been like an ant before Huang Tianba. Only by becoming stronger himself could he truly take control of his own destiny. Yui clenched his fists, thinking to himself, old friend, it's been a long time, Feng Xiaodong said to Li Jiang. Yes, it has been a while, Li Jiang responded somewhat distantly. It's rare to see you so invested in a young man, even going out of your way to find me. Truly unusual. What kind of talent does this young friend have? Huang Tianba continued to ask. S-level spatial talent, Li Jiang replied indifferently. S-level spatial talent, huh? Although this kind of talent is rare, it is still S-level after all. I suppose you value an S-level youth so highly and called me over because this talent must be extraordinary, Feng Xiaodong speculated. It is indeed quite unusual. I'll tell you the specifics later. Li Jiang paused for a moment and then said, however, I hope you can protect Yui until the martial arts exam is over. Can you do that, old friend? Feng Xiaodong looked a bit troubled. This might be a bit difficult. If the Huang family keeps applying pressure, it won't be easy to handle. But after thinking it over, he added, alright, since you've asked, I'll do my best to try. Then he turned to Yui and said, although my old friend has asked me to protect you as much as possible, you also need to show your own value. How about being the first in Qingchuan City's competition? Yui said calmly. Oh, young man, you sure have quite the tone. This year, our Qingchuan City has produced two SSS-level talent individuals, and both have strong backgrounds. The Yu family doesn't exist in our Qingchuan City. You must be a commoner. What makes you think you can compete with them for first place? Feng Xiaodong asked curiously, stroking his chin. How about this? After speaking, he displayed his first-tier 9th level vitality. His vitality has actually reached the first-tier 9th level. What kind of monster is this? No wonder you're so confident. Ha, old friend, you found me a promising talent. Although I don't understand how you've cultivated so quickly under an S-level talent, I suppose this is why your principal is so protective of you. You are quite impressive. Then I will definitely protect you, Feng Xiaodong said with satisfaction. First stage, 9th level, far surpassing other prodigies. Even the principal beside him was shocked. He knew Yui cultivated quickly, but he hadn't expected it to be this fast. It's been just over a month since awakening, and he's already reached the 9th level of the first stage of vitality? This jade stone contains my divine sense. Feng Xiaodong took out a jade stone identical to the principal's. I believe you already know how to use it. Since I said I would protect you, I can't always stay by your side. If there's danger, crush the jade stone and I will appear. Yui saw another jade stone and quickly took it, saying, thank you, city lord. Having gained another life-saving method, he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Alright, although your first-tier 9th level vitality is very high, far surpassing some people with SSS talent, martial arts talent is also indispensable, as well as spiritual realm. I am not sure about your abilities in other aspects, but I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's high school competition, Feng Xiaodong said. Principal, city lord, rest assured, if I don't secure first place, I'll bring my head to see you. Yui responded firmly. Good lad, then go ahead and get busy. I'll discuss further with my old friend. Huang Tianba probably won't make a move anytime soon. After Feng Xiaodong finished speaking, Yui left. Old friend, have you chosen him to complete that task? Feng Xiaodong asked. Yes, he is indeed quite extraordinary, Li Jiang replied, then proceeded to explain Yui's peculiar traits one by one. Well, now that you mention it, this kid does seem a bit peculiar. Feng Xiaodong nodded thoughtfully. I hope he can complete that task and resolve the rift between us. us, Feng Xiaodong said with a hint of sadness. Li Jiang did not respond, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if reminiscing about something. Still too weak, unable to control his own destiny. Only strength can prevent being manipulated by others. System, can you directly elevate my realm to the 10th tier? That way, I can do whatever I want and kill whoever I wish. System, the Huang family must be annihilated, Yui said resolutely. Better head home first. Tomorrow, I'll attend the Grand College competition. Yui decided to temporarily set aside the hatred in his heart and go home to rest. After all, there was an important competition awaiting him tomorrow. The Qingchuan City Grand Tournament was a grand event, usually held in a magnificent arena. This competition attracted many prominent figures, including noble families, administrators of the martial artists, building, martial arts school owners, and even the city lord. Tomorrow's intercollegiate tournament shouldn't be too difficult, Yui thought confidently to himself. He believed that with his strength and experience, he could easily handle the competition. Deciding to head home first, he quickened his pace and walked in the direction of his house. On the way, he pondered how to improve his strength to better face future challenges. When he arrived at his doorstep, he noticed that Li Qingyue was not at home. According to her usual routine, she should still be at work at this time. It's been a while since I refreshed the discount mall. Yui suddenly remembered the system's mall feature and eagerly opened it, clicking the refresh button. There's a guaranteed refresh every week. I wonder what new items will appear this time. Yui stared at the system screen with anticipation, his heart filled with curiosity. As the refresh completed, 2 new items appeared on the mall interface. Tier 3 Vitality and Spirit Realm card, 100 talent points, temporarily boosts cultivation and spirit to Tier 3 level 1, lasting for 30 minutes. Grade 3 Dragon Blood Elixir, 100 talent points, an elixir refined from impure dragon blood. The Tier 3 realm card seemed quite useful, but it still might not be enough to deal with the Huang family. As for this Grade 3 Dragon Blood Elixir, I wonder if I can absorb it. Some elixirs have no levels, only grades, such as the Grade 3 Dragon Blood Elixir. I don't have any talent points right now, so I should focus on completing today's training tasks first, Yui thought to himself. Soon, he completed the day's tasks, earning 200 talent points and successfully purchasing the 2 items from the discount mall. He carefully examined the 2 items. Grade 3 Dragon Blood Elixir can significantly increase vitality and can also be consumed during bone tempering to accelerate the process or refine the body. Yui pondered to himself, can I take the Grade 3 Dragon Blood Potion now? System, can I take the Dragon Blood Potion? Yui asked. Ding, since the host has not completed bone tempering, it is not recommended to take it, otherwise, the body won't be able to withstand it, the system replied. Yui nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he would have to wait until the 2nd tier to use it. Is bone tempering supposed to start at the 2nd tier? He recalled the system mentioning earlier that bone tempering would begin after reaching the 2nd tier. When Sister Qingyue returns, I'll give her the principal's jade stone, that way, she should be safer. Yui understood that he couldn't protect Li Qingyue at all times and could only rely on external means to ensure her safety. As night fell, it was time for Li Qingyue to finish work. Sister Qingyue, you're back. Are you tired? Yui asked with a smile. Not tired at all, she replied, putting her bag away and tying on an apron. Are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? Yui shook his head. Not hungry at all, Sister Qingyue, not even a little today. Then, he walked toward Li Qingyue. Sister Qingyue, take this jade stone. With that, Yui took out the jade stone and gently placed it in Li Qingyue's hand. If you encounter danger, someone will come to help you with this jade stone, Yui said seriously, looking into Li Qingyue's eyes. I won't encounter any danger, you should keep this for yourself, Li Qingyue said, preparing to return the jade stone to Yui. Sister Qingyue, I have one too, just take it, he said, showing her another jade stone. I'm not afraid of danger myself, but I'm afraid something might happen to you, understand? Xiaoyi, did you get yourself into some trouble or something? Why are you saying this? Li Qingyue asked anxiously. Hee, who could I provoke? I'm just an ordinary student, nothing happened, Yui said with a cheeky smile. However, Li Qingyue was not so easily fooled. Is that really true? You need to tell me the truth. To keep Li Qingyue from worrying, Yui had no choice but to continue coaxing. Horror. Of course, it's nothing. It's just that the teacher values me and gave me 2 jade stones for protection. Since you're working, I was afraid you might encounter danger, so I gave you one. Keep it for emergencies. Yui's eyes were full of sincerity, trying to make her believe him. Li Qingyue nodded half-believingly. If anything happens, you must tell me. I will, Sister Qingyue. You're the person I trust the most. Sister Qingyue, I'm hungry. Let's cook together, Yui said, looking at Li Qingyue. Alright, Xiaoyi. Then, Li Qingyue headed toward the kitchen. Yui followed closely behind, helping Li Qingyue prepare the dishes. Soon, with their teamwork, 2 dishes and a bowl of soup were ready and served. Sister Qingyue, dinner's ready, Yui said excitedly, holding the bowls and chopsticks. Sister Qingyue, days like this are are truly wonderful. Yui thought to himself, feeling emotional. As someone who had been an orphan in 2 lifetimes, he deeply understood the hardships of life. In his previous life, Yui was a child who grew up in an orphanage. To pay for his education, he had always worked part-time jobs outside, and those days were understandably tough. However, he never felt inferior or complained about it. Instead, he believed that life was just like that, a mix of bitterness and sweetness. He had faced many difficulties and setbacks but also gained a lot of joy from them. Even though he had dated a few girlfriends during college, it was nothing more than fleeting encounters. After all, the fast-paced era made love increasingly elusive. However, when he crossed into this world, everything changed. Although he was still an orphan, he was fortunate to meet a very kind sister, Lee Qingyue. Though she was not his biological sister, she cared for him meticulously, even more than a real family member. Yes, I like these peaceful days too. They are truly wonderful. Lee Qingyue smiled faintly, her smile as radiant as flowers blooming in spring, making him involuntarily captivated. However, this world is cruel, filled with all kinds of uncertainties. No one can predict what the future holds. Perhaps the next moment will bring life and death separations, or even a beast siege. Yui knew in his heart that without growing stronger, he wouldn't be able to protect the people he wanted to safeguard. This thought was like a thorn, deeply piercing his heart, causing him a sharp pain and a sense of helplessness. It is very wonderful, Qingyue. If I could, I would rather live like this forever, but I must become stronger. Yui's voice carried a trace of helplessness and bitterness. He understood that reality was often harsher than imagined, and they couldn't remain immersed in beautiful moments forever. Li Qingyue seemed to sense his unease and gently said, "Shall we? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We'll face everything together." Her eyes were filled with determination and support. Yui nodded gratefully, then picked up a dish and placed it in Li Qingyue's bowl, softly saying, "Qingyue, eat this." The two exchanged smiles, and the meal quickly came to an end. Yui slowly stood up and returned to his home. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Yui opened his eyes on time and sat up in bed. He continued cultivating for a while and successfully gained 200 talent points. Afterward, he got up, washed up, had breakfast, and prepared to head to school. "I hope Sister Qingyue won't have to use that jade stone," Yui silently prayed in his heart. Meanwhile, in the hospital, a group of nurses was gathered, chatting. "How much longer until that unlucky guy can be discharged?" one nurse asked with a frown. Another nurse replied, "No idea. He's so unlucky." The moment he went to the restroom, the toilet suddenly sprayed feces everywhere. "It's absolutely disgusting." "That's nothing." A third nurse couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yesterday, a nurse accidentally mistook urine for a nutrient solution and fed it to him. It was hilarious." A fourth nurse chimed in, "Yeah, let's get him discharged quickly. Every time he switches to a new hospital bed, that bed ends up breaking. He's almost used up all the beds in the hospital." They chatted and laughed, completely unaware of the terrifyingly dark expression on Huang Heng's face as he lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. Ever since his competition with Yui, his luck had taken a nosedive, and he was plagued by endless misfortune. "Yui, this is all your fault. I'll make you pay." Huang Hong roared in fury, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. At this moment, Huang Tianba arrived. "You all, get out," Huang Tianba ordered, and the nurses immediately fled the scene. "Dad, is Yui dead?" Huang Hong asked, excitedly. "The city lord is protecting him, so he wasn't killed. But don't worry, the city lord won't protect him for long," Huang Tianba said as he sat down. "Why is your whole body wrapped in white cloth? Wasn't it just your lower body that was injured?" Huang Tianba asked, looking at his son. "Wrapped in white cloth." Huang Heng then started crying and recounted his recent streak of bad luck to his father. After listening, Huang Tianba shook his head helplessly. "Alright, I know you've been unlucky. We can't deal with Yui for now, so don't rush." "Didn't you say he often leaves the city? When he goes out, the city lord won't be able to protect him," Huang Tianba said with a smile. Then, "Father, what about my manhood?" "Don't worry, you're my only son. I'll definitely find a way to help you recover." Huang Tianba comforted Huang Hong, gently patting his head. Then he added, "By the way, I've brought Elder Zheng here for you. If there's anything, you can talk to him directly." After saying this, he got up and left. "Young master, it was this old servant's failure to protect you," Elder Zheng said, kneeling. "You were in seclusion at the time, so it's not your fault," Huang Hong responded. Elder Zheng thought Huang Hong had become more understanding and was filled with gratitude, preparing to express his thanks. "However, your salary for this year will be deducted. Consider it punishment for failing to protect me," Huang Hong said coldly. "Damn it! How could I protect you while you were in seclusion?" Elder Zhang cursed inwardly but outwardly replied, "Thank you, young master." "Ah, losing the lifeblood means losing happiness. Young master, there is something I am unsure whether I should mention." Elder Zhang cautiously spoke. "Speak," Huang Hong urged impatiently. "After investigating, I found that although Yui is an orphan, he has a sister with whom he shares an excellent relationship." Elder Zhang revealed a sinister smile. "Oh, how come I didn't know you had a sister?" Huang Hong asked playfully. "Actually, she's she's not Yui's biological sister, but a girl from the neighboring family. However, as far as I know, this girl is very beautiful and has a deep bond with Yui. Elder Zhang paused for a moment before continuing. I see. Ha ha ha. Yui, you can't move now, so does that mean I can't touch your sister either? Huang Heng stroked his chin, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Go and bring that woman here. I want Yui to taste the pain of losing a loved one, to experience the depths of despair. After speaking, he revealed a crazed expression, his tongue licking his lips. Yes, young master. Elder Zhang responded respectfully. At school, the principal and the class teacher had been waiting there for quite some time. Once the 5 participants had all arrived, the group officially set off on their journey. EGE, the Huang family didn't do anything to you, did they? Skinny Monkey asked with concern. If they really did something to me, wouldn't I be unable to show up here? Yui replied with a smile. That's good, EGE. Only then did Skinny Monkey breathe a sigh of relief and nod in reassurance. Before long, they arrived at a grand venue. By this time, the venue was already filled with numerous spectators, including some students who came to join the excitement, as well as members from various prominent families. Shortly after, teams from the other 16 martial arts academies also began arriving at the scene. The major families of Qingchuan City, martial arts hall owners, and relevant personnel from the Martial Artists Management Bureau were all present. Welcome, everyone, to today's event. At this moment, a man holding a microphone and standing at a high position began to speak. Today, the Qingchuan City competition will take place. A total of 16 colleges and 80 carefully selected participants. They will compete today to vie for the first place and contribute to next year's resource allocation. Let us warmly welcome the major families coming to watch the competition, the martial arts schoolmasters here to show their support, and the presence of the Martial Artists Management Bureau. As the voice faded, thunderous applause erupted, and the entire scene instantly became lively. At this moment, a man dressed in a suit, with a buzz cut walked toward the head of the Han family, Han Yunshan. He was none other than the underground kingpin, Master Lu. Master Han, you're here too, Master Lu greeted with a smile. Oh, greetings, Master Lu. Han Yunshan quickly stood up and respectfully cupped his hands. I heard your daughter is an SSS-level talent. Truly enviable. It seems your successor is well secured. Not at all, not at all. I heard your son also has an SSS talent. Master Lu smiled faintly, playing with the spirit jade in his hand. Ha ha, my son is unworthy. I only hope he can secure second place in this competition. That's enough for me. As for first place, it should be reserved for Master Lu's daughter. Han Yunshan replied with a laugh. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat down, ready to watch the competition. Not only had the major first-class families arrived, but quite a few second-class families were also present, including the Li family, the Huang family, and others. In addition, the management staff of the martial artists building were all in attendance, including Zhao Guanshan and her granddaughter Li Xiaoxiao. The heads of various martial arts schools also arrived one after another, with even the head of the Vajra martial arts school making a personal appearance. Brother Huang, why isn't your son on the roster? Li Yuanli asked teasingly. In fact, he had already learned from his own son, Li Hai, yesterday that Yui had crippled Huang Heng's vital part with a single punch. Therefore, he deliberately came today to discuss the Huang family. Hearing this, Huang Heng's face darkened instantly. He glared at Li Yuanli and said, Brotherly, aren't you meddling a bit too much? Faced with Huang Heng's questioning, Li Yuanli remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly before falling silent. At that moment, a voice rang out. Next, let's invite the mayor of Qingchuan City to say a few words. As the words fell, the city lord steadily stepped into the air and slowly walked toward the podium. He addressed the crowd in a loud voice. Distinguished guests, welcome to this event. Today is not just a simple competition, but also an assessment of the newly awakened individuals in our city. After speaking, he swept his gaze over everyone present and added, take this opportunity to carefully observe the performance of these young people. They are the hope of our city. I hope the contestants can showcase their strongest side. The competition officially begins. Warm applause erupted from the audience as the competition continued with the random selection mode on the big screen. With the big screen's selection, the contest officially began. Zhao Chang from the 10th Martial Arts Academy, S Magic Hand, faced off against Han Li from the 2nd Martial Arts Academy, SSS Earth Element. The audience had already started buzzing. Zhao Chang is really unlucky, running into this tournament's hot favorite right at the start. Yeah, what bad luck, losing a contestant in the first round. The first round is me? A young man with wheat-colored skin and well-defined features said, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. It seems the heavens really want me to start with a victory. He strode onto the stage, exuding an air of determination. Once on stage, Han Li quietly observed his opponent, clasped his fists, and said in a steady voice, I am Han Li. Please guide me. He did not appear arrogant due to his family's prestige. Instead, he was humble and courteous, leaving a favorable impression. Zhao Chang responded politely as well. Please guide me. The match ended quickly, and the result was no surprise. Han Li won effortlessly. After his victory, he smiled faintly, cupped his hands toward Zhao Chang, and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Then, he turned and walked away gracefully. Below the stage, Yui silently sighed to himself. This young master of the Han family is quite composed, without the arrogance typical of noble family heirs. As several matches concluded one after another, the audience began discussing fervently, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. "I didn't expect the contestants this year to be so strong," someone exclaimed. "Yeah, that girl named Suli was incredible. She completely overwhelmed her opponent without giving them any chance to fight back," another person chimed in. "And then there's Lin Kong, his abilities are also very impressive," someone nearby added. Everyone was talking animatedly, full of anticipation for this year's competition. Soon, the host called for silence so the audience could continue watching the matches. "The quality of the awakened ones this year is much higher than last year," the principal of the second martial arts school remarked in admiration. "That's right, it seems there are only a few A levels on the list, most of them are S level and above," another principal chimed in. "Ha, there will be another good show to watch this time." The big screen displayed the information of the upcoming contestants. Luo Yushi from the 9th Martial Arts, SS Ice Element, vs Xia Ijo from the 4th Martial Arts, S Magic Sound. "Is this Luo Yushi the second daughter of that top-tier aristocratic family in the imperial capital?" a principal inquired. "That's right. I heard she joined the competition to escape a marriage," a family head replied. "In that case, the 9th Martial Arts School is sure to achieve great results." The various aristocratic families, family heads, and principals all nodded in agreement. Soon, the audience saw a cold and stunningly beautiful figure slowly step onto the stage. She was dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall down her back. Her face was exquisitely elegant, otherworldly, like a celestial being descended to earth. Her opponent, on the other hand, was a petite girl with a sweet and adorable appearance, though she seemed slightly inferior in comparison to Luo Yushi. "This Luo Yushi is truly stunning," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "Yeah, she's practically my goddess," another person said excitedly. "I want to have kids with her," a nearby guy shouted out his heartfelt desire. "Yeah, which family does this Luo Yushi belong to? She's so beautiful, seems so aloof, but I just love this type," a spectator remarked. For a moment, the audience below the stage was captivated by Luo Yushi's beauty, with cheers and screams rising one after another. Wherever there is a beauty, there are often many admirers. "Please, please." Afterward, the two began to fiercely battle on the stage. This talent is truly remarkable. Not only can it produce magical sounds with the mouth, but even the sound of weapon collisions is transformed into magical tones. Yui silently observed the arena, pondering in his heart. Ultimately, the winner of the match was still Luo Yushi. This was because, before they took the stage, Yui had already thoroughly examined their levels. The girl named Xia Ijo seemed to be in a low mental state, so the effect of her magical sounds was not significant. The competition continued, and time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was Skinny Monkey's turn to take the stage. "Brothery, my opponent is someone with an A-level talent." "Ha, I'm so lucky," Skinny Monkey said with a beaming smile, then confidently walked toward the arena. As expected, Skinny Monkey ultimately won the match and successfully advanced to the next round. Then, the big screen displayed the next set of competitors: 9th Martial Arts Yui, S Spatial, versus 6th Martial Arts Ding Hui, S Amplification. As Yui was about to take the stage, Zhao Xiaoxiao jumped up in excitement, tightly grabbing Zhao Guanshan's arm and shouting excitedly, "Grandpa, look, it's brother Yui." Zhao Guanshan was almost pulled to the ground by her, but he smiled helplessly, gently stroking his chin as he said, all right, I see. Stop tugging on Grandpa's clothes." "Oh, so it's a student from the 9th Martial Arts Academy," Sun Ba, the head of the Jingang Pavilion, remarked. "A spatial talent, huh? First, there was Luo Yushi, and now there's another spatial talent, Yui. Truly a place full of hidden talents." Meanwhile, upon seeing Yui take the stage, Wang Tianba's face darkened with hostility. Yui slowly walked toward the arena, ready to begin the match. "May I ask, which family do you belong to?" Ding Hui asked. "Just a commoner," Yui replied. Upon hearing that he was a commoner, Ding Hui immediately felt relieved. After all, commoners at this stage find it difficult to cultivate quickly and even harder to master spatial skills. "Then please guide me." With that, he prepared for battle. "Amplify." A white light emanated from Ding Hui's body, and his aura visibly strengthened. Ding Hui was at Blood Chi Stage 1, Level 5, and Spirit Stage 1, Level 4. His talent, S Amplify, could enhance overall combat power and also amplify others. This talent is quite impressive, Yui thought to himself. Teleport. At Yui's command, he instantly vanished from his original position. Ding Hui froze in shock as he saw Yui suddenly disappear. "Wait, brother, didn't you say you were a commoner? How could a commoner possibly master spatial skills so quickly?" Yui silently reappeared behind Ding Hui and kicked him off the stage. After all, Yui was at Blood Chi Stage 1, Level 9, while Ding Hui was only at Level 5. Moreover, Yui had cultivated the Thunder Body, refining technique to the second level, making his physical body and attack attack power far superior. Ding Hui was kicked off the arena, his face full of confusion. Bro, I didn't even get to fight before being kicked off. The audience below the stage buzzed with discussion. Ha, Ding Hui's bewildered expression is hilarious. Yeah, who would have thought Yui had spatial skills? Impressive, this kid actually possesses spatial skills. No wonder Li Jiang said he was unusual. The city lord nodded in approval. Grandpa, look, brother Yui won, Zhao Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Of course, Yui should be able to rank among the top few, Zhao Guanshan replied. Wow, is he really that strong? It's a pity my talent is only grade A, and I didn't even qualify for the competition, Zhao Xiaoxiao said, her face showing a hint of disappointment. My dear granddaughter, having grade A talent is already excellent, Zhao Guanshan comforted her. This kid is still as fierce as ever, Sun Ba remarked as he watched Yui step down from the arena. The first round of the competition quickly came to an official end. The top 40 have now been decided. If anyone needs recovery potions, please report to the school. The next round will begin in an hour, the city lord announced. Brother Yui is truly impressive, Li Hai said, flattering him. Unfortunately, I was eliminated in the first round. It seems I'm the only one from our school who got eliminated in the first round. Well, we still have Brother Yi leading us. Skinny Monkey stepped forward and said, Oh, everyone's gathered here. Li Xiaotao arrived at the scene. Let's keep working hard in the next round, Yui said. Li Xiaotao showed a regretful expression. It's a pity there's no reward for this competition. The reason there's no reward for this competition is that it's meant to allocate resources to martial arts schools for the coming year. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity for some forces to select talent, Li Hai explained slowly. If you can be chosen by a good family, it will help your development. Everyone nodded in agreement. In our team, apart from Luo Yushi and you, Li Hai, the rest of us really need to be noticed and supported by some forces, Li Xiaotao said, sticking out her tongue. Yui shook his head. I don't need it. I'm used to handling these things alone. With the system in place, there was no need to rely on any faction. Then, he turned to Skinny Monkey and said, Skinny Monkey, you need to perform well and strive to be chosen by some good factions. When the time comes, you can negotiate properly. Skinny Monkey chuckled. Brother Yi, I want to follow you. Why follow me? I can't provide you with resources. If you're chosen by some conscientious factions, that wouldn't be bad either, Yui responded. Skinny Monkey said nothing, seemingly lost in thought. Brother Yui. Zhao Xiaoxiao ran over, shouting loudly. Yui responded with a slight smile and then greeted Zhao Xiaoxiao's grandfather beside her. Hello, Elder Zhao. He slightly cupped his hands toward Zhao Guanshan, who had come over. Young friend, there's no need to be so formal. You can call me Grandpa Zhao in the future, Zhao Guanshan said. Yui nodded in response. Young friend, are you confident about this competition? Absolutely confident. I can see you're very confident. Looking forward to seeing you in the finals. It's so lively here. Greetings, Mr. Zhao, Sun Ba said as he cupped his hands in salute. Brother Yui, it's been half a month since we last met. Watching your match just now, it seems you've become even stronger. Sun Chang followed Sun Ba and spoke as well. It seems that Master Sun knows Brother Yui, Zhao Guanshan said. Yes, old Zhao, our martial arts technique, the Vajrabadi, was won by this guy, Sun Ba said. Zhao Guanshan nodded as he had some understanding of Yui's strength. Seeing so many people gathered, Yui felt a bit of a headache for a moment. Wang Shua, you're the closest to Yui. Do you know how he knows so many powerful figures? Li Hai asked softly. I don't know. Ever since he awakened, Brother Yi has preferred to act alone. Skinny Monkey was also a bit puzzled. Yui seemed to be quite familiar with these people. In that case, Master Sun, why don't we see whose guess is more accurate? Zhao Guanshan looked at Sun Ba and said, and how does Mr. Zhao propose to guess? Sun Ba asked. Let's guess the ranking of young friend Yui, Zhao Guanshan replied. I think the top 10 shouldn't be a problem, Sun Ba said without hesitation. Then I'll guess third place, Zhao Guanshan said, stroking his beard. Looks like Mr. Zhao has high expectations for Yui, Sun Ba said, somewhat surprised. After all, this competition not only features 2 SSS level talents but also quite a few SS level contestants. To dare place Yui in such a position shows great confidence in him. Goodness, these two are treating me like a plaything for entertainment. Well, you both guessed wrong. First place is firmly in my grasp, Yui thought silently to himself. Then let's wait and see, Master Sun, Zhao Guanshan said. In the following hour, Yui also closed his eyes to rest. Welcome to the second round. As the host's voice fell, the audience immediately quieted down. The big screen began selecting the participants. Who does the city lord think will be the champion this time? A patriarch of a noble family asked. The city lord shook his head. It's difficult. Both of the SSS talent holders have a chance, and there's another person who also has a great possibility. Oh, who is the city lord referring to? You'll find out this afternoon, the city lord teased with a hint of mystery. At that moment, some family heads approached Huang Tianba and asked, Brother Huang, why hasn't your son come to participate in the competition? I heard he has SS level talent? Huang Tianba said stiffly, my son has suffered some injuries, so he is unable to participate in the competition. expression. The heads of the various families exchanged glances but said nothing more, continuing to watch the matches. The 40-20 elimination round quickly concluded. Li Xiaotao encountered an SS-level talent and failed to advance. Skinny Monkey faced an S-level opponent. Although his level was inferior, he ultimately succeeded in advancing. As for Yui and Luo Yushi, their matches were handled with ease. Yui's opponent stood in the center of the ring at the start, fearing he might be kicked off like Ding Hui, but it was all in vain. In the end, Yui teleported and sent him flying with a single punch. Some spectators, family representatives, and members of the Martial Artists Management Bureau also took notice of this young contestant. The top 20 were decided, and the next round of matches would take place in the afternoon. Zhao Guanshan laughed and said, "Ha, young friend, you're still so quick. The opponent was too weak. How about I treat you and Curator's son to lunch this afternoon?" "That would be too much trouble for you, Mr. Zhao. Let me handle it instead," Sun Ba said cheerfully. Zhao Guanshan shook his head. "It's on me. Let's talk about it next time." Sun Ba nodded. Yui said, "Let's listen to Mr. Zhao." Zhao Guanshan looked at Skinny Monkey, Li Hai, and the others. "Then these young friends can come along too." Everyone looked around, nodded, and respectfully expressed their thanks. "Mr. Zhao, would it be possible to bring along an old fellow like me?" Li Yuanli stepped forward and asked. "Oh, so it's the head of the Li family. Welcome, of course, you're welcome," Zhao Guanshan said with slight surprise. Soon, everyone began preparing to head to the Grand Hotel. "Grandpa Zhao, would it be a problem if I invite others?" Yui asked. "No problem, as long as they're friends of yours," Zhao replied. Afterward, Yui approached the homeroom teacher. "Teacher, how about joining me for lunch this afternoon?" Dong Lei laughed and teased, "You rascal, you still remember me? Good kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Then, Yui thought about inviting the principal but was turned down. As he was about to leave the arena, he spotted Luo Yushi. "Hey, Missy, want to grab lunch together?" Yui asked with a smile. Turning back, he saw her face with a hint of hesitation. Luo Yushi thought for a moment and eventually agreed. "Then you'd better stick close to me, don't get lost." Luo Yushi felt speechless, thinking to herself how it was even possible to get lost, but she didn't show it and simply nodded. Thus, the group headed toward the hotel Zhao Guanshan had chosen. Soon, they arrived at the hotel, confirmed the location of the private room, and proceeded there. When Yui brought Luo Yushi into the private room, everyone looked at him with peculiar expressions. "Young friend, is this your girlfriend? Truly a perfect match," Zhao Guanshan remarked. Hearing Zhao's words, the group wanted to explain but ultimately remained silent. "Grandpa Zhao, you're joking. She's also one of the contestants, just here to join us for a meal. How could I be so lucky?" After saying this, he sat down next to Skinny Monkey. Luo Yushi hesitated for a moment and then sat next to Li Xiaotao. She had originally wanted to dine alone with Yui to ask about his cultivation methods, but unexpectedly, there was a room full of people. "Now that everyone is here, feel free to order whatever dishes you like. Today, this old man is treating," Zhao Guanshan said with a cheerful smile. However, no one picked up the menu and instead sat quietly. "It seems this Mr. Zhao is quite extraordinary," Yui thought to himself. At the competition venue, he had noticed that both Sun Ba and Li Yuanli showed immense respect toward Zhao Guanshan. Yui only knew that Zhao Guanshan was a senior figure at the martial artists building but didn't understand why the head of the Li family and the curator's son held him in such high regard. Presumably, Zhao Guanshan must have some special background or status. Seeing everyone remain motionless, Yui broke the silence. "Grandpa Zhao is very easygoing. Everyone, don't be reserved, feel free to order whatever you like." Hearing Yui call Zhao Guanshan grandpa, Li Yuanli was somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect this kid Yui to actually call Zhao Guanshan grandpa. It seems his relationship with Mr. Zhao is quite unusual." Li Yuanli nodded silently to himself, feeling that letting his son befriend Yui was the right decision. Yui casually ordered a few dishes, and the others followed suit. "Young friend, could you introduce your friends here?" Zhao Guanshan asked with a smile, wanting to learn more about the people around Yui. After all, the companions of a genius might also be geniuses, and it wouldn't hurt to get acquainted. Yui nodded at the suggestion and began introducing them. "The one next to me is Wang Shua. Like me, he's a commoner and my brother." He pointed to Wang Shua sitting on his left. Then, Yui pointed to Li Hai on his right and introduced Li Hai, the eldest son of the Li family head. After speaking, he turned to Li Hai, signaling for him to introduce himself. Li Hai then gave a brief self-introduction to everyone. Finally, Yui looked at Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi and said, "This is Li Xiaotao, and next to her is Luo Yushi." When Zhao Guanshan heard the name Luo Yushi, he was slightly startled and then showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Luo Yushi and asked, "Could it be that Luo Yushi is the one from the imperial capital's Luo family?" Luo Yushi simply nodded calmly without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhao Guanshan did not press further. Then, he turned to Zhao Xiaoxiao beside him and said, "This is my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao. You all can get to know her. After the martial arts exam, if you end up in the same academy, you can help each other out." Zhao Xiaoxiao, hearing remembering her grandfather's words, smiled shyly. Her sweet and adorable demeanor naturally made people feel fond of her. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Xiaoxiao. I'm now at the first martial arts level. If it's convenient, feel free to come and play with me. She smiled slightly, her words carrying a sense of ease and friendliness. Shortly after, the waiter brought the dishes they had ordered. These dishes were almost entirely made of beast meat, which, after consumption, could slightly enhance vitality or spirit during cultivation. Young friends, do you have confidence in this afternoon's competition? Zhao Guanshan asked as he looked at everyone. Yui remained silent, as he had already observed everyone's levels this morning. No one surpassed him, so the first place was almost guaranteed. Don't laugh at me, Elder Zhao. My son Li Hai has already been eliminated, Li Yuanli said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. At this moment, Li Hai sat nearby, his face full of embarrassment, not expecting to be so unlucky and get eliminated in the first round. I was eliminated in the second round, so this afternoon I can only watch the matches of Yui, Luo Yushi, and Wang Shuo, Li Xiaodao said. My family's performance is not bad. We've already made it into the top 20. Sun Ba said proudly, patting Sun Chang's shoulder excitedly. Zhao Guanshan listened with a slight smile, his own judgment clear in his mind. He believed Yui could easily secure a spot in the top 3. Then, he turned to Skinny Monkey. This young friend here must be Wang Shuo, right? I heard from Yui that you're from a civilian background. Making it into the top 20 is quite impressive, Zhao Guanshan praised. Wang Shuo chuckled and scratched his head. Just a bit of luck, that's all. I didn't run into any strong opponents. That's already very commendable. An SS-level dark attribute talent has great potential for the future. Zhao Guanshan continued to compliment him, full of expectations for the young man. After all, elemental talents have always been powerful because they can fuse with spirit seeds. The difference between an elemental talent fused with a spirit seed and one without is like night and day, making elemental talents a top-tier choice. Next, Zhao Guanshan turned to look at Luo Yushi, who had been calm and composed all along. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. I wonder what Miss Luo's expectations are for her own performance. Luo Yushi gently shook her head, her tone calm. Not sure. Her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any fluctuations, making it impossible to gauge her emotions. Seeing her like this, Zhao Guanshan decided not to ask further. After all, everyone has their own unique understanding and judgment of their abilities. Lunch ended quickly, and everyone began to leave, preparing to return to the venue. As they were leaving, the homeroom teacher lowered his voice and said to Yui, why didn't you tell me earlier that so many important figures would be coming today? His tone was filled with surprise and confusion. The homeroom teacher had initially thought this gathering was just a reunion between Yui and his classmates, but unexpectedly, it included the venue owner, the head of the Li family, and Zhao Guanshan, who seemed to have a deep background. Hearing this, Yui flashed a sly smile and replied, I just wanted you to meet more people, homeroom teacher. You've been so good to me, even willing to give me a spot in the secret realm. So, of course, I had to introduce these influential people to you. This way, it'll make your work here more convenient in the future. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this, but a gratified smile appeared on his face. You really are quite thoughtful, kid. At that moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Yui, come over here. Yui turned his head and saw that it was Luo Yushi calling him. He bid farewell to the homeroom teacher and walked toward her. Standing beside Luo Yushi, Yui's lips curved slightly upward as he teased, oh, the ice-cold school beauty. What do you need from me? Luo Yushi frowned slightly and asked directly, your talent is clearly not as high as mine, so why is your cultivation speed so much faster? Moreover, the spatial skills you possess don't seem like something an ordinary civilian could have. What's going on here? I'm really curious. Space-type skills only appear in space-type beasts, and such beasts are extremely rare. The drop rate of their beast cores is also very low, and even obtaining a beast core doesn't guarantee acquiring the skill. Therefore, space-type skills are extremely difficult to obtain. TCH, what does it matter to you? What kind of relationship do we have? Yui paused for a moment, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If you really want to know, wait for me in room 520 at Sunshine Hotel. After saying this, Yui turned and ran off without looking back. Yui, you jerk! Luo Yushi gritted her teeth and said angrily. She understood the meaning behind his words. What could they possibly do in a hotel? Of course, it would be something serious. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat him. If she could, she would have already rushed up to teach Yui a lesson. Soon, Yui arrived at the venue, where quite a few people were already waiting to watch the afternoon finals. He found a spot to sit down, and not long after, Luo Yushi also walked in, glaring fiercely at Yui. Yui simply smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Luo Yushi is so beautiful, but always wears that icy expression, how boring. He had deliberately teased her earlier to help her relax a bit. Time slowly passed, and the competition time finally arrived. Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, we will determine the number 1 in Qingchuan City. Let's look forward to it together, the host shouted loudly. The competition screen flickered, and the first group of the top 20 to top 10 contestants took the stage, officially starting the match. Boring, it feels less exciting than hunting monsters outside, Yui remarked as he watched the competition. The main issue was that there were no rewards. Although it allowed the entire city to know your ranking, it was only useful for some show-off disciples from noble families or helpful for some civilian disciples to be noticed by powerful forces. However, Yui was a lone wolf. With the system he possessed, it was impossible for him to join any faction. As for fame, he didn't care at all. Why did the jade shatter? Principal Li Jian looked at Yui in the audience with confusion. It shouldn't have been Yui who crushed it. So who was it? Li Jian wondered to himself. Forget it, I'd better go take a look. At this moment, Yui, who was focused on watching the competition, was completely unaware. Soon, it was his turn to take the stage. Yui's opponent was Lin Kong, the 2nd Martial Path SS Light Element, against his 9th Martial Path S Space Element. As the match lineup was revealed, the audience below immediately began to discuss. It seems that the young man Yui from the 9th Martial Path has met his match. This is tricky. Lin Kong hasn't even used any light element skills yet, but Yui does have teleportation. Hello there, Space Element Talent Yui, Lin Kong said with a smile. Your light element, can it be used as a light bulb at night? Yui asked. Lin Kong's expression instantly turned cold. Yui, you will pay for what you just said. Golden light armor. With the use of martial arts, a layer of golden light formed into armor appeared on Lin Kong's body. Trash, if I could use Chaos Divine Thunder, I would have already blasted you into ashes with a single thunderball. Yui thought to himself. Teleportation. Then, Yui instantly appeared behind Lin Kong. Down you go. He prepared to throw a punch. You thought this move would work? Shadow Flash. Lin Kong used Shadow Flash to leave his original position. TSK, this martial art is decent for escaping, but it's far inferior to my teleportation, Yui said disdainfully. What if you can't see me, but I can see you? What would you do then? Lin Kong said sinisterly. Radiant glory. Who's showing off now? So dazzling. Yui squinted at the golden light, struggling to keep his eyes open. Wow, I thought it was a big move, but it turns out to be just a flashy skill to blind others, Lin Kong said coldly. But since you can't open your eyes, you can't locate me to teleport, can you? Now it's my turn. You think my mental strength is weak? Yui said, somewhat speechless, and immediately activated his spiritual sense to investigate. Found. Teleportation. He once again instantly appeared behind Lin Kong. How is this possible? Your spiritual realm is that advanced too. It's because you're too weak and your light is too dazzling, so I have to hit you harder. Yui sneered coldly. Gale Fist. He punched Lin Kong, whose entire body was glowing, and gracefully stepped off the stage. Wow, I couldn't even open my eyes just now. Who's showing off so brightly? Who won? Why is there such a big flare under the stage? This kid not only has high vitality but also seems to have strong mental power. City Lord Foam Xiaodong nodded. For someone of his level, it was easy to see through what was happening inside, so he had a clear view. The competition continued, and Luo Yushi successfully advanced to the top 10, while Skinny Monkey unfortunately lost due to bad luck. Among the top 10, aside from Yui, the rest were all SS level or higher powerhouses, including 2 SSS level ones. Yui stood alone as the only S-level contender. Speak, who sent you? Li Jiang asked coldly. It was Huang Hong and the protector beside him. Spare us, we won't dare again. The two knelt on the ground, kowtowing, and admitting their mistake. Die. Li Jiang casually waved his hand, and a sword aura shot out, directly piercing through their foreheads, leaving them completely lifeless. After dealing with the two, Li Jiang turned to look at Li Qingyue beside him, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes as he asked, what is your relationship with Yui? At this moment, Li Qingyue's face still carried a hint of fear. She stammered nervously, I'm his sister. Where is he now? Is he in danger? Why did these two come to capture me? It turns out that Li Qingyue was just about to return to work at the company when she was unexpectedly kidnapped by these two people. She remembered the jade stone Yui had given her and decisively crushed it. Then, the person in front of her appeared and rescued her. Oh, Yui has an older sister? That kid really is lucky with women. Don't worry, he's very safe right now, Li Jiang said with a smile. He's in the middle of a competition. I'll notify him to come over once it's finished. Did he tell you about his situation? Li Qingyue nervously shook her head. After hearing the news that Yui was safe, her heart eased slightly, but she still anxiously asked, what exactly happened to him? Please, I beg you to tell me. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel. Li Jiang quickly stopped her and said gently, there's no need for that. He probably didn't tell you because he didn't want you to worry. How is he doing now? Li Qingyue pressed on. He got into trouble with the Huang family in our city. It might be a bit of a problem. Li Jiang said this deliberately, wanting to observe Li Qingyue's reaction to gauge her character. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue's face instantly turned pale. The Huang family was one of the most powerful families in Qingchuan City, with immense influence. Without hesitation, she knelt down again, tears welling up in her eyes as she pleaded, please, sir, save Yui. Yui is a good man and would never cause trouble on purpose. Please, you must help him. You're so capable. There must be a way. Li Jian looked at the young girl in front of him, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes, and then asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Li Qingyue shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she was not afraid. Seeing this, Li Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Good character. You can face hardships together with him. He then helped Li Qingyue up. Alright, the situation isn't that serious. Since you are Yu Yi's sister, you should be prepared to face hardships with him, and it seems you have done so. After the competition ends, I will inform Yu Yi to come over. For now, it's best if you don't disturb him. Go and resign from your job, then stay at home. Don't worry about him. He has the protection of the city lord. Li Qingyue nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." The competition was still fiercely ongoing, but Yu Yi was completely unaware of what had happened on Li Qingyue's side. He looked curiously at the principal's original seat and found that the principal was no longer there. Why did the principal suddenly disappear? Yu Yi felt puzzled. At this moment, all the contestants had finished resting and were preparing for the upcoming round of the top 10 competing for the top 5. Yu Yi turned to look at Luo Yushi beside him, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, don't get eliminated later, okay?" However, Luo Yushi merely gave him a cold glance without responding. As the large screen scrolled, the first group of contestants for this round stepped onto the arena, officially kicking off the competition. TSK, this woman is pretty good, but why wear such heavy makeup? Yu Yi muttered to himself as he stared at Lu Xinran in the arena. The fiery lady was dressed in a short crop top that revealed her slender waist without reservation, paired with black leather pants. Her long hair flowed in the wind. Her makeup was exquisite and bold, especially her bright red lips, which were as striking as burning flames. Her movements were sharp, and her strikes were merciless. In just a few moves, she effortlessly defeated her opponent. "Master Lu, it seems you've taught your daughter well. Truly impressive," the head of the Han family remarked from the side. "Not at all, not at all. Your son Han Li is quite remarkable too. I'm looking forward to their showdown in the finals," Master Lu replied with a smile. As Lu Xinran's opponent was knocked out, the next group of contestants followed. Yu Yi 9th Martial Path S Space System vs Luo Yushi 9th Martial Path SS Ice System. Well, this matching mechanism is really trash. How did it pair me with that girl? Yu Yi shook his head. "Come on, girl." Then, he looked at Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi was somewhat speechless. Being matched with someone she couldn't beat was truly meaningless. She then loudly declared, "I forfeit." "Girl, haven't you always wanted to fight me? Didn't you want to defeat me? Isn't this a great opportunity? Why aren't you taking it?" Yu Yi said to Luo Yushi with a smile. Luo Yushi ignored Yu Yi, thinking to herself, "This person is deliberately mocking me. I already can't beat you, and now you're provoking me. I will definitely surpass you, and then I'll give you a good beating." After saying this, Luo Yushi walked away without looking back. At this moment, the host was a bit confused. Why did she forfeit? In that case, this match counts as a win for Yu Yi. Meanwhile, the audience below was already buzzing with discussion. Why did Luo Yushi let Yu Yi continue the competition? Shouldn't she have chosen to forfeit? I don't know either. Anyway, my goddess Luo Yushi has already forfeited. Can we request a revival match? A man shouted loudly from the crowd. "I think it's possible. Resurrect, my love," another man echoed. At this moment, the head of the Han family turned to look at the underground leader Lu Yi, who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Lu Yi, what do you think about this young lady from the imperial capital forfeiting?" Lu Yi frowned slightly and replied, "Not too sure. Maybe that young man is stronger than her? Then let's wait and see. I hope he's not just a clown," Han Yunshan added. With Yu Yi advancing due to Luo Yushi's withdrawal from the competition, the event continued, and the final list of the top 5 was revealed. The 5 individuals are Yu Yi, Han Li, Lu Xinran, Zhang Tao, and Bai Maofeng. Among the top 5 this time, except for Yu Yi, the others are all contestants from the 1st and 2nd martial arts schools. Indeed, but the 9th martial arts school this year is already quite impressive. There's even someone who managed to secure 5th place. It's nothing but luck. The various principals discussed among themselves. Among these 5, one will have a bye, waiting for the other 2 groups to determine their winners. Then, the person with the bye will choose to challenge one of the losers, ultimately deciding whether to challenge the champion or the runner-up. Although the person with the bye will need to fight more rounds than the others, if they ultimately win the championship, the prestige will naturally be undeniable. The competition officially begins. Let's look forward to seeing who will be the first to secure a spot in this year's finals. The big screen starts random selection. Yu Yi's 9th martial art, S Space System, versus Bai Maofeng's 2nd martial art, SS Hurricane. In the audience, Yu Yi had already observed Bai Maofeng's talent. Although it wasn't an elemental talent, he could condense wind into tornadoes for attacks, with strength and power closely tied to the level of mental energy. Yu Yi, to be honest, I didn't want to face you. After all, your spatial talent for teleportation is truly a headache. But since we've met, I'll treat this seriously, Bai Maofeng said. Yu Yi nodded. "Good luck, young man." The match begins, the referee announced. White Maofeng instantly instantly unleashed a massive whirlwind, sweeping toward Yui. Not even using defensive techniques? Be careful, or I might send you flying with one punch, Yui teased. Yui's figure flickered, instantly teleporting behind White Malphone, delivering a kick to his back. White Malphone, struck, was sent flying forward. However, something unexpected happened. The whirlwind White Malphone had conjured pulled him back, allowing him to stand steadily atop it. Oh, using your talent like this? Quite impressive, worthy of praise, Yui remarked. Facing you, I naturally have to be cautious, Bai Malphone said as he unleashed his martial skill, Swift Wind Slash. Let me see how you handle this. A blade aura carrying a fierce gale slashed toward him. TSK, the perfect fusion of blade aura and innate talent, quite impressive, Yui remarked, but, my apologies, let me show you whose blade aura is superior. Thunderclap 9 strikes. He drew his Thunder Slash blade and unleashed 6 consecutive blade auras. Even without the enhancement of the Chaos Divine Thunder, defeating Bai Malphone was still effortless. Before the match, Yui had already assessed Bai Malphone's level. Bai Malphone, Blood Chi Stage 1, Level 5, Spirit Stage 1, Level 7. Meanwhile, Yui's Blood Chi had nearly reached Stage 1, Level 10. Thus, the 6 Thunderclap 9 strikes instantly shattered Bai Malphone's blade aura and slashed toward him. This Bai Malphone kid was truly careless. The City Lord shook his head and quickly stepped in to block Yui's attack. The rescued Bai Malphone appeared somewhat shaken and unsettled. Yui shammed. The City Lord announced the result and then returned to the audience seats. TSK, Yui truly has extraordinary strength. His vitality has already reached the 9th level of the first tier, truly astonishing. And that seems to be the Thunderclap 9 blades, which he has cultivated to perfection. It looks like the championship is practically guaranteed this time, Master Lu said with a smile. His mental state fluctuation during teleportation is too subtle to detect, which must mean it's also very high. Truly a prodigy. However, as a commoner, it might be worth approaching him after the competition ends. Han Yunshan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba's face turned grim. Damn it, his vitality has reached the 9th level of the first tier. After the competition ends, major forces will definitely approach him, making it difficult to take action. The other two players with SSS talent also showed great interest in this young man. Yui, is it? I really look forward to having a good match with you, Han Li said, expectantly. Where did this Yui come from? Why has my father never mentioned him before? Lu Xinran looked at Yui as he stepped off the stage, deep in thought. Yui also successfully secured a spot in the finals. The second finalist is Hanli Lu Xinran, as the player who advanced without competing, was also filled with anticipation. Dear audience members, the finalists have now been determined. Will Lu Xinran challenge these two finalists? Let's wait and see. At this moment, Hanli was full of fighting spirit, and the opponent he longed to face was precisely Yui. Meanwhile, the principal had returned to the scene, and upon seeing the principal's return, Yui felt a faint sense of unease. Indeed, as expected, you've made it to the finals. The principal looked at Yui and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, both contestants had recovered and were ready for the final match. The two competitors slowly walked toward the arena. Yui, I'm really looking forward to our duel. I hope this will be a battle between strong opponents, Hanli said enthusiastically. Yui nodded, as Hanli's performance in the previous matches had been decent enough to earn respect. The match begins. With the referee's command, the finals officially commenced. Countless spectators below the stage shouted and cheered, supporting their favorite contestants. Brother, do you believe I can take you down with just one strike? Yui asked, provocatively. Hanli frowned, you're underestimating me. Skill rock transformation. Martial technique rock solid body. Hanli's body was instantly covered by a layer of rock, and his skin turned as hard as stone. TSK, what are you being so cautious about? Using a skill and a martial technique back to back? Facing a strong opponent, I must give it my all. That is the true respect for strength. You're strong, but I'm stronger, Hanli said confidently. Yui nodded and said, how about this? If you can withstand my next strike, I'll consider it your win. What do you say? I'm under double-layered defense. Thinking you can defeat me with one strike is simply too arrogant. Then watch closely. Yui had little interest in this kind of battle. His mind focused solely on completing the task assigned by the school as quickly as possible. He then drew the Thunder Slash blade, sky-splitting strike. A massive blade aura tore through the air, heading straight for Hanli. Seeing this blade aura, Hanli felt an immense pressure coming his way. My earth element talent is not just for show. Watch how I block your strike, Hanli thought to himself, preparing to face it. Damn it! Hanli absolutely cannot take this strike head-on, the city lord shouted angrily, immediately rushing forward to try to block it. Hanli, do you realize that if this blade hits you, you'll already be a corpse, the city lord warned sternly. The match doesn't require the city lord's intervention. I will handle it myself. Hanli's voice was firm. Ridiculous. You're no match for him, you will lose, the city lord angrily rebuked. Although Hanli was unwilling in his heart, faced with the city lord's authority, he could only reluctantly step down from the arena. At this moment, Lu Xinran walked to her father's side and asked solemnly, "Father, if it were me facing Yu Yi's strike just now, would I have been able to withstand it?" Master Lu slowly shook his head and said, "I have never seen this martial technique before. If you were to face this strike, you would likely fare worse than Hanli. So, you should not challenge him. However, that Hanli might be worth challenging." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinran's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. "Father, why have I never heard of this person named Yui before? I only just learned about him myself. In the future, you can interact with him more," Master Lu said calmly. On the other side, Han Yunshan quickly walked toward the city lord and said gratefully, "Thank you for your assistance, city lord. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my son would likely have met a tragic fate." Han Yunshan respectfully clasped his fists and saluted the city lord. "No matter, just don't let him be so arrogant next time," the city lord said, looking at Hanli. Han Yunshan nodded and said, "Lear, do you know that without the city lord's help you might already have met your end?" "Father, although that strike was very powerful, I believe I could withstand it," Hanli responded firmly. "You still lack practical experience and are too arrogant." Han Yunshan sighed helplessly. "Forget it, losing might be good for you. It will help you understand that there's always someone better out there. The Dong family's secret realm in the neighboring city has a spot available. Go there later for some training." Hanli nodded. "I will definitely become stronger." Yui shook his head. He had originally thought Hanli would choose to resist or evade. Unexpectedly, he was so confident that he directly tried to block with his body. Although he had already used martial techniques and skills at the time, heavenly tier martial techniques were not something he could withstand. Then, Yui turned to look at Lu Xinran. "Do you want to challenge?" Lu Xinran shook her head. "I will challenge Hanli. The championship is yours." Yui nodded, feeling that a meaningless crushing victory was not as worthwhile as a balanced match. The audience and some family heads on site had not anticipated that Yui would win the championship. That strike just now was truly shocking. Isn't Yui's talent and spatial techniques? How is his blade technique so impressive? TSK really makes us commoners proud. It's been decades since a commoner won the championship. Many people nodded in agreement. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1000 talent points, spatial talent upgraded to SS level. Phew, SS level spatial talent. The power of the skill and the teleportation distance have both increased. Yui felt the changes in his talent and silently thought to himself. Meanwhile, the match between Lu Xinran and Hanli also concluded with Lu Xinran's victory. With that, the grand competition officially came to an end. "Ha, brother, he really won the championship. You're amazing." Skinny Monkey walked up to Yui with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Yui. You've really brought glory to our school this time." The other classmates also congratulated Yui, their tone full of admiration. "I knew Yui would definitely win. After all, he's the strongest in our school," another classmate chimed in. Facing everyone's congratulations, Yui smiled and expressed his thanks but did not respond much further. "Looks like I underestimated this kid." Zhao Guanshan shook his head as he watched Yui surrounded by the crowd, saying with a smile, "Old friend, you really chose the right person. He's truly extraordinary," the city lord said to Li Jiang. "Of course, you should know who made the choice," Li Jiang said with a hint of pride, as he was the one who had chosen the person. Many other factions were discussing how to approach Yui, hoping to recruit him. I hope this kid can understand the situation with Li Qingyue and not act recklessly," Li Jiang thought to himself with concern. Surrounded by the crowd, Yui greeted them briefly, then teleported away from the group and appeared beside the city lord. "City lord, did I deliver as promised?" Yui looked at the city lord and said. The city lord nodded with satisfaction. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Yui, come here, I have something to discuss with you." Seeing the principal's serious expression, Yui felt a tinge of unease rising in his heart. "Principal, may I ask what's the matter?" Yui asked in confusion. Principal Li Jiang, with a grave expression, stared at Yui and slowly said, "Do you have an older sister named Li Qingyue?" When Yui heard the principal say this, his heart tightened sharply, sensing that something was wrong. Yui replied nervously, "Yes, I do." "Principal, what happened? Did you give the jade I gave you to her?" "Just now, I sensed the jade shattering, so I hurried to look for it and ended up seeing her about to be kidnapped by two people. I intervened in time to save her, but don't worry, Li Qingyue is unharmed," the principal quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Yui's eyes widened in anger, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "What, was it the Huang family?" The principal frowned and nodded slowly. "Don't act impulsively. It's not the right time to confront the Huang family. The Huang family wields significant influence in this city and acts ruthlessly. Moreover, you injured his son yesterday. It's better to avoid them for now," the principal advised earnestly. Yui clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as fury burned within him and he fell into deep thought. "Am I still too weak? Do I not even have the chance to seek revenge?" he asked himself in bitter frustration. The principal noticed Yui's anger and quickly said, "I heard from your homeroom teacher that he gave you the slot for the Dong family's secret realm?" Yui calmed himself slightly and replied, "Yes, principal." "Why?" The principal's expression was solemn. "When the secret realm opens, Huang Hung from the Huang family will likely go as well. The highest strength in the secret realm is at the first stage of the third tier, and he will probably bring a protector. If you can kill a first stage third tier expert, you can eliminate Huang Hong without anyone knowing. Huang Hong is going to third tier first stage. I'm too weak right now, how can I kill him? Yui was filled with anxiety. The realm enhancement card, how could I forget about that? A wave of excitement surged in his heart. When the secret realm opens, it will be the day Huang Hong dies. Yui silently vowed, then asked, may I ask when the secret realm will open? The principal replied, in 1 week. Yui said gratefully, thank you, principal, for saving Li Qingyue. I have nothing to repay you with, but in the future, whenever you need me, I will give it my all. The principal nodded slightly, his gaze firm as he said, don't worry, when you need help, I'll come to you. But be careful. When killing someone in the secret realm, try not to let others see. If you can't defeat your opponent, don't force it. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Yui nodded solemnly, I understand, principal. Alright, the competition is over now. If you don't want to associate with those factions, you can go back and spend time with your little girlfriend. I will ensure her safety, the principal said gently. Thank you, principal. Yui expressed his gratitude once again. At this moment, he had no intention of engaging with those forces. He only wanted to return to her side as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he turned around and hurried toward Li Qingyue's home. Li Jiang watched Yui's departing figure and slowly said, I wonder if this kid can create a miracle? Before long, Yui arrived at Li Qingyue's doorstep. He stopped and knocked on the door somewhat urgently. From inside came Li Qingyue's slightly nervous and puzzled voice. Who is it? It's me, Xioi. Yui's voice was filled with concern, as gentle as a spring breeze, trying to dispel the anxiety in Li Qingyue's heart. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Qingyue's face instantly lit up with surprise, and she immediately opened the door. The moment she saw Yui, she could no longer suppress the grievances and fear in her heart. Her eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Yui stepped forward and gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. I'm back. His tone was extremely tender, like a gentle stream soothing Li Qingyue's wounded soul. Yui carefully wiped away her tears, his movements cautious, and a trace of regret surged in his heart. Regret for not dealing with Huang Hong sooner, so that Li Qingyue wouldn't have been so frightened. At that moment, a murderous intent grew stronger, and Yui's fists clenched slightly. The two of them walked into the house, holding each other. Yui carefully helped Li Qingyue sit down, his eyes full of worry, and softly asked, Qingyue, how are you feeling now? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Qingyue gently shook her head. I'm fine, I was just really scared at the time. Luckily, an elderly gentleman helped save me. Yui's gaze was resolute as he said firmly, it's all my fault for not protecting you. But don't worry, I won't let something like this happen again. I will make the Huang family pay the price. As he spoke, Yui clenched his fist tightly. Li Qingyue raised her head and saw the determination in Yui's eyes, feeling an immense warmth and reassurance in her heart. I believe in you. Afterward, she said somewhat sadly, Xiaoi, do you think Sister Qingyue is holding you back and feels useless? Yui gently patted her head. How could that be? Sister Qingyue, you've been taking care of me since I was little. Li Qingyue remained silent for a moment before softly replying, I'll also work hard to become useful, Xiaoi. This is a cruel and merciless world, where only great strength ensures survival. It seems I need to speed up and become stronger. Yui pondered silently. The pace of my cultivation is still too slow. He furrowed his brows, his heart filled with urgency. If others knew what Yui was thinking, they would surely roll their eyes at him. Goodness, you hardly train every day, while we work tirelessly around the clock and still can't match you. Yui looked at the mere 1,200 talent points in his hand and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this was far too little. I'll aim to reach tier 1 level 10 before entering the secret realm. He set a goal for himself. Yui had already discussed with the principal and planned to spend this week wholeheartedly accompanying Li Qingyue at home. Once the secret realm opens, he will participate. Currently, his vitality and mental strength are relatively close to tier 1 level 10, but the gap to tier 2 level 1 remains vast. Standing by the window, Yui gazed at the scenery outside, silently pondering. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar feline silhouette on the tree downstairs. Is it that cat? A trace of doubt flashed in Yui's eyes, and with a flicker of his figure, he teleported downstairs. Upon reaching downstairs, he began to investigate carefully. Cat, tier 2 level 7, seems like an unusual looking cat. It seems to be that cat, and her level has actually increased by 2 stages. Yui felt secretly surprised in his heart. Little Peach, is that you? Yui called out softly. Meow meow meow. Hello, it's me. What an interesting human. The cat responded cheerfully. Really, I thought you were that cat who specializes in stealing cakes and never comes back after taking them. Yui teased with a smile. You were curious yourself why you couldn't catch me, so I used a bit of spatial traversal. Meow, the cat said, swaying her tail. Yui nodded. It seems it really is because of my curiosity. Then you didn't have to disappear for so long, right? He said with some resentment. This princess. Because I wasn't skilled at traversing, I ended up in an unfamiliar place and got lost. I just got back, the cat explained angrily. Wow, a magical beast can actually get lost? That's absurd. Interesting human, do you have any more little cakes? Meow meow meow. The cat looked at Yui with great anticipation. Yui shook his head. If you become my pet, I'll give you little cakes and other delicious treats. How about that? Little Peach immediately shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. I am a princess. How could I possibly be your pet? Then you can forget about eating cake, Yui said, pretending to be serious. Meow. You bad person, the cat angrily exclaimed. How about this? From now on, you can follow me, and I'll give you little cakes. How does that sound? This isn't a master-servant relationship, Yui patiently said. Plus, I'll take you to explore the human world and taste all kinds of delicious food, he continued to entice. Little Peach thought for a moment. That doesn't sound too bad. Then this princess will reluctantly agree to your proposal. Without hesitation, Yui spent 200 talent points to exchange for 2 exquisite cakes and immediately took them out. Here, he handed them to Little Peach. Little Peach's eyes immediately lit up like brilliant stars the moment she saw the cake. She happily exclaimed, meow, 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 and couldn't wait to start eating. I wonder if this cake, which isn't exchanged from the system, will do. Yui frowned slightly, pondering to himself. If he kept using talent points to exchange for little cakes for Little Peach, he feared he would soon be eaten into poverty. This little kitty, so adorably silly, and just a few pieces of cake are enough to win her over. I hope you'll bring me some surprises in the future, Yui said softly as he watched Little Peach enjoying her cake. Is it delicious? Yui asked with a smile. Meow. Delicious, I feel like my cultivation has loosened a little bit, Little Peach answered contentedly. Then come with me, jump onto my shoulder, and I'll take you to my home, Yui said gently. Little Peach obediently nodded, leapt lightly, and landed steadily on Yui's shoulder. Then, Yui used teleportation and instantly returned to his home. Meow meow meow, is this your home? There are so many strange things here. Little Peach, like a curious child, was filled with excitement about everything in the room, looking around here and there. Afterward, Yui patiently introduced some methods for using the furniture and explained their respective functions. Little Peach had an exceptional ability to learn and quickly figured everything out. I wonder if this cat eats vegetables, Yui pondered to himself. Why not give it a try? With that, Yui headed to the kitchen, ready to showcase his cooking skills by preparing a few dishes. Although he didn't know how to cook in this world before crossing over, he had been an orphan who had to fend for himself. He started cooking at a young age and had become highly skilled and proficient in the art of cooking. Soon, Yui had prepared 2 delicious dishes, braised fish and octopus takoyaki. Meow, 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 what smells so good? What are you secretly eating without me? Little Peach followed the aroma and ran over. Some food. Do you want to try it? Yui asked with a smile. Meow meow meow, it smells so good. Little Peach leaned forward and then began to eat heartily. Meow meow meow. Delicious, delicious. But it seems like my level hasn't improved after eating, though it really tastes great. Yui thought to himself, of course there's no improvement. After all, this isn't some special food from the system. It seems this little kitten is just like humans, eating human food. Looks like the food issue is solved. Yui looked at Little Peach thoughtfully. Could it be that she might transform in the future? He continued pondering. Judging by appearances, Little Peach is still a little female cat. Could she transform into a beauty? Yui secretly speculated in his heart, his lips curling into a slight smile. If she transforms into a beauty someday, that wouldn't be too bad. This princess is full. Thank you for the hospitality. After eating her fill, Little Peach lazily ran to the sofa and fell asleep lying down. Goodness, I was planning to ask her some questions, but I didn't expect her to fall asleep right after eating. Forget it, I'll wait until Little Peach wakes up to talk. Asking her now would be rather inappropriate. Sister Chinue should be waking up soon. Let's make her something delicious. With that, Yui got busy preparing dinner for Lee Chinue. After all, Lee Chinue had taken care of him for so long, and he should take good care of her in return. Yui walked into the kitchen and started working. He skillfully chopped and stir-fried, his movements smooth and effortless, as if he was already accustomed to this kind of life. Before long, he had prepared 2 plates of home-cooked dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted amazing. Carrying the steaming hot food, he arrived at Lee Chingue's home. Slowly walking to the bedroom door, he gently pushed it open, only to see Lee Chingue still sweetly asleep. He softly called out, Sister Chingue, wake up and eat. His voice was incredibly gentle. Lee Chingue slowly opened her eyes, her sleepy gaze falling on Yui. She sat up, lazily rubbed her eyes, and asked, Shall we? How long did I sleep? Yui smiled and replied, Not long at all. You need to rest well, sleeping more is good for your health. 1 hour later, I specially made 2 simple home-cooked dishes for you. Get up and have a bite. Lee Chingue was deeply moved and said, Shall we? Thank you. It has always been me taking care of you, and now it's your turn to take care of me. Yui quickly shook his head and gently comforted her. It's nothing. You've taken care of me so attentively for so many years. Now it's my turn to take care of you. Come on, eat up, Sister Chingue. As Yui spoke, he gently placed the dishes on the table in the bedroom. Lee Chingue nodded, put put on her slippers, and walked over to sit at the dining table. Looking at the dishes laid out on the table and smelling the enticing aroma, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good, Xiaoyi. Just looking at it makes me feel like it's delicious." Yui smiled and said, "Of course. Hurry and try it to see if it suits your taste." Li Qingyue picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of food, and put it in her mouth. After savoring it carefully, she couldn't stop praising, "Delicious. I really didn't expect your cooking skills to be this good, Xiaoyi." Yui smiled smugly, "Of course. You were always the one busy in the kitchen before. Today, it's my turn to show off a bit." "Thank you, Xiaoyi. Eat more, Qingyue. In a week, I have to go to the secret realm. This week, I'll dedicate all my time to being with you." "Going to the secret realm? Will it be dangerous?" Upon hearing that he was going to the secret realm, Li Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, instantly filled with worry. After all, the place was full of unknowns and unpredictable dangers. Yui reassured her, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back safe and sound." Li Qingyue still couldn't help but worry. "But, don't worry, I will be careful. You can quit your job, and the principal will ensure your safety for the next week. What about you? I'm scared and worried about you." Li Qingyue's voice carried a hint of concern and tremor. "I'll be fine, don't worry about me. I'll spend this week with you, Sister Qingyue." Yui smiled at her, his eyes full of tenderness and love. She nodded slightly, though there was still some unease in her heart. After all, the secret realm was no ordinary place, where opportunities and dangers coexisted. But seeing the determination and confidence in his gaze, she chose not to say more. Then, Li Qingyue continued savoring the delicious dishes Yui had carefully prepared, her face glowing with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Little Peach woke up and staggered over, her appearance catching Li Qingyue's attention. When Li Qingyue saw Little Peach's adorable look, her eyes immediately lit up. "Nini, come here." However, Little Peach responded bluntly, "Who are you? How dare you rudely summon this princess?" Li Qingyue was startled by Little Peach's words, secretly amazed. This cat could actually talk. Yui noticed Li Qingyue's surprised expression and quickly explained, "Sister Qingyue, don't be afraid. This cat is no ordinary pet. Its level of cultivation is very high. I found it on the big tree downstairs and invited it to live with me. Rest assured, it poses no threat to us." After listening to Yui's explanation, Li Qingyue nodded slightly to show her understanding, but there was still a hint of surprise in her eyes. Little Peach looked at the delicious food on the table and said discontentedly, "Interesting humans, why are you secretly enjoying these delicacies without me?" Yui replied with a smile, "I saw you went to sleep after eating, so I didn't wake you up. Besides, these foods were originally prepared for Qingyue, not specifically made for you." After hearing this, Little Peach didn't say anything, thinking to itself that it wasn't hungry and would wait until it was. So it said to Yui, "Anyway, I'm not hungry. When I am, you, this interesting human, can make me something." Yui frowned upon hearing this and corrected, "Don't call me an interesting human. You can call me Master or Yui." Little Peach disdainfully replied, "I would never call you Master." "Yui, huh? Alright, let's go with that." Yui nodded and then asked, "Was it you who injured people with the beasts some time ago?" Actually, he had already asked this question the first time he met this cat, but Little Peach hadn't responded back then. Little Peach explained, "Are you talking about those humans who harbored ill intentions toward me? They saw my beauty and wanted to claim me as their own, so I punished them a little." Yui nodded, thinking that everything now made sense. After all, if a beast appeared in the city and injured people without being discovered, it must either be a spatial-type beast or one like Little Peach, with an adorable appearance. Otherwise, the management department would have noticed and investigated long ago. Yui curiously asked, "What about your parents?" Little Peach said casually, "They always keep an eye on me, so I sneaked out." Yui asked in surprise, "Are your parents very powerful?" Little Peach thought seriously and then replied, "According to you humans, my father should be a 10th tier demon beast." Yui widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "What? What tier? Level 10 demon beast?" Yui couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's really impressive." He suddenly realized, no wonder Little Peach could talk as soon as she was born. Turns out she has such a powerful father. Yui asked curiously, "Don't they look for you? Aren't they worried about you?" Little Peach confidently said, "I sneaked out, and ordinary people can't catch me." Yui thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, this cat was a spatial-type magical beast capable of space traversal. Those powerful enough to catch it wouldn't be interested in an ordinary-looking ragdoll cat. The reason Yui could sense the extraordinary nature of this cat was precisely because he possessed detection abilities. Yui looked at Little Peach and introduced, "She won't have any ill intentions toward you, don't worry." Little Peach blinked her eyes and said, "Meow, got it." Yui's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but curiously ask, "It seems that after transforming, demon beasts share some similar living habits with humans. So, when will you transform?" Xiao Taozi shook her head, looking a bit puzzled. "Meow? I don't know." Yui stroked his chin, deep in thought. "It should be when your cultivation reaches a certain level that you can transform, right? After all, you're not an ordinary demon beast." Xiao Taozi yawned, nodded, and stretched lazily. Then, leisurely said, "I'm going back to sleep. Don't bother me unless it's important, okay? Remember, Remember, you promised to take me to explore the human world. After saying that, it wobbled back to Yui's house. Yui nodded with a smile, no problem. Afterward, Li Qingyue watched as little Peach left, her gaze falling on Yui, hesitating to speak. Yui noticed her gaze, turned to look at her, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it." Li Qingyue pursed her lips. "Xiaoyi, this little kitten doesn't seem ordinary. How did you trick it into coming?" Yui chuckled. "With tasty food, of course. Will you take this little kitten with you to the secret realm?" Li Qingyue asked. "I'm not sure about that. I don't even know if I can bring it in. If I can't, I'll let little Peach stay home to keep you company and protect you." Hearing this, Li Qingyue nodded and said nothing more. Hospital. Elder Zhang, "Young master, the people we sent are dead, and they didn't capture him." Huang Heng frowned, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. "Useless. Can't even handle a small matter. Subordinate admits fault. Please punish me, young master." Elder Zhang lowered his head, not daring to look Huang Heng in the eye. However, before Huang Heng could speak, Huang Tianba walked in. He looked at Elder Zhang and waved his hand. "You may leave for now." Elder Zhang exited the hospital room slowly, as if granted amnesty. Huang Tianba turned his head, his face dark as he looked at Huang Heng and coldly asked, "Who did you send people to capture?" Huang Heng hesitated for a moment before answering softly, "Yui has a sister named Li Qingyue. So you went to capture her, but ended up failing?" Huang Tianba's tone carried a hint of anger. Huang Heng hurriedly explained, "I didn't expect those two second-tier martial artists to die there while dealing with a woman." Huang Tianba's gaze turned cold. "Humph, can't you think things through properly before acting? Not only did we fail to capture her, but we've also let the other side know we're planning to make a move against them." Huang Heng lowered his head, gritting his teeth. "I was wrong, father." Huang Tianba was silent for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. "During the competition, I saw the principal of the 9th martial arts leave for a while. He must have gone to rescue that woman named Li Qingyue." Huang Heng suddenly understood. "So that's it. It seems this principal is really invested in Yui. He must have given Yui some kind of life-saving method, which Yui then passed on to Li Qingyue." Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, "But now that the matter has been exposed, how should we respond next?" Huang Tianba waved his hand, his attitude appearing indifferent. "No matter, even if Li Jiang caught the two people we sent, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Besides, those two are already dead. Don't forget, we are the Huang family of Qingchuan City. The authorities won't turn against us over an ordinary civilian." However, Huang Tianba's tone suddenly shifted, becoming serious. "But after this incident, Yui must be eliminated. He is a potential threat. His growth rate is simply too fast." Huang Heng frowned slightly and asked, "Does father have a specific solution?" Huang Tianba pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, he is in the limelight, especially after just winning first place in the Qingchuan City competition. He is under attention, so now is not the right time to act against him." When Huang Heng heard that Yui was the first place winner of the Qingchuan City competition, his face instantly darkened, and his hands clenched into fists. Huang Tianba saw this and sneered coldly, "Humph, his ability to win first place in the Qingchuan City competition is no coincidence. He must be hiding a secret. If we don't eliminate him early, he might pose an even greater threat to the Huang family in the future." Huang Heng nodded slightly, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He had long harbored resentment toward Yui and wanted to eliminate him, but had never succeeded. However, he had to admit that Yui's growth and strength was astonishing. From the ranking competition to the college selection tournament, his growth rate even surpassed some SSS-level talents. For the family, any potential threat could not be underestimated, especially a young and rapidly growing opponent like Yui. Moreover, there was already deep hatred between them. If he were allowed to develop freely, he would undoubtedly become a major threat to the Huang family in the future. Huang Tianba said gravely, "We should have eliminated Yui, this scourge, earlier. Unfortunately, we missed the opportunity. However, before the martial exam, I don't believe he won't leave the city. Be patient, and the opportunity will naturally arise." Subsequently, Huang Tianba revealed a sinister cold smile. "If it really doesn't work out after you return from the secret realm, I think the Heretics Church might be interested in a rapidly growing super genius, don't you think?" Huang Heng's originally gloomy face regained a hint of madness upon hearing the words Heretics Church. Then, Huang Tianba turned to Huang Heng and earnestly advised, "The most important thing right now is for you to focus on recuperating and recovering as quickly as possible. A week from now, the secret realm of the Dong family in the neighboring city will open. This is a rare opportunity." Huang Heng nodded firmly, indicating that he understood his father's intentions and promised to give it his all. This was his chance to prove to his father that he was not a failure. Huang Tianba looked at his son's resolute expression and felt slightly relieved, but he couldn't help sighing softly. "I hope you won't disappoint me again this time." "Father, I definitely won't let you down." "Alright, take good care of yourself. I'll go back and handle family matters first. I'll send someone to inform you before the secret realm opens." Huang Tianba finished speaking and turned to leave the ward. Huang Heng lay on the bed, his mood extremely agitated. He clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. "Yui, once the secret realm ends, it will be your death day. He recalled the humiliation and setbacks he had suffered, and a flame of revenge ignited in his heart. Once you're dead, Li Qingyue will be mine. Ha ha ha. The more Huang Heng thought about it, the more excited he became, unable to resist laughing wildly toward the sky. His face flushed red with extreme excitement, and a crazed gleam flickered in his eyes. Today was the last day to head to the secret realm. Over the past week, Yui had spent almost all his time accompanying Li Qingyue, taking her and Little Peach around Qingchuan City for sightseeing. Today, Yui used all the remaining money. He had to purchase qi and blood pills and spirit liquids to enhance his strength. With the use of these pills and liquids, combined with a week of cultivation practice, his qi and blood, as well as his mental strength, both broke through the 10th level of the first tier. A powerful force surged within him. Qi and blood, 14569, mental strength, 15,049, with the first level of the second tier being 20,000. With every breath, he could feel the surging qi and blood within his body, as if it could erupt at any moment. At the same time, his mental strength had also seen a significant boost, making his thoughts sharper and his insight keener. Meanwhile, the number of talent points had grown astonishingly. Through completing daily tasks over the week, combined with the original 1,000 points, he had now accumulated an impressive 2,400 points. This was undoubtedly a safety net for further enhancing his strength. Taking a deep breath and feeling the changes within his body, Yui couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement and anticipation in his heart. Phew, I still need to be cautious in the secret realm. Besides the Huang family, there are also other forces with newly awakened individuals, and they all have protectors, likely including third-tier experts. After all, aside from the Huang family, the other forces were not to be underestimated either. Moreover, they might have third-tier protectors accompanying them, which undoubtedly increased the level of danger. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID was the principal, he immediately answered the call. The principal asked with concern, "How are your preparations coming along?" The principal was clearly very worried about Yuyi's safety. He absolutely couldn't afford for anything to happen to this kid. After all, he was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. The principal then reminded him that he would be departing for the neighboring Lishan city tomorrow morning to participate in the secret realm. He also cautioned Yui to act carefully, as many forces in the city would also be participating in this secret realm, including the Han family and the daughter of Lu Yi from the underground black market. These forces typically brought third-tier experts as protectors. Therefore, the principal advised him to avoid conflicts with these forces as much as possible to prevent unnecessary trouble. However, if he encountered danger, he could seek shelter from certain forces in the city, with the Han family being a good option. The city lord will personally escort you to ensure your safety, while I will protect Li Qingyue, so you don't need to worry. After hanging up the phone, Yui fell into deep thought. The principal's advice made a lot of sense, but it was a pity that this E-level secret realm had a maximum strength limit of below the first level of the third tier. If it were an F-level secret realm, Yui could dominate within it. The strength limit for an F-level secret realm was below the first level of the second tier. However, the higher the level of the secret realm, the richer the resources. Taking a gamble could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more generous the rewards. I still need to be cautious. I only have one realm advancement card, and I must save this realm enhancement card to deal with Huang Heng. When the time comes, I'll use this realm enhancement card to gain as many resources as possible. However, Yui was full of confidence in the realm enhancement card. After all, he wielded the Chaos Divine Thunder, capable of obliterating opponents with a single strike. As Yui pondered, a knocking sound came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyi, come out and take a break. It's time for dinner. Yui stepped out of the room and enjoyed dinner together with Li Qingyue. Morning, Xiaoyi, Li Qingyue said with a smile. Yui nodded. Good morning, Qingyue Jia. Then he turned and went back to the kitchen to continue his work. Before long, he had breakfast ready, and the two quickly finished eating. Yui looked at Li Qingyue gently and said, Qingyue Jia, I'll be heading to the secret realm in a little while. Stay home and wait for me to come back, okay? Li Qingyue's face showed worry and reluctance, but she still nodded and said, I'll wait for you at home. Make sure you come back safely. Yui reassured her, don't worry, I will definitely return safely. After speaking, Yui couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't seen any sign of Xiao Taozi this morning. As he thought about it, he left Li Qingyue's house, returned to his own, and softly called out, Xiao Taozi, where are you? Little Peach lazily opened her eyes, stretched, and then complained, Meow Yui, you woke up this princess. Yui couldn't help but laugh and teased, you little rascal, the sun's already shining on your back and you're just getting up, like a little pig. Little Peach glared at Yui and protested, Humph, what's wrong with me sleeping? I'm a princess. Hearing this, Yui nodded and seriously asked, Ahem, are you planning to go to the secret realm with me, or stay home to protect Li Qingyue? Little Peach blinked and meowed, going to the secret realm? Of course, let's go. Yui thought to himself, since that's the case, he might as well take her along. Principal Li Qingyue had said she would protect her, so it should should be fine. Besides, Little Peach's ability to escape was quite strong. If he encountered danger, she could also come to his rescue. Although he wasn't sure about Little Peach's combat abilities and her level hadn't exceeded the limit, he still nodded. Alright, then you can come with me to the secret realm, but don't run around when the time comes. Little Peach excitedly wagged her tail. No problem. Don't worry, this cat is very obedient. She continued. Yui, hurry up and make me some delicious food to make up for my bad night's sleep. Yui nodded and prepared to continue cooking. As he skillfully chopped vegetables, he thought about the next steps. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something seemed off, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten something important: the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 2,000 talent points. The system's voice sounded. Upon hearing the news, Yui revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, now I have 4,400 talent points. At critical moments, I can make a significant improvement. As he thought excitedly, Yui's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lord Mayor. Yui answered the phone. Yui, how's the preparation going? Remember to arrive at the school before 11 o'clock. I'll take you to the secret realm of the Dong family in the neighboring city. Your principal has already explained everything to me, the mayor asked with concern. Everything's ready. I'll head over shortly. Thank you for your concern, Lord Mayor. Alright, if there's anything else you need help with, let me know anytime. Got it, I will give it my all, Yui replied firmly. That's good. I'm looking forward to your performance in the secret realm, but be careful. With that, the city lord hung up the phone. Phew, with Little Peach's help, the danger level of the secret realm should be greatly reduced. Not bad, then make her some more delicious food. Saying this, Yui continued working on the dishes in his hands. After preparing breakfast, Yui watched as Little Peach finished eating and got ready to head to school. While Little Peach enjoyed the meal, Yui went to the martial artist building to purchase some items, including recovery potions and medicines for restoring spiritual energy and vitality. After completing the purchases, he returned home, looked at the lazy Little Peach, and said, "Let's go, Little Peach. Are you satisfied now?" "Full," Little Peach replied happily. "Meow. Interesting human, you did well. Then remember to protect me in the secret realm, okay? Your cultivation level is so high, and you can even teleport. If we can't win, make sure to take me and escape." Little Peach answered confidently, "No problem." After greeting Yui and Li Qingyue, he also informed the city lord about his departure. Not long after, Yui arrived at the entrance of the 9th Martial Arts School. He saw the homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, standing at the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Dong Lei quickly stepped forward when he saw Yui and said worriedly, "Yui, you're here. The principal has already told me about your trip to the secret realm. He will take responsibility, but I'm still a bit worried, so I came to check on you. After all, you don't have a protector, which makes me very concerned." Yui said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern, homeroom teacher. If it weren't for the spot you gave me, I wouldn't have had the chance to go. And please rest assured, I will definitely return safely." Dong Lei nodded. "Alright, kid, you'd better keep it that way. Take good care of yourself." "I will, homeroom teacher. I haven't repaid you yet." As soon as the words were spoken, the city lord arrived. Feng Xiaodong asked, "Yui, are you ready? You don't have a protector, so be careful when the time comes." "Thank you for your concern, city lord. I am fully prepared. In that case, no more nonsense, let's go. I'll take you to the secret realm of the Dong family next door." Yui nodded. "I don't know whether giving you the secret realm quota is good or bad," Dong Lei said, looking at the departing Yui with some concern. Soon, the city lord brought Yui to the location of the Dong family's secret realm, where quite a few people had already gathered. After all, the opening slots for the family secret realm are usually allocated to people related to or cooperating with the family, so quite a few have come. The head of the Dong family, Dong Chuanwu, saw Feng Xiaodong arriving and immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "It's truly an honor to have City Lord Feng here." Feng Xiaodong responded with a smile, "I brought a young friend along and hope the Dong family can take good care of him." City Lord Feng is too kind. Anyone associated with City Lord Feng will naturally be well taken care of by us. Dong Chuanwu readily agreed. Feng Xiaodong nodded in gratitude and said, "Then I must thank the head of the Dong family." As time passed, more and more family forces arrived one after another, creating an exceptionally lively scene. At this moment, the secret realm was about to open, and people's excitement grew increasingly intense. "Young master, I think I just saw Yui." Elder Zhang leaned close to Huang Heng's ear and whispered, "What? Yui? How could he appear here?" Huang Heng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, showing a hint of surprise. After all, although this was just an E-level secret realm, it was almost inaccessible to ordinary people like Yui. "I'm not entirely sure. I just saw him walking alongside our city lord, but I don't know anything beyond that." Elder Zhang shook his head, indicating his limited knowledge. Huang Heng gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, that guy must have been given a spot to enter the secret realm by the city lord." His heart was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. "I just wonder if the city lord has assigned a protector to accompany Yui," Elder Zhang said. Huang Huang Hung pondered for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and said coldly, when he enters, check if there's a protector accompanying him. If not, then kill him directly in the secret realm. Elder Zhang nodded and replied, understood. Welcome everyone, my Dong family's secret realm is classified as an E-level secret realm and has not been opened for 5 years. Dong Chuanwu stood at a high point and said loudly, this year, our Dong family has specially opened the secret realm and invited everyone to explore it together. The reason is that our family has produced an SSS level talent. Before entering the secret realm, please verify your identity. We will cross-check with the list. After finishing his words, Dong Chuanwu took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, the secret realm is open. These 4 words echoed like a great bell throughout the entire venue, moving everyone present. Following his command, the crowd began to stir, and many people got up and headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Feng Xiaodong said to the young friend, go ahead, come back alive and well. Yui nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and continued walking toward the entrance of the secret realm. Young master, Yui seems to be entering the secret realm alone, without a protector, Elder Zhang said in a low voice. Huang Han laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, ha, heaven is on my side. Today will surely be Yui's death day. Let's go in as well. If my father knows I can kill Yui, he will definitely praise me. After speaking, he took Elder Zhang and prepared to enter the secret realm. When Yui arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man responsible for verifying information stopped him. Hey, young man, don't you have a protector? The middle-aged man asked. Yui shook his head and replied, no. The middle-aged man kindly reminded, you don't have a protector, so you'd better not go in. If you can't even defeat the beasts, let alone obtain any treasures. Yui smiled slightly, expressing his gratitude, but his tone was firm. Thank you for the reminder, but I still want to go in. Seeing Yui's determination, the middle-aged man sighed helplessly. Alright then, take out your warrior badge, and I'll verify it. Yui took the warrior badge from his chest and handed it to the middle-aged man. The man accepted the badge, carefully examined it, and said, Yui does exist. The quota was given by the branch family member Don Lei. Here's the secret realm map, go ahead. Yui nodded, took the map, and stepped into the secret realm without hesitation. He entered together with Little Peach. This guy is really reckless, even bringing a little kitten in with him. Someone shook their head upon seeing Yui with the kitten. At this moment, Feng Xiaodong saw Yui enter the secret realm and took out his phone to call Li Jiang. The call was quickly connected, and a man's voice came through. What's the matter, City Lord Feng? Feng Xiaodong said, he's already gone in. Aren't you worried something might happen to him? Li Jiang laughed on the other end of the phone. Afraid? Of course, I'm afraid something might happen to him. But he's not ordinary. If he were just a regular first-tier 9th level martial artist, how could he walk into the secret realm so fearlessly? Yet he went in without hesitation, which shows he has absolute confidence in himself. We just need to wait patiently and see how far he can go. Feng Xiaodong sighed and said, alright, I hope he really can make it out alive. Li Jiang smiled and replied, don't worry, I believe he definitely can. With that, he hung up the phone. After entering the secret realm, Yui felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had been randomly transported to a lush forest. So this is the secret realm? Not bad at all, Yui remarked with emotion. This was his first time stepping into the secret realm, having only seen it on his phone before. Immediately, he thought of Little Peach. Little Peach must have come in too, right? He turned his head and saw Little Peach standing steadily on his shoulder, curiously looking around. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Task issued. Explore the secret realm and obtain the most precious item within. Completing the task will earn 2,000 talent points. Ha! The system hasn't made a sound in ages. This task seems pretty good, but the problem is, what exactly counts as the most precious item in the secret realm? Yui frowned, pondering to himself. He knew nothing about this secret realm, making it difficult to determine what might be considered valuable. Thinking of this, Yui opened the map for a closer look. Although the map was simple, it roughly marked the locations of various areas and the positions of exits. It seems I need to proceed cautiously. After all, most people here have guardians accompanying them. If conflicts can be avoided, it's best to avoid them. However, as for Huang Hung, I must make sure he dies here. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Yui's eyes. At this moment, Little Peach suddenly spoke. So this is the secret realm? Doesn't seem like there's anything fun here. Yui glanced at it helplessly and said with a smile, don't worry, once we get out, I'll definitely take you out to have fun. But the premise is that you must ensure my safety, okay? Little Peach's eyes lit up as it extended its paw to lightly pat Yui's shoulder. It's a deal, meow. Yui looked at the adorable Little Peach and couldn't help but reach out to stroke its head. Suddenly, Yui thought of something and asked, by the way, Little Peach, how good are you at fighting? Are you strong? Little Peach squinted her eyes comfortably as Yui stroked her. Upon hearing his words, she opened her eyes and confidently said, fighting? I don't know. I've never fought before, but I think it should be fine. Yui nodded. Then later, we'll find a few beasts for you to practice on. He secretly muttered to himself, hoping Little Peach had some strength. The beasts here were all at least second second tier, with the highest level still unknown. Yui found it extremely difficult to navigate this place, but with Little Peach, the situation seemed different. Little Peach was at the second tier, 7th level, and a spatial-type beast. Yui always felt her strength should be formidable. After all, this little cat couldn't even be fully analyzed by his own detection skills. Afterward, Yui cautiously led Little Peach deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered many spirit herbs, such as Earth Spirit, Grass and Wood Spirit Grass. Although these spirit herbs were common, their sheer quantity was dazzling. It was well known that finding spirit herbs in the wild required considerable effort, but in this secret realm, it was much easier. Just as Yui was happily collecting spirit herbs, he suddenly heard the roar of a giant bear. Following the sound, he saw a massive bear covered in rocks not far away. The Rock Bear, 2nd tier, 8th level, with exceptional defense and minor control over rock elements. Wow, 2nd tier, 8th level? There's no way I can beat that. Yui exclaimed as he looked at the rock bear in front of him. Currently, he was only at 1st tier, 10th level, not even having broken through to the 2nd tier. How could he possibly win? It was hopeless. While speaking, Yui turned to look at Little Peach beside him. Little Peach, why don't you try using that bear for some practice? Yui thought to himself that if they really couldn't win, Little Peach could simply use her spatial teleportation skill to escape easily, so there shouldn't be any major issues. If they could win, it would also serve as a demonstration of her strength. Little Peach looked at the rock bear in the distance. That bear is so big. Since that's the case, considering how well you've treated me this past week, I'll help you kill him. With that, Little Peach swung her paw, unleashing 2 attacks formed by condensed energy. The attack struck the rock bear, causing only some cracks to appear on its surface without inflicting any substantial damage. Yui had expected Little Peach to unleash some grand move, but to his surprise, she merely said, indifferently, "Is that all?" Little Peach glanced at the distant rock bear, thinking to herself that this seemed different from the humans she had encountered before. Normally, she would use this method to teach a lesson to those humans who meant her harm, but the skin of this bear seemed unusually tough. Meow. Time to get serious. She waved her paw, and an invisible spatial blade instantly sliced the space around the rock bear in half. The rock bear's defenses collapsed in an instant, leaving it covered in deep wounds, blood gushing out as it howled in pain. Then, with another spatial slash, Little Peach cut the rock bear cleanly in two, leaving no chance of survival. Amazing. So this is spatial slicing? How cool. Yui couldn't help but marvel as he watched Little Peach's display of spatial slicing. He also realized that Little Peach's spatial talent was on par with a human's SSS level spatial ability. So, how was that? I wasn't holding back this time, was I? Little Peach asked proudly. Yui nodded in admiration. It was indeed incredible. Little Peach smugly replied, "Of course. I'm not just good at running away." With that, she swished her tail, looking very pleased with herself. Seeing how powerful Little Peach was, Yui felt a surge of confidence, believing that she would pose no threat to enemies below the 3rd tier. This way, he no longer needed to act cautiously and could move freely. If they encountered enemies above the 3rd tier, they could simply retreat. For those below the 3rd tier, they could strike and eliminate them directly. With this thought, he decided to seek out Huang Hong to execute his plan to kill him. Huang Hong had lived far too long and deserved to die. This would also be an act of eliminating evil for the greater good. Without hesitation, he stored the corpse of the rock bear in his system backpack. After all, it was a 2nd tier, 8th level beast and quite valuable. After organizing everything, Yui and Little Peach continued on their journey. In another part of the secret realm, Elder Zhang respectfully said to Huang Hong, "Young master, the location of the enlightenment fruit is in the most dangerous area on the map." Huang Hong pondered for a moment before asking, "Should we go seize the enlightenment fruit first, or hunt down Yui?" The news about the enlightenment fruit has already reached other powerful factions, and they will surely come to compete for it. There will definitely be beasts guarding the enlightenment fruit tree. We can wait for them to weaken each other before making our move. Huang Hong continued, "But before that, the top priority is to eliminate Yui. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live." In the secret realm, Yui had no protector, making this a perfect opportunity. If he could eliminate Yui and then obtain the enlightenment fruit, his father would surely look at him in a new light. The more Huang Hong thought about it, the more excited he became. Elder Zhang nodded in understanding after hearing this. At this moment, Yui was unaware that Huang Hong was searching for him. If he had known, he would have been grateful for Huang Hong's arrival, saving him the trouble of seeking him out. Once Huang Hong found him, it would mark his end. Yui continued walking forward with Little Peach, pondering how to complete the system's task and locate the most precious item in the secret realm. Thus, he decided to head to the most dangerous area on the map. Typically, the most valuable treasures are often hidden in the most perilous places, where danger and opportunity coexist. "Hey, which family are you from? You don't even have a protector." A voice suddenly rang out, spoken by a slightly short, fair-skinned young man, accompanied by an elder in a black robe. Upon hearing the voice, Yui stopped in his tracks, turned around, and carefully observed them. After some scrutiny, scrutiny, Yui learned that the young man was named by Shola, possessing a first-tier 6th-level blood energy and a first-tier 6th-level spirit, with the talent of S-Wind element. The black-robed elder behind him was a third-tier blood energy expert. Faced with by Shola's questioning, Yui did not show any panic but calmly replied, "My protector and I are temporarily separated, but we will reunite soon." The young man's attitude toward him was still unclear. He might harbor malice or might not. Thus, Yui fabricated a lie about his protector to ensure his safety. If Bai Shola had any ill intentions, he would likely hesitate due to the supposed presence of a protector. Although Yui had a realm enhancement card, it was reserved for Huang Heng. He would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Bai Shola nodded after hearing this. "Then, do you want to join us? It's so dangerous here. Moving together would allow us to look out for each other." Yui shook his head. "No need. I'll be meeting up with my protector soon. Thank you for your kindness." After saying this, he resolutely continued forward. Watching Yui's gradually receding figure, Bai Shola muttered to himself in confusion, "So aloof. Wouldn't it be better to act together?" The elderly man in the black robe smiled faintly and explained, "This young man is quite cautious. He doesn't know whether we are friend or foe, so he remains vigilant and is unwilling to travel with us." After hearing the elderly man's words, Bai Shola found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. Yui continued to move forward according to the locations marked on the map, encountering numerous beasts along the way. Those he couldn't defeat himself were handled by Xiao Taozi, who easily subdued the beasts. Not far ahead, Yui saw two young men and their respective guardians joining forces to hunt a massive beast. This beast had 2 heads and emitted a nauseating aura from its entire body. Two-headed venomous python, 3rd tier, 2nd level. A venomous python with 2 heads that possesses a certain mastery of poison elements. Its venom is highly corrosive and can easily dissolve anything. Yui saw the 2 guardians encircling and attacking the two-headed venomous python and stopped to watch from a distance. Before long, under the fierce assault of the 2 guardians, the python finally collapsed heavily to the ground and transformed into a deep green beast core. Yui looked at the beast in front of him, which unexpectedly dropped a demon core, feeling a bit envious. It's actually a demon core. This was the demon core of a 3rd tier, 2nd level beast. Yui had killed at least over 1,000 beasts before obtaining a single demon core. One could imagine the rarity of demon cores, let alone one from a 3rd tier, 2nd level beast. Initially, he had planned to leave once the beast was dead, as the corpse of a 3rd tier beast didn't particularly interest him. However, the appearance of the demon core forced him to reconsider. The value of a demon core and a beast's corpse was worlds apart, and right in front of him was a 3rd tier, 2nd level demon core. To obtain it, he would have to face the 2 3rd tier, 1st level guardians. Unless he used a realm enhancement card, it would be difficult to contend with them. Just as Yui was hesitating, something unexpected happened. "Ha ha ha, it's actually a demon core. The final blow was delivered by my guardian, so there's no problem with me claiming this demon core, right?" the red-haired youth said loudly. "Oof, why should I?" "Wishful thinking. If it weren't for my guardian holding back the 2-headed venomous python, how could you have possibly succeeded in killing it?" "I deserve half of its value," retorted another tall teenager. "Ha ha ha, I've only been using you all to kill this beast, and I didn't expect there to be a demon core. You clowns, now you can die even more miserably. Take action." The red-haired teenager shouted angrily, ordering his guardian to prepare to seize the demon core. "Humph, truly ruthless. If you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Attack!" The tall young man was equally unwilling to back down, ordering his protector to prepare for battle. Thus, an intense fight broke out between the 2 young men and their protectors. Yui saw the scene and secretly rejoiced, as the conflict caused by unequal distribution led them to start vying for the prize. Wait until they both suffer heavy losses, then I'll go out and snatch the demon core, he couldn't help but think. Ding! Task issued, seize this 3rd tier 2nd level demon core, reward, talent points, 1,000. Oh wow, the system has issued a task. Then this demon core must be mine. Yui felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was a rare opportunity. This place was within a secret realm, so who would know even if he committed murder and arson? Besides, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was the ultimate truth. The 2 guardians engaged in battle were both at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. Similarly, the 2 youths had comparable levels, making it difficult to deal a fatal blow to each other. Yui patiently waited, finally seeing them determine the victor. In the end, the red-haired youth's guardian paid a heavy price, suffering a severe injury and losing an arm, barely managing to kill the tall youth and his guardian. "It's my turn now," Yui said to himself. "Ha ha ha, overestimating yourself. How dare you compete with me for something I have my eyes on? This is your fate," the red-haired youth mocked as he looked at the corpse. Afterward, he swaggered over to the demon core, preparing to pick it up. However, before he could touch the crystal core, Yui suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed the demon core first. Not bad." Yui nodded in satisfaction. The red-haired youth was instantly stunned. "Who are you? Put down my thing." He widened his eyes eyes and glared angrily at Yui, his face full of disdain. Your stuff? How can you prove it's yours? Besides, you can barely protect yourself, can't you? As he spoke, Yui glanced mockingly at the protector beside him, who was gravely injured and lying motionless on the ground. The red-haired youth cursed inwardly. Damn it. Seeing that Yui seemed to be alone without a protector, his previously tense mood instantly relaxed. Kid, you don't even have a protector yet. You dare to snatch something from the one family of Lishan City? Tired of living, are you? Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I might consider sparing your life. Yui looked at the red-haired youth with an expression as if he were staring at an idiot. Threatening me with your family in a situation like this? I hate people who try to threaten me the most. You might as well go die. With that, he teleported and instantly appeared in front of the red-haired youth. The youth's pupils contracted sharply. He had thought that revealing his family name and the Wang family's reputation would scare Yui off, but this kid clearly wasn't buying it. Die! Accompanied by his roar, Yui slashed the youth with a single strike. No! The red-haired youth died on the spot. Yui had already assessed the youth's cultivation level beforehand. First tier, 6th stage in vitality, and first tier, 5th stage in spirit. As for himself, he was already at the 10th stage of the first tier. A casual slash from him was something the red-haired youth couldn't withstand. He turned to look at the gravely injured protector, whose eyes had now opened. I suppose you saw everything, didn't you? Don't blame me. Blame yourself for following such a worthless young master. Only the dead can keep secrets, so you might as well die too. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yui stepped forward and ended the protector's life. The surroundings were now eerily silent, with only 4 cold corpses left at the scene. Yui walked up to each corpse and took the storage rings they carried. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 1,000 talent points. The system notification sounded. Not bad, I earned quite a few talent points this time. He carefully examined the storage rings of the 4 individuals and found that most of the contents were spiritual liquids, pills, herbs, recovery potions, and weapons. Making money through killing really is fast. Yui marveled at the haul from this encounter. Then, he opened the storage ring of the tall youth and discovered a diary inside. Damn, so this guy was a scumbag too, Yui shouted angrily. The diary detailed many of the tall youth's past misdeeds, such as using his family's influence to bully innocent girls, killing their families, and then taking the girls for himself. These two truly deserved to die. Killing them now counts as ridding the world of evil. The red-haired youth had just tried to use his family's influence to threaten Yui and force him to kneel, so he was likely no better. Finally, he unleashed the Chaos Divine Thunder, turning the 4 corpses into ashes, completely erasing them from this world. It was as if nothing had ever happened here, and everything returned to tranquility. System, can I absorb this demon core? Yui asked, looking at the 3rd tier, 2nd level demon core in his hand. Ding, you can absorb it. Looks like there's no restriction on absorbing demon cores, Yui thought to himself. Ding, currently, the highest tier of demon core you can absorb is 3rd tier. Yui nodded. Although there was still a limitation, being able to absorb this one was good enough. Absorb. Immediately, the absorption of the demon core caused a surge of powerful energy to flood his heart, rapidly increasing his spirit and vitality. Vitality, 19780, spirit, 20,890. His spirit directly broke through to 2nd tier, 1st level. His vitality was just a little short of breaking through to 2nd tier, 1st level, as well. Amazing. The boost from this 3rd tier crystal core is truly incredible. If I could get a few more of these, wouldn't I soar to the skies? Yui thought excitedly, but he quickly realized that such an idea was unrealistic. The value of 3rd tier demon cores was exorbitant, far beyond his current purchasing power. Even for wealthy individuals, it was impractical, as other cultivators couldn't absorb the energy of demon cores beyond their level. Those at 1st tier could only absorb 1st tier demon cores, but Yui was different. After all, he had the system as his cheat. Next, he decisively consumed the few vitality pills he had just obtained, successfully breaking through his vitality to 2nd tier, 1st level. His strength increased significantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of cultivating vitality and spirit to 2nd tier, 1st level. Reward 1,500 talent points. Ding! Daily tasks have been updated. By consistently cultivating vitality and spirit for half an hour each day, you can earn 300 talent points as a reward. Hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile appeared on Yui's face. Not bad, the daily tasks have changed again. Now I can earn 300 talent points every day. If this accumulates over time, it would truly amount to a considerable sum. Once he had slightly steadied himself, he planned to leave this place and continue toward the marked location. At this moment, Little Peach was lazily lying on a large tree in the distance, yawning. Little Peach, everything's taken care of. We can set off now, Yui called out softly. Little Peach stretched lazily, meow, fighting and killing all day long, so boring. Then, it leapt onto Yui's shoulder, and the man and the cat embarked on a new journey once again. again. As for whether the Wang family would come looking for trouble, Yui didn't care. After all, this was a secret realm. Who could possibly know that young Master Wang had died at his hands? Besides, with his current strength, it was impossible to defeat a third-tier guardian. However, snatching this demon core was absolutely worth it. It was a huge profit. Not only did he obtain a second-level third-tier demon core, but also some storage rings and the precious items inside them. These were invaluable cultivation resources for practitioners. Even if they were useless to Yui, he could sell them to exchange for other necessities. Soon, Yui arrived at the most dangerous area on the map, a dense forest. This forest was mysterious and perilous, yet it attracted countless cultivators to explore. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered here, discussing something. Subsequently, Yui used the system to exchange for a disguise tool, successfully transforming into an elderly man with a kindly face and graying hair. He appeared ordinary, yet exuded a hint of cunning and wisdom. "Little Peach, let me hold you, and we'll go inquire about the situation." Yui looked at the crowd, thinking to himself that since his system task was to obtain the most precious treasure, he certainly had to participate. However, Little Peach seemed unwilling to be held by him, meowing in protest. "Meow. No, I don't want you to hold me." Yui smiled helplessly, thinking to himself that this guy was quite unique. So, he began bargaining with Little Peach. "I'll give you a few small cakes when we get back, the kind that can enhance your cultivation level. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Little Peach's eyes immediately lit up. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. "Alright then, but don't make it a habit." Yui smiled faintly. It seemed this little one was quite easy to bribe. An elderly man with white hair, holding an adorable cat, slowly walked toward the crowd. This elderly man was none other than Yui in disguise, while Little Peach lay obediently in his arms, occasionally blinking her eyes. "Oh, the one who just asked me to join also came?" Yui saw Bai Shiola and walked up to ask, "Young friend, why are there so many people here?" Bai Shiola respectfully replied, "Grandpa, are you also a Tao protector? There will be enlightenment fruits appearing here, so everyone has gathered to try and get a share." "There are actually enlightenment fruits? Goodness, so many people have already come, and I'm the only one who didn't know?" He had heard of this fruit. It was said that consuming the enlightenment fruit could greatly enhance one's ability to comprehend martial techniques, cultivation methods, and certain secret skills, and even aid in understanding the power of laws in the future. Thinking of this, Yui felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but outwardly he pretended to be indifferent, replying with a smile, "I am also a protector, but my young master is elsewhere." "Thank you, young friend, for the explanation." Bai Shiola smiled faintly, indicating it was no trouble. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Many could no longer hold back and were preparing to venture into the innermost part of the forest to search for the enlightenment fruit. At this moment, Yui suddenly noticed a few familiar figures. Among them were Lu Xinran, the daughter of the underground leader Lu Yi from his city, along with her protector, as well as Han Li from the Han family. However, what puzzled him was the absence of Huang Heng. After all, the Huang family should have also received news of the enlightenment fruit's appearance. "Damn it! Where the hell has Yui gone? I've been searching for so long and still can't find him." Huang Heng's furious roar echoed in the air, filled with anger. He had been searching for half a day, but not only had he failed to find Yui, he hadn't even caught a trace of him. Elder Zhang sighed helplessly and advised, "Young master, let's focus on obtaining the enlightenment fruit first. Forget about Yui for now." Huang Heng heard this and showed a trace of reluctance on his face, but ultimately nodded. After all, the enlightenment fruit was crucial to him. If it were taken by someone else, he would undoubtedly feel as if a knife were piercing his heart. As for Yui, perhaps he had already been killed by the beasts. After all, in this place, Yui's cultivation level was utterly vulnerable without the protection of a guardian, practically defenseless. Even if he hadn't been killed, once they left, his father would arrange for the heretics to assassinate Yui. Thinking of this, Huang Heng felt slightly more at ease. However, if he failed to obtain the enlightenment fruit, his father would be disappointed in him again. He truly didn't want to see the look of disappointment on his father's face anymore. With that, the two of them began heading toward the direction of the enlightenment fruit. Meanwhile, on Yui's side, more and more people were gathering. These individuals were young masters and guardians from various factions, as well as some teams of third-tier powerhouses. Some came in groups, while others arrived alone, but without exception, they were all filled with desire and anticipation for the enlightenment fruit. Suddenly, a young man shouted loudly, "Most of the factions are here now. Since we're all here for the enlightenment fruit, why don't we enter together?" As the young man's words fell, the crowd immediately began to discuss. Some expressed agreement, believing this could avoid unnecessary conflicts, while others opposed, worrying that accidents might occur during the fight for the enlightenment fruit. Some even feared the presence of powerful beasts in the dense forest. Everyone hesitated, unwilling to make a decision lightly. However, no one wanted to be the first to step forward and lead the group into the depths of the forest. At that moment, a young man in white suddenly walked to the center of the crowd, his expression calm and his gaze resolute, seemingly unafraid of the challenge. challenges ahead. He gestured for the guardians behind him to follow, then strode confidently toward the depths of the forest. Seeing this, the other factions quickly followed the young man in white. Despite their lingering concerns, they understood that if they missed this opportunity, they might never obtain the enlightenment fruit. Thus, one by one, the factions joined in, forming a mighty procession. Yui saw that most people had already entered and thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to take advantage and get a share. After all, his system task was to find the most precious treasure, and the enlightenment fruit was the most valuable thing in this secret realm. Thinking of this, Yui leisurely prepared to walk into the dense forest. Just as he was about to take a step, Baishiola's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Grandpa, are you also going to fight for the enlightenment fruit?" Yui turned to look at Baishiola and replied with a smile, "Yes, the enlightenment fruit is something one dreams of obtaining." "Then aren't you going to wait for your young master?" Baishiola asked. Yui stroked his beard and laughed. I've hidden the young master away. After all, his cultivation level is low, and if a powerful demon beast appears near the enlightenment fruit tree, that would be troublesome." Baishiola nodded upon hearing this. "Then, Grandpa, let's go together. Some teams consist of third-tier experts and don't bring young masters for training. It'll be safer if we go together." "Oh, that works. This old body of mine can't run fast, you know. You'll have to protect me when the time comes," Yui said with a smile. Baishiola laughed and replied, "Grandpa, you're joking. Let's go together then." Afterward, Yui, Baishiola, and his protector ventured into the dense forest. The surrounding trees were lush and tightly packed, forming a continuous expanse that resembled a black ocean, creating a sense of oppression. However, as they delved deeper, the view gradually opened up, as if they had passed through an invisible barrier. Before long, they saw a small lake ahead. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding greenery and sky like a mirror. In the center of the lake was a small island, serene and beautiful, like a paradise untouched by the world. Without hesitation, the group headed toward the island in the heart of the lake. Yui was filled with anticipation, wondering if the island might hold the enlightenment fruit. When they set foot on the small island, the scene before them left everyone in shock. A massive fruit tree bore several ripe fruits, while numerous unripe ones emitted an enticing glow. Yui immediately stepped forward to inspect it and discovered that this tree was actually a second-grade enlightenment fruit tree. Such trees were extremely rare and could produce enlightenment fruits of up to second grade, which were worth a fortune. Each second-grade enlightenment fruit contained immense energy, capable of significantly enhancing a martial artist's cultivation speed in martial techniques and secret arts, while also greatly aiding in the comprehension of laws. Gazing at the enlightenment fruits before him, Yui couldn't help but salivate, but he quickly noticed a giant lion crouched beneath the tree. This lion was engulfed in blazing flames, exuding an awe-inspiring and majestic aura. Flame Lion King, a commander-level beast, at the 5th stage of the 3rd tier. It is the overlord of this forest, wielding the power of fire elements and guarding the enlightenment fruit tree. What the heck is a commander-level beast? Yui looked at the system's description, feeling a bit puzzled. Ding! Beasts are also classified by levels, the system prompted. The beasts the host has been killing so far are all of the ordinary level. Beast levels are divided into ordinary, commander, king, emperor, sovereign. Ding! The higher the beast's level, the stronger its power and the higher its intelligence. As Yui read the system's explanation, he seemed to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Goodness, all the beasts I've killed before were just ordinary level, and now I've encountered a commander level beast and it's a 5th stage king level commander. How am I supposed to fight this? Yui pondered silently, his gaze fixed on the slumbering lion in the distance. Most forces stopped in their tracks upon seeing this imposing lion, observing who would make the first move. However, some elders in the group had already recognized this as a commander level beast. After all, the lion beast before them was several times larger than an ordinary lion beast. These elders had far more knowledge than Yui, as they were familiar with the classification of beasts, while Yui was only beginning to understand it through the system. Moreover, the Beast Encyclopedia recorded all the beasts encountered in the Dragon Kingdom over the past 200 years since the era of Universal Awakening. Therefore, the Lion King's appearance, size, and certain characteristics were all documented in detail, making it unsurprising that the group could recognize it. Anyone who studied the Beast Encyclopedia would understand. Faced with such a situation, many forces had already retreated. If it were just an ordinary lion, it wouldn't be a big deal. Despite its high level, they had strength in numbers. But the problem was that the lion before them was a commander-level beast. This truly put them in a difficult position. To obtain the enlightenment fruits, they would have to kill this lion, but the reality left everyone in a dilemma. Just as everyone was hesitating, a reckless youth stepped forward. Everyone? Why is no one daring to act? There are so many of us. If we work together, won't it be easy? Clearly, this reckless young man had no idea that this was a commander-level beast. Someone nearby encouraged him. The young master is right. Surely your family's protector can kill this beast. Go ahead and take the lead. Then you'll be the most dazzling one here. Others chimed in agreement. Hearing the support of the crowd, the reckless youth decided to embark on a bold adventure. "Go kill that beast," he ordered his protector. The protector was instantly dumbfounded. "Goodness, how did I end up with a brainless young master who loves to show off?" He looked troubled and said, "Young master, this beast's level is higher than mine, I can't defeat it." The reckless youth's expression instantly turned cold. "Are you trying to make me lose face in front of everyone?" Faced with such an awkward situation, the protector had no choice but to grit his teeth and attempt to test the beast's strength. The onlookers nearby took a few steps back, their eyes filled with schadenfreude as they watched the reckless youth and his unlucky protector. The protector cautiously approached the beast, gripping his long blade tightly, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. To everyone's surprise, he actually managed to get close to the flame lion king. He secretly felt relieved, thankful that the beast hadn't awakened yet. Thus, he decided to unleash his martial skills and innate talent to launch his most powerful attack on the flame lion king. The reckless youth, seeing his protector successfully approach the flame lion king, couldn't help but feel smug, while the faces of the other spectators showed a hint of anticipation. However, just as the protector swung his long blade, channeling all his strength through his innate talent and martial skills to strike the flame lion king, the blade landed squarely on the beast. Yet, unexpectedly, the flame lion king merely lost 2 strands of fur. Instantly, cold sweat poured down the protector's face. This was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-tier, 5th-level beast. The flame lion king slowly opened its eyes, and before the protector could react, it struck him with a single palm, killing him instantly. The reckless youth stood there, dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief as he watched everything unfold. His protector had a blood vitality level of 3rd tier. 1st level, how could he be killed so easily? Yet the harsh reality was undeniable. With just 1 palm, the flame lion king had turned the protector into a mist of blood, leaving no corpse behind. Members of other factions witnessing the scene had varied expressions. Some looked amused, as if they had long anticipated this outcome and were not surprised by it. Their faces bore faintly contemptuous smiles, as though mocking the reckless youth's ignorance and foolishness. At this moment, the blazing flame lion king had already awakened from its slumber. It glared angrily at the group of ants before it, its eyes burning with flames of fury. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire island, deafening everyone present. The sound waves, like an invisible force, struck the bodies of everyone on the scene. Some reacted quickly and fled backward, while Yui repeatedly used teleportation techniques to instantly distance himself from the blazing flame lion king, reducing the impact of the roar on him. He secretly sighed in his heart, "What a beast! A commander-level monster is truly extraordinary." However, the blazing flame lion king did not pursue those who fled but continued to guard the enlightenment fruit tree. The reckless youth who was too close to the lion king was directly shattered internally by the sound waves and died on the spot. As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out gets shot, and the reckless youth and his protector became the sacrificial victims. "Grandpa, is this blazing flame lion king a commander-level monster?" Bai Xiala asked Yui. Yui stroked his beard and replied with a smile, Young friend, you have a keen eye. It is indeed commander level." He hadn't expected Bai Xiala, though of the same age as himself, to be able to discern the lion king's level just by its appearance. It seemed Bai Xiala had studied the encyclopedia of monsters extensively. Bai Xiala then asked, "Grandpa, do you think all our forces combined can take down this monster?" Yui shook his head. I have no idea. After all, it is commander level." Bai Xiala nodded upon hearing this, a faint trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. The various forces stared at the enlightenment fruit within reach, guarded by the blazing flame lion king, feeling increasingly impatient. Everyone murmured among themselves. Their purpose in coming to this secret realm was to seek precious treasures, and now that the enlightenment fruit was so close yet unattainable, they were burning with anxiety. The strength displayed by the blazing flame lion king earlier posed a significant challenge to them, and they began to consider whether to take the risk. The white-clothed youth stepped forward again. "Everyone, I assume you came to the secret realm for the enlightenment fruit, right? How about we unite our forces to hunt this monster together, and then distribute the enlightenment fruit based on contributions?" The voice of the white-clothed youth echoed in the air, sparking discussions among those present. Everyone whispered to each other, debating the proposal. Each calculated their own interests, pondering how to gain the most benefit from this battle. Some planned to use others' strength to eliminate the blazing flame lion king and then seize the enlightenment fruit for themselves. Others intended to sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for the right moment to act. The major forces harbored ulterior motives. "That's right, young man, you're absolutely correct. With so many people, we can't believe we can't kill this monster. Let's all go in and split the spoils evenly afterward," a middle-aged man said. As his voice fell, the crowd shouted in unison, "All right, let's go together." Immediately, those third-tier experts prepared to hunt the flame lion king together, while the young masters and ladies with lower cultivation levels could only watch from a distance. Yui, seeing this, was in no hurry to act. Since he couldn't defeat it anyway, he leisurely observed from the side. In an instant, members of of various factions unleashed all kinds of martial techniques and skills to attack the Flame Lion King. However, as a leader-level beast, how could the Flame Lion King's strength be something ordinary individuals could contend with? Seeing this group of ants dare to attack it, the Flame Lion King was instantly enraged, spewing blazing flames that swept across the area. Many were unable to dodge in time and were burned by the fire. The attacks of the third-tier experts landed on the Flame Lion King like ants trying to shake a tree, unable to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing the unfavorable situation, some began to feel fear and wanted to retreat. However, more were driven by greed and continued their frenzied assault. The Flame Lion King roared furiously, continuously, releasing immense power, causing cries of agony to echo across the battlefield. Watching this scene, Yui sighed inwardly, as if he were playing an online game teaming up to fight a boss. The Secret Realm restricted the highest cultivation level to no more than third-tier first stage, yet this Flame Lion King was a third-tier fifth stage leader-level beast. Most of the third-tier guardians had talents rated only as A or B, which were of no real use. As for the young masters and ladies who came to train, although their talents were enviably high, their cultivation levels were too low to participate in this battle. Faced with the powerful leader-level Flame Lion King, how could this group of guardians, whose highest cultivation level didn't even exceed third-tier first stage, possibly defeat it? The Flame Lion King's strength was overwhelming, leaving them no chance at all. And some people who had no concept of a commander-level beast immediately recognized that this was a commander-level beast. Oh my god, this is no ordinary beast. It's a commander level 1, someone shouted loudly, and the entire scene instantly descended into chaos. The major factions began to panic, and someone cried out in fear, "Damn, a commander level beast at tier 3, level 5, what are we going to do?" Exactly. Unless there's a highly talented expert of the same realm to counter it. If I had known it was commander level, I wouldn't have come. People began to realize the difficulty and hopelessness of this battle. Some chose to give up on fighting for the treasure, believing there was no chance of victory against such a powerful beast, and withdrew from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the blazing Flame Lion King. However, some were too late to retreat and were struck by the massive fireballs unleashed by the blazing Flame Lion King, instantly reduced to ashes. The battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke, and the blazing Flame Lion King roared, its fiery aura making the surrounding air unbearably hot. Truly pathetic. Yui looked at the group before him, feeling helpless as they were utterly powerless against a single beast. He had intended to intervene, but hesitated upon realizing he would need to use a realm-enhancing card to defeat the beast. After all, he had to save the realm-enhancing card for Huang Hong, the person he intended to kill in this secret realm. If he missed this opportunity, he might have to wait a long time. Moreover, Yui hadn't even caught sight of Huang Hong yet. Patience. At this moment, Bai Shiola turned to Yui and asked, "Grandpa, why aren't you stepping in?" Yui smiled faintly and replied, This old man is already past his prime. Even if I stepped in, it would be of no use." Bai Shiola was filled with doubt. He always felt this old grandpa was peculiar, as if he possessed an extraordinary aura. No matter what happened, the old man always appeared calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Additionally, the little kitten in his hands caught Bai Shiola's attention. Although the kitten spent most of its time sleeping, when it saw the blazing Flame Lion King, its gaze carried a hint of disdain. If it were an ordinary kitten, it would have been scared out of its wits upon encountering such a commander-level beast. However, despite his curiosity, Bai Shiola refrained from asking. After all, the situation was tense, and asking rashly might cause unnecessary trouble. The people present, seeing the unfavorable situation, began to retreat. Although they felt reluctant, they knew that forcing a fight without sufficient strength would only put them in danger. At this moment, several more factions arrived one after another. These newly arrived forces, upon seeing the scene before them, also realized the complexity of the situation, including Huang Hong and his protector. Finally here, Yui's lips curled slightly upon seeing Huang Hong and his protector. Huang Hong, upon arriving, immediately felt the intense heat. He looked up and saw a massive fruit tree ahead, with Tao Enlightenment fruits hanging from its branches. His eyes lit up, filled with desire. However, beneath the tree stood a fierce blazing Flame Lion King, glaring menacingly at the various factions. Its gaze carried an air of majesty that made people hesitant to approach. Huang Hong was somewhat surprised. With so many people here, why hadn't they joined forces to kill it? He scanned the surroundings in confusion, trying to find an answer. At this moment, Elder Zhang approached him. "Young Master, I've gathered information. This beast is a tier 3, level 5 commander level beast. The major factions have already joined forces for an attack but were brutally crushed by the blazing Flame Lion King." Huang Hong understood the reason upon hearing this. It turned out that people weren't unwilling to cooperate. They simply couldn't defeat the blazing Flame Lion King. He sighed inwardly, realizing that obtaining the Tao Enlightenment fruit this time wouldn't be easy. Initially, he had hoped to benefit from the conflict between others, but it turned out these people people were merely throwing eggs at a rock, Yui quietly observed. Huang Heng's arrival, thinking to himself that this farce should come to an end. He narrowed his eyes slightly and began walking steadily toward Huang Heng. Young friend, I was arranged by your father, Huang Tianba, to join you in seizing this Dao fruit, Yui said as he stroked his graying beard. Huang Heng glanced sideways at the newcomer, seeing an elderly man with white hair holding a cat in his arms. His eyes were full of disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. No matter how strong you are, the restrictions of this secret realm mean your cultivation level can't exceed Tier 3, Stage 1, right? Huang Heng crossed his arms and raised his head arrogantly. And you claim my father arranged for you? What proof do you have? I have no proof, but I can help you slay this Flame Lion King and give you the Dao fruit. Yui's gaze was firm as he stared directly at Huang Heng. Ha ha ha. With your old bones? What makes you think you're qualified to slay this beast? Huang Heng threw his head back in laughter, his body shaking as if he'd heard the world's biggest joke. He pointed at Yui with one hand, shaking his head repeatedly. Still so annoying. But your death is coming. Soon. Cherish the time you have left. Yui silently pondered, his brows furrowing slightly. If that's the case, then just watch closely. Yui stroked his beard, his expression suddenly turning serious. His previously calm demeanor now seemed to be covered by a layer of frost. He then carefully placed Little Peach on the ground. Little Peach blinked her round eyes in confusion, looking lost. Little Peach, wait for me here. I'll be back soon, Yui said gently, his gaze filled with reassurance. System, use the Realm Enhancement card, Yui silently commanded in his mind. As the Realm Enhancement card was activated, he felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. His blood boiled, and his spiritual realm instantly elevated to Tier 3, Stage 1. Feeling the immense power within him, Yui smiled in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So this is what Tier 3 feels like? Not bad at all. He clenched his fists tightly, savoring the fullness brought by the newfound strength. Yui had no intention of revealing his spatial talent. After all, without the chaos Divine Thunder, this battle couldn't be won, so he decided to rely primarily on the chaos Divine Thunder. Yui walked steadily toward the Flame Lion King. The surrounding forces burst into laughter as they watched an elderly man approach the lion alone. Ha ha ha, what's that old man doing? Acting tough at his age? This old man is so vain he's willing to risk his life. We couldn't handle this beast as a group, and he dares to be so arrogant? Grandpa, are you finally making your move? Baishela looked at Yui walking forward alone, his eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. Yet Yui paid no attention to the ridicule around him, thinking to himself that they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. The blazing Flame Lion King stared at the elderly man with white hair standing before him, his eyes filled with confusion. Good grief, just a mere human old man, and he dares to challenge me alone? Does he not know that I am a noble and awe-inspiring commander-level beast? Even with so many people attacking me earlier, I was unscathed, and yet he still dares to come forward to court death? The blazing Flame Lion King glared at Yui, his gaze brimming with utter disdain, as if he were looking at an insignificant ant. Oh, you dare to look down on me? Yui, seeing the Lion King completely dismissing him, was instantly enraged. Spear of Thunder punishment. In an instant, electric arcs crackled wildly around Yui, the deafening sound reverberating through the air. Beside him, several massive thunder spears, formed from chaotic divine lightning, suddenly materialized. These thunder spears were surrounded by ferocious, chaotic lightning, their dazzling brilliance akin to a destructive light from ancient times. They were so blinding that one dared not look directly at them. Even a single glance felt as though one's soul might be torn apart, as if they could reduce everything in the world to dust. With a sharp motion of Yui's finger pointing at the blazing Flame Lion King, the thunder spears shot forward like lightning toward their target. The blazing Flame Lion King, seeing the thunder spears formed from chaotic divine lightning, felt a twinge of danger. After all, as a commander-level beast, his intelligence and sense of danger far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. His massive body swiftly twisted to dodge, while he opened his gaping maw to unleash a torrent of blazing flames, attempting to neutralize the terrifying attack of the thunder spears. However, the power of the chaotic divine lightning far exceeded his expectations. The thunder spears easily pierced through the scorching flames, unstoppable, continuing their rapid trajectory toward the blazing Flame Lion King. Panic-stricken, the Lion King desperately leaped and twisted his massive body, trying to evade the spear's pursuit. But it was too late. One of the thunder spears struck his leg with lightning speed. In an instant, the spear plunged deeply into the Lion King's leg, and the chaotic divine lightning coiled around it like a ferocious serpent. The lightning wreaked havoc on the Lion King's leg, as if intent on shredding every tendon and bone to pieces. The crowd that had mocked Yui earlier now wore expressions of utter disbelief. That old man's lightning seems to have fused with a thunder seed, and just looking at that lightning makes me feel like I'm about to be annihilated. Just now, I was laughing at that old man, but it turns out the real clown was me? My goodness, this old man is incredible. In the distance, Huang Heng's previously disdained disdainful and arrogant expression vanished in an instant. How can this old man be so strong? He's clearly 4 levels lower in cultivation, and it's a commander-level beast, yet he managed to injure the Flame Lion King? Huang Hung couldn't help but wonder, is this really someone my father sent to help me seize the enlightenment fruit? And it seems like this old man even has a spirit seed. He fell into deep thought. He knew about spirit seeds, certain elemental types could fuse with them to enhance their elemental strength. But as a top-tier family in Qingchuan City, even the Huang family didn't possess a spirit seed. Not even the lowest grade, beginner-level spirit seeds were within their reach. Moreover, the old man's lightning was gray, clearly indicating he possessed a thunder seed. Elder Zhang, does my father really know such a powerful third-tier expert with a thunder seed? He tried to find answers from Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang shook his head. I don't know much, but those with spirit seeds are usually from the superpowers. Not far away, Bai Shiola watched Yu Yi's performance, equally shocked in his heart. He had thought this old grandpa was just decent, but he hadn't expected him to be so powerful. Grandpa, you're amazing. You even have a spirit seed? The Flame Lion King's heart burned with rage as it clearly felt the chaos divine thunder continuously corroding and destroying its body, causing waves of intense pain. It no longer held back, unable to suppress the fury within. It raised its head and let out a deafening, earth-shattering roar that seemed to make the heavens and earth tremble, altering the wind and clouds. Then, it opened its massive, abyss-like mouth and spewed out an enormous fireball toward the sky. The fireball resembled a blazing sun, radiating terrifying heat and an aura of destruction. Suddenly, the fireball burst apart in mid-air, transforming into countless, dazzling yet deadly smaller fireballs, which rained down densely toward the ground. These fireballs had no specific target, unleashing a brutal and indiscriminate attack. Wow, this is definitely a big move. Yui looked up at the sky filled with countless fireballs, marveling inwardly. The sheer number and power of them were beyond imagination. If the protectors who had previously surrounded the Flame Lion King were to face such a dense and ferocious fireball attack, most of them would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant, with no chance of survival. Confronted with this shocking and indiscriminate fireball assault, he dared not show the slightest negligence or carelessness. Amid the fireball's wild rampage and indiscriminate onslaught, the surrounding people could only see a scene of utter devastation. Wherever the fireballs passed, everything was instantly reduced to ruins. Is that old man dead? Someone asked nervously and curiously, their voice trembling slightly. Not sure, but he was so close to the center, it's probably hard for him to escape, right? Another person speculated, frowning deeply with worry. The crowd began to chatter and speculate. The Flame Lion King looked at the area where Yui had been, now reduced to rubble, feeling smug and exhaling a stream of scorching hot air, as if declaring its victory. However, the Chaos Divine Thunder still coiled around its leg, leaving it puzzled as to why. By this time, Yui had already used teleportation. Just as the fireballs fell, he had left the area. With third-stage teleportation, he could move a great distance, and now he stood to the left of the Flame Lion King, not far away. Faced with such a terrifying attack, his movement techniques were of little use. Only teleportation could save him. No one had noticed his move, as everyone's attention was focused on the sky full of fireballs and the ruins below. Spear of Thunder Punishment. Yui roared angrily, the power of thunder and lightning surging wildly around him, condensing into a massive Spear of Thunder Punishment formed from chaotic divine lightning. This time, he intended to catch the Flame Lion King off guard. The Flame Lion King's body was too large, so he had to condense a giant chaotic thunder spear powerful enough to deal a heavy blow. Before long, the thunder spear was fully formed. Go! With a wave of Yuyi's finger, the massive Spear of Thunder Punishment transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. The lightning, gray and hazy in color, shot swiftly toward the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King sensed the powerful attack coming from the left and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The Spear of Thunder Punishment pierced heavily into the Flame Lion King's body. It let out a pained wail and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Seeing his attack hit the mark, Yui nodded in satisfaction and prepared to deliver the fatal blow. But just as he was about to reach the Flame Lion King, an unexpected change occurred. The Flame Lion King, using the last remnants of its strength, suddenly leaped up with all its might. Its massive body traced an arc through the air, like a burning mountain. It opened its blood-red maw, its fangs gleaming coldly, and swallowed the 3 lowest fruits on the Enlightenment Tree whole. In an instant, a surge of immense energy rampaged within its body. The severely injured Flame Lion King, which was on the verge of death, saw its gruesome wounds heal more than half at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Its aura, like a reawakening volcano, gradually grew stronger and more violent. Not only that, its cultivation level directly broke through to the 6th stage of the 3rd tier. The blazing Flame Lion King roared angrily, its voice shaking the heavens and earth, as if it were about to tear the sky apart. Its fiery gaze, burning with rage, was fixed intently on Yui, who had gravely injured it, as if it wanted to devour him alive. Yui hadn't expected that the blazing Flame Lion King would have such a desperate counterattack up its sleeve, even consuming the the Enlightenment Fruit. Well, that makes sense. If the Blazing Flame Lion King were to die, who would guard the priceless Enlightenment Fruit? The Blazing Flame Lion King swallowed a few fruits, quickly recovered from its injuries, and then defeated the enemy in front of it. This way, it could continue guarding these precious resources, a plan that could truly be called a win-win. This Blazing Flame Lion King truly lives up to being a leader-level beast. Its intelligence is indeed higher than that of ordinary beasts, Yui couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, everyone thought the Blazing Flame Lion King, lying on the ground, was at the end of its rope, but they were all shocked by the powerful strength Yui displayed. No one expected the Enlightenment Fruit to have such heaven-defying healing effects. Even more envious, but no matter how envious they were, they didn't dare to go up and snatch it. They also didn't expect that the Flame Lion King would actually eat those Enlightenment Fruits. The situation instantly became even more unpredictable. Looking at the recovered Flame Lion King in front of him, Yui cursed under his breath. Damn it, forcing me to get serious? Moreover, the Flame Lion King had temporarily broken through, its strength reaching a new level, advancing to Tier 3, Level 6. Its momentum grew even more fierce, with flames burning more intensely around its body, as if it intended to incinerate the entire world. If I can seriously injure you once, I can seriously injure you twice. Yui's eyes widened in fury, burning with unyielding battle spirit, as he stared fixedly at the Flame Lion King before him and shouted. The Flame Lion King let out a deafening roar, swinging its mountain-like front paw with a world-destroying force, clawing ferociously at Yui. Yui knew very well that this was no longer the time to hide his strength. Then, he used his spatial skill to teleport away from the place. Meanwhile, the crowd, who had initially been shocked by the Flame Lion King, were now equally stunned upon seeing that Yui possessed a second talent. Am I seeing things? That old man actually knows spatial skills? And he's a spatial type? Who exactly is this old man? Is he really just Tier 3? How could someone with dual talents only be Tier 3? Doesn't our Dragon Nation have only one dual-talented powerhouse? Who is this person? The crowd was no longer shocked by the Flame Lion King but was instead astonished by Yui. As far as they knew, the Dragon Nation had only one dual-talented powerhouse, and that person was a top-tier Tier 10 expert. In front of them appeared another person with a rare spatial talent and lightning talent, along with possessing a lightning seed, leaving everyone stunned. After all, how could such a person possibly appear in a small E-level secret realm? How could it be possible for someone with dual talents, an old man's appearance, and a spirit seed to only be at the third tier, first level? Grandpa, you must be disguised, right? Bai Shilla muttered to himself as he looked at Yui in the distance. Huang Hong was even more confused. Could his Huang family know such a person? Of course not. If the Huang family knew someone like that, they would have taken off long ago. Then why did that person say they wanted to help him seize the Enlightenment Fruit? That didn't make sense either. Huang Hong was very puzzled. Ding! Due to the desperate counterattack of the Flame Lion King, a mission has been issued. Defeat the Flame Lion King to receive the Heaven and Earth Pot Enslavement Secret Technique. Heaven and Earth Pot? Enslavement Secret Technique? What are these things? Yui was a bit confused by the items provided by the system, but the system did not respond. Forget it, let's defeat the Blazing Flame Lion King in front of us first. The reward shouldn't be bad either. Thunder Punishment Spear. Yui once again conjured several thunder spears and attacked the Blazing Flame Lion King. As the Blazing Flame Lion King charged toward Yui, its massive body was struck by several thunder spears, but they did not initially inflict serious injuries on it. The thunder spears merely exploded on the Blazing Flame Lion King's body, leaving shallow wounds, with traces of chaotic divine lightning still lingering on the injuries. But it was not directly inserted into the body of the Flame Lion King at the third stage and fifth level. The transition from the fifth to the sixth level of each stage is considered a minor qualitative change, and since the Flame Lion King is a leader-level entity, it is somewhat difficult to deal with. Yui saw that the lightning spear attack was not very effective and teleported to the middle of the crowd. These people have been observing for a long time. It's time for them to contribute, even if it's just to delay for a little while. Yui secretly rejoiced that his thunder meditation technique had already been cultivated to the second level, causing the spiritual power within his body to double, providing sufficient energy support. At this moment, the crowd had already descended into chaos, with screams rising everywhere. Some fled in panic, while others unleashed their skills to desperately resist the attacks of the Flame Lion King. Now, with the Flame Lion King's realm elevated, the Thunder Punishment Spear must be continuously deployed to trigger a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. However, how could the Flame Lion King possibly give Yui such ample time? After a brief moment of thought, Yui resolutely decided to enhance his martial skill. Enough, it's time to use the talent points to enhance the martial skill. Strike it down. System. Upgrade Void Slash to Mastery. Ding. Spent 3,400 points. Void Slash upgraded to Mastery. Accompanied by the mastery of the Void Splitting Slash, Yui's mind gained a deeper understanding of this martial technique. Is this the perfected Void Splitting Slash? Truly unparalleled in power. Grandpa, let me lend you a hand. Bai Shilla quickly stepped forward and said. Yui felt slightly bewildered. Bai Shilla's cultivation level was far inferior to his own, so how could he possibly assist him? Grandpa, I know you have doubts, but my talent is SS level weakening, which can reduce the overall strength of the target. I've tested it before. For those of the same level, it can weaken their overall strength by 50% for 20 seconds. However, against a third-tier existence, it might only have a 10% effect and last for a few seconds. Bai Xiaola said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yui nodded slightly. Although he had investigated Bai Xiaola's talent before, he had forgotten about it. Ha ha ha, that couldn't be better. Thank you, young friend. Bai Xiaola nodded in agreement, then immediately opened his palm toward the charging Flame Lion King. Weaken! An invisible and powerful energy instantly enveloped the Flame Lion King. Yui probed again and confirmed the weakening, though it was only 8%. Presumably, this was due to its status as a leader-level creature. Thank you, young friend. Leave the rest to me. Sky-splitting slash. Yui roared angrily, suddenly drawing the thunder-slaying blade. He swung the blade with all his might toward the Flame Lion King, the strike imbued with the powerful blessing of the Chaos Divine Thunder. Transformed into an unparalleled blade aura, it actually severed the space and slashed straight toward the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King, facing the blade aura that had cut through space, had not yet reacted before its fiery body was almost split in two. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Flame Lion King. Rewards: Heaven and Earth Flask, Enslavement's Secret Technique. Upon hearing the system notification, Yui eagerly began to examine the rewards. Qiankuan Pot, inside hides an independent small world which can be used by the host to cultivate beasts, nurture spiritual herbs, heavenly treasures, and earthly treasures, and even help recover injuries, among other things. Enslavement's Secret Technique. This is a magical secret technique that can enslave the minds of people or beasts. However, there is one prerequisite: the other party must willingly accept being enslaved. Otherwise, the enslavement mark cannot be applied. Once successfully enslaved, the life and death of the other party are completely in the host's hands, and their fate can be decided in an instant. My goodness, is it really this awesome? The stuff from the cultivation world has all been brought to me. Truly worthy of being called the omnipotent system. Yui was somewhat excited because Little Peach had been complaining for a long time about always sitting on his shoulder during their outings. Now, with the Qiankuan Pot, this problem can also be solved. And now, the appearance of this Qianlong Pot has perfectly resolved the issue. Not only that, it can also help him better nurture Little Peach. Yui immediately took the Qiankuan Pot out of the system space and carefully examined this treasure. The unique design of the Qiankuan teapot before him is striking, with a large cylindrical knob adorned with a meticulously crafted taiji pattern, exuding a mysterious charm. The curved spout and handle are also exquisitely designed, perfectly complementing the teapot body, making one marvel at its craftsmanship. Yui nodded in satisfaction at the reward before him, then walked toward the Flame Lion King. He wondered if he could possibly tame this Flame Lion King. After all, this Flame Lion King is the guardian beast of the Enlightenment Fruit Tree. Moreover, its strength is quite impressive. Capturing it could also make for a good mount. Then, you can put the Enlightenment Fruit Tree into the Universe Flask, and then tame the Flame Lion King to continue guarding the Enlightenment Fruit Tree. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? At this moment, the Flame Lion King was already gravely injured, hanging by a thread. Flame Lion King, are you willing to submit to me? The Flame Lion King's eyes were filled with raging fury. How could it possibly submit to the one who had severely injured it? Moreover, it was already on the brink of death, and submission was meaningless now. It couldn't quite understand this old man. After beating it to this state, he was only asking now. Looking at the anger in the Flame Lion King's eyes, Yui smiled faintly. Then he took out the Qiankuan Pot and collected the Enlightenment Fruit Tree guarded by the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King watched as the fruit tree it had been guarding disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was furious, wanting to resist but powerless. Submit to me, and I will grant you rebirth. How about letting you continue to guard the Enlightenment Fruit Tree? The Flame Lion King thought this condition was too fake, and besides, what use was it when he was already about to die? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to submit to me, I guarantee I can make it happen. Besides, you have no other choice now. The Flame Lion King blinked with difficulty upon hearing this. Indeed, the Flame Lion King had no other options and could only trust the human in front of him. Enslavement Arcane Technique. With the use of the Enslavement Arcane Technique, Yui instantly felt a new connection with the Flame Lion King. Its life and death were now entirely under his control. After subduing it, Yui used the Qiankuan Pot to capture the Flame Lion King. The Qiankuan Pot has healing properties, so the Flame Lion King wouldn't die anytime soon. And those onlookers were dumbfounded. Goodness, what about the Enlightenment Fruit Tree? And that massive Flame Lion King? All gone? However, no one dared to step forward and ask. After all, the person before them had just nearly split the Flame Lion King in half with a single strike. Your turn, Huang Heng. Yui sneered coldly and turned to look at Huang Heng's position. Originally, he planned to obtain the Enlightenment Fruit and take Huang Heng to a secluded place to kill him. Unexpectedly, this situation arose, so he could only kill Huang Heng in front of everyone. Thunder Punishment Spear. The The Thunder Punishment Spear, formed by chaotic divine lightning, shot toward Huang Han like a bolt of lightning, so fast that it left no time to react. Young master, be careful. Elder Zhang was shocked to see Yui launch a direct attack and hurriedly tried to step forward to block the strike. However, he found himself completely unable to stop that terrifying force. It was just a moment, and the Spear of Thunder Punishment had already pierced through Elder Zhang's body. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before turning to ashes. Go! At this moment, Huang Han looked on in terror at everything unfolding before him. His protector couldn't even withstand a single blow, which scared him so much he almost wet his pants. Huang Han panicked and dropped to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. Master, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you money. Fulfill any of your demands. Yui's lips curved slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In an instant, he teleported next to Huang Han and said coldly, do you think I would lack these things? What a useless waste. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Huang Han began pleading for help from the people around him. Esteemed warriors, I beg you to save me. If you can spare my life, the Huang family will surely repay you generously once we leave. Yui looked at Huang Han in front of him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the people around exchanged glances, not daring to step forward to help. After all, the third-tier first-level strength of the elder in front of them far surpassed theirs. Who would dare provoke him so easily? Then, the white-clothed young man stepped forward again. Grandpa, isn't this unnecessary? It seems young Master Huang hasn't offended you, has he? Yui looked at the white-clad youth in front of him and twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy loves to show off too much. Damn it! Annoying! He then took out the thunder-slaying blade and slashed forward, the blade's energy directly striking the white-clad youth. The white-clad youth perished on the spot. Who is his protector? If you have the courage, step forward, Yui asked coldly. But no one stepped forward. After all, only a fool would step forward to face death. Huang Han, is your lower body healed? After speaking, Yui gathered the Chaos Divine Thunder to attack Huang Han. And before his death, Huang Hang's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He never expected this old man to be Yui. Huang Han was directly reduced to ashes. The people around all distanced themselves from Yui, fearing that he might kill them if he became displeased. Yui, seeing that the time for the Realm Enhancement card was almost up, decided it was time to leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 talent points from the most precious treasure in the secret realm. Not bad, the most precious thing is indeed the Enlightenment Fruit Tree. Yui thought about it and then went to find Little Peach, ready to leave. Let's go, Little Peach. You can teleport to any location you like. Little Peach nodded. Your lightning is so terrifying. And how did you suddenly become so strong? Yui patted Little Peach's head. I'll explain once we're safe. I can't maintain my state much longer. Let's go. Little Peach immediately took Yui and left the place. After Yui left, the people present finally dared to discuss loudly. Coming to this secret realm was completely pointless. Didn't gain a thing, not even a hair. Damn, where did such a powerful old man come from? Who the hell is that guy? Came here specifically for the Dao fruit, and now look, not even the bark is left. Grandpa, who exactly are you? Why did you do this? Do you have a grudge against the Huang family? Are you him? Bai Xiela watched the departing Yui, lost in thought. Brother Han, do you feel that the old man resembles someone in some ways? Lu Xinran walked up to Hanli and said. Hanli shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, I only know that man is very strong, invincible at the third tier, and he has dual talents. I regard him as my role model, the goal I pursue. Lu Xinran didn't say anything further after hearing Hanli's words. After all, Hanli only cared about whether someone was strong or not, and he hadn't noticed any details. Is it Yui? Lu Xinran thought to herself. Some aspects of what the elder just demonstrated were somewhat similar to Yui in the college competition. The spatial talent of teleportation, as well as the thunder/blade, and that martial technique. Back during the college competition, she carefully observed Yui's martial technique. It was the same as what this elder just displayed, but the elder's proficiency in the martial technique was definitely a level higher than Yui's. This is a bit strange, and how did Yui obtain a spot in the secret realm? But after thinking about it, it seems unlikely. After all, dual talents. In the Dragon Kingdom, only one person is known to have it, and it's dual talents with the thunder attribute. How could such talent possibly appear in a commoner? And Yui and Little Peach also randomly traversed to a location within the secret realm. Not long after, the time for Yui's realm enhancement card ended, and he reverted to the first level of the second tier. The disguise technique also disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Phew, this trip to the secret realm was quite fruitful. Most importantly, Huang Han is dead, Yui said with a sigh of relief. When he first entered the secret realm, besides wanting to obtain rare treasures, another task was to eliminate Huang Han. Now, both goals have been achieved, and he only needs to wait for the secret realm's exit to open tomorrow to leave this place. At this moment, Yui no longer has the desire to hunt monsters, he just wants to find a place to rest. After all, when he used the realm enhancement card to raise himself to the third tier, there were still some negative effects afterward. At this moment, Little Peach suddenly called out to Yui and loudly asked. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Yui patted Little Peach's head and said proudly, as your master, of course, I need to be stronger. So, I actually have dual talents. Hearing this, Little Peach curiously sized up the human in front of her, secretly wondering to herself, could this person be like me, mastering two types of powers at the same time? It became deeply curious about Yui, feeling that the person in front of it had many secrets. Then what was that state you were in just now? How did you suddenly become so strong? Yui explained, a realm enhancement card, something that can temporarily boost one's realm. Upon hearing this, Little Peach didn't say anything further, and Yui scratched his head, thinking that he seemed to have completed the second stage of the tit-for-tat mission. It seemed the system hadn't given him the reward yet, right? System, where's my reward for the second stage of tit-for-tat? The system was silent for a moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of tit-for-tat, rewarding the host with space cutting and 1000 talent points. Ding. Third stage of tit-for-tat, annihilate the Huang family. Reward, 3000 talent points. Skill, Chaos Thunder Prison. Yui nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the third stage reward, then checked the description of the Chaos Thunder Prison. Chaos Thunder Prison, a thunder prison born from chaos. Once it imprisons an enemy, the boundless power of chaotic divine thunder will envelop and destroy the opponent's body. Not bad, this skill is a control skill. Even if I can't defeat the beast, I can trap it. Yui was very pleased as he read the skill description. And the next step, just wait for the destruction of the Huang family. Although I killed Huang Hong, who would know it was me who did it? But I still have to be cautious, as there are no secrets that never leak in this world. The plan to destroy the Huang family must be brought forward on the agenda. Yui looked at Little Peach and said, Little Peach, I'll take you to a fun place. Before Little Peach could respond, Yui used the Qiankuan pot to put her inside. Yui himself also entered the Qiankuan pot. After entering the Qiankuan pot, he saw mountains, water, and forests here. It was completely an independent little world. Wow, Yui, where is this place? It's so beautiful. Little Peach looked around excitedly. Yui glanced at the world inside the pot with some satisfaction. He could completely transform it according to his own preferences. At this moment, the Enlightenment fruit tree had already taken root again in a spot close to the water source. The Flame Lion King, beside the Enlightenment fruit tree, had heavy wounds that had only slightly healed and were still far from fully recovered. Yui stepped forward. Flame Lion King, am I right? How do you feel? Is your vitality recovering a bit? The Flame Lion King did not respond. It could sense the difference in this place. Its injuries were slowly healing, and the environment here seemed more conducive to its realm's advancement. Seeing that the Flame Lion King was still seriously injured, Yui approached the Enlightenment tree to help it recover better. This was a second-grade Enlightenment tree, capable of producing second-grade Enlightenment fruits. It was uncertain whether it could be cultivated into a third-grade Enlightenment tree in the future. If possible, he would have 3-grade Tao Comprehension fruits. You must know that the effects of each grade are worlds apart. Yui looked up at the Tao Comprehension fruit tree in front of him, where 12 ripe fruits still hung. With a leap, he plucked 5 of them. The fruits before him were about the size of peaches. Yui tasted it. It's sweet and quite delicious. I feel like my exhaustion has significantly improved. After eating, both his energy and vitality were enhanced. Vitality 22560, Spirit 23459. However, the effect of the Enlightenment fruit is not about increasing vitality and spirit, and it plays a significant role in understanding martial techniques, secret methods, and future laws. Moreover, it can also heal injuries. But for Yui, there's no need to personally train martial technique proficiency. He has a system. Only the comprehension of laws is useful, as well as enhancing vitality and spirit. Although that's what is said, the Enlightenment fruit cannot be eaten without reason. It can be saved for consumption after sustaining serious injuries. Yui threw an Enlightenment fruit to the Flame Lion King to help it recover. The Flame Lion King didn't expect to have its share and found Yui in front of it much more agreeable. The Flame Lion King opened its mouth wide and ate it, and its previously severe wounds quickly healed. Yui saw that the Flame Lion King was no longer in life-threatening danger, so he did not give it the Enlightenment fruit. Since the Universe Gourd has healing properties, letting it recover slowly inside would avoid wasting the Enlightenment fruit. He looked at Little Peach, who was running around in the distance, and tossed 2 fruits. Little Peach, captivated by the enticing aroma of the fruits in front of her, began eating them in big bites, finishing them in just a few mouthfuls. Meow. This fruit is so delicious. Yui, give me a few more. Before Yui could respond, he sensed a fluctuation in Xiao Taozi's cultivation level. Wow, just 2 fruits and you've already reached the 8th level of the second tier? That's way too fast. Yui said, that's all there is. 2 fruits are enough for you to taste. This thing isn't an ordinary fruit, it's the Enlightenment fruit. Check if your cultivation level has risen to tier 2, level 8. Little Peach meowed unhappily. Meow. Stingy. After I ate it, I felt a huge energy helping me break through. Not having to cultivate is so nice. Yui smiled, patted Little Peach's head, and comforted her. I'll give you more to eat when they mature later. This place helps with your cultivation level. level, so just stay here usually. I'll call you out when I need you. Little Peach's eyes lit up, and she happily agreed. Okay, I'll design this place according to my preferences, happily wagging its tail as it spoke. Yui looked at Little Peach's adorable appearance, smiled, and then turned to leave. He walked over to the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King lowered its head respectfully, showing submission. Yui ordered, Flame Lion King, you are now my servant. You must obey all my commands, understand? The Enlightenment Fruit Tree will still be under your care. You will live here, and when your injuries are healed, I will call for you when I need you. The Flame Lion King felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Yui's words. It had originally thought it would be severely punished, but unexpectedly received such generous treatment. This is much better than guarding the Enlightenment Fruit Tree on that small island. Although becoming Yui's servant made it feel somewhat dissatisfied, being able to continue managing the Enlightenment Fruit Tree while its injuries steadily recover is undoubtedly an excellent outcome for it. Moreover, this place helps it rapidly improve its cultivation level, and no one disturbs it. The Blazing Flame Lion King roared, and the roar seemed to express gratitude. Yui ignored the Blazing Flame Lion King and took out some blood energy pills and spiritual liquid obtained from killing. He used up all the second tier and below spiritual liquid and blood energy pills from these people's storage rings, and his realm improved. Blood energy 28430, spirit 281803W, second tier, second level. These storage rings contain more blood and vitality pills, so they significantly enhance vitality. Yui glanced at the storage space, feeling it was a pity there were no demon cores. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, demon cores are not easy to obtain, and if there were any, they would have been used already. As for the storage rings, there were also some spiritual herbs, as well as weapons, battle armor, and various recovery potions that were of no use to Yui. He decided to sell them off when he returned. Check the talent points again. With the task upgrade and usage, there are now a total of 6,600 talent points. System. Upgrade Thunderous 9 Blades to Mastery. Ding. Successfully spent 2,400 to perfect Thunderous 9 Blades. With the perfection of Thunderous 9 Blades, the 8th blade can now be unleashed. However, the 9th blade requires reaching the realm of true intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for mastering a martial skill to perfection. Reward, 500 talent points. Ding. After true intent, the host must comprehend the true essence of the martial skill to advance to the true intent level. Alternatively, the system can reward the host with the true intent realm through system tasks. Talent points cannot be used for this advancement. Yui understood some things after reading the system's introduction. Even if he couldn't comprehend the true intent realm himself, the system would still help him. System. And there are still 4,700 talent points left. Yui first refreshes the system's 1 discount store to check the improvement of his martial skill proficiency. Yui refreshed the 1 discount system store again. A week has passed, and there is a guaranteed minimum. Second tier 5-layer demon core times 8, 300 talent points. Unknown black stockings, 1 talent point. 6th level realm upgrade card, 1,000 talent points. Looking at the items in the 1/10th discount store above, Yui was thrilled. 6th level realm upgrade card can elevate one's vitality and mental realm to the first stage of the 6th level, lasting for 30 minutes. After use, it will result in a 1-day period of weakness. As long as he acquires the 6th level realm upgrade card, the downfall of the Huang family is just around the corner. Yui felt that his luck today was off the charts. He then spent 1,300 talent points to purchase the realm upgrade card and the tier 2 level 5 demon core. Taking out 8 tier 2 level 5 demon cores and the grade 3 dragon blood potion he had obtained earlier, he began consuming them. Consuming the dragon blood potion made Yui feel his body's vitality clashing incessantly, as if it was about to tear his flesh apart. After all, he was using a potion across realms. But Yui persevered. Then came a surge of warmth, and he felt the dragon blood potion increase his vitality by 7,000 and his spirit by over 6,000. Vitality 41560, spirit 40989. The rest was enhanced by 8 second tier, 5th level demon cores. Both vitality and spirit realms have now reached second tier, 3rd level. Strength has been greatly enhanced. Yui clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and roared loudly. Afterward, Yui upgraded the Shen grade martial skill Gale Fist to the Earth grade mid-level martial skill Thunderstorm Fist, spending 500 talent points. He also advanced Thunder Flash from beginner to minor accomplishment, spending 1,000 points across 2 proficiency levels. Then he upgraded the Thunder Armor to minor achievement, spending 1,500. With only 400 talent points left, Yui decided not to use any more talent points. This has all been calculated very meticulously. Rest assured. System, open the panel. Character, Yui, awesome. Realm, martial artist 2nd stage 3rd level, spiritual mind master 2nd stage 3rd level. Vitality, 415605000 marks the 2nd stage 4th level. Spirit, 409895000 marks the 2nd stage 4th level. Talent, SS, space, Chaos Divine Thunder, beginner. Maul, cultivation method, Supreme King level Thunder Thunder Body Refining Technique, 2nd level, fragmented, Supreme King level, Thunder Meditation Method, 2nd level, fragmented, Martial Skills, Supreme Earth level, Thunderous 9 Blades, perfected, Mid-Earth level, Wind Thunder Fist, minor achievement, High Earth level, Thunder Instant Flash, minor achievement, Mid-Heaven level, Thunder Armor, minor achievement, High Heaven level, Void Slash, major achievement, skills, Teleportation, Thunder Punishment Spear, Space Cutting, Backpack, Grade D Superior, Thunder Slash Blade, Grade F Medium, Fiber Soft Armor, Map of Qingchuan City Surroundings, Level 6 Realm Upgrade Card, etc. Looking at the varying degrees of improvement in martial skill proficiency and his own realm advancement, Yui was satisfied. This trip to the secret realm could be described as a fruitful harvest. Moreover, he had also dealt with his enemy, Huang Heng. Yui is not afraid of the Huang family causing trouble for him now. Instead, he wants to go out and destroy the Huang family as soon as possible. As long as he waits until he leaves the secret realm, that will be the moment the Huang family is annihilated. Moreover, the martial arts exam is approaching, and after the Huang family is destroyed, he will enroll in Imperial Capital University. Then he will bring Li Qingyue and her parents to Qingchuan City, leaving no attachments to this place. Apart from his own homeroom teacher and the things he promised the principal to help with in the future, there wasn't much else. The most important task now is to annihilate the Huang family. After enhancing his own strength, Yui emerged from the Qiankuan gourd. At this moment, a gentle breeze brushed past and the leaves rustled softly, and the guess in his heart was also confirmed. The time ratio inside the Qiankuan pot and outside is actually vastly different. According to his meticulous calculations, the current ratio is 5 to 1 to 1 day outside equals 5 days inside the pot. The function of the Qiankuan pot is undoubtedly of immense use to Yui. Yui carefully put away the Qiankuan pot, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distance. He prepared to find a secluded place to rest for the night, waiting for the exit to open tomorrow before leaving. With steady steps, he walked toward the deep forest area. Along the way, the dappled evening sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting patches of light and shadow on him. It didn't take long for Yui to discover a cave ahead. To be cautious, Yui carefully summoned Little Peach, just in case he encountered a powerful demon beast. Sure enough, a second-tier level 10 demon beast was hiding in the cave. With his current strength, he definitely couldn't contend with it. But fortunately, Little Peach was by his side. With agile movements, Little Peach instantly slew it. Meow, I'm heading back now. It's much worse inside than outside. As Little Peach spoke, its figure flickered and re-entered the Qiankuan gourd. Meanwhile, Yui exchanged for a comfortable bed from the system shop and gently placed it in the cave. Subsequently, he began to focus on studying how to temper bones in the second stage. System. Explain how to temper bones in the second stage. Ding. Once you reach the second stage of vitality, you can begin tempering bones. The system's crisp voice echoed in his mind. The human body has a total of 206 bones, which can be tempered during cultivation, or the process can be accelerated by using certain rare treasures. However, most people are unable to fully temper all 206 bones. Only the prodigies from powerful families with abundant resources have the possibility of achieving this. The difference in physical strength between fully tempered bones and incompletely tempered bones is immense. Some people temper their bones year after year through cultivation, all to lay a solid foundation before stepping into the third tier. Others, however, are overly eager for quick success and don't spend time on bone tempering. Instead, they consume large amounts of elixirs and rare treasures to directly leap into the third tier. Such physical strength is extremely poor, relying solely on the strength of their realm. Ding! Since this system is an all-purpose system, it will automatically enable 24-hour bone tempering for the host. The host can also use some rare treasures to accelerate the completion of bone tempering. Yui listened to the system's introduction, thinking about the bone tempering journey he was about to embark on. He smiled with satisfaction and sighed inwardly, truly an all-purpose system. Subsequently, he thought of the grade 4 glazed liquid he had obtained a long time ago. System, how do I use this glazed liquid? Ding! The host can either apply it all over the body or soak in it for absorption. This system will help the host fully absorb it. Yui pondered for a moment and felt that taking a bath was a good choice. So, he took out a bathtub from his system space, filled it with clear water, and then poured all the precious glassy liquid into it. After that, Yui took off his clothes and slowly lay down inside. Ding! Host is using glassy liquid for bone tempering. Bone tempering speed has greatly increased. Vitality is continuously rising. As soon as Yui lay in the tub, he felt his body growing warm, accompanied by a tearing pain, but soon, as the glazed liquid was gradually absorbed, the pain slowly eased. Instead, his body became warm and cozy, and unknowingly, Yui fell into a deep slumber. With a roar from a beast, the night's tranquility was shattered, waking Yui from his sleep. How did I fall asleep? Yui suddenly got up, put on his clothes, and stretched lazily. He had a very sweet sleep, but the sky was still dark. He looked up and saw it was just past 1 a.m. Using his cultivation technique to sense, Yui realized that during that short period he had successfully tempered 12 lower limb bones. Wow, that's really fast. fast. Late night. The absorption of the Lioli liquid was completed, and the bone tempering during idle mode returned to its original speed. Yui clenched his fist, feeling the surge of vitality within his body, which had clearly increased significantly. Vitality, 48,986. After the absorption, it quickly added another level. As expected of the grade 4 Lioli liquid, not only can it accelerate bone tempering, but it can also increase vitality and blood to such an extent. However, there hasn't been much change in the mental aspect. Yui nodded in satisfaction and decided to cultivate until dawn before heading to the exit. As for the roar of that beast just now, Yui didn't take it to heart. The moon shines bright, and the stars are sparse. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight gently filtered through the gaps in the leaves, softly illuminating the cave. Yui slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a night of cultivation, his vitality and spirit had slightly improved, and the system's daily tasks were completed, earning him 300 talent points. It's time to leave the secret realm. Yui's gaze was resolute as he stepped out of the cave with anticipation. Yui checked the map, found the location of the exit, and headed in that direction. He couldn't go too early. He still had to wait until most people had gathered to leave together. The entrance wasn't very far, and Yui reached a small hill near the entrance after 2 hours, quietly waiting. Before long, groups of people began arriving one after another. Not getting the precious enlightenment fruit from this secret realm is such a loss. You still want the enlightenment fruit? Aren't you afraid that old man will cut you down with one strike? Damn it! I never expected an E-level secret realm to attract both dual-talented individuals and people with thunder seeds. The crowd discussed, and most of the conversation revolved around Yui. After all, Yui's appearance was too unexpected and puzzling. Seeing that most people had arrived, Yui leisurely walked out. Lu Shinran, who had been searching for something, froze upon seeing Yui. Yui actually participated in this secret realm, and Baishela also noticed Yui, but he became curious about the energetic Yui in front of him, who seemed to be on a vacation. Since parting ways with Yui that time, he hadn't seen him again. He somewhat suspected that Yui was that old man. Yui, what are you doing here? Lu Shinran walked up and asked. Why can't I be here? My homeroom teacher gave me the spot, so I'm here to check it out, Yui said calmly. Anyway, even if he was exposed now, he wouldn't be afraid. At the very least, he now had a 6th tier realm upgrade card, while even the city lord was only at the 5th tier. No one can do anything to me at the moment. Did you go to fight for the enlightenment fruit? Lu Shinran asked directly. Enlightenment fruit? What, there's an enlightenment fruit here? Why didn't I know? Yui pretended to be unaware and said, seeing you again, Yui. Baishela walked over and said, Yo, it's you. What a coincidence. How's the harvest? Yui asked Baishela. Not bad. Mainly, the enlightenment fruit was taken by an old man. Do you know who that old man is? Baishela stared into Yui's eyes and asked. Yui looked at the two people in front of him. These two must have guessed that he was the mysterious old man, but it wasn't a big deal. Yui shook his head and spread his hands, indicating he didn't know. Lu Shinran and Baishela didn't ask further upon seeing this and simply asked Yui for his contact information. Not long after, the secret realm's exit opened, and everyone slowly walked out. Yui followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Lu Shinran and Baishela remained indifferent, their eyes fixed on the rear as if waiting for something. Are you also waiting for that elder? Baishela stepped forward and asked. Lu Shinran nodded. She was now seriously suspecting that Yui was that elder. Too many suspicious points. Moreover, it seems that Yui is the only one from the spatial system who came to the secret realm. If that elder is Yui, this would be an earth-shattering secret. Not only that, he also developed a deep curiosity about Yui. Even if the elder is not Yui, it is still very strange that Yui felt so vigorous and lively in this secret realm. After all, Yui has no protector, and his own cultivation level, according to his understanding, should not exceed the first stage, level 10. How can one not be curious? The two of them waited like this, but a long time passed, and the elder still hadn't arrived. This also made the two of them even more certain. In the end, the two of them could only leave first. After Yui left the secret realm, he saw a group of family heads and members of major forces waiting outside. Yui glanced around and finally spotted the city lord in the distance. Yui was somewhat surprised that the city lord had personally come to receive him. When the city lord saw Yui's refreshed appearance, he thought, how could this look like someone who had just trained in the secret realm? It's clearly just like playing. However, it's also a good thing that Yui came out unscathed. City lord. Yui stepped forward and respectfully cupped his hands toward the city lord. It's good that you returned safely. How was it? How do you feel? The city lord asked. Feels good. After all, it really was good. Using the 3rd tier realm card meant there was nothing to worry about. The feeling of being able to kill whoever you wanted was truly wonderful. The city lord nodded and patted Yui on the shoulder. That's good. At that moment, the chatter of the returning people around them caught the city lord's interest. What? A 3rd tier, 5th level commander level demonic beast? And it later broke through to 3rd tier, 6th level? A mysterious old man with dual talents? Thunder seed? A dominant victory? The enlightenment enlightenment fruit tree is gone? Dong Chuanwu was shocked as he listened to the reports from the returning people. Originally, he thought that the beast guarding the enlightenment fruit tree was an ordinary level beast, and its realm wouldn't be much higher. He planned to send a team of 10 experts, all at the first stage of the third tier in spirit and vitality, into the secret realm to seize the enlightenment fruit. After all, this was his family's secret realm, so he made thorough preparations, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a commander-level beast, and later, it even broke through to the 6th stage of the third tier. The level not only surpasses the secret realm's limit by 5 tiers but is also at the commander level. How can this be fought? Even several tier 3, level 1 powerhouses with SSS level talents wouldn't be able to kill it. But what surprised him even more was that the mysterious old man had dual talents, a spatial talent combined with a lightning talent, and even a spirit seed. The person who returned said that the old man displayed immense strength to defeat the Flame Lion King. Afterward, he disappeared, taking the Flame Lion King and the enlightenment fruit tree, and killing the eldest son of the Huang family, Huang Hung. Isn't this shocking? Moreover, there isn't anyone like him on the secret realms list. Where is there such an old man? And he even possesses dual talents with a spiritual seed. That's a spiritual seed, and it's dual talents. Any one of these would be shocking on its own, but the old man has both? And he had only heard that those top families in the imperial capital seem to have spirit seeds. Damn, could someone from this small place possess dual talents and also have a spirit seed? Impossible. How could his family possibly know such a person? He fell into thought. It must have been someone who took his spot, disguised themselves, and then seized the enlightenment fruit tree. Dong Chuanwu gave a wry smile. Well, his own secret realm ended up benefiting others. But that old man at the end, killing Huang Hong, must also have a grudge against the Huang family. If he wants to investigate the old man's identity, he could start from here. And the city lord, listening to the discussions around him, also pieced together what had happened in the secret realm. This left him very shocked. He never expected such a figure to emerge from a small secret realm, but as he pondered, he looked at the spirited young man before him. He felt that the old man somewhat resembled Yui, but there are some doubts. How could Yui's strength possibly be at the first level of the third rank? And how could Yui possibly have a lightning talent, let alone a lightning seed? But there are some similarities. Yui has a spatial talent, and he also has a grudge against the Huang family. He looked at the young man in front of him with a peculiar expression. Yui looked at the city lord staring at him like that and smiled faintly. The city lord couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. After all, it was a good thing. Even if the city lord knew that the old man was Yui, he wouldn't say much. He would even be happy. After all, the stronger the young man before him is, the greater the chance of completing that task. The city lord didn't ask much, because he understood Yui. If Yui wanted to tell him the truth, he would naturally speak up on his own. On the contrary, if Yui doesn't want to talk, then pressing him further would be futile. Therefore, he decided to temporarily set aside this question and stop dwelling on it. He felt that instead of wasting time speculating, it would be better to go back and inform Li Jiang about what had happened here. What? My son and the protector were killed by a mysterious old man? Not even ashes remain? Huang Tianba hurried over upon learning that the secret realm's exit had opened, but he hadn't expected to hear such shocking news. He hadn't originally hoped that his son would be able to seize the enlightenment fruit. Instead, he had placed his hopes on several others who possessed the talent for seizing it. However, what he received now was the devastating news of his son's death. Huang Tianba screamed with heart-wrenching anguish. Ah, my son! Who killed my son? I will avenge him. Huang Tianba was overwhelmed with grief and anger, unable to accept this reality. It seemed he had issues with fertility, even though he had been with several women before. However, none of those women ever became pregnant, which troubled him greatly and even made him suspect that there might be something wrong with his body. But ever since he married his current wife, she was immediately found to be pregnant, which made him overjoyed and full of anticipation for the future. But now that Huang Hong is dead, how could he not be furious? Then he walked toward Dong Chuanwu. Huang Tianba shouted angrily, "Speak! Who is that old man? Give me his information." Dong Chuanwu looked at Huang Tianba, understanding his grief and anger. After all, Huang Tianba had only this one son. Dong Chuanwu shook his head. Can I possibly know someone of that level? Dual talents combined with a thunder seed. The list is here, see for yourself. He then handed over the list of all personnel entering the secret realm to Huang Tianba. And Huang Tianba also regained some rationality. But how could such a person possibly involve his own son? Then he took the list and began to examine it. He actually saw Yu Yi's name on the secret realm list. His pupils dilated as he looked at Yu Yi in the distance, who gave him a slight smile. It seems Yu Yi is saying that I was the one who killed him. So what? But he has no evidence. Besides, the city lord is right next to him, so he can't make a move. Let's head back first, city lord. Yui shouted loudly, looking toward the city lord. The city lord nodded slightly, then immediately prepared to return to Qingchuan City with Yui. Watching Yui's departing figure, Huang Tianba clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Although he still didn't know who that mysterious old old man really was. But he was certain in his heart that the mysterious old man was Yui. Haven't there already been enough strange things happening around Yui? A person with an S-level spatial talent, how could their cultivation speed be so fast? Even faster than SSS-level talent. How could they also possess such a rare spatial skill? Moreover, Yui is merely a commoner. All these extraordinary abilities actually appear in a mere commoner. Yui's body is riddled with doubts as numerous as the stars. Moreover, in this secret realm, the only one with spatial talent is Yui. Even if that mysterious expert is not Yui, he must ensure that Yui dies without a burial place. Thinking of this, Huang Tianba took out his phone without hesitation, quickly found a number, and dialed it. Huang Tianba said straightforwardly, a young man with potential far surpassing SSS talent. Interested? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, isn't Qingchuan City only home to those two with SSS talent? How could there be someone overlooked? There is indeed someone overlooked. Help me kill him. I'll collect high-quality beast blood for you in exchange. How about it? The person on the other end of the phone was somewhat surprised, as Huang Tianba was known to never act without profit. This time, he was actually willing to go to such lengths. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so eager to kill someone. This has piqued my curiosity. Give me the name, I want to see who it is. Huang Tianba unhesitatingly provided Yuyi's name along with some basic information to the other party. After speaking, he decisively hung up the phone. Yui, I want you to die as a sacrifice for my son. Huang Tianba's eyes were filled with boundless fury. On the other end of the phone, the person was holding detailed information about Yui at that moment. TSK, a first-level commoner actually managed to win first place in the college competition. Truly unexpected. It really makes one curious, if we capture you and study you thoroughly, what earth-shattering secrets might be hidden within you. His expression was twisted, appearing utterly deranged, and one of his arms had transformed into razor-sharp tiger claws. Before long, Yui and the city lord successfully returned to the entrance of the 9th Martial Arts Gate in Qingchuan City. Thank you, City Lord. Yui expressed his gratitude to the City Lord. It's alright, young friend. Go and let your homeroom teacher and principal know you're safe. The City Lord smiled and waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Yui turned around and strode away, heading straight for the homeroom teacher's office. Watching Yui's departing figure, the City Lord quickly picked up his phone and called Li Jiang. How is it? Did the person come out safely? Li Jiang asked. Very safe. That kid is perfectly fine. Looks just like he went on a trip. Li Jiang seemed to have expected this, that Huang Heng should be dead, right? The City Lord was somewhat surprised upon hearing Li Jiang say this. You guessed it right. Immediately, the City Lord told Li Jiang everything that had happened in the secret realm, down to the smallest detail, and Li Jiang was greatly shocked after hearing this. All of this was far beyond his expectations. Do you think that mysterious old man is him? The City Lord asked. I don't know, as long as he can come out safely, Li Jiang replied calmly. But at this moment, he already had the answer in his heart. The City Lord, seeing Li Jiang say this, no longer pressed him, hung up the phone, and turned to leave. Yui, you really know how to keep things hidden, don't you? Li Jiang smiled faintly and shook his head lightly. Meanwhile, Yui was striding forward, preparing to find his homeroom teacher, Don Lei. After going upstairs, Yui headed straight to the homeroom teacher's office. Yui walked through the door and said loudly, Homeroom teacher, I'm back. Don Lei turned around, looked at Yui, and said with a smile, Yui is back. How was your trip to the secret realm? Yui showed no fear and immediately took out a storage ring, which contained spiritual liquid in pills. These third-tier elixirs, chi and blood pills, were all scavenged from those protectors. Currently, I can only consume second-tier pills and spiritual liquids, so these third-tier ones are of no use to me. This storage ring contains some pills and spiritual liquids, which I exchanged for after collecting spiritual herbs and other items in the secret realm and selling them. After all, this precious spot was granted by the homeroom teacher at the time. If it weren't for the homeroom teacher, Yui wouldn't have been able to enter the secret realm at all. Repaying the homeroom teacher is only natural. Not bad. Don Lei looked at the storage ring in Yui's hand and listened to his words, feeling quite surprised. Yui, just focus on improving yourself. I don't have much interest in pursuing higher realms, and at my level, advancing further is as difficult as climbing to the heavens, the homeroom teacher said. Yui shook his head firmly. Inside are third-tier pills and spiritual liquids. I can't use them, and if you don't accept them, they'll just go to waste. The homeroom teacher saw Yui's resolute attitude and finally accepted the storage ring Yui handed over. You kid, I really didn't misjudge you. The homeroom teacher shook his head with a smile and patted Yui's shoulder. Yui said with a smile, this is what you deserve, homeroom teacher. Then he said, I'll go see the principal first. After bidding farewell to the homeroom teacher, Yui headed toward the principal's office. In no time, he arrived at the door of the principal's office. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, he heard the principal say, come in. Yui heard this and pushed the door open without hesitation. You're back? The principal stood with his back to Yui and spoke. Yui nodded. Go! Li Jiang turned around and got straight to the point, saying, that mysterious old man man is you, isn't it? Yui listened to the principal say this and knew the principal must have already guessed, so he decided not to hide it anymore. Yes, that person is me. The principal saw Yui confess and laughed heartily. Ha, good, good. Can you show me your second talent, lightning? Let me take a look. Yui nodded and unhesitatingly extended his right hand, with the chaos divine thunder instantly appearing on it. The principal looked at the thunder in Yui's right hand, which was just like the thunder from the recent celestial phenomenon. The thunder before him emanated an endless destructive force, as if it could tear the heavens apart. Not bad, kid, at least you're honest with me, Li Jiang said with satisfaction. Was that anomaly caused by you last time? The principal continued to ask. Yes, Yui answered truthfully. After all, the chaos divine thunder was identical to the one in the anomaly cloud layer back then. The principal could naturally see that. Moreover, the principal has always taken good care of him without any malice, so exposing it wouldn't be a problem. Li Jiang looked at Yui in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. You really hit it well, kid. If it weren't for the secret realm incident, I wouldn't have known you had so many secrets. When were you planning to reveal them? Yui replied without hesitation. I originally planned to expose them after the martial arts exam. The principal, upon hearing this, felt even more admiration for Yui. After all, a tall tree catches the wind, and Yui's caution and prudence were truly wise. As for how Yui had quickly advanced to the first level of the third tier and other such questions, Li Jiang did not wish to inquire further. Moreover, he had no intention of digging deeper. The young man before him was simply too extraordinary. It's simply a miracle. What other earth-shattering events could not happen to this young man? Even if the young man before them suddenly reached the sixth tier, it would probably not be surprising. Yui then took out 2 Dao comprehension fruits and handed them to Li Jiang. This is the enlightenment fruit. These two, principal, you and the city lord can discuss and decide how to distribute them. Li Jiang looked at Yui with some emotion. He hadn't misjudged Yui. Thank you, young friend, Li Jiang said as he accepted the enlightenment fruit. As for giving the enlightenment fruit to the principal, Yui didn't feel distressed. After all, the principal and the city lord had always protected him. Then he said to the principal, Principal, I'll head back first. The principal nodded and watched Yui turn and leave. Who would have thought that such a small place like Qingchuan City would produce a true dragon? After bidding farewell to the principal, Yui did not delay any further. He couldn't wait to go home, because Li Qingyue was waiting for him at home, to let her know he was safe. Yui used teleportation and instantly arrived downstairs at the school. Then he hurriedly rushed in the direction of home. Before long, Yui arrived downstairs at his building. This was a place he was extremely familiar with. Immediately after, he quickly headed upstairs. Soon, he arrived at Li Qingyue's doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Li Qingyue heard the knocking sound from outside and cautiously observed through the peephole. When she saw that familiar figure, a surge of joy instantly filled her heart. She immediately opened the door, her face beaming with a smile. Xiaoyi, you're finally back. I'm back, Sister Qingyue. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. She had been worrying about Yui's safety for the past 2 days. Now that I see Yui has returned safely, my worried heart is finally at ease. Let's go inside first, Qingyue. The two of them walked into the house together. How about it? No one has come to trouble you these past 2 days, right, Qingyue? Yui asked as he looked at Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue shook her head. No one is causing me trouble. I'm staying at home, and it's very safe. Yui nodded upon hearing this. He planned to find a suitable time in the next couple of days to destroy the Huang family. This way, the threat could be eliminated once and for all. The Huang family dared to harm him and those around him. It should be annihilated. And there's also a system task perfect for completion. Qingyue, don't worry, just a few days from now, you won't be troubled by the Huang family anymore, Yui said firmly. Li Qingyue looked at Yui in front of her and nodded. Although she didn't know why Yui dared to say such things, he gave her a very reassuring feeling. What about you? You didn't encounter any danger in the secret realm, did you? Li Qingyue asked with concern. Yui shook his head. No danger at all. Look at me, do I look like I faced any danger? Li Qingyue carefully examined Yui's appearance and indeed, he looked as if he had just returned from a vacation. Then she nodded and, noticing that Xiao Taozi wasn't by Yui's side, asked, didn't Xiao Taozi come back with you? Yui took out the Qiankuan flask and said, come with me. After speaking, Yui entered the Qiankuan flask together with Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue saw the scene before her change from their home to a beautiful landscape and asked, where is this? It's so beautiful. Yui smiled and said, this is a treasure I obtained. Inside is an independent little world. Li Qingyue was somewhat shocked as she listened to Yui's introduction. She had never heard of such a treasure before. However, she wasn't curious about how Yui had obtained this treasure, nor did she plan to ask him. After all, Yui had his own secrets, and asking too much wouldn't be appropriate. She only wanted Yui to be safe and sound, nothing else mattered. She looked around and saw the Flame Lion King and the Enlightenment Fruit Tree ahead. She was somewhat shocked. This was her first time seeing such a fierce and towering beast. Li Qingyue asked, is this lion dangerous? Why is it also inside? There is no danger, I have already subdued it. It is now my mount and won't harm us. It's recovering from its injuries inside, Yui explained to the Flame Lion King with a smile. At this moment, the Flame Lion King's wounds had already healed significantly. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Chaos Divine Thunder's destructive force, the wounds were healing rather slowly. But fortunately, there is this Qiankuan pot. Moreover, the healing effect of the Qiankuan pot is quite remarkable. Otherwise, the Flame Lion King would have been doomed. That's amazing, Li Qingyue exclaimed in awe. She then looked at the enlightenment fruit tree behind the Flame Lion King. What kind of tree is that? It looks so magical. Yui explained, that is the enlightenment fruit tree. Eating its fruit can enhance cultivation, comprehension, heal wounds, and so on. After speaking, Yui went to the enlightenment fruit tree, teleported, and picked 2 fruits. Then he walked over to Li Qingyue. Here, Sister Qingyue, try it. Li Qingyue took it and ate it, immediately feeling a significant boost in her vitality and energy. Moreover, it feels like my physical condition has improved a lot compared to before. Li Qingyue felt that this Dao enlightenment fruit must be very precious. It's truly amazing. This Dao enlightenment fruit must be very valuable, right? Yui nodded. It is indeed very precious, but you are my Qingyue sis, so eating it is no problem. Li Qingyue smiled faintly and then returned the other Dao enlightenment fruit to Yui. Such a precious fruit, one is enough for me. You should keep this one. If you get injured in the future, you can eat it. Yui was about to decline, but Li Qingyue directly placed the fruit in Yui's hand. Take it. Upon hearing this, Yui finally put the enlightenment fruit into the system backpack. After all, with the enlightenment fruit tree, there was no shortage of enlightenment fruits. If Li Qingyue needed one, he could just give it to her. At this moment, Little Peach was sleeping on a big tree in the distance. Seeing Yui's arrival, she walked over. I'm hungry. I want something delicious. Yui, make it for me. Hearing Little Peach say this, Yui agreed. Little Peach made quite a contribution in the secret realm, helping to kill many high-level monsters. Then, they returned to the room with Little Peach and Li Qingyue. It was already close to noon. It was also time for lunch. Let me do the cooking. You must be very tired from the past 2 days in the secret realm, Li Qingyue said, looking at Yui. Tired? Yui thought about how he didn't seem tired at all in the secret realm. He just showed off a bit, took a bath, and came out. Yui decided to follow Li Qingyue's advice after hearing her suggestion. Li Qingyue's cooking skills were also excellent, almost on par with Yui's, and perhaps even better. Yui helped Li Qingyue as her assistant, and before long, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. The two of them, along with Little Peach, began to enjoy the meal. Yui picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Li Qingyue's bowl, then served some vegetables to Little Peach. After the meal, Yui voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Yui planned to head to the black market in the afternoon. Yui decided to go to the black market, sell those storage rings and some unused items to exchange for elixirs, spiritual liquids, and other necessities. In the dark corners of the city, a mysterious and extremely dangerous place lurks, the black market. This place seems like a den of illegal transactions, filled with all kinds of shady and unspeakable dealings. The entrance to the black market is usually hidden in narrow and deep alleys. Only those who are deeply familiar can accurately trace its whereabouts. The moment Yui stepped inside, he could deeply feel an oppressive atmosphere rushing toward him. The dim, flickering lights cast people's faces into indistinct blurs. Individuals harboring unspeakable purposes moved back and forth within. The stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods, ranging from illegal weapons to rare medicinal materials, yet it was hard to distinguish between real and fake. Here, money becomes the only token of access. Buyers can purchase items at exorbitant prices that are unattainable in the regular market, but at the same time, they must bear enormous risks. Transactions in the black market are completely unprotected by law, and if any issues arise, buyers often have no choice but to accept their misfortune. In addition to commodity trading, the black market also offers a variety of illegal services. Hiring hitmen, human trafficking, and other heinous acts are commonplace here. This is undoubtedly a paradise for crime and a dark abyss of humanity. However, the black market is not entirely chaotic and disordered. Some powerful mafia organizations control everything here. They make the rules and strive to maintain the superficial stability of the black market. After arriving here, Yui put on a mask and prepared to find a shop to sell the items he had. He knew very well that one must be extremely cautious when coming to the black market. Yui had no intention of attracting anyone's attention, so he put on the mask. However, even if it causes a stir, it's no big deal. At worst, just eliminate all the troublesome people directly. Yui's gaze swept over the surrounding vendors, using his probing skill to check, and found that most of the goods were counterfeit. Yui, is that you? Lu Shinran's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of probing. Yui felt a trace of surprise in his heart. He was already wearing a mask, so how could someone call out his name? He turned around in confusion, and it was actually Lu Shinran. Did you specifically wait for me here? Yui asked, frowning. Lu Shinran gently nodded. She suspected that Yui was the mysterious old man. After all, in that secret realm, the old man had taken all their storage storage rings after killing Huang Heng. She guessed that the mysterious old man was definitely planning to sell them, and if it was indeed Yui, he would surely come to the black market to sell them. So she came to the entrance of the black market with a glimmer of hope and waited, and sure enough, she saw Yui. Although Yui was wearing a mask, she still managed to recognize him. At this point, she was even more certain that Yui was the mysterious old man. Indeed, I was waiting for you. Follow me, or you wouldn't want to be exposed, would you? Lu Xinran spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yui slightly furrowed his brows. He keenly sensed that Lu Xinran must have noticed something. It seemed she had realized that he was the mysterious old man. It made sense, after all, Lu Xinran was also present during the secret realm. It could also be seen that the old man he disguised himself as at the time had martial skills and talent identical to Yui's during the college competition. Besides, he wasn't afraid that Lu Xinran would just follow him. Yui remained silent, following Lu Xinran all the way to a shady shop. Oh, the young lady has arrived? A middle-aged man at the front desk greeted Lu Xinran with a beaming smile. Well, my friend and I need to discuss something. Without my orders, no one is allowed upstairs, Lu Xinran said sternly. After speaking, Lu Xinran quickly led Yui upstairs. At this moment, Yui also removed his mask, his gaze cold. Go ahead, what do you want to do? Lu Xinran poured a cup of tea, smiled, and handed it to Yui. Not doing anything, just have a taste. Yui picked up the tea and drank it in one gulp, instantly feeling a refreshing energy surge, even experiencing a slight enhancement in his mental strength. Spirit tea, not bad. Yui couldn't help but comment. The mysterious elder who killed Huang Heng, that was you, wasn't it? Lu Xinran stared intently at Yui, trying to discern any change in his expression. Yui showed no surprise upon hearing this. He no longer planned to disguise himself. After all, the Huang family would be destroyed tomorrow, and on the day of the martial exam, his dual talent spirit seed would also be revealed. By then, it would be known that he was the one who killed Huang Heng. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, use your own talent to go to the Imperial Capital Academy and have the academy as your backing. Letting Lu Xinran know now is no big deal. That's right, it's me. Yui spoke slowly, his tone calm and resolute. Lu Xinran was somewhat surprised. She had originally thought Yui would try to argue his way out of it. Unexpectedly, he admitted so straightforwardly that it was him. TSK, why do you trust me so much? Lu Xinran shook her head and looked at Yui, asking. Yui's gaze was as calm as water. It doesn't matter, it will be revealed on the day of the martial exam anyway. I thought you would keep hiding it, Lu Xinran said slowly. Yui shook his head calmly, his expression composed. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the Huang family you're the mysterious old man? Lu Xinran quietly sipped her tea, but her gaze never left Yui, wanting to see how he would react upon hearing those words. You can go and tell them, but after tonight, both the Huang family and your Lu family will cease to exist, Yui said disdainfully, his tone full of confidence and dominance. Yui now had a realm enhancement card in his hand, making him completely unafraid of these people. The strongest members of the Huang and Lu families haven't surpassed the 6th rank, and they are no match for him in battle. Even if they surpassed the 6th rank, Yui wouldn't take them seriously at all. When he reached the 6th rank, no one below the 7th rank could defeat him. If Lu Xinran dares to speak, he would not hesitate to wipe out both the Huang family and the Lu family together. Lu Xinran looked at Yui's firm attitude in front of her, feeling somewhat shocked. Make both families cease to exist? But for Yui, it seemed not entirely impossible. After all, how did Yui reach the 3rd tier in the secret realm? But she was merely saying it to observe Yui's reaction. She wouldn't go and tell the Huang family, as the Yui before her was far more terrifying than the Huang family. Spirit seed talent, spatial talent. Moreover, Yui possesses many other mysterious qualities. Yui dared to say this, which means he has enough ability to do so. How is this possible? Lu Xinran smiled and said, not at all, I was just seeing how you'd react. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Our family also has a grudge against the Huang family, so why bother telling them? Yui also knew that Lu Xinran was just testing his reaction, so he didn't mind. Is the issue resolved now? Can I leave? Yui asked impatiently. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you here to deal with those shady goods? Let me help you. You know my family is also a leader in the black market. I guarantee I won't cheat you. Lu Xinran quickly stood up, blocking Yui's path, with a somewhat sincere expression on her face. Hearing Lu Xinran say this, Yui thought for a moment, then took out a storage ring and handed it to the other party. And Lu Xinran's purpose in helping Yui is actually quite simple. Yui's immense potential, like a dazzling star in the night, is impossible to ignore. She deeply understands that building a good relationship with someone with limitless potential is crucial. Who can predict what the future holds? Maybe one day in the future, when you need help, others might lend a hand decisively out of past goodwill. Lu Xinran's face was brimming with a kind smile as she reached out to take the storage ring and shouted loudly, someone, come here. Her voice echoed in the room, and as soon as her words fell, a middle-aged man quickly arrived at the doorway. He first knocked on the door respectfully, and only after receiving permission did he push the door open and enter. Lu Xinran's gaze was firm, and and she said decisively, carefully inventory the storage ring and everything inside. Purchase at 20% above market price. The person who heard this couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Buying at 20% above market price basically leaves no profit at all. However, he only paused slightly, and his expression quickly returned to calm. After all, the person in front of him was the daughter of his boss, so he could only comply obediently. Lu Xinran turned her head to look at Yui and said softly, "Is there anything you need? I can exchange the money from your sale for whatever you want." Yui looked at the overly enthusiastic girl in front of him, feeling slightly surprised. However, he did have some urgently needed items, so he composed himself, said to Lu Xinran, "You can exchange it for second-tier spiritual liquid or pills, and get me a suitable battle armor as well." Lu Xinran listened to Yui's request and nodded without hesitation. Turning to the person preparing to inventory the storage ring, she emphasized again, "Did you hear that? Make sure it's the best, understand?" The person quickly nodded in agreement, then hurriedly took the storage ring and went down to carefully inventory its contents. Yui originally intended to sell these dirty goods to exchange them for money and then purchase elixirs and spiritual liquids. Lu Xinran's assistance indeed saved him a lot of trouble. Yui was also aware of the little schemes Lu Xinran had in mind. He simply thought he had potential for forming connections. "Are you interested in joining our Lu family? As a free agent, but we can provide you with resources." Lu Xinran's beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Yui as she slowly spoke. Yui shook his head without hesitation and firmly said, "Joining your Lu family is out of the question. If you need help in the future, I will assist you once." Listening to Yui's straightforward response, Lu Xinran's face showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, an expression of admiration emerged. In her view, if Yui were to join a faction so easily, it would be completely out of character for him. Moreover, Yui had promised to lend a hand once in the future, which was already enough for her. After all, although Yui was still very weak now, he was a young man with dual talents and a spiritual seed. As long as he doesn't fall along the way, reaching the 10th tier in the future is almost a certainty. After a short while, the person who had gone to calculate returned. He was holding a set of battle armor in his hands, walking briskly. "Young master, the settlement is complete. A total of over 2000 W has been exchanged for 50 portions each of second-tier superior grade chi and blood pills and second-tier superior grade spiritual liquid, as well as this D-grade thunder battle armor." The staff member's voice broke the brief silence in the room. Yui was somewhat surprised upon hearing the staff's words. A trace of delight flashed in his bright eyes. This result far exceeded his expectations. Second-tier chi and blood pills and spirit liquid were roughly around 210,000. Together, 100 portions would only amount to about 20 million here. And his storage ring and the miscellaneous items inside, he estimated, were worth at most 20 million, which means the other party did not cheat him. Moreover, they even added a piece of D-grade battle armor. The D-grade battle armor, and it's even of the lightning attribute, is worth at least around 7 million. Yui gratefully nodded and said, "Thank you." The staff member smiled faintly, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed along with it. "Our young lady specifically asked me to select a thunder attribute battle armor." "You can thank our young lady." Yui understood the reason instantly after hearing this. No wonder the staff had chosen the thunder battle armor. "Thanks." Yui turned and thanked Lu Xinran once again. "It's just a small matter." Lu Xinran waved her hand indifferently, her face always carrying a faint smile. "Then I'll take my leave." Yui's purpose had already been achieved, so he didn't want to linger any longer. Lu Xinran nodded. "If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Yui heard this and said nothing more, just nodded slightly before turning and leaving the room. Watching Yui's departing figure, the staff couldn't help but ask, "Miss, who is this young man? Is he worth it?" Lu Xinran chuckled softly, her gaze profound and resolute. Boundless potential. The staff was astonished after hearing this. He was well aware that the young lady of his household had always been proud and aloof, and would not usually praise others like this. After all, she herself was a prodigy with SSS-level talent. Yet, regarding the young man who had just left, she had given such a high evaluation. This was enough to prove that the departing young man indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Yui, who had left the room, put his mask back on and walked out steadily and slowly. The outside world was bustling and lively, with the distant arena roaring with voices. The ongoing match was intense, and many people were cheering and shouting encouragement from below the stage. Yui, however, had no interest in such lively scenes. Ding! Achieved 10 consecutive wins in the black market arena. Reward 1,000 talent points. Yui looked at the sudden system task and felt a bit speechless. However, after a brief moment of thought, he still decided to complete the task. After that, Yui directly picked up the spiritual liquid and the chi and blood pill, consuming them without hesitation. Vitality 55569, Spirit 50169, second tier. 5th level is 60,000. As the potion took effect, both vitality and spirit broke through to the second tier, 4th level. Yui immediately felt the surging vitality within his body. Excitedly, he clenched his fists tightly, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. This feels amazing, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Let's just complete this task, Yui muttered to himself, then strode resolutely toward the registration entrance of the arena. Can I register? Yui asked as he arrived at the registration desk. The staff member looked up at the masked Yui and said expressionlessly, you can, but you must sign a life and death agreement. Yui nodded, took the life and death agreement handed over by the staff, carefully read it, and signed his name without hesitation. State your realm and talent, and your title. We'll arrange a suitable opponent for you, the staff asked routinely. Second stage, 4th level in both spirit and vitality, talent, physical enhancement B level, Koan. Yui casually made up a talent for the staff. Anyway, with his strength, even without revealing his true talent, achieving 10 consecutive victories through martial skills wouldn't be difficult. Hearing Yui say this, the staff couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He looked up and down at the person in front of him, who appeared very young. Inwardly, he marveled, not expecting someone of such an age to have already reached the second stage in vitality and spirit. Alright, young man, when your name is called, it's your turn to go on stage. For now, just wait a bit. The staff member's words had just fallen. Yui then turned around and walked toward the area below the stage, found a spot, and sat down to wait. At this moment, a tall and burly man was standing on the stage. That towering figure was like a small mountain, exuding an intense sense of oppression. On his face, a menacing scar twisted like a centipede. Under the illumination of the lights, it appeared particularly shocking, making him look even more ferocious. Meanwhile, the audience below resembled fervent devotees, shouting incessantly to cheer him on. Scar is really fierce. Already 8 consecutive wins. Truly worthy of the C-level talent, mighty strength. Yeah, look at his opponent, such a cowardly look, seems like he doesn't stand a chance at all. Ha ha, Scar is too strong. I'll bet on Scar again in the next match. Hearing these rising and falling discussions, Yui felt like he had forgotten something. Not only are there intense competitions here, but you can even place bets. However, on second thought, it seems quite reasonable. Yet, he suddenly realized a very serious problem. He seemed to have just squandered all the money he had on him. What a huge loss. If I had known there was such an opportunity to make money, I would have saved my money to earn a fortune. Yui secretly regretted it deeply in his heart, his expression almost dripping with water, but he quickly consoled himself and figured it out. Forget it, anyway, my purpose here is just to complete the system task. It's not too late to earn more when the right opportunity comes in the future. Afterward, Yui quickly checked Scar's level. Scar, Blood Chi Stage 2 Level 6, Spirit Stage 1 Level 8, Talent, C Level Great Strength. Yui stared at the prompt given by the system, completely ignoring the arrogant and domineering Scarface in front of him. Scarface's mental strength is so low, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Although his talent is C-level brute strength, cultivating mental strength seems to be of no use, which is why he focuses mainly on vitality. Thinking of this, Yui continued to wait patiently. On the field, Scar was like a raging beast, suddenly throwing a punch that caused his opponent to spit blood and tumble off the ring in disgrace. He raised his arms high and shouted wildly, "Who else?" As he spoke, he forcefully pounded his chest, as hard as an iron plate, producing a dull sound, as if declaring his invincibility to the entire world. Meanwhile, the organizers on the stage watched Scar's overwhelming strength with satisfied smiles on their faces. The more Scar wins, the more he can take the opportunity to make extra money. Scar downed a bottle of recovery potion and shouted loudly, "Boss, how about this B-level enhancement with dual second-tier quadruple boosts to vitality and spirit?" The staff member hurriedly ran to the organizer's boss with the list in hand. "Oh, not much different from Scar. Might as well let Scar have a match. Send him up." The boss waved his hand decisively. The staff immediately went up to the ring and shouted loudly, "The one called Koan, come up." Yui heard this and thought, "Isn't that calling me?" Then, he slowly and unhurriedly walked onto the stage. Next, who is this young man? Do you know him? No idea, he's wearing a mask, seems like a newcomer. Wonder if he can exchange a few moves with Scar. Scar looked at the young man in front of him wearing a mask, his face full of disdain. Still hiding behind a mask. Sneaky and cowardly. Watch me beat you up later. As he spoke, he flexed his wrist and twisted his thick neck, his joints making a cracking sound. Yui sneered coldly, "Looking forward to your performance, loser." Scarface's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "Kid, don't beg for mercy on your knees when I start pounding you later, humph." As the referee gave the signal, Scarface instantly activated his innate brute strength. Like an out-of-control tank, he charged straight at Yui. Yui watched Scarface's movements, and in his eyes, Scarface's speed was as slow as a crawling snail. With mental suppression, every move of his opponent seemed pitifully slow in his eyes. Yui sidestepped to dodge a punch, while Scarface looked somewhat surprised. But before he could recover from his surprise, Yui struck him with a thunder fist, sending him flying. Pathetic! Yui's chi and blood are at the second stage, 4th level, and his thunder body refining technique has already reached the 2nd level, making his physique very strong. The match begins. Moreover, his wind thunder fist has also reached minor mastery, making making it easy for him to defeat someone at the second stage, 6th level. At this moment, Scar was struck so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He heavily fell beside the arena, almost being knocked off the stage. My goodness, just one punch? I thought this young man was just a reckless fool. Turns out the clown was me all along. Wow, this guy is incredible. Boo-hoo, my money. Scarface slowly stood up. Kid, you're so damn strong. Why didn't you say so? Yui shook his head. You didn't ask either. Should I throw you down myself, or will you roll down on your own? Scarface was no fool. He slowly walked down. He realized that he had spoken harsh words too soon. Yui saw this and shouted, next. The staff member was still a bit unresponsive. Oh, next. At this moment, Lu Xinran slowly walked out from the shady shop just now. From afar, she saw Yui in the distance. Yui was wearing a mask, so she recognized him easily. Oh, why are they having a ring match? Lu Xinran looked at Yui, a little puzzled. To make money? Lu Xinran wondered. Then she shook her head again. It doesn't seem like it. Didn't he spend all his money on potions and pills? Why is that? Showing off? Lu Xinran couldn't figure out Yui. If he were showing off, there would be no need to wear a mask. Then he walked to a higher spot, sipping tea while watching Yui on the distant arena. Who is this person? The boss looked at the staff with some irritation. The staff was a bit confused. I don't know. The boss just said he came to sign up and is called Cohen. The arena owner was a bit angry. His ace, Scarface, was taken down with just one punch? And looking at the young man in front of him, he would definitely continue to challenge. Then keep sending him opponents with higher levels, but no higher than tier 3, the boss said to the staff. The staff member nodded. Got it, boss. Then he started checking the list. It's you, Zhang Kai. Afterward, he went to the back and found Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai, the boss wants you to go up and deal with him. This is a bit tricky, Zhang Kai said with some hesitation. He had watched the match just now, and with just one punch, the scar-faced man was sent flying. He couldn't do it himself. Now let him go up. He might not be able to win either. Not going up? If you don't go up, explain it to the boss yourself, the staff member said to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai nodded with a troubled expression. I'll give it a try. Hey, little brother, let the two of us give it a shot. Hopefully, you'll go easy on us later, Zhang Kai said with a bitter smile, his expression full of helplessness, as he walked heavily toward the ring. Zhang Kai was well aware that with his abilities, he was definitely no match for Yui, but the immense pressure from the boss, like a heavy mountain, weighed him down to the point of suffocation, forcing him to bite the bullet and step into the arena. People like them were merely fighters in the ring, bound by contracts with the boss, specifically tasked with suppressing those sudden dark horses that emerged. Of course, sometimes they also represent their boss on stage, engaging in fierce duels with others to protect their boss's interests. Yui nodded slightly. From Zhang Kai's tone, he could clearly sense the fear the other party had towards him. It seemed he was truly extremely afraid of facing him in a fight. Yui spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Zhang Kai took a deep breath, unleashed his movement martial skill, and dashed toward Yui like a phantom. However, just as Yui's fist was about to hit Zhang Kai, something unexpected happened. Zhang Kai was suddenly sent flying backward. Yui looked at the scene before him, the corner of his mouth twitching as he secretly complained in his heart. This guy's acting is way too fake. I can't go on. Zhang Kai collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, his voice unbearably miserable, and then simply lay motionless. The sudden turn of events left the audience stunned, and the entire scene instantly became eerily quiet, as if time had stopped. Come on. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, and after a moment, they were all at a loss for words. Too fake. Yui's voice broke the silence, his expression calm. As if nothing had happened just now, he continued waiting for the next challenger. Yui understood that this person was just here to pass the time, but it was quite sensible. Yui also checked Zhang Kai's cultivation level. If it really came to a fight, he could still take him out with a single punch. The boss looked at Zhang Kai's performance, his face flushed with anger, and shouted furiously, "This Zhang Kai, what a useless waste. Move on to the next one." The boss's voice was filled with anger and urgency. Saying this, he instructed the staff to send in the next one. Next, and the people who came on stage next, without exception, were all defeated, simply because Yui was too powerful. Me, this Cohen is too fierce. Cohen, my god, ha ha ha. Betting on Cohen made a fortune. Brothers, all bet on Cohen. Charge. The 10th match is coming up soon. Wonder if he can win the 10th match. Every time someone is about to win the 10th match, the arena owner always arranges an opponent with a huge strength gap. It's tough. At this moment, the arena owner was watching Yui, who had already achieved 9 consecutive victories. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he thought to himself, how could I possibly let him keep winning? Send Lu Chushue to him. Let him go on stage and end this match, the boss said through gritted teeth. The staff member, hearing the boss's words, nodded hurriedly. Understood. Then he went to the back of the ring, where he saw a figure immersed in training. Beginner, the boss is calling you to end someone's 10-game winning streak. Lu Chushue slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Got it. The staff member, seeing Lu Chushue agree, left the place. place with peace of mind. Lu Chuxue then followed closely behind, heading toward the arena. Subsequently, everyone saw Lu Chuxue slowly step onto the arena. He looked expressionlessly at Yui, who was wearing a mask on the arena. It's actually Lu Chuxue. Tier 2 level 9 vitality and Tier 2 level 5 spirit. This boss is still so ruthless, still not letting anyone achieve 10 consecutive wins. Then who should we vote for? Kunken or Lu Chuxue? Of course, it's Lu Chuxue. Damn, there's a 5-level difference in their realms. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Yui also sought his opponent and conducted an investigation. Lu Chuxue, B poison transformation, talent. Blood Chi stage 2 level 9, spirit stage 2 level 5. Yui looked at the system's description and pondered silently. What is the purpose of this talent? Kid, I advise you to step down. 9 consecutive wins are already impressive enough. Don't dream of a 10th consecutive win. I'm not an opponent you can defeat. Lu Chuxue's voice carried a hint of threat. Yui shook his head, his gaze resolute. Sorry, I don't take you seriously either. Lu Chuxue sighed, then don't blame me for my poison. As he spoke, he took out a hooked sickle, and soon a faint green glow appeared on his skin. The hook was also coated with venom, which dripped slowly onto the ground, making a sizzling corrosive sound. Yui looked at this talent and suddenly understood something. Isn't it just the ability to coat oneself or weapons with venom? As long as I don't let him get close, there's no problem. Lu Chuxue swung a hooked sickle towards Yui, its speed as fast as lightning. Yui hated poison the most. He frowned deeply, then decisively drew the thunder slash blade. Forget it, one slash to end it. Sky-splitting slash. Yui shouted loudly and swung his blade towards Lu Chuxue. A fierce blade aura whistled out. Then, Yui swung his blade towards the incoming hooked sickle. The blade's energy sliced through the air, instantly severing the hooked sickle. Afterward, it struck heavily on Lu Chuxue. The alloy battle armor on Lu Chushue's body was instantly split apart. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball, with a deep and shocking wound on his body. Yui looked at the power of this strike and shook his head. If it were enhanced by the Chaos Divine Thunder, this strike would have been enough to cut Lu Chuxue in half, but killing someone wouldn't be good either. Boring. Yui snorted coldly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1,000 talent points. At this moment, everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. That blade aura forcibly tore through space. Doesn't give beginners any time to react. Road beginner lost. Yui actually won 10 consecutive victories? That strike was terrifying. What kind of martial skill was that? Damn, doesn't that mean he can claim the 10 consecutive victories grand prize? Yui listened to everyone's discussions, especially when he heard about the grand prize for 10 consecutive wins, and couldn't help but feel delighted. He hadn't expected an unexpected reward. At this moment, the boss on the stage had a livid expression and swallowed hard. Is this really the B-grade physical enhancement they mentioned? Too powerful. He had never seen this martial skill before. It can actually sever space. Terrifying. This person is invincible below tier 3. Should I give the 10-win streak grand prize to this person named Kunken? If I give it, I'll feel heartbroken. If I don't, it will damage my reputation. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He called over the staff. Damn it. Are you sure this person has B-level physical enhancement? The staff was dumbfounded at this moment and stammered. Boss, that's indeed the case. That young man said so when he came. The boss looked at the staff's expression and couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. Is it really a B-level talent? Meanwhile, in the distance, Lu Xinran sipped her tea while watching Yui's fierce performance, which was completely within her expectations. It was still that martial skill, still as powerful and invincible as ever. Lu Xinran shook her head and slowly walked toward the arena owner. The arena owner, upon seeing Lu Xinran's arrival, immediately put on a flattering smile. He said obsequiously, "Oh my, the young lady graces us with her presence. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. Forgive me." Lu Xinran smiled faintly and said softly, "Give him the 10-win streak reward. He's my friend." After speaking, she turned gracefully and left resolutely. The boss was stunned. Goodness, it turned out that the young man on the stage actually had a connection with the young lady of the house. Of course, definitely. Rest assured, young lady. The boss hurriedly shouted loudly at Lu Xinran's departing figure. Lu Xinran did not respond, only smiled faintly again, and then left the black market with determined steps. Watching Lu Xinran's stunningly beautiful departing figure, the boss quickly called to his subordinates. Someone, bring that 3rd tier, 5th level commander grade beast core here. Although his heart ached immensely, it was, after all, the order of the young lady, and how could he dare to disobey? Soon, a subordinate hurriedly came over holding an exquisite box and respectfully handed it to the boss. The boss opened the box, and inside lay a demon beast core radiating a dazzling and intense glow, precisely the core of a 3rd tier, 5th level commander class demon beast. This is truly a treasure. The boss murmured to himself, a trace of undisguisable reluctance flashing in his eyes. You must know, demon cores are already extremely difficult to obtain, let alone one at the commander level. Originally, he just wanted to use the gimmick of winning 10 consecutive matches to obtain this demon core and make some extra money. Previously, he calculated that as long as someone achieved 9 consecutive wins, he would send a master with a vastly superior level to cut off their winning streak. It had always gone smoothly, but today, he's really had terrible luck. To think he encountered such a formidable character. The boss sighed helplessly. Give this demon core to the young man on the stage. The staff quickly took it, their gaze toward the boss filled with a strange expression. The stingy miser actually loosened up and gave away something so valuable? Then, he took the precious demon core and stepped onto the arena. Hello, Koen, this is the ultimate prize for 10 consecutive victories. The staff handed over the exquisite gift box as they spoke. Upon seeing this, Yui opened the gift box without hesitation, revealing a dazzling demon core, and the radiance it emitted was extremely intense. Then he conducted an investigation. A 3rd tier, 5th level commander grade demon core. Yui couldn't help but be startled. He never expected it to be a commander grade demon core. Ordinary 3rd tier demon cores were already quite expensive, let alone this commander grade one. Yui was overjoyed, feeling that coming here for the duel was truly worth it. Not only did he successfully complete the system task, but he also obtained this invaluable commander level demon core. With this, his cultivation level could rapidly improve once again. Thanks, Yui said succinctly, then prepared to leave this place of trouble. The crowd below the stage was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Goodness, this guy actually got that commander level demon core. Damn, did the boss suddenly grow a conscience this time? A commander level demon core. If I could absorb it, how long would it last me? Months. Yui listened to everyone's discussions, completely unconcerned. For others, even with an SSS level talent, absorbing this commander level demon core would require a significant amount of time and effort. But Yui is different. He possesses divine abilities and can absorb it completely in just 1 second, without wasting anything. Yui pondered, then repeatedly used teleportation, disappearing instantly from the black market. After all, holding a tier 3 level 5 demon core in hand, there were countless people with ill intentions. As Yui's figure instantly vanished from the spot, some men in black who had been hiding around the shops were left dumbfounded. Spatial talent. Damn, he got away. Damn, who is this kid? He actually awakened a spatial talent. Forget it, let's not chase him. Let's head back. After leaving the black market, Yui took off his mask and began absorbing the demon core without hesitation. As the 3rd tier, 5th level demon core of the commander class was fully absorbed, Yui felt a significant surge in his vitality and spirit. Health 70,569, spirit 68089, 2nd tier 6th level is 80,000. Both health and spirit have broken through to the 2nd tier 5th level. Fortunately, there's the system. It can absorb demon cores across realms. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to improve so quickly. The increase in vitality and spirit brought by this commander level demon core is twice that of the ordinary demon beast core from before. Then what about a king level demon core? Yui could hardly imagine. Awesome. Relying solely on self-cultivation always progresses slowly. One must depend on these precious external resources. After Yui finished absorbing, he stabilized his vitality and spirit, then prepared to embark on the journey home. Walking along the quiet path, it didn't take long for Yui to keenly sense someone following him from behind. Ever since provoking the Huang family, he had been cautiously observing his surroundings whenever he returned home. So today, he quickly noticed the 2 sneaky men in black behind him. Yui stopped in his tracks and said coldly, "Come out." The 2 behind him were a bit surprised. They hadn't expected Yui to notice them so quickly. "You're quite cautious, kid," one of the men in black said as he leaped out. And another man in black followed closely behind. Yui examined the realms of the 2 individuals, immediately furrowing his brows and secretly feeling that things were not looking good. Li Xiaowei, 3rd tier, 8th level vitality, 3rd tier, 6th level spirit, C-grade talent for weapon enhancement, member of the heretical church. Lu Guan, 4th tier, 1st level vitality, 3rd tier, 8th level spirit, B-grade talent for shadow clone, member of the heretical church. Yui looked at the 2 people whose realms far surpassed his own, feeling a bit uneasy. Moreover, why would the people from the heretical church know he had just come out of the black market? After thinking for a moment, Yui realized that only the Huang family could have leaked the information. Could it be that the Huang family is secretly colluding with the heretical church? The mere thought of the Huang family made him furious. Damn it, he hadn't even gone to settle the score with the Huang family yet. And now the Huang family had sent someone to kill him. And it was those scum from the heretical church. Huang family, you deserve to die. Originally, Yui was planning to quietly wipe out the Huang family tomorrow night. But now, he could no longer endure it, nor did he need to. System. Use the realm upgrade card. And the 2 men in black, seeing Yui neither running nor panicking, just standing there quietly, couldn't help but mock him. "Kid, why aren't you running when you see us? Are you planning to obediently cooperate and come with us to the cult?" Amid their mocking laughter, with the use of the realm enhancement card, in an instant, Yui's vitality and spirit surged to the 1st level of the 6th tier. Feeling the overwhelming and powerful force within his body, Yui was somewhat intoxicated by it. Is this the power of the 6th tier? Then, Then, looking at the two people in front of him, he shouted angrily. Yui let out an angry roar, and in an instant, the Spear of Thunder Punishment, carrying a world-destroying force, charged toward the man in black. The man in black hadn't even reacted before he met his end, directly perishing and turning to ashes. Yui clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fierce as he said, "Huang family, wait for me. With these 30 minutes of 6th-tier power, destroying the Huang family is simply a piece of cake. How is it? Your men should have captured Yui by now, right?" Huang Tianba said to the person on the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, with you providing his location, my men will definitely catch him," the person on the other end of the phone replied. Hearing this news, Huang Tianba felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he still asked worriedly, "There shouldn't be any mishaps, right? That kid might have tier 3 combat power." A relaxed laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Ha, don't worry, the ones I sent are the elites from our Qingchuan city base. All of them have tier 4 combat power, so even if he has tier 3, it won't matter." Die. Huang Tianba felt much more at ease after hearing this. "I'll also gather the high-level beast blood you requested." With that, Huang Tianba hung up the phone. The location of Yuyi's black market was indeed revealed to the heretical church by Huang Tianba. Not only that, he also informed the heretical church about Yuyi's strange abilities and the possibility of him possessing 3rd-tier combat power, just in case. The heretical church, being very cautious, directly dispatched a powerful 4th-tier expert to carry out the mission. Huang Tianba sat on the sofa, his gaze slightly gloomy, secretly pondering his next move. He silently took out his phone and scrolled through photos of his son, his eyes filled with deep sorrow and pain. "Son, Dad will definitely avenge you," Huang Tianba murmured to himself, his voice full of grief and determination. After all, he only had this one son. Thinking of this, Huang Tianba clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with the fire of revenge. Once the cult captures Yui, he wants to witness Yuyi's death with his own eyes. But now, he inexplicably has a bad premonition. "Huang Tianba, get out here!" Accompanied by a thunderous voice that roared like a sudden clap of thunder from outside. Huang Tianba moved upon hearing the sound, stepping outside and then ascending into the air. His gaze, sharp as a sword, locked tightly onto the elderly man with white hair before him. In this world, only those who have reached the 5th tier of cultivation can possess the ability to walk through the air. Therefore, at this moment, Yui was standing proudly in mid-air. Huang Tianba had also reached the 5th stage and was doing the same. "May I know where you come from and what business you have with me?" Huang Tianba stared at the white-haired elder before him, his heart filled with both curiosity and vigilance. After all, those who can stand in mid-air are at least 5th-tier powerhouses. It's best to avoid conflict with them if possible. Yui looked at Huang Tianba's cowardly demeanor of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Huang Tianba, do you know who I am?" Yui's gaze was as cold as frost, staring directly at Huang Tianba, with a hint of mockery and disdain in his tone. Huang Tianba furrowed his brows, carefully scrutinizing the mysterious old man before him, but he simply couldn't recall where he had seen him before. So, he decided to stop beating around the bush and said straightforwardly, "Why must you keep hiding your intentions? If you have something to say, just say it outright." Yui responded with a cold laugh. "Huang Tianba, don't you know how your son died?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tianba's expression changed drastically, his face turning ashen in an instant. He immediately recalled the news he had received earlier. His son was killed by a mysterious white-haired old man. Looking again at the mysterious white-haired old man before him, he understood in his heart that the person in front of him was the murderer. "You're the murderer? You're the one who killed my son." Huang Tianba's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Yui and roared angrily. Yui, upon hearing this, no longer intended to hide, as he was prepared to let Huang Tianba know who was going to kill him. "You're quite clever, and I am indeed Yui. Today marks the day of your Huang family's annihilation." Huang Tianba was suddenly shocked, even though he had already guessed that the elder in the secret realm was Yui. However, the Yui before him suddenly appeared, and it seemed his strength had already reached the 5th tier. But as soon as he thought of his son's tragic death at Yui's hands, Huang Tianba's eyes instantly widened in fury, like an enraged lion. "Yui, today, I will make you accompany my son in death." Demonic transformation. With a thunderous roar, Huang Tianba suddenly emitted an overwhelming demonic aura, as if it could devour the entire world. Yui looked at Huang Tianba in front of him and merely sneered disdainfully. "Huang Tianba, Blood Chi 5th stage level 3, Spirit 5th stage level 1, a demonic transformation, talent." Yui had already thoroughly grasped Huang Tianba's strength and realm. At this moment, the demonic aura emanating from Huang Tianba might seem terrifying, but in Yui's eyes, it was nothing more than an empty show of force. "Huang Tianba, do you really think an ant can shake a tree, or a mayfly dare to overturn the heavens? How is this possible?" Spear of Thunder Punishment. With a soft shout from Yui, the Spear of Thunder Punishment formed instantly from chaotic divine lightning. Densely packed around him, lightning flickered, radiating an awe-inspiring might. Huang Tianba was shocked to see the fluctuations in Yui's spiritual power. His spiritual power has actually reached the first level of the 6th tier. How is this possible? Moreover, if Yui is indeed the 3rd tier elder from the secret realm, then Yui also possesses dual talents. He alone is definitely difficult to resist. Ancestor, save me! Huang Tianba shouted in terror toward the rear of the residence. From afar came an aged and authoritative voice. Who dares to act recklessly on Huang family's territory? Yui looked up and saw an elderly man with white hair, his skin dry and rough like shriveled tree bark, tightly clinging to his gaunt and bony face. Huang Sandong, Blood and Qi level 5, stage 10, Spirit level 5, stage 8, talent, a fire element talent. Yui marveled at the old man's strength and remarked, TSK, this level of power is almost on par with the city lord. However, despite having strength comparable to the city lord, an old fellow with one foot in the grave like this usually wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, engaging in a life and death struggle with the city lord is by no means a wise move. After all, the Huang family is not the only dominant force in this city. If the Huang family and the city lord both suffer heavy losses, the other families would simply reap the benefits. Therefore, the Huang family still needs to show some respect to the city lord, so that the city lord was able to successfully protect Yui before. With the appearance of Huang Sandong, several of Huang Tianba's brothers also arrived here one after another. Some are at the 4th stage of cultivation, while others have just stepped into the 5th stage. Yui, no matter how strong you are, your mastery of martial techniques can't compare to the ancestors. Arrogant. Besides, we have so many people here. Today is the day you die. Yui heard this and sneered disdainfully. Indeed, this old man might have a high mastery of martial skills. But sorry, I have cheats. Today, none of you will escape. Let me show you the destructive power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. Countless thunder spears beside Yui attacked in the direction of Huang Tianba. It goes without saying that being struck by the spear of thunder punishment would result in instant death on the spot, reduced to ashes. At this moment, the members of the Huang family gathered here, but since none of them had reached the 4th rank, they could only watch the battle. Moreover, many people outside the Huang family came to watch the battle. They witnessed this earth-shattering fierce fight with their own eyes, their hearts filled to the brim with shock and curiosity. Who exactly is that old man? How can he be so fierce and formidable? Someone couldn't help but shout in astonishment, their voice full of incredulous horror. Not sure. Look at his stance. It's clear he's planning to single-handedly annihilate the entire Huang family. That thunderous momentum is absolutely terrifying. Go! Another person chimed in, their eyes wide like copper bells, gaze fixed on the battlefield, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Indeed, today, there's truly an earth-shattering spectacle to witness. The crowd discussed animatedly, their expressions extremely excited. Huang Tianba's eyes widened in shock as he stared in terror at the thunder spear, formed from the Chaos Divine Thunder carrying the power to destroy everything, hurtling straight toward him. Just moments ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes his second brother, a dignified 5th-tier powerhouse, reduced to ashes in an instant by a single strike from the opponent. This scene shattered his courage, as if the entire world were trembling violently. Fear clung to him like a shadow, almost devouring his very soul. He now regrets provoking Yui. It's truly terrifying. Yui is really too strange. Not long ago, he was at the 3rd stage of the secret realm, and now he's suddenly reached the 6th stage. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. There's no other choice but to give it his all. At this moment, Huang Sandong was equally dumbfounded. He never expected that his Huang family would provoke such a terrifyingly formidable enemy. Today, it seems they have kicked an indestructible titanium alloy steel plate. He himself was of the fire element and could have fused with a spirit seed, yet after years of delay, he still achieved nothing. But what shocked him to the extreme was that the person before him actually possessed a lightning element spirit seed. This was simply inconceivable. It must be known that spirit seeds are extremely precious. Even a basic spirit seed would be impossible to obtain, even if the entire wealth of the Huang family were exhausted. They are purely rare treasures that can only be encountered by chance and not sought after. Yet this person not only possesses such a heaven-defying spirit seed but also wields such astonishingly powerful strength, making it truly difficult for others to measure up. What's even more alarming is that this person's spiritual realm has actually reached the 6th tier, 1st level. This means that their strength far surpasses his own. How is this possible? No matter how skilled Huang Sandong is in martial techniques, he simply cannot compete with this person's Grey Thunder. Facing such a formidable opponent, Huang Sandong feels utterly hopeless, with despair surging like a tidal wave. Tianba, who exactly is this person? Is there any possibility of befriending them? Huang Sandong shouted urgently at Huang Tianba while awkwardly dodging the whistling thunder spears. Huang Tianba shook his head in despair. Mortal enemy. Huang Sandong sighed deeply upon hearing this. Heaven seeks to destroy the Huang family. Yui looked at the two's sorry state and felt utterly bored. Talent is simply not on the same level, and their realm is even higher than these two. What do these two have to compete with me? Farewell, Huang Tianba. Yui's lips slightly curved upward, revealing a cold smile. Space severance. Yui let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the space where Huang Tianba and Huang Sandong were located shattered like fragile glass, forcibly severed. Huang Tianba was instantly cut in half, dying with his eyes wide open. happen, as the gap in their realms was as vast as a chasm. Originally, they had thought of putting up a fight, but they hadn't expected Yui to be so powerful. Even spatial slicing has been mastered. I can't rest in peace. The S-class battle armor on Huang Tiandong's body also shattered instantly, revealing wounds so deep that the bone was visible. However, he did not fall. Yui looked at Huang Sandong's miserable state, feeling slightly surprised. TSK, the old guy really lives up to his reputation. His gear is quite impressive. Yui couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Huang Sandong stared at the broken Huang Tianba, his heart filled with volcanic rage. He knew well that there was no way out today. Instead of waiting for death, why not fight for it? Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. Huang Sandong roared furiously, and in an instant, his entire body was engulfed in raging flames, transforming into a massive fireball. Yui, seeing this, calmly activated the thunder armor. The chaos divine thunder instantly condensed into armor, tightly adhering to his body. Huang Sandong, now like a frenzied fireman, charged at Yui recklessly. Yui's figure flickered, instantly teleporting to a distant spot, easily evading. Huang Tiandong, seeing that Yui still had the ability to teleport, roared in despair, I am not willing to accept this. With a deafening explosion, the area centered around Huang Tiandong was blasted into chaos, reduced to ruins. Yui looked at the immense power and couldn't help but feel slightly startled. At the same time, he also grew curious about the technique Huang Tiandong had used. System, do you know what skill he used? Yui asked. Ding. It is not a skill, but rather he is detonating the fire elemental talent source within his body for self-destruction. The power is extremely terrifying. Yui felt slightly surprised upon hearing this explanation. If he were pushed to the limit, could he also self-destruct using the chaos divine thunder source within his body? If it were possible, what an earth-shattering event that would be. Yui's thought flashed, and he felt this idea was unrealistic. After all, no one in this world has ever been pushed to such an extreme. Besides, there's still the system emperor. Looking at the ruins formed by Huang Tiandong's self-destruction and the devastation of the Huang family's cave dwelling, Yui decided to strike another blow. Immediately, he waved his hands, conjuring countless spears of thunder punishment, and launched a fierce attack on the Huang family. Eradicate them completely. Yui had no intention of leaving any member of the Huang family alive, to avoid someone awakening a revenge system in the future and coming after him. Isn't that asking for trouble? After all, if one can travel to this world and awaken a system, what else could be impossible? Moreover, the Huang family already has a bad reputation, and colluding with foreign races deserves punishment. The Huang family was reduced to ruins by the destructive chaos divine thunder. Then, Yui shouted loudly toward the distant audience. The Huang family, colluding with the heretical church in the city, committing countless crimes, deserving of death. With that, Yui's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight. The onlookers in the distance all looked at each other in astonishment. My goodness, one person really wiped out an entire family. This is a world where strength is revered, and the power of a family depends on who in the family has reached the highest level. How many strong individuals there are. This time, Yui has essentially eliminated the Huang family's top combat power. As for those who escaped and are still outside, it's impossible for them to restore the Huang family to its original state. After the news of the Huang family's downfall spread, all of the Huang family's businesses were taken over by other forces in Qingchuan City. Is it true or false that the Huang family colluded with the heretical church? I don't know. That's what the old man said. We'll find out once the Martial Artist Administration Bureau comes to investigate. The crowd looked at each other, and many had already gone back to report the news. And Yui revealed the Huang family's collusion with the cult to ensure their crimes would be exposed. Thus, the cult's stronghold in Qingchuan City was eradicated. Qingchuan City, this bustling metropolis, was now in an uproar over the news of the Huang family's downfall. What? The Huang family was wiped out by a mysterious white-haired elder? My goodness. Is it true? It's true. It's true. I just went to the Huang family estate, and the Martial Artist Administration has already sent people to investigate. Plus, the place is in ruins. The citizens of Qingchuan City were all scrolling through the latest news on the Qingchuan City forum, chatting animatedly. On the streets and in the alleys, people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their expressions a mix of panic and excitement. After all, the Huang family has perished. That was a powerful force in the city. If that mysterious old man suddenly wants to harm the innocent, it would be disastrous. Meanwhile, in the spacious and tranquil mansion of the Lu family, Lu Xinran was currently sitting in her room, listening to the news from her subordinates. Her beautiful face still showed surprise. Not long ago, Yui had said in the black market that if he were to collude with the Huang family, it wouldn't stop him from destroying both the Lu family and the Huang family together. The meaning of these words is that Yui is planning to destroy the Huang family. Although Yui said this, she still had some doubts at the time, but some still believe. After all, too many strange things have happened to Yui, and just now, the Huang family was wiped out, and it only took a short while. This is simply unbelievable. You should know that the Huang family is one of the top families in Qingchuan City, with quite a bit of heritage. village. Who would have thought it would happen so quickly? In an instant, they were wiped out by Yui. It is imaginable that this battle was a crushing level victory. There are too many mysteries surrounding Yui. At this moment, Lu Xinran is becoming increasingly curious about Yui. However, the secrets surrounding Yui are like a bottomless pit, impossible to fathom. Lu Xinran came back to her senses, heard the knocking on the door outside, and said, "Come in." The door slowly opened, revealing Lu Haiwei, also known as Lu Yi. He was also Lu Xinran's father, who walked in with steady steps. The light inside the room filtered through the carved window lattice, casting shadows and highlights on his serious face. "What do you think about the downfall of the Huang family?" Lu Haiwei looked directly at his daughter, his gaze filled with inquiry. Lu Xinran looked at her father and smiled faintly. They brought it upon themselves. "Oh, why aren't you shocked by the downfall of the Huang family?" Lu Haiwei frowned slightly, watching his daughter remain so indifferent about the matter. He felt puzzled, sensing that his daughter seemed to know something. Knock knock knock. Lu Xinran gently shook her head, her hair tip swaying slightly with the motion. People reap what they sow. They must have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Seeing this, Lu Haiwei decided not to pursue the topic further. After all, the downfall of the Huang family was also a good thing for his own family. Originally, the profit pie of Qingchuan City was only so big. Now that there are fewer people sharing the pie, one can naturally take a bigger slice. How's the contact with Yui going? Lu Haiwei turned his gaze to Lu Xinran, his eyes carrying a hint of expectation. During the last Qingchuan City competition, he could see Yui's extraordinary qualities. For someone like this, a civilian without any backing, it's always good to interact with them more. If he can be won over, it would naturally be even better. Yui, a young man with immense potential, has limitless achievements ahead of him. As long as he doesn't fall, helping him now will surely bring rewards in the future. When Lu Xinran heard Yui's name, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly, and a unique sparkle flashed in her eyes. "Don't worry, it's still possible." Lu Haiwei looked at Lu Xinran and said this, nodding with satisfaction. His daughter saying this indicated that she had interacted with them, and the relationship should be quite good. "Focus on your cultivation. The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Getting into those two top universities will be beneficial for your future connections and development." Lu Haiwei spoke earnestly, and after finishing, he turned and left the room. Lu Xinran listened to her father's words and nodded. She was preparing to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Although she had an SSS talent, the assessment results also played a significant role. Even Qingchuan City produced 2 SSS talents this year. Moreover, there's also a hidden cheater, not to mention those aristocratic children from the Imperial Capital. Although on the surface, the Dragon Kingdom has only one dual-talented individual, but that's just on the surface. After all, without those major forces, even if there were dual-talented individuals, they wouldn't publicize it widely. In this way, it would be easy to become a target for enemies, and those forces worried that dual-talented individuals might rise in the future and pose a threat to them, leading to their destruction. So, it's basically never revealed. They're all seasoned veterans, not to mention the Spirit Seed. Although Spirit Seeds are rare, there are definitely some among the Imperial Capital families. It's just that there hasn't been a suitable candidate, someone with the right elemental awakening talent. And isn't it just perfect that there's one today? Moreover, SSS talents also vary in strength, not to mention the techniques, martial skills, or abilities used by those major forces, and those rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as the advantages of cultivation levels. Lu Xinran thought of this and smiled, then adjusted her mindset and began to cultivate seriously. The sandalwood incense in the room rose in spirals, and she immersed herself in the atmosphere of cultivation, completely focused. She was somewhat eager for the martial arts exam to arrive quickly. After all, she wanted to see where Yui's true strength lay. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion. "Hey, old Li, what do you think about the downfall of the Huang family?" City Lord Feng Xiaodong said to Li Jiang on the other end of the phone. He stood in front of the spacious study window, gazing at the bustling street scene outside, his expression grave. "It was that kid who did it." Li Jiang's voice came through the receiver, crisp and certain. After hearing what Li Jiang said, Feng Xiaodong still couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Just at noon, Li Jiang had come to see him once and had already told him that Yui was the white-haired old man from the secret realm. Initially, he had some doubts, but Li Jiang directly took out the enlightenment fruit, which made everything very clear. Enlightenment fruit. And now he learned that the destruction of the Huang family was also Yui's doing, which made the shock in his heart even greater. The Huang family was one of the top powerful forces in his city. Just wiped out like that? Can't figure it out. Definitely can't figure it out, but the fact remains. And just now, the Martial Artists Management Bureau reported that the Huang family was colluding with the cult. This was something Feng Xiaodong never expected. A cult, often causing destruction, like sewer rats, very hard to catch. Unexpectedly, the Huang family colluded with the cult? Indeed, the Huang family has indeed colluded with the cult. The Huang family provides the cult with some civilian experiments and supplies beast blood. As for the heretical church, it assists the Huang family in eliminating the Huang family's enemies, etc. When Feng Xiaodong heard such a report from the Martial Artist Administration Bureau, his face turned livid with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. Beasts, they must be eradicated. The heretical church's stronghold happened to be in the city, so Feng Xiaodong decided to personally visit it with the people from the Martial Artist Administration Bureau. At the very least, the stronghold must be destroyed, or the leader of the stronghold must be captured. Li Jiang's heart was overwhelmed with shock, like a surging tide, indescribable. Yue, how did you manage to do it? Li Jiang murmured to himself. An inexplicable excitement surged within him, like a blazing fire ignited, burning fiercely. Perhaps, Yue really might be able to accomplish that seemingly impossible task. If even Yue cannot accomplish it, I fear no one else in this world could achieve it. Meanwhile, Yue had already returned home. It was already past 6 in the evening when he left the black market. At that time, the sky was just slightly dark. The time had already reached nighttime. The night shrouded the small town, and Yue's modest house appeared exceptionally tranquil. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling onto his simple bed. On the other side, he lay quietly on the bed, like a fallen leaf, silent and still. 6th level realm upgrade card. It feels great, but now, he feels weak. The system had previously warned that after using the realm card, there would be a day of weakness, and now, he was in that phase. Yue felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, every inch of muscle ached, and every bone felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He decided not to think about other matters and let himself rest for a while. While he was sound asleep, the industries and territories controlled by the Huang family underwent earth-shaking changes. On the night in Qingchuan City, the wind quietly swept through, and the streets and alleys were filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Various major forces, like sharks smelling blood, took action one after another, dividing up the Huang family's industries and territories completely. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit, with the city lord and the heretical sect management department of the martial artists administration acting together. Bathed in silver moonlight, they sped toward the heretical sect's stronghold in Qingchuan City. However, in the end, they only managed to capture a few members of the heretical sect. The dark and damp prison cell was filled with a nauseating stench. After a round of interrogation, these members finally revealed the whereabouts of another leader, the blue-clad deacon. Upon receiving this information, the city lord and the martial artists administration immediately took action. They pursued the blue-clad deacon without delay. Unfortunately, the blue-clad deacon was extremely powerful, having reached the 5th-tier realm. He moved like a phantom through the city buildings, ultimately evading capture. This turmoil has temporarily come to an end. The Huang family was also branded as criminals. As for the destruction of the Huang family, no one pursued who was responsible for it anymore. After all, the Huang family itself deserved to be exterminated. Moreover, if it weren't for that mysterious old man, it wouldn't have been possible to openly investigate the Huang family and uncover clues. Damn it! How could the Huang family be wiped out like that? The blue-clad steward who had escaped wore an angry expression as he hid in a cave outside the city. Outside the cave, the fierce wind howled, and the branches swayed violently in the wind, as if trembling in response to his anger. When he couldn't reach the 2 people he had sent out, he already sensed that something had gone wrong. He was just about to make a run for it, but didn't expect the city lord to act so quickly. In the end, he had to activate his half-human, half-beast form to escape. But he is now outside the city, unable to understand why the Huang family was annihilated. The Huang family was the one he worked so hard to establish a cooperative deal with. Huang Hong, the son of Huang Tianba, is not Huang Tianba's biological son, and Huang Tianba's wife, the woman who bore Huang Hong, was also part of the plan set up in advance by the blue-clad deacon. The pregnant woman was an exceptionally beautiful woman he brought from another place, and she had just become pregnant at the time. Later, he arranged for a coincidental meeting with Huang Tianba. The fact that Huang Tianba's health was failing was something the blue-clad steward was aware of. A family, but the head of the family is incapable? It's very dangerous not to have children, so he offered timely help and sent the pregnant woman. Huang Tianba indeed fell for the trap. After learning he had a child, Huang Tianba was very happy and did not suspect anything. After all, who can think they are not capable? That's right, who would tell others that they are not capable? Referring to the body not being capable, the mirror not being capable. Just like that, the woman was controlled using heretical magic before being sent away, obeying her commands. Moreover, that woman had a child, and it was precisely Huang Hong, so that woman holds a very high status in the Huang family. Therefore, the steward in blue often gives orders to that woman. That woman also frequently whispers in Huang Tianba's ear. When encountering difficulties that the Huang family cannot resolve, she would tell Huang Tianba that the heretical church can help you. Huang Tianba initially refused, but eventually agreed. Huang Tianba's downfall in life was also caused by a woman. Until his death, he still didn't know that Huang Hong was not his biological child. And this is how the Huang family ended up colluding with the heretical sect. The heretical church is responsible for helping the Huang family eliminate development obstacles, as well as those enemies. The Huang family is responsible for providing strong strongholds, delivering ordinary people for experiments and supplying the blood of those demonic beasts. It has continued like this until today. The blue-clad steward gritted his teeth, his face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Nearly 20 years of development collapsed completely today. Originally, he had planned to wait for the Huang family's elder to break through to the 6th tier and gradually swallow up the major forces in Qingchuan City. After swallowing up the major forces, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Qingchuan City will belong to the heretics. This is also a great achievement for me. I never thought that so much effort would end in vain, and now I am seriously injured. The intense pain from the wound makes me furrow my brows. And the biggest doubt about this matter is none other than that guy named Yui. Learned about Yui's oddities from Huang Tianba, specifically sent 2 core members of Qingchuan City with tier 4 combat strength. But Yui is definitely not dead. 2 of his subordinates were killed. Moreover, the mysterious old man who appeared out of nowhere wiped out the Huang family. Suddenly, he remembered that Huang Tianba had told him that Yui possessed spatial and lightning abilities, as well as a spirit seed. He had originally thought Huang Tianba was just bluffing. Combine that with the person who destroyed the Huang family elder, someone with spatial and lightning elemental spirit seed talent. No wonder Huang Tianba said Yui was very strange. I didn't expect it to be true. Could it be that the Huang family was destroyed by Yui? Then this is truly unbelievable. Moreover, thinking this way makes sense. Yui has a grudge against the Huang family, and both have dual talents, and Yui's strange ability. Would the church be interested in someone like this? The blue-clad deacon thought to himself and made a call on his phone. A voice devoid of any discernible emotion came from the other end. The blue-clad deacon was now feeling a bit flustered. The mad Qingchuan City stronghold is gone. How do we explain this? Afterward, the blue-robed steward reluctantly recounted everything. What? The stronghold you were stationed at was wiped out? Useless. What good are you? Since you're seriously injured, just fend for yourself. The blue-robed steward broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the bishop's words. If the heretics don't take care of me, I really have no way out. Don't worry, Bishop, I found someone very interesting. The blue-robed deacon then relayed the situation regarding Yui to the cardinal. On the other side, the cardinal was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He had heard of some secret techniques that could temporarily boost one's cultivation by a few levels. Hello? But to advance several major realms, he had never heard of such a thing. And it was even dual talents, space, lightning, and a spiritual seed. This level is comparable to the threshold for the eldest sons of those forces in the imperial capital. If only Yui could be drawn over, then controlled using secret techniques. Within 10 years, Yui will become a powerful ally, and it's the very best. Thinking of this, the cardinal felt a bit excited. Not bad, this news is very good. In that case, try to win over that Yui. If it doesn't work, eliminate him. After saying this, the cardinal hung up the phone. The blue-robed steward felt a wave of relief upon hearing the bishop's words. Great, the bishop hadn't given up on him. This meant he still had value. As long as he could either win Yui over or eliminate him, it would count as making amends. After all, the Qingchuan City stronghold was under his responsibility, and losing it on his watch could only be blamed on himself. However, considering his current condition, the blue-clad steward decided to focus on recovering from his injuries first. Only by restoring his body to its optimal state could he better carry out his tasks. Thus, he decided to remain inactive for the time being and wait for the right opportunity. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the sun gradually rose, and sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Yui slowly opened his eyes and saw that Li Qingyue had already entered his room. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall by the bedside, stunningly beautiful. Are you feeling better? Li Qingyue asked softly, her tone full of concern. She saw Yui return yesterday and sleep the whole time, so she came to his room early this morning. He also didn't know what was going on with Yui. Yui smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Then asked, why are you by my bedside? How long have you been here? Li Qingyue replied with a smile, when I came to call you for dinner last night, I found you asleep on the bed. Seeing how exhausted and weak you looked, I couldn't bear to wake you, so I stayed by your bedside, hoping you could rest well. Yui was deeply moved after hearing this. Thank you, Qingyue. Yui prepared to get up and have breakfast. After a night's rest, his body had mostly recovered, though he still appeared somewhat weak. However, compared to when he first lay down last night, his condition had improved significantly. Meanwhile, Li Qingyue had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast early and was quietly waiting for Yui to wake up and eat. System, my task is completed, right? Yui asked the system as he stood up. Ding! The destruction of the Huang family is complete. Reward, Chaos Thunder Prison, and 3,000 talent points. The system's notification sounded in Yui's mind. Yui sat at the dining table, picked up a bowl of steaming porridge, gently blew on it, and then slowly took a sip. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Yui smiled with satisfaction. Li Qingyue, sitting across from Yui, spoke up. Did you hear about the Huang family being wiped out? Yui nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Of course I know. After all, I personally destroyed them. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue couldn't help but but feel a surge of astonishment in her heart. Although she had some suspicions before, she was still deeply shocked when Yui admitted it himself. When she came to find Yui for dinner last night, Yui was lying in bed looking extremely weak. He was somewhat afraid that something might go wrong with Yui like this. She made a phone call to Li Jiang, and only after Li Jiang told Li Qingyue that everything was fine did she feel relieved. Moreover, the Huang family massacre last night also occurred after Yui returned. Considering that Yui went out for a while in the afternoon and came back very weak, as well as Yui's statement yesterday morning upon returning that he wanted to destroy the Huang family, these also indicate that the Huang family was destroyed by Yui. Although she knew it was Yui's doing, she didn't want to ask for any further details. As long as she takes good care of Yui when he comes home, that's enough. As long as Yui is safe and sound, that's all that matters. Li Qingyue smiled faintly, though her face still showed some concern. If it's really dangerous, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Yui smiled and shook his head. Alright, don't worry about me. I value my life. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue said no more and instead served food to Yui. Yui continued eating while taking out his phone to check the news about the Huang family's downfall. And upon opening the Qingchuan City Forum official website, the top trending topic was the sudden annihilation of the Huang family. There was also news about the cult and the takeover of the Huang family's industries, among other things. The comments section was filled with all sorts of reactions. I'm Nantung, oh my gosh, the Huang family has been wiped out. This is big news. Koan no hair, the destruction of the Huang family is great news. That son of theirs bullied men and oppressed women every day. The whole family was utterly wicked. Dojo King, absolutely, they deserved it. My grandma, over 100 years old and bedridden for years, got up and went clubbing as soon as she heard the Huang family was destroyed. Thanks to the Huang family. Yui looked at these comments, and without exception, they were all expressions of joy over the Huang family's demise. This further convinced Mr. Yu that destroying the Huang family was the right thing to do. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Yui greeted Li Qingyue and returned to his room to prepare for some improvement. Recently, the completion of several tasks has resulted in quite a few talent points being accumulated. However, most of the tasks have been completed, and only a few unfinished ones remain, making the tasks fewer. Yui felt a bit worried. System, can you issue more tasks? Ding. Host's request detected. Please capture or kill the blue-robed deacon of the heretical sect who escaped from Qingchuan City. Reward, Grade B Thunder Demon Blade, 2000 talent points. Train your vitality and spirit to Tier 3, Level 1. Reward, 2000 talent points and a random skill. Yui looked at the system's task issuance and nodded in satisfaction. It is necessary to cultivate to the 3rd tier, 1st level, and the rewards are quite good. Then he saw the blue-robed deacon being captured and frowned slightly. The Qingchuan City stronghold, did the blue-robed deacon of the cult escape? Just now, Yui hadn't carefully read the news about the cult on his phone, so he opened his phone and took a closer look. What the heck? The blue-clothed deacon is a 5th tier? Yui looked at the forum post about the fleeing blue-clothed deacon being a 5th tier and twitched the corner of his mouth. How can you catch a 5th tier? Seriously. But seeing the reward for capturing the blue-clothed deacon, he felt a bit tempted. The B-grade combat knife is pretty good. It's time to replace my own knife too. Although I haven't looked into the price of the B-grade combat knife, it probably isn't cheap. This matter isn't urgent and should be considered carefully. Moreover, the system didn't specify whether to catch them alone or as a group. Notify the city lord or the principal after discovering it, that works too. Then Yui checked the talent points, a total of 5,000. Originally 400, 600 from 2 days of daily tasks, plus 1,000 from the black market's 10-win streak mission, and exactly 5,000 from the annihilation of the Huang family. Yui looked at the martial skills he could currently improve and felt a bit troubled. Basically, it takes at least several thousand points to advance by one level. He increasingly felt that there were too few tasks and too few talent points. After spending 3,600 points to upgrade Thunder Armor from minor achievement to major achievement, Yui stopped improving it further. Preparing to enter the Qiankuan pot to check on the Flame Lion King. After entering the Qiankuan pot, Yui immediately saw Little Peach lying on the Enlightenment Tree, sleeping. Meanwhile, the Flame Lion King was quietly and obediently guarding beneath the Enlightenment Tree. The deep wounds on the Flame Lion King's body had already healed significantly. The Flame Lion King keenly sensed Yui's arrival and slowly opened its majestic eyes. Yui walked forward with a smile, teasingly saying, "Little lion, you better get well soon. I'm planning to ride on your back and show off a bit. After all, riding a Lion King is way cooler than driving those cars." As Yui spoke, his face showed a hint of anticipation. You should know that, except for those who have awakened talents related to beast contracts, others do not enjoy this privilege. At this moment, the Flame Lion King's realm has already reached the 3rd tier, 6th level, while Yui is currently only at the 2nd tier, 5th level. If they were to truly compete, Yui's current strength would still not be a match. However, due to the existence of the enslavement secret technique, the Flame Lion King, despite being utterly unwilling, has no choice but to obediently follow Yui's orders. As long as the Flame Lion King harbors even even the slightest thought of resistance, its life and death would be decided by Yui in an instant. The Flame Lion King was well aware that there was a special and close connection between itself and Yui, with its life and death entirely under Yui's control. Given this, it simply chose to surrender. After all, the environment here was comfortable and pleasant, so why not take a good nap and fully enjoy this rare moment of tranquility? Moreover, here it can clearly feel that the speed of its realm improvement is much faster than in the outside world. The only downside is that there are no female counterparts here, which inevitably makes the Flame Lion King feel a bit regretful. If only I could bring in a couple of females to enjoy myself, that would be perfect, the Flame Lion King thought to itself. But now, hearing Yui say he wants to ride it to show off, it immediately had the thought of going on strike, but on second thought, it decided it was better to obey obediently, or else its life might be in danger. Only to hear the Flame Lion King let out a helpless roar. Yui nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Little Peach. He softly said, "Little Peach, stop sleeping. Come on, I'll take you out for a walk." But Little Peach looked sullen, muttering, "Humph, from yesterday afternoon until now, you haven't agreed to let me go out." What? Suddenly grew a conscience now. Yui shook his head helplessly and explained, "Yesterday afternoon, I was busy wiping out the Huang family, then came back with my body drained of energy. I just woke up." Upon hearing this, Little Peach immediately waved her cat paws in a panic and shouted, "Why didn't you take me yesterday? Let me join too." "Ah." Yui deliberately pouted and said, "You're so weak, taking you would be useless." Little Peach immediately teleported in front of Yui upon hearing this, glaring angrily, "Hey, I'm stronger than you, okay? If it weren't for your ability to temporarily boost your cultivation level, I'd crush you, you boring human." "Humph." Yui chuckled and decided to ignore Little Peach. Little Peach's growth speed was indeed quite fast, but compared to someone like him, who was essentially cheating, it was still a bit slow. Meanwhile, the Flame Lion King watched the two arguing, not daring to provoke either of them. After all, this seemingly ordinary little kitten actually possesses the power of space. Moreover, the bloodline of this little kitten is even nobler than its own. Thus, the Flame Lion King quietly lay under the tree. Yui teleported to the tree, picked the last two ripe Dao Enlightenment fruits, and prepared to leave with Little Peach. Yui prepared a Dao Comprehension fruit for Wang Shua, and another one for the homeroom teacher. Moreover, thinking about it, it had been a long time since he last sought his brother Wang Shua. Afterward, he and Little Peach left the Qiankuan gourd. However, Little Peach still looked sullen. "Let's go, take care of some things first, then I'll show you around." Little Peach jumped onto Yui's shoulder with a leap. Seeing this, Yui made a call to Wang Shua. As soon as it connected, he was about to speak. He heard a voice coming from the other end. "Hello, Brother E, are you thinking of me today?" Yui listened to the skinny monkey on the other end and chuckled. "I've been quite busy lately." "You're at school now, right? I'll come find you." "At school? Alright, I'll wait for you, Brother E." Upon hearing this, Yui hung up the phone and prepared to return to school. After Yui went downstairs, he unhurriedly made his way toward the school. Now that the Huang family has already been destroyed, the only threat to him is the heretical church. Everything else is of no concern. Moreover, the heretical church won't take action in the short term. Not long after, Yui arrived at the 9th martial arts with Little Peach. At that moment, Skinny Monkey was at the door. "Hey, Brother E, I missed you so much," Skinny Monkey said as he ran over. Hey, talk with your mouth, not your hands." Yui looked at Skinny Monkey, who was about to hug him, and said. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and chuckled. "Brother E, where have you been lately? It's a long story. Here, take this," Yui said as he handed the enlightenment fruit to Skinny Monkey. "This is good for you." The Skinny Monkey looked at the fruit Yui took out and felt like he had seen it in a book before. He took the fruit and started eating it. "Brother E, what is this? After eating it, my energy keeps increasing." The Skinny Monkey started using the basic meditation method to absorb the mental boost brought by the enlightenment fruit. Yui saw this and said, "Don't cultivate here. Who told you to eat so fast?" The Skinny Monkey realized this too, then greeted Yui and quickly ran into the classroom to activate the meditation method to absorb the fruit. Meanwhile, Yui was walking around the campus. Many students looked at Yui with admiration. "Isn't that Yui, the one who took first place in the college competition? That's so awesome. He beat 2 SSS level talents in the city to win the championship. So handsome. Does he have a partner? I wonder if my 72K salary would attract him." Yui listened to the discussions around him and walked quietly. The fruit had already been given to the Skinny Monkey, and who knows how long it will take for him to absorb it. Another one was given to the homeroom teacher. After all, the homeroom teacher provided this spot. When there are more enlightenment fruits in the future, the homeroom teacher will be supplied again. Yui came to the office and knocked on the door. Upon hearing this, Yui walked in and saw the homeroom teacher sitting there. The homeroom teacher smiled warmly upon seeing Yui and said, "What brings you back to school today?" Yui smiled and said, "Just bringing you something." Homeroom teacher Dawn Lei was somewhat surprised. "What are you giving me, kid?" Yui took out the enlightenment fruit. "This." The homeroom teacher's expression changed upon seeing the enlightenment fruit, and he then connected the events of the secret realm and the destruction of the Huang family yesterday. He also also realized that Yui was the mysterious old man. Yui looked at Dong Lei's somewhat incredulous expression and directly nodded. The mysterious old man is me. It was all done by me. Dong Lei smiled wryly upon hearing this. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, and I didn't expect your talent to be even more outrageous than I imagined. Yui replied helplessly, there's no choice, as a commoner, I can't afford to stand out too much, so I have to keep it hidden. Yui said this as he handed the enlightenment fruit to Dong Lei. Dong Lei didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. Knock knock knock. Come in. After all, Yui's personality is one of repaying kindness, and if he didn't accept it, Yui would still forcibly give it to him. Seeing Dong Lei accept the enlightenment fruit, Yui decided not to disturb the homeroom teacher and prepared to leave. And just after stepping out, he ran into an acquaintance. The moment Yui stepped out of the office, his gaze was instantly drawn to the graceful figure not far away. Standing there was none other than Luo Yushi. This was their first meeting since the conclusion of the last university competition. The corners of Yui's mouth involuntarily curved into a slight smile as he teased playfully, hey, young lady, what brings you to school today? Luo Yushi seemed to have anticipated Yui's sudden appearance. There was not the slightest trace of surprise on her face. She simply replied calmly, just handling some matters. In fact, her main purpose for coming to school today was to deal with withdrawal-related procedures, and today was also her last day staying in this city. However, upon hearing about Yui's return, she deliberately came over, feeling an inexplicable urge to see him. Yui smiled and nodded, then eagerly asked, did you come here specifically to find me? How about we have another match? I thought you were aiming to surpass me. Hearing this, Luo Yushi's eyes flickered sharply, and an intense impulse surged uncontrollably in her heart. Since the school ranking competition, she had never defeated Yui, always eagerly anticipating the chance to compete with him again. However, at this moment, faced with Yui's challenge, a sense of fear unexpectedly arose in her heart, which surprised even herself. Ever since her first defeat at Yui's hands, she had been diligently training, constantly improving her strength. But now that Yui had actively proposed a rematch, she hesitated. Have you broken through to the second stage? Luo Yushi slightly furrowed her brows and asked tentatively. Yui nodded confidently, I have. Hearing Yui's words, Luo Yushi couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in her heart. After all, he himself had not yet reached the second tier, but Yui had already broken through to the second tier. In this way, the gap in strength was obvious, leaving no room for comparison. He couldn't beat Yui to begin with, and now his level was even lower than his. What's the point of fighting? Luo Yushi gently shook her head and said helplessly, forget it, losing one match is still a loss. Let's wait for the future. Yui looked at Luo Yushi's demeanor and felt that she seemed a bit strange. The usual cold and distant attitude that kept people at bay seemed to have faded quite a bit at this moment. Yui shrugged his shoulders and said, alright then, good luck. I hope you can beat me someday. After speaking, he turned around gracefully and left. Luo Yushi watched Yui's departing figure and couldn't help but ask, which academy will you apply to? Yui's steps came to an abrupt halt, clearly not expecting Luo Yushi to ask such a question. After a brief silence, he replied, the Imperial Academy, I suppose. After speaking, he continued to stride forward. The Imperial Capital Academy? Luo Yushi murmured softly. Watching Yui's figure completely disappear, she knocked on the office door. She walked into the office to bid farewell to the homeroom teacher. Today, she would be returning to the Imperial Capital. Meanwhile, Yui was wandering around the campus. As expected, this was likely his second to last visit to the school. The next time he would come to school would be when the school organized the trip to the martial arts exam location. Yui didn't plan to disturb Skinny Monkey, as absorbing a second-tier enlightenment fruit would definitely take a lot of time. Skinny Monkey, unlike himself, didn't have any cheats. After strolling around, Yui prepared to meet the principal. Just as he was about to go upstairs, he saw Luo Yushi in the distance getting into a military official vehicle, which sped away in a cloud of dust. Yui didn't find it strange. After all, Luo Yushi was a child of an aristocratic family from the imperial capital. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Yui answered the call. Hello, principal? A voice came from the other end of the line. Why didn't you come to see this old man when you arrived at the school? Yui chuckled. Here I am. I was just about to go, and now I'm here. With that, Yui stopped thinking about Luo Yushi and quickly went upstairs, heading toward the principal's office. His figure flickered, and with 2 teleports, he arrived directly at the door of the principal's office. Hee, principal, I came quickly, didn't I? Yui wore a playful smile and didn't plan to knock on the door or exchange pleasantries. After all, he was an old acquaintance of the principal. Principal Li Jiang was leisurely sitting in his chair, sipping tea. It seems your level has improved quite a bit, huh? Yui nodded. Not bad. Release some of your vitality and spirit, let me take a look. The principal was somewhat curious about Yui's current level of cultivation and couldn't wait to ask. Yui did not hide anything, as his strength and dual talents would be revealed to the public on the day of the martial exam. Afterward, he first demonstrated his vitality. Principal Li Jiang sensed Yui's level of vitality and was instantly dumbfounded. How are you already at at the 5th stage of the second tier? Yui did not answer and immediately released another wave of spiritual energy. The principal, after sensing Yui's spiritual energy level, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Your spiritual energy has also reached the second tier, 5th level? The principal found it hard to believe. Yui's growth rate was simply too fast. You should know that even the 2 people in the city with SSS level talent are only hovering around the 10th level of the first stage. Yet Yui has managed to cultivate both his vitality and spirit to the 5th level of the second stage in just over 2 months. The further you progress in cultivation, the harder it becomes. For those with poor talent, advancing a single level might take 1 or 2 years. Li Jian looked at Yui's realm and nodded with satisfaction. When both your vitality and spirit reach the first level of the 4th stage, remember to come back and find me. Complete that task. Yui heard this and felt a bit curious. He had long known that the principal had something to ask of him, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Now that the principal brought it up voluntarily, he could take the opportunity to learn more. Principal, may I ask what kind of help you need? Li Jiang looked at Yui and smiled slightly. A special secret realm. You'll know the rest when you reach tier 4 and come find me. Hearing the principal say this, Yui stopped asking questions. Most secret realms range from F level to SSS level, but there are inevitably some special secret realms. The special secret realm is fraught with dangers, but opportunities are just as abundant. I'll come back to find the principal after I reach tier 4. Yui said firmly. The principal took a sip of tea and said, go home and prepare well for the martial arts exam. Once you get into the Imperial Capital Academy, with the dean backing you, you can boldly showcase your full potential. Yui was well aware of this. After all, the reason for not revealing his dual talents from the start was the fear of being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, other races, or heretical organizations. After all, someone like me, born with dual innate talents, has never existed. Only cases of awakening dual talents through acquired heavenly treasures exist. Yui bid farewell to the principal and teleported downstairs. He then heard students discussing something. Luoyuxi has dropped out. It seems like she went back to the Imperial capital. Really? Then won't she be taking the martial arts exam here? No idea. Anyway, we still have Yui holding the fort in class 9. Yui was a bit surprised as he listened to everyone's discussion. No wonder Luoyuxi showed up here today. So, it turns out to be dropping out of school? Then he shook his head and stopped thinking about Luoyu. At most, they were just friends, so why bother thinking so much? After leaving school, Yui planned to take Little Peach out for a stroll. Since he had promised to take Little Peach out, it wouldn't make sense not to do so. Yushi, why do you seem to have something on your mind? Tell your aunt. A woman dressed in a cheongsam, with a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a slight resemblance to Luo Yushi, gently asked Luo Yushi in a soft tone. Luo Yushi shook her head lightly. It's nothing, aunt. Aunt Luo Shueyan reached out to hold Luo Yushi's hand, looking at her tenderly and said, Ah, Yushi, don't blame your father for arranging this marriage for you. When you return, your father will explain the reason to you. Luo Yushi frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling a trace of doubt in her heart. This time, she returned home partly because the martial arts exam was approaching. On the other hand, it was because her family had forcibly arranged for her to meet a marriage alliance partner. She truly couldn't understand why her father had arranged such a marriage for her. So 3 years ago, I came to Qingchuan City to escape the pressure from my family, also to avoid that arranged marriage partner. It's been almost 3 years since I last saw my father and mother, and I don't know how they're doing. Saying I don't miss them would be a lie. But after hearing her sister-in-law say this, did she originally think the purpose of the marriage alliance was wrong? At first, she thought the family wanted to use her marriage to a top power to help the family develop, but now it seems that might not be the case. So what is the real reason? Luo Yushi was filled with doubt in her heart. She had some understanding of that marriage candidate. He was a notorious playboy, idling around all day, neglecting proper work, and nothing more than a useless scion of a top-tier family. She wouldn't even bother to glance at someone like that, let alone live together in the future. She found it disgusting. Wait until this time to go back and thoroughly understand why her family insisted on arranging this marriage. At the very least, she needs to figure it out first. She has never been close to boys since she was young, and she doesn't have any fondness for them either. But thinking about it, there seems to be someone different. Is it that Yui who teases her every time he sees her? Then she shook her head to clear the thoughts from her mind. It's just that I want to beat him once, Luo Yushi thought as she looked out the car window, taking one last glance at Qingchuan City. Luo Shueyan looked at Luo Yushi, who was gazing out the car window, and sighed. She understood the reason for the arranged marriage, but she felt sorry for poor Luo Yushi. She didn't want to see Luo Yushi marry that playboy either, as it concerned Luo Yushi's entire life. However, Luo Yushi's mother's illness had remained unresolved and could only rely on the medicine from that top-tier family. Thinking of this, she felt helpless. Evening. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow painted half the sky red. Damn, finally home, Yui said as he opened the door. And Little Peach happily wagged its tail as it returned to the Qiankuan gourd. After leaving school this morning, Yui took Little Peach and Li Qingyue around the city for several laps. Little Peach had a great time, but Yui wasn't very happy. Li Qingyue looked at the somewhat tired Yui and said, "Tired? I'll go cook." Yui nodded, returned to his room, and used his cultivation technique to check the progress of bone tempering. So far, only 18 bones in the lower limbs have been completed. Yui looked at this progress and felt it was too slow. If only there were those things like the glazed liquid or something. Yui shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After all, the OneCoin Mall only guarantees a deal once a week, so it will take a few more days. Using talent points to exchange for it is still a bit expensive. His martial arts proficiency is not yet perfect. Before long, dinner was ready, and after eating, Yui prepared to cultivate for a while. At that moment, the phone rang. Yui answered the call. "Hello, Master Zhao, what brings you to call me so late?" "What? Can't I call you without a reason?" said the voice on the other end of the line. Yui chuckled. "How could that be? I wouldn't dare. Is there something you need help with?" Zhao Guanshan responded. "Indeed, there is something I need your help with." Yui said, "Go ahead, tell me. I'll do my best to help you. Here's the thing, on the day of the martial arts exam, I hope you can take good care of my granddaughter." Yui thought it was something major. "No problem, I will." Hearing this, the other party hung up the phone. The martial arts examination in the Dragon Kingdom is divided into two parts. The first part is the beast trial. On the day of the examination, all participants who registered for the martial arts exam in Qingchuan City will be assigned to a beast trial site outside the city, managed by the military. And that examination site is where all the candidates from Qingchuan City hunt beasts together, with scores assigned based on the beasts' levels. Beasts at the 4th level of the first rank and below are worth 5 points. Then beasts at the 5th level of the first rank are worth 10 points, the 6th level 20 points, and so on, up to the 10th level of the first rank, which is worth 60 points. However, second-rank beasts are different. A second-tier first-level demonic beast is worth 100 points. After all, the gap between the second-tier first level and the first-tier 10th level is significant. This is also the dividing line for some prodigies. Meanwhile, the second-tier second level is worth 400 points, the second-tier third level 600 points, with each level adding 200 points. The trial location for mythical beasts is divided into 3 sections. The low-level area contains only mythical beasts below the 5th level of the first rank. The mid-level area contains mythical beasts from the 5th level of the first rank to below the 3rd level of the second rank. The dangerous area contains mythical beasts below the 1st level of the 3rd rank. And in the danger zone, there is only one tier 3 level 1 demonic beast. The tier 3 area is basically unvisited, as this place is designed for those genius prodigies. In the history of the martial exam, no one has ever slain a tier 3 level 1 demonic beast. Each tier is a watershed, and it is already very difficult to cultivate to tier 2 before the martial exam. Only those prodigies have the chance to reach the second tier in their realm. Once at the second tier, the cultivation speed will slow down, and the demand for vitality and spirit will grow increasingly larger. Historical martial arts exams record the highest realm achiever as Long Tianhua. He is also the youngest among the current 10th tier powerhouses in the Dragon Nation. He is precisely the dual-talented powerhouse. At that time, from awakening his talent to reaching the martial exam, his realm was at Blood Chi Stage 2, Level 4, and Spirit Stage 2, Level 1. However, he had not defeated the Stage 3, Level 1 beast in the beast trial. Moreover, the beast trial location was strictly monitored and controlled by the military. The exam will be publicly broadcast live, and the ranking and scores will be displayed on large screens at the test centers. There will be countless hummingbird cameras monitoring the records of every examinee to ensure the safety of the examinees. Moreover, the candidates will wear detection devices on their hands, which will indicate the level of the beasts. After a kill, the detection device will record the score. The second part of the martial exam is the competition among the candidates. This part is considered a benefit for those with moderate levels. If the score from the beast trial isn't great, a bit of luck in this round could still result in a decent performance. Each person will draw 10 opponents. Winning a match will earn you 100 points. If you achieve 10 consecutive wins, you'll get an additional 1,000 points. As for the liberal arts exam, it will be conducted in the city by completing test papers. Yui thought the rules of the martial exam were utterly uninteresting. He was determined to claim the provincial top scorer title. That third rank, first level demonic beast was also a must-kill. After all, the system had issued a provincial top scorer mission right from the start. That's an unknown reward. Generally speaking, unknown rewards are quite good. So Yui was somewhat excited about the martial arts exam. On the day of the martial arts exam, sunlight pierced through the thin clouds and spilled onto the earth. The day of the martial arts exam has finally arrived. Phew! Vital energy and spirit have successfully broken through to the 6th level of the second tier. The 7th level isn't far off. Yui let out a long breath, his face brimming with excitement and confidence. Over the past 20 days, he had devoted himself almost entirely to diligent training, even without the aid of elixirs or spiritual liquids. But he possesses dual dual talents, and with day-by-day diligent training, his progress remains astonishing. Over these 20-plus days, through the accumulation of talent points from daily training and completing some minor tasks, the total has reached an incredible 13,000 points. This is the highest ever recorded. Afterward, Yui opened the system panel to check his techniques and martial skills, preparing to make some significant improvements. System: upgrade the Thunder Meditation technique to the 3rd level. Received: consumed 6,200 talent points. With the crisp notification sound from the system, the Thunder Meditation technique successfully advanced to the 3rd level. Yui felt the surging spiritual energy flowing endlessly within him, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy he now possessed was 5 times greater than before. Such abundant spiritual power allowed him to freely use those skills again without ever worrying about running out of energy, unless he acquires those astonishing, mind-blowing skills in the future. However, Yui also noticed that the Thunder Meditation technique is currently just a fragment, only allowing cultivation of the first 3 levels, which made him feel puzzled. As far as he knows, the Thunder Meditation technique consists of 3 volumes, each divided into 3 levels. Now that the first chapter has been successfully cultivated, what kind of marvelous effects will the mysterious second chapter bring? However, Yui quickly shook his head and decided not to think about it further. He believed that the next chapter would surely be provided in the subsequent tasks. System: upgrade skysplitting slash to perfection. Ding! Consumed 6,800 talent points. With Yui's command, the void slash successfully advanced to the perfect realm. Moreover, the perfection of the void slash also rewarded him with an additional 500 talent points. However, these talent points don't make much of a difference to him for the time being, because it's too little. By now, he already possesses 2 perfected martial techniques, namely Thunderclap 9 Blades and Void Slash, both of which are powerful offensive martial techniques. When talent points are available, Yui decides to enhance the Thunder Armor martial technique. Defense must also be maxed out. Dual cultivation of martial arts and techniques. Moreover, during these 20 days, many bone-tempering items also appeared in the 1-cent mall. Yui grabbed them all, accelerating his bone-tempering speed. Now, the bone-tempering has reached 72 pieces. It can be said that the progress is rapid. No way, it's all because Yui's cheat is too powerful. After Yui finished all his preparations, he turned and walked toward the living room. Xingyue, I'm off to take the martial arts exam. His voice was filled with anticipation and determination. Li Xingyue smiled and nodded gently, saying warmly, I'll wait for you to come home. I'll watch the live stream, so be careful. Yui nodded heavily, ready to go downstairs. Not long after, Yui arrived at the 9th Martial Arts Academy. At the school gate, many students about to take the martial arts exam had gathered, and everyone was already present. This time, only over 400 people from the 9th Martial Arts Academy were participating in the martial arts exam. Other students either chose the written exam or have already graduated directly. Although this is a world where everyone awakens talents. However, those with high-level awakened talents are extremely rare, and life-related professions and non-combat professions make up the majority. As a result, the number of people choosing to take the martial arts exam is very small. Among these more than 400 people, there are certainly some with low-level talents. They hold on to a sliver of hope, thinking they might turn their luck around. What if they happen to get into a martial arts university? Getting into a martial arts university at least guarantees credits, and the benefits are exceptionally good. But this kind of thinking is undoubtedly very dangerous, as the beasts at the martial arts exam locations are never merciful. A moment of carelessness could cost your life. At this moment, many classmates who had not awakened their talents were standing by, watching the farewell. There were also many parents in the crowd, their eyes filled with concern and anticipation. Yui is here. The big boss of our school has arrived. With an exclamation, everyone's gaze turned sharply in Yui's direction. Yui remained unmoved by such a scene. This small school stage was too limited. He was destined for a broader, grander stage, to challenge stronger opponents. E.g.e., you're here? Skinny Monkey jogged over, his face brimming with excitement as he asked. Yui smiled and nodded. Here we go. Go for it, Skinny Monkey. Let's head to the Imperial capital together. Skinny Monkey nodded firmly after hearing this, his eyes shining with determination. I will, Brother E. See you in the Imperial capital then. As everyone gathered, the principal also arrived here with steady steps. His eyes were bright as he cheered on the martial arts examinees, and his inspiring words filled everyone with passion. After finishing the briefing, he prepared to head to the beast trial site to ensure the safety of the exam. As for Yui, there was nothing he needed to remind him of. After all, if Yui couldn't secure the provincial top scorer, it would be surprising. Afterward, everyone boarded the bus and headed to the exam location. Yui sat on the bus, gently closed his eyes, rested, and adjusted his state. Yui, can you guide me? The class beauty asked timidly, her eyes full of anticipation. Yui slightly opened his eyes, looked at her, and shook his head, saying, I'm going to the danger zone. Are you coming too? Upon hearing this, the class beauty's face instantly turned pale, and she quickly abandoned the idea of relying on on Yui. Forget the danger zone, she didn't even dare to go to the middle zone. Soon, the bus arrived at the exam site area. After renovation, the innermost area of the ruins had become a place inhabited by Tier 2 Level 1 to Tier 3 Level 1 beasts, and there was only one Tier 3 Level 1 beast. Around the ruins, weeds grew wildly, and the area was desolate. The center is the intermediate area, where dilapidated houses stand as if telling tales of the past. The innermost area is the dangerous zone, shrouded in a layer of mysterious and terrifying mist, deterring anyone from approaching. Examinees can enter the test site from all directions, choosing to tackle the outermost area with ease or bravely venture inward to challenge higher levels of difficulty. Yui, however, got off on the east side of the test site and entered from there. In addition, there is a temporary stage, audience seating, and a large screen here to watch the contestants' performances and scores. Many forces from Qingchuan City have come here, partly to ensure the safety of the examination venue just in case. On the other hand, various forces have personnel taking the exam and have come to observe. Yui also noticed that the city lord and the principal were present here. Yui smiled and greeted them. The two also smiled and nodded. Many students who arrived here looked through the alloy mesh at the scene inside the examination site with some fear. After all, for some, it was their first time encountering demonic beasts. I think I just saw the most common corrupted rat. No way, there's even a shadow hunter cat. I'm so scared, I want to go home. Damn, I just saw a hunting dog several meters long. The crowd discussed everything they had seen, their voices trembling. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. Yui looked at these scenes with a calm expression, unmoved. After all, he had even defeated the Flame Lion King, let alone these common corrupted rats and other ordinary beasts. As all the candidates from Qingchuan City gathered, and each person was handed a testing device, the martial exam was about to begin. Yui looked at the device, which resembled a watch, with some curiosity in his heart. It's just that the screen of this device is 2 to 3 times larger than a normal watch screen. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped onto the podium in front of the open space. This man was tall and dressed in military uniform, with a fierce expression on his face. His sharp gaze seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. With a single command from this man, everyone present seemed to be frozen in place, falling completely silent. Yui then checked the realm of this man. Li Guoqiang, Qi and Blood Level 5, Stage 1, Spirit Level 4, Stage 3. Talent, a mighty bear. Qi and Blood are fine, but the spirit is low. Yui looked at Li Guoqiang and silently evaluated in his heart. This exam lasts a total of 10 hours. His words echoed through the open field, clearly reaching everyone's ears. As for the distribution of the Demon Beast Trials beast cultivation levels and the scoring rules, your school has already explained them. Li Guoqiang's gaze swept over the examinees below, his expression stern. But, what I want to say is, if you lack the ability, don't go to the central area. Although there is monitoring to oversee you, it cannot guarantee your absolute safety. He emphasized his tone, his expression growing increasingly grave. At this moment, a few dark clouds drifted across the sky, blocking part of the sunlight and making the atmosphere on site even more oppressive. Let's cut to the chase. Put on your equipment, and you can start the exam at 10 o'clock. After Li Guoqiang finished speaking, he turned around and strode back to the podium. Anyone want to team up? Come on, let's form a group. People like me are great. Someone come and guide me. I'll let you touch. Missing one, hurry up and join. The martial exam does not prohibit forming teams. Silence. For Yui, one person is enough. As time slowly passed, it reached 10 a.m. All the candidates entered the town from all directions. The hunt for monsters began. After entering the town through the entrance, Yui prepared to start hunting monsters. Let's head straight to the danger zone. Yui thought to himself silently, then stepped forward with firm strides, preparing to head to that dangerous area filled with the unknown and challenges. In his eyes, the beasts on the outskirts were too weak and not worth his effort. Moreover, a single beast on the outskirts was only worth 5 points. In the dangerous area, a single beast started at 200 points, not to mention those of higher levels. Moreover, that third-tier first-level demonic beast, it's just unknown how many points it is worth. The third-tier first level has never been defeated, so no one knows how many points it is worth. As for the official announcement, it hasn't been disclosed, making it an exciting mystery. But for Yui, today he will find out how many points it is worth. A third-tier, first-level ordinary beast is not worth mentioning. Even if it's at the commander level, Yui still has the strength to fight. Yui continued to teleport while heading toward the dangerous area. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the small town, many students had already started hunting beasts. Several people were working together to besiege a beast, coordinating with each other as shouts echoed one after another. There were also individuals hunting beasts alone, their movements agile and swift. As the beasts were hunted, the scores were transmitted to the city for ranking and placement. They were also sent to the province, allowing the 18 cities of Jiangnan province to rank the top 100 in the province. Yui looked at the rankings on the testing device and smiled. After activating the fingerprint and entering his information, it displayed his ranking in Qingchuan City as well as his ranking ranking in the province. The top 100 in Qingchuan City would have a leaderboard, just like the top 100 in the province, all of whom would be listed. If not on the leaderboard, one could only see their own ranking. And now displayed on the screen is: name, UE, school, Qingchuan City 9th Academy, score, 0, Qingchuan City ranking, 5,556th, not listed, Jiangnan Province ranking, 254,984th, not listed. Scrolling further to the next page of the detector reveals: top 100 of Qingchuan City. First place, Ji Buxiao, 20 points, Qingchuan City. Second place, Ma Dongmei, 18 points, Qingchuan City. Third place, Go Dongxi, 16 points, Qingchuan City. Fourth place, Ji Buchang, 15 points, Qingchuan City. And closing this page, the next page still shows the top 100 rankings. First place, Xing Tianwei, 60 points, Huaidong City. Second place, Xuexian, 55 points, Jiangnan City. Third place, He Diaodi, 54 points, Jiangnan City. Fourth place, Nankang, 51, Jiangnan City. Yui looked at these rankings without surprise. Currently, those who can make it onto the rankings are basically the ones hunting monsters on the outskirts. Wait another hour, and when those with considerable strength reach the central area, that's when everyone will showcase their abilities. Not to mention those monstrous geniuses reaching the danger zone after 2 hours. That's when the official rankings on the list will begin. At this moment, Yui was running while using teleportation. It won't take him that long. I have spatial talent. Yui thought about it and then remembered his Flame Lion King. I have the Flame Lion King. Why would I still rely on my legs to run? Thinking this, Yui summoned the Flame Lion King from the Qiankuan pot. The Flame Lion King has almost fully recovered after more than 20 days of rest. At this moment, the Flame Lion King was summoned by Yui and still seemed a bit confused. Where is this? This seems to be the wilderness. Is Yui planning to release himself? Find a little lioness? Thinking of this, it became somewhat excited. It was originally the guardian beast of the Enlightenment Tree, but there were no companions in that secret realm. After finally being brought out by Yui, this cheap master, how could it not go out and have some fun? But there's nothing I can do. I have to watch Yui's mood. After all, my life and death are in Yui's hands in an instant. And today, Yui actually released me in the wild. Could it be that he's planning to let me enjoy myself for a while? Thinking of this, it looked at Yui with some excitement. What are you getting excited about? Didn't I say you'd be my mount? Today is your time to shine. That's right. Saying this, Yui teleported onto the back of the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King, hearing Yui say this, immediately lost its enthusiasm. No choice, I can only follow orders. Then he ran in the direction commanded by Yui. As for Yui, he planned to retrieve the Flame Lion King when approaching the danger zone. After all, the Flame Lion King is a leader level beast, and it's even at tier 3, level 6. The demonic beasts nearby would definitely hide upon seeing the Flame Lion King, so put it away and go search for that third rank, first level demonic beast alone. My goodness. Just now, a huge lion covered in flames dashed past. What the heck was that level of demonic beast? So fierce and massive. Another person's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground, their face full of terror. I just used the detection instrument to check, and it turned out to be a third tier, 6th level demonic beast, and it's even at the commander level. How could such a beast appear in the examination venue? What's the point of this exam? Might as well go home and test sweet potatoes. As Yui rode the majestic Flame Lion King galloping all the way, many examinees who saw this mighty demonic beast were deeply shocked. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Xinran, who was heading toward the intermediate area, saw the familiar Flame Lion King from afar and couldn't help but frown. She clearly remembered that it was the demonic beast from the Dong family's secret realm. How could it appear here? Moreover, there's actually someone on that beast. She squinted her eyes and thought carefully. That figure seemed to be Yui. Then how is he controlling the beast? Could it be that Yui has a talent for forming contracts with beasts? Isn't that unlikely? How could there be 3 talents? Moreover, the gap between Yui's level and the beast's level is so vast, it's impossible to successfully form a contract. In history, there have been people who awakened the SSS contract talent, enabling them to communicate with beasts, thereby reaching an equal agreement to assist in battle. Can only form a contract with a beast that shares the same spiritual realm. For example, if you are at the first level, first stage of the spiritual realm, you can only form a contract with beasts within the first stage, up to the 10th level. If you forcibly contract with a higher level beast, your spirit won't be able to sustain it, leading to death. But no matter how fast Yui advances, he couldn't possibly have reached the 3rd stage already, right? Lu Xinran was full of doubts as she shook her head, then thought about the strange things surrounding Yui. Are there not already enough strange things about Yui? Thinking this, she stopped dwelling on it and continued heading toward the intermediate area. After all, the beginner area was too simple for her. If she wanted to achieve a good result, only the intermediate area and the danger zone would be challenging enough. Report to Commander Li. A 3rd tier, 6th level leader class monster has appeared inside the test site. A soldier dressed in a neatly pressed military uniform hurriedly ran up to Li Guowu, saluted, excited and reported loudly. What? How could such a monster appear inside the test site? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Li Guowu was so shocked that he immediately stood up from his chair, his eyes wide open. The beast examination site had already been thoroughly investigated before the exam. Apart from that one third-tier first-level beast, there were no other third-tier beasts, let alone a third-tier sixth-level leader-class beast. But since the subordinates reported it, it must be true, and it couldn't be ignored. Pull up the surveillance. Let me take a look, Li Guowu said urgently. The soldier then handed the monitoring device in his hand to Li Guowu. Li Guowu stared intently at the Flame Lion King dashing across the screen. He was still quite surprised when he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. But did he see someone on the Flame Lion King's back? He became even more curious. Who is the person on the back of the Flame Lion King? Li Guowu asked with a frown. Reporting to the commander, please take a look. The soldier quickly pulled up Yu Yi's information. An S-level spatial talent? Li Guowu looked at Yu Yi's talent and frowned even deeper. It turns out to be an extremely rare spatial talent. But why can someone with spatial talent control beasts? This is very strange. Li Guowu pondered for a moment and said, keep a close watch on this young man, Yui. He must have a way to control beasts, and he probably won't act recklessly. The subordinate soldier heard this and nodded solemnly. At this moment, the large screen on the podium was also divided into many small sections, displaying the performances of the students. What kind of demonic beast is that? Does that student have a talent related to contracts with demonic beasts? Not sure. What is the strength of this demonic beast? Is this person planning to go to a dangerous area? The major forces looked at the screen showing Yui riding a beast, their faces full of confusion and puzzlement. This kid, it's surprising enough that he has dual talents, but could he also have the ability to form contracts with beasts? Li Jiang spoke as he watched the image of Yui riding the Flame Lion King on the big screen. Moreover, before entering, we didn't see Yui with this beast. It seems he has some kind of mysterious treasure. Old friend, it seems Yui is still hiding quite a lot. The city lord stared intently at the screen and turned to speak to Li Jiang. Li Jiang also nodded. This kid's secrets and strange happenings are endless. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see how these forces react when they witness Yui's dual talents. At this moment, Yui was completely unaware of the crowd's discussions. Even if he knew, he was fearless. At this moment, he was riding the Flame Lion King, speeding toward the dangerous area like the wind. With the Flame Lion King's support, Yui quickly arrived at the danger zone. This was a ruin in the central area of the town, shrouded in a faint mist that exuded a sense of mystery and danger. Yui cautiously observed the surrounding environment, remaining alert for any possible appearance of demonic beasts. After retrieving the Flame Lion King, Yui prepared to explore the ruins. Thunder Armor. Yui activated the martial skill Thunder Armor. A dazzling lightning glow surrounded him, forming a sturdy layer of armor to protect himself from potential attacks. After taking defensive measures, he walked into the depths of the ruins without hesitation. He carefully stepped over broken buildings and obstacles, staying alert at all times. However, as he ventured deeper into the ruins, he did not encounter any obvious threats, only a scene of desolation and destruction. Yui continued forward, exploring every corner of the ruins. He noticed some residual battle marks, with sword scratches and spell imprints on the walls. These signs indicated that a fierce battle had taken place here. Where's that third-tier, first-level demonic beast? Yui searched for a long time but couldn't find it, feeling somewhat anxious. I don't even know what type of demonic beast it is, otherwise it would be easier to find. Yui shook his head as he thought. He decided to continue searching for a while, and if it didn't work out, he would go hunt other demonic beasts first. Just as Yui ventured deeper, a mental shock suddenly struck. Yui turned around and saw a giant bat staring at him in the sky. The bat was entirely pitch black with a pair of deep red eyes. It was the size of a small car. The bat looked at Yui as if it had spotted a delicious meal. Mist Bat, Tier 3, Level 1. Its roar can unleash a mental shock. Originally living peacefully in the misty region, it never expected to be captured and brought to this place one day. Yui looked at the introduction of the detection function. No wonder it couldn't be found. This thing flies in the sky and is completely pitch black. Even crawling into the ruins wouldn't help find it. Luckily, this Mist Bat came out, otherwise, it would have taken forever to find. Since you're out, then I'll give you a quick end. Principal Li? Yui is heading to the dangerous area, preparing to challenge the third-tier, first-level Mist Bat alone. Isn't this just sending himself to his death? The head of the Han family stared intently at the scene of Yui confronting the powerful beast, asking with a face full of doubt. After all, in his perception, Yui was very formidable. But compared to a third-tier first-level demonic beast, the gap was simply like a chasm. Even though Yui was already at the second-tier first level at this moment, wanting to defeat such a powerful demonic beast was still nothing short of a fool's dream. This was a demonic beast that no one in history had ever been able to defeat. Li Jiang looked at the tense standoff between Yui and the Mist Bat on the screen, smiled faintly, and calmly replied, "Stay calm, soon you will witness the full extent of Yui's strength." The head of the Han family frowned deeply, filled with confusion. The true strength? Could it be that Yu Yi's martial skills have made another breakthrough? Or is there some other hidden mystery? But not much time has passed since the university competition and today's martial arts exam. The Han family head was somewhat puzzled. Report. The young man named Yu Yi has now entered the danger zone and is about to engage in a fierce battle with the mist bats. Li Guoqiang, upon hearing the subordinate's report, quickly took the detection device and examined it carefully. Are you sure he's just a student? Li Guoqiang asked in utter disbelief, his face full of confusion. Absolutely, he's a student who awakened this year. Hearing such a resolute answer from his subordinate, Li Guoqiang became even more perplexed. Yu Yi actually dares to face this beast alone. Is he not afraid of death? You must know that in the long years of the past, no one has ever managed to kill the third beast during the martial exam. And if Yu Yi didn't have the assistance of that Flame Lion King, what method could he possibly rely on to defeat this Tier 3 Level 1 Mist Bat? Just with his spatial talent? He stared intently at Yu Yi on the screen, lost in deep thought, eager to uncover what extraordinary abilities this young man possessed. At this moment, Yu Yi's eyes burned like torches, fixed firmly on the mist bat soaring freely in the sky, determined to end the battle swiftly. To him, this martial exam was as effortless as child's play. Yu Yi suddenly drew the thunder blade, his figure flickering as he teleported instantly in front of the mist bat. Yu Yi let out a thunderous roar and immediately unleashed the martial skill Thunderous 9 Blades. His speed was as fast as lightning, instantly executing the 8th strike of Thunderous 9 Blades. However, the mist bat's senses were extremely sharp. Just as Yu Yi approached in an instant, he successfully avoided this extremely fierce attack. Immediately afterward, it felt the power of the attack and then sensed Yu Yi's realm, which was clearly much lower than its own. However, his strength was terrifyingly overwhelming, so it hurriedly flew into the ruins and unleashed its mist divine ability. Yu Yi saw his strike miss and plummeted straight from the sky. Looking at the vast mist before him, he felt a surge of irritation in his heart. Mist again, he hated mist the most. Moreover, just thinking about the flying beast made Yu Yi's head ache. When will I be granted a flying skill? Yu Yi secretly lamented in his heart. Ding! Task released. Slay the mist bat. Reward, Thunder Wings. Upon hearing the system's prompt, the corners of Yu Yi's mouth instantly curled into a wide smile. This system is simply considerate to the extreme. Moreover, this Thunder Wing skill can be immediately recognized as one that allows soaring through the skies. Slash. It must be noted that one needs to reach the 7th tier to walk on air, but with Thunder Wing, it can be achieved at the 2nd tier. As long as spiritual power is abundant, one can endlessly roam and gallop through the skies. Yu Yi's thoughts shifted, and he began to search for traces of the mist bat with all his might. Meanwhile, at the command center, this kid can even teleport? And it seems the Thunder 9 Blades has reached perfection. Li Guoqiang watched Yu Yi's performance, utterly shocked and speechless. In just a mere 100 days, he managed to cultivate an Earth-level martial skill to its peak? Is this truly just space talent? And it's an Earth-level martial skill. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to achieve perfection. Yet this young man named Yu Yi actually reached perfection in just 100 days. This kid, I wonder if he has any intention of joining the army, serving the country. Li Guoqiang stared intently at Yu Yi on the screen, pondering silently. Damn it, this fog is so annoying. Yu Yi could no longer hold back and cursed out loud. Then, the mist bat let out a fierce roar. Yu Yi only felt his mind being constantly assaulted. My head is about to split open. Yu Yi tightly covered his ears, exerting all his strength to resist the mental impact brought by the beast. Then he looked up and unexpectedly saw that beast. Finally caught you. Yu Yi glared angrily, staring intently at the mist bat standing at the corner of the ruins, roaring furiously. Chaos Thunder Prison. Yu Yi shouted angrily, and in an instant, the mist bat was enveloped by a thunder prison woven from chaotic divine lightning, crashing down with a boom. This chaotic thunder prison is truly unparalleled in its dominance. Yu Yi gazed at the awe-inspiring thunder prison, filled with joy and astonishment. It directly formed a thunder prison around the mist bats, trapping them tightly and leaving them no time to react. Yu Yi watched as the mist bats continuously collided with the chaotic thunder prison. With each collision, the chaotic divine thunder mercilessly delivered a painful punishment. Yu Yi naturally wouldn't give this mist bat any chance to catch its breath. Thunder Punishment Spear. With a furious roar, several thunder spears radiating a terrifying glow instantly formed beside Yu Yi. As Yu Yi forcefully pointed his finger at the mist bat, the Thunder Punishment Spear shot out like lightning, striking directly at the mist bat, and the mist bat instantly pierces through. You can fly, directly trapping you, turning you into a living target for wanton attacks. What can you do about it? Ding! Task completion reward, Thunder Wing. Yu Yi scanned and recorded with the detection instrument. There are actually 20,000 points. You should know that hunting a 2nd tier level 10 beast only earns 2,000 points. Moreover, in this dangerous area, the number of tier 2 level 10 beasts is scarce. This tier 3 level 1 beast is equivalent to 10 tier 2 level 1 beasts. As Yu Yi successfully slew this beast, his ranking skyrocketed like a rocket. Name, Yu Yi. School, Qingchuan City. Score, 20,000. Jinchuan City ranking, number 1. Jiangnan Province ranking, number 1. Yui looked at the eye-catching ranking on the testing device and nodded slightly with satisfaction. You should know, the second place in Jiangnan Province only scored just over 1,000 points. Yui directly left them far behind. After all, Yui had the Flame Lion King to assist in traveling, saving a lot of time. Even with just 20,000 points, Yui could firmly remain in the top 10 of Jiangnan Province even without hunting any more beasts. However, since I've already come here, I naturally have to achieve an unprecedented and unparalleled astonishing score. Yui made up his mind and prepared without hesitation to hunt down a second-tier demon beast. Who is Yui? 20,000 points all at once? That's just ridiculous. Did he exploit a bug or something? Seriously? He actually became the top scorer in the entire province? Why didn't he mention having such a cheat earlier? I want to cheat too. I fought tooth and nail to reach just 60 points, while others directly get 20,000 points. What's the point of even taking the exam like this? The entire Jiangnan province's examinees were completely in an uproar because of Yui's score. Every single one of them was filled with suspicion and extreme dissatisfaction toward Yui's results. However, Lu Xinran in the examination hall was completely different from the excited reactions of the other students. She quietly stared at the astonishing score displayed on the testing device for Yui, and a faint bitter smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. You really did it, she murmured softly, a trace of incredibly complex emotions flashing through her eyes. From the start of the university competition until now, the gap between the two of them had grown wider and wider. It seems that from the very beginning, she was never qualified to be compared to him. Then, she slowly shifted her gaze to her own score, just over 800 points. Although this score could still place her in the top 20 of the province, compared to Yui, it was simply worlds apart, like a firefly to the bright moon. She gently shook her head, silently lamenting in her heart, we are simply not people from the same world. Then, Lu Xinran suddenly snapped back to her senses, her gaze once again firmly focused on the ferocious second-level shadow cat demon before her. She took a deep breath, as if to expel all distractions, fully concentrating in preparation for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, in the audience outside the examination hall, the Han family head and representatives of other major forces were all left dumbfounded by Yui's astonishing performance. That kid actually has dual talents, and even possesses a lightning element spirit seed. Who on earth nurtured such a peerless prodigy? Such unparalleled bravery and strength. Our Jinchuan city has actually produced a true dragon. This is simply an unprecedented historical miracle. The Han family head frowned deeply, his eyes fixed intently on Yui's majestic figure on the screen. He thought to himself, no wonder Li Jiang has been so calm and composed from the very beginning. It turns out Yui possesses dual talents, and what's more, lightning and a spirit seed. He not only demonstrated an incredible and overwhelming strength. What's even more astonishing is that when facing the fearsome mist bats, he was able to slay them with such ease, as if slaughtering a defenseless little chicken. So, what level has Yui ultimately reached? Yui's performance made people start to frantically ponder, where exactly is his limit? His strength seems like an unfathomable abyss, making it impossible to gauge. This young man has the potential of an emperor. The Han family head watched Yui's performance and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Li Jiang and the city lord exchanged a glance. Although Yui had accomplished this astonishing feat, he appeared far too relaxed. So relaxed that it was impossible to see where his limits truly lay. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Thunder was the first time the two of them had seen Yui unleash it in the form of a skill. Its power could only be described as terrifying beyond measure. What quality do you think Yui's Thunder Seed is? The city lord stared intently at Li Jiang, asking urgently. Li Jiang shook his head, his face full of seriousness, and said, very strong. It definitely won't be lower than intermediate quality. It might even be advanced. The city lord was very surprised upon hearing Li Jiang's words. You must know, the entire dragon nation has never seen a spirit seed of advanced quality. At most, only a mid-level quality spirit seed has appeared, and there was only one. As for low-level quality spirit seeds, there were only a handful. Those spirit seeds were either taken by noble families or acquired by the authorities. Even if the person who obtained them didn't have elemental talent, they could still be fused with them if their family's young master or princess awakened elemental talent. But high-quality spirit seeds have never appeared before. After hearing Li Jiang's words, the city lord once again observed Yui's performance and secretly speculated in his heart. Could it be that Yui's spirit seed is truly of high quality? If Yui were here, he would surely scoff and say, too narrow-minded, too small-scale. Mine is an unknown-level spirit seed that surpasses the divine level. This kid, he broke history. He became the first person ever to defeat that final third-tier beast. The city lord's voice changed with excitement. Li Jiang nodded forcefully and said resolutely, this kid is definitely the strongest of this generation. No one can rival him. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding that the combination of spatial talent and lightning elemental talent is truly the pinnacle of top-tier configurations. Among the currently known dual talents, talents. Long Tiangua's dual talent configuration does not surpass Yuyi's. As long as Yui continues to grow smoothly, he will definitely surpass Long Tiangui in the future. This kid actually has dual talents, and also a spirit seed. Li Guoqian looked at Yui, who was leaving on the screen, with great surprise. No wonder this kid went straight to the dangerous area right at the start. Turns out he really has the strength, and it's dual talents plus a spirit seed. Damn it, this information is completely inaccurate. What nonsense about spatial talent? Where's their lightning element spiritual seed talent? Li Guowu cursed under his breath as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. And the intelligence on Yu Yi's realm suggests he's roughly at the first stage, level 10. A first stage, level 10 can kill a third stage, level 1. Praise the two big steps. This thing is not accurate at all. This kid will definitely play a huge role after joining the army. Li Guowu looked at Yu Yi with some excitement, because Yu Yi's records show that he is a civilian. No matter how Yu Yi obtained the spirit seed, he's a commoner. He has no connection to noble families. If he joins the army, he can at least shine brightly in the future, and there's no restriction from noble families. Thinking of this, Li Guowu felt a bit excited. This time, he was not only a commander but also here to scout some promising talents. And right now, Yui was the best talent. He then took out his phone. Hey, boss, I found a promising talent here with dual talents and a lightning-type spirit seed. Hurry over. Otherwise, after the martial exam ends, some influential academies will definitely snatch him away. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded puzzled. Aren't you in charge of the Qingchuan City area? Is there someone with a spirit seed in that area? Or a candidate? Boss, you have to trust me. I'll send you a video. Then Li Guowu sent the video of Yui slaying the mist bat to Li Guowu. The person on the other end of the call watched the video. Quite handsome. Then continued watching, becoming more and more shocked as it went on. Alright, I'll come right away. Wait for me. Keep an eye on it. If someone else snatches it, you'll have to answer for it. The other end said and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Li Guowu looked at Yui, who was currently hunting monsters. I hope you can join the army. At this moment, Yui was in a dangerous area, searching for monsters everywhere, preparing to slay them one by one. These demonic beasts are hiding too well. Searching for them is really exhausting. Yui looked at the ruins of the dilapidated houses in front of him and couldn't help but frown. If he had to search for them one by one like this, who knows how much time and effort it would take. Just then, he suddenly remembered the beast-luring water he had purchased a few days ago from the discount store. Demon lure water. Pour this water on a beast's corpse or on the ground, and it can attract all beasts within a 50-kilometer radius. Yui quickly took out this small bottle from the system space. It was only palm-sized, with the bottle mouth tightly sealed. Hope this thing comes in handy. Let's give it a try. Yui unhesitatingly opened the bottle cap and poured all the demon-attracting liquid onto the recently hunted rock giant elephant. The smell is actually quite pleasant. He hoped that this liquid would attract more beasts to come. Hopefully, more beasts will show up. Yui muttered to himself, a sly smile appearing on his face. Then, his figure flickered as he used teleportation, instantly vanishing from his original spot. He arrived at a nearby high ground, hiding in the dense grass, quietly waiting. As time passed second by second, Yui kept his eyes fixed on the rock giant below but saw no sign of any demonic beasts appearing. Couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is there still no movement? Could it be that the water has expired and lost its effect? It's only been a few days. Just as he began to doubt, suddenly, violent tremors erupted all around. Countless beasts surged in from all directions, like a raging tide, rushing madly toward the corpse of the beast. Whoa! There must be at least 100 of them, right? Did I accidentally lure all the beasts from the danger zone here? Yui gazed at the densely packed group of demonic beasts before him, his heart filled with surprise and joy. He had never seen such a large number of demonic beasts, which made him feel incredibly excited. In the past, he hunted demonic beasts one by one, but this time, facing so many at once, he could truly enjoy himself. At this moment, countless demonic beasts swarmed toward the already dismembered corpse of a demonic beast. They frantically fought over every fragment, creating an exceptionally chaotic scene. Yui tightly gripped the thunder blade in his hand, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Most of these beasts ranged from Tier 2 Level 1 to Tier 2 Level 10. There were shadow cat demons, fiery wolves, unicorn giant lizards, and so on. However, Yui was completely fearless, cheerfully taking firm steps and walking straight toward the group of beasts. At this moment, the beast corpses had already been completely divided up by the other beasts. These beasts stared at Yui, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement, with drool even dripping from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have already regarded Yui as a sumptuous feast, eager to savor him. Yui looked at the scene before him, a surge of intense anger rising in his heart. He let out a cold snort. Mere hundreds of demonic beasts. Watch me annihilate them with a single strike. His voice, like a clap of thunder, echoed through the ruins. In an instant, nearly 100 beasts roared in unison, letting out a deafening howl. They opened their bloodthirsty jaws, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced toward Yui together. The momentum phantoms seemed as if they would tear Yui to shreds in an instant. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Yui remained completely unafraid. He tightly gripped the thunder-slaying blade in his hand, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. With a furious shout, he suddenly swung the thunder-slaying blade in his hand. Sky-splitting slash. A dazzling blade light tore through the sky, carrying boundless might as it fiercely struck the group of beasts. Where the blade light reached, the space was severed, and the bodies of the beasts were split apart accordingly. The power of this strike was immense, splitting the beasts into halves and staining the entire ruins with blood. This perfected void slash, combined with the power of the chaos divine thunder, made the strike even more astonishing. Under this strike, the beasts had no chance to fight back and were instantly annihilated. Yui looked at the ground covered with beast corpses and nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head to look at the few remaining beasts that had not been affected by the void slash, and with a casual wave, several thunder punishment spears instantly obliterated them. Afterward, he took out a detection device and gently scanned the corpses of the beasts on the ground. The screen of the device immediately displayed the scores of these beasts. School, Qingchuan City. Name, Yui. Score, 109,790. Citywide, first place. Province-wide, first place. Yui looked at his score and nodded with satisfaction. Far ahead. Now, the title of Jiangnan Province's #1 is firmly in the bag. The top scorer in the martial arts exam is none other than him, and the system task will be completed on the day the provincial top scorer is announced. Yui was still looking forward to that unknown reward. This kid actually has this heaven-tier martial skill, Void Slash? Li Guoqian was somewhat surprised as he watched Yui perform the Void Slash. Of course, he had seen this martial skill before, because they already have this martial skill in their military camp's merit points system. It can be exchanged using merit points, but the Void Slash is a heaven-tier martial skill. Moreover, the Void Slash is among the strongest heaven-tier martial skills because it can sever space. So, it's ridiculously expensive. It requires a ton of merit points. So he has been doing tasks in the military camp, just waiting to save up for a few years and then exchange for it. But today, I didn't expect Yui to actually possess this martial skill. Moreover, they have all cultivated the Void Slash to perfection. What kind of concept is this? A heaven-tier martial skill perfected. This would take even someone with an SSS talent, combined with relentless day and night practice of this martial skill and guidance from a renowned master, several years at the very least. Even if you have SSS talent, if you don't train diligently, you might never reach perfection in your entire life. Don't even mention that legendary True Realm. He himself has an A-level talent, and it's basically impossible for him to perfect the heavenly martial technique without dying. And Yui, he's already perfected it now? Perfected it in just 100 days? Thinking of this, he looked at Yui on the screen, his heart filled with shock and doubt, whether it was the perfect Void Slash or the Spirit Seed. Neither could be something a commoner from the small city of Qingchuan could possess. But right now, he didn't want to think too much about it. As long as they were citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, as long as they had a patriotic heart, that was enough. But now he should consider how to recruit this young man into the army. After all, it won't be long before the news of Yui slaying a Tier 3 Level 1 Thunder-type spirit beast spreads throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Moreover, by that time, those from the Imperial Capital Academy and the Thunder Martial Hall in the Imperial Capital will surely come to compete for talent. It must be noted that the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy is a powerhouse with Tier 9 strength. As for the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, it also has a 9th rank master presiding over it. In comparison, he, with only 5th rank strength, has absolutely no say in the matter. So now the only thing he can do is silently pray, hoping that his leader can arrive here as soon as possible. This dangerous area, I suppose there aren't many beasts left here, right? Yui's eyes were sharp as he pondered silently. Immediately, he thought of the newly acquired skill, Thunder Wings. Yui took a deep breath and suddenly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body. In an instant, a surge of electricity burst forth from his back. Right after, a pair of crackling thunder wings appeared prominently on his back. That was a pair of gray thunder wings formed by the condensation of chaotic divine lightning, exuding a terrifying power of destruction. He suddenly flapped his wings, carrying a violent current and a piercing whistling sound, shooting straight toward the sky like a dazzling lightning bolt. This feeling of soaring through the skies, it feels quite exhilarating. At this moment, Yui hovered high in the sky, gazing down at the vast earth with a sense of awe. He once again scanned the dangerous area below to confirm that there were no traces of demonic beasts. After all, the wave of beast-luring water unleashed by Yui earlier had directly attracted all the demonic beasts within a 50-mile radius, and these demonic beasts had almost all been completely wiped out by him with overwhelming force. Even if there were any remnants, they were all hiding and cowering, not daring to show themselves. Yui thought about it and prepared to head to the intermediate area to investigate. After landing steadily from the sky, Flame Lion King, Yui directly summoned the Flame Lion King. Yui's figure flickered, and with a teleport, he landed steadily on the broad back of the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King understood and started galloping wildly. Wherever it passed, fast. Sand and stones flew into the air, and the trees on both sides quickly retreated like illusions. Before long, Yui stepped into the intermediate beast area. Most of the beasts here were above level 5 of the first rank. Although second-rank beasts were few in number, they were also hidden among them. Yui had just arrived here when he spotted an old acquaintance, Lu Shinran. At this moment, Lu Shinran was engaged in a thrilling and intense battle with 3 Tier 2 Level 1 blazing firewolves. Do you need a helping hand? Yui's gaze was sharp as lightning as he watched Lu Shinran fighting 1 against 3, and he called out loudly. Lu Shinran turned around at the sound and was startled to see Yui. Wasn't he in the danger zone? How did he return so quickly? Looking at the Flame Lion King Yui was riding, everything seemed to make sense. Gazing at the 3 firewolves in front of her, Lu Shinran raised her delicate eyebrows, confidently said, "These 3 blazing firewolves are nothing to me." With that, she was ready to show off her skills. Yui nodded slightly upon hearing this and took the opportunity to check Lu Shinran's level. Lu Shinran, Blood Chi 2nd stage, 1st level, Spirit 1st stage, 10th level, Talent, SSS Shadowcat. Although Lu Shinran's mental strength has not yet broken through to Tier 2 Level 1, she possesses an SSS level talent, and her strength is not to be underestimated. With her current strength, defeating 3 beasts of the same level should be a piece of cake. Sure enough, after Lu Shinran activated her talent, her body began to undergo strange changes. Her original human form gradually transformed into the shape of a Shadowcat demon. The moment the talent was activated, Yui keenly noticed that Lu Shinran's agility increased exponentially. Not only that, her palms instantly grew hard and sharp claws. A nimble tail emerged from her backside, and 2 playful cat ears stood upright on her head. Immediately, Lu Shinran darted like a phantom among the 3 beasts. Her speed was as swift as a gale, dazzling the eyes and creating illusions. Before long, the 3 flame wolves collapsed to the ground, completely powerless to retaliate. This talent is just like an exam, exhausting. Yui looked at Lu Shinran's valiant and heroic bearing in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. After Lu Shinran finished recording the scores, she returned to her original demeanor. She turned to Yui and asked, "Why are you here?" Yui spread his hands. "The beasts in the danger zone have all been cleared by me, so of course I came." Lu Shinran, upon hearing this, quickly checked the leaderboard. Over 100,000 points already? Lu Shinran couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. This gap was simply unattainable. You are still as invincible as ever. Your score has already broken the highest record in the history of the Dragon Nation. Yui listened to Lu Shinran's praise but remained calm and unperturbed. If the number of beasts in the danger zone is sufficient, earning 1,000,000 points is not a difficult task for him. In that case, you continue hunting beasts. I'm leaving. As Yui spoke, he turned around and unfolded his thunder wings. He still needs to search for Zhao Xiaoxiao's whereabouts, not knowing where that girl might be. After all, Zhao Lao asked him to look after her, and he agreed to Zhao Lao. It wouldn't be appropriate not to take care of her. Lu Shinran watched Yui leave. Even Lei Yi is involved? She shook her head and then prepared to seriously hunt more monsters. Originally, she was planning to go to the dangerous area, but unexpectedly, all the beasts in the dangerous area were gone. What's the point of going now? So she turned around and started searching for beasts. Meanwhile, Yui was flying in the sky at that moment. I saw many students hunting beasts. Some were hunting in groups, while others acted alone like lone wolves. Before long, Yui arrived at a withered forest area. In the distance, Zhao Xiaoxiao was seen battling a Tier 1 Level 10 withered forest giant crocodile, and beside him, there was a young girl attacking together, the 2 cooperating seamlessly. Yui watched from behind, observing the 2 with great interest. Water arrow, Zhao Xiaoxiao called out softly, and a blue beam of light shot out from her hand. Transformed into a sharp water arrow, it shot straight toward the withered forest giant crocodile. However, this water arrow did not cause much damage to the withered forest giant crocodile. The withered forest giant crocodile sensed Zhao Xiaoxiao's attack and let out a roar. It opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and then charged heavily toward Zhao Xiaoxiao and the others. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhao Lingling. Xiaoxiao, run quickly. This giant crocodile from the withered forest is too strong. Our cultivation level is too low. We can't defeat it. The short-haired woman shouted, her face full of anxiety. No, Xue, we leave together, Zhao Xiaoxiao said through gritted teeth. At this moment, the 2 of them also realized they were no match for this beast. As she spoke, Zhao Lingling cast a water shield to protect herself and the short-haired woman. Her spiritual energy continuously poured into the water shield, making it even more solid. However, the power of the withered forest giant crocodile was simply too overwhelming. Its impact caused the water shield to shake violently and eventually shatter. Zhao Xiaoxiao was sent flying and heavily crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. Xiaoxiao, the short-haired woman cried out in terror. She immediately ran to Zhao Xiaoxiao's side, her eyes filled with concern. Talent, light of self-healing, the short-haired woman said softly. As her words fell, a warm glow emanated from her body, enveloping Zhao Xiaoxiao. Zhao Xiaoxiao's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her breathing gradually stabilized. At this moment, the spiritual energy of Zhao Xiaoxiao and the short-haired woman was almost depleted. They were facing an unprecedented predicament. Without backup measures, it would be difficult to contend with the withered forest giant crocodile. Zhao Lingling looked at the beast in front of her and prepared to take out the item her grandfather had given her. Yui saw this and shook his head helplessly. He had originally thought these two could win. Yui let out an angry shout, and as his words fell, a spear formed from chaotic divine lightning instantly appeared. Yui lightly flicked his finger, and the lightning spear shot toward the giant crocodile in the withered forest at lightning speed. Only a dull thud was heard as the thunder spear effortlessly pierced through the iron-hard skin and bones of the giant crocodile of the withered forest. Thunder Punishment Spear. It plunged deep into its body, directly impaling the massive creature. The giant crocodile of the withered forest let out an excruciating wail, its cry echoing through the skies and shaking the surrounding leaves into a rustling fall. Squish! Its body trembled violently, as if making its final struggle. However, it soon lost its vitality, collapsed with a loud crash, and raised a cloud of dust. Yui slowly descended from the sky, looking at the two with a concerned expression and asked, "Are you two okay?" At this moment, the two of them stared at the fallen withered forest giant crocodile in front of them, their faces full of shock. Defeated in an instant? Then, upon seeing that the person was Yui, Zhao Lingling instantly became excited. "Brother Yui, why are you here?" As she spoke, Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly stood up and jogged over to Yui's side. Meanwhile, the short-haired woman nearby, upon hearing Yui's name, felt it sounded somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly thought of that Yui, who was ranked first in the province. Are these two the same person? Seeing Zhao Xiaoxiao running toward him, Yui smiled and explained, "Your grandfather asked me to look after you. I just happened to see you two hunting monsters, so I thought I'd check out how you were doing." "How did we do, brother Yui?" Zhao Lingling asked curiously. Yui shook his head. "The two of you gave me a big mess." Zhao Xiaoxiao heard this, lowered her head, gently fiddled with the hem of her clothes, and said with a face full of grievance, "I didn't expect the beast's hide to be so thick. Even if brother Yui didn't come, I still have something my grandfather gave me that can unleash an attack equivalent to a 4th-tier expert. There wouldn't be any danger." Yui understood only after Zhao Lingling explained it this way. Zhao Xiaoxiao is only at the 6th level of the 1st stage in vitality and blood, and the 7th level of the 1st stage in spirit. Yet she dares to face a 1st stage level 10 beast alongside another support. So she has a trump card after all. "Alright then, as long as you're fine, I'll be off." Yui finished speaking, turned around, and prepared to leave. The short-haired woman behind him saw this and hurriedly asked, Thank you. May I ask, are you Yui, the top-ranked one on the list?" Yui turned back, nodded slightly, his expression as calm as still water. The short-haired woman, seeing Yui's composed demeanor, was even more shocked in her heart. "I never expected to meet a legendary figure who broke historical records today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxiao quickly checked her own testing equipment. Since she entered the examination hall until now, she hadn't checked it even once. For her, the score wasn't important, she mainly came to experience it. And upon checking, Yui's name was prominently displayed at the top position in Jiangnan province, leaving the second place behind by over 90,000 points. "Wow, brother Yui, how did you get over 100,000 points?" Zhao Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, speaking with a face full of admiration. "It's very simple, just clear out the danger zones." Yui finished speaking indifferently and did not linger. He turned around, unfolded his thunder wings, and instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, leaving this place far behind. Zhao Xiaoxiao still wanted to ask something, but she only saw Yui's figure disappear into the horizon. "Xiaoxiao, are you very familiar with him?" the short-haired girl asked curiously. Zhao Xiaoxiao nodded, her face full of pride, and said, "Of course, he can." "Then do you know how strong he is?" the short-haired woman continued to ask. Zhao Xiaoxiao shook her head and said thoughtfully, "Very strong, so strong it's unfathomable." The short-haired woman listened to Zhao Xiaoxiao's words, frowned, and was filled with doubt. Zhao Xiaoxiao left with a sly smile. "You're too innocent." After parting ways with Zhao Xiaoxiao, Yui decided not to wander aimlessly anymore. "Moreover, you can't come out until the designated evening time. This rule is really frustrating. It's like taking a math exam and realizing you can't solve a single problem, yet you can't submit your paper early. You can only sit idly in the exam hall, waiting until the designated time to hand in your paper. This feeling is enough to drive someone crazy. And if you're not allowed to sleep, it becomes even more miserable. But the current martial exam is the same. This rule is simply too terrible. Other candidates, so? We feel like there's not enough time to hunt monsters, and yet you think the time is too long?" Yui decided to find a secluded spot and then enter the Qiankuan gourd to rest. Before long, he found a perfect spot, a large hollow in a dead tree. This happens to be a blind spot in the surveillance field. Yui unhesitatingly crawled into the tree hole and directly entered the Qiankuan pot. After all, if they continue hunting intermediate or low-level demon beasts, the average score of everyone in Qingchuan City will significantly decrease. Moreover, doing so wouldn't hold much meaning. Those low-level beasts have scores that are far too low. Instead of wasting time, time, it's better to enter the Chinkuan pot and wait for the exam to end. What is this kid doing in that tree hole? Li Guowu was somewhat puzzled by Yu Yi's actions. He had been paying close attention to Yu Yi's movements all along. This included the moment when Yu Yi saved those two young girls, which he also witnessed. At this moment, Yu Yi felt somewhat puzzled about entering the tree hole. Could there be a monster inside the tree hole? But this idea was clearly impossible. With a command from Li Guowu, his subordinates immediately came over. Keep an eye on the person in this tree hole, Li Guowu said as he handed the surveillance equipment to his subordinate. Someone, come here. At this moment, Yu Yi had already entered the Qiankuan gourd to begin cultivating, intending to pass the time through training. When Yu Yi stopped to rest, all the examinees at various test centers across Jiangnan province stared at the top-ranked Yu Yi's score, cursing him furiously. Damn it! This guy only had 20,000 points just now, and now it suddenly jumped to over 100,000. Did he use a modifier? *T. Xinchuan City isn't doing anything about this? They're not even dealing with cheaters? Idiot! Can this thing even modify scores? How is that possible? Maybe he really does have the skills. These people cursed at the leaderboard while fighting the beasts. Meanwhile, many forces caught wind of the news and began to act quietly. You must understand, how could the strictest martial arts exam in the Dragon Kingdom possibly tolerate cheating behaviors like using modifiers or exploiting bugs? It is highly likely that Yu Yi's score of 100,000 points was achieved through his own strength and effort. As a result, spies from various forces reported the news of a candidate scoring 100,000 points in Jiangnan province to their superiors. Amid this controversy, Yu Yi's name has gradually drawn more attention. People's curiosity and anticipation about him have grown stronger, wanting to know who this mysterious candidate really is, and how he managed to achieve such astonishing results in such a short time. As the news spread, more and more people began speculating about Yu Yi's background and abilities. Many forces also began to take action. Nighttime. Approaching 8 o'clock, the examination site seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. It was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and eeriness. The bright moonlight poured down gently like water, covering the vast earth with a dreamy silver veil. A gentle breeze passed by, rustling the leaves, like the whispers of the night. Yu Yi had been meditating and cultivating in the tree hollow for an entire afternoon, and at this moment, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt that although his cultivation had slightly improved, the progress was slow. But every slight improvement is a cornerstone of accumulation and progress. Now, it's time to go out. He stepped out of the Qiankuan pot, then immediately used teleportation to leave the tree hole in an instant. Afterward, he unfolded his thunder wings, which shimmered with dazzling brilliance. With him, he sped towards the exam hall exit at an astonishing speed. At this moment, most students had already finished the exam and left the hall. Only a small portion remained on this land full of unknowns and dangers, striving to hunt down monsters, trying their best to hunt more monsters before 8 o'clock to earn more points. Because this exam will act like the helmsman of fate, directly steering the course of their future lives. Not long after, Yu Yi arrived at the exam venue's exit. He descended slowly from the sky, his feet landing steadily at the exit. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there was a giant light on the podium. Like an eternal sun that never sets, it illuminated the entire area, mercilessly dispelling the darkness. Yu Yi's expression was calm as he slowly followed the other examinees out of the examination hall. People around whispered to each other, discussing their performance and scores, their expressions filled with anticipation and nervousness. Some people are still discussing who Yu Yi is and how he could score over 100,000 points, because they simply cannot imagine how someone could achieve such an astonishing result. This score has already broken historical records. Yu Yi had just stepped out of the alloy net's main gate. Li Guowu walked straight to Yu Yi with firm and resolute steps. His expression was serious and earnest, his thick eyebrows tightly furrowed, as if he had something important to discuss with Yu Yi. Hello, Yu Yi, may I have a private conversation with you? Li Guowu's voice was deep and powerful, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. His gaze was fixed on Yu Yi, with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Yu Yi heard this and nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Li Guowu then began to lead the way, walking briskly as he prepared to take Yu Yi to the command room. Whoa, who's that? The commander invited him personally? A gasp came from the crowd. That seems to be Yu Yi, someone exclaimed in surprise. What? He's Yu Yi? Really? Then is his score real? Voices of doubt rose one after another. When the crowd saw Yu Yi being taken away, they immediately erupted into a frenzy, discussing fervently. Some people curled their lips, full of skepticism, believing that Yu Yi might have used cheating methods to achieve a high score, while others frowned deeply, their eyes revealing contemplation, believing he might truly have the ability to achieve such results. After arriving at the command room, Li Guowu slammed the door shut with a bang, then turned to face Yu Yi. I've watched your every move, and your score of over 100,000 is absolutely genuine. Li Guoqiang's tone was firm and affirmative, and his eyes revealed recognition and admiration for Yu Yi, glowing brightly. Yu Yi listened to Li Guoqiang's words and calmly nodded. It was genuine to begin with. with, so how could it possibly be fake? May I ask what brings you to me? Yui raised his head and looked at Li Guowu with clear eyes. Li Guowu spoke up and said, I want you to join the army directly after graduation. Yui frowned slightly upon hearing Li Guowu's words, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Joining the army right after graduation was something he had never considered. He had only thought about becoming stronger in the future and then going to the battlefield to annihilate the alien races. Li Guowu looked at the troubled Yui and smiled helplessly. Think it over first. Make your decision after the second event of the martial exam ends tomorrow. By then, my superior should also be present and will offer you the benefits of joining the army. Hearing Li Guowu's words, Yui nodded thoughtfully. Then Yui said, alright, I'll leave first. With that, he turned around and left without hesitation. Li Guowu watched Yui leave and shook his head helplessly. When asking this question, Yui frowned, which also indicated that he didn't have this idea. So we can only wait for tomorrow when the boss comes over to offer an enticing enlistment reward and see if Yui is tempted. Yui left the command center, walking with steady steps, preparing to head to the bus to return to school. Ha ha ha, young friend, you've hidden yourself so well. City Lord Feng laughed heartily as he walked toward Yui alongside Li Jiang. How could I not hide it deeper? I'm just an orphan without any support from powerful forces. City Lord Feng listened to Yui's words and nodded in deep understanding. After all, Qingchuan City has a cult stronghold. If Yui were to expose his dual talents just to show off, he might be killed by the cult at all costs. After all, a dual-talented genius has limitless potential for future growth. Let's go. Get on the bus and I'll take you back. Li Jiang said calmly. He was undoubtedly the one who understood Yui the best. Although I understand, I can only say I know the basics. The spiritual and martial skills Yui displayed while hunting beasts were increasingly powerful. How could they not leave him in awe? Upon hearing the voice, Yui nodded toward Li Jiang and then entered the bus together with the two of them. That's enough, daughter. If you win 10 consecutive matches tomorrow, the Imperial Capital Academy should be secured. Lu Highway looked at the slightly fatigued Lu Xinran and asked with concern. Lu Xinran tilted her head slightly, gently massaging her temples, and said, I should be able to achieve 10 consecutive wins tomorrow. Then Lu Highway asked again, have you been in touch with Yui? Lu Xinran's face showed a trace of complex emotion when she heard her father ask this. Yes, the relationship is okay. Lu Highway's eyes lit up immediately as he watched his daughter say this. Then keep maintaining a good relationship. If it can go further, even better. He had seen Yui's performance today with his own eyes. Whether it's the second lightning attribute talent and the lightning spirit seed, or the perfected martial arts, as well as the various skills, and the ease of hunting the third-tier first-level demonic beast, not to mention breaking the historical record with over 100,000 points. Yui is a true dragon. Lu Xinran listened to her father say this and shook her head with a wry smile. She knew that she and Yui were worlds apart, so at most, being friends was fine, anything further would be inappropriate. Report! A loud voice came through. Then a subordinate dressed in military uniform walked in. Marshal, there is something to report to you. The subordinate looked at the man in his 30s with a serious expression, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Go ahead. What is it? Come in. The man slightly furrowed his brows, as if sensing that something significant was about to happen. Marshal, your martial exam score record from back then has been broken this year. The subordinate's tone carried a hint of excitement and reverence. The man heard the news and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad. It seems that this year, our dragon nation has produced a true dragon again. His eyes revealed a longing and anticipation for talent. The subordinate nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Yes, Marshal, and two people broke your high score record at the same time. The man couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Two of them? Who are they, and which families do they come from? The subordinate took a deep breath, calming his inner excitement before answering. One of them is the eldest daughter of the top aristocratic Su family in our imperial capital, named Su Mengyao. Here is her information. Speaking, the subordinate handed a document to the man. The man took Su Mengyao's file and began to read it carefully, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Well, a fire element primary spirit seed and an SSS level sword Dao progenitor talent, dual talents, truly impressive. No wonder she could break my record. The man's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a satisfied smile. He put down the documents in his hand, looked at his subordinate, and continued to ask, what about the other person? The subordinate remained silent for a moment before slowly handing another document to the man. The man took the document and glanced at it, somewhat shocked. Is everything written in this document true? That's true. At first, I didn't believe it either, but later, after the exam hall video was sent back, I confirmed it and reported it to you. The subordinate hurriedly replied. Hearing his subordinate say this, the man felt a surge of intense curiosity and impatiently said, bring up the video. The subordinate had already prepared in advance and quickly brought the video to the man. The man watched the scenes in the video intently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the video played, the man's expression grew increasingly animated. Good. This young man can be called the number one of our time. He couldn't help help but exclaim in admiration. The subordinates were surprised to hear such high praise from the man. After all, being praised as the number one of the contemporary era is not an honor that can be easily obtained. This means that this young man possesses extraordinary potential and strength enough to lead the trends of the era. Moreover, this martial exam actually did not include all the prodigies who turned 18 this year in the Dragon Kingdom, because the descendants of those hidden aristocratic families in the imperial capital did not participate. Who can truly know the hidden talents of those from the reclusive noble families? Therefore, the true contemporary number one cannot yet be determined. However, the way the man in front of them evaluates the boy in the video also indicates that the boy in the video is very likely the number one. After all, the man in front of them is none other than the military marshal of the entire Dragon Nation. Go! The man waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. The subordinate saluted and then turned to leave, leaving the man alone to ponder over the documents in his hand. Interesting, I might meet him later. He was filled with curiosity about this young man, looking forward to the day when I can see in person the one I call the number one. Then, the man put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and walked out of the room. And the name on the documents was Yui. Meanwhile, Yui was sitting on the bus on his way home. At this moment, Yui was being watched by a group of classmates, their gazes filled with admiration, respect, and curiosity. After all, the top score in Jiangnan province now bore Yui's name, and he was from the 9th Academy of Qingchuan City, their very own school. How could this not make people feel puzzled? Brother E, you're truly amazing. You actually scored 100,000 points. The skinny monkey excitedly sat next to Yui, asking with enthusiasm. It's quite simple. How about you? Yui replied with a smile. The skinny monkey chuckled. I'm doing alright, ranked 45th in the province. Yui nodded upon hearing this, indicating his approval. It should be noted that Jiangnan province has more than a dozen cities, and each city has many aristocratic children participating in the martial arts exam. Moreover, even in Qingchuan City, besides him, there are 2 other students with SSS-level talent, not to mention the capital city of Jiangnan province, Jiangnan City, or other cities. These aristocratic children never lack cultivation resources. Therefore, it is already quite impressive that Skinny Monkey has achieved such results. Not bad. With your ranking, you'll definitely be able to enter the Imperial Capital Academy, Yui said with a smile. Skinny Monkey nodded in response, but couldn't help feeling a bit sad as the gap between him and Yui grew larger. After all, Yui helped him so much back then, but he himself never helped Yui. Originally, he thought that awakening an SS talent could help Yui, but it seemed it still didn't. However, as long as he trains diligently, one day he will be able to help him. Before long, the bus arrived at the school gate. By now, it was already nighttime, and there weren't many people around. Yui greeted Skinny Monkey and then prepared to go home. After all, he still had to go to the city's virtual venue at 8 a.m. tomorrow to face the second round of the competition. The second round takes place in the city's virtual venue. Once everyone enters the virtual device, they will enter a virtual space, and randomly select students from Jiangnan province who are participating to compete in a PK. Among this, luck is also a part of strength, but for Yui, he has enough strength to handle it. Not long after, Yui returned home, and that lamp was still lit. He teleported upstairs, opened the door, and saw Li Qingyue anxiously waiting. Li Qingyue snapped out of her thoughts, saw it was Yui, and couldn't help but smile slightly. You're back, she asked softly. Yui nodded and replied, I'm back. Let's eat. I've prepared all the food, Li Qingyue said. Upon hearing this, Yui came to the dining table and found the dishes still warm. How many ordinary people dream of such a life? However, this world is cruel. Without sufficient strength, one can only be at the mercy of others. So, Yui must keep striving to make himself stronger. I watched the live broadcast today. Xiaoi ranked first in the province. As your sister, I'm so proud. Yui smiled faintly. Of course, Xingyue Jia, am I impressive or what? On the second day of the martial arts exam, the sunlight was as brilliant as a dazzling gem, and the breeze was gentle. Last night, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Yui. Today, the second assessment, the virtual battle, arrived as scheduled. However, Yui didn't take this assessment seriously at all. To him, it was nothing more than a mere formality. After breakfast, Yui greeted Li Qingyue with a smile and then prepared to head to the virtual arena in the city. He activated his teleportation skill, and with a flash, he instantly appeared downstairs. Immediately after, thunder wings unfolded sharply behind him, and like a bolt of lightning, he flew toward the virtual arena. At this moment, numerous examinees from Qingchuan City were hurrying toward the virtual arena with anxious expressions. Yui quickly arrived near the virtual venue and then deactivated the thunder wings. He descended from the sky like a meteor, landing heavily and causing the ground to tremble slightly. Inside the venue, many examinees were entering the examination hall in an orderly manner. Nearby, numerous soldiers stood ready, vigilantly keeping watch with sharp eyes, while a large group of soldiers patrolled with steady and powerful strides. So, Yui also walked unhurriedly toward the direction of the examination hall. Before Yui could enter the examination hall, someone exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Yui? Another person quickly chimed in, yeah, looks exactly like in the video. Some couldn't help but exclaim, I originally thought he was cheating, but after watching the video of him hunting beasts yesterday, I realized it was us who were too weak. Upon hearing these words, Yui remained expressionless, his steps steady, without pausing. Instead, he continued resolutely toward the examination hall. His own strength needed no explanation or proof to anyone. Last night, due to his shocking score of over 100,000 points, the entire group of examinees in Jiangnan felt extremely dissatisfied and suspicious. In response to this situation, Qingchuan City had no choice but to take action. They decided to release the video of Yui hunting demonic beasts to prove that his strength was genuine and that his score was entirely justified. Even so, although most examinees had already watched the video, they still harbored doubts about his abilities. Yui walked into the virtual venue, which contained a total of 100 virtual rooms, capable of accommodating 100 people for virtual simulation battles simultaneously. In addition, large screens were set up to showcase exciting duels between some of the top-ranking candidates. Yui quickly found a virtual battle room and casually walked to the door. To enter this virtual simulation room, one needed to input their student exam number and fingerprint information. Yui methodically entered the exam number and fingerprints into the system as required, and the door to the virtual simulation room slowly opened. Inside the room was a sleep pod, a product of advanced technology. He slowly lay down in the sleep pod, closed his eyes, his expression calm and composed. As a wave of dizziness swept over him like a tide, he seemed to be instantly transported to another wondrous world. Yui arrived at a completely virtual arena, which looked incredibly realistic. Every detail was vivid and lifelike, making one marvel at the wonders of modern technology. Welcome, candidate Yui, to the virtual battle arena. I am Xiaoyi. Please get ready. When you're prepared, call me to start. A crisp electronic voice sounded. Yui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This technology is truly advanced. At this moment, in the virtual venue's monitoring room, Li Guowu had already received the news that Yui had entered the virtual battle room. He sat upright in front of the monitoring console, his eyes fixed on the screen, closely observing the performance of each candidate. Currently, all 100 rooms of the virtual venue were clearly displayed on the large screen in the monitoring room, with every detail of the visuals and sounds vividly presented. Li Guowu skillfully operated the controls to enlarge the view of the virtual simulation room where Yui was located, preparing to focus intently on observing Yui's brilliant performance. Xiaoyi, start matching an opponent. Shortly after Xiaoyi's voice sounded, a challenger appeared before Yui. The opponent's information was clearly visible. Ji Bo Duan, talent, D-level limb enhancement, provincial ranking. Yui looked at the opponent's information, his expression relaxed, without much thought. However, when the opponent Ji Botuan saw Yui's information, he was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Yui, talent S space system, ranked first in the province. Since the data has not been updated, it is displayed as S level. After the martial arts exam ends, the data will be updated. Understood. The opponent looked at Yui's information, secretly lamenting in his heart, his face full of helplessness and despair. Originally, I was hoping to encounter a weaker opponent and win easily, but I didn't expect to face the top player in the province. How am I supposed to win this ridiculous matchmaking system? Just like a certain game. At that moment, Xiaoyi's clear voice rang out. The match begins. With this command, the duel officially began. Yui launched his attack without hesitation, roaring, Spear of Thunder Punishment. In an instant, a lightning-flashing spear appeared in the air, flying toward the opponent at lightning speed. Ji Bo Duan had no time to react and was instantly pierced through by the thunder spear. Yu Yishan. Xiaoyi's voice rang out once again. With the announcement of this sentence, the opponent's figure instantly vanished without a trace. As the duel ended, Yui's spiritual power instantly recovered completely, returning to its peak state. Matching an opponent for you. Before long, another figure appeared in front of Yui. This time it was a girl. Yui remained calm, just waiting for the match to start so he could defeat her in an instant. But when the girl saw Yui's information, she was equally stunned, her face full of disbelief. Hello there, the top in the province. I know you have dual talents. I definitely don't stand a chance, the girl said with a cheerful smile. Yui nodded calmly, and it was indeed the case. Continue. Currently, with his dual talents, anyone familiar with the martial arts exam who has watched his videos of hunting beasts would know. The girl continued, at first, when I saw your name ranked first in the province, I looked down on it. Then she went on to say, what do you think I feel about you now? Yui frowned slightly, looking puzzled. What feeling? The girl smiled faintly, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Despising you. Yui was slightly stunned upon hearing the girl's words, muttering those 4 words under his breath, his mouth involuntarily twitching, thinking to himself, wow, such skillful driving. Hee, teasing the province's #1 is quite fun. Go ahead and use your thunder spear to check me, the girl said nonchalantly. Yui looked at the girl in front of him. Since she had already asked him to use the thunder spear to check her, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Then, Yui's gaze sharpened, and he roared again, Spear of Thunder Punishment. A thunder spear instantly flew out, defeating the girl in an instant. As the girl was swiftly and decisively defeated by Yui, soon, new opponents arrived one after another. Yui's speed was as fast as lightning, leaving people astonished. In just the blink of an eye, he could easily end a battle. Off the field, Yui's stunning performance was clearly seen by the waiting examinees. They whispered among themselves, discussing excitedly, "What? Just one thunder spear and it's done? My goodness, I want a spirit seed too. This power is simply heaven-defying. Dream on. You think you can get a spirit seed? Life is tough. This thunderbolt is just too cool." Everyone looked at Yui effortlessly defeating his opponent, their hearts filled with a complex mix of envy and jealousy. After all, they were all contestants. Why was Yui so outstanding and invincible? However, even though they felt unwilling, they could only look up to him and sigh helplessly. And Li Guowu watched Yui's outstanding performance with an expression of complete calm. With Yui's formidable strength, there is likely no one in the entire Jiangnan province who can rival him. In no time, Yui had already achieved the remarkable feat of 9 consecutive victories. Every opponent facing Yui was instantly defeated without exception. When the 10th contestant took the stage, their strength was quite impressive. This contestant was tall and imposing, with muscles taut like steel, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura. His gaze was firm and composed, as if silently declaring his absolute determination to win this battle. Manhwa, talent, SSS gigantification, ranked 18th in the province. Yui was slightly surprised to see Manhwa's talent. The fact that gigantification could reach an SSS level talent was indeed something he hadn't expected. Meanwhile, when Manhwa saw that his opponent was none other than Yui, the top in the province, his heart instantly fell into chaos. After all, he himself had a record of 9 consecutive victories. About to achieve 10 consecutive wins and rank yourself first in the province? What kind of garbage matching mechanism is this? Unbelievable. Moreover, Yui is now a well-known figure throughout the province. How could he not know? I've watched your battle videos, and I have to admit you're very strong. Manhwa gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm as he spoke. But, with my talent combined with my martial skills, can you easily break through? With that, Manhwa suddenly unleashed his gigantification talent. His height and physique instantly expanded 2 or 3 times, resembling a towering small mountain. Earth-level martial skill, King's Dominance Body. With Manhwa's furious shout, the martial skill King's Dominance Body was unleashed with full force. Yui looked at this display and thought, in terms of realm, Mei Yodio was still someone he could completely overpower. Manhwa's vitality and blood are only at the 2nd stage, 1st level, while his spirit is at the 1st stage, 9th level. On the other hand, Yui has already reached the 6th level of the dual 2nd stage, a gap as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. However, Manhwa is determined to test the strength of his attack, so Yui decides to oblige him. Is it his spear that is sharp or Yui's shield that is strong? Yui's gaze sharpened, and he tightly gripped the thunder-slaying blade. He infused it with the chaos divine thunder, unleashing an earth-shattering aura. Yui let out an angry roar and fiercely slashed toward Manhwa. This slash was astonishingly powerful, capable of cutting through space itself, let alone a mere Manhwa. The sea of plum blossoms was instantly cut in half, his once proud defense. In front of Yui, it was as fragile as thin paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Meanwhile, Yui also completed the challenge of 10 consecutive victories. But the score for these 10 consecutive victories was too low. For Yui, it is not worth mentioning. Sky-splitting slash. But for some people, it is extremely important. As Mei Yodiao, who was sent back, looked at his proud talent and defensive martial skills, he gave a wry smile. When the attack touched him, the defense instantly crumbled. It's completely useless. Congratulations to contestant Yui for completing 10 challenges and achieving 10 consecutive victories. An additional 1,000 points have been awarded, currently ranking first in the province. Yui nodded as he listened to Xiaoyi and prepared to leave this place. Before long, the world spun once again. Yui opened his eyes, and at this moment, he was already in the sleep pod. After getting up, he left the virtual simulation room. As soon as he stepped out of the virtual simulation room, new examinees entered to prepare for their exams. Outside, a group of examinees waited in line, enviously watching Yui. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and achieving first place in the martial arts exam. Would you like to claim your reward? System, claim it now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Body Refining Technique, 2nd chapter, 3rd level. The Thunder Body Refining Technique has now been renamed to the Thunder God Body Refining Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Meditation Technique, triple layer of the 2nd chapter. The Thunder Meditation Technique has now been renamed to Thor's Meditation Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the SS Spatial Talent to SSS Spatial Talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd Awakening Fruit. Yui felt a bit excited listening to this series of rewards from the system. Not only the Body Refining Technique and Meditation Technique, but they could also be cultivated to the 6th level. This solved Yui's current issue of completing the first 3 levels of cultivation. Moreover, the names of the techniques had also been changed. Also upgraded his spatial talent to SSS level, and the skill Thunder Dragon Claw. Then Yui checked the description of Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunder Dragon Claw, raise one hand high and fiercely claw in the direction of the void target, instantly forming a massive Thunder Dragon Claw composed of Chaos Divine Thunder, delivering a powerful strike to the target with overwhelming force. Yui looked at the skill description and couldn't wait to try it out. This skill sounds really powerful, and it's super cool. Although skills don't have levels, they do vary in strength. For example, just by hearing Thunder Spear and Thunder Dragon Claw, you can tell which is stronger and which is weaker. Then he checked the Second Awakening Fruit again. Second Awakening Fruit, after awakening a talent, it can greatly enhance the talent level based on the awakened talent. The minimum upgrade can reach S level. For example, upgrading a D-level lightning talent to an S-level lightning talent through Second Awakening. Yui looked at the Second Awakening Fruit with some excitement. This thing is useless to him. After all, he already has a Chaos Divine Thunder talent and another SSS level spatial talent. He doesn't need this thing, but Li Qingyue needs it. With this thing, Li Qingyue's talent can at least reach S level. Cultivation will also be faster, and this way, Li Qingyue will have a certain level of self-protection. Yui is very satisfied with this reward. Just as Yui was looking at these rewards with great excitement, Li Guowu's steady and powerful voice rang out like a bell. Yui, how about taking a seat in the monitoring room? Yui looked at Li Guowu, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He immediately nodded and followed Li Guowu with light steps to the monitoring room. My superior will be here soon, just wait here for a while. Li Guowu spoke as he swiftly picked up the teapot and poured a steaming cup of tea for Yui. Yui quickly took the tea, smiled slightly, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and said, "You don't have to be so polite." Li Guowu heard this and just smiled faintly, gently shaking his head. At this moment, the screen in the monitoring room was playing videos of various candidates. Yui glanced casually and unexpectedly saw quite a few of his old acquaintances, including Lu Xinran and Han Li. Both of them have SSS level talent, as long as they don't encounter opponents with the same SSS level talent. Basically, they are all easy victories. Before long, a thunderous voice came from outside the door. Li Guowu, where have you gone? Following the voice, one could see a man dressed in a neatly pressed military uniform. That military uniform was like his second skin, perfectly fitting and exuding unparalleled dignity and solemnity. The golden epaulets shone brightly, radiating dazzling brilliance. The resolute facial contours were as sharp and defined as if carved by a blade, especially at the chin. A thick and neatly trimmed beard stood out prominently, as if made of steel, rigid and resilient, just like his character. Li Guowu straightened his back and gave a standard military salute upon seeing his superior, Zhang Jijun. He said loudly, reporting to the officer, "This is the person I mentioned to you on the phone." As Li Guowu spoke, he reached out and pointed solemnly at Yui, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Jijun looked at Yui, nodded slightly, and his gaze revealed a sense of admiration. Not bad. Even more handsome than in the video. Yui quickly saluted and discreetly checked Zhang Jijun's talent and realm. Zhang Jijun, Blood Chi level 8, stage 4, Spirit level 7, stage 9. Talent, SS Gundao Master. Yui looked at the newcomer's realm and couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. This person was actually the highest realm individual he had encountered so far. Moreover, that innate spear mastery signifies a remarkable enhancement in spear-related martial techniques, with a cultivation speed far surpassing that of ordinary people. I wonder if you'd be willing to join our army, Yui? Zhang Jijun spoke as he strode forward with large steps, stopping in front of Yui. He reached out and gave Yui's shoulder a friendly pat, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yui smiled and was just about to answer when he heard a calm and unhurried voice coming from outside. Jijun, you got here quite quickly. An elderly man with white hair was seen leisurely entering the monitoring room. He was dressed in a robe as white as snow, despite his advanced age, but his posture remained as upright as a pine, his steps steady and powerful, each one seeming to carry a unique rhythm. His head full of silver hair was as white as snow, yet meticulously groomed and neatly combed back, further accentuating his refined demeanor. Yui glanced at the newcomer and casually checked his cultivation level. By Huanan, Blood Chi 9th stage, 1st level, Spirit 9th stage, 6th level. Talent, SS Spatial System. Yui looked at the newcomer and was secretly startled. This person was even stronger. And unsurprisingly, the person before him was the current president of Imperial Capital University. He had read some introductions about Imperial Capital University, and Bai Huanan was indeed the current president. Yet Bai Huanan rarely appeared in public. Who would have thought he would personally come this time for him? Zhang Jijun frowned slightly when he saw the white-haired old man arrive, a trace of tension and helplessness appearing on his face. Mr. Bai, what could have happened to alarm even you? Bai Huanan chuckled, his eyes revealing a hint of shrewdness, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes trembled slightly. Jijun, stop pretending to be confused when you know exactly what's going on. Hearing this, Zhang Jijun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, his expression slightly awkward. Baijiu, give me this person for my army, and you can choose any other candidates from Qingchuan City. How about that? Bai Huanan listened to Zhang Jijun's words and pointed at him with his finger. With a slightly reproachful tone, he said, "You brat, don't try this trick on me. I just want Yue in front of me. You can pick anyone else." Zhang Jijun shook his head, but before he could speak, several figures appeared one after another outside the door. At this moment, the area outside the monitoring room was filled with people discussing fervently. I think I just saw the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy. One person widened their eyes, their voice becoming sharp due to excitement. Nonsense. It was clearly the principal of Jiangnan Academy. Nonsense, it's clearly the dean of the Magic City Academy, someone shouted loudly. Seeing a group of big shots arriving during this time, everyone started discussing excitedly, their expressions a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, if they could catch the attention of those top academies, their future would be limitless once admitted into one. At this moment, the room was already filled with the principals of various top academies. Moreover, Zhang Zhenghua from Modu Academy has also arrived here. Zhang Zhenghua is also a 9th-tier expert. As for the presidents of other top universities, their levels are not as high. Most of them are around the 8th tier. Old Bai, the Imperial Capital Academy and other top academies greeted Bai with respectful and humble attitudes. Bai Huanan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and he slowly said, "Are you all here to poach talent as well?" Zhang Zhenghua from the Magic City Academy nodded, beaming with a smile. "Old Bai, fair competition. In the end, it's up to Yue to decide who he chooses." And other top universities shook their heads. They had originally come to recruit as well. After all, such talent, that Thunder Seed, if they could recruit him into their academy, they would surely make a name for themselves in the upcoming national university competition. But seeing the principals of the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital present, they lost their enthusiasm. After all, the principals of these two universities came in person, compete for it? Can't compete. The other top academies all said in unison, "We're here to look for other candidates," pointing to some contestants on the monitor screen in the surveillance room. "Look at this girl, her SSS talent is quite good." Other top universities were staring at the screen, discussing fervently, the atmosphere both lively and tense. Meanwhile, Bai Huanan saw the reactions of the top academies and smiled. Just looked at Zhang Jijun and Zhang Zhenghua. "Come on, in that case, offer the benefits you can provide." Zhang Jijun was the first to speak to Yue. "Student Yue, as long as you can join my army, we can provide you with the Heaven-tier martial skill, Sky-Splitting Slash." Zhang Jijun had just finished speaking when he was interrupted by Li Guowu. "Boss, this kid has the Void Slash and has already mastered it to perfection." Zhang Jijun was startled upon hearing this. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? And he's even mastered it to perfection?" Zhang Jijun thought to himself, then looked at Yue in front of him as if he were a treasure. Someone like this must join the army. He then prepared to speak again. Zhang Jijun pondered for a moment, his eyes slightly narrowed, then spoke again. "How about this? I'll give you 20,000 merit points, plus 10 million in cash." Yue listened to Zhang Jijun's words, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Sorry, I'm not quite familiar with the value of merit points. Could you explain it to me?" Li Guowu, standing nearby, showed a look of envy upon hearing the conditions given by his superior. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly a few times, and he couldn't help but explain, 20,000 merit points are enough to exchange for 2 Heaven-tier martial techniques. Yue, hearing Li Guowu's explanation, gained some understanding, and a glimmer of thought flashed in his eyes. It should be noted that Heaven-tier martial techniques almost never appear in regular trading markets. The trading market at most features Earth-grade martial techniques. As for Heaven-grade and above martial techniques, they can only be obtained in military camps, or in top-tier academies, or perhaps at large-scale auctions, where they might appear. Additionally, they can be found in the hands of those deeply rooted aristocratic families. After all, heavenly-tier martial techniques are extremely precious, let alone king-tier martial techniques, which are virtually impossible to find. Faced with Zhang Jijun's offer, Yue couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of his clothes. However, he still decided to weigh the conditions offered by the other two. Bai Huanan listened to Zhang Jijun's words, the corners of his mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. "Jijun, you've really gone all out. But this won't be enough to win over little friend Yue." Zhang Jijun also smiled, a smile tinged with a mix of helplessness and determination. He had indeed gone all out. Bai Huanan then turned to Yue and said, "1 space-type skill demon core, 10,000 credit points, unlimited access to the school's Thunder Secret Realm, 2 Thunder-type skill demon cores, and a 500 square meter villa at Imperial Capital University." After speaking, he paused for a moment, seemingly worried that Yue might not understand, and added, 10,000 credit points are enough to exchange for a Heaven-tier martial skill manual. Yue's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Bai Huanan's generous offer, and his breathing became rapid with excitement. A spatial skill demon core, and 2 lightning skill demon cores, as well as that Heaven-tier martial skill and the Thunder Secret Realm. There's also that 500 square meter villa. Moreover, spatial type skill skills are already extremely rare, as the number of spatial beasts is very limited. Now this principal has suddenly taken out a beast core with spatial type skills, and 2 beast cores with lightning type skills. How could one not be tempted? Zhang Zhenghua, who was standing nearby, listened to Bai Huanan's words, smiled helplessly, shook his head, furrowed his brows, and his face was full of a troubled expression. He thought to himself, such a high price? On the other side, the deans of other top universities were stunned by the admission benefits Bai Huanan offered, their mouths agape and unable to close for a long time. Zhang Jijun listened to Bai Huanan's words, sighed helplessly, his expression slightly despondent, and his shoulders slumped. No choice, the resources in the military camp are already very limited. This is already the highest treatment he can offer. If he can't invite this dual-talented genius with a spirit seed, then there's nothing he can do. How about it? The Imperial Academy welcomes you. Bai Huanan looked at Yui with eager eyes, his gaze full of anticipation. Yui nodded firmly and said resolutely, I will join the Imperial Academy. Zhang Jijun heard this, let out a bitter smile, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes, and slowly turned around, leaving with heavy steps. Yui looked at the somewhat dejected Zhang Jijun and quickly said, don't worry, even if I don't join the army, I will still face the battlefield against the alien races. I will annihilate them. Zhang Jijun listened to Yui's words and suddenly turned around. He gave Yui a firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation and encouragement. Good, I believe in you. I'll wait for that day. With that, Zhang Jijun left the place, his figure appearing somewhat desolate. Originally, he came to recruit Yui, but it was a pity that he didn't succeed. After all, Yui's potential is limitless. However, going to the Imperial Capital Academy is not bad either, as the Academy's abundant resources are beneficial for growth. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenghua shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. His face was full of regret, and then he left here. He came here for Yui as well. As for the other students in Qingchuan City, the admissions office can handle those with relatively high talent. The deans of other top universities also left here with complex expressions, some shaking their heads and sighing, others deep in thought. Bai Huanan looked at Yui, who had just spoken these words, and nodded in satisfaction. Yui's character is truly commendable, and his face was brimming with a gratified smile. Student Yui, welcome to choosing our Imperial Capital Academy. Our school will absolutely not let you down. Congratulations on becoming a student of Imperial Capital University. Bai Huanan said this as he took out the admission letter of Imperial Capital Academy from his spatial ring and solemnly handed it to Yui with both hands. Yui accepted it and bowed deeply. Thank you, Principal. The registration time for new students at the school is 8.25. Of course, you can also go to the school earlier for enrollment. At that time, present your admission notice to verify your information, and your enrollment benefits will be delivered to you by the relevant personnel. Yu Yiwen nodded slightly. After handling the matters in Qingchuan City, he would head directly to the Imperial Capital Academy to join his class. From now on, he was no longer a student of Qingchuan City's 9th Academy but a student of Imperial Capital University. Alright, in that case, here's my contact information. If you encounter anything different when you arrive in the Imperial Capital, feel free to reach out to me. Bai Huanan, after leaving his contact information, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared without a trace. After all, he has a spatial talent, so knowing teleportation isn't too much, right? At this moment, Li Guowu, seeing Bai Huanan taking such care of Yui, was so shocked that his mouth was wide open and couldn't close for a long time. Bai Huanan has been the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy for 20 years. During his tenure, the Imperial Capital Academy always outshone the Magic Capital Academy. Moreover, he had never personally recruited students and rarely appeared in the public eye. Not to mention, he even specifically left contact information for Yui, saying he could reach out to him upon arriving in the Imperial Capital. This is very unusual. Long Tianguo also graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy, but he never enjoyed such treatment. You brat, you don't know how lucky you are. The Dean of the Imperial Capital Academy personally recruited you. You can brag about this for a lifetime. Li Guowu patted Yui's shoulder, speaking with a face full of envy. Upon hearing this, Yui nodded. As soon as he awakened his talent, Yui went to learn about various academies. He knew Bai Huanan, who was very low-key and rarely appeared in public, let alone personally recruiting others. Shaking his head, Yui decided not to think about it anymore. Just win the championship in this year's university competition to repay the Imperial Capital Academy. Thinking of this, Yui prepared to leave. The most important thing now was to give Li Qingyue the second awakening fruit. Then I'll take my leave, Yui said to Li Guowu, turned around, and left swiftly. A teleportation brought him to the door. At this moment, the gazes of everyone outside the door were like spotlights, all focused on him, filled with curiosity and surprise. Could it be that these big shots traveled all this way just for Yui? Highly likely. Yui is a peerless genius with dual talents and a lightning seed. So enviable. I'm so envious my eyes have turned purple. However, Yui seemed oblivious to the crowd's chatter, his expression calm as still water. His gaze was firm and profound, as if he had already envisioned the higher, grander stage he was about to step onto, embarking on a new journey full of infinite possibilities. Then, he suddenly unfurled his thunder wings, and in an instant, lightning intertwined and brilliance radiated. He transformed into a dazzling lightning bolt, disappearing instantly into the horizon, racing home like a shooting star. Meanwhile, Lu Xinran, who had just walked out of the virtual battle room slowly, saw Yui's graceful departing figure and couldn't help but let a faint bitter smile appear at the corner of her mouth. She sighed softly, her brows slightly furrowed. Even though she had achieved 10 consecutive victories in the virtual battle and her score had already surpassed the threshold of the Imperial Capital Academy, but she knew very well that once she entered the Imperial Capital Academy, her reputation as a genius would likely fade into obscurity. Because the Imperial Capital Academy only admitted students with at least A-level talent, not to mention the eldest sons and daughters of the noble families from the Imperial Capital. Moreover, the families of those noble houses in the Imperial Capital, whether in terms of abundant resources or formidable strength, were simply unattainable. Compared to the small place she was in, where the highest level of strength was only the 5th rank, the difference was like heaven and earth. She was well aware that compared to those true prodigies, the gap between them was like a chasm. But Yui, who had left, was completely different. Not only did he possess dual talents, but he also had a spirit seed. Such extraordinary talent was enough to compete with those prodigies in the Imperial Capital. He is very likely to continue writing the legendary chapters of Ordinary People, shining with dazzling brilliance. Not long after, Yui hurriedly arrived at his own doorstep. He couldn't wait to open the door, only to see Li Qingyue quietly staying at home. "You're back?" Li Qingyue asked softly, her face blooming with a smile as warm as the spring sun. Yui nodded vigorously, striding inside with large steps, then pulled Li Qingyue tightly into his arms. "I'm back, Sister Qingyue." After a long while, Yui finally loosened his embrace around Li Qingyue. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he carefully retrieved the second awakening fruit from the system space. The fruit emitted a dazzling, multicolored radiance, as brilliant as a polished gem, and was about the size of a plump, ripe orange. Li Qingyue looked at the item Yui had taken out, feeling a bit puzzled. "What is this?" she asked curiously, her gaze fixed intently on the fruit that radiated a mysterious glow. "You'll know after taking it." Yui smiled mysteriously and handed the second awakening fruit to Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue took the fruit with some doubt and gently took a bite. "It's actually quite tasty, crisp, and sweet." Li Qingyue's face bloomed with a satisfied smile, and in no time, she had finished the fruit completely. "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Yui asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Qingyue nodded. "I feel a surge of energy in my body, a very powerful energy." Hearing Li Qingyue say this, Yui was overjoyed. The feeling she described was so similar to what he had experienced on the day of his awakening. Then, he quickly used his probing ability to investigate. "Li Qingyue, Qi and Blood Level 1, Tier 2, Spirit Level 1, Tier 3, SSS Plant Type Talent." Yui felt a bit excited upon seeing this. After all, the second awakening fruit can awaken talents above S level. But unexpectedly, Li Qingyue suddenly awakened an SSS level talent. And it's plant-based, a nature-type talent. "Qingyue, your talent has now become an SSS level plant-based talent. You should try out your own talent." Yui's voice trembled with excitement as he tightly gripped Li Qingyue's shoulders. Li Qingyue listened to Yui's words, covering her mouth in shock, unable to recover for a long time. "Just eating a fruit turned into an SSS talent?" Yui gently took Li Qingyue's small hand, leading her to the window with a soft yet firm demeanor. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement. "Qingyue, now go and use your plant-based ability on that big tree." Li Qingyue nodded slightly, then slowly closed her eyes, beginning to focus her energy. She concentrated fully on sensing the immense innate power within her. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze firm and resolute as she looked at the large tree downstairs, ready to unleash her unique ability. Suddenly, Li Qingyue extended her right hand, and a bright, dazzling green light shot out from her palm, flying straight toward the tree downstairs. In the blink of an eye, a miracle occurred. The big tree began to grow at an astonishing speed. The branches and leaves became more lush and verdant, brimming with vitality as if infused with endless life force. Moreover, Li Qingyue could manipulate these plants to attack through her own will. When she focused her attention on a single leaf, it instantly turned as sharp as a blade, capable of easily slicing through hard objects. And when she wanted the branches to entangle the enemy, they would move as agilely as snakes, tightly binding the target. Li Qingyue looked at the transformation of the tree in front of her, somewhat unable to believe it was her doing. Yui smiled and patiently explained, "Not only that, some plant-type beasts can also be controlled by you. After all, plant-type beasts are essentially plants, only mutated during the revival of spiritual energy. But the ability to control it also depends on mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the more you can control, but you can't expect to control the 9th tier with just 1st tier mental strength. It's like striking a stone with an egg. This fruit must be very precious, right? Why don't you consume it yourself to gain another talent?" Li Qingyue looked at Yui and asked. After all, this was given to her by Yui, and just this one fruit might be worth a fortune. Amazing. She didn't like fighting either, so letting Yui consume it himself was the best choice. This way, he could enhance his talent, become stronger, and be safer when out in the world. Yui shook his head. This fruit can only awaken a second time, and my talents are already SSS level, so I don't need it. Li Qingyue listened to Yui's words with some doubt, but after all, she had already eaten it. At night, the city's lights shone brightly like a dazzling galaxy. For many families, tonight was destined to be an extraordinary evening. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Li Qingyue looked at her parents who had suddenly appeared in front of her. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a radiant glow of joy. Li Lei smiled, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smooth out. Xiaoyi is now a celebrity in our Qingchuan city. He's the top scorer in this year's Jiangnan province martial arts exam. We came specifically to see him, but when we found no one at his house, we came to you instead. Listening to her father's words, Li Qingyue immediately understood. So they came because of Yui. Yeah, Qingyue, how are things between you and Xiaoyi now? Zhang Fong immediately asked, her eyes full of concern, even leaning in a little closer. Just as Zhang Fong finished asking this question, Yui walked out of the bedroom. He saw Li Qingyue's parents and immediately showed a bright smile. Hello, uncle and aunt. After spending some intimate time at noon, Yui began his cultivation, which lasted until now. He came out after hearing the sounds from Li Qingyue's room just now. Li Lei and his wife were momentarily stunned upon hearing Yui's greeting, especially when they saw him walking out of Li Qingyue's room. Then his gaze quickly shifted between the two, as if he instantly understood something. I'm already together with Qingyue. Yui looked at the couple's reaction, then decisively strode over to Li Qingyue, firmly held her hand, and said with determination. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Li exchanged a glance, then smiled and nodded, expressing their understanding and approval. You little rascal, why didn't you tell us you were with Xiaoyi? Zhang Fong looked at her daughter with a hint of reproach, gently tapping Li Qingyue's forehead. Mom, I just haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Li Qingyue playfully clung to her mother's arm, her face tinged with a blush. Uncle and auntie, please start eating. As Yui spoke, he quickly and skillfully helped Li Qingyue with the tasks, setting up the tableware one moment and serving dishes the next. Before long, all the dishes were on the table. Yui and Li Qingyue sat side by side, their hands still tightly clasped under the table, and Li Lei and his wife sat opposite each other, their eyes gently watching the young people in front of them. How long have you been together, Qingyue? Zhang Fong looked at the two's affectionate demeanor and asked with a cheerful smile. 1 or 2 months. Yui answered first, his face brimming with a happy smile. Zhang Fong rubbed her eyes, filled with relief. Alright, as long as you two are doing well, that's all that matters. If you dare treat my precious daughter poorly, I won't let you off easily. Li Lei spoke, deliberately putting on a stern face, but the love in his eyes was impossible to hide. After all, his little sweetheart had now become someone else's, and he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. I will, uncle and aunt. I will treat Li Qingyue well. I'm planning to bring all of you to the imperial capital. How does that sound? The couple exchanged a glance and shook their heads. No, Xiaoyi, it's enough that you have this intention. We're fine staying here in Qingchuan City. That's right, I'm already an old bag of bones. What would I do in the imperial capital? But while the two of us won't go, you must take Qingyue. Don't start off in a long-distance relationship. Yui listened to their words and said, how about this then? The province's top scholar was rewarded with a villa in the city for you to live in. You absolutely can't refuse this, okay? Consider it part of the bride price. His eyes were filled with sincerity and anticipation. The couple exchanged a glance and then looked at Li Qingyue. Mom, Dad, that's it. Since neither of you went to the capital, this is also Xiaoyi's heartfelt gesture. Li Lei and his wife nodded. Alright, in that case, thank you, son-in-law. A gratified smile appeared on their faces. Yui smiled at the sight, and the family happily enjoyed their meal together. The next day at noon, the scorching sunlight poured over the earth, making the air seem slightly distorted by the heat. After sending Li Qingyue's parents back yesterday, he simply went to sleep. This morning, Yui brought Li Qingyue's parents to the house awarded in the city. Only after handing over the house keys and completing all the procedures did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next is to handle the final matter. It's that blue-robed steward. The system tasked to kill the blue-robed steward is still incomplete. If we go to the imperial capital, this task will be impossible to complete. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Yui secretly made up his mind to definitely complete it. Hello, City Lord? Yui quickly made a call to the City Lord. Hey, kid, what made you think of calling me? Our provincial top scorer. A hearty voice of the City Lord came from the other end of the phone. Not at all. I just wanted to ask for your help. How about it? Yui's tone carried a hint of flattery. Oh, what kind of help? Let's hear it. Afterward, Yui told the City Lord all about the meticulously planned scheme. His speech alternated between rapid and slow, as he tried his best to describe every detail clearly. The City Lord, after listening, readily agreed. It's time to head outside the city. Yui muttered to himself. After all, it wouldn't be easy for the blue-robed deacon of the heretical church to make a move while he was in the city. So, head outside the city, making it easier for the blue-robed steward to take action. Then, as long as the blue-robed steward makes a move, he would crush the jade stone given by the city lord, and the city lord would receive the message and rush over. Not only that, but his principal would also participate in this capture operation. Thinking of this, Yui took a deep breath, spread his thunder wings, and flew toward the outskirts of the city. It didn't take long to reach the outskirts of the city. This time, Yui chose an area inhabited by second-tier to third-tier demonic beasts. On one hand, it was to lure out the blue-robed steward. On the other hand, Yui intended to test the power of the Thunder Dragon Claw. Yui started searching for the beast. This is a forest. After entering the forest, he saw a flame wolf. It was just a second-tier flame wolf. Yui took down a thunder spear with ease. After all, Yui's current level is at the second tier, 6th stage, effortlessly hunting these beasts. Just as Yui was crazily hunting the beasts, a flying corrupted crow appeared in the sky. Corrupted crow, tier 2, level 10, likes to eat rotten food. Yui nodded in satisfaction at the sight and prepared to unleash Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunder Dragon Claw. Yui raised one hand high and fiercely clawed toward the air above the corrupted crow. As he moved, countless gray thunderbolts descended from the sky. In an instant, these thunderbolts intertwined in the air, forming a massive gray Thunder Dragon Claw. The gray claw, like Mount Tai crushing an egg, effortlessly tore apart the body of the corrupted crow, reducing it to ashes. Steward, Yui has left the city. As soon as the words fell, a trace of surprise flashed across the face of the steward in blue. Back then, the heretical church's stronghold in Qingchuan City was completely destroyed, leaving him as a lone and helpless commander. However, for the sake of facilitating future actions, his bishop specially assigned a few members to assist him. During these days, they had been lying low in the shadows, painstakingly searching for the right opportunity. But until the end of the martial exam, they still couldn't see Yui leading the city again. In fact, according to the original plan, they had intended to create some chaos during the martial exam and take action amidst the confusion. However, due to the destruction of the cult's stronghold, they lost the ability to cause large-scale damage. And now, a subordinate reported that Yui left the city today, which left the blue-clad deacon full of doubt. After all, as the top provincial scholar, Yui should have been admitted to either the Imperial Capital Academy or the Magic Capital Academy long ago. Why would he leave the city at this time? The blue-robed steward frowned deeply, falling into profound contemplation. He secretly speculated in his heart, could it be that Yui deliberately lured him out to capture him in one fell swoop? He truly couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Originally, he had already planned to give up on pursuing or recruiting Yui, as he had never found the right opportunity. However, now the opportunity has suddenly presented itself. So, should he seize this chance or not? The blue-robed steward found himself in a dilemma. Is there anyone following him? The steward in blue asked anxiously, his eyes filled with tension and anticipation. No. Hearing this from his subordinate, the steward in blue furrowed his brows even tighter. The doubt in his heart grew stronger. No one followed him, and Yui actually dared to go out alone? But this time, he didn't want to miss the opportunity. After all, if he let it slip away, he might never have such a chance again. Take the other heretical members and kill the guards at the city gate to create chaos. Do you hear me? The blue-robed deacon's voice was stern, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. The subordinates, hearing the blue-robed deacon's words, couldn't help but show hesitation on their faces. Isn't this sending oneself to death? If you don't follow orders, I'll kill you right now. The blue-robed steward glared angrily, suddenly reaching out to grab his subordinate's neck, the veins on his hand bulging. Why yes, sir. The subordinate struggled to squeeze out these two words from his throat. After the subordinate slowly said this sentence, the blue-clad steward finally released his grip with satisfaction. Instruct the subordinate to create chaos and distract the city lord. Then go find Yui himself, achieving two goals at once. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited, his body trembling slightly. As long as he could recruit Yui into the cult, with Yui's talent, he would undoubtedly become a 10th-tier powerhouse in the future. When he becomes a 10th-tier powerhouse, could he forget the merit of his recommendation? Even if he couldn't recruit him, killing him would still be a great achievement. He could regain the bishop's trust, as well as the bishop's resources and personnel supplies. Thinking this, he turned and hurriedly left, putting on a black hat to hide his face in the shadows, preparing to hunt Yui. Not here yet? At this moment, Yui was fully focused on hunting the beasts, the weapon in his hand gleaming with a cold light, each strike precise and powerful. He hunted while cautiously scanning his surroundings, his eyes filled with vigilance. Meanwhile, the principal and the city lord were ambushed about 10 kilometers away from him. As soon as the blue-robed steward appeared, Yui would immediately crush the jade stone, and the city lord and the principal would rush over at once. The blue-robed steward would have no chance to escape. At this moment, at the city gate, isn't the steward sending us to our deaths by making us do this? A member of the cult dressed in black asked in terror, his forehead covered in sweat. Ah, there's no choice. The steward is at the end of his rope too. Another person sighed helplessly, their face gloomy. I don't want to die. Just put on a show, that's enough. Another slightly chubby person muttered, their eyes full of of timidity. The two listened to the slightly chubby person speak, exchanged a glance, and saw fear and hesitation in each other's eyes. Subsequently, the two dressed in black arrived at the city gate and brazenly robbed the passers-by of their belongings. Ah, my koan egg. Robbery. My koan chicken. You even robbed by Yuntao? 3 members of the heretical sect each snatched items from the hands of passers-by and then bolted away. The guards quickly noticed them. They're members of the heretical sect. The heretical sect has appeared. Quickly notify the superiors. Saying this, the guards prepared to chase after the members of the heretical sect. Oh, no need to bother. Don't chase them. They're just putting on a show. What's wrong, old Feng? Li Jiang asked in confusion. The heretics, there are 3 of them causing trouble at the city gate. Hearing this, Li Jiang nodded and immediately understood the reason for the disturbance. The blue-robed steward should also be ready to act. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Meanwhile, the blue-robed steward on the other side was hiding in the distant bushes, staring intently at Yu Yi's figure as he hunted the beasts, his gaze revealing greed and murderous intent. Suddenly, a signal flare lit up the sky. This means the action has already started at the city gate. I can start moving too. Yu Yi, here I come. The blue-robed steward gritted his teeth and shouted, leaping out from the bushes and sprinting toward Yu Yi. Is it appropriate for us to do this? The 3 heretical church members had already run far away, shaking off the guards. They were now roasting and eating the koan chicken they had stolen. The chubby heretical church member took a bite of chicken and said, it's fine, as long as the deacon can't beat them, he should be able to escape. By then, we'll just say they were too cunning. The other 2 members of the heretical church nodded repeatedly as they listened to the chubby man, thinking it made a lot of sense. Come, have a drumstick. Saying this, the 3 of them each picked up a drumstick and ate greedily, oil dripping from their mouths. Hello there, Yui. The blue-robed deacon approached Yui from behind and said in a sinister tone. Yui crushed the jade stone in his hand as soon as he heard the sound. Yui turned around with a face full of feigned panic and said, it's actually a 5th-tier expert. You're the blue-robed steward who escaped. The blue-robed steward looked at Yui's reaction and felt somewhat smug about being called an expert. Would you be willing to join our great cult of heresy, Yui? The blue-robed deacon spoke while raising both hands to the heavens. As long as you join us, our leader will surely grant you unimaginable benefits, providing you with high-grade blood elixirs for fusion. You'll become even stronger then. Are you tempted? Yui listened to the blue-robed deacon's words and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Join a heretical church? This is simply a colossal joke. Joining a heretical church would make one the public enemy of the entire dragon nation. It would also implicate his wife Qingyue and her family. Who would be so foolish as to do such a self-destructive thing? Unless their mind is broken. Indeed, there are many with broken minds who join the cult. However, I myself have absolutely no intention of joining the cult. But so far, the city lord has yet to arrive, so we can only endure and wait for now. After all, at this critical moment, buying time is the most crucial thing. Suddenly, a seemingly sly smile appeared on Yu Yi's face. With great interest, he asked, oh, then what kind of benefits can you offer me? He slightly raised his chin, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The blue-robed steward felt a surge of joy in his heart upon hearing Yu Yi's question. Could it be that this guy was really tempted? If they could recruit Yu Yi into the heretical church, this mission would be considered a complete success. I will once again be entrusted with important responsibilities. Women, power, money, whatever you desire, we can provide it for you. The steward in blue hurriedly spoke, his eyes gleaming with greed and longing, his hands gesturing excitedly. However, Yui shook his head without hesitation, a contemptuous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What if I say I want your life? The blue-robed steward's face changed drastically upon hearing this. You dare to mess with me? Then go to hell. The blue-robed steward was furious, his teeth grinding audibly. The weapon in his hand slashed fiercely toward Yui, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. The fierce move seemed to carry an endless killing intent. But Yui's figure flickered, and with 2 consecutive teleports, he instantly appeared behind the blue-robed steward. At this moment, a light chuckle came from behind the blue-robed steward. Ha ha ha, we meet again, old rival? The laughter carried a hint of composure and confidence. The blue-clad steward turned pale as paper upon hearing this, his body trembling uncontrollably. He slowly turned his head, only to see his old rival, Lord Feng, smiling at him, accompanied by a stranger. So it was all your scheme after all. I still fell into your trap. Damn you! The blue-clad steward roared in despair, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. While speaking, he slowly raised both hands, his movements slightly sluggish as he took off the black hat, his expression gloomy and twisted. The moment the hat was removed, his true appearance hidden in the darkness was fully revealed. The blue-clad steward now had half a human face, while the other half was constantly changing. It seemed as though an evil force was corroding him, gradually revealing the ferocious visage of a tiger. TSK. The aftereffects of the heretical church's beast transformation are really severe. Did your bishop abandon you? Not even giving you something to suppress, turning into a monster? City Lord Feng frowned deeply, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. He coldly stared at the blue-robed deacon's face, which was already half beastified even in its normal state. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, a faint, contemptuous sneer on his lips, as if mocking the blue-robed deacon's pitiful fate. The heretical church developed a suppressant to prevent members from undergoing beast transformations too frequently. This suppressant can suppress the side effects that occur after beast transformation. In other words, it allows for several more uses of beast transformation without turning into a monster due to the side effects. However, the blue-robed deacon before them had already half-transformed into a beast without even activating the beast transformation state. This is enough to show that his bishop has abandoned him and no longer provides him with the medication to suppress the side effects of beastification. The blue-clad deacon heard City Lord Feng say this and sneered insidiously. That smile carried a hint of madness and determination. If it weren't for you, and you, Yue, how could I have ended up in such a state today? Today, I will make you all my burial companions. The blue-clad deacon roared hoarsely, and as soon as he finished speaking, he began his beastification. Both his hands swiftly and completely transformed into tiger claws, with sharp talons glinting coldly. A thick tiger tail suddenly grew from his back, swaying incessantly. His teeth became sharp and elongated, and his face underwent complete beastification, looking ferocious and terrifying. As for City Lord Feng and Li Jiang, upon seeing the blue-clad steward like this, they merely exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with vigilance and resolve. Yue, stay away from here, or you'll become a burden. City Lord Feng shouted loudly, and with a swift movement, he and Li Jiang formed a pincer attack on the blue-clad steward from front and back. Yue also understood that these people were all 5th-tier experts, while he was only 2nd-tier. Staying here would be of no use. He unfolded his thunder wings and leapt into the sky. Also took a look at the beastified blue-clad deacon. Li Lu, talent, a self-detonation, vitality 5th rank level 5, spirit 5th rank level 1, heretical church blue-clad deacon, currently in beastified state with all attributes comprehensively enhanced. Yue noticed that the blue-clad deacon was originally named Li Lu, and his talent turned out to be self-detonation. Damn, better be careful. City Lord, Principal, his talent is self-detonation. Be careful. At this moment, the City Lord and Li Jiang listened to Yue's words. Although they didn't know how Yue had learned about his talent, they believed that what Yue said must be true. After all, they had never seen this blue-clad steward use his talent before, so there was a high probability that it was self-detonation. This talent costs one's life after a single use, so it can only be used in desperate situations. And the blue-clad steward looked at Yue in the sky and cursed under his breath. Damn it, he had never used this talent before. He was ruthless, clearly an A-level talent, but this talent can only be used once in a lifetime. After use, it ceases to exist. Why can others with grade A talent maintain their strength indefinitely, while I, damn it, lose it after just one use? This is unfair. He was unwilling to accept it, so he joined the heretical church. So what if you know? Today, I'll drag you down with me, the blue-robed deacon said as he charged toward Li Jiang and Lord Feng. Although the blue-clad steward in beast form is very strong, but the City Lord's vitality has reached the 5th tier, 8th level. Moreover, there's also the Principal, a 5th tier expert, joining forces to suppress. It didn't take long for the blue-clad steward to be severely injured. Ha ha ha, heaven wants to destroy me. Today I can finally use my talent. Li Jiang and City Lord Feng exchanged a glance upon hearing this and immediately moved back to distance themselves. Can you escape? The blue-robed steward said as he chased after City Lord Feng and Li Jiang. Yue watched the three of them, thinking that if the blue-robed steward got close and self-destructed, who knows what kind of power it would unleash. Chaotic thunder prison. Yue spoke and grabbed with his hand, forming a thunder prison to trap the blue-robed steward. If it can trap him, then trap him. But his level was still too low, and the blue-robed steward broke free directly. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The blue-clad steward roared, the blue light on his body growing increasingly dazzling, clearly having activated his martial technique. He charged at Yue, the principal, and the city lord with astonishing speed, his resolute momentum striking fear into others. The city lord watched the blue-clad steward rapidly approach, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a confident smile. His gaze revealed a sense of composure and calmness, as if everything was under his control. Since your talent is self-destruction and you're prepared to perish together, I won't hold back against you anymore. The city lord's words were steady and powerful. After speaking, he decisively took out a black long spear from his spatial ring. The city lord simultaneously activated his innate talent, and his aura instantly surged. Martial skill 9 Craving Spear. Accompanied by his deep roar, the black spear in his hand shot out like lightning, carrying an unparalleled momentum as it was hurled fiercely toward the blue-robed steward. Wherever the spear passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. The blue-clad steward's expression changed. He was well aware of the power behind this strike. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He immediately performed a martial technique to block, and the blue light on his body grew even brighter. However, in just an instant, his defense was completely shattered. The spear directly directly pierced through his body, and the powerful impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the city lord with an expression of disbelief, his body trembling slightly. The city lord saw this and responded with a look of expectation in his eyes. My talent is double strike. The next attack deals double damage. Combined with this, 9 devouring spear, a heaven-tier single target damage martial skill. Even if you beastify and use defensive martial skills, you won't be able to withstand it. His voice was cold and merciless, as if pronouncing the fate of the blue-robed steward. The blue-clad steward burst into wild laughter upon hearing this, his laughter filled with despair and madness. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. His eyes burned with a final frenzy, as if he wanted to set the entire world ablaze. Self-detonate. As his furious roar echoed, his body began to swell, emanating a terrifying aura. The aura spread out like surging waves. The city lord and Li Jiang exchanged a glance, realizing the situation was dire, and quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the blue-robed steward. Their faces showed signs of tension, their eyes filled with vigilance. The self-detonation of a 5th-tier blue-robed steward would generate an immense amount of energy, enough to destroy everything around. The two left here in an instant, as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Yui had already distanced himself from this place, as staying there was of no use to him. His eyes were filled with vigilance, constantly observing the surroundings. Not long after leaving the range of the blue-robed steward, a loud bang was heard. The sound was like a thunderclap, deafening. The blue-robed steward vanished, leaving behind only a massive crater. All the flowers, grass, and trees around the explosion disappeared, leaving only scorched earth. The ground seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The three people saw the blue-clad steward self-destruct and gathered together, arriving in front of the deep pit. Li Jiang looked at the city lord and shook his head. Old friend, you are still as strong as ever. A one-hit kill. The city lord smiled. I originally thought I could capture him alive, but I didn't expect his talent to be self-destruction. Capturing him alive was impossible, and since he was about to self-destruct anyway, I just helped him alone. At this moment, Yui also arrived here. Hearing the city lord's words, he resolved the doubts in his heart. He already knew that the city lord's talent could double the damage of the next attack, and with a single target martial skill, it would be easy to deal with the blue-robed steward. The city lord's level was already higher than the blue-robed steward's, so it was naturally easy to handle him. But the city lord didn't deliver a fatal blow. It turns out he wanted to capture him alive. Luckily, he had a detection ability, otherwise, if the captive suddenly self-destructed near him, it would be disastrous. After all, a 5th-tier expert with a self-destruction talent must be cautious of anyone below the 7th tier. The city lord turned to look at Yui. I wonder how you managed to discern his talent, young friend? Yui shook his head, a hint of a mysterious smile appearing on his face. I just saw it directly. The city lord listened to Yui's words, exchanged a glance with Li Jiang, and didn't press further. After all, aren't there already enough strange things about Yui? From the day he met Yui, strange things frequently happened around the young man. But why bother so much? As long as Yui is fine, isn't that enough? And with the death of the blue-robed steward, the system notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: B-grade Thunder Demon Blade, 2000 talent points. Yui listened to the system prompt and nodded in satisfaction as the reward was credited. Ding! Task released. Claim the top spot on the Imperial Academy's Earth ranking. Reward: Damocles Sword. Yui listened to the system's task announcement and felt a bit puzzled upon hearing the reward for the task. He checked the introduction of the Damocles Sword in advance. Sword of Damocles, lock-on skill. After activation, it summons a giant thunder holy sword to deliver a devastating strike to the locked target and its surrounding area. Note: due to the host's low level, using this skill will result in side effects. Yui listened to the system's introduction, somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected it to be a skill, and the skill description was incredibly impressive. Moreover, it's a lock-on skill. Locking skill: there aren't many known locking skills. And this locking skill is a single target damage ability, which currently causes side effects when he uses it at his current level. One can imagine how powerful it is. So he is determined to claim the Earth ranking of the Imperial Capital Academy. He has already learned about the Heaven ranking and Earth ranking of the Imperial Capital Academy. The strength rankings of freshmen to seniors at the Imperial Capital Academy are divided into the Heaven list, Earth list, Mystic list, and Yellow list. Each list consists of 100 people, making a total of 400 people across the 4 lists. These 400 individuals are the top 400 students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Anyone who can make it onto the Yellow list is exceptionally powerful. After all, the entire Imperial Capital Academy, with all 4 grades combined, has over 30,000 students, and over 30,000 students competing for 400 spots is understandably very challenging. After all, those who can get into the Imperial Capital Academy generally have at least an A-level talent. As long as you make it onto this list, you will receive generous rewards. If your strength is enough to enter the ordinary ranking of your grade, you can challenge the members on the Yellow ranking. After winning, you can challenge those on the Xian Xian ranking, and so on. However, the prerequisite for challenging someone on the yellow ranking is that you must rank within the top 100 of the ordinary ranking for your grade. Each grade has an ordinary ranking, which consists of the top 100 students in the entire grade. For example, the top 100 on the freshman list are the strongest 100 students among all freshmen. Only those who make it onto the upper year list are qualified to challenge the yellow list. Otherwise, if everyone were qualified to challenge the yellow list, wouldn't there be a huge crowd challenging it every day, wasting too much time? For Yue, with his current strength, he can make it onto the yellow list. Moreover, it's quite rare to make it onto the yellow ranking in freshman year, because there are many juniors and seniors whose talent isn't great, but they've cultivated longer than freshmen, so they rely on their cultivation to dominate the yellow ranking. For freshmen and sophomores, apart from those prodigies, very few can make it into the top 400 of the entire school, which includes the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow rankings. But for Yue, it won't take long after enrollment before he can definitely break into the yellow ranking. With the school's abundant resources, advancing to the Xian ranking is just around the corner, followed by the Earth ranking, and that coveted Damocles sword will soon be his. Once he reaches the top of the Earth ranking, he will seize the Damocles sword and then claim the top spot on the Heaven ranking in one fell swoop. At this moment, the blue-clad steward before him had already met his end. His sole mission in Qingchuan City was now successfully completed, leaving nothing else to worry about. Tomorrow, he can embark on his journey to the imperial capital and start a new chapter. Young friend, you've helped us so much. How about we go back, have a drink to our heart's content, and give you a proper send-off? The city lord said, looking at Yue. Yue nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with a carefree light. No problem, let's go back and have a good drink. The three of them immediately turned and left upon hearing this. The greatest enemy of Qingchuan City, the blue-robed deacon, is dead. This small city is bound to enjoy peace for some time to come. As long as strict measures are taken to prevent the infiltration of the heretical church, Qingchuan City will remain stable for a long time. A gentle breeze blew, sunlight spilled over the land, and the figures of the three gradually grew distant. Before long, they returned to the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the banquet table had already been set up, with exquisite dishes emitting an enticing aroma. Come, let's have a toast. The city lord raised his glass boldly, sunlight streaming through the window and refracting dazzling rays on the glass. Yue quickly raised his glass as well, his face brimming with a confident smile, and Li Jiang did the same. The three of them drained the fine wine in their cups in one gulp, the rich aroma spreading in their mouths, intoxicating them. Principal, I wonder if you could share a bit about the favor you want me to help with? Yue had been curious for a long time about the matter the principal wanted his help with, but the principal had never mentioned it, which only heightened his curiosity. After all, it's been so long, and now you're about to leave immediately. It's not too much to let yourself know, right? A special secret realm, just asking you to help me save someone. When you reach tier 4, don't forget this old bag of bones. The imperial capital may be great, but make sure to come home often. Li Jiang said this, raised his glass, and drank it all in one go, a hint of anticipation showing in his eyes. Yue frowned slightly. Save someone? Is there a treasure in the secret realm that can save someone, or is it necessary to go inside the secret realm to save them? That's unclear. However, since the principal asked for help, I definitely have to lend a hand. After all, throughout this journey of growth, the principal has helped me a lot. Without the principal, I wouldn't have been able to get through the trouble Huang Tianba caused me back then. And what the principal said is absolutely right. You should often go back home to visit. Principal, you're joking. When I reach the 4th stage, I'll come back to find you. Please rest assured. Yue solemnly said, his gaze incomparably firm. Li Jiang listened to Yue's words, exchanged a glance with the city lord, and nodded slightly. Kid, you better be careful when you get to the imperial capital. After all, most of the students at the Imperial Academy have connections. As a commoner, you'd better cling tightly to the dean of the Imperial Academy. The imperial capital is nothing like our small city. The city lord looked at Yue and spoke earnestly. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the city lord's robe to flutter slightly. Bai Huanan personally came to invite Yue to join the school that day. He had received the news. With someone of Bai Huanan's level, Yue would at least have some backing at the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, he himself was only at the 5th tier, so it was impossible for him to be Yue's backing. In a small place like Qingchuan City, supporting Yue was more feasible. But some small factions in the Imperial Capital already have 6th tier powerhouses, all stronger than himself. Not to mention the 10th tier powerhouses of those top forces. Yue nodded upon hearing this. He was aware of these things. As for his current backing upon enrollment, it was only by Huanan. But as long as one's own strength becomes powerful, who needs a backer? So it still depends on oneself. One must become stronger. Moreover, after arriving in the Imperial Capital, who knows if someone will cause trouble for me? For those who cause trouble for me, Yue won't tolerate it. If they need to be killed, then kill them. If their legs need to be broken, then break their legs. In this world, apart from Li Qingyue, he has no other attachments. Moreover, the Imperial Capital Academy, located in the imperial capital, is completely incomparable to the small town of Qingchuan where he resides. Thinking about the so-called prodigies who are about to arrive, Yui felt a surge of excitement in his heart. A new stage, new opponents. He couldn't help but imagine whether those prodigies could withstand a few of his moves. Prodigies? He was targeting prodigies. Prodigies? They were merely stepping stones on his path to growth. Yui's lips curved slightly upward, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence and soaring fighting spirit. That brilliance seemed capable of piercing through everything, leaving others in awe. At this moment, he resembled a king about to embark on a journey to conquer the world, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. After the meal, at the table, the fine wine and delicacies had gradually lost their warmth, and before long, the banquet came to an end. Yui slowly stood up, his expression solemn as he bowed deeply to Li Jiang and the city lord. Principal, city lord, I will definitely return on the day of the 4th tier. Thank you for your protection and guidance along the way. I will always remember it. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the air. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over him. After speaking, a hint of determination flashed in Yui's eyes, and he unfolded his thunder wings. The thunder wings shimmered with dazzling light, as if they could tear through the void. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished instantly into the horizon. Li Jiang and the city lord exchanged a glance, and a complex expression appeared in both their eyes. After a moment, they both smiled simultaneously. This young man truly has a commendable character, and now I'm certain he can complete that task and rescue her, the city lord said, looking at Li Jiang. Li Jiang listened to his old friend say this, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the sky, an endless longing surging in his heart. Can I really see her again? At this moment, the city lord looked at Li Jiang's expression, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, this kid can definitely do it. This kid is a true dragon. Li Jiang listened to his old friend say this, gently shook his head, and a gratified smile appeared on his face, showing his approval. Yui was very profound, impossible to see through. Do you think this kid might turn the imperial capital upside down? The city lord gazed in the direction where Yui had departed, speaking thoughtfully. Maybe, after all, this kid dared to single-handedly wipe out the Huang family in Qingchuan City. It's just unclear how he'll fare in the imperial capital. Li Jiang frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Indeed, but it all depends on how far he can go. The city lord sighed softly. As the words fell, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with anticipation. But the path of a youth is ultimately walked by the youth himself. Who can say what will happen next? His path should be written by himself. Afterward, they turned and left, leaving behind only the silent city lord's mansion. As the sun set in the west, the golden afterglow streamed through the window, falling softly on the floor inside the room like a layer of delicate gauze. When Yui stepped into the house, he immediately saw Li Qingyue busy at work, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he gently walked forward and tenderly pulled Li Qingyue into a tight embrace. Tomorrow, they would embark on a journey to the imperial capital, beginning a brand new chapter and stepping onto a grander stage. Li Qingyue felt the familiar warmth and strength, and without looking up, she knew it was Yui who had returned. She smiled faintly and asked softly, "You're back?" Yui nodded and replied gently, "I'm back." Of course, Yui didn't tell Li Qingyue about using himself as bait to lure the enemy. Instead, he casually mentioned that he went to see the city lord. After all, there was no need to tell her and make her worry. "I've almost finished packing, and I should be able to leave tomorrow." Li Qingyue turned her head, her gaze as gentle as water, and looked at Yui as she spoke. Just as Yui was about to speak, the crisp ringtone of his phone suddenly rang out. He took out his phone and saw that it was Skinny Monkey calling. This works out perfectly. He was planning to call Skinny Monkey anyway. He saved himself the trouble by calling directly. Yui slowly let go of Li Qingyue, and Li Qingyue tacitly remained silent, simply watching him quietly. Yui answered the phone, and the voice on the other end followed. "Hey, EGE, what are you up to? Just got home? What's up, Skinny Monkey?" "Nothing much, just wanted to tell you I also got into Imperial Capital Academy. Hehe, how about that? Didn't embarrass you, right?" Yui listened to Skinny Monkey's words without feeling surprised at all. After all, Skinny Monkey possessed an SS-level dark attribute talent. Getting into the Imperial Capital Academy is normal, and the enrollment benefits should be quite good. It could also help this kid grow a bit. "I knew you could do it. When are you heading to the Imperial Capital?" "I'm going tomorrow. Want to go together?" The other end was silent for a moment before saying, "E.g., I still want to stay home with my parents for a couple of days. Once I leave, who knows when I'll be able to come back. I'll head to the Imperial Capital Academy in 2 days and find you then. You'll have to be my guide." Yui listened to Skinny Monkey's words, laughed, agreed, and then hung up the phone. "Let yourself be the guide? When you arrive in the Imperial Capital, you'll definitely have to trouble the principal a bit. After all, compared to Qingchuan City, this small city, the Imperial Capital is simply worlds apart. Moreover, the Imperial Capital Academy is astonishingly large, with facilities comparable to a small city." Li Qingyue saw Yui hang up the phone and asked, asked. The young man who's always been with you, did he also get into the Imperial Capital Academy? Yui nodded. God admitted. Their talent speaks for itself. Li Qingyue listened to Yui and understood. In this world, talent is extremely important. Originally, her talent was only D level, but Yui turned it into SSS level. She owed it all to Yui. Her talent in the plant system is quite good, and she must cultivate it well in the future. It might even be of help to him. Just like that, Li Qingyue continued packing her luggage, and Yui joined in. The two figures, bathed in sunlight, appeared exceptionally warm and harmonious. Meanwhile, in a pitch-dark room where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere pervaded, suffocating anyone present. Inside the room was a massive rectangular table, with 2 rows of seats neatly arranged on either side. Each row had 4 people seated, their expressions solemn, as if they were statues, completely motionless. At the end of the table sat a man dressed in a black robe, his figure faintly visible in the darkness, exuding an aura of mystery and authority. Beside him stood 2 other individuals also dressed in black robes, their presence adding to the solemnity of the scene. 8 cardinals were gathered here, along with the Pope and his 2 guardians. Pope, I have important intelligence to report to you. A steady and resolute voice suddenly broke the silence of the dim room. Speak. The Pope's response was concise and clear, his voice deep and powerful. It was as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with boundless oppression. Upon hearing the Pope's command, the cardinal immediately began to take action without hesitation. He quickly activated the projector, casting a video of Yui during the martial arts examination onto the dim wall. The bishops all focused on the person in the projection, though whether the Pope watched or not remained unknown. The cardinal began to introduce. This young man possesses a lightning element spirit seed and spatial talent, a dual talent, yet he is merely a humble commoner. The crowd initially didn't find it surprising to hear about someone with a spirit seed and dual talents. After all, in those imperial capital families, there were bound to be people with dual talents and spirit seeds. On the surface, although the Dragon Nation officially had only one person with dual talents, that was merely on the surface. However, when they heard that Yui was a commoner, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could a commoner possibly possess the thunder element and even have dual talents? The cardinal in red noticed the surprise of the other bishops and revealed a faintly smug smile. Not only that, he also possesses a special ability, a secret technique that temporarily boosts his realm. He can leap from Tier 1 to Tier 6 in an instant. Back when the Huang family was annihilated, the blue-robed deacon had already informed him that the Tier 6 expert responsible for the destruction of the Huang family was Yui. At the time, he was quite shocked. Old Six, are you serious about this? A red-robed cardinal asked in disbelief. This is simply unbelievable, another cardinal in red exclaimed. After all, it's hard to believe. Although there are secret techniques that can instantly raise several levels. But how could there be a secret technique that raises several ranks at once? And commoners have spirit seeds? And dual talents? Could it be that spirit seeds and talent fruits are everywhere now? Old Six, the red cardinal, smiled faintly. The blue deacon in my jurisdiction reported it to me. Could it be false? Seeing Old Six speak like this, the cardinals present began to discuss among themselves. The room was instantly filled with the noisy sound of hushed discussions. As for the Pope, a barely noticeable ripple appeared in his calm gaze. Is your spirit seed advanced? The Pope did not take seriously what the 6th elder said about temporarily raising the rank to a certain level. He himself is at rank 10, and unless you also reach rank 10, you might not have the power to fight him. What the Pope valued was the level of the thunder element used by Yui and his potential. From the video, one can see the endless destructive power brought by that thunder element, which is extremely formidable. It's just like the oppressive feeling brought by the thunderclouds during the last great phenomenon. Could there be a connection between the two? That phenomenon occurred in Jiangnan province, and this young man is also from Jiangnan province. It is very likely that the phenomenon was triggered by this young man merging with a spirit seed. The birth and fusion of spirit seeds will produce anomalies. How is this possible? Of course, the scope of anomalies caused by the birth of spirit seeds at different levels is definitely different. As for the anomaly in Jiangnan province last time, although the final result turned out to be a false alarm with nothing happening. But is that really the case? Someone must be fusing a spirit seed there, or a spirit seed is being born there. However, it's unlikely for a spirit seed to be born in Jiangnan province, as the birth of a spirit seed signifies the emergence of a new secret realm. The only possibility is that someone is fusing a spirit seed there. Judging by the scope of that phenomenon, it must be at least a high-level spirit seed or something beyond that. And the boy in the video used a thunder-type spirit seed, just like the phenomenon, both filled with endless destructive power and majesty. Could it really be that this boy fused with it? Then how could his first-tier physique withstand the spirit seed? Moreover, there was no top-tier expert assisting him with the fusion. This is very puzzling. The Pope slightly furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. The boy in the video seemed to be shrouded in layers of mystery and doubt, with an aura of secrecy spreading through the air like mist. If he were the eldest son of a top family from the imperial capital, capital or a hidden noble household, then many things can indeed be explained logically, but even so, it is still incredibly shocking. Even if you are the eldest son of an imperial family, possess dual talents, and have a lightning-type spirit seed, such cases are rare and still astonishing. Of course not. However, the harsh reality is that he is merely an orphan from an unremarkable small city. How could an orphan with no money or background possibly have a lightning seed, let alone defeat the third-tier, missed bat, in the martial exam? This situation plunged the bishops into deep contemplation. They speculated one after another, constantly arriving at various different conclusions. A cardinal ranked second, with a serious expression and a resolute look in his eyes, suddenly flicked his sleeve and firmly declared, "This young man absolutely cannot stay. He has the bearing of an emperor. He must not be kept." Hearing the second-ranked cardinal's resolute stance, many other cardinals nodded in agreement. They were deeply worried, believing that Yuyi's existence could pose a serious threat to the church in the future. Commoners are not under the control of noble families, and the noble families in the imperial capital would weigh the pros and cons, refraining from taking drastic actions against members of the heretical church. After all, if you take drastic actions against the heretical church and deplete the strength of your noble family, you might inadvertently be completely devoured by other noble families. Unless you have absolute strength and are unafraid of being devoured by other noble families, but essentially no noble family would do such a thing. Who would engage in a thankless task? Eliminating the cult brings no benefit to oneself, isn't that right? At most, you gain the title of a three-good family in the Dragon Kingdom. But Yue is different. He is a commoner, free and unrestrained. If he truly grows to the 10th tier, he might genuinely eradicate the cult completely. Therefore, decisive action must be taken immediately to nip this future 10th tier powerhouse in the bud. Moreover, the Human Federation having one more person with dual talents and a spiritual seed will make the situation for the heretical church even more difficult. The heretical church is already like rats hiding in the shadows. Their combat power is completely unequal to that of the martial alliance. Those strong individuals rarely pay attention to these rats of the heretical church. The strong individuals are also busy fighting against alien races and guarding the land of the beasts. But we can't let these geniuses grow up either. Especially geniuses without any background. Those are the most terrifying. No burdens, unrestrained, no attachments, such people are the most terrifying. Indeed, we can't let him stay, but if we can bring him into our ranks, it would be a good choice. Besides, he's just a commoner, so the chances of recruiting him are very high. If he joins us, we'll gain a future 10th tier powerhouse. The third-ranked person stroked his beard, slightly furrowed his brows, and, after deep contemplation, expressed his opinion. However, the 6th-ranked Red Robe Master firmly opposed this idea upon hearing the third-ranked person's lecture. With a face full of anger, he stomped his foot forcefully and shouted, "No, I already sent someone to try to make contact with him, but the result was heartbreaking. The person I sent was brutally killed, and I lost a blue-robe deacon." The 6th-ranked person recalled the message he had received from the blue-robe deacon that afternoon. At that time, it was stated that when the right opportunity arose, they could approach Yue, attempt to win him over, and if that failed, eliminate him. However, up to now, there has been no response from the blue-clad deacon, and the news coming from the ordinary members over there is of the blue-clad deacon's death. Qingchuan City is no longer under their jurisdiction, though fortunately, there weren't many casualties. On the other hand, this also clearly indicates that Yue will not join the cult. Hearing what Lao Lu said, everyone felt that absolutely cannot stay was the most appropriate choice. Someone had already approached Yue and was killed. Are we going to send another person to approach him and get killed again? At this moment, the Pope suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and authoritative, as if carrying an irresistible power. "Third brother, isn't your talent controlling people's hearts? Find an opportunity to approach this young man. I believe you understand what I mean, right?" Upon hearing this, third brother immediately bowed his head respectfully, slightly bent his body, and revealed a wicked smile. "No problem, I'm in charge of the imperial capital area anyway. When the right opportunity comes, I'll approach him. I'm quite curious about this person. I really want to study his mind." Hearing the Pope and third brother say this, everyone finally felt at ease. Third brother's talent was extremely detestable. He could manipulate people's hearts. He is still controlling a high-ranking official in the imperial capital. So the news about those prodigies, as well as some internal information, is also easily obtained by the heretical church. Then, apart from this strange young man, is there anything else that needs to be reported? The Pope spoke again, continuing to inquire. The third quickly responded, "According to the current information, the Su family from the imperial capital, Su Mengyao, is also someone with dual talents and a spirit seed. Besides that, there aren't any particularly outstanding geniuses." The Pope slightly narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised by this result. In fact, he even felt that this result was lacking. This year, the number of people awakening SSS talents has significantly increased compared to last year, signaling the arrival of a golden age. The arrival of a golden age also marks an era of fierce competition among heroes. Countless prodigies will emerge to compete for the title of the greatest in this grand era, to become the leader of them all. Moreover, during these days, the appearance of anomalies has significantly increased. Although some anomalies have been suppressed by powerful individuals, they can still be noticed. Having a vision means that someone has fused with a spirit seed, or a spirit seed has been born. So how could it be that only one person possesses a spirit seed? It's just that those people are all hiding it. They're simply waiting for the right moment, especially the forces of those hidden noble families in the imperial capital. You 8 are responsible for the geniuses in the inner region. Hunt them down as much as possible. We can't let the Martial Alliance have it too easy. Additionally, Old 5, the first phase of the annihilation plan will be executed by you. I hope that the next time I see you, it will be to hear about the perfect implementation of this plan. The Pope spoke as he slowly stood up. In the dimly lit room, his eyes revealed coldness and determination before he vanished from the spot. The two guardians on either side also disappeared, as if they had never been there. After the Pope left, everyone finally relaxed. Fourth brother, you better handle the first phase of the annihilation plan properly, or the Pope will hold you accountable, said one of the leaders. Fourth brother snorted disdainfully, his face full of confidence. Raising his chin, he said, piece of cake. Let me set a good start for the first phase of the annihilation plan. Let this plan bring a little shock to those high-ranking officials in the imperial capital. With that, fourth brother left the room to begin preparing for the implementation of the plan, and the others also departed from the dimly lit room. The room returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened, though the oppressive atmosphere still lingered in the air. The next day, the morning sunlight was like a golden veil, soft and warm as it gently streamed through the window, scattering threads of light across the room. Yui slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Li Qingyue nestled in his arms. He gently kissed her forehead. That kiss, light as a dragonfly skimming the water, was enough to wake Li Qingyue from her slumber. Li Qingyue, still drowsy, gave Yui a sidelong glance and complained, "You wore me out last night." Yui listened to this and revealed a mischievous smile. "Alright, don't be mad. I'll make you breakfast." As he spoke, he got up, his movements light yet carrying a hint of urgency. In no time, a simple breakfast was brought to the dining table by Yui. After freshening up, the two began to enjoy this love-filled breakfast. "Xiaoyi, do you think I'll be laughed at if I go to the capital? After all, the people there seem so proud and arrogant." Li Qingyue slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of worry in her eyes. Yui shook his head firmly and said domineeringly, "Laugh at you? I'll break their legs." Hearing Yui's words, the corners of Li Qingyue's mouth lifted slightly, her heart filled with sweetness. "Don't worry, Xiaoyi. When we get to the imperial capital, I won't cause you any trouble. I'll just stay home, cook for you, and wait for you to come back. That's enough. I need to work hard on my cultivation too. As his woman, I absolutely cannot always be a burden. Causing him less trouble is one thing, but being able to help him would be even better. Now that I have an SSS-level talent, I must make use of it to assist him." Yui listened to Li Qingyue and smiled. "With me here, you can do whatever you want." Li Qingyue just smiled upon hearing this and picked up some side dishes to place in his bowl. A warm and cozy breakfast came to an end. Afterward, Yui entered the Qiankuan pot to check out the situation inside. After all, it has been a long time since I last checked, and I have no idea how Little Peach and Flame Lion King are doing. After entering the Qiankuan pot, I immediately checked Little Peach's information. Cat, Realm Stage 3, Level 1. Seems different from other cats? Seeing that Little Peach's realm had already advanced to Stage 3, Level 1, Yui couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed. Little Peach sleeps in the Qiankuan pot every day, yet her cultivation level keeps growing rapidly. From the time she was found until now, she has already advanced several levels. Meanwhile, despite working hard on cultivation every day, I've only reached the 6th level of the 2nd stage in vitality and spirit. I just don't know when Little Peach will take on a human form, nor do I know what she will look like after transforming. He turned his gaze to the Flame Lion King and examined it. Its realm was still at the 3rd tier, 6th level. After all, the Flame Lion King broke through 1 level last time after eating the Enlightenment Fruit. Moreover, the beast level of the Flame Lion King and Little Peach must differ significantly. Although he couldn't fully discern Little Peach's information, a space-type cat, can you believe it? The level of the beast represents its growth rate. The higher the level, the stronger the beast and the faster its growth. "Hey, you haven't taken me out to play recently, and what about my little cake? You're such a liar." Little Peach puffed her cheeks and glared at Yui, looking both adorable and playful. Yui smiled and said, "Don't worry, today I'll take you to a big city. That city is way more fun than this small one. How about that? I'm definitely not a liar." Little Peach perked up with interest. "Alright, but if you're lying to me, you're done for." After saying that, she jumped onto the back of the Flame Lion King and fell asleep. For her, nothing is more important than sleeping, unless she can eat and play at the same time. The Flame Lion King looked at the little ancestor, Little Peach, on its back with helplessness in its eyes, yet without a trace of complaint. Although the Little Peach in front of him looked just like a normal kitten, the suppression of its bloodline was so overwhelming that he could hardly breathe. How could he dare to harbor any resentment toward the Little Peach? Yui saw that the Little Peach and the Flame Lion King were getting along quite well and nodded in satisfaction. satisfaction. He then glanced at the Tao Enlightenment fruits on the tree, a few of which had ripened. He prepared to pick some and store them in the system backpack just in case. After finishing, Yui left the Qianquan pot and went to meet Li Qingyue together with Li Lei and his wife. After explaining everything to his father-in-law and mother-in-law and giving them 2 Tao Enlightenment fruits, they prepared to head to the airport to board a plane to the imperial capital. Heading to the most prosperous capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The imperial capital is not very far from Qingchuan City, roughly over 1,200 kilometers, and it takes just over an hour by plane to get there. The two arrived at the airport. Li Qingyue looked at the bustling scene before her eyes filled with curiosity. This is my first time traveling far. Yui nodded, a hint of emotion in his gaze. This was also his first time traveling far. After all, with beasts rampaging, who would be bored enough to wander around other places? Not only might high-speed trains encounter beasts on land during their journey, but airplanes could also face flying beasts in the air. Therefore, most people spend their entire lives in their small towns, and living a peaceful life is already considered very fortunate. Some cities even suffer from beast-tide attacks, making it difficult to live a safe and ordinary life. Yui gently held Li Qingyue's hand, his movements both tender and resolute. They were about to board the plane. Before boarding, Yui turned back to look at Qingchuan City once more, silently thinking to himself that the next time he returned, it would be as a fourth-tier cultivator. Just as they were about to board, his phone rang. Yui took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID showing Zhao Guanshan, feeling a bit puzzled. "Hello, Mr. Zhao?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "You kid, the top scorer in the province. Your future is limitless." Hearing Mr. Zhao say this, Yui understood in his heart that it must be a congratulatory call. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Zhao. Then I won't say too many polite words. Kid, are you heading to the capital?" Hearing Zhao Guanshan ask this, Yui was not surprised. He had been personally recruited to the Imperial Capital University by Bai Huanan, and the entire Qingchuan city should know about it. It was normal for Zhao Lao to be aware as well. "Yes, Zhao Lao." There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. "That kid, if fate allows, will meet in the Imperial capital." After saying this, the call was abruptly ended. After the call was disconnected, Yui looked at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed, filled with confusion. Fate brings us to meet in the Imperial capital? Is Zhao Guanshan also going to the Imperial capital? He only knows that Zhao Guanshan is a senior official in the Qingchuan City Martial Artists Management Bureau, but his identity doesn't seem that simple. After all, even the principal appears very respectful when meeting Zhao Guanshan. "Let's go." A senior official in the Qingchuan City Martial Artists Management Bureau wouldn't normally be treated with such respect. What kind of hidden background does Zhao Guanshan have? That remains unknown, but perhaps once we reach the Imperial capital, everything will be revealed. "What's wrong?" Li Qingyue looked at Yui, who was frowning, and asked softly. Yui shook his head. "It's nothing, just a call from an old gentleman." "Let's go, board the plane, and set off." Li Qingyue nodded. The two held hands, carrying their suitcase, and boarded the plane. Flight routes are planned by professionals to avoid flying beasts as much as possible. In addition, there are soldiers on the plane specifically to handle emergencies. After boarding the plane, Yui's gaze quickly locked onto their seats. He walked steadily to the seat and sat down next to Li Qingyue. The moment he sat down, he gently closed his eyes, his expression calm as water, preparing to activate his cultivation technique to enhance his strength. Li Qingyue sat quietly to the side, her gaze as gentle as water, silently watching Yui. She did not speak to disturb him, merely reaching out lightly and gently holding Yui's hand. The delicate touch seemed to silently convey strength. At this moment, she was like a spring breeze, soft and warm, giving a sense of tranquil security. Yui was fully focused on checking his own information. Talent points, 4,100. Bone tempering progress, 96 pieces. Seeing this data, Yui frowned deeply, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. A surge of concern about his own strength arose in his heart. On one hand, he felt that his talent points were pitifully few and far from sufficient. Those limited talent points were like a drop of water in the desert, utterly insignificant in the face of his vast martial arts demands. On the other hand, he realized that his bone tempering speed was far too slow. At this rate, tempering all 206 bones in his body would be a lengthy process, taking an unimaginable amount of time. At this moment, the plane was flying smoothly at high altitude, with endless blue skies and white clouds outside the window. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over Yui and Li Qingyue. However, Yui had no interest in appreciating this beautiful scenery. His heart was filled with anxiety. Because his cultivation level had advanced too quickly, he was certain that upon arriving in the imperial capital, he would face a significant wave of breakthroughs. If by that time his bone tempering is not yet complete and he advances 3 levels, that would be troublesome. But he can't just avoid improving his realm for the sake of bone tempering, right? Therefore, Yui decided to accelerate the pace of bone tempering and strive to complete full-body bone tempering as soon as possible. The highest grade blood and spirit potions available on the market are only 3rd grade. 1st grade corresponds to the 1st rank, and 3rd grade corresponds to the 3rd rank. This means means that below the third rank, one can quickly enhance their cultivation by consuming third-grade vitality or mental potions. However, once breaking through the third rank to reach the fourth rank, the required vitality and mental strength will increase significantly, and using third-grade potions will no longer suffice. It's akin to dropping a single drop of water into the ocean, where the effect is negligible. So after the fourth stage, improving one's realm mainly relies on heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and demon cores, along with one's own cultivation techniques. Demon cores range from the 1st to the 10th stage, and the higher the level, the more blood energy and spirit the demon core absorbs. As for Yui, he had already obtained the first 6 levels of the middle section of the cultivation method last time, and the quality of the technique had also improved, leading to an increase in cultivation speed and other benefits, as well as a significant enhancement in its effects. Afterward, Yui briefly checked his own cultivation technique. Thunder God's Body Refining Technique, Saint Grade Cultivation Method. Reaching the 5th level allows the manifestation of the true Thunder Body. Currently at the 2nd level, a total of 9 levels, the last 3 are currently missing. Thunder God's Meditation Method, Saint Grade Cultivation Method. Reaching the 5th level allows the transformation of internal spiritual energy into a spiritual energy sea, greatly enhancing internal spiritual energy storage and recovery speed. Currently at the 3rd level, a total of 9 levels, the last 3 are currently missing. Not only have the names of the techniques changed, but their quality has also been upgraded to the Saint Grade, and reaching the 5th level will have a significant impact. This is definitely something to look forward to, but demon cores and natural treasures can only be obtained by competing for them at the Imperial Capital Academy. After the 4th tier, although blood vitality potions and spirit potions can still be used, their effects are not as good as before the 4th tier. It also depends on one's own cultivation technique and wealth allocation. Although I don't have money, I have a cheat. As for talent points, 4,100 is simply too few. It's better to refresh the one discount shop and hope there are good items in it. 3rd tier demon cores times 5, 500 talent points. In the one discount shop, only these 5 demon cores are somewhat useful. After buying them, there are only 3,600 talent points left. After upgrading Thunder Instant Flash from minor achievement to perfection, all the talent points were spent, so the cultivation continued. Time quietly slipped away in the silence, and the plane soon flew over the wilderness. At this moment, the atmosphere instantly became tense. This was the most dangerous time. After all, flying over a city is unlikely to encounter attacks from beasts, but flying over the wilderness is fraught with unknown dangers. Although the planned route was designed to avoid those flying beasts as much as possible, there's always the fear of the unexpected. But if he encounters someone who isn't too strong, he can easily defeat them. After all, he has thunder wings, so he's not afraid of ambushes or aerial combat. But Li Qingyue is on the plane, and no accidents can happen. Just as Yui was pondering, the plane suddenly entered a foggy area. Yui saw this situation and immediately felt a strong sense of unease. How could there be fog when the plane is flying so high? The only possibility is the appearance of a monster. All the people on the plane saw the thick fog outside and instantly panicked. Fear appeared on people's faces, and their eyes were filled with unease. The broadcast also sounded, and the steady voice echoed within the cabin, attempting to soothe the hearts of those on the plane. Captain, a small group of flying beasts has appeared 5 kilometers to the right of the plane. The captain listened to his subordinate's report and cursed inwardly. Damn it, why did we have to encounter this today? Go inform those soldiers and have them deal with it. The subordinate nodded and hurried to the soldiers in front. A flying beast has appeared on the left side of the plane. I hope the officers can handle it to prevent the beast from attacking the plane. The soldiers, upon hearing this, opened their designated cabin doors one after another and flew out. If the flying beast attacked the plane, almost everyone on board would not survive. And these soldiers all possess the talent or skill of flying, because if you can't fly, how can you fight in the sky? If you can't fly, you'll just fall and crash. As everyone knows, a 5th tier can walk in the air in the sky. Then why not just assign a 5th tier to the plane directly? A 5th tier expert is not as common as cabbage. Assigning one to each plane would be impossible given the number of flights across the entire Dragon Nation. 5th tier experts could serve as city lords in small towns, who would come to guard a plane for you. Therefore, most of the guardians are those who have awakened flight-related talents or possess flying skills to protect each flight. At this moment, Yui was staring intently out the window. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the thick smog. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Is something about to happen? Li Qingyue asked, looking at Yui with a serious expression. Yui nodded. It seems something bad is about to happen, but don't worry, as long as I'm here, not a single hair on your head will be harmed. As he spoke, Yui looked toward the hazy area a few kilometers away from the plane where flames were visible, his eyes glinting with resolute determination. Suddenly, the system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Task issued, resolve the current airplane crisis. Reward, Thor's body refining technique upgraded to the 3rd level. The system notification sound suddenly rang out, and Yui couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise in his heart. The reward for this task was actually a direct upgrade of the technique, which was the first time since tasks had been issued. He secretly calculated that if he wanted to use talent points to upgrade the Thunder God body refining technique to the 3rd level, it would require approximately 6,200 talent points. And now the system directly provides this reward, which is practically equivalent to 6,200 talent points in value. However, even if the system hadn't issued the task, Yui would still inevitably go to deal with those monsters. After all, if they caught up with the plane and caused it to crash, the consequences would be unimaginable. The plane must never crash. History must never repeat such a tragedy. Yui turned to look at Li Qingyue and said firmly, "Be careful, I'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue frowned slightly, her expression full of concern. She gently bit her lower lip and instructed, "You must also be careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back." Yui solemnly nodded, then teleported out of the plane in an instant, appearing mid-air. The thunder wings on his back suddenly spread open, streaks of lightning flickering as a fierce wind howled past his face. He squinted slightly, preparing to face the battle. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He just hoped that the beast appearing this time wouldn't be too powerful, otherwise, with his current strength, he might not be able to handle it. If these beasts can't be dealt with, it will be troublesome. Ding! Surrounded by mist, Yui's vision was hazy, and he couldn't see anything. He could only rely on the flashes of combat fire to locate his target. He sped toward a spot ahead where firelight appeared, his thunder wings flapping, stirring air currents that roared loudly. "Vice Captain, my spiritual power is running low. I won't be able to maintain the skill for much longer." A man of relatively short stature, dressed in military uniform, shouted anxiously, his voice filled with panic. The vice captain frowned slightly upon hearing this, looking at the dozen or so white-feathered demon eagles in front of him with a sense of helplessness. These beasts were all at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, with one at the 3rd level of the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, his own cultivation was just at the 1st level of the 3rd tier, and the other 4 members of the squad were only at the 9th level of the 2nd tier. Fighting in the sky greatly reduces the team's advantage, simply because the white-feathered demon eagles are too fast, making it easy for the beasts to dodge some attacks. The vice-captain gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, if the captain were here, these white-feathered demon eagles wouldn't dare be so arrogant." Originally, this team consisted of 6 members, with the vice-captain himself and a captain whose cultivation level was at the 3rd tier, 5th stage. But the captain took leave to return home today, and no one expected to encounter a beast attack. The vice-captain took a deep breath, his eyes revealing determination, and shouted to his teammates beside him, "Team members without spiritual power, retreat immediately. Go to the plane and ask if there is anyone above tier 3 who can fly, and have them come to support us. The rest who can maintain flight, follow me to slay the monsters." After speaking, he gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, as if it were entrusted with his life, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. The vice-captain, like a bolt of lightning, charged first toward the white-feathered demon eagle, his figure swift as a phantom. Additionally, 2 other personnel followed the vice-captain into the white-feathered demon eagle's monster swarm. Their faces were filled with resolute expressions, as if they were warriors ready to face death, determined to hold back the white-feathered demon eagle, even at the cost of their lives. Otherwise, if the white-feathered demon eagle were to come into contact with the plane, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the other 2 watched the deputy captain and the others charge into the demon horde, their hearts filled with worry. The slightly short-statured person looked at the deputy captain charging into the demon horde and shouted loudly, "Deputy Captain," preparing to rush in and join the battle. Another team member quickly grabbed the short teenager upon hearing this and said urgently, "Let's go, we'll call for reinforcements. Maybe this way the captain can survive. Otherwise, without spiritual power here, we'll only be a burden." The short team member clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. "Vice Captain, wait for me to return." Both of them relied on skills for flying, but after prolonged combat, their spiritual power was running out. Staying here would only make them a burden. They can only pin their hopes on someone stronger being inside the plane. They turned and flew toward the plane, their figures appearing somewhat desolate in the sky. "A mere white-feathered demon eagle wants to catch up to the plane? You'll have to step over my dead body first." The deputy captain roared angrily, his voice like a resounding bell, causing the air to tremble slightly. He tightly gripped the battle blade in his hand, unleashing a blade technique martial skill, preparing for a life-and-death fight with the powerful beast. Just as the vice-captain charged toward the white-feathered demon eagle, it suddenly flapped its wings and swiftly turned, causing the vice-captain to miss his strike. Immediately afterward, the white-feathered demon eagle fiercely clawed at the vice-captain with its sharp talons. The vice-captain felt a sharp pain as blood gushed out, but he did not retreat. Instead, he swung his battle blade even more resolutely, attempting to counterattack. However, his attacks posed no threat to the white-feathered demon eagle, which easily dodged all of them and once again grabbed the vice-captain's shoulder with its claws, causing him to stagger slightly. The other 2 team members saw the vice-captain injured and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. At this moment, the white-feathered demon eagle had already surrounded the 3 of them, forming a circle of encirclement. The white-feathered feathered demon eagle stared at the surrounded trio with a mocking and teasing gaze, as if enjoying their struggle. They occasionally extended their giant claws, reaching out to grab the three of them, seemingly provoking them on purpose. Damn it, these beasts aren't giving us any chance to get close. The vice captain cursed inwardly as he looked at the massive wound on his chest. Although the wound was deep, he felt no pain at all, because he knew that if he took a step back, the entire plane would face an irreparable disaster. He cannot retreat, nor does he dare to retreat. He is a soldier. In the plane behind him, there are many innocent lives that need protection. He glanced at the two teammates beside him, and the two teammates in front of him were both promising young warriors, carrying the hopes and futures of their respective families. If they fall here, their families will endure endless pain. I'm just an orphan, so if I die, so be it. But the two of them must not be harmed. You two, leave quickly, the vice captain shouted anxiously, his voice filled with determination. At the same time, the long blade in his hand fiercely swung backward, releasing a sharp wave of blade energy that temporarily dispersed the white-feathered demon eagles, attacking from behind. Then, he used all his strength to push the two of them forcefully backward, shouting, "Go, Captain!" The two shouted in unison, but they couldn't change the situation. At this moment, the highest-ranked, white-feathered demon eagle looked at the human before it with disdain, a hint of contempt in its eyes. It raised its head and let out a long cry, as if signaling to its companions. Immediately, it swung its massive wings, and in an instant, countless sharp white feathers, as dense as a rain of arrows, shot rapidly toward the three of them. The vice captain's eyes widened, his face full of shock. He stared intently at the countless sharp white feathers, which were like sharp arrows, sweeping toward them at an astonishing speed. The power of these white feathers was extremely strong. If they were not defended against, the three of them would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, and might even perish here. Martial skill. Overlord body, the vice captain roared, his voice like thunder, shaking the entire sky. His entire body suddenly swelled with muscle, becoming tighter and more powerful, with each muscle seemingly brimming with endless strength. His figure also grew larger by a circle, and at this moment, he appeared as if possessed by a war god, exuding unparalleled dominance. Before the words had even finished, he swiftly charged toward the other two without hesitation. He shielded them tightly behind him, like an indestructible fortress. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp feathers rained down fiercely on the vice captain's body, producing crisp collision sounds, interspersed with the noise of feathers piercing flesh. The vice captain clenched his teeth, his eyes revealing an unyielding determination, like an immovable mountain. Despite his body being pierced and bleeding profusely from the feathers, he still stood firmly there, using his own body to shield his companions from this fierce wave of attacks. His body trembled slightly, yet showed no sign of retreat. The two team members, seeing the vice captain withstand the attack with his own flesh, instantly had their eyes reddened. They hurriedly used defensive martial techniques, hoping to share some of the pressure for the vice captain. However, the vice captain merely gave them a faint smile, a smile tinged with determination. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, dripping into the air like blooming blood flowers. Each drop of blood seemed to tell a story of his resolve and bravery. Preserve your strength. The vice captain's voice was hoarse yet resolute, as if it were a cry emanating from the depths of his soul. Not long after, the feather attack came to an end. The vice captain's body was already drenched in blood, resembling a war god emerging from a sea of blood. He forcefully shoved the two people aside with such power that it seemed capable of moving a mountain. In his hoarse voice, he said, "Run, survive." As the words fell, he had no strength left and was about to collapse directly. His figure slowly descended in the sky, like a withering leaf. At this moment, Yui happened to arrive here and saw a member covered in blood, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Meanwhile, the other two members were surrounded by a group of beasts. He couldn't worry about anything else and prepared to rescue the person falling down first. Yui streaked across the sky like a gray lightning bolt. He caught the falling vice captain in one swift, graceful, and decisive move. Looking at the vice captain covered in countless feathers, drenched in blood, and riddled with claw marks and wounds, Yui sighed lightly. "You really gave it your all. Come to think of it, that's what being a soldier is all about." A sense of admiration welled up in his heart. Yui took out the enlightenment fruit and gave it to the vice captain. No matter how important the fruit is, it can't compare to the life of a soldier. The vice captain's injuries immediately improved significantly, and his breathing was no longer so weak. Afterward, Yui threw the vice captain into the Qiankuan gourd. After all, it's hard to kill demons while carrying the vice captain. When the beast problem is resolved, the deputy captain will be sent to the plane, and he won't notice his Qiankuan pot. After bringing the deputy captain into the Qiankuan pot, Yui looked at the dozen or so beasts ahead, his gaze sharp. He also used the eye of investigation to take a look. White-feathered demon eagle, 3rd tier, 3rd level, extremely fast, skilled in aerial combat, capable of shooting feathers as projectiles, and can also transform feathers into defense. Looking at the introduction of the white-feathered demon eagle, Yui was not surprised, and fortunately, it was only a 3rd tier, 3rd level beast. Yui spoke, his voice filled with anger and dominance. He swiftly flew to the other two people, determined to get them out of there, otherwise, their presence would undoubtedly be a burden. "Leave quickly. Rest assured, word. Your other teammate is still alive, Yui said as he used teleportation to move the two out of the encirclement. Don't mind me, don't speak, don't worry about me. Yui said this as he pushed the two away. The force was just right, keeping them away from danger without causing them harm. At times like this, there's no point in wasting words with them. The priority is to deal with the beast. The two were still immersed in the sorrow of the vice captain's sacrifice, ready to fight the white-feathered demon eagle to the death, when they suddenly saw Yui arrive and were a bit stunned by his words. Hearing that their deputy captain was still alive, they felt relieved. Afterward, the two bowed deeply to Yui, saluted, and then turned to leave. Finally gone. Yui watched the two leave, stretched his muscles, and prepared to get to work. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Haven't killed a third-tier, triple-layered beast yet, just wondering if it's difficult to handle with my second-tier, six-layered realm. In the distance, the group of white-feathered demon eagles watched their plaything escape and turned their gaze toward Yui. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. With a cry from the highest-ranked, white-feathered demon eagle, the other, white-feathered demon eagles, along with the highest-ranked one, began flapping their wings. Countless white-feathered arrows came rushing toward Yui. The scene was like a white storm. Petty tricks. Yui's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile. Beast. Thunder armor. As the words fell, Yui's body was enveloped in chaotic divine lightning, forming a suit of armor. Countless feathers attacked, turning to ashes upon contact with the thunder armor. Seeing that the feathers had no effect on his thunder armor, Yui began to counterattack. Capture the leader first to defeat the bandits, shoot the horse first to take down the rider. Thunder Dragon Claw. As Yui's voice fell, he struck a claw toward the beast's head. The highest-ranking, white-feathered demon eagle had a dragon's claw form above its head, fiercely striking the white-feathered demon eagle's body. That power seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Its massive body was drenched in blood under this blow. Flying somewhat unsteadily, it seemed as if it could fall at any moment. TSK, the Thunder Dragon Claw skill is really powerful. Yui looked at his masterpiece, his heart filled with pride, and moreover, the Thunder Dragon Claw was very difficult to evade. The highest-ranked, white-feathered demon eagle glared with eyes full of fury, as if it could spew flames. The other, white-feathered demon eagles, swiftly flew toward Yui, countless massive claws reaching out to grab him. A bunch of beasts. I wonder if you can withstand this strike of mine. Yui looked at the dozen or so white-feathered demon eagles, coming straight at him without the slightest hint of panic. He took out the Thunder Demon Blade rewarded by the system. The blade's body was entirely a deep purple black, as if the endless night sky had been condensed within it, with a length of approximately 1.6 meters. There was also a considerable amount of demonic energy entwined around the blade, and the end of the hilt featured a ferocious skull, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Yui looked at the blade with great satisfaction. As expected, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. Yui's voice fell as he swung a blade toward the approaching white-feathered demon eagle. In an instant, the white-feathered demon eagle was sliced in half at the waist, and there was still a considerable amount of demonic energy lingering on the beast's body. The beast's corpse fell entirely, with blood gushing out as if a rain of blood had descended. The leading, white-feathered demon eagle, the one with the highest cultivation level, watched as its underlings were all killed with a single strike, spread its wings and ran. Yui looked at the fleeing, white-feathered demon eagle, and sneered. Can you escape? As the words fell, another Thunder Dragon Claw struck. But this time, the white-feathered demon eagle seemed prepared and dodged it with a swift turn. Yui looked at the dodging, white-feathered demon eagle, and smiled faintly. Do you really think speed alone makes you invincible? With a low shout, Yui fiercely reached out his right hand toward the white-feathered demon eagle. In an instant, a dazzling and brilliant lightning burst forth, and the powerful force of thunder quickly surrounded the massive, white-feathered demon eagle, forming a terrifying prison of lightning. The trapped, white-feathered demon eagle panicked and flailed wildly against the lightning prison, trying desperately to break free from the horrifying confinement. However, every impact brought endless punishment from the chaos divine thunder. Those bolts of lightning were like whips, relentlessly lashing the body of the white-feathered demon eagle, producing bursts of piercing sounds. Yui stood not far away, his gaze coldly fixed on the scene before him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's time to end this. Thunder Dragon Claw. As soon as Yui finished speaking, a massive dragon claw appeared out of thin air above the head of the white-feathered demon eagle. The dragon claw was formed entirely from pure chaotic lightning energy, exuding a terrifying aura. Sky-splitting slash. Then, the dragon claw fiercely struck down toward the white-feathered demon eagle. The white-feathered demon eagle let out a piercing scream, its body instantly drenched in blood, as if a rain of blood had fallen. Its body wobbled and fell downward, like a withered leaf drifting to the ground. Yui's gaze was indifferent as he struck again. He lightly clenched his fingers, and the power of space instantly spread out. The already dying, white-feathered demon eagle was directly sliced into several pieces, completely losing all signs of life. Yui looked at the completely dead and shattered, white-feathered demon eagle, finally nodding in satisfaction. If he hadn't delivered the final blow, perhaps the white-feathered demon eagle wouldn't have died. After all, the vitality of demon beasts beasts is extremely tenacious, and delivering the final blow is quite important. Having dealt with the last white-feathered demon eagle, Yui prepared to head back. Chaos Thunder Prison. Fortunately, the Thunder God meditation method has been cultivated to the 3rd level, and the spiritual power in the body is more than 10 times that of normal. Otherwise, flying at high altitudes and frequently using skills would definitely be too much for him. Ding! Task completed. Reward: Thunder God body refining technique upgraded to the 3rd level. As the system's voice fell, Yui felt his physical body become even tougher. Without activating defensive martial techniques or skills, attacks below the 3rd tier won't cause any harm to him. What would happen if martial techniques and skills were used? Yui was filled with anticipation. In any case, it's just very tough, Yui thought to himself, then turned and sped toward the plane. Even with abundant spiritual power, you can't keep flying all the way to the Imperial capital. Although the Imperial capital doesn't restrict air travel, only experts above the 5th rank are allowed to walk in the air. Moreover, there's someone inside the Chinkuan pot, so I can't let him discover that I have the Chinkuan pot. On the plane. Space Severance. Is there a tier 3 expert with flying abilities on the plane? Please come to the cabin immediately. The broadcast on the plane repeated this 3 times. At this moment, the 2 team members had already returned, anxiously searching for a tier 3 expert capable of flying. If they were delayed any longer, their deputy captain and those 2 team members would surely face death. The shorter soldier, having listened to the broadcast for quite a while without anyone coming forward, could no longer wait. He ran straight to the passenger cabin, looked at the crowd in front of him, and anxiously shouted, "Is there any tier 3 expert who can fly? Please help." However, what he got in return was silence. The crowd had varied expressions and whispered among themselves. "Young man, judging by your appearance, did you encounter a beast attack?" an old man suddenly asked. Hearing this, the other passengers' expressions immediately changed, and their faces showed fear. "What? You actually encountered a beast, and as soldiers, you're not going to deal with it?" "Exactly. Why are you coming to ask us, who are above the 3rd realm, for help?" "What, you want us to do your job for you?" an elderly woman said. Hearing the elderly woman's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves, pointing fingers at the relatively short soldier. The soldier listened to the crowd's accusations, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He let out a cold laugh. Is this what human nature is? He couldn't understand. What was the point of the vice captain risking his life to protect them? Were they worth protecting? He turned and left, determined in his heart that if no one was going to support the vice captain, then he would go himself. Be sure to rescue the vice captain. As for these people, there's no need to protect them anymore. While he was pondering, the other 2 team members rescued by Yui also returned. The shorter soldier looked at the 2 returning team members and immediately felt delighted. Could it be that the vice captain and the others have resolved it? But when he saw that the vice captain hadn't returned, his heart sank. Where's the vice captain? The vice captain was rescued by someone, and that person is fighting the monsters. Hearing his teammates say this, he was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected someone to have gone ahead already. Who could it be? At this moment, Yui had already teleported, dragging the vice captain back to the cabin. "Your vice captain, you heal him yourselves," Yui said as he carefully placed the vice captain onto a chair. When he was about to reach the plane, he had already taken the vice captain out of the Chinkuan gourd. After all, if the vice captain were brought out of the Chinkuan gourd out of thin air and they discovered it, exposing the fact that he possessed this treasure would lead to unnecessary trouble. The 4 team members were instantly overjoyed upon seeing the vice captain. Sensing that his condition was stable and his life was not in danger, they relaxed. "Thank you." Everyone saluted Yui in unison. Yui waved his hand and said he should be unconscious now, and his injuries haven't healed yet. Once you get off the plane, find someone with a healing ability to treat him. Speaking, Yui was ready to leave here. "Excuse me, has the beast been dealt with?" Hearing someone ask this, Yui smiled. If the problem hadn't been solved, how could I possibly have returned? Several soldiers felt joy at Yui's words at first, followed by admiration, because the person before them was so young yet capable of defeating a 3rd-tier beast. Seeing how relaxed he was, he must be a true expert. "Would you mind leaving your contact information? Once we return to the base, we will definitely visit you to express our gratitude properly." However, Yui gently shook his head and politely declined, saying, "There's no need. You've already done very well." After all, this deputy captain was willing to risk his life to fend off the beasts, proving himself to be a qualified soldier. As for Yui himself, he hadn't expended much effort to save them, and besides, this operation allowed him to complete a system task and earn generous rewards. Yui turned around and left the military-exclusive cabin, heading straight toward the passenger area. "I'm back, Qingyue, my wife." Yui smiled and sat down beside Li Qingyue. Seeing Yui return safely, Li Qingyue finally felt relieved. She asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" Yui gently shook his head and said, "It's just a minor issue, no need to worry. We'll reach the imperial capital very soon." Seeing Yui so calm and composed, Li Qingyue nodded reassuringly, held his hand, and intertwined her fingers with his. When she heard the soldier calling for reinforcements, her heartbeat instantly accelerated, as if it were about to leap out out of her throat. Until now, Yui has returned safely, and only then did she feel relieved. Imperial Capital. Not long after, the plane landed smoothly at the Imperial Capital Airport. Yui held Li Qingyue's hand tightly, carrying luggage with the other hand, as the two slowly prepared to disembark. At that moment, the captain hurried over, his face full of gratitude and respect. The captain bowed deeply to Yui and sincerely said, "Thank you for saving the entire plane and countless families." Just after the flight mission ended, the captain learned from those soldiers that it was a young man who had eliminated the monster and saved the plane. He quickly inquired about the young man's characteristics, and upon learning them, came to thank this young hero. The captain actually longed to personally eliminate the beast and protect the passengers' safety. But he was only at the second tier of strength, and if he went to kill the beast, who would fly the plane? Could it be autopilot? Yui gently shook his head, his expression calm. "I was just doing what I could." Hearing Yui say this, the captain was filled with respect for him, his eyes full of admiration. He quickly handed over a check. "This is a small token, please accept it. If you are willing to be interviewed, I can also arrange for a journalist to write a special report about you." Yui took the check but showed little interest in the interview. Accepting the check was simply acknowledging the captain's goodwill, so there was no harm in taking it. Forget about the interview, fame? Once the academy's competition is over, won't almost everyone in the country know me? No need for the interview. I appreciate the thought, though. Yui said this as he pulled Li Qingyue and turned to leave, handing the 5 million yuan check in his hand to Li Qingyue. They had already arrived in the imperial capital, and being without money was not an option. This was not Qingchuan City. "Take it. You can also use this money to purchase potions to enhance your cultivation," Yui said gently, looking at Li Qingyue. After hearing this, Li Qingyue nodded and reached out to take the check. If Yui needed money later, she could take this sum out and give it to him at any time. Moreover, now that the two of them are together, they've done everything they should and shouldn't do, so there's naturally no need to divide finances so clearly. The captain was very surprised to hear Yui so resolutely refuse the interview. Generally speaking, very few people would refuse such an opportunity to increase their own visibility. With increased visibility, it could bring him a lot of convenience personally. What's more, this incident involves saving the safety of the entire plane, which definitely counts as major news. The captain couldn't help but start to wonder, could it be that Yui is not a scion of a noble family? Because in his view, Yui is so young, yet his strength is incredibly formidable, effortlessly dealing with those beasts. He must have at least surpassed the 3rd tier, possibly reaching the 4th tier. Reaching the 4th tier at such a young age is very likely the mark of a noble family scion. Based on these factors, the captain judged that Yui might come from a prominent family. However, according to common sense, those from prominent families usually wouldn't easily give up the opportunity to gain fame by doing good deeds. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. In any case, the money definitely had to be given. Even if Yui was a commoner, the money should still be given. After all, this was a mistake on his flight. After arriving in the imperial capital, Yui looked up and gazed at the scene before him. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a smile filled with emotion. In the sky above the imperial capital, streaks of light occasionally flashed by, as powerful warriors walked through the air. Some of them looked hurried, as if carrying out urgent tasks. Others appeared leisurely, as though merely heading somewhere for leisure. The city's buildings were tall and magnificent, with diverse styles. There were ancient and solemn martial halls exuding a mysterious martial aura, serving as important venues for warriors to exchange ideas, compete, and learn. There are towering skyscrapers piercing the clouds, which serve as the residences of some top martial arts families or major forces, showcasing their prestigious status and immense power. The towers gleam with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, giving off an aura of inviolable majesty. There are also buildings full of a sense of technology, integrating advanced martial arts technology to provide various conveniences and assistance for martial artists. "It's truly bustling," Yui murmured with a sigh. "The gap between here and Qingchuan City is quite big." Li Qingyue looked at the scene before her eyes full of amazement, her mouth slightly open, and her face filled with emotion. "Of course, this is the imperial capital, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. It's naturally different. Come on, let's go to the Imperial Capital Academy to handle the enrollment procedures." Yui spoke as he held Li Qingyue's hand, his face brimming with anticipation. They hailed a cab and headed toward the Imperial Capital Academy. "Young man, where are you headed?" The driver, a middle-aged man, asked with a smile. "To Imperial Capital Academy." The driver listened to Yui's response, glanced at him and the beautiful woman beside him, both carrying luggage. It seemed they were new students at Imperial Capital Academy. "Looks like you're a freshman, young man. Got into Imperial Capital Academy, huh?" Being admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy requires at least an A-level talent, so Yui must also be someone with A-level talent or higher. Yui smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "Yes, sir." There was no need to hide the fact of being admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. From the moment of the martial exam, he no longer concealed it. Hearing Yui say this, the driver continued driving the car toward the Imperial Capital Academy. Young man, your future is boundless. The driver praised Yui while looking at him through the rearview mirror. But the future depends on one's own efforts, Yui replied firmly. Although getting into the Imperial Capital Academy would greatly reduce the dangers posed by those heretical cults, the human heart is unpredictable. Who knows if someone might harm you just because they don't like you? Moreover, being in the Imperial Capital without any backing of power, one could easily end up in a situation beyond redemption. Therefore, one must become strong on their own. Not long after, the car stopped at the gate of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this moment, many new students were coming and going, heading into the Imperial Capital Academy. The admissions office of the Imperial Capital Academy visits various provinces and cities every year to recruit students with SSS-level talent and top rankings, so now quite a few people come to the Imperial Capital Academy. Impressive, isn't it? The driver noticed Yui's expression and said proudly. Yui nodded, his eyes full of awe. It truly lives up to the name of the Imperial Capital Academy. It's even more impressive inside. The Imperial Capital Academy spans over 60,000 acres, that's 40 square kilometers. The driver spoke with some pride, saying that every year around this time, he would go to the high-speed rail station to pick up new students, introduce them to the area, and watch their shocked expressions. It filled him with a sense of accomplishment, because even though he was just a driver, he was a driver in the capital city. And a few years ago, one of the new students he picked up even made it onto the yellow list. He bragged about it for a long time. It made his fellow drivers incredibly envious. Hearing that the Imperial Capital Academy covers an area of 60,000 mu, approximately 40 square kilometers, Yui couldn't help but feel a bit surprised by this figure. But upon closer thought, as one of the most prestigious and powerful academies in the Dragon Kingdom, it seemed reasonable for the Imperial Capital Academy to have such a vast campus space. Thank you for the introduction, sir. We'll get off the car now. After politely thanking the driver, Yui got off the car together with Lee Chinua. Alright, good luck, young man, the driver encouraged, and after Yui took his luggage out, he drove away. After getting out of the car, Yui looked at the grand campus gate in front of him, and a surge of excitement welled up in his heart. He was about to call Principal Bai Huanan. The Imperial Capital Academy was so vast that without someone to guide him, finding the place he needed to go would indeed not be an easy task. Although he could rely on the various signs set up around the campus to find his destination, it would be even better if someone could lead the way. Thinking of this, Yui dialed Bai Huanan's phone number without hesitation. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Yui, I already know you've arrived at the school gate. Wait a moment, I'll come to pick you up right away. Yui replied with a smile. Alright, Principal, thank you. After speaking, he hung up the phone, put it away, and waited patiently. In just a few seconds, Bai Huanan appeared in front of Yui. Welcome, Yui, to our school, Bai Huanan said with a beaming smile. Yui was not the least bit surprised when Bai Huanan suddenly appeared in front of him. Bai Huanan, a 9th-level spiritual realm expert and a spatial ability user, could reasonably teleport to distant places. Then I'll trouble the principal to help me with the enrollment procedures. Bai Huanan smiled and waved his hand, his face radiating a kind smile. Then, his gaze slowly fell on Lee Chinua, who was tightly held by Yui, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this young friend's girlfriend? Yui nodded without hesitation. Yes, Principal. He held Lee Chinua's hand tightly. Lee Chinua, standing beside him, politely smiled at Bai Huanan. She slightly leaned forward and introduced herself in a crisp and pleasant voice. Hello, Principal. I am Yui's girlfriend, Lee Chinua. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and fell upon her, as if draping her in a layer of golden radiance, making her appear even more graceful and charming. Bai Huanan nodded slightly upon hearing this and joked. Young friend, you're quite lucky. But don't neglect your cultivation just because you have such a beautiful girlfriend. His gaze carried a hint of teasing, as if he were a kind elder playfully bantering with a younger generation. Impossible, Principal, rest assured. Upon hearing this, the principal slowly took out a set of keys from his pocket. The keys gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunlight as he handed them to Yui. He said, this is one of the rewards for your enrollment, a set of keys to a 500 square meter villa. The villa is located off campus but is not far from the school, only a few kilometers away. Originally, this villa was prepared for Yui's family, while Yui himself has his own dormitory within the school. The school's dormitory does not allow family members to live there. Yui took the key and immediately handed it to Lee Chinua. Then he said to Bai Huanan, I'll take her to settle in this villa first. After speaking, he prepared to leave with Lee Chinua. Bai Huanan nodded. Better use the space gate. Speaking, he opened the space door. The space door emitted a mysterious glow, as if it were a passage to another world. Just go through here, it's convenient. Bai Huanan's voice echoed in the air. Yui saw the space door and couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. This was also a spatial skill, capable of transporting people to another location. Yui and Lee Chinua, along with the principal, entered the spatial gate and arrived at the entrance of a villa. This is the place. Go ahead and settle in. After thanking the principal, Yui took Lee Chinua into the villa to settle down. The villa is surrounded by lush green trees and flourishing flowers, with a fresh scent filling the air. The exterior is grand and magnificent, with white walls glistening under the sunlight. It didn't take long to get everything arranged and return to the principal's side. "Let's go. I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures." The principal spoke as he led Yui back to the entrance of the Imperial Capital School. At this moment, the school entrance was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Sunlight bathed every corner of the campus, giving off a sense of vitality. "Isn't that the principal? Is it really the principal? And it seems like they're helping someone with enrollment? Seriously? How come I didn't know enrollment comes with this kind of treatment?" An older student scratched his head in confusion. "Nonsense. The principal of Imperial Capital Academy has never personally helped anyone with enrollment." Yui and Bai Huanan walked along the road, attracting the astonished gazes of many new and older students. Their gazes turned to Yui and Bai Huanan, filled with envy and jealousy, as well as confusion. Some speculated that Yui might have a special relationship with the principal, or perhaps he was the principal's grandson or something like that. Not long after, under the principal's guidance, Yui's enrollment procedures went smoothly, and he received his student ID and dormitory access card. The dormitory could only be accessed by swiping the card. No keys were used. In that case, head to the dormitory yourself. As for the enrollment reward, you can claim it later. If there's anything, feel free to come to me. After saying this, the principal instantly disappeared, as if he had never been there. Yui took the dormitory key card and headed to his place of residence. Upon arriving at the location, Yui looked at his dormitory and smiled. This dormitory is roughly over 500 square meters, practically a two-story mansion. And it's a single-person dormitory. As for whether it's single or double occupancy, Yui doesn't mind. If it comes to it, letting Li Qingyue stay here shouldn't be a problem, right? Wouldn't that make it a double? Holding the dormitory access card, they swiped open the dormitory door and walked in. Compared to the exterior decoration, the interior is even more luxurious. The various decorations and furnishings inside the room are incredibly exquisite, and everything is very clean and tidy, spotless. TSK, no wonder the school occupies such a large area. Yui couldn't help but exclaim. You should know that the school's freshmen, along with teachers and various other personnel, total around 40,000. If everyone were assigned such a large house, the occupied area would make sense. But that's not the case. The size of the house depends on whether you were specially recruited, admitted normally, or your martial arts exam score. Yui receives the top-tier special recruitment treatment, and the house is also the largest type. In addition, there are dormitories of 400, 300, and 200 square meters. Of course, some people can also apply to live in double or quadruple dormitory rooms, which is also an option. Inside the room, several intelligent robots were quietly placed there. Their appearance was indistinguishable from humans, with both male and female robots, and even a beautiful and charming maid robot. These robots all require input of their student ID and identity verification to activate and use. Thank you, Principal. Their functions are very powerful. They can clean, act as surveillance, and even prevent theft. Of course, if the thief is too strong and slaps them down, these robots might break. After organizing his luggage, Yui planned in his mind to go and collect his enrollment benefits later. On the way to enrollment, the principal gave him a detailed introduction to the situation at Imperial Capital Academy. Upon learning that one credit was worth 10,000 blue star coins, Yui was utterly shocked. As a special recruit, he could receive 10,000 credits every year, which meant he would possess a huge fortune. There are many ways to earn credits. School tasks are divided into two sections: official school tasks and tasks posted by students themselves. Some student tasks are very interesting, such as girls often posting tasks asking for help washing their black stockings because they don't want to wash them themselves. These kinds of tasks are very popular in the student task section, with many boys competing to take them on, but after getting the black stockings, no one knows what they actually did with them. Some boys even offer extra credits to girls just to wash their black stockings. At this moment, Yui is in a spacious and bright room, with sunlight streaming through the windows and forming patches of light on the floor. The room is simply and elegantly furnished, with some inspiring calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. Yui looked at these robots and couldn't help but marvel at the power of technology. He thought about inputting his student ID verification information into all the robots and activating them one by one. Each robot has its own dedicated service. Some are responsible for cleaning, while others function like surveillance. The robot in front, dressed in a black silk-made outfit, can check items such as martial arts techniques and demon cores that can be exchanged for school credits. These can also be checked on a mobile phone, and any questions can be asked to it, much like an AI. What is your name? Yui asked, looking at the maid robot in front of him. I don't have a name, Master. You can give me one, the robot replied in a lowly-like voice. Yui looked at the robot, which was almost indistinguishable from a real person, and found it very interesting. If it weren't for the need to input information for verification, it would be really hard to tell it was a robot. From now on, I'll call you Ergu. Understood, Ergu, at your service, the robot replied without without changing its expression. Yui listened to this robot dressed in a maid's black stockings calling itself Ergo and felt a bit strange. You'd better go by Shao Kahn, Yui corrected. Alright, master. Shao Kahn is at your service. Help me look up all the heaven-grade martial techniques, Yui instructed. Searching for you, please wait. Before long, the query results came out. A panel was projected in front of the maid, resembling a system interface, detailing various martial techniques. There are more than a dozen heaven-tier martial techniques, with prices starting at least 10,000 academic credits, equivalent to 100 million blue star coins. However, if placed outside, this heaven-tier martial technique would be worth far more than 1 billion, as heaven-tier martial techniques are rare and hard to come by. Yet, at the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 billion is enough to exchange for a heaven-tier martial technique, and there are more than a dozen available, which is truly astonishing. Outside, apart from large-scale auctions, heaven-tier martial techniques rarely appear, but the Imperial Capital Academy has more than a dozen, showcasing its profound heritage. Next, Yui checked the Earth-tier martial techniques, which numbered around 1 to 200. Hundreds of Shin-level martial techniques. As for Huang-level martial techniques, there are over 999. As for Fan-level martial techniques, the Imperial Capital Academy doesn't have a single one. It seems Fan-level martial techniques are just too trashy. After all, this is the Imperial Capital Academy. Basically, no one uses Fan-level martial techniques, they're just too low-class. Even the Imperial Capital Academy possesses a King-tier martial skill book, and it's an augmentation-type martial skill, which makes it even rarer. However, King-tier martial skills not only require an enormous amount of credits but also demand exclusive privileges granted by the principal and the completion of school tasks rated SS or higher to be exchanged. Yui looked at the martial skills before him, feeling an itch in his heart. Currently, he has 10,000 credits, enough to exchange for a lower-grade heaven-tier martial skill. However, he is now preparing to exchange some treasures for bone tempering to accelerate the process. He saw many treasures for bone tempering, most of which were below 3rd grade and extremely expensive. Treasures above 3rd grade were very rare, as even in noble families, 3rd grade body tempering treasures were commonly used, while 4th grade and above were seldom seen. Since bone tempering is a very important stage, a slow process can affect the improvement of one's realm, making the price of bone tempering items extremely high. As for martial techniques, Yui felt that they were not very important to him at the moment. Perhaps the 1% off store in the System Mall would refresh them. His heaven-tier martial technique, Sky-Splitting Slash, was also something that came from the System Mall. Moreover, he currently had many methods at his disposal and was not lacking in martial techniques. But in the future, when he has more credits, he will definitely exchange for more Earth-tier or higher martial techniques. Skills are never a burden. Afterward, Yui also looked up the place to receive tasks at the Imperial Capital Academy, which is also where the enrollment benefits are distributed. Tasks can be accepted online, while the credit points rewarded for official tasks must be collected at the task release hall. Yui thought about teleporting while heading toward the task release hall. Blame it on the no-fly zone in the Imperial Capital. Unable to spread the thunder wings and soar. Before long, Yui also arrived at the mission release hall, which was extremely spacious. There were as many as over 10 counters. Moreover, there is a large screen displaying some high-level tasks and the task completion rankings. The task completion rankings are based on the number of tasks completed and their difficulty levels. The higher the ranking, the more credits are awarded, which serves as a way to motivate students to complete tasks. The task rankings are reset every 2 months. Tasks are categorized from SSS to D levels. The lower the level, the simpler it is, the higher the level, the harder it becomes, and naturally, the credits are higher. Yui looked at the top of the task list and felt a bit puzzled about only completing one S-level task. Why has no one completed SS or SSS level tasks? After searching for the S-level task completed by the top-ranked person, he realized just how difficult this task was. The task is actually to capture a blue-robed deacon of the heretical church. Moreover, the maximum team size is 2 people, though it can also be completed solo. This is somewhat challenging, as the blue-robed deacons of the heretical church are at least 5th tier in rank. Yet most students graduating from the Imperial Capital are generally only at the 5th tier. Adding that the heretical church is very cunning and has subordinates, the task is indeed difficult to complete. But this task ranking is not a strength ranking. After all, some aristocratic family descendants only need to complete the tasks required each semester. They don't lack money, nor do they have much need for martial skills. These high task rewards inevitably made Yui feel a bit tempted, especially an S-level task reward, which reached as high as 5,000 academic points. Converted into blue star currency, that's a full 50 million. This enormous figure seemed to radiate an alluring glow. You must know, just completing 2 S-level tasks can be exchanged for a heaven-tier martial skill, which is a heaven-tier martial skill countless people dream of. However, a trace of helplessness flashed in Yui's eyes. Completing an S-level mission is truly too difficult. With his current 2nd-tier 6th-level realm, he indeed feels somewhat powerless. Recalling the past experience of successfully capturing capturing the blue-clad deacon together with the city lord and the principal. It was only achieved through everyone's combined efforts, and he himself was merely bait. If he were to carry out such a mission alone, it would be almost impossible to accomplish. After all, his current strength is evident. How could he possibly defeat a fifth-tier expert? What's more, if an unreasonable plot truly appeared, it would likely be met with readers' disdain. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? The power scaling is a complete mess. As for SS-level missions, they are even more unimaginable. Since the Imperial Academy established the mission board, only a handful of people have been able to complete such tasks. The value of an SS-level mission is as high as 30,000 academic credits, equivalent to 300 million blue star coins. As for SSS-level missions, they are a staggering 100,000 credit points, which is equivalent to 1 billion blue star coins. However, no one in history has ever successfully completed an SSS-level mission, so Yui can only look on in awe. SSS-level missions involve contact with the cardinals of the heretical church. The 8 cardinals of the heretical church, even the weakest among them, are nearly at 9th tier strength. The 8 cardinal red-robed figures are ranked, with the ones at the back being slightly weaker, and the one at the front naturally being the strongest. Such a task is simply impossible for students to complete. Yui let out a light sigh, shook his head, and temporarily suppressed his longing for those high-reward tasks. He decided to queue up honestly to claim his enrollment reward, then go back and focus on improving his strength. At this moment, Yui stood in the crowd, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the front of the line. The surrounding crowd bustled noisily, with the sound of chatter echoing in the air. Yui frowned slightly, trying hard to keep himself calm. Before long, as the people in front of him left one by one, it was finally Yui's turn to receive the enrollment benefits. A trace of anticipation appeared on Yui's face as he spoke to a male staff member in work attire in front of him. "Hello, I'm here to claim my enrollment benefits." He had just used his probing skill to check, and even this staff member distributing rewards was at the 3rd tier. Yui couldn't help but feel secretly amazed in his heart. After all, even a staff member was at the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier might not be very strong, but it's not something as common as cabbage either. Being able to have 3rd tier individuals as staff members, it seems the Imperial Capital Academy offers quite good benefits. The staff member looked at Yui expressionlessly. "Please show your student ID." Yui nodded and quickly handed his student ID to the staff member. The staff member took Yui's student ID and immediately began operating on the computer. His fingers flew across the keyboard, producing crisp sounds. "Enter the student ID and verification information to check what enrollment benefits this student has, then distribute them." "What? Your enrollment benefit is 10,000 credits." The staff member looked at Yui's enrollment reward in astonishment, their voice filled with shock. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. Just now, he found information about Yui, and the admission rewards offered by his school left him somewhat shocked. 10,000 credits, spatial skills, lightning skills, a villa, and the Thunder Secret Realm. Such admission benefits, this is the first time he has seen the Imperial Capital Academy being so generous. Moreover, lightning and spatial skills, could it be that this person has dual talents? But he hasn't heard of any family with dual talents in spatial and lightning skills. Or is he a descendant of some hidden noble family? Meanwhile, the others receiving their enrollment benefits nearby started to clamor upon hearing the staff member's words. "Who the hell gets 10,000 credits as an enrollment benefit? I only got 800 credits with my S-grade talent." A skinny boy said with a face full of jealousy, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Trash, an S-talent dares to bark? My SS is only 1,500. Another tall boy said disdainfully, a trace of arrogance appearing on his face. "Damn, 10,000 credits, is that for real? Even an SSS talent is only worth 3,000. Everyone turned to look at Yui, their eyes filled with various complex emotions, some with envy, some with curiosity, and some with jealousy. Yui wasn't particularly surprised by this. A bunch of SSS trash talents, how could they compare to his Chaos Divine Thunder? Although the SSS talent is very rare. In a city, your SSS talent can be called monstrous, a genius. But as the stage grows bigger, the brilliance of your genius will gradually fade. Even if a city has one SSS talent, how many cities are there in the Dragon Nation? Moreover, this is the Imperial Capital Academy. Even an SSS talent pales in comparison. Unless you have dual talents and a spirit seed, that's what truly belongs to the top tier ranks. Besides, an SSS talent from a small town can't compare to some of the SSS talents in the Imperial Capital. Their cultivation resources, martial techniques, and skills are all the best. Although you come from a good family, when you reach a larger platform, you'll realize that your so-called good family can be easily dismissed by others. What's wrong? Can't the 10,000 credits be issued? Yui frowned slightly, looking at the staff member, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Yes, let me go and confirm the authenticity of your reward first. The staff member quickly said, a trace of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. After all, if this went wrong, it would be a disaster, and the person in front of him might be the eldest son of a dual talent hidden family. If he really was, he couldn't afford to offend him. him. Not long after, the staff member made a call to a certain number, and that person was none other than the director of the admissions office, who was basically in charge of everyone involved in admissions. The staff member then informed the admissions office director about the situation. What? Such enrollment benefits? How is that possible? My admissions office never offered such benefits. I'll come over right away and see who dares to freeload at my Imperial Capital Academy. A man's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing what the admissions office teacher said, the staff member nodded and hung up the phone. Please wait a moment, your reward hasn't been recorded by the admissions office teacher. Yui frowned as he listened to the staff say this. What the heck? Not recorded? Oh, it seems like he was specially recruited by the principal, so it makes sense that the admissions office teacher didn't record it? And the people around also noticed the conversation between the staff and Yui. Immediately, a scene of onlookers emerged. If this young man was here to freeload, then it would be quite the spectacle. The crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation, as if waiting for an exciting drama to unfold. Hey, you punk, how dare you pull tricks at the Imperial Academy? At this moment, a burly, muscular man strode aggressively toward Yui. The man's face carried a hint of disdain and mockery, and his eyes, as large as copper bells, were filled with jealousy. He secretly felt dissatisfied in his heart. I'm an SS-level talent after all. Just received a mere 1,500 credits, yet this guy in front of him actually has 10,000 credits. How could he not feel jealous? After overhearing the phone call between that staff member and the admissions office director, he was certain that this person must be a fraud. After all, even the admissions office director hadn't recorded such a reward. Maybe the school system made an error and messed up the enrollment benefits, so the reward he received absolutely couldn't be that much. He must be trying to take advantage of the mistake and falsely claim so many credits. And by stepping out to teach this fraud a lesson, it will surely spark heated discussions, and might even earn a reward from the school. Yui stood there deep in thought. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his head to look, only to see the burly man approaching with a face full of anger. Yui stared at him coldly and asked in an indifferent tone, "Oh, what makes you say that I'm a swindler?" Ding! A provocation has been detected. Please teach the opponent a lesson and show them who's boss. Upon success, you will receive an A-grade battle armor as a reward. Suddenly, Yui heard the system's notification sound and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Could it be that the system's secretly updated? After all, the tasks being released now can all be completed immediately, which is quite good. So, Yui curiously asked the system, did you secretly update? However, the system did not respond to him. Yui saw that the system did not answer, so he decided not to dwell on the issue and instead focused his attention on the matter at hand. After all, the task given by the system was tempting enough, showing some flair was only natural. You punk, how could you possibly have 10,000 academic credits upon enrollment? It must be a mistake in the school system. You worthless fraud, get out of Imperial Capital Academy immediately. The burly man glared angrily, spitting as he pointed a finger at Yui, as if he wanted to devour him alive. As this man spoke, the crowd present began pointing at Yui, doubting the authenticity of his credit points. Yui smiled and checked. This man's cultivation level was only at blood energy stage 1, level 10. You accuse me of deceit and trickery, so let me see how many moves you can withstand from me. As soon as Yui said this, the strong man's face immediately darkened. Such arrogance. I'd like to see what skills you've got, kid. Before the strong man could react, Yui teleported and appeared right in front of him. In the instant when the strong man's pupils dilated in shock, his head was already being held down by Yui's slender hand. Yui's gaze was icy, as if devoid of any emotion. A sudden burst of immense strength slammed his head heavily onto the ground. Bang! With a loud crash, the strong man fell face first to the ground, unable to get up. Blood gushed from his mouth, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Yui looked at the man in front of him and shook his head slightly, thinking he was just too weak. So pathetic. Trash. Yui cursed as he stepped on the face of the burly man, his eyes full of disdain. As for this kind of show-off, hitting him harder would ensure no one else dares to stand out. If martial arts or skills are used, this person would probably be done for. But killing someone in a public place at school would lead to expulsion, and it's only the first day of school. Ding! Task completed. Reward A-grade battle armor. Thunder armor. Yui was overjoyed. This was an A-grade battle armor. Wearing it can greatly enhance one's defense. Moreover, this armor also possesses lightning attributes. For Yui, this is undoubtedly an excellent piece of armor. Meanwhile, the previously noisy crowd fell silent as they watched Yui display a spatial talent and effortlessly knock the man down without giving him a chance to fight back. Damn, this guy has spatial talent. If he uses spatial skills, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. And yet, this guy didn't even use any skills, he just relied on brute strength to easily take down that burly man. This level of strength is simply astonishing. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Who is fighting in my Imperial Capital Academy? Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit appeared before everyone. The middle-aged man stood tall, his gaze sharp, and every step he took carried an air of authority. He was the admissions director, Qin Tianhai. Tianhe, a 6th-tier expert. The admissions director is here. This kid is done for. Ha ha ha, no matter how good this kid is at fighting, he's definitely no match for the admissions director. Hee hee, there's going to be some fun to watch today. The people around spoke gleefully, their faces showing expressions of anticipation, as if they were waiting to see Yui make a fool of himself. Yui glanced at the newcomer and discovered that the other party was a 6th-tier expert. Yui calmly spoke to the admissions director, his tone firm and confident, without a trace of fear. He straightened his back, his gaze unwavering as he met Qin Tianhe's eyes. It's me. Humph. Dueling is prohibited within the school. If you want to duel, go to the arena. What kind of behavior is this? The admissions director, Qin Hetian, looked at Yui, his eyes filled with anger. I'm just sparring with him. What's wrong with that? Sparring? Do you have to be so ruthless? Qin Tianhe looked at the burly man lying on the ground, spitting blood, and said, too weak. I didn't expect he couldn't even take one punch from me. Is that my fault? Yui spread his hands. If he casually used a skill or martial technique, the burly young man in front of him would probably already be a corpse. I'll deal with you later. Qin Tianhe shot Yui an annoyed glance before quickly striding over to the staff member. He was responsible for all the statistical work regarding student benefits in the admissions office. In addition, the vice principal is also responsible for the statistics of some top-tier students in admissions, which is also under his charge. Apart from that young girl from the Su family earning 10,000 credit points, no one else has ever received such a high reward of 10,000 points. How could it be possible for another person with 10,000 credit points to appear? This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that someone is deliberately causing trouble? Or is it a system malfunction? It's very likely that the school system made an error. Who is the person with 10,000 credit points? Qin Tianhe frowned, his face full of confusion, as he asked the staff, trying to figure out this strange situation. The staff member heard Qin Tianhe's question, smiled slightly, and then pointed in the direction where Yui was. Their eyes met, as if telling Qin Tianhe, it's him. Qin Tianhe followed the direction of the staff member's finger and his gaze landed on Yui. So this is the kid who hit someone, huh? Violating school rules and trying to claim a reward. He must be severely punished. So it's you again, causing trouble and claiming rewards? You really have guts. Do you think there's no one in the Imperial Capital Academy? Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Qin Tianhe's face was as dark as water, his gaze as sharp as a sword piercing towards Yui, as he coldly spoke. Yui's actions of falsely claiming rewards and violating school rules are more than enough to get him expelled, and even warrant notifying the Martial Artist Management Bureau to have him detained. This is the Imperial Capital Academy. How dare you act so recklessly? Yui frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Why are you so certain that my reward is fraudulent? Qin Tianhe snorted coldly. Humph, all the enrollment benefits for this year's candidates at our school were recorded by me. This year, only one student received an enrollment benefit of 10,000 credits, and that is the daughter of the Su family, Su Mengyao. She is exceptionally strong and extraordinarily talented, which is why she was able to earn such a high reward. There is no second person. So, where did your 10,000 credits come from? And since the system shows 10,000 credits, it must be a system error, and you are just trying to take advantage of it to claim the reward fraudulently. Listening to Qin Tianhe's words, Yui sneered inwardly. This guy obviously didn't count the students admitted by the principal. It must be that the principal didn't inform him. After all, the principal seems to have only admitted him. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't intend to argue too much with this guy. He'll just trouble the principal to come over later. At this moment, the surrounding classmates, seeing Qin Tianhe speak like this, chimed in and accused. Exactly, you're just trying to claim something that's not yours, and you even want to claim 10,000 credits. That's right, you even injured others just now. You totally deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Humph, you worthless trash, get out of the school. The Imperial Capital Academy doesn't welcome you. These onlooking students, emboldened by Qin Tianhe's presence, all began to denounce Yui. One by one, they looked indignant, as if they were about to tear Yui apart alive. After all, performing well in front of the admissions director might catch their attention, paving the way for a smooth rise to success. Faced with the crowd's doubts and ridicule, Yui did not get angry but quietly looked at them, his gaze filled with indifference. In his view, no matter how much he explained, it would be futile for those who are stubbornly opinionated or blindly follow the crowd. In that case, before the principal arrives, let my strength prove everything. Yui's lips curled into a faint smirk, revealing a mocking smile. You call me trash? Then I'd like to ask, what exactly are all of you here? I think you're the real trash, perhaps even worse than trash. Just now, he used detection to check. Among this group, the highest level was only Qi in Blood Stage 2, Level 2. Even if they fought him for a year, they wouldn't be able to break his defense. Utter trash. These people are incompetent. They have low academic credits for their own enrollment benefits, yet they envy others for having high credits. They only know how to vent their inner dissatisfaction with words, barking like dogs, and gaining the upper hand in arguments. Yui's words were like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's hearts. Their originally arrogant demeanor was instantly subdued, and their faces turned extremely unpleasant one by one. After all, Yui effortlessly crushed that burly man just now, and they saw it with their own eyes. You say we're all useless? As someone with an SSS talent, I'd like to challenge you. A man in white stepped forward, his eyes full of provocation. Although this person had just displayed great strength in defeating that SS talent burly man, but he himself has an SSS talent, and with the admission resources, he has already cultivated to the second stage and second level of chi and blood, and his mental strength is the same. SS talent is simply incomparable to SSS talent, and he himself is not as foolish as that burly man earlier. No matter how strong this person in front of him is, he definitely can't beat me. This is a perfect opportunity to show off, gain some fame, and win the favor of the admissions director. Oh, you want to challenge me? Yui looked at the man in white before him, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, as if he were looking at an ant. No, it was an ant. That's right. Since you say we're all trash, then I want to challenge you and see who's the real trash. The man in white glared angrily, his aura continuously rising. Yui looked at the person who stepped forward and said, "You alone want to challenge me? Forget it, you're not worthy." His gaze shifted to the crowd, and he said domineeringly, "Every single one of you useless people here, if any of you can take one strike from me, I'll publicly admit that I'm useless, and I'll publicly admit to falsely claiming 10,000 academic credits." Meanwhile, Qin Tianhe watched Yui speak with great interest from the side. Let's first see this arrogant kid get taught a lesson, and then expel him. That wouldn't be bad. He has a student ID, so he must be a newly admitted freshman at Imperial Capital Academy this year. The crowd present listened to Yui say this, and one after another drew their weapons, their eyes gleaming with hostility. His face was filled with utter disdain. This person is too arrogant. To get into the Imperial Capital Academy, you need at least an A-level talent, and he thinks he can take on a whole group by himself? Fine, since you're so arrogant, let's see if you can even scratch me with one strike. The man who stepped forward spoke disdainfully. He had originally planned to challenge Yui one-on-one, but since Yui was so full of himself, he deserved to lose. Seeing this, Yui slowly drew out the Thunder Demon Blade. Since this group of idiots wants to taste my blade, then let them have it. Besides, they themselves agreed to take this strike, so if they die, they can't blame me. Anyway, with the admissions director here, if they die, it's on him. Besides, if a group of useless people dies, so be it. Such trash can be taken down with a single strike. What's the point of keeping them around? Wasting resources? Incompetent yourself, yet all you do is bark like a dog. If such a person were his enemy, he would have slaughtered this group long ago. Yui spoke, tightly gripping the Thunder Demon Blade, imbuing it with Chaos Divine Thunder. The dense power of destruction instantly spread out. Yui finished speaking and slashed his blade toward the crowd in front of him. Watch closely. The blade's light streaked through the void like lightning, carrying a world-destroying momentum and severing space. Sky-splitting slash. Meanwhile, Qin Tianhe, who had been watching the spectacle from the side, realized something was amiss as soon as he noticed Yui's intense thunder element power. Moreover, he had unleashed a heaven-tier martial skill, Void Slash, and had even cultivated it to perfection. This is even more wrong. Not good. The Barbarian King's true form. Qin Tianhe shouted loudly and instantly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the strike of the Void Slash. So powerful. Anyone below tier 3 will surely die. Qin Tianhe felt Yui's strike, and his heart was filled with shock. This strike, if a third-tier expert were to take it head-on, they would be cleaved in two. And upon noticing Yui's realm, he was even more astonished. It was actually second-tier, 6th-level vitality. Which family's eldest son are you exactly? Qin Tianhe looked at Yui in confusion. After all, a monstrous talent of this level couldn't possibly be unknown. In terms of cultivation, he was already higher than the eldest daughter of the Su family. Moreover, his lightning wasn't ordinary lightning. He actually possessed a lightning seed. He's still so strong, and the gap between us keeps growing. Lu Xinran, who had just arrived here to claim her enrollment benefits, happened to witness the shocking scene of Yui confronting the crowd. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the slash Yui had delivered. The power of this strike was even more overwhelming than on the day of the high school competition, having already reached the realm of perfection. Looking again at Yui's cultivation level, he had already reached the 6th stage of the second tier of vital energy. A complex emotion surged in Lu Xinran's heart, as if from the very beginning, she and he had been living in entirely different worlds. Although it was unclear what exactly had happened, she instinctively felt that Yui was likely the one in the right. She really wanted to help, but she also understood that Yui didn't need her assistance at all. The crowd, who had been boasting just moments ago, now felt completely silent as they watched the strike Yui delivered and the realm he displayed. That strike was as fast as lightning, even slicing through space itself. If Qin Tianhe weren't present, they might have already been cut in half. They all swallowed nervously, and some were so scared that their diapers were soaked. The dense thunder of destructive power made them tremble with fear. At this moment, the young man in white had weak legs. The moment Yui attached the Chaos Divine Thunder to the blade, he felt the endless destructive power of that thunder. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Yui's thunder had fused with a spirit seed. That's not an ordinary thunder. When Yui swung that blade, he wanted to dodge, wanted to defend, but everything everything was too slow. He knew very well that if that blade truly struck him, he would be instantly sliced in half. It was utterly terrifying. The white-clad youth swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. I'm no scion of a noble family, just an ordinary commoner. After speaking, Yui domineeringly stored the knife into the system backpack. If it weren't for Qin Tianhe's intervention, these people would have already lost their lives under this strike. But he also understood that Qin Tianhe would definitely step in to stop him. After all, if such a thing happened in front of Qin Tianhe, and such a major mistake occurred on the first day of school, he, as the director of admissions, might as well quit his job. Hearing Yui say this, Qin Tianhe frowned tightly. Not a descendant of a noble family, but he possesses a thunder seed. Moreover, that martial skill, Void Slash, is a heaven-tier technique, and he has actually cultivated it to perfection. Sky Slash is an extremely popular martial skill in the military and the dream of countless soldiers. Could the person before him be a prodigy cultivated by the military? Is the reward of 10,000 academic credits real? He was full of doubt now, but upon seeing Yui's thunder seed as well as his powerful strength and realm, he couldn't help but believe that the credits were likely real. The person before him possesses a thunder seed, and the dense destructive power of this thunder seed is definitely not from a basic spirit seed. Not only that, he is at the 6th level of the second stage. This young man's cultivation is actually higher than Su Mingyao's. This young man has the potential of an emperor. Haha, I wonder which teacher recruited this student. Qin Tianhe looked at Yui with a face full of smiles and said, after all, based on Yui's various behaviors, he was either the eldest son of a hidden aristocratic family or a prodigy cultivated by the military, so he absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Yui looked at Qin Tianhe's demeanor and felt contempt in his heart. What a worthless coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Yui spoke calmly, but upon hearing Yui say this, Qin Tianhe pondered for a moment and recalled that the principal seemed to have personally recruited a student. Principal? Could it be the person in front of him? Meanwhile, the people nearby, hearing Yui's words, immediately began whispering among themselves. After all, Qin Tianhe's expression changed, which means this person's identity is not simple. What? The principal personally recruited him? Is that for real? No wonder he looks so familiar. I think I just saw the principal helping him with the enrollment procedures. Damn it, we really kicked a titanium alloy steel plate this time. I can prove it. Suddenly, a woman's voice came, and everyone saw Lu Xinran walking toward Yui. The matter of Bai Huanan personally recruiting Yui has been a hot topic in Qingchuan City. She knows it clearly. Although it's unclear what happened between Yui and them, I feel it's necessary to step forward and explain. I am from the same city as him. Bai Huanan personally recruited him. Lu Xinran's voice was clear and resolute. Yui looked at Lu Xinran and smiled. You've come to the imperial capital? Lu Xinran nodded. Just arrived and saw you overpowering this group of people. Truly impressive. Yui waved his hand. Who told them to provoke me? Hearing Lu Xinran say this, Qin Tianhe's mind started racing. He had heard rumors that this year a city had someone with a lightning-type spirit seed and spatial talent among the commoners. Could it be the person in front of him? He originally didn't believe such rumors. How could this be possible? How could an ordinary citizen from a small town possess such monstrous talent? Those are usually the kind of prodigies nurtured by the hidden noble families in the imperial capital. But the man in front of him, Yui, seemed to somewhat match that person because of the thunder seed. I wonder if this classmate has a spatial talent. Qin Tianhe said ingratiatingly. As long as the person in front of him had spatial talent, it would prove that he was the one he had heard about. Yui, however, didn't even glance at Qin Tianhe and teleported directly in front of the man in white. Seeing Yui display spatial talent, Qin Tianhe was certain. He is the one rumored online to have dual talents and the lightning element. I didn't expect it to be true. And now that you mention it, he really was personally recruited by the principal. Plus, with his lightning element and spatial talent, he truly deserves 10,000 academic credits. Qin Tianhe felt a chill down his spine at the thought, not expecting to hit a brick wall this time. Moreover, if the principal arrived and found out that he had wrongfully accused Yui for no reason, he would be doomed. But on second thought, the principal hadn't told him, so he really didn't know. Besides, the principal had never recruited students before, so he hadn't bothered to ask if the principal had done so. Thinking of this, Qin Tianhe revealed a faint bitter smile. Meanwhile, the white-clothed youth, upon seeing Yui's arrival, immediately panicked. SSS talent? Is it really that impressive? There's always someone better, and you're just a worthless nobody. As Yui spoke, he delivered a heavy punch, sending the white-clothed man flying into the crowd. He looked at the crowd again. You are all a bunch of useless people. The crowd, scolded, just silently lowered their heads. After all, this person had dual talents and a thunder seed, and with that slash just now, everyone would have been cut down. Who would dare to talk back? Lu Xinran looked at Yui like this and smiled, even though Yui was a commoner. But he doesn't indulge these people, nor does he care whether they have influence, he just strikes. This kind of man is simply handsome. This young man still maintains his genius and extraordinary demeanor, truly worthy of being the true dragon of Qingchuan City. Hello, principal, I'm at the admission release hall. Could you come over? There's something I need you to handle. Yui quickly took out his phone and called the principal. At this moment, he no longer wanted to waste words with the admissions director and this unruly crowd. After all, every minute was incredibly precious, and wasting it on them was simply a waste of cultivation time. On the other end of the phone, the principal's voice came through. Oh, then I'll go over. Hearing the principal's response, the admissions director immediately broke out in a cold sweat. That familiar voice was indeed unmistakably the principal. He secretly thought to himself, this is really bad. What a disaster. At this moment, his face showed an expression of terror, and his eyes were filled with unease. Thank you for testifying for me, Yui said to Lu Xinran calmly. Yui still felt a sense of gratitude in his heart for Lu Xinran stepping forward to testify on his behalf. Although, in his view, whether or not to testify was irrelevant, Lu Xinran's actions undoubtedly brought him a trace of warmth. After all, among the people present, there are bound to be some with malicious intentions. Offending them might lead to grudges, and Lu Xinran testifying could be considered as boarding his pirate ship. It's okay, how could I watch you being falsely accused when we're from the same city? Yui nodded. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Not long after, the principal suddenly appeared in front of Yui. What's going on, Yui? Why are so many people gathered here? The principal looked at the crowd gathered here, neither collecting their enrollment benefits nor dispersing, and was filled with confusion. Qin Tianhe saw the principal arrive and quickly cupped his hands with a smile, respectfully saying, Principal, it's just a misunderstanding. The principal furrowed his brows, looked at Yui, and said, why don't you explain? It's just that others don't believe my enrollment benefits. Yui shrugged helplessly. Hearing Yui say this, the principal suddenly remembered that when he recruited Yui for admission, he had forgotten to inform the admissions director about Yui's enrollment benefits. The principal smiled and said, this is my fault, it's on me. Then, he turned his gaze to Qin Tianhe. I forgot to tell you, that's my fault, but this student Yui can be considered my apprentice. Qin Tianhe listened to the principal's words and understood in his heart that the principal was giving him a way out. He quickly nodded and bowed, smiling broadly as he said, I see, I wrongly blamed Yui. In that case, I'll personally compensate Yui with 500 academic points. After all, the principal had already said that Yui was his apprentice, so the relationship between the two was definitely not simple. If the principal wanted to expel him, it would only take a single word. If Yui whispers in the principal's ear, then I'm doomed. So, I definitely need to get on Yui's good side. Hopefully, 500 credits will help calm him down. Hearing Qin Tianhe say this, Yui smiled and said, well, thank you. Hope you don't get caught bullying the weak next time. As for Yui, hearing the principal say he is his apprentice is also a way to establish a strong backing for himself. After all, one's civilian status can be easily verified. If someone is offended, they will definitely take the principal's status into account. The principal possesses a 9th-tier spatial talent, which is not something ordinary people can afford to provoke. Then, Yui thanked the principal again. Thank you, principal, for the trouble. The principal shook his head and smiled. It's also my fault for not explaining clearly beforehand. Go and claim your enrollment benefits. The principal had probably guessed what had happened here. It was likely that Yui's enrollment benefits weren't found, which then brought the admissions director over. That was roughly the situation. But the main reason was that he hadn't informed the admissions director, so the director couldn't be blamed. Admissions director, please take good care of my apprentice in the school from now on. The principal spoke, his gaze revealing a hint of authority, as if warning the admissions director not to harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, he would be the first to be held accountable. After finishing his words, the principal turned and teleported away from the scene. On one hand, it was to give the admissions director a subtle warning not to have any bad intentions. On the other hand, it was also to ensure that Yui could cultivate peacefully at school. Yui continued to approach the front desk and said, can the enrollment benefits be issued this time? The receptionist smiled and secretly felt relieved that they hadn't offended this gentleman earlier. With just the slash Yui made earlier, even a third tier like them couldn't withstand it. This person still has the principal as their backing. Moreover, the principal has never taken on a disciple before, so you can imagine how valuable this is. Of course, no problem. This is your credit card, with a total of 10,500 credits. Your information has already been entered, and you can use this card to purchase items and more at the Imperial Capital Academy. The front desk staff respectfully handed the credit card to Yui. Yui took the credit card, with a golden dragon on the back, lifelike, and the front showing the gate of the Imperial Capital Academy. Yui couldn't help but exclaim, so cool. I'll go adjust the other rewards for you right away and deliver them to you shortly, the front desk staff said. Qin Tianhe walked over and smiled at Yui. I wonder if there are any rewards you haven't claimed yet? The admissions director was shocked that Yui received rewards beyond the 10,000 credit points. The reward for the Su family's daughter was also 10,000 credit points and the Fire Element's secret realm. For these top-tier families, the rewards themselves aren't of much concern. It's more about the choices they represent. Could it be that Yui's reward is already better than the one given to the Su family's young lady? 3 skilled demon demon cores, the Thunder Secret Realm, and a villa. Yui slowly spoke. Hearing Yui say this, Jin Tianhe swallowed hard. Is the reward really this much? It seems the principal has gone all out for recruitment, even more than the reward for the Su family's daughter. I wonder if Yui has some free time so I can treat you to a couple of drinks, Jin Tianhe said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. I'm afraid you'd poison the wine. Yui's gaze revealed a hint of mockery, as if doubting Jin Tianhe's invitation. Hearing this, Jin Tianhe felt a bit awkward and quickly waved his hand, saying, how would I dare? After all, before the principal left, he specifically pointed out Jin Tianhe. If anything happened to Yui, Jin Tianhe would be the first to be suspected. While the two were talking, the staff had already returned with the rewards. This storage ring contains the 3 skilled demon cores you need. Yui took the demon cores, his heart filled with anticipation, and turned to leave. He couldn't wait to go back and improve himself. As for this group of useless people in front of him, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them, and Jin Tianhe didn't care to make friends either. Leaving? Lu Xinran looked at Yui and asked. Yui nodded and said, let's go, it's time to head back and level up, or else we'll be left behind. Lu Xinran rolled her eyes at Yui after hearing what he said. You're only at tier 2, level 2, and you're already at tier 2, level 6. Is that even something a person would say? Alright, see you. By the way, which villa are you staying in? Lu Xinran asked. Yui listened to Lu Xinran say this and took out the door card to have a look. Villa number 1. Lu Xinran was a bit surprised to hear Yui say this and said, then I'll come find you when I have time. No problem, we can spar then, Yui said, and then teleported away from here. Lu Xinran shook his head, smiled, and dismissed it as nonsense. Spatial and lightning talents are both aggressive by nature. One careless move and you're done for. Chapter 125, Significant Improvement, Forum Buzz. After returning to the villa, Yui first checked his vitality and mental state. Second tier, 6th level, vitality, 91,800, second tier, 6th level, spirit, 94,360, breakthrough 100,000 to reach second tier, 7th level. Currently, there are still a few third-tier demon cores purchased on the plane that have not been absorbed. Yui took out those 5 third-tier demon cores from the system backpack and began absorbing them. A third-tier, first-level ordinary demon core can roughly increase vitality and spirit by 4,000. 5 pieces are about 20,000. For Yui, absorbing the demon core is just a matter of moments. In an instant, both his vitality and spiritual realm broke through to the second stage, 7th level. All that can be said is that the feeling of absorbing a demon core across levels is simply exhilarating. Second-level demon cores increase health and spirit by up to 800 per piece, while third-level demon cores start at 4,000 per piece. Moreover, I can absorb them instantly. For others, fully absorbing a second-level demon core, even with an SSS-level talent, would take at least half a day. However, they have heavenly treasures, which accelerate the improvement of cultivation. Afterward, Yui took out the 3 skilled demon cores rewarded by the school. All 3 were third-tier demon cores, and each contained a skill. For Yui, they were absorbed in an instant. He also mastered 3 new skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thunder Blast. Thunder Blast, condense a thunderball to attack the enemy, capable of exploding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Thunder, summon small heavenly thunder to strike enemies from above. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Claw of Space. Claw of Space, condense the power of space to form the Claw of Space. Listening to the system notification, Yui felt quite satisfied with the newly acquired skills. At least he now had a few more techniques, so his skills wouldn't be too monotonous in the future. After all, this is just a third-tier demon core, so the chances of obtaining a powerful skill are slim. The skills obtained from first to third-tier demon cores are basically the common ones. The skills obtained from 4th to 6th tier demon cores are relatively more refined. The skills obtained from 7th to 10th tier demon cores might include some mind-blowing abilities, and after absorbing these 3 demon cores, Yui's own level also reached tier 2, level 8. Tier 2, level 8, vitality, 120,806, spirit, 125,800, breakthrough to 140,000 to reach tier 2, level 9. It can only be said that the improvement is rapid. After all, it's 7 tier 3 demon cores. Tier 3 demon cores are not cheap on the market. Demon cores above level 6 basically never appear on the market. After all, demon cores above level 6 are too precious. Most demon cores are at level 2 and level 3, and there aren't many level 4 and level 5 demon cores on the market. Afterward, Yui checked the bone tempering progress again. The current bone tempering progress is 97 pieces, still more than halfway to 206. To speed up the bone tempering progress, Yui can only buy some bone tempering items. Otherwise, advancing the realm too quickly will be disastrous, and bone tempering treasures can also increase vitality. Shao Kahn, help me search for some bone tempering items. Understood, Master. I am searching for bone tempering items for you. Before long, the robot displayed some bone tempering items. There were items from grade 1 to grade 3, and even grade 4, but the access level was insufficient. important. Everyone has their own personal access level, which can be improved by completing school tasks. The higher the authority, the higher the level of demon cores that can be queried and purchased, and the same applies to bone tempering items. Authority is divided into 4 levels: ordinary authority, elite authority, master authority, and king authority. For example, currently Yui only has ordinary authority and can only query bone tempering items below grade 3. Once the authority reaches elite level, grade 4 bone tempering items can be queried and purchased. By analogy, king authority allows all items to be queried and purchased as long as you have enough credit points. Yui glanced at the bone tempering items and could only say they were extremely expensive. The first grade ones included the most common bone tempering pill, which, after consumption, accelerated the bone tempering process. Second grade, third grade, and so on. Yui looked around and chose the third grade glazed liquid. He had used the glazed liquid before, but at that time it was only grade 4. Not only did it greatly enhance his vitality, but it also accelerated bone tempering. The grade 4 glazed liquid was only 10 pounds, and after bathing and absorbing it, his vitality increased by 10,000, along with the tempering of over a dozen bones. Yui decided to first buy 100 pounds of glazed liquid for a frenzy of absorption. The price of 1 gene of grade 3 glazed liquid is 50 academic credits. 100 gene amounts to 5,000 academic credits. All I can say is it's ridiculously expensive, but for the sake of bone tempering, there's no choice but to buy it. As for the remaining 5,000 academic credits, they'll be kept as a reserve. After Yui placed the order, the robot Shaokan presented the next card swipe, and Yui successfully paid with a single swipe of his credit card. Not long after, another robot retrieved the bone tempering glaze liquid that Yui needed from outside the villa. "Master, your delivery." The robot handed a spatial ring to Yui. Yui checked the storage ring, which was very small, and inside it was just his Lioli liquid. You could say it was delivered to the door, incredibly fast. Yui went straight to the bathroom, poured the Lioli liquid into the bathtub, and prepared to take a bath to absorb it. After all, third-grade Lioli liquid was nothing complicated for Yui's physique. No need for any water to dilute or anything like that. The entire bathtub was filled with glazed liquid, and Yui jumped in after taking off his clothes. Might as well take a nap. After all, there was the fight on the plane in the morning and the mission hall just now. Taking a break isn't a bad idea. Lying in the bathtub, Yui only felt his body warm, without the tearing pain from using 4th-tier glazed liquid last time. While Yui was absorbing the glazed liquid, the Imperial Capital Academy Forum was already in an uproar. Breaking! A certain student publicly challenges everyone on the first day. Shocking! Principal Bai Huanan accepts a disciple. A student personally recruited by him. Stunning! Starting with 10,000 academic points upon enrollment, is this the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Feels great, and these people are all talking about Yui. The forum comments are also bizarre and peculiar. 10 Revolution Great Love Immortal Lord. This child has the potential of a great emperor. Only love eating rooster-laid eggs. What the heck? I had 1,500 credits when I enrolled. Screw you. Awesome class, really? The principal has taken on a disciple? The forum below was also buzzing with heated discussions because of Yui. Just arrived at school and already causing such a stir? At this moment, Luo Yushi, who was cultivating at home, looked at the Imperial Academy forum and smiled. As for Yui coming to the academy, she had sent a message yesterday to ask, and Yui said he would arrive at school today. I didn't expect him to cause such a commotion as soon as he arrived. Luo Yushi smiled, put down her phone, and continued cultivating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Daughter, may I come in?" her father asked. Hearing her father's familiar voice outside the door, a wry smile appeared on Luo Yushi's face. She slightly lowered her gaze and said in a somewhat weary voice, "Come in." Outside the door, Luo Tianha heard his daughter's response and gently opened the door, walking in slowly. He looked at his daughter, his eyes full of concern, and said softly, "Don't stay at home cultivating all the time. Take some time to go out. You haven't been back for years, go and see the imperial capital." Luo Yushi remained expressionless and simply replied calmly, "Got it." Her mind was in turmoil. Since returning, she had learned the whole truth about the arranged marriage. It turned out that her father wanted her to marry into the Li family for her mother's illness. Her mother's illness required the Li family's medicine, but the Li family took advantage of the situation and set their sights on her. She never expected it to be for this reason. He originally thought it was because his father wanted to use the Li family's influence to climb further up from a first-class family. But he missed her, so 3 years ago, upon learning about the arranged marriage with the Li family, she came to Qingchuan City. Luo Yushi fell into deep confusion. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't accept the arranged marriage. To marry someone she didn't like, a playboy, she would rather die. But if she died, there was still her mother. If she didn't go through with the marriage alliance, her mother might not receive the treatment medicine and would leave her. When she returned, she saw her mother. Her mother no longer had the vitality she had 3 years ago. Her whole being seemed to have aged a bit. She felt heartbroken but powerless. Luo Tianha looked at his daughter in such a state, his fingers clenched tightly, his heart filled with guilt. He felt useless, unable to protect even his own daughter and wife. For 3 years, he had been tirelessly searching for a way to treat his wife's illness, but he had found no solution. "Did you come to me this time just to ask me to meet that playboy again?" Luo Yushi was the first to break the silence. That playboy from the Li family told his father to ask her to meet him as soon as she returned. Just as Luo Tianhe was about to respond, Luo Yushi directly said, "Isn't he also from the Imperial Academy? We'll naturally meet when the semester starts in 2 months. I won't meet him alone." As for that playboy, Luo Yushi couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. A playboy who lives off others and does nothing is absolutely unworthy. That kind of person, what right do they have to live? However, whenever she thought of her mother, her heart was filled with helplessness, but she would never go to him. Luo Tianhe listened to his daughter's words and nodded. He couldn't bear to part with his wife and daughter. He also knew that his daughter had no interest in that young master from the Li family and even disliked him. If they really formed a marriage alliance with the Li family, it would be harming his daughter. Moreover, his wife was also against the marriage alliance. "It's been hard on you. I'll tell the Li family that you're busy cultivating. When school starts, let him come find you himself, and you can handle it then. If your own daughter doesn't want to meet, then just make an excuse. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh." Luo Tianhe looked at Luo Yushi and forced a faint smile. As for the arranged marriage, it was originally just a pretense to suppress the effects of the potion. He planned to dissolve the arranged marriage once Luo Yushi's mother's condition improved. But unexpectedly, this poison is too potent. As long as his wife's illness can be cured, this marriage alliance will be immediately cancelled. However, the idea is beautiful, but after 3 years, countless healing talents have failed to cure his wife's illness. Logically speaking, the poison of the emerald venom black snake shouldn't be that difficult to cure, but it just stubbornly refuses to heal, which is somewhat strange. Luo Yushi calmly shook her head. She knew she couldn't blame anyone. After all, her father didn't want this either. "Then focus on your cultivation, and visit your mother more often when you have time. I won't disturb you anymore." Luo Tianhe said this and then left the place. The next morning, at this moment, Yui slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had completely absorbed the 100 pounds of glazed liquid, starting from yesterday afternoon and continuing until now. It must be said, fortunately, there was the system, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb all this glazed liquid so quickly. Yui stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt the surging power within his body. At this moment, the progress of bone tempering had reached 146 bones. The speed of bone tempering was so fast that even he was shocked. Moreover, his realm had significantly improved after absorbing 100 gene of glazed liquid. Chi and blood at the second stage, 9th level, 140,836, breaking through 160,000 will reach the second stage, 10th level. Spirit remains unchanged, still at the second stage, 8th level. After all, absorbing the glazed liquid to temper the bones only increased chi and blood, not spirit. Yui looked at his cultivation progress, his heart full of satisfaction. In just 1 day, he had improved by several levels. No one would believe it. He could feel himself becoming even stronger. He still had 5,000 credit points in his hand, which could of course be exchanged for bone tempering items, but even if he used them all, it was unlikely to complete the tempering of 206 bones. So, it was better to keep some as a precaution, just in case, as a backup. Then, Yui took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and opened the system panel. Realm, Blood Chi second stage 9th level, Spirit second stage 8th level, Blood Chi, 140836, Spirit, 125890, Talent, SSS, Space Chaos Divine Thunder, Beginner, Cultivation Method, Saint level, Thunder God Body Refining Technique, 3rd layer, Fragmented, Saint level, Thunder God Meditation Technique, 3rd layer, Character, UE, Secret Technique, Enslavement Secret Technique, Martial Skills, Earth Grade Supreme, Thunderclap 9 Blades, Perfected, Earth Grade Medium, Wind Thunder Fist, Minor Achievement, Earth Grade High Thunder Flash, Perfected, Heaven Grade Medium, Thunder Armor, Major Achievement, Heaven Grade High Void Slash, Perfected, Skills, Chaos Thunder Prison, Teleportation, Thunder Punishment Spear, Space Cutting, Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunder Wings, Space Claw, Thunder Explosion, Heavenly Thunder, Battle Gear, B Grade, Thunder Demon Blade, A Grade, Thunder Demon Thunder Armor, Maul, Backpack. Yui looked at his system panel, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It won't take long for his martial skills to reach perfection. Afterward, he can learn new martial skills, and his abilities have increased significantly. This is undoubtedly a major improvement. Suddenly, the butler robot approached Yui. "Master, there's a young girl outside looking for you." Afterward, the butler robot activated, and the monitor displayed a young girl at the door. Yui looked at the girl at the door, muttering to himself about going out, feeling a bit stunned. He doesn't know this person. Moreover, this young girl can only be described as having a baby face and a voluptuous figure. So big. But since she came looking for me, of course, I have to go and take a look. Yui leisurely strolled to the villa's entrance, and a stunning figure instantly came into view. She was a big-busted lowly dressed in a blue JK uniform paired with white stockings. She was a little over 1. 1.6 meters tall, with perfectly proportioned features, as if she were a masterpiece meticulously crafted by God. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a silky black waterfall, with slightly curled tips playfully bouncing, adding a touch of liveliness and charm. Her delicate face was like a porcelain doll, with fair, flawless skin, and rosy cheeks resembling ripe apples, making one irresistibly want to take a gentle bite. Yui's face showed confusion, his brows slightly furrowed as he felt puzzled by the unfamiliar girl in front of him. After all, he had never seen this person before. A trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes, mixed with curiosity. "Hey, what gives you the right to live in Villa Number 1? The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, but her tone carried a hint of questioning. "Who are you?" She placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, making her impressive curves even more noticeable. The villa number she received upon arriving at school turned out not to be number 1. This meant she wasn't the top-ranked freshman. Thinking of this, she felt a bit angry. After all, she was a gifted prodigy with dual talents and a spiritual seed, yet she wasn't living in Villa Number 1 or ranked first on the mortal list. So she came to see who had taken Villa Number 1 and what kind of abilities they had. Yui asked, "Does Villa Number 1 have any special significance?" Su Mengyao obviously didn't expect Yui to counter-question her like that and was somewhat surprised. Villa Number 1 represents the top freshman on the ranking list, which means the strongest among all freshmen. Don't you know that? After hearing Su Mengyao's explanation, Yui suddenly understood. No wonder, when the principal took him to receive the villa room number for accommodation, he specifically gave him Villa Number 1, along with the principal's meaningful remark, "Make the most of Villa Number 1. Originally, Yui didn't think much of it, but it turned out to hide such profound meaning. "Then why can't I live here?" Yui's lips curled into a confident smile. A determined light flickered in his eyes. With his strength, whether it was Villa Number 1 or the top of the mortal rankings, he was well deserving. And not just the mortal rankings, the top of the earth rankings and heaven rankings were his as well. It's just a matter of time. I want to challenge you." Su Mengyao straightened her chest as she spoke. Hearing Yui say this, she felt that this person was even more arrogant than herself. She had to see what kind of strength he really had. Teach him a good lesson. Of course, the right to stay in this villa can be challenged. Only the strong deserve high-level villas, the weak do not. After all, living in Villa Number 1 means you are ranked first on the mortal list, so you must face challenges from those ranked second and below, such as those in Villa Number 2 and others ranked lower than you. Yui glanced at Su Mengyao's raised chest, touched his nose, and smiled, secretly estimating in his heart, could it be D+? Afterward, he investigated further. Name, Su Mengyao. Family, daughter of the top-tier Su family in the imperial capital. Delay, D+. Realm, Qi and Blood 2nd stage 3rd layer, Spirit 2nd stage 5th layer. Talent, SSS Sword Dao Ancestor, Scorching Flame, Beginner. Yui glanced at Su Mengyao and thought to himself, so this is the daughter of the Su family. He had heard about her from the admissions director and had been curious all along. Now he finally saw her. Moreover, this talent configuration is indeed excellent. She even has dual talents, with the fire element also fused with a spirit seed. Su Mengyao's spirit seed is called Blazing Flame, which is of the primary level. Of course, it can't compare to his own Chaos Divine Thunder, but at least she has dual talents with a spirit seed. This is the strongest talent configuration he has encountered among so many people. But the level is just a bit low. There's no helping it since I have a system. Others don't have a system, so how could they have cultivated themselves? It's just that this detection function seems to be even more complete than before, even probing out all the details about others. System, you're pretty good. He accepted Su Mengyao's challenge without hesitation. After all, since this person was looking for a fight, he would definitely oblige her. Giving her a beating might save him from her recklessly challenging him again. Sure, when? Yui crossed his arms over his chest, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Su Mengyao hadn't expected the man in front of her to agree so readily. Doesn't he know himself? Hey, do you know who I am? Su Mengyao spoke to Yui, her tone carrying a hint of pride and dissatisfaction. Of course, the eldest miss of the Su family. Yui shrugged and spoke, his expression very calm. You know and still dare to accept my challenge? I won't hold back. Su Mengyao said as she clenched her small fist and waved it at Yui, her eyes full of determination. Then do you know who I am? Su Mengyao frowned slightly upon hearing this and shook her head. She had no idea who the person in front of her was, as she had just arrived at the school to register. Moreover, she had never seen someone like this in the imperial capital before. Could it be a prodigy from some reclusive family? Watching Su Mengyao shake her head, Yui smiled and decided not to explain. Let's go. When are you going to challenge? It's normal not to recognize me. After all, I'm not from the imperial capital, and those who don't check the forums wouldn't know me. If they've checked the forums, they might recognize me. Yesterday, I was a big hit on the forums. Su Mengyao looked at Yui and hesitated for a moment. Let's go then. As she spoke, Su Mengyao also called her protector. For challenges, a referee must be present on site for the challenge to proceed. If Su Mengyao succeeds in the challenge, she will move into Villa Number 1, advancing from second place to first 5th place on the mortal rankings. Yui will fall to villa number 2, which is only ranked 2nd on the ordinary list. If you don't have the strength to live in a top-ranked villa, you might be fiercely challenged and knocked down. Hey, help me call the judges from the Imperial Academy. Su Mangyao called her protector. Do the judges have to be summoned personally? How is that possible? Just leave it to the Dao protectors. Because there are very few freshmen challenging right after enrollment, the referee needs to be called. Once the freshmen arrive in a few days, the referee will always be on standby at the arena. On one hand, it's to ensure the safety of both sides, and on the other hand, to maintain fairness. After finishing the call, Su Mangyao put away her phone and looked at Yui, asking, "What's your name?" Since she had decided to challenge him, of course, she needed to know his name. Yui. Hearing Yui's name, Su Mangyao started thinking in her mind about whether there were any prominent families or hidden clans in the imperial capital with the surname Yu. Thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. So annoying. I'll beat you up later, and then you'll know what you're capable of. She had no idea what level of strength Yui had in front of her. Yui listened to Su Mangyao say this and smiled. No one at the same level has been born who can beat me up. Su Mangyao listened to Yui's words, her eyes wide open. Yui, you're really arrogant. Oomph, I won't be afraid of you. By the way, where's the challenge taking place? Yui scratched his head and asked with a puzzled expression. After all, he had just arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy, and everything here was still very unfamiliar to him. Follow me and you'll find out. Get in the car. As Su Mangyao finished speaking, a limited edition pink Lamborghini glided in like a dazzling streak of lightning. Sunlight poured over the car's body, reflecting a brilliant radiance. A single ponytail girl dressed in a suit stepped out of the car and respectfully said to Su Mangyao, "Miss, the referee is ready and waiting at the arena." She slightly lowered her head, her eyes full of respect. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Xiao." Su Mangyao sincerely expressed her gratitude to her protector. Yui discreetly assessed the newcomer's cultivation level, secretly astonished. They had actually reached the 6th tier. Such strength is truly remarkable. Protectors are all 6th tier experts, and this level of power could even qualify them to serve as city lords in some cities. But after thinking about it, it seemed quite normal. Su Mangyao was, after all, the daughter of a top-tier power in the imperial capital. "Let's go, I'll take you there," Su Mangyao said as she got into the driver's seat of the car. Yui teleported directly to the passenger seat. Anyway, there's no reason not to take advantage, and in this unfamiliar place, having her lead the way does save a lot of trouble. Su Mangyao looked at Yui, who had teleported over, and frowned slightly. A spatial ability? It's worth noting that spatial abilities are one of the rarest talents, and she hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary boy, apart from being somewhat handsome, to possess such a rare skill. No wonder he could get villa number 1, but even if Yui is a spatial type, that's still not enough. Su Mangyao started the vehicle directly, the roar of the engine like a ferocious beast, and the vehicle sped away instantly. The Imperial Capital Academy allows driving. After all, the academy is too large, and it would be very inconvenient if one couldn't fly, so driving is permitted. I'm telling you, don't think you can beat me just because you have spatial talent. Su Mangyao drove with a determined look in her eyes, as a gentle breeze blew through the car window, lightly brushing her hair. "Hit you? I'd say it's a 60-40 chance," Yui said casually. Hearing Yui's words, Su Mangyao smiled with satisfaction, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. "You're quite perceptive. I won't be too harsh later. You've got it wrong. It's me making 4 moves, and you falling 6 times. How could it be a 60-40 split?" As for Su Mangyao, it would just be a complete crush. If it weren't to warn those weaker than Su Mangyao later on, he wouldn't have accepted Su Mangyao's challenge. After all, if a bunch of people came to challenge him every day, it would be incredibly annoying. So, it's better to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. After defeating Su Mangyao, those who are not as strong as her won't come looking for me anymore. I can finally cultivate in peace. Yui, you. Why do I feel like you love bragging so much? Su Mangyao listened to Yui and could only think he was too arrogant. I wouldn't dare say to let Yui make 4 moves, and I ended up falling 6 times myself. After all, spatial talent is really hard to deal with. Bragging? I never brag. Just wait and see. Su Mangyao listened to Yui say this and felt more and more like giving him a beating. It felt as if a ball of anger was burning in her heart. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, wishing she could drag Yui to the arena immediately to teach him a lesson. Before long, Su Mangyao brought Yui to an arena hall at the Imperial Academy. At this moment, a large screen on the outer wall of the arena hall was also displaying the names of the next group of opponents. Since most of the freshmen had not yet arrived, there were only a few groups on the list. That's Su Mengyao's car from the Su family. Is she here to compete too? A boy widened his eyes, full of surprise. Didn't you see Su Mengyao's name on the display screen? She's definitely here to compete. Another boy responded. My goddess is here, Loli Yyds. A boy shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration. Listening to the crowd's cheers, Su Mengyao remained indifferent, but she had to earn some face in front of Yui. She slightly raised her chin. Have you seen the charm of this lady now? Yui nodded. It's a pity they'll all see you lose soon. Hey, how can you talk like that? I won't hold back later, Su Mangyao said angrily, her cheeks slightly flushed. As she spoke, she got out of the car. Yui teleported outside the car and walked toward the arena. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting the hem of his clothes. Inside the arena, there are 8 rings of various sizes, each approximately 200 square meters. Moreover, the audience seating in the arena can accommodate tens of thousands of people watching together. There are also 8 giant screens, glowing with dazzling lights. So luxurious. Yui glanced at the arena and felt a bit emotional. I can only say it's too luxurious. He slowly raised his head and looked at the big screen displaying the duel list, seeing that he and Su Mangyao were assigned to ring number 3. Yui headed toward ring number 3, where 2 referees were already waiting beside the ring. The 2 referees can ensure the match is even fairer. Are you Yui? The middle-aged man dressed in a referee's uniform asked, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yui assessed that both of them were at the 4th tier level. It was just right for freshmen to have referees of this caliber. Where's your opponent? Another female referee asked, her voice clear and pleasant. Yui pointed behind him. Look, yes. Su Mangyao angrily approached Yui, her small fists tightly clenched, as if ready to swing at any moment. Why did you run off alone without waiting for me? You're too slow. Su Mangyao clenched her small fists tightly upon hearing this. Today, she must give Yui a good beating. Too arrogant, and such a sharp tongue. Let him step on her feet and call her princess. Thinking of this, she felt a bit excited, her eyes sparkling with determination. The 2 referees, seeing Su Mangyao arrive, quickly greeted her with cheerful smiles. Miss Su, they said, bowing slightly with a respectful attitude. Su Mangyao waved her hand. When the match starts, don't worry about me. Just keep it fair and impartial. The 2 referees nodded. After all, this was what they were supposed to do in the first place. As the news of Su Mangyao and Yui facing off in the arena spread, many new students who had just started school flocked to the arena hall. After all, Su Mangyao is the pride of the imperial capital. It is truly rare to witness Su Mangyao showcasing her abilities in person. Moreover, the other participant, Yui, is also a popular figure on the forums. Dual talents, space and lightning spirit seeds. This battle is bound to be an exceptionally exciting one. The sparsely populated arena has now become bustling with activity, filled with a cacophony of voices. Both of you can start whenever you're ready, the referee said to Yui and Su Mangyao. I'm ready, Yui said with a determined look, exuding an air of confidence. Ready, Su Mangyao said through gritted teeth. The 2 spoke in unison, exchanged a glance, and stepped onto the arena together. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, as if a storm was about to break.